Southern Sky Province, Daejeon City. On the sports field of Daejeon No. 1 High School, over 500 students gathered noisily, impatiently waiting for the start of the job transfer ceremony, paying little attention to the principal's speech on stage. In the crowd, Lin Xiao was just as filled with anticipation. He had been in this world for several years and had a general understanding of its workings. Once individuals turned 18, they could undergo the job transfer process either through the school or the Holy Temple. Jobs were classified into two main categories: combat professions and life professions. Combat professions were further divided into offense and support roles. In this dangerous world, combat professions were undoubtedly the most sought after. Everyone wanted to be a combatant. However, what profession one ultimately transferred into depended entirely on luck. Lin Xiao, are you nervous? What kind of job do you hope for? A petite, delicate-looking girl leaned over to ask. She was Jiang Ningxue, Lin Xiao's girlfriend. Besides being clingy, she also happened to be quite wealthy. As long as it's not a life profession, I'll be fine, Lin Xiao replied. This matter, dictated by chance, was beyond anyone's control. I want to become a healer. That way, I can always take care of you, you blockhead, Jiang Ningxue said, expressing her wish so the two of them could form a team. Lin Xiao glanced at her. Blockheads don't need healing, they just need good soil and water. You? Jiang Ningxue glared at him angrily. Blockhead. At that moment, a voice filled with disdain rang out. Lin Xiao, you're definitely going to end up in a life profession. Get away from Ningxue, someone like you, a toad, has no business being near her. The speaker was Li Qifa, the young master of the Li family in Daejeon City. The Li family was considered a wealthy and influential household in the city. Before Lin Xiao could respond, Jiang Ningxue frowned and retorted, Li Qifa, what I say to Lin Xiao is none of your business. Get lost. Li Qifa's face darkened at her words. Ningxue, what's so great about this poor guy? He's not good enough for you. Being too close to him will only embarrass you as a young lady of status. Jiang Ningxue, infuriated, was about to retort when the principal shouted, the job transfer ceremony is beginning. Students, approach the stage when your name is called to complete the process. The ceremony's starting. There's no point arguing with someone like that, Lin Xiao said. No amount of arguing could change the facts. Jiang Ningxue had already given a perfect rebuttal on his behalf, which was the best response. Li Qifa shot Lin Xiao a venomous glare. I can't wait to see what kind of profession you'll end up with. Principal Jiang Ming took out the name list and called, Zhou Hao. Here. Zhou Hao walked onto the stage confidently, placing his hands on the job transfer crystal. Light began to flow. Life profession, blacksmith. Zhou Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't accept that he had become a blacksmith. His dream of becoming a warrior was shattered. Zhou Hao, with those scrawny arms and legs, ended up as a blacksmith. Bet he can't even lift a big hammer. Being a blacksmith isn't bad, at least he'll have food to eat. Zhou Hao left the stage dejectedly. Jiang Ming continued, next, Chen Lin. A nervous girl walked up to the stage, knelt before the job transfer crystal, and muttered many words of blessing. In the end, she became a gardener. One by one, the students took their turns, but most ended up in life professions. When Li Qifa's turn came, the job transfer crystal emitted a fiery red glow. He successfully became a fire mage and even obtained an A-grade talent. A mage at last. And with A-grade talent, too. So enviable. Li Qifa basked in the admiration, glancing toward Jiang Ningxue, hoping she'd look at him with awe. But she was busy bantering with Lin Xiao, not even sparing him a glance, which nearly made him curse out loud. An excellent profession. As expected of a child from the Li family. Work hard, and you'll surely achieve great things in the future, Principal Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. Li Qifa's mood improved slightly. Although it wasn't a rare profession, being a specialized mage was still impressive. Proudly, he descended the stage. Passing by Lin Xiao, he sneered with obvious provocation. Just a lucky break. Jiang Ningxue glared at him fiercely. Next, Jiang Ming announced. It's my turn. Wish me luck, Jiang Ningxue said. Lin Xiao nodded. You've always had good luck. Jiang Ningxue stepped onto the stage, placing her palm on the job transfer crystal. The crystal's light brightened, and a phantom figure materialized behind her. Support profession, Holy Spirit Priest. Principal Jiang Ming's eyes widened in shock at the sight. This is a rare profession. A rare profession. The entire school broke into an uproar. Before anyone could react, the job transfer crystal emitted a golden light that enveloped Jiang Ningxue. SS-grade talent. Jiang Ming shouted excitedly, his face turning red as if his blood pressure were soaring. A rare profession combined with S-grade talent. Such a combination hadn't appeared in Dayan City for over a decade. Amazing, this is national-level talent. Holy Spirit Priest. I heard this profession has powerful area buffs and can even resurrect teammates. Oh my god, this is incredible. Jiang Ningxue herself was equally thrilled. She hadn't expected to become a healer, let alone a rare one, and also gain such a powerful S-grade talent. Jiang Ningxue, work hard, you are the pride of Dayan No. 1 High School, Jiang Ming said, his satisfaction with her growing by the second. She was proof of his excellent teaching. Thank you, Principal, Jiang Ningxue said gratefully, bowing deeply before excitedly running back to Lin Xiao to share the good news. I've transferred into a rare support profession and even got S-grade talent. Praise me. Jiang Ningxue beamed with joy, the outcome exceeding even her own expectations. Ningxue, you're the best, Lin Xiao congratulated her. Lin Xiao, Ningxue is the school star now. How dare you cling to her? I suggest you leave. Don't be like a toad hopelessly eyeing something out of reach, Li Qifa said, approaching them with jealousy clearly written on his face. Lin Xiao glanced at him. I haven't even transferred yet. Li Qifa sneered. It doesn't matter what you transfer into now. Next, Lin Xiao. Jiang Ming called, snapping out of his excitement. Ignoring Li Qifa, Lin Xiao walked forward. Placing his hands on the job transfer crystal, the light began to flow, and the once bright sky suddenly dimmed. A cold wind swept through. An anomaly? Jiang Ming's brows furrowed, and his eyes locked onto Lin Xiao. Could it be? Witnessing the scene, Li Qifa froze in place. Another rare profession? The light of the job change descended upon Lin Xiao, and a small skeleton burst out of the ground, looking around as its bones creaked. Li Qifa was struck as if by lightning. A rare class, a necromancer? Principal Jiang Ming stared at the job change crystal with excitement, eager to see the result. Could it be another rare class? Our school is about to produce a second rare class. The light fused into Lin Xiao's body, and the job change crystal gradually revealed the name of the class. Summoner. Ha! Principal Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed he hadn't seen it wrong. How could it be a summoner? There were clearly celestial phenomena earlier, and it wasn't a small event. Why was it a summoner? Li Qifa froze, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao, I thought you'd get a powerful class, but it turns out to be the most useless summoner. This class is worse than even the life-supporting classes, what a joke. Li Qifa felt immensely pleased with himself. Lin Xiao was also bewildered. The celestial phenomena earlier obviously resembled a rare class, but it turned out to be this. The summoner was the most useless of all combat classes. From the beginning to the end, it was weak. Raising summoned creatures was expensive, and their damage wasn't even half that of others. It was impossible to clear dungeons solo. No one wanted to team up with a summoner because they stole experience points. Every additional summoned creature meant the experience was divided further. It was simply the worst class. However, the summoner had one advantage. After the job change, they were given a free summon creature, and before level 10, they would receive an additional summon creature every 5 levels. It sounded good, but the summon creatures given were all trash. Skeletons, slimes, goblins. The 3 major experience leeches in dungeons. If the initial summoned creature were stronger, summoners wouldn't be dismissed so easily and could at least be considered a mid-tier class. Lin Xiao, don't be discouraged. Summoners actually. Principal Jiang Ming was just about to console him when a golden light shot out from the job change crystal, landing on Lin Xiao. S-class talent? Jiang Ming was shocked. A summoner could actually obtain an S-class talent? If it had been any other class, their future would have been limitless. Getting an S-class talent is still pretty lucky. I hope this talent can help you. Jiang Ningxue, and you, come to my office. Jiang Ming offered some comfort. Understood. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, showing no sign of disappointment. Jiang Ningxue hurried downstairs and rushed over. Lin Xiao, don't be upset. Summoners can actually be very strong. My family happens to have some spare skill books for summoners. I'll get them for you later. Upset? I'm not upset at all. In fact, I'm thrilled, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Ha! Jiang Ningxue was taken aback. Lin Xiao, happy about becoming a summoner? At first, Lin Xiao did feel a bit disappointed upon becoming a summoner. But after seeing he had gained an S-class talent, he felt it was the luckiest thing that could have happened. Lin Xiao. Class, Summoner. Summoned creature, Skeleton. Level 1, 0%. Constitution, 100. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 8. Spirit, 50. Magic power, 100. Talent, Golden Legend, Unique. After a successful job change, attributes would be boosted according to the class. Summoners primarily relied on spirit. And this unique talent, it was his alone, something no one else could ever obtain. Golden Legend, unique gain 1 golden talent, S-class, daily, which can be assigned to a summoned creature. 1 S-class talent per day. And it could be assigned to summoned creatures. This was practically tailor-made for a summoner. Moreover, there wasn't just one talent, multiple talents could be owned, even without limits. A small skeleton might be weak, but what if it had an S-class talent? Would it still be weak? How about 2, 3, or 100 S-class talents? Would it still be weak? Stronger summoned creatures, more contracts with them. Lin Xiao alone could form an army. An army even more terrifying than a conventional one. Could such a summoner still be considered weak? Lin Xiao, you've got some nerve standing next to Ningxue. You're just a sewer-dwelling summoner, worse than even life-supporting classes. If I were you, I'd crawl into a hole to hide my disgrace. Li Qifa approached, his jealousy flaring as he saw Jiang Ningxue standing close to Lin Xiao. Even though Lin Xiao had later obtained an S-class talent, no amount of talent could change the fact that summoners were trash. Jiang Ningxue couldn't help but retort. You're such a pesky fly. You don't even have an S-class talent, yet you're barking all the time. Li Qifa was momentarily stunned by her words but quickly regained his composure. Ningxue, you don't have to defend this loser. So what if I don't have an S-class talent? Talents are just tools. True power lies in the class itself. I've chosen the strongest combat class, Mage, and even have an A-class talent to back it up. My combat power rivals rare classes. You don't even know what my talent is, do you? The strongest fire-type talent, Explosive Flame. It lets me unleash magic that triggers massive explosions. Listening to his boasting, Jiang Ningxue coldly said, garbage. Li Qifa was so angry he couldn't speak, glaring fiercely at Lin Xiao. You useless piece of trash, always hiding behind a woman? Lin Xiao shrugged. Humans and dogs can't be compared. Jiang Ningxue couldn't help but laugh. That's such an apt comparison. Li Qifa's face twisted in fury. Lin Xiao, 1 month from now, let's compete to see who can get into the Imperial Capital University. If you fail, stay far away from Ningxue and never go near her again. Imperial Capital University was the top institution in the Great Xia Kingdom, and the most outstanding students nationwide aspired to enter it. Level requirements were a strict threshold. No problem, Lin Xiao agreed without hesitation. Lin Xiao, don't be impulsive, Jiang Ningxue quickly urged him. It was Imperial Capital University, after all, even she wasn't confident she could get in. Fine, trash. You can't even clear a dungeon. Let's see how you plan to get into the Imperial Capital University, Li Qifa sneered. He wanted Lin Xiao to disgrace himself in front of the entire nation, proving to Ningxue that the person she admired was nothing but garbage. At that moment, Principal Jiang Ming walked over. It's good for young people to have ambition, competition leads to progress. But I hope you'll compete fairly. He looked at Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue. Come to my office. The principal didn't discourage student rivalries, he believed competition drove improvement. Understood, Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue said in unison. Li Qifa hesitated for a moment, then asked, Principal, what about me? He knew the principal was likely planning to provide some funding to Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue. He didn't care about the money, but why was Lin Xiao singled out, while he wasn't qualified? Jiang Ming said lightly, work hard to level up. I look forward to seeing you and Lin Xiao compete in the Imperial Capital University's entrance exam. Lin Xiao had transitioned to the weakest summoner class but awakened with an S-grade talent. If Jiang Ningxue, the wealthy heiress, were to help him, there might still be a chance to pass the entrance exam for Imperial Capital University. However, whether Jiang Ningxue's family would be willing to spend money to support him depended on the circumstances. After all, summoners rely heavily on money to build their strength, making some achievements possible. Humph, Lin Xiao, just you wait, Li Qifa sneered coldly before turning and leaving. Talent Golden Legend activated. Acquired talent Killing Intent Wave, S-grade. Killing Intent Wave creates a special wave within a 50-meter radius, reducing enemies' maximum HP by 5% per second. Fixed damage, 1000 asterisk level, asterisk asterisk. Seeing the newly acquired S-grade talent, Lin Xiao exclaimed in shock, this talent is too powerful. Enemies lose 5% of their HP every second? This means that no matter how strong the enemy is, they can only last 20 seconds under Killing Intent Wave. Moreover, with the fixed damage bonus, even small monsters could be instantly killed without any effort. Too strong. Truly worthy of being an S-grade talent. Just as Lin Xiao was reveling in his amazement,
A mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his mind.
Host detected to have completed class transition.
Achievement system activated. A system?
Lin Xiao was stunned.
Isn't it a bit late to activate now?
Congratulations to the host for transitioning to Summoner.
Achievement unlocked, Summoner from 0.
Summoner from 0, Spirit plus 100, summon creatures do not share experience with the host and gain the same amount of experience as the host.
No shared experience?
Lin Xiao's eyes widened. This means that whatever experience he gains, the summoned creature gains the same amount.
This achievement came at just the right time.
The biggest drawback of being a summoner is sharing experience with the summoned creature. While the share ratio can be adjusted, it inevitably slows down the leveling speed of the summoner. Now, with the help of the Summoner from 0 achievement, Lin Xiao no longer had to worry about experience distribution, and his level would never fall behind. He looked toward the summoning space at the system-provided summoned creature.
Small skeleton. Race, undead. Level 1, 0%. Constitution, 20. Strength, 3. Intelligence, 0. Agility, 4. Spirit, 2. Magic, 0.
Weapon, broken bone blade.
Skills, none.
With stats like this, calling it a dungeon-crawling summoner would be a joke.
All attributes combined don't even reach 30.
I don't understand how this creature can be so weak, Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. After all, this was supposedly one of the 3 great battle generals, known as an experienced treasure trove.
I wonder how strong you'll get after adding the talent.
Lin Xiao immediately assigned the newly acquired Killing Intent Wave to the small skeleton. Talent Killing Intent Wave successfully assigned. Summoned creature, small skeleton evolves Death Knight. As soon as the talent was activated, the previously sluggish small skeleton underwent a dramatic transformation. Its body instantly doubled in size, its bones became sturdy instead of brittle, and it now donned worn-out armor with a tattered cape on its back. The weapon in its hand transformed into a massive bone blade, exuding an imposing aura.
Death Knight. Race, undead. Quality, rare. Level 1, 0%. Constitution, 1000. Strength, 30. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 20. Magic, 10. Spirit, 25.
Weapon, worn great bone blade.
Talent, Killing Intent Wave. Skills, Undead Charge, Stomp.
Its quality instantly jumped from common to rare.
This is the power of an S-grade talent.
The attribute changes were astonishing, with Constitution increasing 50-fold.
And this was just at level 1. The result was truly shocking.
Your summoned creature has been enhanced, returning some attributes to you.
Constitution plus 100, Strength plus 3, Intelligence plus 1, Agility plus 2, Magic plus 1, Spirit plus 2.
This was a summoner-exclusive perk. In addition to leveling up and equipping gear, summoned creatures could also return attributes to their master. Lin Xiao looked at his own stat panel.
Lin Xiao. Class, Summoner. Summoned creature, Death Knight. Level 1, 0%. Constitution, 200. Strength, 13. Intelligence, 11. Agility, 10. Magic, 101. Spirit, 152. Talent, Golden Legend, Unique. Achievement, Summoner from 0.
The achievement's bonus caused his spirit attribute to skyrocket, reaching a terrifying 152 points. The higher the spirit attribute, the more summoned creatures he could call upon and command. In the office, Jiang Ming warmly brewed tea for Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue, his gaze filled with appreciation. A rare class paired with an S-grade talent. In all his years since the school's establishment, he had never seen such a formidable combination. Although Summoner was considered a niche class, which was a bit of a pity, the talent completely compensated for its shortcomings. If Jiang Ningxue's family were willing to invest in Lin Xiao, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. These two would become the star recruits of Dayan First High School. Principal, if you have something to say, just say it. Staring at us with that anti-like grin makes it look like you're about to eat us, Lin Xiao said, feeling a bit uneasy under Jiang Ming's gaze. Anyone who didn't know better might think he was being eyed by a pervert.
Jiang Ming cleared his throat and regained the dignity of a principal. I just heard about the conflict between you and Li Qifa. Having rivals can actually be a good thing, it sparks motivation in you both. However, the entrance threshold for Imperial Capital University is exceptionally high. The first hurdle alone eliminates most applicants. Before the entrance exams begin, you must reach at least level 15. This is a strict requirement. Level 15?
It seemed like there was only 1 month left. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh at how demanding the admission requirements for Imperial Capital University were. They had just completed their class transitions and were still adapting to their roles, yet they had to prepare for the entrance exams in just 1 month.
Time was incredibly tight.
Jiang Ningxue, your class and talent are both excellent, so you might have a chance to be directly admitted. The threshold may not be as high for you, but you shouldn't slack off either.
Talent is a genius's foundation, but laziness can ruin it. You can't rely solely on talent, Jiang Ming reminded.
Jiang Ningxue nodded. Since she wanted to take the entrance exam for Imperial Capital University alongside Lin Xiao, there was no way she would slack off. If you want to enter Imperial Capital University with Lin Xiao, you'll have to give it your all, Jiang Ming said with a deeper meaning behind his words.
Lin Xiao.
Jiang Ningxue naturally understood the principal's implication.
I will work, Jiang Ming said faintly, work hard to level up.
I look forward to seeing you and Lin Xiao compete against each other in the Imperial Capital University's entrance exam. Lin Xiao had transitioned to the weakest class, Summoner, but awakened an S-grade talent. With Jiang Ningxue, the wealthy heiress, lending a hand, there might still be a chance to enter Imperial Capital University. However, whether Jiang Ningxue's family would be willing to spend money supporting him depended on the situation. After all, summoners rely on money to build their strength and can achieve something with enough investment.
Lin Xiao, just you wait. Li Qifa snorted coldly and turned to leave.
Talent Golden Legend triggered, new talent acquired, Killing Intent Wave, S-grade. Killing Intent Wave creates a special wave within a 50-meter radius around the user, causing enemies to lose 5% of their maximum health per second.
Fixed damage, 1000x level, ***.
Seeing his newly acquired S-grade talent, Lin Xiao exclaimed, this talent is too strong.
Enemies losing 5% of their health per second?
That meant that no matter how strong the enemy was, they could only last a maximum of 20 seconds. Under the effect of Killing Intent Wave.
Moreover, with the fixed damage bonus, it would be effortless to annihilate weaker monsters. Too powerful.
It truly lived up to being an S-grade talent.
Just as Lin Xiao was marveling, a mechanical synthesized voice rang in his mind.
Detected that the host has completed the job transition.
Achievement system activated. The system?
Lin Xiao was stunned.
Wasn't it a bit late to activate now?
Congratulations to the host for transitioning to Summoner.
Achievement unlocked, Summoner starting from 0.
Summoner starting from 0, Spirit plus 100, summoned beasts will not share experience points with the host.
The experience they gain will be equal to the host's. No sharing of experience?
Lin Xiao's eyes widened. This meant that whatever experience he gained, his summoned beasts would also gain the same amount.
This achievement came at the perfect time. The biggest drawback of summoners was sharing experience points with their summoned beasts.
Even though the sharing ratio could be adjusted, it would inevitably slow down the master's leveling. Now, with the help of the Summoner Starting from 0 achievement, Lin Xiao no longer had to worry about experience issues for his summoned beasts, and his level wouldn't lag behind. He looked at the summoned beast granted by the system in his summoning space.
Little Skeleton. Race, Undead. Level 1, 0%. Constitution, 20. Strength, 3. Intelligence, 0. Agility, 4. Spirit, 2. Magic, 0. Weapon, Tattered Bone Blade. Skills, none. With stats like this, there's no way this summoner can clear dungeons. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain.
After all, this was supposed to be one of the top 3 renowned experience treasure troves.
I wonder how much stronger you'll get after I grant you a talent.
Lin Xiao immediately assigned the newly obtained Killing Intent Wave to the Little Skeleton. Killing Intent Wave successfully assigned. Summoned Beast, Little Skeleton evolved Death Knight. Once the talent was activated, the previously sluggish Little Skeleton underwent a dramatic transformation. Its body instantly doubled in size, its bones went from brittle to sturdy, and it became encased in worn armor. A tattered cape draped over its back, and the weapon in its hand transformed into a massive bone blade, emanating an imposing aura.
Death Knight. Race, Undead. Quality, Rare. Level, 1, 0%. Constitution, 1000. Strength, 30. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 20. Magic, 10. Spirit, 25. Weapon, Tattered Great Bone Blade. Talent, Killing Intent Wave. Skills, Undead Charge, Stomp. Its quality had jumped directly from common to rare. This was the power of an S-grade talent. The change in stats was astronomical. Constitution had increased 50-fold. And this was just at level 1. It was truly astounding.
Your summoned beast has leveled up, returning some attributes to you.
Constitution plus 100, Strength plus 3, Intelligence plus 1, Agility plus 2, Magic plus 1, Spirit plus 2. This was a summoner exclusive benefit. Besides leveling and equipment, summoned beasts could also return attributes to their master.
Lin Xiao looked at his personal stats panel.
Lin Xiao. Class, Summoner. Summoned Beast, Death Knight. Level 1, 0%. Constitution, 200. Strength, 13. Intelligence, 11. Agility, 10. Magic, 101. Spirit, 152. Talent, Golden Legend, Unique.
Achievement, Summoner starting from 0. The achievement boost had caused his spirit stat to skyrocket, reaching a terrifying 152 points. The higher the spirit stat, the more summoned beasts he could call forth and command. When they arrived at the office, Jiang Ming warmly poured tea for Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue, his gaze full of appreciation. A rare class combined with an S-grade talent. In all the years since the school was founded, he had never seen such an impressive combination. Although Summoner was considered a niche class and somewhat regrettable, the talent completely compensated for its shortcomings. If Jiang Ningxue's family was willing to invest in Lin Xiao, his future achievements would be immense. These two would become the star students of Dayan First High School's admissions.
Principal, just say what you want.
The way you're smiling at us like this, it's like you're about to eat us alive, Lin Xiao said.
Nervously, unsettled by Jiang Ming's intense stare.
Anyone who didn't know better might think he was being targeted by a predator.
Jiang Ming cleared his throat, regaining the dignity of a principal. I just heard about the conflict between you and Li Qifa. Having some rivalry is actually a good thing, it can fuel your determination. However, the entrance bar for Imperial Capital University is extremely high.
The first hurdle alone blocks out most applicants. Before the entrance exams, you'll need to reach at least level 15.
That's a hard requirement. Level 15?
And it seemed there was only 1 month left. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh at the stringent admissions criteria for Imperial Capital University. They had just transitioned into their new classes and were still adjusting, yet they had to prepare for the entrance exams in a month.
Time was incredibly tight.
Jiang Ningxue, your class and talent are both exceptional. A guaranteed admission is possible, so the bar might not be as high for you.
But you can't slack off either, Jiang Ming reminded. Talent is the foundation of genius, but laziness will ruin it. You can't rely solely on your talent. Jiang Ningxue nodded.
Since she planned to take the entrance exam alongside Lin Xiao, there was no way she would slack off. If you want to enter Imperial Capital University together with Lin Xiao, you'll have to work extremely hard, Jiang Ming said, his words carrying a deeper meaning.
Lin Xiao.
Jiang Ningxue naturally understood the principal's implication.
I'll do my best. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded.
He pulled out 2 bank cards from his drawer and handed them to Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue.
There's 100,000 in each card. It's not much, but it should be enough to buy suitable equipment for your current stage.
Jiang Ming turned to Lin Xiao again and said, "Go and get a stronger summoned beast."
Lin Xiao did not refuse. He accepted the bank card and said, "Got it. Thank you, Principal."
"Thank you, Principal." Jiang Ningxue also accepted the bank card, thanking him politely. Although her family was wealthy, this was a token of the principal's goodwill, and it couldn't be rejected.
Jiang Ming nodded. Then I won't disturb your leveling up. Work hard and do your best.
At that moment, Jiang Ming's phone rang. He answered the call, and his eyes immediately lit up.
He quickly stopped the 2 who were about to leave. "Wait. The slots are here, and there are exactly 2 of them,"
Jiang Ming said excitedly. Lin Xiao looked puzzled.
"What slots?
I thought it would take some time to get news about this, but I didn't expect it to be approved so quickly," Jiang Ming said, overly ecstatic. Today was truly a lucky day. It seemed Dayan No. 1 High School was on the rise.
Not long ago, a new dungeon was discovered in the western outskirts of Dayan City. After testing, it's determined to be a beginner-level dungeon.
This dungeon hasn't been explored yet, and the authorities decided to allocate exploration slots to various schools. Our school happens to have 2 slots.
A beginner dungeon? And no one had challenged it yet?
Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood.
So, the first team to clear it would get the first clear rewards? Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. That's right. You 2 should go back and prepare.
I'll contact people from other schools to form a 4-person team and aim for the first clear rewards. A healer and a summoner, basically no combat power.
Competing for the first clear rewards wouldn't be easy.
Other schools would surely form teams and race against time to claim the rewards.
Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue left the office.
Outside the school gates, a black luxury car had been parked for quite some time. Jiang Ningxue quickly ran over, opened the car door, and took out a skill book from the seat. This is for you. It's a powerful summoned beast that will be very helpful for leveling up in the early stages. Lin Xiao glanced at the skill book. Skill, Summon Stone Armored Beetle. Quality, Rare. Applicable, Summoner. Description, a strength-type summoned beast, incredibly strong and capable of moving boulders, but slow in action. Can be summoned after contracting. If it dies, it cannot be summoned again within a day. A rare summoned beast. On the market, this skill book would sell for at least 100,000 yuan. This girl, she's really wealthy. Throwing around a 100,000 yuan item like it's nothing. Learn it quickly. The dungeon starts tomorrow. With this, you'll have a fighting chance, Jiang Ningxue urged. Lin Xiao shook his head. No need. I have my own plans. Don't waste your money. The rare skill book was tempting, but Lin Xiao knew he couldn't accept it. Taking someone's gift creates obligations, and such an expensive item would come with strings attached. You don't even have a summoned beast. How are you going to clear the dungeon? Are you planning to rely on that little skeleton? Jiang Ningxue didn't expect Lin Xiao to refuse and stomped her foot angrily. The little skeleton has great potential. You'll see tomorrow, Lin Xiao replied with some mystery. Humph. You're so stubborn and inflexible. Fine, I won't bother with you anymore, Jiang Ningxue said angrily, slamming the car door shut. Chen Shu, drive, she ordered. Yes, miss, Chen Shu nodded. He was used to the two arguing. With an apologetic smile toward Lin Xiao, he started the car. Watching the car drive away, Lin Xiao wasn't too concerned. He had seen Jiang Ningxue throw tantrums many times. By the next day, she would adjust her mood on her own. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Lin Xiao initially thought of buying equipment. But after a glance at the Death Knight in his summoning space, he dismissed the idea. My current strength is enough for the beginner dungeon. I'll think about the first clear rewards first. 100,000 yuan wasn't a small sum. When he arrived home, the sound of off-key singing, more like noise, assaulted Lin Xiao's ears. Lin Xiao, you're back? Come sing with me. I want to show you how much I've improved today, said a girl who was practicing singing. Seeing Lin Xiao return, she quickly pulled him over, eager to show off her singing skills. The girl's name was Lin Yao. She was the same age as him, though they weren't biologically related. Their parents had gone missing while dealing with an abyss dungeon, leaving only the two of them at home. Because they attended different schools, she had changed her profession earlier than Lin Xiao. Her profession? A lifestyle class singer. Lin Xiao had always been puzzled. She was completely tone-deaf, so why did she choose to become a singer? Stop singing. Come eat, Lin Xiao said, noticing the dinner prepared in the kitchen. He quickly interrupted her before his ears were tortured further. 3 dishes and a soup, the meal was lavish. Brother, you advanced today, right? What's your class? Lin Yao asked while eating. Lin Xiao swallowed a mouthful of food. Combat class. Combat class? Lin Yao's face instantly changed. Lin Xiao nodded. Summoner. Summoner? Oh, you scared me, Lin Yao sighed in relief, her mood improving as she ate 2 more chicken wings. She thought it was some powerful combat class, but it turned out to be a summoner, which was often seen as weaker than even lifestyle classes. What's wrong with being a summoner? Don't underestimate summoners. Summoners can be really strong, Lin Xiao said, not surprised by Lin Yao's reaction. Although summoners were categorized as a combat class, their combat abilities were weak, often less effective than learning a craft in a lifestyle class. That's why there was a saying, summoners aren't as good as lifestyle classes. Hurry and eat. I need to clean up after, and I have a dungeon to tackle tomorrow, Lin Xiao urged. Lin Yao froze for a moment, then quickly asked, what dungeon are you going to tackle? How are you, a summoner, going to beat anyone? Lin Xiao shrugged, not explaining further. Seeing that he was serious about going, Lin Yao became anxious and tried to stop him. No, you can't go. Mom and Dad died like this. If you also die, Isn't it better to live a peaceful life? You just advanced into a relatively useless summoner. Isn't this fate? Lin Xiao shook his head. Don't lose hope. Your brother is strong and won't die. Mom and Dad were strong too, but didn't they still? Lin Yao whispered. I think they're not dead. They should still be alive, Lin Xiao interrupted her. The official notice only mentioned that their parents were missing. No one said they were dead. If they're still alive, why haven't we heard anything from them after all this time? Lin Yao's expression instantly darkened. She didn't believe that their parents were dead either, but there hadn't been any news for so many years. Missing and dead weren't much different, it was just a more euphemistic way of putting it. Don't overthink it.
Eat?
When your brother gets stronger, I'll go look for the place where mom and dad went missing. After dinner, Lin Xiao cleaned up the dishes and was about to head back to his room when Lin Yao forcefully dragged him to the sofa, starting her mental bombardment. Lin Xiao almost suspected that Singer wasn't a lifestyle class but a combat class. After enduring 2 hours of torment, he used the excuse of taking a break to quickly shower and retreat to his room. Once the door closed, Lin Xiao finally felt the beauty of the world.
He didn't rest immediately but glanced at the time on his phone. It was 23:55, 5 minutes until midnight. He wanted to confirm something. How exactly did his talent, Golden Legend, calculate a day's duration? Was it based on a 24-hour cycle starting from when he obtained the talent, or did it reset at midnight for a new day? As the numbers ticked over, the time turned to midnight, and Lin Xiao instantly received a notification. Talent Golden Legend triggered. You have obtained the talent Death Absorption, S rank. It's here. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. The talent refreshed every day at midnight. Not bad, he had just acquired 2 S-rank talents in one go. He immediately examined the description of the newly acquired talent. Death Absorption, upon killing an enemy, gain 50% of their total attributes for 60 seconds. Reading the description, Lin Xiao thought he had misread it. He carefully reviewed it twice more to confirm there was no mistake. Killing an opponent to gain half their attributes? This talent was too powerful. Although there was a time limit, the ability was still overwhelmingly strong. The more he killed, the stronger he became. As expected of an S-rank talent, this talent paired with killing intent fluctuation is practically unstoppable. Lin Xiao immediately thought of the combination. He assigned the new talent to his Death Knight. Death Absorption successfully assigned. Death Knight quality upgraded, rare legendary, asterisk asterisk. Death Knight. Race asterisk undead. Quality asterisk legendary. Level asterisk 1, 0%. Constitution asterisk 3000. Strength asterisk 67. Intelligence asterisk 10. Agility asterisk 30. Magic power asterisk 10. Spirit asterisk 40. Weapon asterisk worn bone blade. Talents asterisk killing intent fluctuation, death absorption. Skills asterisk undead charge, trample, death stare. After gaining the new talent, the Death Knight acquired a new skill. Shortly after, Lin Xiao received a feedback boost from his summon creature. Your summoned creature's quality has improved, reflecting back some attributes. Constitution plus 300, Strength plus 7, Intelligence plus 1, Agility plus 3, Magic power plus 1, Spirit plus 4. Wow, this is pretty good, Lin Xiao remarked. Who said summoners were weak? They were clearly quite strong. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Lin Xiao left a portion for Lin Yao. He also placed a box of throat lozenges next to the breakfast and then took a cab to the western outskirts. This time, 10 schools were participating in the clearing of the beginner dungeon, with only 1 or 2 slots allocated per school. Teams of 3 to 4 would work together to clear the dungeon. When Lin Xiao arrived, many people were already there, students and teachers combined. There were at least 40 people. There were also over a dozen station soldiers. Seeing Jiang Ningxue, Lin Xiao walked right over and greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Ningxue. I don't want to talk to you, Jiang Ningxue said, turning her head away as if she didn't recognize him. She was still upset about yesterday. I was going to team up with you and carry you to victory. If you don't want that, then forget it, Lin Xiao sighed and prepared to leave. Carry me? What can a summoner even do? Jiang Ningxue grabbed his arm, looking at him with doubt. Lin Xiao blinked. Weren't you the one who didn't want to talk to me? Jiang Ningxue immediately turned her head away. I'm not talking to you, I'm just asking a question. At that moment, 2 male students in matching school uniforms approached. You're from An City First High, right? We're from Mingqing High. I'm Zhang Yicheng, and this is Wang Hu, one of them introduced. Lin Xiao nodded and also introduced himself. Lin Xiao, Jiang Ningxue. These 2 must be the team members arranged by their principal. I'm sure your principal told you that once the dungeon opens, we'll need to team up, Zhang Yicheng said seriously. Let's get to know each other first. What's your class? It'll help us coordinate and secure the first clear rewards. I'm a healer, and he's a summoner, Jiang Ningxue responded. A summoner? Wang Hu frowned. You're bringing a summoner, a weak class, into a beginner dungeon? Didn't your school have anyone better? With a 4-person team, experience is already split thin. A summoner would have to share even more with their summoned creatures, making the experience gain even smaller, Zhang Yicheng added, clearly frustrated. Principal Qi didn't even tell us about the other team's class. What kind of people are they sending into the dungeon?
Jiang Ningxue's face turned red with anger.
What's wrong with summoners? Summoners are strong. We can clear the dungeon without you.
The two boys laughed smugly at her outburst.
Fine, we didn't want to team up with you anyway.
2 burdens will only slow us down, they said before turning and walking away, ensuring there was no chance for them to reconsider. Jiang Ningxue was fuming as she turned to Lin Xiao.
Why didn't you argue back just now?
Lin Xiao shrugged, unconcerned.
I was thinking about how to get them to leave. You spoke up, and they left. Isn't that good?
Then hurry up and find someone else to team up with, Jiang Ningxue urged. Without any damage-dealing roles in their team, they'd be stuck relying on summoned creatures to grind down monsters, which would likely result in others beating them to the first kill. Lin Xiao smiled faintly.
There's no need. I'll carry you. You? Forget it. I'm going to find someone else.
As a rare class, I should be able to find someone willing to team up, Jiang Ningxue said, realizing time was running out before the dungeon opened.
There's no need. The 2 of us are enough, Lin Xiao said, holding her back.
At that moment, Principal Jiang Ming arrived at the western outskirts. Having over-celebrated last night, he was late today.
Sorry, I'm late. Are the people from Mingqing High not here yet?
Jiang Ming asked as he noticed only Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue. They left. They didn't want to team up with us, Jiang Ningxue said angrily.
They left?
Jiang Ming was stunned, but before he could ask more, the voice of his old friend Shibai rang out. Old Jiang, we're good friends, but you can't force a summoner on me. You're sabotaging me, Shibai, the principal of Mingqing High, said as he approached.
Jiang Ming immediately frowned. What's wrong with summoners? Lin Xiao has an S-rank talent. S-rank talent?
Shibai was surprised but quickly shook his head. A weak class is still a weak class, even with a divine-level talent. We may be close friends, but I can't force those 2 kids to accept this.
They were strongly against it, and I couldn't do anything about it. Why don't you send someone else?
Shibai said helplessly. Zhang Yucheng and Wang Hu, a mage and a warrior respectively, both had A-rank talents and were very proud.
They didn't want to bring along any dead weight.
Before Jiang Ming could respond, Lin Xiao spoke up.
We don't need to team up with them. They'd only slow us down.
I and Ning Shui can also clear the level.
You?
Shibai scoffed, giving Lin Xiao a disdainful glance and shaking his head.
If you 2 can clear the level, I'll write my name backward.
You said it, Principal, you have to be the witness. Before Jiang Ming could respond, he saw the 2 start betting. He wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Lin Xiao's confident expression, he nodded immediately.
All right, I'll be the witness.
The crowd grew larger. Captain Deng Yu, who was in charge of inspecting the instance, spoke up, drawing everyone's attention.
Students, this new instance has never been explored.
You are the first batch of pioneers, so be cautious. This instance is beginner level, but it is divided into 3 difficulties: normal, hard, and heroic. Today's is normal. Anything above hard is beyond your ability, so don't choose the wrong one. Deng Yu's gaze swept across everyone, seeing their excitement and eagerness plainly on their faces. I'm looking forward to seeing how long you'll take to claim the first clear reward.
The first clear team will also receive an additional reward from me. Now, enter the instance.
The students quickly formed teams and rushed in, eager to snatch the rewards.
Quick actions naturally led to quicker progress. Lin Xiao, let's hurry up too.
Don't let others get in before us. Jiang Ningxue urged Lin Xiao when she saw him standing still.
No rush. Lin Xiao smiled faintly before asking, Ningxue, how's your stamina? Stamina? I'm alright. Why are you asking this suddenly? Jiang Ningxue was puzzled. As long as your stamina is good. I'm worried you'll get tired later.
Towering trees and dense shrubs, the instance was a forest-themed beginner's dungeon.
As Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue stepped inside, they immediately sensed monsters lurking in the bushes. Stay close to me.
Lin Xiao guarded Jiang Ningxue, letting her stand behind him. The range of murderous intent wave was only 50 meters. As long as they stayed within that range, no monster could get close.
Okay. Jiang Ningxue hid behind Lin Xiao, smiling as she said, You said you'd carry me, don't break your promise.
Lin Xiao smiled faintly.
Of course not.
A summoning glow lit up as a Death Knight slowly emerged from a magic circle on the ground.
When the Death Knight appeared, Jiang Ningxue couldn't help but exclaim, Wow! Is this your summoned beast? So cool. But soon, she asked in confusion, Didn't you summon a little skeleton before? Why is it a Death Knight now?
Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously.
Take a guess.
At this moment, a rodent-like monster leapt out of the bushes, its eyes gleaming fiercely as it bared sharp teeth and charged toward them.
Snagtooth Rat. Level 1. Constitution 50. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 10. Magic power, 6. Mentality, 3. Skill, bite. Lin Xiao quickly read the monster's stats.
Even a small rodent monster was stronger than a little skeleton, no wonder it was considered one of the 3 top leveling tools.
Death Knight, activate Murderous Intent Wave. Lin Xiao immediately commanded. Thump, thump, thump.
The Death Knight raised its bone blade, and with sounds resembling heartbeats, a semi-transparent wave spread outward, covering a 50-meter radius.
The snag-tooth rat, unaware of the danger, stepped into the range, and its health bar was instantly emptied. -1,000.
The fixed damage of Murderous Intent Wave.
Successfully killed snag-tooth rat, gained +2 experience. What just happened? Why did the monster suddenly die? Jiang Ningxue hadn't reacted yet.
She only saw the snag-tooth rat rushing at them before it immediately dropped dead, and then an experience notification appeared on the screen.
Of course I killed it,
Lin Xiao said calmly.
Talent Death Absorption triggered. Death Knight gains attribute boosts, Constitution +25, Strength +5, Intelligence +2, Agility +5, Magic Power +3, Mentality +1.
Lin Xiao received a notification indicating the activation of Death Absorption.
Are you ready? Lin Xiao asked. Ready for what? Jiang Ningxue was confused. Ready to start running.
Lin Xiao immediately commanded, Death Knight, charge. The Death Knight roared and charged forward. It didn't need to attack, just by passing through, monsters within range dropped dead, even the ones hiding in the bushes.
As long as they were within the range of Murderous Intent Wave, all monsters were instantly killed. After all, this was a beginner dungeon, and ordinary monsters' health couldn't possibly exceed 1,000. Congratulations on killing Snagtooth Rat, gained +2 experience. Congratulations on killing Blue-tailed Fox, gained +2 experience. Talent Death Absorption triggered. Death Knight gains attribute boosts.
Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue followed closely behind the Death Knight as experience points continuously popped up on the screen. Lin Xiao noticed that as long as monsters were killed while the buff from Death Absorption was active, its duration would refresh. Glancing at the Death Knight's attribute panel, its stats had already exceeded 300. Triple-digit stats at level 1, utterly terrifying.
Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao, this is amazing. My experience bar is skyrocketing like a rocket.
Jiang Ningxue stared at her experience bar and couldn't stop smiling, never expecting leveling up could be this easy.
Didn't I promise to carry you?
They sprinted through the dungeon, and in less than 3 minutes, Lin Xiao spotted the dungeon boss. It was a gigantic rodent monster, its size equivalent to 2 grown men combined. Its shoulders were covered in heavy rocky armor, and its sharp claws could easily tear through stone.
Earth Mole, Boss. Level, 5. Constitution, 500. Strength, 50. Intelligence, 15. Agility, 25. Magic Power, 20. Mentality, 10.
Skills, Dig, Mud Toss, Frenzied Claw Dance.
This is the dungeon boss. It's got high strength and agility. Jiang Ningxue used her detection spell to examine the Earth Mole's stats.
With her current build, getting hit once would cost her at least half her health.
Lin Xiao took one glance and immediately commanded the Death Knight to charge. A monster with 500 constitution, yet within the range of Murderous Intent Wave. -1,000.
Congratulations on killing Earth Mole, Boss, gained +100 experience.
Obtained Sharp Claw *1, Mole Fur *1. It died? Wasn't this supposed to be the boss?
Jiang Ningxue was once again shocked by the Death Knight's overwhelming power. Although she knew the Death Knight was strong, this was still a boss-level monster. It should have taken a few hits at least. Yet, as soon as Lin Xiao charged forward, the boss was down before it even got close.
Congratulations on pioneering the dense forest instance on normal difficulty for the first time. Clear time, 2 minutes 20 seconds. Rewards, +2,000 experience, first clear chest, normal, *1, all attributes +10. Congratulations on leveling up to level 2.
A beam of white light shot out from Lin Xiao's body and rose to the top of his head. The experience from clearing the dungeon for the first time allowed him to level up smoothly.
Lin Xiao checked his attributes. Lin Xiao. Class, Summoner. Summoned Creature, Death Knight. Level, 2, 0%. Constitution, 520. Strength, 35. Intelligence, 27. Agility, 28. Magic Power, 25. Spirit, 176. Talent, Golden Legend, Unique. Achievement, Summoner from Scratch.
Upon leveling up, his overall attributes increased by 10 points, with strength, intelligence, and agility each gaining 5 points, while constitution improved by 10 points. As a summoner, spirit also received an additional 10-point boost. This reward was quite generous, clearing an ordinary dungeon once to reach level 2, whereas it usually required at least 3 runs to achieve the same effect.
Wow, this reward is amazing. This is the charm of pioneering a dungeon.
Jiang Ningxue was so excited upon receiving her first clear reward that she could barely speak.
A 10-point boost to all attributes was already incredibly powerful at the beginner stage.
Lin Xiao turned his attention to another reward, the first clear chest, ordinary.
First clear chest, ordinary. Opening it grants random equipment, potions, materials, and more.
Without hesitation, he opened the chest.
Congratulations! You have obtained Green Grass Bracelet. Green Grass Bracelet. Quality, Advanced. Level requirement, None. Attributes, Constitution plus 100. Green Grass Set, 0/3 not activated.
Though the attributes were simple, what was surprising was that this turned out to be a piece of set equipment.
Set equipment was extremely
rare, and to obtain one on the first dungeon clear was unexpected, even if its level wasn't particularly high.
Lin Xiao quickly equipped it. Constitution, 520/620. This is for you, I don't need it.
Jiang Ningxue handed over a staff. Lin Xiao glanced at it, a bit confused.
This staff seems pretty suitable for you. Why don't you want it?
Although it was a basic staff, it could still temporarily serve someone like Jiang Ningxue, a beginner healer.
I don't need it, I've got something better.
You sell it instead. I heard summoners are always short on money.
Lin Xiao, fine, you're a little rich lady, so it makes sense you wouldn't care about basic gear. Let's keep going.
There are still 2 more difficulty levels of first clear rewards to claim. Since the dungeon had yet to be fully
explored, they still needed to secure the rewards for the hard and heroic difficulties.
Perhaps they could even complete the green grass set.
Awesome!
All the first clear rewards are ours. Jiang Ningxue clenched her fists excitedly, full of anticipation. Outside the dungeon, the principals of various schools gathered around a small table, snacking on sunflower seeds and boasting about their students' achievements, speculating on who would claim the first clear reward.
Old Jiang, you're really shining this time.
A rare class paired with an S-rank talent, just look at your smug face.
Such incredible luck. Why didn't this combination appear in my school? Ha, not something you can envy. Jiang Ming drank his tea, his face full of pride. In recent years, his school's performance had been declining, and the reputation of First High School no longer matched its name.
Fortunately, Jiang Ningxue's emergence had salvaged the school's reputation.
I heard you've got another student with an S-rank talent? Really? S-rank talents seem to like clustering together.
Indeed, but it's a summoner, replied Chi Bai, the principal of Mingqing High School, on Jiang Ming's behalf.
A summoner? What a waste.
Upon hearing it was a summoner, he felt somewhat consoled, as that class was generally considered mediocre.
By the way, old Jiang, who did your students team up with in the end? Don't tell me you actually let the 2 of them enter the dungeon alone? Chi Bai asked curiously. He had been busy
reminding his own students about safety precautions and hadn't noticed who Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue had teamed up with.
Surely old Jiang wouldn't be foolish enough to send them in solo.
Just the 2 of them, Jiang Ming replied calmly.
Chi Bai froze, then exploded. You actually let a summoner and a healer enter the dungeon alone? Old Jiang, are you out of your mind? That's sending them to their deaths.
The other principals were equally shocked upon hearing this. Summoners were universally regarded as the weakest class, and solo clearing a dungeon was
nearly impossible.
While Holy Spirit priests were a rare class, they were still healers with no offensive capabilities, relying entirely on teamwork.
Don't underestimate summoners.
Summoners are actually quite powerful, Jiang Ming said confidently. Jiang Ming firmly believed that Lin Xiao would clear the dungeon.
His confidence stemmed entirely from Jiang Ningxue's support.
With her backing him, clearing the beginner dungeon wouldn't
be an issue at all.
As long as they cleared it, it counted as a victory, even if it took an entire day. He could use it to promote the school and thoroughly embarrass those old principals.
Who said summoners couldn't clear dungeons?
Old Jiang, you're such a fool. Just as everyone was mocking Jiang Ming, the monitoring screen suddenly lit up. This device was used to collect dungeon data, monitor dungeon progress, and record their clearance times. Someone cleared the dungeon, one of the principals exclaimed.
So fast? That's impossible.
Everyone stared at the screen. When they saw the information displayed, they were all stunned.
Dian First High School cleared dense forest, normal, Clearance time, 2 minutes 20 seconds.
The entire room fell silent. Someone had actually cleared the dungeon, and at an unbelievably fast pace, less than 3 minutes.
And the ones who cleared it were the summoner and healer duo.
This was absolutely absurd. It had to be cheating.
What kind of joke is this? Clearing a beginner dungeon in 2 minutes? And it's a newly opened dungeon, could the monitoring device be malfunctioning? Exactly. They're just level 1 beginners.
It would take time just to familiarize themselves with the environment.
How could they possibly be this fast?
No one believed that anyone could clear the dungeon in such a short time.
Even a team of level 5 beginners couldn't achieve this.
Even Duan Yu, the captain of the Southern Sky Army, was baffled by the data and quickly verified it. Moments later, he confirmed, "Principals, the data is correct.
The dungeon has indeed been cleared." Whoa, the principals collectively gasped.
It was real, the dungeon had been cleared, and it only took 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Everyone turned to Jiang Ming, who was equally dumbfounded, with a face full of question marks.
Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue cleared the dungeon? In less than 3 minutes? How was that possible? Chi Bai, seeing Jiang Ming's expression, realized he was just as clueless.
They've cleared it, they should be coming out soon.
We'll find out what happened once they do.
Maybe they encountered 2 bosses fighting over territory and managed to take advantage of the situation.
But even so, it shouldn't be this fast.
You'd still have to fight monsters along the way, and just running would take time. Everyone was speculating about what method Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue had used to clear the level so quickly. They waited for a long time but realized they hadn't come out yet.
Just as everyone was puzzled, words appeared on the screen once again. Someone else has cleared the level.
All the principals quickly fixated on the big screen. When they saw the team that cleared the level, their mouths fell open in astonishment.
Dian First High School cleared Dense Forest on hard mode. Clear time, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Even Dang Yu couldn't help but feel nervous. Clearing normal mode was one thing, but how did they even clear hard mode? And they did it in less time than it took for normal mode.
It must be a system glitch or the equipment malfunctioning, Chi Bai said, refusing to believe the information on the screen.
How could anyone clear a hard mode beginner dungeon in under 3 minutes?
There's nothing wrong with the equipment, Deng Yu said quietly, though he also found it insane. Even if there are bugs in the dungeon, they'd still have to personally defeat the boss to clear it. They've been inside for less than half an hour, Deng Yu reminded him. Chi Bai was momentarily speechless. Jiang Ming patted Chi Bai on the shoulder, his face brimming with smugness.
Chi Bai, who said summoners can't clear dungeons?
Just look, they cleared both dungeons in under 3 minutes. Jiang Ming's grin was so wide it nearly reached his ears. Although no one knew what had happened inside, Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue had indeed cleared the dungeon. Hearing their names, the corner of Chi Bai's mouth twitched. He had only made a bet on a whim, but now he was stuck dealing with this guy. He quickly changed the topic.
They haven't come out yet. Could they be preparing to challenge warrior mode next?
Deng Yu furrowed his brows as he looked at the dungeon's exit.
It's possible. Minus 2,000 to 3,441. Successfully killed Howling Moon Wolf, boss. Gained 500 EXP. Obtained Sharp Wolf Fang *1, Wolf Fur *10, Moon Wolf Skull *1. Another one-hit kill. Even a hard mode boss couldn't withstand the Death Knight's aura of killing intent, let alone its terrifying attacks. Congratulations on pioneering the hard mode Dense Forest dungeon. Clear time, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Rewards, 3,000 EXP, Pioneer's Chest, Hard Mode, *1, all attributes plus 30. A 30-point attribute increase. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. Forget everything else, this 30-point attribute boost alone was enough to make him excited. Clearing uncharted territory felt amazing. Lin Xiao. Class, Summoner. Summoned Beast, Death Knight. Level, 2, 40.87%. Physique, 650. Strength, 65. Intelligence, 57. Agility, 58. Magic Power, 55. Spirit, 206. Talent, Golden Legend, Unique. Achievements, from 0 to Summoner. His attributes had already reached a level equivalent to a typical level 5 profession, and his Spirit was especially astonishing at 206 points. After closing the panel, Lin Xiao took out the Pioneer's Chest, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Congratulations on opening the Pioneer's Chest, Hard Mode. You've obtained the Green Grass Pendant. Green Grass Pendant. Quality, high. Equipping level, none. Attributes, Physique plus 100. Green Grass Set effect, 1/3 unactivated. Just one piece of equipment. Looks like this chest is guaranteed to drop gear, Lin Xiao muttered. With this item,
he was now just one piece of equipment away from activating the set effect.
However, why didn't Jiang Ningxue get similar equipment from her chest? Could it be because he was the team leader? Wow!
Lin Xiao, I got a rare piece of equipment. Jiang Ningxue exclaimed excitedly, immediately showing the gear to Lin Xiao. It was a level 5 rare soft armor. Lin Xiao glanced at her.
Not bad. You're pretty lucky. What did you get? Jiang Ningxue leaned over curiously. A blue item? Its attributes aren't as good as mine, she teased.
Lin Xiao smiled faintly.
Even though it's a blue item, it's still pretty decent.
After equipping it, his physique increased significantly again.
Physique, 650-750. Let's go. On to the next challenge.
Lin Xiao didn't exit the dungeon but instead chose to continue the challenge.
Warrior mode. The last piece of the set should be here. Re-entering the dense forest, the dungeon had undergone a dramatic transformation.
From the lush greenery seen before, it had withered and decayed, now reduced to a desolate and ruinous state. Broken branches and withered leaves littered the ground. Massive tree trunks had been uprooted and slashed in half by the claws of unknown creatures.
A wolf's howl echoed from the bushes, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps. -2000 to 150.
The creature was incredibly fast, entering the range of killing intent in the blink of an eye and appearing within Lin Xiao's line of sight.
Such high HP. Lin Xiao frowned. The fixed damage from killing intent shockwave hadn't taken it down.
The secondary effect of killing intent shockwave deducted 5% of the target's maximum HP.
This level 3 ferocious wolf actually had 3000 HP.
No wonder warrior mode was so much harder, it was on a completely different level from the previous difficulties.
Death Knight, Undead Charge.
Roar. The Death Knight let out a furious roar and charged at the ferocious wolf.
-135.
It stomped down hard.
Crunch! The ferocious wolf let out a miserable cry.
Before it could react, the Death Knight's giant bone blade had already slashed a few more times.
-245. -276. -150. The ferocious wolf suffered heavy damage but reacted quickly, finding an opening to counterattack. One swipe of its claw dealt 221 damage to the Death Knight. Such high damage!
Lin Xiao exclaimed, astonished. At this level of difficulty, ordinary professions would be unable to withstand such attacks.
Heal!
Seeing this, Jiang Ningxue immediately cast a spell.
Since entering the dungeon, this was the first time she had taken action. Healing light enveloped all three of them simultaneously. Group healing?
Lin Xiao was a bit surprised.
Jiang Ningxue had already learned group healing at her current level? -221. -150. Successfully killed ferocious wolf. Gained 50 EXP. Obtained sharp wolf fang *1. This ferocious wolf has been enhanced. There must be more monsters nearby.
Stay alert, Lin Xiao cautioned. Talent, Death Absorb triggered. Attribute boost, Physique plus 1500, Strength plus 100, Intelligence plus 20, Agility plus 125, Magic Power plus 10, Spirit plus 25. The Death Knight's power increased significantly. This, Death Absorb, talent was incredible. At that moment, more ferocious wolves, drawn by the sounds of battle, began to approach. Perfect! Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The more monsters I kill, the stronger I become, the easier it will be to defeat the final boss in the end. Congratulations on successfully killing a savage wolf, EXP plus 50. Congratulations on successfully killing a savage wolf, EXP plus 50. Congratulations on leveling up to level 3. A burst of white light shot out from within, reaching above my head. Strength, 6570. Constitution, 75760. Agility, 5863. Spirit, 201-206. As I leveled up, the Death Knight also leveled up alongside me, and the fixed damage of killing intent fluctuation increased to 3000. Even if the Death Knight didn't actively attack, ordinary savage wolves couldn't withstand it anymore. Level 3 already, progress is so fast. Jiang Ningxue gleefully stared at her attribute panel, letting out soft chuckles occasionally. Having an expert guide really makes a difference. In less than half an hour after entering the dungeon, she had reached level 3. If they kept grinding like this for a whole day, reaching level 10 would definitely be possible. Ningxue, have you learned group healing? After killing a few more ferocious wolves, Lin Xiao asked about her healing skills. It's not group healing, it's the basic healing spell for priests. Jiang Ningxue replied with a proud smile.
Lin Xiao immediately guessed the reason. It's your talent, isn't it? Exactly. My talent is called Bounty of All Beings. When I cast healing or support skills, everyone around me gets the same effect without any reduction. Jiang Ningxue proudly placed her hands on her hips. That's incredible. Lin Xiao was amazed. This was practically the dream talent for any healer. Single-target healing and group healing each have their pros and cons, but Jiang Ningxue's talent perfectly compensated for those shortcomings. Jiang Ningxue was brimming with confidence. Now you know how amazing I am, don't you? The two of them, looking as if they were out on a leisurely trip, followed behind the Death Knight without any of the tension typical of dungeon runs. If someone didn't know better, they might really think they were sightseeing. Suddenly, a roar erupted, accompanied by a strong gust of wind. Lin Xiao steadied Jiang Ningxue, who was almost knocked over. A 5-meter-tall giant ape covered in black fur emerged from the ruined forest. An elite monster. Jiang Ningxue's face changed. Savage ape, elite. Level, 5. Strength, 500. Constitution, 8,000. Agility, 100. Spirit, 40. Skills, Berserk, Furious Strike, Roar. The savage ape fixed its gaze on Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue. Rustle, rustle. Dozens of ferocious savage wolves emerged from the bushes, baring their teeth and growling lowly. So many! Jiang Ningxue exclaimed. Although she had run through dungeons twice before, it was her first time facing so many monsters, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. At the same time, she marveled at the brutality of warrior-level difficulty. These monsters were by no means something beginners could handle easily. Awoo! The savage wolves under the savage ape's command immediately launched their attack. -3,000. -3,000. -3,000. The savage wolves were instantly taken down as soon as they entered the range of killing intent fluctuation. Congratulations on successfully killing a savage wolf, EXP plus 50. Talent death absorption triggered, gaining attribute bonuses. Are they in such a rush to die? Lin Xiao immediately commanded the Death Knight to attack. Undead charge. The Death Knight quickly rushed to the enemies and launched an attack. -3,000. -500. -5,546. Congratulations on successfully killing a savage ape, elite, EXP plus 200. Talent death absorption triggered, gaining attribute bonuses, Constitution plus 4,000, Strength plus 250, Intelligence plus 20, Agility plus 50, Magic plus 15, Spirit plus 20. Level 3 and already capable of instantly killing an elite monster with nearly 10,000 health. Lin Xiao, you're amazing. Jiang Ningxue's eyes were filled with admiration. So powerful, he could even instantly kill an elite monster. But Lin Xiao's expression didn't change much. An elite monster with nearly 10,000 health, how much more terrifying would the boss be? This kind of high-difficulty dungeon was already beyond what beginners could easily clear. Even warrior-level difficulty shouldn't be this hard. Death Knight. Race, Undead. Quality, Legendary. Level, 3, 10.76%. Constitution, 4,000, plus 14,376. Strength, 167, plus 5,153. Intelligence, 40, plus 134. Agility, 70, plus 234. Magic, 40, plus 1,126. Spirit, 80, plus 178. Weapon, Tattered Great Bone Blade. Talents, Killing Intent Fluctuation, Death Absorption. Skills, Undead Charge, Trample, Death Stare. Lin Xiao glanced at the Death Knight's stats, they were absurdly exaggerated. Wow! Lin Xiao, your summon creature's talent is ridiculously strong, it can deal this much damage. Jiang Ningxue exclaimed in disbelief as she looked at the numbers. Already at level 3, and its damage exceeded 6,000? Who would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes? This is only temporary. Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. At that moment, another burst of white light surged out from within, rising to the top of his head. Congratulations on leveling up to level 4. Constitution, 767-70. Strength, 70-75. Intelligence, 62-67. Agility, 63-68. Magic, 60-65. Spirit, 216-226. Most of the monsters nearby have been cleared out. It's time to take on the dungeon boss. The monsters in the dungeon were nearly wiped out, and they had to clear it before the buffs expired. Lin Xiao, why haven't you killed those remaining wolves yet? Jiang Ningxue asked in curiosity when she noticed the Death Knight still holding onto 3 savage wolves instead of finishing them off. I'm keeping them as backups, just in case the boss has some special mechanics.
Lin Xiao explained. The attribute bonuses from death absorption only lasted for a minute.
If the boss had special mechanics that prevented an instant kill, these 3 wolves could help refresh the buffs.
Oh, I see. Jiang Ningxue didn't fully understand, but she trusted that Lin Xiao must have his reasons. Climbing over a steep slope, Lin Xiao finally saw the dungeon boss, a massive monster. Over 20 meters long, its entire body was covered in obsidian-like scales, exuding an ominous aura. Just meeting its gaze made one's heart tremble.
It was a serpent. A massive black serpent. The Furious Serpent, boss. Level, 7. Quality, rare. Constitution, 12,000. Strength, 2,000. Intelligence, 500. Agility, 1,000. Magic, 400. Spirit, 560. Skills, Furious Poison Mist, Iron Tail. A strength surpassing 1,000, health exceeding 10,000? Seeing the Furious Serpent's attributes, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel astonished. Level 7, yet its attack power and health were this overwhelming. Even though it was a boss, wasn't this a bit excessive? How could any beginner defeat such an enemy? After all, the beginner dungeon only allowed players below level 10 to enter. But this boss before them, even if 4 level 10 players teamed up, they might not win. Maybe a fully equipped and perfectly coordinated team would stand a slight chance, but it would still be incredibly difficult. This is the boss for warrior difficulty? That's ridiculous, Jiang Ningxue exclaimed after seeing the Furious Serpent's stats, finding it unbelievable. Compared to it, she was weaker by more than tenfold. It's definitely overpowered, but it doesn't matter. We just need to hack at it a few more times. The Death Knight's strength was even more exaggerated than the Furious Serpent's. If not for the death absorption buff, Lin Xiao would have immediately exited the dungeon the moment he saw the boss. With this much health, it was simply impossible to win. At that moment, the Furious Serpent seemed to sense something. It raised its head, locking its gaze on Lin Xiao. A murderous glint flashed in its eyes as it let out a furious hiss. Death Knight, charge! Lin Xiao immediately issued the attack command. The Death Knight roared and charged ferociously at the Furious Serpent. Minus 4,000. Minus 600. Minus 5,445. It nearly killed the Furious Serpent in one go. Roar! The Furious Serpent swung its thick tail, its metallic scales shimmering in the air, and struck the Death Knight fiercely. Minus 2,286. It only lost less than a tenth of its health. But this gave the Death Knight an opportunity to get close. Grab it! The Death Knight swiftly grabbed the serpent's tail, wrapping it tightly around itself. The Furious Serpent sensed something was wrong and tried to break free, but the Death Knight's strength was too overwhelming, it couldn't even shake him off. Raising its worn-out bone blade, the Death Knight slashed down forcefully. Minus 600. Minus 5,445. The Furious Serpent let out a painful hiss before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Successfully killed Furious Serpent. Gained experience plus 1,000. Rewards, Venomous Fang *1, Furious Serpent Skin *1, Furious Serpent Gallbladder *1, Furious Serpent Meat *3. Talent Death Absorption triggered. Congratulations on successfully clearing the dense forest dungeon on warrior difficulty. Clear time, 1 hour 35 minutes. Rewards, experience plus 5,000, first clear chest, warrior difficulty, *1, all attributes plus 50. 50 points to all attributes. Lin Xiao was stunned. This was equivalent to a piece of low-tier rare equipment. Before he could even check his own attributes, his attention was drawn to the spot where the Furious Serpent had died. There lay a shimmering silver chest. A silver chest? Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Killing a dungeon boss sometimes had a chance of dropping a chest. Bronze chests typically appeared in normal or hard difficulties. For warrior difficulty and above, silver or gold chests could drop. In even higher level king or nightmare difficulties, platinum chests could drop, which almost always contain top-tier items. There's really a silver chest, even in a beginner dungeon. Jiang Ningxue was equally delighted. After all, very few players managed to clear a beginner dungeon on warrior difficulty. Hurry, open it. What's inside? Jiang Ningxue urged excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Opening chests was always thrilling, the unknown rewards made hearts race. Lin Xiao immediately opened the chest. Obtained Venom Fang Staff. Obtained class-specific skill book *1. A rare grade weapon, and a skill book. Jiang Ningxue exclaimed in joy. Rare grade weapons were valuable, and a class-specific skill book could easily fetch at least 500,000 outside. Which one do you want? Lin Xiao asked. Both could use the weapon,
but the class-specific skill book obviously catered more to their professions. Jiang Ningxue blinked and shook her head.
Take them all. I didn't contribute to killing the boss, and you need them more.
Alright, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. Since she didn't want them, he took everything.
Venom Fang Staff. Level 5. Usable by Mage, Summoner, Healer. Quality, Rare.
Attributes, Strength plus 10, Intelligence plus 100, Spirit plus 100. Equipment effect, has a chance to shoot 2 venomous fangs when casting a skill, dealing 500 damage. Summoners and healers could use it too, but this weapon was better suited for mages.
Mages could continuously cast spells, enhancing the Venom Fang Staff's effects for higher damage output. Summoners could only benefit from the attribute boosts, with a low chance of triggering the equipment effect. One more level to equip it. For now, he'd keep it and use it later. Lin Xiao stored away the Venom Fang Staff and then retrieved the class-specific skill book. Use. Acquired Summoner Skill, Summon Recall. Summon Recall, instantly teleport your summoned beast back to your side.
I can immediately call back my summoned beasts? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. This skill was perfect. Summoners were most afraid of ambushes. With this skill, their safety was greatly enhanced. People might think you're alone, but then the Death Knight suddenly appears. Wouldn't that terrify them? Afterward, Lin Xiao opened the first clear chest. As expected, the final piece of the green grass set appeared at last.
Congratulations on opening the first clear chest, warrior.
Obtained green grass earrings.
Just as he had anticipated.
Lin Xiao wasn't surprised. Now, he was most eager to see the full set's attributes and effects.
Green grass earrings. Quality, Advanced. Required level, None. Attributes, Constitution plus 100. Green grass set, February 3rd, not activated yet.
Just like the first 2 pieces, simple and straightforward. Constitution plus 100. Health, 803 930.
After equipping them, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to check the set effects. Green grass set, 3/3. Attributes, Constitution plus 3000. Effect 1, regenerate 5% of your health per second.
Effect 2, when taking fatal damage, consume 50% of your health to negate the damage.
60-second cooldown. Seeing these effects, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, this is insanely strong.
Not only did it massively boost health, but it also provided powerful healing and life-saving abilities.
With this set equipped, he didn't have to worry about being instantly killed anymore. It was practically a life-saving artifact.
Is this really the attributes and effects of an advanced equipment set? The green grass set was so strong that Lin Xiao couldn't help but doubt it, feeling it didn't seem like something an advanced set could offer.
Lin Xiao, what did you get?
I only got a bottle of advanced healing potion this time, Jiang Ningxue said with a hint of disappointment at her poor luck. Same as before, I got another piece of high-grade equipment, Lin Xiao replied, unable to hide the upward curve of his lips.
Looting good items from treasure chests is all about luck.
Don't worry too much if you don't get anything great.
The experience and attribute
bonuses from clearing the dungeon for the first time are far more valuable than the rewards, Jiang Ningxue said, her smile radiant. From normal mode to warrior mode, her all attribute stats had increased by 80 points.
A level 4 character with nearly 100 points in all attributes, it was almost absurd.
So, even without rare treasures, she felt content with what they had gained.
You're right. We've reaped enough rewards this time. Let's head back. The first clear rewards and the equipment set, this was undeniably a massive haul. Yeah. I bet the headmaster's going to be shocked when we go back. Jiang Ningxue could already imagine the astonished expression on the headmaster's face. But just then, she noticed something off and quickly asked, Lin Xiao, where's the door? Where's the portal to go back?
The door, isn't it just ahead? Lin Xiao pointed forward, but there was only empty space. Where was the portal? The door that should have appeared was simply gone.
Jiang Ningxue frowned in confusion. Could it be that the boss isn't actually dead, and that's why the door hasn't appeared?
Lin Xiao shook his head. Impossible. We've already cleared the dungeon and received the rewards. The boss is definitely dead.
He felt that something was amiss.
Just as the two were puzzling over the situation, a strange energy began to spread from beneath the ground, enveloping the corpse of the furious serpent.
Boom!
A buck-toothed rat was struck square in the face by a fireball, emitting black smoke as it collapsed motionless to the ground.
Finally killed it.
This thing had high defense and kept running all over the place. Zhang Yicheng exhaled sharply, relieved that he hadn't run out of mana before taking it down.
Strange, why isn't there a first clear reward? Could it be that we weren't the first team to clear the dungeon? Wang Hu quickly noticed something wrong.
There was no notification of a first clear reward.
That's impossible. Our team setup is the strongest, Zhang Yicheng said. Hearing Wang Hu's remark, he also realized that they hadn't received any notification for the first clear reward. After rejecting Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue's invitation to team up, Zhang Yicheng had quickly assembled another two-person team to storm the beginner dungeon, rushing madly toward the boss. By all logic, no one should have been faster than them. Let's go outside and see who stole our first clear reward, Zhang Yicheng said angrily. The four of them didn't rest, quickly exiting the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, Zhang Yicheng and his team quickly found the headmasters gathered together. Principal Qi, we've come out. Who got the first clear reward? Zhang Yicheng asked impatiently. It's good that you made it out, much faster than I expected, Shibai nodded, then pointed to a screen not far away. Look at the screen, and you'll find out. Zhang Yicheng and Wang Hu looked up at the screen. Dian First High School, first clear of normal mode, dense forest. Dian First High School? Wasn't that the school of that useless summoner? He actually cleared the beginner dungeon? Zhang Yicheng immediately thought of Lin Xiao, the summoner who had wanted to team up with them earlier. Lin Xiao was from Dian First High School. Unbelievable luck. This guy must have climbed his way up through connections, Zhang Yicheng thought bitterly, as though he had swallowed a fly. He refused to believe that Lin Xiao, a summoner, could solo clear a dungeon. It must have been someone else carrying him through. He didn't team up with anyone else. It was just the two of them from Dian First High School, someone informed him. What? Those two managed to clear the dungeon by themselves? Zhang Yicheng was incredulous. At that moment, Wang Hu tugged at his sleeve, his trembling hand pointing at the screen. Zhang Ji, look at the clear time. Zhang Yicheng looked where he was pointing and froze. 2 minutes and 20 seconds? Zhang Yicheng was so shocked his mouth could fit a whole apple. How was this possible? No one could clear a dungeon in under 3 minutes. They must have cheated. And Zhang Ji, look below. Wang Hu pointed further down. Dian First High School, first clear of hard mode, dense forest. Clear time, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And on hard mode. It felt like the sky was falling. They must be hacking. There's no way this could be done so quickly. Zhang Yicheng shouted. Clearing hard mode faster than normal mode? That was blatant cheating. This isn't a game where you can just casually hack your way through, the headmaster scolded him sternly, forcing Zhang Yicheng to fall silent. Still unwilling to accept this, he asked, Headmaster, where is he now? I want to confront him and get the truth. I don't believe they cleared it that fast. They haven't come out yet. They haven't come out yet? Zhang Yicheng was startled before quickly reacting. Are they challenging warrior mode? Exactly, Principal Qi confirmed, leaving Zhang Yicheng struck as if by lightning. If he had teamed up with Lin Xiao earlier, would he have gotten the first clear rewards? But it was too late for regrets now. Half an hour later, many teams successfully cleared the dungeon and exited one after another. When they saw the clear times displayed on the screen, they were all stunned. Shortly after, another clear notification appeared on the screen. Dian First High School, first clear of warrior mode, dense forest. Clear time, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Seeing that their warrior mode clear time was comparable to their own normal mode clear times, everyone's expressions grew complicated. By Qi, I'm going to greet my star student. Care to join me? Jiang Ming laughed so hard his eyes nearly disappeared. Qibai's brow twitched slightly. He hadn't expected his casual bet to lead to Jiang Ming personally going to greet the students. Of course. I'd like to see how your student managed to clear warrior mode in such a short time, Qibai replied. Just as Jiang Ming was preparing to head to the dungeon entrance to meet Lin Xiao, a sharp alarm sounded, followed by an emergency evacuation announcement over the loudspeakers. Emergency alert! Everyone must immediately evacuate this area. The alarm sent a chill through Jiang Ming's heart as he hurried to find Deng Yu. What's going on? Is there an issue with the dungeon? Deng Yu's face was grim. The dungeon suddenly entered abyss mode. We're preparing to forcibly close it and begin an assault on the abyss. Abyss mode? Jiang Ming's expression darkened. Have Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue come out yet? Deng Yu shook his head. Not yet. Jiang Ming's face turned ashen. Wait a little longer, they're almost done clearing it. Forcing a shutdown now would doom them. Principal Jiang, you fought on the front lines before. You know how dangerous the abyss is. The moment the abyssal pillar appears, do you know what the consequences will be? Deng Yu asked seriously. Jiang Ming's face turned pale as he replied word by word, a monster siege. How could he not know the disasters brought by the abyssal pillar? Once it appeared, nearby dungeons would be affected. The monsters inside would grow feral, break free from the dungeon, and launch frenzied attacks on human cities.
Whether it was a naturally formed dungeon or a man-made one, the results were
the same.
By then, the entire city would be surrounded by monsters, rivers of blood would flow, and countless lives would be lost. But Lin Xiao is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Even though he's just a summoner, he possesses S-level talent with enormous potential for the future. Jiang Ming was interrupted by Deng Yu before he could finish.
Genius? I've seen too many of them. Are you telling me to gamble the entire population of Dayan City on someone who hasn't proven himself yet? Deng Yu's tone was cold. Besides, he might already be dead in the dungeon. A dungeon undergoing abyssalization, there was no way a novice like Lin Xiao could withstand abyssal monsters.
Even a regular abyssal creature could kill him instantly.
What's going on? Why hasn't the dungeon been closed yet? Deng Yu demanded, glaring at the still open dungeon gate.
Captain, the abyssalization process is too fast, we can't close it, and also, the monitoring personnel's words were cut off by the sudden, piercing alarm from the monitoring equipment. The abyssal pillar has appeared.
What? So soon? Deng Yu's expression shifted.
This time, the abyssalization process was several times faster than before. Previously, even the fastest abyssalization would take at least a day for the abyssal pillar to emerge.
But now,
notify all teams to prepare for battle against the abyssal monsters coming out of the dungeon.
Deng Yu commanded sharply. Assault squad.
During our fight with the monsters, immediately enter the dungeon and destroy the abyssal pillar to prevent the abyss from spreading.
Understood. Inside the dungeon, Lin Xiao felt an unsettling aura. It was discomforting, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was.
Lin Xiao, I think I saw that snake move, Zhang Ningxue said, pointing at the corpse of the wrathful serpent.
Move?
Impossible, it was already. Lin Xiao glanced over, but before he could finish, the wrathful serpent slowly lifted its body, black mist emanating from it as its eyes locked onto him.
It wasn't dead.
Lin Xiao was shocked.
If it wasn't dead, then how had he received the first clear rewards? Could the wrathful serpent have a hidden resurrection ability? But that didn't make sense. Just then, a notification suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiao and Zhang Ningxue. Dungeon abyssalization complete. The abyssal pillar is about to emerge. Abyssal clearing has begun. Prepare to face the incoming abyssal monsters.
The sudden notification left the two stunned. Then, they saw a black pillar materialize behind the wrathful serpent.
Is this the abyss? We've encountered a random abyss.
Zhang Ningxue exclaimed in panic.
There were two types of abysses, fixed and random.
Fixed abysses were dungeons already occupied by abyssal creatures, essentially their lairs.
Random abysses, however, appeared suddenly and without warning. If they couldn't be cleared successfully, the entire dungeon would undergo abyssalization, and its monsters would escape. Lin Xiao, what do we do? It's the abyss. Zhang Ningxue was panicking.
Abyssalized monsters became terrifyingly powerful, far beyond what they could handle. To solve this, we need to kill the abyssal monster, Lin Xiao said, his gaze fixed on the wrathful serpent, which was undergoing abyssalization. He hadn't expected to encounter a random abyss. With no way out, there was no choice but to fight. There was good news and bad news. The good news was that the wrathful serpent was the only monster left in this dungeon, so there was no need to worry about other monsters launching abyssalized attacks. The bad news? He would have to fight alone. Furthermore, he had no idea what monsters might emerge from the abyssal pillar or how many there would be. Roar! The wrathful serpent, now influenced by the abyss, completed its resurrection. Wrathful serpent, abyssalized. Level, 10. Quality, rare. HP, 50,000. Strength, 5,000. Intelligence, 800. Agility, 1,000. Magic power, 700. Spirit, 1,460. Skills, Wrathful Poison Mist, Iron Tail. After abyssalization, the wrathful serpent's power skyrocketed. Its strength reached a staggering 5,000, and its HP soared to 50,000. So this is an abyssalized monster? And it's only level 10. Lin Xiao's expression grew grim. There was no time to hesitate. Death Knight, Undead Charge. After killing a feral wolf to refresh the soon-to-expire buff, Lin Xiao immediately commanded the Death Knight to attack. 4,000. 2,500. 7598. The wrathful serpent took significant damage and immediately counterattacked, its tail viciously striking the Death Knight. This time, it learned from its previous mistake, retracting its tail quickly after the attack, leaving no opening for a counterstrike. Hiss! The wrathful serpent opened its massive jaws, spewing poisonous mist before launching another assault. Lin Xiao was about to command the Death Knight to dodge, but to his surprise, it charged straight into the mist. This poison mist causes madness. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered one of the wrathful serpent's skills, wrathful poison mist ***. No wonder the dungeon's monsters had become so crazed, it had to be the effect of this poisonous gas.
2500. The killing intense surge effect triggered, and the Death Knight launched another attack, but the wrathful serpent blocked it before sending the knight flying with a powerful strike. 6754.
The fallen Death Knight quickly got back on its feet, let out an enraged roar, and charged once more.
This isn't working. Too many openings.
We can't win like this. I need to cure the Death Knight of the poison, Lin Xiao muttered, frowning.
The problem was, he didn't have any antidotes for negative status effects. Purification.
At that moment, a cleansing light radiated from Lin Xiao's body, and the same light enveloped the Death Knight, dispelling the negative status.
Ningxue? Lin Xiao immediately looked toward Jiang Ningxue in the distance.
She had first cast purification on herself, then used her abundance for all talent to spread the effect to the entire team.
Nice work.
Lin Xiao gave her a thumbs up.
Death Knight, stomp. With its status restored, the Death Knight followed the command and stomped toward the wrathful serpent. 2500. 8900.
The wrathful serpent quickly retreated, but the Death Knight relentlessly pursued it, refusing to let it escape.
Keep pressuring it. Don't let it get away.
With the powerful talon-killing intense surge in play, as long as they could hold the wrathful serpent in place, they had a chance to deliver a fatal blow.
2500. 2500.
The Serpent of Wrath fought back while desperately trying to shake off its opponent's eerie tracking ability, but the Death Knight clung to it like a shadow, impossible to escape.
Finish it with the final strike. Successfully killed the abyssalized Serpent of Wrath, EXP plus 5000.
Talent death absorption triggered, attribute bonuses gained, Constitution plus 60,000, Strength plus 2,500, Intelligence plus 400, Agility plus 500, Magic plus 350, Spirit plus 730. After a tremendous effort, Lin Xiao finally managed to slay the Serpent of Wrath again, giving him a first-hand experience of the terror that abyssalized monsters could bring. At that moment, a white light surged out from within him, rushing straight to his forehead.
Congratulations! You leveled up to level 5.
You have obtained a summoned beast, Slime Knot. This was an exclusive perk for summoners, though Lin Xiao had no time to focus on it now. Although the Serpent of Wrath had been dealt with, Lin Xiao knew the real challenge was just beginning. He turned his gaze to the abyssal pillar before him, which was covered in cracks and faintly glowing with white light, as if it could activate at any moment. When the time came, the abyssal pillar would open on its own, whether Lin Xiao wanted it to or not. Condensation snow, stay back, just keep within healing range, Lin Xiao warned. He had life-saving skills, but Jiang Ningxue did not.
Moreover, she was the only healer present.
Though her healing capacity was limited, her purification spell might come in handy.
All right. Lin Xiao, be careful.
Here, take this. Jiang Ningxue handed Lin Xiao a high-grade recovery potion she had obtained from the first clear treasure chest.
High-grade recovery potion. Effect, instantly restores 2,000 health points. The description was straightforward.
Thank you. Lin Xiao accepted the potion, his eyes locking onto the glowing abyssal pillar.
Death Knight, open it.
The Death Knight obeyed, swinging its massive bone blade and hacking at the abyssal pillar, producing a sound like a wooden crate being split open.
Buzz.
A blinding light flashed, and a colossal figure emerged slowly from the abyssal pillar. It bore a single giant eye atop its head, its body a ghostly blue. Layers of fat hung from it like slabs of lard, covered in disgusting, wart-like protrusions.
Cyclopes, abyssal. Level, 10. Quality, rare.
Constitution, 100000.
Strength, 3000. Intelligence, 4000. Agility, 3000. Magic, 4000. Spirit, 5600. Skills, double hand slam, ghostly blue ray. So, this is an abyssal monster? Lin Xiao took a deep breath. This creature was even more insane than the abyssalized Serpent of Wrath. Whoosh! As soon as the Cyclops appeared, it locked its gaze on Lin Xiao. Its legs, almost obscured by its layers of fat, suddenly leapt into the air. So agile! Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise as he watched it. The Cyclops eye glowed blue, and it bypassed the Death Knight to fire a ray of light directly at him. Stick close. The Death Knight instantly appeared at Lin Xiao's side, intercepting the fatal blow.
4643-4344-4563. It was continuous damage. Lin Xiao's heart sank as he immediately realized these abyssal monsters were unlike ordinary creatures, they were far more cunning.
Suddenly, a nauseating stench filled the air. Before Lin Xiao could react, the Cyclops was already behind him. A feint! The thought had just crossed his mind when a whistling sound came from both sides. The Cyclops' massive hands slammed toward him. Double hand slam. 3,261. Lin Xiao's health bar instantly dropped to 0. Lethal damage received, triggering Grassland set bonus. Death Knight, undead charge. Lin Xiao quickly issued the command while hurriedly pulling out the high-grade recovery potion and drinking it. Boom! The Death Knight charged into the Cyclops, sending it flying like a massive ball of flesh and tumbling across the ground. 50-100 to 50-100, 10244. The Cyclops rolled several times before coming to a stop. Lin Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. If not for the Grassland set's effect, he would have been dead just now. People always said abyssal monsters were terrifying, but seeing one firsthand was several times worse than the legends. Death Knight, stomp. The Death Knight moved with lightning speed. The Cyclops tried to dodge but was pinned to the ground with a heavy stomp, letting out a low growl. 50-100 to 50-100, 10546. The Cyclops eye glowed blue again, preparing to fire another ray, but the Death Knight punched it back before it could. Its eye caved in, oozing blue blood. Within the range of killing intent wave, the Cyclops' health continued to drain while enduring the relentless attacks of the Death Knight. Its health plummeted like a rock falling off a cliff. 10,675, 5,000, Death Stare. The Cyclops was just about to counterattack when the Death Knight immobilized it. Successfully killed Cyclops, Abyssal, EXP plus 10,000. Obtained Cyclops Rotten Flesh X3, Fat X3. Abyssal Conquest successful. Within the range of killing intent wave, the Cyclops didn't last long before the Death Knight stomped its head into oblivion. Abyssal monsters really are powerful. Without the boosts from the Serpent of Wrath, this fight would have been much harder. The Death Knight had been strengthened twice from killing the Serpent of Wrath, otherwise, the Cyclops would have been nearly impossible to defeat. Ding! Host successfully repelled Abyssal Monster, achievement unlocked, first glimpse of the Abyss. First glimpse of the Abyss, all attributes plus 1%, Abyssal Monster Hate plus 1%, damage dealt plus 1%. This reward is barely anything, Lin Xiao muttered, before turning his attention to where the Cyclops had died. A treasure chest? Lin Xiao quickly approached. Clearing a dungeon had a chance to yield a treasure chest, but defeating an abyssal monster guaranteed one. Abyssal treasure chest, opening it offers a chance to obtain high-value treasures, but may also bring a curse. Abyssal items were always a double-edged sword. Though there was a risk of a curse, no one could resist the allure of an abyssal treasure chest. Because an abyssal treasure chest was guaranteed to contain an epic-grade item. With such a tantalizing reward, anyone would want to try their luck. Lin Xiao, you're amazing. You actually defeated an abyssal monster. Zhang Ningxue ran over excitedly. She hadn't expected Lin Xiao to be this strong. Could it be that summoners weren't weak after all, but rather an incredibly powerful class? I told you I'd carry you, didn't I? Lin Xiao said smugly. Zhang Ningxue nodded enthusiastically, looking like a starstruck fangirl. She glanced at the abyssal treasure chest nearby and urged, hurry up and open it. Let's see what's inside. There must be treasures in the abyssal chest. Lin Xiao nodded, all right. You have successfully opened the abyssal chest. You obtained the Bone Carver, epic. You obtained the Ghostly Staff, rare. You obtained a Universal Skill Book X1. Luck was on his side, as no curse had been triggered. Not only did he obtain an epic weapon, but also a Universal Skill Book. Bone Carver. Quality, epic. Level, 5. Usable by, summon creatures. Attributes, strength plus 500, constitution plus 1000. Effect, has a chance to trigger the Bone Carve effect upon hitting. Bone Carve, inflicts maximum damage equal to 10% of the target's current HP. It turned out to be a weapon specifically for summon creatures. And it was epic quality. Perfect for replacing the Death Knight's weapon. This saves me quite a bit of money. Constitution, 50006000. Strength, 197697. Lin Xiao handed the weapon over to the Death Knight. Now, even without activating Killing Intent Ripple, the Death Knight could effortlessly kill a level 10 normal monster in one hit. Lin Xiao then checked the stats of the other weapon. Ghostly Staff. Quality, rare. Level, 5. Usable by, mage, summoner, healer. Attributes, intelligence plus 50, spirit plus 80, mana plus 100. Effect, can summon 2 scouting ghosts, with shared vision, lasting for 3 minutes, cooldown, 60 seconds.
The attributes were average, and so was the effect. After all, it was only rare quality and couldn't compare to epic weapons. However, its ability to expand vision was still useful. Lin Xiao equipped the ghostly staff and then picked up the Universal Skill Book. The Universal Skill Book, as its name suggests, contains skills that can be learned by any profession.
Should I leave this skill book for you? Lin Xiao didn't use it immediately. Instead, he looked toward Jiang Ningxue beside him. He had already taken 2 weapons, so leaving this scroll for her wouldn't be an issue. I don't need it. You should use it quickly and see what skill it contains. Jiang Ningxue shook her head, urging Lin Xiao to try it without hesitation. All the abyssal monsters were defeated by you. I barely helped at all. Everything in the chest should rightfully be yours, she added. Lin Xiao scratched his head. All right then. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, Eye of Reconnaissance. Eye of Reconnaissance allows you to read the information of monsters 20 levels higher than yourself. This is an upgraded version of the detection skill. Detection was a mandatory skill for every profession, allowing players to view the information of monsters up to 10 levels higher than themselves. But Eye of Reconnaissance was stronger and more practical. I didn't expect opening a new dungeon to be this rewarding. I used to hear adults say that pioneering dungeons was a near-death experience, but it's not that hard after all, Jiang Ningxue said excitedly. Having secured the first clear rewards from the dungeon, she was now several levels ahead of others. This is just a beginner dungeon. After multiple test runs, the danger level is relatively low. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let us students attempt it, Lin Xiao replied. The challenge of pioneering lay in the complete lack of information about the dungeon. The exit portal appeared. Let's go. Yeah, let's head back and give the principal a little scare. Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue stepped through the portal and left the dungeon. As they departed, a surge of abyssal energy wafted from the dim abyssal pillar, coalescing into a dark shadow that coldly stared at the dungeon's exit. All the bait I laid out has been taken, and my carefully nurtured pet was killed. A human genius who can solo level 10 abyssal monsters at level 5 cannot be allowed to grow. He must be eliminated quickly. The shadow fixed its gaze on Lin Xiao's disappearing figure, muttered these words, and then dissolved into black smoke, returning to the depths of the abyss. Outside the dungeon, Deng Yu stood guard with his team at the entrance, his expression grim as they prepared to face abyssal monsters. But after 10 minutes, not a single sound was heard. What's going on? Based on the speed of abyssal spread, monsters should have already appeared by now. Why is there no movement? Deng Yu frowned. The sudden emergence of an abyss was already unusual. Its rapid spread was unprecedented. Normally, monsters should have poured out like a tidal wave, but none had come. Commander, someone's coming out. Finally. Everyone, prepare for battle. Deng Yu shouted loudly. The soldiers quickly took up combat positions, ready to open fire the moment any abyssal monsters appeared. Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue stepped out of the exit, only to be met with a battalion of magic spells and gun barrels aimed directly at them. Wasn't this formation a bit too grand? Wait, don't shoot. It's Lin Xiao. He's my student. Jiang Ming shouted anxiously, rushing into the crowd to stop them, worried that any stray fire would create a disaster. He's your student? Deng Yu paused, then quickly stepped forward to take a closer look at Lin Xiao. After confirming there was nothing wrong with him, he asked, "How did you get out? What about the abyssal monsters inside the dungeon?" "We killed the boss, and then we came out," Lin Xiao replied. "No, what I mean is, the dungeon has already been abyssalized, and the boss turned into an abyssal monster." "Under those circumstances, how did you manage to get out?" Deng Yu had indeed seen Lin Xiao's dungeon clear information, but with the sudden abyssal outbreak, he had only glanced at it briefly. "We pushed the abyss back, didn't we? And then we came out." Lin Xiao answered honestly. "Pushed the abyss back?" Those words made Deng Yu and Jiang Ming exchange glances, their eyes filled with incredulity. "Lin Xiao, you pushed back the abyss on your own?" Jiang Ming was stunned. How could a novice possibly push back the abyss? If word of this got out, no one would believe it. "Lin Xiao, don't joke around. How did you really get out? With so many abyssal monsters, how could you possibly handle them all on your own?" Jiang Ming's initial shock turned into a stern expression. He had seen the abyss with his own eyes and knew just how terrifying it could be. "Ha? The abyss has that many monsters?" "We only encountered 2, Jiang Ningxue asked in surprise. She knew of the abyss's existence but didn't know much about its details. "Only 2? Deng Yu and Jiang Ming looked at her in astonishment. There were indeed only 2. One was the dungeon boss, which was resurrected with abyssal power, the other was a creature from the abyssal pillar, Lin Xiao explained. He hadn't seen any other abyssal monsters. After hearing Lin Zhao's explanation, both of them were left dumbfounded. Was this still the abyss they knew?
Seeing their disbelief, Lin Xiao added, "Actually, abyssal monsters are pretty difficult to deal with.
I almost got killed. If I hadn't cleared out every monster in the dungeon, I probably wouldn't have made it. Clearing out all the monsters in the dungeon."
Deng Yu's mouth twitched.
Do you even hear how insane that sounds?
You two should go rest and undergo a checkup. Once the data is out, we'll have clarity. Deng Yu immediately arranged for someone to take Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue to rest.
Jiang Ming didn't intervene. After they left, he asked in a low voice, "Do you suspect they made a deal with the abyss?"
"Yeah, something like that," Deng Yu replied. "With their strength, it was absolutely impossible for them to escape the abyss dungeon on their own," Deng Yu said confidently in his judgment.
Ridiculous. Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue just became professionals, and the abyss is particularly targeting them? Or is it that they are extraordinarily gifted and managed to repel the abyss with their own power? If that's true, then it's fantastic. It means we have another genius in Daxia.
Deng Yu said no more. Everything depended on the results. If Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue were truly colluding with the abyss, he wouldn't hesitate, he would immediately step in to eliminate them. At this moment, a staff member approached and said, "Captain, the data has been compiled."
"All right. What about the abyss? What's the situation?"
Deng Yu asked as he received the report. "The abyss has indeed been repelled."
"Repelled? Really repelled?" Deng Yu was shocked. He quickly reviewed the data to confirm that the abyss had indeed been repelled and hadn't just disappeared on its own. It was true, Lin Xiao had repelled the abyss alone. Daxia had gained another genius.
Thinking this, Deng Yu turned to Jiang Ming with a serious expression.
"Principal Jiang, I need to discuss something important with you." Jiang Ming didn't hesitate and immediately refused. "Save it." "Not happening." The inspection dragged on until the evening. "You're really something, kid. You actually managed to repel the abyss. Interested in trying out for the Southern Sky Army? With your abilities, you'll definitely make it."
Deng Yu strode over to Lin Xiao, his face brimming with excitement. Daxia had produced another genius, and a summoner at that.
The potential was limitless. "The military even takes in summoners?" Lin Xiao asked in return. "It's not some useless profession.
As long as you have the strength, any class can join the Southern Sky Army." Deng Yu saw Lin Xiao's potential and believed that, with proper training, he would achieve great things in the future. Before Lin Xiao could respond, Jiang Ming hurried over, his voice arriving before he did.
"Captain Deng, we agreed no poaching. What are you doing?"
This guy had used the excuse of going to the restroom. Deng Yu had already been suspicious, and sure enough, his hunch was right, Jiang Ming had come to intervene. Thankfully, he had followed, or Deng Yu's plan might have worked. "Principal Jiang, I'm not poaching, I'm just asking about Lin Xiao's thoughts," Deng Yu said with a smile. "I've made it clear, Lin Xiao is going to take the Imperial Capital University entrance exam.
How can you let him join the military?"
"Even if he wants to join the military, he has to finish university first. If Lin Xiao joined the military now, his information would be classified, and the school wouldn't be able to use him to boost their reputation." Although they still had Jiang Ningxue as a figurehead, she was, after all, an auxiliary class. If a double S-grade talented summoner like Lin Xiao could get into Imperial Capital University, next year's admissions would undoubtedly soar. Especially since Lin Xiao, as a summoner, a so-called useless class, would be able to get into Imperial Capital University and had even repelled the abyss single-handedly. Once this news spread, the admissions would be through the roof. Therefore, Jiang Ming absolutely couldn't let Lin Xiao join the military now. "Principal Jiang, if Lin Xiao joins the Southern Sky Army, he'll get even better training."
"You can't waste his talent." Deng Yu tried to persuade him earnestly.
Such a good talent, he didn't want to let him go.
"Enough talk.
Let him decide for himself." Jiang Ming ignored Deng Yu's words and turned to Lin Xiao.
"Lin Xiao, do you want to join the military now, or take the Imperial Capital University entrance exam? Don't forget, you still need to compete against Li Qifa in the exam hall." Lin Xiao naturally understood Principal Zhong's intentions. Smiling faintly, he said, "Of course, I'll take the exam. As for joining the military, I have no plans for that at the moment." "Did you hear that?
It's Lin Xiao's own choice. I didn't pressure him," Jiang Ming said smugly.
Deng Yu shot him a glare. "Fine, I get it. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. I'll always be here." At this moment, Jiang Ningxue's inspection was also complete. She saw everyone gathered and instinctively asked, "What are you all talking about?" "Nothing much.
Captain Deng wanted me to join the military," Lin Xiao replied.
Jiang Ningxue was startled and quickly asked, "What? You're not taking the Imperial Capital University entrance exam anymore? Didn't we agree to take it together?"
"Don't worry. I have no plans to join the military for now," Lin Xiao reassured her. Hearing this, Jiang Ningxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Deng Yu took out 2 small boxes from his pocket and said, "I mentioned before that whoever gets the first clear reward for the dungeon would receive a special reward from me. These are for you too." Lin Xiao accepted the box and opened it. Inside were 2 dark green pills.
"These are experience pills.
Normally, each team member would receive one, but since your team only has 2 people, you both get them all," Deng Yu explained.
"Experience pills?"
Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled.
He had never heard of them before.
Consuming them doubles the experience gained. They are special items used by the military and aren't available for purchase externally, Deng Yu elaborated. The effect lasts for 3 dungeon runs.
Forced exits also count as 1 use.
Additionally, they're only effective for dungeons at level 20 or below, so there's no need to save them. Deng Yu carefully explained the usage instructions for the experience pills to Lin Xiao.
"What a treasure!" Lin Xiao's eyes lit up.
Although there were only 6 uses in total, they could significantly speed up his leveling.
After completing the dungeon inspection, Deng Yu left with his team.
The dungeon was cleared without issues and would soon be open to all professionals. After saying goodbye to Jiang Ningxue, Lin Xiao returned home. As soon as he stepped in, the sound of hurried footsteps came from inside.
It was Lin Yao. "Lin Xiao, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Didn't I say I was running a dungeon?"
Coming back late as normal, Lin Xiao replied, noticing the still-covered dinner on the table.
"You haven't eaten yet, even this late? I was waiting for you."
"If you didn't come back soon, I'd have worried something happened to you," Lin Yao said, a bit sulkily as she sat down. Having experienced their parents' tragedy, she always feared something might happen to Lin Xiao one day. Seeing him come home so late made her anxious.
"Don't worry. Your brother is strong, I'm not easy to harm. Come on, let's eat."
After dinner, Lin Yao's mood improved significantly. She started singing loudly, though her singing was completely off-key. Lin Xiao quickly found an excuse, saying he needed to train his summoned beasts, and escaped to his room to avoid the torment of her terrible singing voice.
Nighttime. Just past midnight. Talent Golden Legend activated.
Acquired new talent Big Eater, S grade. Big Eater, consuming items grants partial corresponding attributes.
"I can get stronger by eating?"
Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. This talent was somewhat similar to Death Absorption, but the difference was that the attributes from Death Absorption were temporary, while Big Eater seemed to provide permanent benefits. Lin Xiao immediately summoned the slime he had obtained not long ago. It was a summoned beast gifted to him upon reaching level 5, and it seemed to pair perfectly with this talent. Slime, race, adhesive creature, quality, common, level 3, 5.76%, Constitution, 30, Strength, 3, Intelligence, 3, Agility, 3, Magic Power, 3, Spirit, 3, Skill, Impact. Such weak stats, even weaker than the little skeleton from before, Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. This was already the stats for level 3, at level 1, it must have been even worse. It seems slimes can only show their true potential in worlds like the Slime Realm, capturing saints and defeating knights with no equal. Lin Xiao sighed, then granted the slime a talent. Talent Big Eater successfully bestowed. Slime's quality upgraded to legendary. Summoned creature enhanced, partial attribute feedback received.
Constitution +3. That's it? Just 3 points?
Lin Xiao waited for a while, confirming that even after upgrading to legendary quality, the slime had only received this minor enhancement. Looks like not all summoned creatures can grow strong like the Death Knight after gaining a talent.
Lin Xiao picked up the bouncy slime for a closer look.
Even with legendary quality, the slime still appeared clumsy and seemed as easy to defeat as a rookie.
Never mind, let's test this talent's effect first.
Lin Xiao took out a sharp wolf claw dropped in a dungeon and fed it to the slime. The slime wriggled its body, swallowing the claw bit by bit and beginning to digest it. Zzzzz, because its body was transparent, Lin Xiao could clearly see the wolf claw being slowly broken down.
Talent Big Eater triggered, Strength +1, Agility +1. Direct attribute increase.
Lin Xiao confirmed that the talent Big Eater was growth-oriented, permanently increasing attributes by consuming various materials. With this realization, Lin Xiao fed all the monster materials he had to the slime. Talent Big Eater triggered, Strength +200, Constitution +300, Intelligence +50, Agility +30, Magic Power +15, Spirit +5.
I love this talent.
Lin Xiao patted the slime's bouncy head.
Though the attribute gains each time were small, with enough food, its strength could reach terrifying levels. These are boss-level materials, let's see if they provide additional boosts. Lin Xiao took out the materials from the Furious Serpent, Venomous Fangs, Snake Skin, Snake Gallbladder, and Snake Meat. Boss drops were definitely stronger than regular monsters. Talent Big Eater triggered, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 1000, Agility plus 30, Poison Resistance plus 1%. This much? Lin Xiao exclaimed in shock. This poison resistance must come from consuming the venomous fangs. His excitement grew. In just half an hour, the slime's abilities had skyrocketed. Now for the abyss materials. Lin Xiao took out the materials dropped by the Cyclops. Initially planning to sell them to the Adventurers Guild at dawn, he changed his mind. Should be fine to eat, right? Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, knowing the risks of using materials from abyssal creatures. However, the hesitation didn't last long, and he decided to feed the abyss materials to the slime. The Cyclops decayed flesh. The slime devoured it without hesitation, starting the digestion process. Talent Big Eater triggered, Strength plus 400, Constitution plus 2000, Intelligence plus 300, Magic Power plus 200, Spirit plus 189, Abyss Resistance plus 1%. Holy crap, abyss creatures are insane. Lin Xiao exclaimed, the result far exceeding his expectations. He then took out the Cyclops finger and fat, feeding them to the slime all at once. Talent Big Eater triggered. The slime's attributes continued to soar, almost catching up to the Death Knight. As expected of an S-grade talent, Lin Xiao wanted to keep feeding it, but realized that all the materials were gone, leaving only 2 staffs. Can equipment be eaten? Lin Xiao took out a plain staff, feeding it to the slime. Talent Big Eater triggered, Intelligence plus 1, Magic Power plus 1. Lin Xiao was stunned. Next, he took out the Venom Fang staff. Talent Big Eater triggered, Intelligence plus 10, Magic Power plus 10, Skill acquired, Venom Fang. It can even learn skills. Lin Xiao exclaimed in delight. If he remembered correctly, Venom Fang was the special ability of the Venom Fang staff. Wow, it can absorb even the weapon's abilities. Lin Xiao lifted the slime, marveling at its potential. Here, try this bone blade. It was the weapon previously used by the Death Knight. Since it was no longer needed, it could serve as a snack for the slime. Talent Big Eater triggered, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 20. With everything consumed, Lin Xiao pulled a high school math textbook from the shelf. Can this be eaten? Talent Big Eater triggered, Learning high school math knowledge. Amazing. And this? Talent Big Eater triggered, Memorizing 300 Tang poems. Incredible, this talent is truly unbeatable. Lin Xiao kept feeding the slime until late at night, giving it several knowledge-filled books in hopes of making it smarter and less naive. However, the slime remained as adorably simple as ever. No matter how complex the outside world became, its pure nature remained unchanged. Slime, race, adhesive entity, quality, legendary, level 3, 5.76%, Constitution, 5000, Strength, 645, Intelligence, 409, Agility, 120, Magic Power, 160, Spirit, 230, Resistances, Poison Resistance 1%, Abyss Resistance 1%, Talent, Big Eater, Skills, Impact, Venom Fang. Who says slimes are weak? Dare let it crash into you? Lin Xiao looked at the skyrocketed attributes, immensely satisfied. With these stats, tackling high-difficulty dungeons should be no problem. Time to sleep. Tomorrow, let's test your power in a dungeon. Morning. Lin Xiao prepared breakfast and left a portion for Lin Yao. Just as he was about to head out, Lin Yao's door suddenly opened, and she walked out, still half asleep. Brother, if you come back late, remember to call. Lin Xiao froze, warmth filling his heart. She wasn't used to waking up early, so seeing her up at this hour was rare. Okay, I will, Lin Xiao nodded, then left the house. Today's destination was the Adventurers Guild. With the experience pills given by Captain Deng, they had to be put to good use. At the guild, Lin Xiao quickly completed the necessary procedures. Congratulations, your adventurer identity has been successfully registered. Completing posted tasks will help you level up faster. We wish you an early promotion to steel-ranked adventurer. The clerk handed Lin Xiao the documents and a specially crafted bronze token. This bronze piece symbolizes the identity of an adventurer. The bronze piece comes from a part of the temple and is connected to the Adventurers Guild. You can use it for simple trades and to post information, the lady explained its function. Alright, thank you, Lin Xiao replied as he carefully stored the item. Ding! Successfully became a novice adventurer and obtained the title Novice Adventurer. Novice Adventurer, all attributes plus 5%. Received a special reward. Special reward?
Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. This was his first time receiving a system reward.
Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Spirit Eye. Detected overlap between Spirit Eye and Eye of Detection. Would you like to fuse them? Fusion?
Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised and nodded. Fuse them.
Fusion complete.
Congratulations on obtaining the skill Abyssal Gaze. Abyssal Gaze can read information on monsters 50 levels higher than the user and identify hidden content. This is much stronger than the previous two skills, Lin Xiao exclaimed joyfully. Abyssal Gaze could also uncover hidden maps. Hidden maps often contained valuable treasures, though they were also highly dangerous. He headed to the potion shop to stock up on consumables before entering a dungeon. His battle with the furious serpent had taught him the importance of purification potions. If Jiang Ningxue hadn't appeared in time, defeating that boss would have been impossible. 20 bottles of low-level purification potions, 10 bottles of low-level recovery potions, this should be enough, he muttered. After swiping his card, his funds instantly dropped by a tenth. Though low-level, these potions weren't cheap. He then browsed for skill books, but the prices were staggering. He could only afford the cheapest control skill, Bubble, which he fed to his slime. After making his preparations, Lin Xiao proceeded to the quest board. This area not only provided various quests but also detailed information on all the dungeons near Dayan City. I can only enter dungeons for levels below 10. There are 3 at the highest level, and the most difficult one is. Lin Xiao operated the screen as he searched for a suitable dungeon, quickly locking onto a target.
The Dark Forest. The highest difficulty reached King level. Ha! No one has cleared the King level difficulty of this dungeon yet? That means the first clear reward is still available. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Having experience in pioneering dungeons, he understood how lucrative first clear rewards could be. Even the attribute bonuses alone were enviable. He swiftly reviewed the detailed information on the Dark Forest.
This dungeon was discovered 2 years ago.
The boss is a ferocious and agile bloodthirsty cat demon.
The difficulty is high, and there's a level restriction. No wonder no one has cleared it, Lin Xiao concluded after gaining a general understanding of the dungeon. Next, he opened the task list related to the Dark Forest. After a quick scan, he noted that most tasks involved material collection. These tasks didn't need to be officially accepted, submitting the materials directly would suffice to claim the rewards. Of course, there were also exclusive tasks. Once someone accepted these, others couldn't take them, and the rewards were usually much higher. However, Lin Xiao decided not to bother with those. His goal was to level up quickly and prepare for the Imperial Academy entrance exams. Passing through the teleportation portal, Lin Xiao arrived at the dungeon lobby. Here, one could directly enter any dungeon near Dayan City without having to physically travel to the site. For instance, a newly discovered dungeon in the western suburbs could connect to the lobby through technical means once it was opened, allowing instant access. This greatly facilitated players. Not only was it convenient, but this method also allowed better monitoring of dungeons, preventing potential abyssal corruption. Healer needed for hard mode group, starting immediately. Level 10 veteran player guiding you through level 10 dungeons, quick leveling for entrance exams. Gold group carrying newbies, private message for details. 200,000 gold to carry newbies through hard mode Dark Forest, level up like a rocket. New player discount. Buy 3, get 1 free. Limited spots, join now. As soon as Lin Xiao arrived, he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts, making the place feel like a bustling marketplace. Recently, with new players awakening their professions, everyone was preparing for the upcoming university entrance exams. Since leveling up was the first hurdle, many had started offering dungeon carrying services as a business. With copies, chartered teams, and upgrades, all kinds of options were available. I've really broadened my horizons, Lin Xiao sighed. Hey, young man, you're a freshman, right? My team has a spot left. I'll give you a discount, 80,000. Someone approached Lin Xiao, immediately recognizing him as a newbie. I don't like teaming up, Lin Xiao decisively refused, then selected a dungeon and prepared to enter. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and a 4-person team stumbled out of the dungeon exit in disarray. The Li family hired people to challenge the king-level Dark Forest. Again and failed. It seems no one can clear this difficulty. King-level difficulty is insane. Even the small monsters have 10,000 HP. Really? But why is the Li family so determined to clear this dungeon? Is there something special in it? Hearing the discussion about the Dark Forest, Lin Xiao also stopped and stood aside to listen.
I heard there's a special piece of equipment in the king-level dungeon. The Lee family wants to get it to give their kid more confidence for the Imperial Capital University entrance exam. Special equipment? What kind? What's its quality? Not sure. With such high difficulty, it's probably epic-level equipment.
Everyone was discussing the absurd difficulty of the dungeon. At this moment, Li Chifa walked over
to the team. Brother Hui, still no luck?
The man called Brother Hui shook his head.
The final boss is too tricky. Yeah, we thought this time was our best chance. We even reached the
boss without injuries, but the boss's mechanics are just too insane.
Sigh. The tank sighed. Li Chifa didn't blame them and encouraged, it's okay. I still have time. As long as we clear it before the Imperial Capital University entrance exam, it's fine.
Time was still on their side. Brother Hui shook his head. I can only try 2 more times at most.
I'm about to reach level 11, once I exceed level 10, I won't be able to enter the dungeon anymore. Hearing this, Li Chifa's face darkened. Brother Hui was the strongest under level 10, both in ability and combat awareness.
Otherwise, the family wouldn't have spent so much money hiring him to clear the dungeon. Li Chifa was about to console him when he suddenly felt someone staring at him.
Following the
gaze, he saw Lin Xiao and immediately showed a look of disdain.
Lin Xiao. Li Chifa's face turned grim.
Seeing the dungeon Lin Xiao had selected, he sneered, "What qualifications do you have?
To challenge the Dark Forest?"
Level 5, Lin Xiao replied calmly.
Level 5? As expected, you're trash. What? Level 5? How did you level up so fast? Li Chifa was shocked. From yesterday.
Until now, he had just reached level 2, yet this guy's leveling speed was far beyond his.
Lin Xiao didn't waste any more time with Li Chifa. After selecting the difficulty, he directly entered the dungeon. He really went in?
Li Chifa was stunned for a moment, confirming that Lin Xiao wasn't joking and had actually entered the Dark Forest dungeon.
Level 5 and he dares to enter the Dark Forest? His courage is outrageous. Hey, I bet he'll be out in just a few minutes. Didn't you notice? He went in alone.
The healer, who had just recovered, joined the discussion.
Alone? Brother Hui was taken aback.
Thinking back, Lin Xiao indeed went in alone. He shook his head and laughed. What a fool. The Dark Forest was one of the hardest dungeons under
level 10. Even on normal difficulty, it was tough to clear without teamwork.
The healer continued, I don't know if he's foolish, but he chose king-level difficulty.
King-level difficulty? Are you kidding me?
Li Chifa, Brother Hui, and the others were all stunned.
Charging into the king-level Dark Forest alone was practically a death wish. You must have seen it wrong. Going into the Dark Forest alone is already absurd enough. Choosing king-level difficulty?
You must be mistaken. Brother Hui waved his hand, clearly not believing it.
The healer took out her phone, operated it for a moment, and showed it to everyone. Take a look.
In the dungeon information, the king-level Dark Forest team had only one member, Lin Xiao.
How bold can he be? Li Chifa was in disbelief.
He had just changed professions a few days ago, yet he dared to challenge the king-level Dark Forest.
It was sheer madness. It can't be real, he must be deliberately putting on a show for us. He'll come out in a few seconds.
Li Chifa decided to wait for Lin Xiao to come out and give him a good laugh. Hui Gu and the others weren't in a hurry to leave either, staying behind to wait for Lin Xiao. After all, it would only take a few seconds, at most a minute, and wouldn't delay them for long.
The Dark Forest was gloomy and damp, shrouded in thick
fog that severely obstructed vision, creating an oppressive atmosphere.
Anyone timid would probably run away as soon as they entered.
As soon as Lin Xiao entered the dungeon, he summoned
the Death Knight and Slime.
Then, he took out an experience pill and swallowed it. Experience pill effect activated, double experience gained, remaining dungeon attempts, 2, let's work
together to take down one monster first, it'll make things much easier later.
Lin Xiao was well aware of the difficulty of the king-level dungeon.
A moment of carelessness could even lead to the Death Knight's demise.
However, the beginning was always the hardest. As long as he could take down the first monster and trigger the Death Drain talent, the subsequent battles would go
much smoother.
Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a sound came from the bushes. Lin Xiao looked over, and a line of text appeared before his eyes.
A cat demon is hiding in the bushes, preparing to ambush. Is this the Abyssal Ice skill? It's so useful.
Lin Xiao was surprised. He had thought it could only reveal information about high-level monsters or uncover hidden maps, but
He hadn't expected it to expose hidden enemies as well. So this is what it means to see through concealment.
Meow! A piercing cat cry rang out as a cat demon with orange long fur on its head and a brown body leapt out, its sharp claws radiating a chilling aura. Lin Xiao was already prepared. The moment the cat demon pounced, the Death Knight swung its bone cleaver. -785 -924. The bone cleaver's bone removal effect was triggered. Slime seized the opportunity and immediately launched an attack. Impact! Bang! -865 Death Knight, activate Killing Intent Wave. After forcing the cat demon back, Lin Xiao immediately activated Killing Intent Wave. Thump, thump. With the sound of a heartbeat, transparent ripples appeared beneath the Death Knight's feet. -5,000. -400. Seeing the damage numbers floating above the cat demon's head, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, this cat demon has 8,000 HP. As expected of king-level difficulty, even ordinary monsters had nearly 10,000 HP. Lin Xiao recalled the previous team of players who had failed the challenge. They had reached the boss point unscathed, showing they were strong, but the boss was
clearly no simple opponent. Death Knight, Undead Charge. Slime, Poison Fang Attack. The two pets coordinated, flanking the cat demon and blocking its escape route, ensuring it couldn't leave the Killing Intent Wave range. Meow! The cat demon let out a sharp cry, its body leaping rapidly into the air, claws swinging at the Death Knight mid-flight. -721 -732 -702. The Death Knight took the chance to swing its bone cleaver. -703 -500 -146. Basic damage combined with Killing Intent Wave and bone removal effects created a triple strike, instantly putting the cat demon into a near-death state. Slime, finish it off. Slime curled into a ball and suddenly sprang forward, slamming into the cat demon. -721 -500, successfully killed the dark cat demon, gained 6,000 experience, double, obtained cat demon claw *1, dark cat fur *1, talent death drain activated, strength plus 350, constitution plus 5,000, intelligence plus 100, magic plus 100, agility plus 250, spirit plus 40. Now, we've finally made it through the hardest stage. Lin Xiao revealed a slight smile. The Death Knight's strength had surpassed 1,000, making it much easier to deal with these cat demons. He first fed the cat demon claw and dark cat fur to Slime but didn't immediately delve deeper into the dungeon. Instead, he hunted nearby dungeon monsters. The experience pills effect was calculated based on dungeon completion, so there was no rush to finish the task. He needed to maximize the benefits. Dark Orchid Gentleman, quality, high, using Abyssal Eye. Lin Xiao discovered some herbs nearby and directly collected them to feed Slime, enhancing its strength. Talent Glutton activated, dark attribute control plus 0.1%, although the quantity isn't much, small gains accumulate, and change will eventually happen. Lin Xiao enthusiastically continued collecting herbs, crystals, and anything that could enhance the slime's attributes. He meticulously searched as if sweeping the ground. Although the Death Knight's buff effect was interrupted several times, the slime grew increasingly stronger, making it easier to defeat ordinary cat demons. Successfully killed Dark Cat Demon, Elite, EXP plus 8,000, double, congratulations on leveling up to level 6. A burst of white light surged from his body to the top of his head. Lin Xiao leveled up to level 6, and the Death Knight simultaneously reached level 6 as well. The slime was slightly slower, just reaching level 5. This is already the middle section of the Dark Forest. I can't explore as recklessly as before, Lin Xiao murmured. It was time to prepare for the boss battle. He instructed the Death Knight to face the Dark Cat Demon alone while sending the slime to lure monsters. At the same time, he activated the Ghost Staff's effect, releasing 2 scouting ghosts to search for enemies. From slow progression to sweeping through the area, Lin Xiao's pace quickened. Soon, he spotted a red figure in a patch of grass. Bloodthirsty Cat Demon, Boss, Level, 10 Quality, Rare Constitution, 80,000. Strength, 1,000. Intelligence, 500 Agility, 3,000 Magic, 400 Spirit, 260 Talents, Hemorrhage, Grade B, Bloodthirst, Grade A, Skills, Frenzied Blood Claw, Blood Shadow. These attributes are already comparable to low-level abyss monsters. Lin Xiao had encountered stronger monsters before, so he wasn't surprised by the Bloodthirsty Cat Demon. However, its 3,000 agility gave him a headache, it was too fast. What surprised him even more was its special talents. Hemorrhage, attacks will inevitably cause bleeding, lasting for 1 minute.
Bloodthirst. Attacking a bleeding target doubles the damage.
Attacks with bleeding effects? No wonder the previous team couldn't withstand its damage. High attack combined with high speed, defensive. Professions would struggle to endure even a few hits.
Meow, the drowsy bloodthirsty cat demon suddenly became alert, stood up abruptly, and issued a warning growl at Lin Xiao.
After just
a second's pause, it lunged forward. Its speed was astonishing. A blood-red shadow flashed by, followed by a second shadow.
Skill Blood Shadow. Only one clone? That's manageable. Lin Xiao
saw the two blood shadows attacking from both sides and remained calm, quickly issuing commands.
One for each. Roar!
The Death Knight launched Undead Charge, rushing toward the left.
Blood Shadow. The shadow was instantly shattered, it was a clone.
On the other side, the slime attacked, but the bloodthirsty cat demon nimbly leaped away.
After a mid-air double jump, it swiftly pounced on the slime.
-1300 -2600 -2600 The bleeding effect activated, and subsequent damage doubled.
Such high damage! Lin Xiao's pupils contracted as he immediately summoned Follow to teleport the slime back to his side.
That attack nearly killed the slime.
One strike dealt nearly 10,000 damage, enough to instantly kill any profession below level 10. It was absurd. Who could withstand that?
Lin Xiao quickly pulled out a recovery potion to heal the slime. Meow, seeing its target disappear, the bloodthirsty cat demon swiftly locked onto Lin Xiao and lunged at him with incredible speed.
Follow! Lin Xiao activated the skill again.
The Death Knight instantly appeared beside him, swinging its bone cleaver down fiercely.
Clang! The bloodthirsty cat demon blocked the blade with its claws.
Using the recoil, it performed a mid-air double jump and circled behind the Death Knight. 3 blood-red shadows flashed by.
-1120 -2240.
-2210 The Death Knight immediately counterattacked, stomping down hard.
Trample. -23,651 The Death Knight's hollow eye sockets glowed red. The bloodthirsty cat demon, just about to dodge,
suddenly froze, its fur standing on end as if it had seen something terrifying.
Death Gaze. -23,814 -4000 Another heavy blow landed.
The slime immediately unleashed the bubble control skill, giving the bloodthirsty cat demon no chance to counterattack. Speed was its greatest advantage. As long as it was controlled, the battle would become much easier. The bloodthirsty cat demon
struggled desperately. Just as it broke free from control, a bone knife flew straight toward it. Bang! It was blasted away like a cannonball, slamming hard into a tree trunk, which snapped in half with a loud crack.
24531-4000-400 successfully defeated the bloodthirsty cat demon. Boss, gained experience plus 20,000, double. Obtained cat demon claw *3, blood cat fur *5.
Congratulations on leveling up to level 7.
A beam of white light shot from Lin Xiao's body to his crown. The massive experience gained from defeating the boss directly leveled him up to level 7.
With plenty of experience left over.
Luckily, I had the slime learn a new skill, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to catch this cat demon. Lin Xiao truly felt the strength of the
bloodthirsty cat demon.
That failed team really wasn't without reason.
Congratulations on clearing the Dark Forest on King difficulty for the first time. Clear time, 6 hours 48 minutes gained.
Experience plus 50,000, first clear reward, first clear chest, King difficulty, *1, bloodthirsty equipment chest *1, all attributes plus 80. Congratulations on leveling up to level 8.
50,000 experience points. Lin Xiao was astonished, but what shocked him even more was the direct addition of 80 attribute points. First clear rewards are truly amazing. Now I can equip items
stronger than level 10 rare gear. Lin Xiao class, Summoner summon creatures, Death Knight, Slime level, 8, 0.5%, Constitution, 982 Strength, 227 Intelligence, 219 Agility, 220 Magic, 217 Spirit, 401 Talent, Golden Legend, Unique, Equipment, Grass Set, Ghost Staff Achievements, Summoner from Scratch, Glimpse into the Abyss, Novice Adventurer. His attributes now surpassed those of warriors and mages. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Xiao opened the bloodthirsty weapon chest. This should be the special equipment they mentioned. Special equipment can only be obtained in specific dungeons. Lin Xiao was curious about what kind of weapon it was, hoping it would suit him. Successfully opened bloodthirsty weapon chest. Detected class as Summoner, obtained equipment Blood Magic Staff, Unique. It actually distributes exclusive weapons based on class? That's amazing.
And it's a unique item, meaning no one else can get it.
Lin Xiao looked at the blood magic staff in his hand.
Blood magic staff quality, legendary attributes, constitution plus 1000, spirit plus 500 equipment effect, consumes half of the user's health. To summon blood demon, which inherits half of the user's attributes. For every 10 points of spirit, all attributes gain an additional 1 point boost. Legendary equipment, though 1 tier below epic, was already very powerful. Not bad, I like this equipment.
The equipment summons a blood demon based on the user's attributes. The higher the attributes, the stronger the blood
demon.
Lin Xiao immediately equipped the blood magic staff. Constitution 9821982 Intelligence, 219169 Magic, 217117 Spirit, 401821. Although the blood demon's stats weren't as strong
as the Death Knight and Slime, it could absorb damage and be very useful in critical moments. Moreover, with spirit now exceeding 800, the blood demon could gain an additional 80 plus points in all attributes.
Lin Xiao then opened another reward chest.
Opened first clear chest. Obtained Forging Stone *3, Enhancement Stone *10. Luck is average, I can't use these for now. Lin Xiao stored the items away.
Forging stones and enhancement stones can be used to improve equipment quality, and their market value is quite high. There's plenty of experience here, I can grind to level 10 and then challenge higher difficulty dungeons. Lin Xiao planned to return to replenish recovery potions before continuing his challenge in the Dark Forest.
With the help of
experience pills, reaching level 10 within 2 days wouldn't be a problem. Just as Lin Xiao was about to step through the portal, he suddenly stopped. Rubbing his eyes, he said in confusion,
"Am I seeing things?
Why are there 2 portals?" At this moment, a line of text appeared before his eyes.
Hidden instance discovered. A hidden instance?
Lin Xiao exclaimed.
When exploring instances, many players search for hidden maps.
However, hidden maps and hidden instances are different. Hidden maps are part of an instance, concealed in caves or canyons, containing
special monsters and treasure chests.
Hidden instances, on the other hand, are entirely new instances, untouched by anyone, presenting unknown challenges.
These hidden instances typically don't appear in the wild but are hidden within other instances, requiring special methods or mechanisms to unlock. Just like this hidden instance before him, the condition to unlock it was
to first clear the king-level Dark Forest.
Should I go in?
Lin Xiao hesitated. His current state wasn't great, the recovery potions he carried were already used up, leaving only purification
potions and no other supplies. I can go in and take a look first. I'm wearing the green grass set, which can keep me alive. If I encounter danger, I won't die immediately and can still exit the instance. Let's keep the first attempt simple and focus on exploration to prepare for the next time. Lin Xiao quickly organized his thoughts. This time, exploration would be the priority, with clearing the instance as a secondary goal. After preparing, Lin Xiao looked at the portal leading to the hidden instance and entered with the Death Knight and Slime. The scene rapidly rewound until darkness enveloped him.
When the darkness dissipated, Lin Xiao found himself standing before a sea of flowers. The flowers were vibrant and lush, growing tall,
almost as high as his chest.
Their thick stems and verdant leaves indicated that the soil here was extremely fertile.
Experience pill remaining uses. 1 nice scenery. Lin Xiao squinted slightly,
but beautiful places often hide danger. At this moment, however, he felt both excited and thrilled. In a sense, this was his first true attempt at clearing an instance. The previous dense forest didn't count as a true attempt since extensive testing had already been done to determine its difficulty. But this instance before him was completely unfamiliar.
With no
information about the instance, danger could arise at any moment, requiring him to stay highly alert. Such a tall sea of flowers must be a perfect hiding spot for monsters.
I can't rush forward blindly.
Lin Xiao switched out his blood magic staff for the ghost staff. He found the scouting effect of the ghost staff to be very practical. Just as Lin Xiao was about to release a scouting ghost, the flowers in front of him suddenly swelled into buds and sprayed pale yellow pollen. Lin Xiao accidentally inhaled the pollen and immediately felt dizzy, losing his sense of
direction. This pollen causes confusion.
Lin Xiao quickly drank a purification potion to remove the abnormal status, then distributed purification potions to the Death Knight and Slime.
I was too careless. I didn't expect these flowers to be dangerous too.
Lin Xiao stared at the flowers, and information appeared before him. Confusion flower, sprays pollen that causes
confusion. Weakness, fire. Fire attribute weakness? Unfortunately, I'm not a mage and don't have fire-based attacks.
I'll have the slime learn fire-based skills later to specifically deal with these confusion flowers. After noting this, Lin Xiao instructed the Death Knight to forcibly clear the nearby confusion flowers to prevent the pollen from continuing to affect them.
After
clearing a safe area, Lin Xiao released a scouting ghost to begin exploration. The scene from afar was transmitted back through the scouting ghost, and soon a monster appeared. It had fiery red fur draped over its head, a slender figure, and its flame-colored fur resembled blazing fire.
A cat demon?
Lin Xiao hadn't expected to encounter a cat demon in the new instance.
Could this instance be related to the Dark Forest? Unlocking the hidden instance required clearing the king-level Dark Forest first, so there might indeed be a connection. Too bad the Abyssal.
I can't use the scouting ghost to view detailed information about the monster, otherwise, I could gauge its strength.
The scouting ghost could only transmit visuals and couldn't share other abilities.
Lin Xiao didn't linger for long, as the scouting ghost could only exist for 1 minute. Just as he was about to explore other areas, the fiery cat demon suddenly moved, using its sharp claws to directly attack the scouting ghost. One scouting ghost was destroyed, and Lin Xiao immediately controlled another scouting ghost to retreat quickly. As he left, Lin Xiao caught a glimpse of the crimson flame cat demon's claws slashing out flames.
Before he could react, boom, a violent explosion erupted.
Lin Xiao's ears instantly went deaf, and the fiery
wave from the blast engulfed him.
Sustained fatal damage, green grass set triggered survival effect. Slime has died, cannot be summoned for 24 hours.
What's going on? After the explosion, with the aftermath still lingering, Lin Xiao quickly stood up.
In front of him was a sea of raging flames. I didn't expect the chaos flower to explode so terrifyingly.
Lin Xiao felt a lingering fear.
The slime was instantly killed, and the Death Knight was heavily injured. If it weren't for the survival gear, he would have been dead too.
Everything happened so fast, there was no time to react.
At this moment, Lin Xiao saw the crimson flame cat demon not far away, climbing up and shaking off the dirt on its body. It was the same cat demon from earlier.
Such
a violent explosion didn't kill it, it seemed to have only suffered minor injuries. Crimson Flame Cat Demon Quality, Common Level, 12 HP, 6000 Strength, 697 Intelligence, 143 Agility, 500 Magic, 265 Spirit, 110 Talent, Flame Resistance, Grade B, Skills, Flame Claw, Frenzied Claw. As Lin Xiao gathered information, the Crimson Flame Cat Demon also noticed his presence. With a fierce roar, it suddenly lunged toward him. Just as it pounced in front of Lin Xiao, ready to tear him apart, a large number floated above its head.
-8,000 successfully killed Crimson
Flame Cat Demon, EXP plus 2000, double, obtained Crimson Flame Cat Demon Claw *3, Crimson Flame Cat Fur *3. This was the fixed damage from Killing Intent Wave, instantly killing the Crimson
Flame Cat Demon.
Soon, more Crimson Flame Cat Demons emerged, including elite ones with double HP. There wasn't a single one when I entered, now they're all coming out? Lin Xiao remained
calm.
Seeing so many monsters, he decisively chose to exit the dungeon.
Forced exit from the dungeon will deduct 50% EXP. Confirm exit? Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately clicked exit.
He had already suffered a major loss upon entering, the Death Knight's HP was halved, the slime was killed, and the survival skill of the green grass set was triggered.
Staying any longer would mean certain death.
As for the 50% EXP deduction, he didn't care, he could quickly make up for it. I'll be back sooner or later.
With that, Lin Xiao disappeared instantly. In the dungeon lobby,
Li Qifa and Brother Hui, along with 2 others, were waiting for Lin Xiao to come out, ready to mock his stubbornness face to face. But after a minute passed, Lin Xiao still hadn't emerged.
If they hadn't
seen that there was still a team in the king-level Dark Forest, they would have suspected Lin Xiao had already died inside.
It's been almost 7 hours, what's the point of hiding for so long? Li Qifa said irritably. He didn't
believe Lin Xiao could clear the dungeon.
Forget clearing it, he couldn't even fight the monsters. He was definitely hiding inside, wasting time. In high-difficulty dungeons, monsters actively seek players, there's no way to hide, Brother Hui said.
Even if you could hide, hiding for 7 hours would require a master, the healer added. At that moment, the electronic screen suddenly displayed a clearance message.
Anonymous first clear of king level. Dark Forest. Clearance time, 6 hours 48 minutes. As the message appeared, the dungeon lobby fell silent. Everyone stared at the screen in disbelief. Li Qifa and Brother Hui were even more shocked, their mouths agape. Although
It showed as anonymous. They knew deep down that the person who could solo clear the king-level dark forest was Lin Xiao. Li Qifa's face turned ashen, as if he had swallowed something bitter. Impossible, how could that sewer-level summoner clear such a difficult dungeon? He must have cheated. Surely Jiang Ningxue helped him, gave him a powerful summoning skill book, relying on a woman's connections. Trash. Li Xiao? You know him? Brother. Hui asked. They were hired by the Li family, and the Li family's status in Nantian province was significant, so calling him Li Xiao was appropriate. Earlier, I thought the two were just having a minor disagreement, but it seems the grudge runs deep. Li Qifa's expression turned serious. Lin Xiao is a sewer summoner. Summoner? Brother Hui was surprised, as were the healer and the others. In the summoner profession, unless your family has countless mines, you can't afford it. At the entrance of the Dark Forest portal, many professionals were waiting to see which team had cleared the king-level dungeon. Did someone really clear the king-level Dark Forest? I went in once, and felt like no one could pass that place. Agreed. Is it Zhang Hui's team? They've been challenging this dungeon recently. It's not them, they came out long ago. Someone else cleared it. Amazing, I didn't expect there to be such skilled players here. The professionals were discussing fervently, and the news reached the president of the Adventurers Association. Someone cleared it? The president was shocked upon hearing the news because he knew how difficult the king-level Dark Forest was. For a team below level 10, clearing it was almost impossible. But now, someone had done it. Channeling, get ready. I want to properly welcome this team. I arranged everything as soon as the news came out. Now we're just waiting for them to emerge. Moments later, Lin Xiao walked out of the portal and was startled to see a crowd gathered around. They're out. That team is out. Someone shouted excitedly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Ha! Why is there only one person? Soon, they noticed that there were no other team members behind Lin Xiao, and they were puzzled. It's not him. Several teams are challenging the Dark Forest. He might be a member of one team who chickened out and left early. Let's wait and see. A sharp-eyed person glanced at Lin Xiao and concluded he wasn't the one who cleared the king-level dungeon. So that's it. Got my hopes up for nothing. The excited crowd lost interest as soon as they realized Lin Xiao wasn't the one who cleared the dungeon. Lin Xiao quickly left upon seeing this. Before he could get far, Li Qifa and Brother Hui blocked his path. What do you want? Lin Xiao thought to himself, is this guy really waiting here for me to come out? He must be looking for trouble. Lin Xiao, I thought you had some skills, but it turns out you're just a useless guy relying on women. Without Jiang Ningxue's powerful summoned beast, you're nothing. I thought you could compete with me, but it seems you're not even worthy. Li Qifa sneered provocatively. He couldn't understand why Jiang Ningxue would like such a useless sewer summoner. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Li Qifa, as a rich kid, you actually say such foolish things. If a summoner has a powerful summoned beast below level 10, can they still be called a sewer profession? If you lack skill, don't blindly question others. If your technique is poor, practice more. Lin Xiao initially didn't want to engage, but Li Qifa kept causing trouble and throwing out sarcastic remarks, as if he thought Lin Xiao was an easy target. Coupled with the fact that he had just failed to clear a hidden dungeon and his slime had died, Lin Xiao was already frustrated. So he decided to fight back directly. Li Qifa's face turned red with anger, but he couldn't find a way to refute. Brother Hui glanced at Li Qifa and thought his brain wasn't working properly. No matter how strong a summoned beast is, it couldn't clear the king-level Dark Forest alone. There must be some secret behind it. Clearing a level 10 king-level dungeon is no big deal. Once I level up, I can do it too. Li Qifa said, his face red, before storming off in a huff. The healer watched Li Qifa's departing figure and couldn't help but comment, is this the Li family's young master? He looks good on the outside, but once you interact with him, he's just average. The guards and mage nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao, you're Lin Xiao, right? I have some questions for you. Brother Hui saw Lin Xiao about to leave and quickly called out to him. Li Qifa has already left. Why aren't you lackeys leaving? Too? Lin Xiao's tone was unfriendly because they had come with Li Qifa, so he assumed they were on the same side. There's a misunderstanding. I'm only hired by the Li family to help clear the dungeon. You can just call me Brother Hui. Brother Hui calmly explained his relationship with Li Qifa, unfazed by Lin Xiao's attitude. Lin Xiao nodded. What do you want to ask? I want to know how you defeated the boss. It definitely wasn't by ordinary means. You must have a trick, right? Huiga asked eagerly, then added, I can pay 100,000 for your strategy.
What do you think? 100,000? Lin Xiao was a bit surprised at the other party's generosity. After considering for a moment, he replied, deal. The two quickly completed the transaction. After confirming the payment, Lin Xiao said, the bloodthirsty cat demon has high damage and speed, but its control resistance is weak. As long as you control it and follow up with skills, it's easy to take down.
There wasn't really any special trick, he just described the process of fighting the bloodthirsty cat demon.
Control and skill chaining. Hui Gu recalled his team's experience fighting the bloodthirsty cat demon.
If they had a few more control skills, they might have actually won.
You're right, I wasn't well prepared. In the past, they relied on the tank's taunt while the mage and
he dealt damage, which was almost invincible, but this time they suffered a loss.
I have another request. Go ahead. Take on the Li family's commission. Besides challenging the dungeon, I also want to see what that special equipment looks like, Hui Gu said frankly. All right. Lin Xiao didn't refuse. He felt that teaching someone how to fight a boss wasn't worth 100,000, so he had gotten the money for nothing. Since the other party wanted to see the equipment, there was no harm in showing it. It couldn't be stolen anyway. Lin Xiao took out the blood magic staff, a staff as crimson as blood, which was very striking. Is this the special weapon from the dungeon? Hui Gu looked at the blood-red staff in Lin Xiao's hand, surprised.
It felt a bit different, but the name and color indicated it dropped from the Dark Forest dungeon.
It seems different from what I've heard. Different? Lin Xiao was stunned. Could it not be this?
It said that it's not a weapon. Hui Gu shook his head in denial. No one has actually seen the special equipment, everyone is just speculating.
Now that you've obtained it, it proves that it is indeed a weapon.
After bidding farewell to Hui Gu and the others, Lin Xiao arrived at the materials market.
A professional's income mainly came from materials and equipment dropped by monsters, followed by various commissions.
Lin Xiao planned to exchange the materials for money, then upgrade his equipment before challenging the hidden dungeon.
The terrifying explosive damage of the Chaos Flower wasn't unsolvable.
As long as he recalled the Death Knight to the summoning space and used the Scout Ghost to lure the Crimson Flame Cat Demon to attack, he could take the explosive damage himself. With the powerful life-saving ability of the Green Grass set, he definitely
wouldn't die from the explosion.
Sir, would you like to sell directly, list for sale, or auction? A man in a standard suit saw Lin Xiao approaching and asked warmly.
What's the difference?
Lin Xiao was selling materials for
the first time and wasn't familiar with the process.
Direct sale means the association buys your materials at market price, and you get the money immediately without waiting. Listing for sale allows you to set your own price, and the materials will be placed in the market area.
Once sold, the association takes a 1% handling fee. For auctions, you set a minimum price and an increment amount for each bid.
The auction lasts 24 hours, and a 5% handling fee is charged upon sale. If no one buys it, the item is returned to you without a fee, the gentleman explained patiently.
Direct sale, Lin Xiao decided. He was in a hurry and didn't want to wait too long. He took out
all the materials he had collected in the dungeon, including those from the bloodthirsty cat demon, since the boss could be farmed again. Sir, I'll now sort and count the materials for you. The man quickly categorized the items. Having worked here for many years, he could tell the quality of materials at a glance. When he picked up the bloodthirsty cat demon's materials, he paused slightly.
Cat demon claws? Such a strong bloody smell. I've never seen this before. And this cat fur. The gentleman showed a puzzled expression, then suddenly thought of a dungeon and hurriedly asked Lin Xiao, are these materials from the king-level Dark Forest boss? Yes, is there a problem? No, no problem.
The gentleman seemed a bit excited, because the king-level Dark Forest dungeon has been open for 2 years, and no one has cleared it yet. The fact that this person managed to obtain materials
indicates.
He began to look at Lin Xiao with a different perspective. Clearing the king-level Dark Forest means that he or his team possesses extraordinary strength. The gentleman's attitude became serious. Sir, we'll offer you 1 million for these materials.
1 million?
Lin Xiao hadn't expected these materials to be so valuable. No wonder combat professions make money quickly, the speed is truly astonishing.
Deal. Lin Xiao nodded. Also, I want to find a skill book for control skills.
The longer the control duration, the better.
A skill book for control skills. The gentleman noted the request. No problem. Do you have any other conditions? For example, level restrictions? Skills that can be learned below level 10, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said. After all, he was only level 8, and the slime was only level 7, high-level control skills couldn't be learned. Alright, please wait a moment. There are drinks here, feel free to have some if you're thirsty. After speaking, the gentleman turned and left. The service is pretty good, even providing free drinks. Lin Xiao picked up a can of cola and started drinking. Halfway through the cola, he received a notification that the money had been transferred. Not long after, the gentleman reappeared. Sir, here are the skill books you requested. He placed 2 skill books in front of Lin Xiao. Thorn Prison Quality, Rare creates a plant cage under the enemy's feet, lasting for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Electric Shock Thunder Quality, Rare releases a strong thunderbolt, paralyzing the enemy for 1.5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. The effects of the 2 skill books were similar. Not bad, I'll take both. The slime's talent allowed it to learn any skill. Having one more skill book meant one more source of strength. How much for these 2? Lin Xiao asked. No charge, the guild leader said they're a gift for you. The guild leader? A gift? Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. Truly a young hero, I didn't expect such a young man to be part of the team that cleared the king-level Dark Forest dungeon. A middle-aged man walked over, smiling. Hello, Lin Xiao, I am Zhang Zhan, the president of the Dawn City Adventurers Association, and this is Vice President Chen Ling. Thank you for clearing the king-level Dark Forest dungeon. Would you be interested in having a chat? The president warmly invited him. Lin Xiao felt the powerful aura emanating from him. This president was likely a warrior, around level 40. Sure. Lin Xiao nodded. Since it was the president's invitation, he couldn't refuse. In the meeting room, Zhang Zhan and Chen Ling sat waiting for a while, noticing no one else had entered. They couldn't help but ask, Lin Xiao, where are the other members of your team? Team? What team? Lin Xiao looked puzzled. Didn't you tell us there were others? Or are they busy and couldn't come? Oh, Lin Xiao finally understood what the president and vice president were waiting for. He had thought other association members would come, but it turned out they were waiting for him. No, it's just me. Zhang Zhan and Chen Ling were stunned, finding it hard to believe. Just you? My team consists of only me. Just you? Zhang Zhan looked at him in shock, then quickly realized, you cleared the king-level dungeon solo? Chen Ling was also stunned. Solo? That dungeon could be cleared solo? For a moment, the two were at a loss. They had assumed it was a team that cleared the king-level dungeon, but it turned out to be completed by a single person. This news was too shocking. Zhang Zhan composed himself and asked, Lin Xiao, what is your profession? Summoner. Summoner? The two were completely dumbfounded, unable to believe it. A summoner clearing a dungeon? And solo clearing a king-level dungeon? President, why did you call me here? Lin Xiao directly got to the point. He still had other dungeons to clear. Zhang Zhan suppressed his inner shock and solemnly said, first of all, thank you for clearing the king-level Dark Forest dungeon and helping us solve a major problem. Problem? What kind of problem would arise if it wasn't cleared? There is one. If a dungeon is not cleared for a long time, it will gradually become more dangerous. Clearing the dungeon here means completing all difficulty levels. The Dark Forest is particularly complex. With the addition of the king-level difficulty and level restrictions, clearing it becomes extremely challenging, Zhang Zhan said with a serious expression. Only professionals below level 10 can enter, but level 10 is just the starting point. Clearing the king-level difficulty is extremely hard. Yet now, someone has done it, and soloed it. Lin Xiao, you've solved a big problem for the association. Tell me what you want, as long as it's not excessive, I can fulfill it. Anything he wants? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. What does he lack the most right now? Of course, equipment. He rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, President, I've spent all my money on raising summoned beasts, so I can't afford armor, so... Zhang Zhan immediately understood his meaning. That's no problem, I'll give you a set directly. Armor set? Zhang Zhan said helplessly, sets are extremely precious and rare. The association doesn't even have a complete set, so don't think about it. Oh. Lin Xiao was a bit disappointed but quickly added, then just give me armor that can be worn below level 10 with higher attributes. The higher the attributes, the stronger the blood demon summoned by the blood magic staff, providing more security when entering hidden dungeons. No problem. Zhang Zhan nodded and immediately instructed Chen Ling to prepare it. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao left the meeting room satisfied, not expecting such a big windfall this time. Lin Xiao profession.
Summoner summoned beasts, Death Knight, slime level, 8, 0%, Constitution, 5425 strength, 602 intelligence, 341 agility, 131 magic, 309 spirit, 805 talent, golden legend, unique, skills, abyssal eye, summon follow equipment. Green grass set, blood magic staff, bully's leg guards, achievements, summoner starting from 0, glimpse of the abyss, novice adventurer with my current attributes, the combat power of the summoned blood demon is
not low. This also compensates for the slime's inability to fight.
Zhang Zhan watched Lin Zhao's departing figure inside. Our great city is finally going to produce a genius.
But Chen Ling was less optimistic and reminded, he's a summoner. You know, the more summoned beasts a summoner has, the harder it is to level up.
Zhang Zhan still had high hopes for Lin Xiao. It's challenging, but he has other development paths.
Difficult.
At the entrance to the Dark Forest teleportation gate, Lin Xiao found a large group of players waiting for him to come out. Lin Xiao had no idea what they wanted.
Ha! That team isn't inside anymore. When did they come out? Why didn't we see them? Did they exit from somewhere else?
Someone, unable to wait any longer, checked the dungeon information and found that the team was no longer inside the dungeon.
Impossible, we've been guarding here the whole time. Look! Someone went in, and it's a solo entry into the king-level Dark Forest. Is he crazy? He seems to be the one who just came out of there.
Someone vaguely recognized Lin Xiao.
No way, is he really going to solo the king-level Dark Forest? It's been 5 minutes, and he hasn't come out yet. Is he really soloing inside?
3 hours later, the information on the screen updated again, shocking everyone.
Anonymous cleared the king-level Dark Forest. Clear time, 3 hours 05 minutes.
Holy crap, the record has been broken.
Last time, it was this guy who cleared it too.
Everyone finally realized that the person who entered the dungeon alone was the one they had been looking for all along.
Wait, does this mean he soloed the king level last time too? Damn!
Oh my god, soloing the king level Dark Forest. I never thought I'd see something like this in my lifetime.
Dark Forest, boss room.
Although the first clear rewards were gone, and experience and rewards were greatly reduced, still, Lin Xiao stared at the blood-red treasure chest in his hand, lost in thought. A blood weapon treasure chest, yes, after defeating the bloody cat demon, he obtained this bloody weapon chest.
Is this a fixed reward?
Lin Xiao was full of doubt.
If that's the case, the special equipment in the dungeon isn't actually bloody weapon. Lin Xiao looked toward the entrance of the hidden dungeon. Is the special equipment inside the hidden dungeon? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense.
After all, only by clearing the king-level Dark Forest would
the entrance to the hidden dungeon open, which explained a lot.
Looking at the chest in his hand, Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and tried to open it. Detected that you already possess the same profession's blood magic.
Staff, duplicate weapons cannot be obtained. Upon opening, a random weapon will be granted. Confirmed to open? Just as I guessed. Lin Xiao cancelled the opening. Selling this bloody weapon chest would definitely fetch a good price.
After all, it could provide corresponding weapons based on the profession.
Suddenly, Lin Xiao had an idea. If I collect all the weapons for every profession, will the bloody weapon chest still appear? Warrior, Guardian, Mage, Assassin, Priest, Summoner.
6 basic professions, each capable of branching into different paths and styles based on talent. It's worth a try, this chest isn't cheap. Lin Xiao stored the item, recalled the Death Knight back into the summoning space, and then stepped into the hidden dungeon's teleportation portal. After the darkness, a sea of flowers came into view, with a strong floral fragrance that was breathtaking.
The seemingly beautiful flowers concealed deadly destructive power. The feeling of being blasted is really unpleasant, but there's no choice.
Lin Xiao switched to the ghost staff, released a scouting ghost, and lured out the crimson flame cat demon.
Boom!
The violent explosion sent Lin Xiao flying, his internal organs feeling as if they had been churned. The sensation was truly uncomfortable. Sustained fatal damage, grass suit triggered.
Lin Xiao quickly got up.
Immediately summoned the Death Knight, and took out a recovery potion to restore his health to a safe range. As soon as the Death Knight appeared, several crimson flame cat demons pounced, their sharp claws gleaming coldly. The bone knife blocked the attack and then activated, killing intent wave. The crimson flame cat demons' health bars instantly emptied. These ordinary monsters couldn't withstand the fixed damage of killing intent wave.
Successfully killed crimson flame cat demon, EXP plus 500. Successfully killed crimson flame cat demon, EXP plus 500. Successfully killed Crimson Flame Cat Demon, EXP plus 500. Lin Xiao didn't use the EXP pill. Since the dungeon had a level cap, only professions below level 10 were allowed to enter. Leveling up too quickly would prevent further exploration of this hidden dungeon. After clearing out the Crimson Flame Cat Demons, Lin Xiao consumed half of his health to summon the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon inherited half of his attributes, serving as a damage supplement. Fighting his way into the depths of the Flower Sea, Lin Xiao soon discovered a cat demon that made him grit his teeth in hatred. Green fur, gray body, completely different from the surrounding Crimson Flame Cat Demons. Green Plant Cat Demon, Elite, Level, 10, Quality, Rare, Constitution, 10,000, Strength, 1,500, Intelligence, 645, Agility, 234, Magic Power, 400, Spirit, 56, Skill, Planting. The Green Plant Cat Demon walked upright, its claws making strange gestures, and suddenly a small patch of chaotic flowers grew on the ground, their blossoms full and enticing. So you're the culprit. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. Last time, he hadn't figured out the situation and was blasted, forcing him to exit the dungeon. This time, although he was well prepared, he still got blasted, and the feeling was extremely unpleasant. Now that he had found the culprit, how could he let it go? Old and new grudges, all to be avenged. Death Knight, take it down. Successfully killed Green Plant Cat Demon. Gained EXP plus 2000, obtained Green Plant Cat Demon Claw *5, Cat Fur *10, Green Plant Cat Demon Chest *1, Talent Death Drain triggered, Strength plus 200. The Green Plant Cat Demon's attack power wasn't strong, apart from being able to spawn chaotic flowers, it was almost no different from other cat demons, perhaps even weaker. Ha! This cat demon can drop a chest? Lin Xiao was surprised and immediately opened the chest. Obtained Cat's Eye Bead. Cat's Eye Bead increases confusion resistance by 5% when consumed. Resistance boost? Not bad. Lin Xiao used it immediately. Moving forward, he passed through the sea of flowers and came upon a forest. But Lin Xiao didn't step in, because these trees weren't real trees at all. Tree Spirit Level, 10 Quality, High Constitution, 20,000 Strength, 200 Intelligence, 100 Agility, 50 Magic, 80 Spirit, 60 Skills, Camouflage Ambush, Vine Whip High Health, but the other stats are average. These tree spirits were pure tanks. Lin Xiao noticed the ground was covered with roots and stems. These are traps set by the tree spirits, but they're useless against me. The Death Knight charged forward, and even when it triggered the traps, it was like a mere tickle. Sweeping through, the tree spirits were cut in half, and the Blood Demon finished them off. Successfully killed Tree Spirit, EXP plus 100. Successfully killed Tree Spirit, EXP plus 100. Successfully killed Tree Spirit, EXP plus 100. This dungeon is so easy, but the EXP is too little. Is this a reward-type dungeon? Lin Xiao was enjoying the fight, but the experience gain was minimal. Dungeons come in many types, and reward-type dungeons are the most favored by professional players. Bang! Suddenly, the Blood Demon was sent flying. It had stepped on a tree spirit's trap, and the power of it was something Lin Xiao had never seen before. Ha! This pitch black one is also a tree spirit? Black Tree Spirit Level, 10 Quality, High Constitution, 30,000 Strength, 250 Intelligence, 100 Agility, 60 Magic, 80 Spirit, 60 Talent, Stubborn, C-Grade, Skills, Camouflage Ambush, Vine Whip much stronger than the regular tree spirits, and it even has an additional talent bonus. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. Stubborn increases Constitution by 50%. Although its Constitution was boosted, the other stats were still mediocre, only making the Death Knight swing a few more times. Successfully killed Black Tree Spirit, EXP plus 200. Obtained Black Tree Root *2. The EXP was double that of a regular tree spirit. During the subsequent hunts, Lin Xiao didn't encounter any more black tree spirits, indicating they were very rare. Strange? I've been killing for so long, why am I still in this forest? How big is this place? Lin Xiao suddenly felt something was off. He estimated he had been wandering here for at least 2 hours but still hadn't exited the forest, as if he were going in circles. Looking back, he saw another large group of tree spirits behind him. Lin Xiao frowned. Hadn't he already killed them all? Where did these tree spirits come from? However, these tree spirits didn't attack him, they just stood there quietly, like real trees. Just as Lin Xiao was puzzled, he noticed one of the tree spirits starting to move. That tree spirit quietly ran behind him and then rooted itself in place, without any intention of attacking. Are they deliberately confusing my sense of direction?
Lin Xiao immediately understood. If he kept following and killing these tree spirits, he would keep circling in the same area and never find a way out.
I didn't expect these tree spirits to be so cunning. Death Knight, charge in one direction.
Lin Xiao came up with a simple and direct solution, choosing a direction and charging straight ahead.
Sweeping through, the Death Knight's blade was nearly dulled from all the cutting.
Finally, Lin Xiao saw another black tree spirit. This time, there wasn't just one, but an entire group. Soon, he found himself in a forest made entirely of black tree spirits. I thought black tree spirits were rare, but it turns out there's a whole bunch hidden here. The one I encountered earlier was the right direction, but I got misled afterward. Lin Xiao smiled and began a frenzied slaughter.
Successfully killed black tree spirit, EXP. Plus 200. Successfully killed black tree spirit, EXP plus 200. Successfully killed black tree spirit, EXP plus 200.
Boom! Suddenly, Lin Xiao heard heavy footsteps. A giant black tree spirit, several times larger than the others, charged forward and sent the blood demon flying. This black tree spirit looks fierce, holding a small sapling in its right hand and wielding a massive torch in its left, resembling a 1,000-year-old tree demon.
Torch tree spirit.
Elite, level, 12 quality, rare constitution, 50,000 strength, 1,500 intelligence, 900 agility, 134 magic, 800 spirit, 78 talent, stubborn old fool, grade A, skills, fire spit, torch consumption, spores, life absorption.
This isn't a boss? It's just an elite monster? Its aura could easily make it a boss in other dungeons.
The torch tree spirit roared and charged at the Death Knight, but the Death Knight showed no fear, didn't even dodge, and directly stabbed with the bone knife. Minus 24,561 to 8,001 strike heavily injured the torch tree spirit. Roar! The torch tree spirit roared, threw the torch in its hand into its mouth, and the next second, its entire body
ignited. 321-321-321 What's going on? Is it self-harming? The torch tree spirit's actions shocked Lin Xiao. But seeing its attributes soar, Lin Xiao realized it had entered a berserk state. Soon, the surroundings became increasingly hot. This is bad. Boom! A row of flames suddenly spewed out, instantly covering the entire area.
1,000-1,000-1,000 Lin Xiao's health was gradually burned away by the flames.
Blood demon has died. The blood demon
couldn't withstand the continuous burning of the flames and was eventually burned to death.
Death Knight, finish it off.
Lin Xiao quickly ordered while taking out a recovery potion and drinking it. Although the flames were
powerful, they were continuous damage.
He was wearing the grass suit, which had a healing effect, and with the recovery potion, he wouldn't be burned to death for now.
The Death Knight immediately charged forward. Minus 23,551 to 4,000.
Seeing the damage numbers exceeding 20,000, Lin Xiao realized the torch tree spirit still hadn't fallen. The torch tree spirit's roots were connected to the black tree spirits, absorbing their life to restore itself. So these black tree spirits are its spare blood packs. Lin Xiao immediately understood why the torch tree spirit hadn't died. After recovering, the torch tree spirit opened its mouth, spraying out spores that quickly grew into new tree spirits upon landing. In just 2 seconds, a new tree spirit appeared before them. But because the surroundings were on fire, the newly born tree spirit was immediately ignited, letting out a painful scream as it charged at the Death Knight.
Boom!
Upon contact, the burning tree spirit exploded instantly.
Minus 3,000, that damage is way too high.
Lin Xiao's eyes widened. A single ordinary tree spirit could deal such high damage if there
were more of them. Sure enough, Lin Xiao's guess was quickly confirmed. As the spores rapidly grew, a large group of burning tree spirits charged at the Death Knight, resembling walking flame bombs. No wonder this is a hidden dungeon, it's not easy to clear.
Lin Xiao didn't have the Death Knight retreat but chose to push forward. Although the burning tree spirit's explosion damage was high, the Death Knight could still withstand it.
Thick health?
The Death Knight had over 100,000 health.
All thanks to the previous tree spirits.
25469-4000-4531 successfully killed Torch Tree Spirit, EXP plus 2000.
Even though the Torch Tree Spirit could recover, it couldn't withstand the powerful damage from the Death Knight's strikes.
Obtain Tree Core *1, Black Heart Bark *3, Torch Tree Spirit Treasure Chest *1. Talent Death Drain activated, Constitution plus 25,000.
Another treasure chest dropped.
Lin Xiao stared at the vine-green treasure chest that appeared, immediately understanding the rules of this hidden dungeon.
Killing special monsters here would always drop treasure chests. For example, the green plant.
Cat Demon earlier and now the Torch Tree Spirit were both mini-bosses in the hidden dungeon. Open Torch Tree Spirit treasure chest. Obtained Fire Stick.
Obtained Enhancement Stone *3. Fire Stick?
Lin Xiao thought of the torch in the Torch Tree Spirit's hand. Taking a closer look, it was indeed the torch used by the Torch Tree Spirit. A pitch-black wooden stick burning with raging flames. Finally, the Torch Tree Spirit's weapon was retrieved. Fire Stick required level, 15 required class, warrior quality, rare attributes, constitution plus 600, strength plus 200 effect, fire attribute attack. Triggers the burning body effect during attacks, causing 1% of current
health damage per second while doubling strength. Cap, 2000, burning body, that's the move the Torch Tree Spirit used to burn itself just now. The effect is pretty good, useful in the early stages. Doubling strength. Directly, this skill is quite powerful and can still be effective later on. However, this weapon has limitations, making it transitional equipment.
For instance, if strength reaches 3000, doubling it would only cap at 5000.
That cap is fixed.
Lin Xiao carefully stored the fire stick, planning to sell it after clearing the dungeon or feed it to the slime, both good options. I wonder how many more of these stages there are.
It's really exciting.
Lin Xiao continued deeper but became more cautious. With the experience from the previous two encounters, he realized that each special stage had unique mechanisms, and a single misstep could lead to trouble, like the chaotic flower at the start and now the tree spirit. Passing through the forest, Lin Xiao arrived at a barren land. The area was extremely desolate, forming a stark contrast to the previous sea of flowers and forest.
Chomp chomp chomp.
The sound of biting and swallowing came from nearby. Monsters were eating something. Lin Xiao quickly equipped the ghost staff and summoned 2 scouting ghosts to explore the path ahead. Through the scouting ghost's perspective, he saw the back of a silver-gray cat demon gnawing on some unknown monster meat. As the scouting ghosts approached, the cat demon suddenly turned around. Lin Xiao was startled. It felt like being stared down by a man-eating
demon. But he quickly calmed down and got a clear look at the cat demon's appearance.
It wore a bone mask on its head, with glowing red eyes in the sockets, blood dripping from its mouth, looking ferocious and terrifying.
Smack! The cat's tail swept fiercely, instantly shattering the scouting ghost.
At the moment the ghost was destroyed, Lin Xiao saw the cat demon's gaze lock onto him.
It's coming!
Lin Xiao quickly switched to the blood magic staff. Just as he equipped it, a gray shadow rushed to his front at lightning speed. Clang! The Death Knight charged forward first, blocking the cat demon's attack. The cat demon's strike landed on the bone knife, producing a
crisp blade sound. -8000 -500 killing intent fluctuation damage triggered. A red blood aura emanated from the silver cat demon, and its strength surged instantly. That speed is insane.
Lin Xiao was shocked by the cat demon's speed. From the moment it was discovered to its attack, it only took a few seconds to reach him. Hanik, boss, level, 15 quality, rare status, last stand constitution, 3000/20,000 strength, 4000 intelligence, 300 agility, 10,000 magic, 280 spirit, 320 talent, last stand, grade B, skills, bite, high-speed claw combo, teleportation 10,000 agility? Lin Xiao could hardly believe it. That speed was simply insane. But he quickly noticed Hanik's status bar. Last stand, when health drops below 20%, all attributes are doubled. So this was its passive talent? When Hanik attacked just now, this passive automatically triggered? Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. So what he was seeing now was its enhanced attributes. Its health was down to just 3000, barely holding on. Its life was like a candle about to go out. Hanik itself was dumbfounded. It hadn't done much, just casually attacked a few times, so why did its passive talent suddenly activate? And why was it left with such low health? What was going on? Why did attacking others end up hurting itself instead? Hanik stared at Lin Xiao, just in time to see him smiling at it. That smile sent chills down its spine. Hanik's fur bristled, feeling an unprecedented rage. The next moment, it instantly appeared behind Lin Xiao, slashing 3 times with its sharp claws. -4785, -4763, -4865. 3 high damage hits instantly reduced Lin Xiao's health to 0. Fatal damage received, green grass set triggered. 2 chances left. Lin Xiao remained calm, showing no panic. Because when Hanik attacked, it also stepped into the range of killing intent wave, its health further reduced. -1000, losing 5% of its maximum health per second.
Just as Hanek's attack ended, the Death Knight's attack followed. The bone
carver knife, filled with killing intent, slashed toward its neck but was easily dodged by the opponent.
2,000 health left, 2 attacks. I don't believe you can still teleport away.
Lin Xiao spoke calmly, looking at the
cat demon not far away.
Its speed was indeed troublesome, but its low health was its greatest weakness. Lin Xiao said calmly, I can make many mistakes, but you only have one chance.
Thank goodness Hanek didn't have a healing skill, otherwise, it would have been much harder to deal with. Ha! Hanek roared angrily at the sky, surprised that this weak human was still alive. Just as it prepared to attack again, it suddenly sensed something unusual. Nearby. Splat!
A sharp spike shot out. It was the blood demon transforming its body. The blood demon had finished its cooldown, and Lin Xiao had secretly summoned it. Hanek, highly alert, dodged the sudden attack.
At that
moment, a pair of eyes appeared behind Hanek, staring at it intently.
Death Stare. The Death Knight's only control skill. Whoosh! After locking onto Hanek, the Death Knight immediately launched an attack. -1,000, -25,634. Hanek was struck heavily and sent flying, its health bar instantly emptied. Successfully killed Hanek, gained 3,000 experience.
Talent Death Drain triggered, Constitution plus 5,000, Strength plus 1,000.
Obtained Hanek's Mask *1. Hanek's Treasure Chest *1.
Hanek's Mask Equip Level, None applicable, All Classes Quality, Legendary Attributes, Constitution plus 500, Strength plus 500, Spirit plus 500, Intelligence plus 500. Effect, activating the mask allows
Instant Strike, teleporting behind an enemy for an immediate attack. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Is this the bone mask from Hanek's head? Known for its speed, yet the mask's attributes don't include any speed bonuses. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. But when he saw the mask's skill, he was surprised. This skill was exactly the move Hanek used to ambush him. It could be a game-changer in battle. This skill is strong. I wonder if it can be used by summoned creatures.
Lin Xiao immediately thought of the Death Knight.
If the Death Knight could wear this mask, its combat power would significantly increase.
Lin Xiao handed the mask to the Death Knight, replacing its
original metal helmet with the bone mask.
The eye sockets glowed red, as if activated, adding a hellish and terrifying aura.
It can be worn. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up.
There was no cannot equip prompt, meaning summoned creatures
could also equip the mask.
Congratulations on clearing the hidden dungeon of the Dark Forest for the first time. Gain 10,000 experience, first clear hidden chest *1, free attribute points plus 40.
Congratulations on leveling up to level 9. 40 attribute points, not bad. Wait, free attribute points?
Lin Xiao paused for a moment and quickly opened the attribute panel, finding 40 points available for free allocation.
Nice. He immediately allocated all the points to Spirit. After all, Spirit was the most important attribute for a summoner, while other attributes were almost unnecessary. I'll open the chest later. It's getting late, I should head back and let Lin Yao know I'm safe.
Lin Xiao knew that their parents' death in the dungeon was a lingering pain for Lin Yao. If he returned late, Lin Yao would definitely worry and wait anxiously for news.
Just as he was about to leave, he realized the teleportation portal hadn't appeared.
Where's the portal? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned but quickly realized something.
Another random abyss?
The portal didn't appear, which could only mean one thing: random.
Abyss triggered. Is this bad luck or good luck?
Random abysses are rare, hard to encounter even once a year, and I've run into 2 in 3 days.
This is strange. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. Random abysses were
always rare and shouldn't appear so frequently. Encountering them consecutively was definitely abnormal.
Poof!
An abyss pillar burst out of the ground, white light seeping through the cracks, with faint signs of monsters about
to emerge. Abyss pillar has appeared, abyss challenge initiated. Prepare to face abyssal monsters.
Lin Xiao immediately glanced at the dead Hanek beside him, understanding in his heart.
A former abyss scout reduced to this state, how lamentable.
As he guarded the corpse, a cold voice accompanied by black smoke rose from the abyss pillar. The black smoke condensed into a woman clad in black robes and veils, her appearance indistinct.
Serena. Abyss demon, level? Talent? Lin Xiao's heart trembled. The abyssal eye couldn't detect any information, which meant this abyss demon was at least level 59 or higher. But why was she here? Wasn't she supposed to only appear in abyss dungeons?
The bait I left has indeed caught a human genius, but for you to consume all 3 of my baits, you're quite the daring big fish.
Serena's cold gaze locked onto Lin Xiao. 3 baits? Lin Xiao immediately thought of the dense forest beginner dungeon. The abyss in the beginner dungeon was your doing? Lin Xiao questioned.
If that were true, it would explain why the abyss appeared in the dense forest beginner dungeon. The abyss he encountered now was likely also orchestrated by this abyss demon.
That's right. I roam various dungeons to eliminate human geniuses like you.
As long as geniuses can't grow, they'll never become geniuses.
Serena
sneered. She had already eliminated 3 or 4 promising humans using this method. Seeing Lin Xiao still calmly conversing with her, she frowned.
You're not afraid of me at all?
She was an abyss demon, a being
humans feared.
Anyone who saw her would panic in terror. Yet, she couldn't sense any fear from Lin Xiao.
Afraid?
Lin Xiao blinked.
Of course I'm afraid, but I don't think you can make a move. Otherwise, you would have acted. In the beginner dungeon.
Since she had targeted him in the beginner dungeon and wanted to eliminate him but didn't act directly, only triggering the abyss, even after he repelled the abyss, she still didn't act.
This indicated she was restricted and couldn't make a move.
If she couldn't act, there was nothing to fear.
Serena's expression darkened instantly. Lin Xiao was right, she indeed couldn't make a move. Although I can't act, I have other ways.
To ensure you die without a burial place.
Ha!
A low growl echoed as the dead Hanok was revived by abyssal power, his attributes doubled, entering the last stand state.
If he wasn't quickly killed, his talent would trigger. Again, making his attributes even more terrifying. But there was no if.
Minus 24,561, congratulations. You have successfully killed Hanok, abyssal boss.
Experience plus 10,000.
The newly revived Hanok was instantly slain
by the Death Knight in one strike. Revival time and location were fixed, staying here was enough. Lin Xiao said indifferently, Hanok's strength is indeed formidable, but unfortunately, his health is too low. 20,000. Health couldn't withstand a single strike from the enhanced Death Knight.
Obtained Abyssal Catclaw *3, Cat Fur *3, obtained Hanok Mask, Abyssal version, obtained Hanok Treasure Chest, Abyssal version, Talent Death. Absorption triggered. Constitution plus 10,000, Strength plus 2,000.
This mask has an Abyssal version?
And the treasure chest too. Lin Xiao looked at the dropped equipment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
Serena's pupils contracted sharply. She hadn't expected the newly revived Hanok to be defeated so quickly. Not fully grown yet and already this strong. I absolutely cannot let you live.
The sound of the wooden crate being cut echoed, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed.
The abyss pillar activated.
A massive tiger-shaped abyssal monster burst out from the pillar. Its limbs were as thick as elephant legs, its body as large as a mammoth, and
the bright red king character on its forehead made hearts tighten.
Blood Demon Tiger Elephant, Abyss Form, Level, 15 Quality, Rare Constitution, 50,000 Strength, 3,000 Intelligence, 300 Agility, 1786 Magic Power, 280 Spirit, 320 Talent, Valor, Grade B, Skills, Bloodthirsty Impulse, Tiger Charge, Trample Kill Him.
Selena shouted angrily.
The ground trembled, and every step the Blood Demon Tiger Elephant took seemed to trigger a
small earthquake.
Minus 9,000 minus 2,500 killing intent fluctuation damage triggered, and the Blood Demon Tiger Elephant charged fiercely at the Death Knight. Minus 5,743. This amount of damage was nothing to the Death Knight, who had over
100,000 health. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Is that all? Doesn't seem very impressive.
Minus 34,765. The Death Knight immediately counterattacked. The bone-carving knife slashed fiercely at the Blood Demon Tiger Elephant, blood splattering
everywhere.
With an attack power of level 9, over 30,000 damage was dealt, almost killing the opponent instantly.
You're only level 9, how can you deal such high damage? Selena was so shocked she couldn't speak.
This damage was far beyond what a level 9 should have. But she quickly realized, your summoned beast has the stronger in battle talent. Lin Xiao hadn't expected Selena to figure out the Death Knight's secret talent so quickly.
However, knowing it made no difference. Minus 35,671. Another slash.
The Death Knight, aided by Hanok's speed boost, made it impossible for the Blood Demon Tiger Elephant to escape, relentlessly chasing and slashing it.
Successfully.
Killed Blood Demon Tiger Elephant, Abyss, gained experience plus 9,000.
Obtained Blood Demon Tiger Elephant Thigh *4, Blood Demon Tiger Elephant Bones *5.
Talent death absorption triggered, constitution plus 25,000, strength.
Is this the abyssal monster you sent?
Too weak. Lin Xiao mocked mercilessly.
You. Selena was so furious that the black smoke around her almost dissipated. Fine, Lin Xiao, I'll remember you. You better remember this. 2. Don't walk alone at night.
With that, she turned into black smoke and returned to the abyss pillar.
Successfully conquered the abyss. Congratulations on repelling the abyss, experience plus 10,000.
Obtained abyss treasure.
Chest *1 an unexpected surprise, awesome. Lin Xiao thought this abyssal demon named Selena was practically here to deliver treasure chests. Outside the dungeon. Although it was already nighttime, many professionals
were still waiting for Lin Xiao to come out. The new record had been broken, and he should have come out long ago, but he was still inside the dungeon, and no one knew what he was doing.
Just as everyone was puzzled, a notification shocked them all.
Congratulations to Anonymous for being the first to clear the hidden dungeon of the Dark Forest.
All difficulties of the Dark Forest dungeon reduced by 20%, hidden dungeon unlocked, and players can choose to continue challenging after clearing.
Dark Forest dungeon difficulty reduced by 20%, hidden dungeon unlocked, Dark Forest, the announcement repeated 3 times.
The dungeon hall instantly fell silent, as if death had descended.
Everyone wanted to know what that anonymous player was doing.
He had actually cleared the hidden dungeon, and even reduced the difficulty. Amazing, the Dark Forest actually has a hidden dungeon.
That's incredible, difficulty reduced by 20%.
Now I have a chance to clear it too. Not only that, there's a hidden dungeon, and there must be treasure chests inside.
Some players who hadn't reached level 10 yet were thrilled, as
the difficulty reduction gave them hope,
and they could challenge the hidden dungeon.
The rewards would definitely be much greater than before.
Brother Hui and his group, who were waiting for Lin Xiao to come out, were also
shocked by the news. The Dark Forest actually has a hidden dungeon? I've never heard of it. That's normal, since no one has ever cleared it before. He's the first.
The healer explained from the side, the guard wiping the
shield put down the towel and asked Hui Gu, since the difficulty has decreased, should we go in and give it a try? Maybe challenge the hidden dungeon as well. Hui Gu nodded but didn't rush to enter the dungeon. Instead, he
said, let's wait for Lin Xiao to come out first and see if we can get first-hand information. Then we'll go in to challenge the hidden dungeon. They were already close to level 11, and once they exceeded the dungeon's level limit,
they wouldn't be able to enter. Opportunities were limited, so they had to prepare well.
In the guild leader's office, Zhang Zhan was the first to hear the news of Lin Xiao clearing the hidden dungeon.
This kid is truly the lucky star of our guild, Zhang Zhan praised.
Chen Ling nodded in agreement, exactly, and the abyss phenomenon in the Dark Forest has completely disappeared. Previously, after he cleared the dungeon, there were still residual abyss fluctuations, likely due to the hidden dungeon's influence, but now it's completely resolved. This kid is amazing, solving another big problem for us.
Let's go meet him, Zhang Zhan said cheerfully, already thinking about what reward to give Lin Xiao.
As soon as Lin Xiao exited the dungeon, he was surrounded by a large crowd.
He's out. The anonymous master has appeared. You're the anonymous master, right? Master, please guide me. I'm willing to pay. Wow, you're so handsome, can you guide me? I'll do anything. Master, what's in the hidden dungeon? Can you share some strategies? The noisy crowd gave Lin Xiao a headache. Just as he was looking for a
chance to escape, Zhang Zhan pushed through the crowd and approached him. Everyone, Lin Xiao has important matters to discuss with us. Please step aside for a moment. Upon hearing it was the guild leader of the Adventurers
Association, the crowd immediately made way.
In the meeting room, Lin Xiao sat down, took out his phone, and sent a message to Lin Yao to let her know he was safe. He couldn't help but complain, it's so late, why aren't
these people resting?
Zhang Zhan took a can of cola from the fridge and handed it to him, smiling, you cleared a dungeon that no one could break for 2 years and discovered a hidden dungeon.
It's normal for them to be excited.
Chen Ling added, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know there was a hidden dungeon in the Dark Forest.
Thank you again for helping us control the abyss appearance. Control the abyss?
Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. The abyss has already appeared, but I repelled it.
The abyss appeared?
Zhang Zhan and Chen Ling were both shocked.
Zhang Zhan shook his head, impossible.
Although the hidden dungeon has abyss fluctuations, it hasn't reached
the point of actual appearance.
If the abyss had truly appeared, we would have known immediately. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin and said casually, maybe I killed it quickly.
The abyss had just appeared and I drove it away. Killed it quickly? The two were dumbfounded. You killed it faster than the monitoring system could detect? That was an abyss monster, not a regular enemy. Lin Xiao continued, not only did I encounter abyss monsters, but I also ran into an abyss demon named Selena.
The abyss situation in the hidden dungeon was probably her doing.
You encountered an abyss demon?
The two were utterly shocked.
That was an incredibly powerful enemy. How did you escape after encountering an abyss demon? Zhang Zhan asked. I drove her away. Maybe she had some reason she couldn't attack. Otherwise, I'd definitely be dead, Lin Xiao replied.
Zhang Zhan and Chen Ling exchanged glances, feeling that Lin Xiao wasn't lying.
This is a serious matter. We need to report it to the military and see what they say. Agreed, Chen Ling nodded.
Changing the subject, Zhang Zhan returned to the topic of rewards.
Lin Xiao, I heard you're a summoner. The guild happens to have a few summoner skill books. You can pick one.
Chen Ling praised, not only did you solve the abyss problem, but you also reduced the dungeon's difficulty, which will greatly help professionals level up. After some thought, they decided to give him a summoner skill book. After all, they had recently given him a set of equipment, so giving more equipment wouldn't be appropriate.
Lin Xiao was taken aback and asked in confusion, reduced difficulty? What do you mean? You don't know?
After you cleared the hidden dungeon, the difficulty of the Dark Forest dungeon decreased. Chen Ling recounted the recent events.
What the heck? There's such a mechanic?
Lin Xiao suddenly stood up and rushed out.
I have something to do, need to enter the dungeon again.
Just give the skill book to the one with the highest level. There were still plenty
of resources in the Dark Forest he hadn't collected. He planned to rest first and then continue clearing the Dark Forest.
After all, he was the only one who could clear it before, but he didn't expect the dungeon difficulty to drop. Now, it wasn't just him who could clear it.
My bloody weapon chest. That's all money.
Seeing Lin Xiao leave in a hurry, Zhang Zhan and Chen Ling were puzzled.
What's up with him? No idea. Congratulations on clearing the Dark Forest King level dungeon.
Clear time, 2 hours and 30 minutes. After hearing about the reduced dungeon difficulty, Lin Xiao didn't chat much with Zhang Zhan and directly rushed into the dungeon.
Bloody weapon chest. That was a fortune in real money.
He also wanted to verify one thing, after obtaining all the bloody weapon chests for every class, would the chest still drop?
The result was clear.
After Lin Xiao collected all the bloody weapon chests, he challenged the dungeon again, and the chest still dropped. However, the hidden stage chests would still drop as usual, but after killing Hanok, his mask would no longer drop, and there would be no more free
attribute rewards after clearing the dungeon. Congratulations on leveling up to level 10.
You have obtained a summoned beast, Goblin. On his last dungeon run, Lin Xiao leveled up to 10. As a summoner, he also received his final free experience reward. It's late, time to rest. Lin Xiao glanced at the time, it was already 6 a.m.
He left the dungeon, ready to head home and rest, when he ran into Hui Gu and his group. Lin Xiao. Hui Gu called out to
him, rushing over.
You're really something, grinding dungeons all day without getting tired?
Hui Gu originally wanted to ask Lin Xiao about the hidden dungeon's details, but after seeing him leave the meeting room and dive straight into the dungeon again, he decided to go rest, have breakfast, and come back to wait for Lin Xiao. Unexpectedly, they ran into each other.
What's up? Lin Xiao asked. Here's the thing, we want you to explain the mechanics of the hidden dungeon.
I'll pay 100,000 for your guide, how about it? Hui Gu offered without hesitation, starting with 100,000.
No problem. Faced with such a generous offer, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse. This boss had money to burn.
Besides, he had already figured out everything about the Dark Forest and the hidden dungeon, and he was now level 10, ready to challenge higher level dungeons. After Lin Xiao explained the hidden dungeon to Hui Gu and his group, the four of them frowned. The difficulty of this hidden dungeon was far greater than they had imagined.
The first stage could kill us outright? Hui Gu muttered under his breath. Fortunately, they
had asked Lin Xiao in advance, otherwise, they might have been wiped out.
But every monster drops a chest, and that's very tempting. I already know the risks, the healer said. Since they had paid for the guide, it would be a waste not to try.
Plus, with guaranteed chest drops, if they got something good, it would be a huge profit. In the end, the four decided to attempt the hidden dungeon. Lin Xiao glanced at them and asked, "You guys have a lot of
money?" Hui Gu shook his head.
Not particularly rich.
But he quickly caught on and asked, Lin Xiao, do you have something to sell us?
That question clearly implied there was something.
Indeed, I have something I can't use. Myself. I was planning to auction it at the guild. Since I ran into you, I thought I'd ask, what price can you offer?
Lin Xiao said, taking out a bloody weapon chest.
He had planned to sell it anyway, so it didn't matter who the buyer was. This is. Seeing the chest in Lin Xiao's hand, Hui Ji's eyes lit up. Remembering the weapon Lin Xiao used, he quickly asked, is your weapon from this chest? The chest's color was identical to the blood magic staff. Yes. Lin Xiao didn't hide anything. Treasure chests can only produce weapons, but they're not random. They provide corresponding weapons based on the profession. It's practically self-selection. Self-selected weapons? Hui Gu and the others exclaimed. Self-selected treasure chests are worth dozens of times more than ordinary ones.
Hui Gu immediately felt his mouth go dry. He had only heard of such treasure chests but had never seen
the real thing. Now the opportunity was right in front of him. How do you plan to sell it? Hui Gu asked eagerly.
Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, 5 million.
Deal. Hui Gu agreed without hesitation. Lin Xiao. So straightforward? Did I sell it too cheap?
But considering Hui Gu clearly wasn't someone short on money, this amount was nothing to him.
To defeat the Dark Forest King level boss without injury, besides skill, his equipment must also be top-notch. The two quickly completed the transaction, and a large sum of money
was directly transferred to Lin Xiao's account. By the way, bloody equipment has unique attributes.
For example, if you're a warrior and take a warrior weapon,
no one else can ever get a warrior weapon again, Lin Xiao reminded him casually.
Unique attributes too? Hui Gu became even more excited. Got it. After the transaction, Lin Xiao left the Adventurers Association. The remaining bloody weapon treasure chests could be auctioned off.
On his way home, he had breakfast and brought Lin Yao some buns and preserved egg and lean
meat porridge.
When he got home, he placed the breakfast on the dining table, took a quick shower, and fell asleep.
Lin Xiao didn't wake up until noon the next day. Playing high-intensity dungeons with such focus was indeed exhausting. So hungry, let's eat something first.
He went to the kitchen, where lunch was already set on the dining table.
Under the plate was a note, are you a pig? You can sleep all day. Looking at the handwriting, Lin
Xiao couldn't help but smile, crumpled the note into a ball, put it in his pocket, and started eating the lunch his sister had prepared. While eating, Lin Xiao checked the 2 talents he had just acquired.
He had obtained one S-level talent in the Dark Forest dungeon and another S-level talent while resting at home. Weapon Master, not restricted by weapon quantity or profession. Weapon quantity synchronizes with your level, and attributes can stack. Equipment effects are triggered only when fighting with weapon stat. Seeing this talent, Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath.
The number of equipped weapons is determined by level. At level 100, he could carry 100 weapons and simultaneously enjoy the attribute bonuses of all 100 weapons.
So powerful. This is indeed an S-level talent.
Next, he looked at the other S-level talent.
Dark Oath, immune to dark attribute attacks. Upon making the oath, designate a summoned beast as the contractor.
The contractor shares this talent.
When the talent holder is attacked, the contractor will actively appear to block the damage. Reading the description, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of the most suitable partner, Death Knight. It can even share talents, this is amazing. Lin Xiao immediately activated the talent. You have designated Death Knight as the contractor. Then, he
looked at the Weapon Master talent again, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately gave it to the goblin. With this, all 3 summoned beasts now had growth-type talents, greatly enhancing their combat power.
Talent Weapon Master successfully granted. Summoned Beast, Goblin Master. Your summoned beast has been upgraded, and some attributes are fed back to the owner. Constitution plus 20, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 1, Magic plus 1. The Goblin Master's level was still low, so the fed-back attributes were naturally limited.
In future dungeons, raising the Goblin Master's level would allow it to equip more weapons. After all, the number of weapons for Weapon Master is directly tied to level. After completing the talent assignment, Lin Xiao looked at his gains this time.
First, clear hidden treasure chest, Abyss treasure chest.
For bloody weapon treasure chests, and a golden treasure chest.
Dropped when killing the boss.
Additionally, there were the Cat Demon treasure chest, Torch treasure chest, and 3 Hanok treasure chests obtained from clearing the hidden dungeon, one of which was an Abyss version.
Speaking
Of the Abyss version treasure chest, Lin Xiao remembered he seemed to have also obtained an Abyss version mask. Hanix's mask, Abyss version cannot be directly worn, used to enhance Hanix's mask.
It's a pity it can't be
treated as two pieces of equipment. Lin Xiao summoned the Death Knight, took his mask, and began enhancing it.
Hanix Abyss mask wearing level, none applicable class, all quality, legendary attributes, constitution.
Plus 2000, strength plus 2000, spirit plus 2000, intelligence plus 2000 effect, all attributes increased by 10%. When the mask is activated, triggers the instant strike skill, instantly teleporting behind the enemy to launch an attack, cooldown.
Time, 60 seconds. So powerful, this is the true mask attribute.
Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise.
Not only did the attributes increase fourfold, but there was also an all-attribute bonus. More importantly, the mask skills. Cooldown time was significantly reduced, allowing it to be used every minute. Really great. If it weren't for that Selena's Abyss demon, I might never have gotten this mask.
I must thank her properly. Lin Xiao returned the
enhanced mask to the Death Knight.
Then, he turned his attention to the treasure chest.
Open the first clear hidden treasure chest. Obtained Phantom Robe. Obtained Enhancement Stones *20, Modification Stones *20, Protection. Stones *20. The items in the first clear hidden treasure chest were much better than those in the regular first clear treasure chest.
There were also modification stones and protection stones.
Modification stones can improve equipment quality, and protection stones can prevent equipment damage during enhancement. Not needed for now, I'll save them. These materials will be used on suitable equipment later. Phantom Robe applicable level.
10 quality, rare attributes, Constitution plus 100, Intelligence plus 200, Magic plus 100, Spirit plus 50 effect. When taking damage, enter Phantom State, reducing damage by half for 30 seconds, cooldown time, 2 minutes.
Magic attacks are ineffective. This equipment is suitable for mages. Unfortunately, it's not as good as the equipment I'm wearing now. I'll just feed it to the slime. The effect is average, and the trigger condition is taking damage, which isn't very useful for Lin Xiao.
The cooldown time is also long, not as good as his current green grass set.
Open Abyss treasure chest. Obtained Shadow Blade. Obtained Giant Hammer of the Shadow Elf. 2 weapons.
They require level 10 to use, almost there. Higher level dungeons provide more experience, and with the special effect of Summoner starting from 0, summoned beasts don't share experience, so the Goblin Master's level will quickly
catch up. Keep going. Open Hanix treasure chest. Obtained Cat Staff, Enhancement Stones *10, Hanix Heart. Weapons and materials.
The heart has no special use.
Do I have to learn to meow to activate the effect?
Lin Xiao couldn't help but recall the Goblin Master learning to meow, and he got goosebumps all over.
Open Hanix treasure chest.
This time, there were no weapons, only materials. It felt like snacks prepared for the slime.
Open Hanix treasure chest, Abyss version. Obtained weapons, Shadow Elf's long sword, Fairy Bow. Obtained skill book, Shadow Kill, Assassin. Obtained Abyss core. 2 more pieces of equipment, a skill book, and an Abyss core he
had never heard of. It's a pity it's not a summoner or universal skill book.
If only I could learn it.
However, the Abyss core did pique Lin Xiao's interest. Abyss core, using it will cause dungeons below level 30 to enter.
An abyssal state. Lin Xiao? What? It can turn dungeons into abyssal ones? This thing actually exists? In other words, with this, I can turn dungeons into abyssal dungeons? This is amazing.
Lin Xiao carefully stored
the Abyss core. This thing is a treasure.
Others might be afraid, but Lin Xiao was excited. This meant he had an opportunity to control an abyssal challenge himself.
Abyssal dungeons are great places for equipment drops.
Lin Xiao opened the remaining treasure chests all at once and obtained a shield. The rest were all materials. This time, he got a total of 6 weapons, which was quite a good harvest. This time it's truly a bountiful harvest, and I even picked up an unexpected treasure, Lin Xiao said with satisfaction. Then he summoned the slime.
The death cooldown had ended, allowing him to summon it again.
Lin Xiao fed it all the materials he had just obtained along with the materials from the treasure chest, as well as the 2 skill books for control skills he had
bought earlier. Talent Glutton triggered, Constitution plus 100, Strength plus 50.
Talent Glutton triggered, Skill Shadow acquired.
Talent Glutton triggered, Abyss Resistance. Plus 1%, Constitution plus 400. After an hour of intense feeding, the slime finally absorbed everything.
It had to be said, the glutton talent was truly powerful. Slime, race, sticky. Entity, quality, rare, level, 8, 5.76%, constitution, 10,000, strength, 2,765, intelligence, 1,866, agility, 145, magic, 875, spirit, 240, resistance, poison resistance 1%, abyss resistance 2%, talent, glutton, skills, charge, poison fong, shadow kill. Now, entering the level 15 king difficulty dungeon shouldn't be a problem, Lin Xiao thought confidently. About his summoned beast. After finishing the slime's training, Lin Xiao took out the bloody weapon treasure chest. The remaining 4 weapons were quite good, but he hesitated, unsure whether to open them all. After all, even the Goblin Master could equip these weapons. However, looking at the weapon effects, he hesitated again. From the blood magic staff, it was clear that these weapons required life consumption to trigger their effects. Yet, his current means of life recovery were limited only recovery potions and the healing spell the slime had just learned. It was hard to decide. Sell them. After some thought, Lin Xiao decided to sell the remaining 4 bloody weapon treasure chests. He was short on money now, and the Goblin Master's level wasn't high enough yet, so preparing too much in advance was unnecessary. With money, he could continue training the slime, learn more skills, and even buy equipment for the Goblin Master. After weighing the options, selling them was the most cost-effective choice. Let's auction them. What should the starting price be? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and set the starting price at 5 million. Write down the treasure chest description, surely many wealthy people will be interested. After finishing these preparations, Lin Xiao opened his mailbox and found an email from Zhang Zhan. Inside was a summoner's skill book along with a few words of encouragement. Skill, War Bull Summon, quality, rare, applicable. Profession, summoner, level requirement, level 15, description, a powerful summoned beast with both strength and defense, a trump card on the battlefield. Can be summoned after contracting, if killed, cannot be summoned again within 1 day. This summoned beast is good, but it requires level 15 to contract. This was the highest level skill book Lin Xiao had asked Zhang Zhan to pick out for him in a hurry. It seemed the Adventurers Association didn't have many summoner skill books. After lunch, Lin Xiao prepared to continue dungeon runs to level up, as he was still a bit short of the requirements for Imperial Capital University. However, he still harbored a trace of worry in his heart. Abyss Demon, Selena. This guy has been targeting me, turning every dungeon into an abyss whenever I enter, trying to kill me. Defeating abyss monsters and earning rewards was thrilling, but being targeted by such an abyss demon made him uneasy, like carrying a ticking time bomb. She said I ate her bait. What exactly is this bait? Lin Xiao looked at his equipment, his gaze falling on 3 pieces of jewelry. Green grass set? The green grass set's attributes weren't particularly outstanding, but its set effect was incredibly powerful. It granted 1 chance to cheat death, with a cooldown of only 1 minute. Thanks to this ability, Lin Xiao had survived countless crises. If that's the case, then the dense forest beginner dungeon was likely set up by her as well. Anyone who obtains the green grass set is probably the genius she wants to eliminate. Killing off geniuses in their budding stage, this indeed seemed like the work of an abyss demon, but I'm just an underground summoner, not really a genius, right? Lin Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself. But thinking from another perspective, Selena has brought me some benefits. Every time the abyss appears, it gives me quite a few rewards. The abyss is bound to drop treasure chests. Abyss treasure chests are great stuff. Lin Xiao licked his lips. As long as the abyss appears after defeating the dungeon boss, it's like receiving a gift. At this point, the Death Knight had already grown strong enough not to fear the abyss at this level. The only concern was encountering the abyss for the first time. Will she attack me outside the dungeon? After tidying up the dining table, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of a question. Selena is an abyss demon, not restricted by the dungeon, and can leave it. If she really wanted to kill me, she might not act inside the dungeon but instead find me directly for a surprise attack. However, Lin Xiao felt his thoughts were a bit excessive. The Nantian province has special barriers to block abyss monsters from entering, and Selena is just an abyss demon, not strong enough to break through the barrier. If she had that kind of power, humanity would have been doomed long ago. I'm just worrying unnecessarily. Stop overthinking and hurry to the dungeon. Just as Lin Xiao was preparing to head to the Adventurers Association to continue exploring dungeons, the doorbell rang, and a voice came through. Is Lin Xiao home? Nantian province. At the edge of the barrier, in a desolate area, a wisp of black smoke slowly seeped in, and moments later, it condensed
into a woman dressed in black. If Lin Xiao were here, he would definitely recognize her abyss demon Selena. Welcome, Demon Lord. The
man responsible for receiving her greeted her respectfully, his face showing a hint of fanaticism. Lin Xiao, you've escaped from me.
Twice. Are you ready to face death?
A trace of ferocity flashed in Selena's eyes before she turned into black smoke and disappeared.
Opening the door.
The visitor was Deng Yu, the captain of the Nantian army, whom Lin Xiao had met before.
I have no intention of joining the army.
Seeing him, Lin Xiao roughly guessed his purpose and refused.
Before he could speak, Deng Yu walked in and said, I know. I'm not here to persuade you to enlist. I'm here to bring you good news. Good news? Yes. Deng Yu nodded. After reporting your situation, the
leaders of the Nantian army highly value you and have decided to make an exception to recruit you as an auxiliary member of the Nantian army. What's even better is that if you pass the assessment, you can skip the regular troops and directly join the Dragon Flame Squad. Deng Yu proudly announced the last 4 words.
Dragon Flame Squad?
The name sounded odd.
It's a secret squad of our country. Only geniuses like you can join. Lin Xiao asked curiously, what are the benefits of joining the Dragon Flame Squad? Once you join, the country will be your strong backing.
The military's resources will be tilted in your favor. Not only will you gain access to the resources of Imperial University, but you'll also enjoy military support and even enter special dungeons. You're the first to enjoy both resources simultaneously. However, all of this requires you to pass the assessment, Deng Yu added.
I'm just a summoner. Can I really receive such treatment?
Lin Xiao was somewhat puzzled.
After all, summoners had always been a profession looked down upon.
Precisely because you're a summoner, the higher-ups value you so much, Deng Yu said seriously.
Oh?
This surprised Lin Xiao.
Actually, the country has always wanted to cultivate summoners.
Although everyone thinks summoners are a dead-end profession, professionals firmly believe that summoners are incredibly powerful, with growth potential even higher than other professions.
It's
just that the cultivation process has always been unsuccessful, and even awakening is difficult to achieve.
This project was almost abandoned until you appeared. Someone saw hope and decided to give you one last chance, Deng Yu explained earnestly. Lin Xiao suddenly understood, I see.
So, I really came at the right time.
Have I become the hope of all summoners? Deng Yu nodded, you could say that. Sounds like good benefits, I agreed.
Lin Xiao thought for a moment and accepted.
Alright, let's head out now. Where to? To the assessment.
The commander of the Southern Sky Army is already waiting for you there.
So soon? Deng Yu drove Lin Xiao to the City Defense Army base.
Passing through layers of checkpoints, Deng Yu led Lin Xiao to a door and reported solemnly, General, the person has been brought.
Bring him in.
As the door opened, a middle-aged man was polishing his sword. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his entire presence exuded a sharp sword aura. This was a swordsmanship master.
Lin Xiao only glanced at him and could feel his immense power, even stronger than the abyss demon Selena. A promising young man.
With a crisp sound of the sword, it was swiftly sheathed, so fast that it was impossible to see
clearly. Shen Jianxin. The general introduced himself briefly and then asked Lin Xiao, I heard you repelled the abyss alone?
Lin Xiao shook his head and answered honestly, it wasn't just me, Ning Shui
helped too. Even so, it's impressive.
A summoner and a healer, a combination with almost no combat power, yet you managed to repel the abyss.
You are indeed remarkable. Shen Jianxin was full of praise for Lin Xiao.
Although it was just the abyss from a novice dungeon, being able to repel it as a summoner was enough to prove his exceptional skills.
Mentioning the abyss, Lin Xiao thought of Selena and took the opportunity to ask, a few days ago, I encountered a random abyss while in a dungeon. Encountered the abyss again? Shen Jianxin frowned. But I repelled it. I want to ask, can abyss pillars produce abyss demons? Or can they appear simultaneously? Shen Jianxin furrowed his brows tightly and shook his head, generally not. Abyss demons only appear when entering abyss dungeons, they cannot appear at abyss pillars. Deng Yu, listening on the side, felt something was off and couldn't help but ask, Lin Xiao, from what you're saying, it sounds like you really encountered an abyss demon?
Lin Xiao did not deny it, yes, I did. As soon as he said this, Shen Jianxin and Deng Yu's expressions changed.
You really encountered an abyss demon? That's impossible.
Deng Yu found it too absurd, an abyss demon appearing at an abyss. pillar was unheard of. Lin Xiao ignored their shock and explained the events and his speculations. This troublesome matter was beyond his ability to resolve, so he could only leave it to these experts to handle. So the abyss in the novice dungeon was caused by that abyss demon named Selena.
Dang, you suddenly understood.
The dungeon being suddenly corrupted by the abyss was clearly unusual, and now the reason was
finally clear.
Selena is not an ordinary abyss demon, she is a demon of darkness, capable of turning dungeons into abyss states, Shen Jianxin said, having heard of Selena's name before.
Lin Xiao, the matter
you mentioned was brought up by others before I arrived. I thought it was just a minor issue, but now it seems these abyss demons have a plan. The situation was serious, and he had to investigate thoroughly.
If the abyss demons' conspiracy succeeded, it would be a disaster for humanity. Dang you, take Lin Xiao to the Dragon Flame Squad assessment first.
I'll go investigate this matter. After speaking, Shen Jianxin
decisively left, stepping into the teleportation array. Dang Yu nodded, understood.
After Shen Jianxin left, Deng Yu took Lin Xiao on a tour of the military camp, introducing its facilities and explaining
the various benefits of the Dragon Flame Squad in detail. Soon, the two arrived at the training hall. Your assessment will take place here.
The summoner assessment mainly tests the strength of your summoned beasts and your ability to protect yourself,
Deng Yu explained as he led Lin Xiao into the training hall.
Along the way, they saw many soldiers training, while some were resting.
Deng Yu, is this the talented newcomer you mentioned? A summoner? The higher-ups still haven't given up? It's a complete waste of resources. Exactly, they trained a few before, and none of them could even awaken. Some veteran
soldiers saw Deng Yu bringing in a newcomer, guessed his identity, and began mocking him.
Lin Xiao is different from the previous summoners. I have high hopes for him. As long as he passes the assessment, he
can directly join the Longyan team, Deng Yu said confidently about Lin Xiao.
Directly join the Longyan team? That's such a great benefit. I almost want to become a summoner myself. That's too big of a leap. The Longyan team is full of experts, and the pressure there is suffocating.
I suggest he trains here for a few years first. If he truly has the strength, it won't be too late to join then. The veterans gave
Lin Xiao a few more glances. After all, the summoner profession had its fair share of drawbacks. Don't underestimate him. Lin Xiao has repelled the abyss twice. Deng Yu proudly introduced Lin Xiao's achievements. The veterans were shocked upon hearing this and praised him one after another. Repelled the abyss twice? This kid is impressive.
Lin Xiao scratched his head.
It was just luck. The abyss creatures I encountered weren't that strong.
Come on, kid, there's no such thing as weak abyss creatures, a veteran said, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder.
Keep it up and do your best. After bidding farewell to the
veterans, Deng Yu led Lin Xiao to a door and introduced, this is your assessment location.
Go in and complete the tasks according to the instructions.
We'll decide whether you pass based on your performance. Understood, Lin Xiao nodded and pushed the door open to enter. The room was spacious, much larger than it appeared from the outside. Inside, there was a bed, a table, and some simple food, bread and water.
It seems the assessment won't be easy.
They've even prepared a place to rest. Lin Xiao thought curiously about the content of the assessment.
Ding!
Training simulation assessment begins.
The system has
detected your profession as summoner and is generating training content of corresponding difficulty.
Special instance endless frenzy has been generated.
Please select the training difficulty.
A mechanical, electronic voice sounded, and two options appeared before Lin Xiao. Waves Days Endless Frenzy?
Looks like a special instance designed by the military. Lin Xiao roughly guessed the gameplay based on the
instance's name.
What's the difference between these two options? He muttered to himself.
Waves, survive until the designated wave, settle rewards, and complete the training. Days, survive until the
designated number of days, settle rewards, and complete the training.
Tip, after defeating 10 waves of monsters, the system will settle rewards once. Before the next wave of monsters appears, you can call out rest, and the training will pause.
The duration and frequency of rest will affect the final rewards.
The electronic voice explained the rules in detail. I see.
After understanding the rules, Lin Xiao made his choice. Days after confirming, 5 numbers appeared on the screen, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10.
Only up to 10 days?
He fell into thought. Deng Yu hadn't told him the specific assessment criteria, and choosing a
lower difficulty might not be appropriate.
To be safe, he decided to choose 10 days.
After making his selection, the electronic voice sounded again. Prepare for the first wave of monsters. As the voice fell, an electronic screen rose from the ground, displaying the number 20. This indicated the number of monsters in the first wave. Lin Xiao immediately summoned the Death Knight, Slime, and Goblin Master. Prepare for battle. Happy National Day. A new book has been released, looking forward to everyone's support. ******* Successfully repelled 10 waves of monsters, gained EXP plus 1000. Successfully repelled 30 waves of monsters, gained EXP plus 3000, Universal Skill Book, Morale. Successfully repelled 50 waves of monsters, gained EXP plus 5000, all attributes plus 5, Advanced Mental Enhancement Potion *1. The Goblin Master finished off the last monster with a triple arrow and put away his fairy bow. After every 10 waves of monsters, the system would settle rewards. Apart from that, no matter how many monsters were killed, there would be no additional EXP or drops. As the 51st wave of monsters was about to begin, Lin Xiao called out to the air, "Rest." After battling for an entire day, it was time to take a break. After taking a shower and eating something simple, Lin Xiao began to check the Goblin Master's attributes. Goblin Master Race, Goblin Quality, Rare Level, 5, 8.97%, Constitution, 5000 Strength, 657 Intelligence, 324 Agility, 200 Magic, 134 Spirit, 145 Weapons, Cat Staff, Shadow Blade, Fairy Bow, Dark Elf Longsword, Shadow Elf Warhammer Talent, Weapon Master Skills, Triple Star Arrows, Shadow Hammer, Shadow Kill, equipped. With various weapons, the Goblin Master's attributes have already surpassed most professionals of the same level. Lin Xiao organized the rewards he received, keeping the Universal Skill Book for himself. Morale, increases teammates' strength and intelligence by 10%. The Advanced Spirit Potion was also very useful, permanently increasing spirit, a true treasure. After organizing everything, Lin Xiao let the summoned beasts rest and lay down on the bed to recover. 5 hours later, Lin Xiao's spirit was restored. Talent Golden Legend triggered, gaining the talent Quick Casting. Quick Casting reduces cooldown time for magic below forbidden spells by 180 seconds, allowing spells to be cast instantly without chanting or casting bars. What a great talent! I can cast magic instantly. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. This talent came at just the right time. He immediately assigned the talent to the slime, enabling it to cast magic without hesitation. Reducing cooldown by 180 seconds wasn't proportional, it directly eliminated cooldown. For certain skills, it was practically a magic machine gun. Let's see what you can do. Lin Xiao patted the slime's head and shouted into the air, "Continue." Ding! The 51st wave of Endless Frenzy monsters is about to arrive. Clear condition, capture the territory flag. Another flag capture mode? Lin Xiao wasn't surprised, he'd already played this mode several times. In flag capture mode, monsters are endless, and only by seizing the opponent's flag can you advance to the next round. This mode particularly tests the summoner's abilities. If you send out all your summoned beasts, the monsters will focus their attacks on you. If you charge forward, monsters will spawn behind you, forming a surround. Lin Xiao initially didn't understand the rules and was almost surrounded, but luckily he had a skill to instantly recall his summoned beasts, otherwise, it would have been a big problem. Death Knight, charge! Lin Xiao followed the summoned beasts into the fray. With previous experience, he already knew how to handle it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Morale, charge! Death Knight, undead charge! Lin Xiao seized the gap in the monster's reactions and quickly issued attack commands. The Death Knight, riding an undead warhorse, charged forward, followed by 3 green shadows, resembling an invincible army that instantly tore the white lizard monster to shreds. This was the Death Knight's newly acquired S-level talent. Dark Kin, possess a dark creature that will block a fatal blow for you at critical moments. Shadow of War, summon 3 shadows during battle to assist in combat. These 2 powerful talents directly doubled the Death Knight's combat power. Seeing the white lizard defeated, the goblin chieftain targeted the revealed red lizard, quickly drawing his bow and shooting arrows. Skill, Triple Star Arrows. This time, the arrows carried terrifying purple sky divine thunder, blasting straight at the red lizard. Just as the red lizard tried to dodge, 2 goblin soldiers attacked from the left and right, wielding the Shadow Blade and Shadow Elf Warhammer, forcing the red lizard back. Meow, meow, meow. The goblin priest raised the cat staff and activated its magic. The shadow cat appeared, firmly trapping the red lizard in place. Boom! Unable to dodge, the red lizard was instantly killed by the arrow-carrying purple sky divine. Thunder and the lightning also blasted away other nearby monsters.
This was the Goblin Chieftain's new talent.
Chieftain can summon 5 same-race creatures to assist in battle, and these
creatures can inherit his abilities. Purple Sky Divine Thunder, master the strongest lightning, increasing lightning attack power by 500%.
After acquiring the Chieftain talent, the Goblin Master's quality improved once again, officially becoming a Goblin Chieftain. The quality upgraded to Legendary.
There's one more, don't let it escape. Through the abyssal eye, Lin Xiao quickly
locked onto the blue lizard hidden among the monsters.
If these 3 lizards weren't eliminated within the specified time, they would all revive and summon terrifying heavenly fire.
Seeing
this, the slime immediately charged into the monster horde, its form instantly changing to resemble the monsters.
S-rank talent Shapeshifter. Shapeshifter possesses powerful transformation abilities, capable of deceiving enemies.
The slime transformed into a companion, instantly reducing its aggro value, and quickly approached the blue lizard hidden among the monsters.
By the
time the blue lizard reacted, the slime swiftly reverted to its original form.
Without chanting, magic rained down like a storm, instantly blasting the blue lizard into pieces. The next day, Lin Xiao acquired another S-rank talent. Magic Apprentice can learn 1 spell below forbidden level each day.
This talent was a perfect match with quick casting. Now the slime was practically
a mobile magic cannon. Finally dealt with those 3 annoying lizards. Let's finish off the remaining monsters and try to complete the final wave before time runs out. 10 minutes later. Congratulations on completing this training session. Duration, 10 days. Endless horde waves resisted, 700. Calculating rewards.
EXP plus 70,000, received glory set, 5/5, Imperial Command Badge *1.
It's finally over.
This place is unbearable, the monsters get scarier the further you go.
Hearing the end notification, Lin Xiao finally relaxed his tense nerves. After every 500th wave, those 3 disgusting lizards would appear. Not only were they
troublesome, but they also came with an annoying mechanic. All 3 had to be killed within the time limit, otherwise, if even one was left alive, they would all revive within a minute and unleash terrifying heavenly fire.
That skill's damage was ridiculously high. Ding!
Detected that you've killed over 100,000 monsters in 10 days, achievement unlocked, Monster Slayer. Lin Xiao glanced at the new achievement, his eyes lighting up instantly.
Monster Slayer, boss kills will always drop a treasure chest, plus 1 treasure chest drop for special monsters. Boss kills will always drop a treasure chest?
Lin Xiao exclaimed.
Outside of abyssal dungeons, treasure chest drops in other dungeons were entirely luck-based.
Now with guaranteed drops and additional bonuses, it was simply amazing. If he went to challenge the hidden dungeon in the dark forest again and killed those 3 special monsters, the green plant cat demons, they would drop 2 treasure chests. This achievement is incredible. Lin Xiao dismissed his summoned beasts, took a shower, and immediately left that wretched place without even checking his rewards.
As soon
as he stepped out of the training room, he saw a group of veteran soldiers gathered around the door, their eyes full of admiration and astonishment.
Why is there always a crowd waiting every time you come out? Lin Xiao thought
to himself, spotting Deng Yu among the crowd.
He asked, "Don't you guys train?" Deng Yu couldn't help but praise him. "Lin Xiao, you're amazing."
To last 10 days in the special training room, the previous record was only 5 days.
Lin Xiao smiled wryly. "I chose it myself, so I had to see it through." Deng Yu didn't quite agree. Choosing is one thing, enduring is another.
There are always a few cocky guys who think they can last 10 days, but they come
out in less than 3.
You've already surpassed most people. Having been in there himself, Deng Yu knew how monotonous and dull life in that place was, with very limited food options.
People without strong mental fortitude couldn't last. "I should have passed the assessment, right?" Lin Xiao asked.
"Of course you passed. Lasting 10 days in there was no way he wouldn't pass."
"Let's go. The general heard you were coming out today and made a special trip. Even the war god is here this time.
You've got some serious clout," Deng Yu said excitedly as he led Lin Xiao away. With his status, meeting the war god was almost impossible, but because of Lin Xiao, this time the god of war personally came to visit, and he was fortunate enough to meet his idol.
"God of war?"
Lin Xiao asked in confusion.
"You don't know who the god of war is?" "Nan Wanshan. He's the strongest person in our great Xia."
The fact that the god of war came personally shows how much he values your potential, Deng Yu said with admiration.
I forgot to tell you, the summoner training program has always been his initiative. When they arrived at the conference room, Lin Xiao hadn't even entered yet when he felt a powerful aura. After knocking and receiving permission, Deng Yu pushed the door open and let him inside. As soon as he stepped in, Lin Xiao felt a sharp gaze. Meeting the eyes of the other person, he immediately sensed an invincible aura. The god of war. Nan Wanshan. Without Deng Yu's introduction, Lin Xiao recognized the man before him at a glance.
If he were to compare him to Selena's strength, this rugged-faced man could slap dozens of Selenas to death with one hand. You must be Lin Xiao.
Not bad, Nan Wanqing nodded.
Hello, god of war, Lin Xiao responded respectfully. The air suddenly froze.
Nan Wanqing's
sword suddenly flew out, slashing straight at Lin Xiao. The speed was so fast that no one could react. None of the leaders present had time to respond, and even Shen Jianqing could only see a blur. The sword headed straight for Lin Xiao's face. Clang! A Death Knight suddenly appeared, blocking the sword.
The room fell silent in an instant.
None of the leaders could understand why the god of war attacked Lin Xiao, but they saw Lin Xiao successfully
block the fatal strike. Shock. Unbelievable. He actually blocked a strike from the god of war. Even Nan Wanqing's face showed surprise.
He had only intended to test Lin Xiao and had no intention of harming him, but he hadn't expected the sword to be blocked.
This is a special ability of my summoned beast.
When I'm in danger, the Death Knight will automatically protect me and activate the perfect block skill, Lin Xiao explained, breaking the
silence in the room.
This was the ability of the Oath of Darkness.
Everyone suddenly understood.
So it was perfect block. No wonder it could block a strike from the god of war. Nan Wanqing sheathed his sword and turned his
gaze to the Death Knight, praising, this summoned beast is truly strong. No wonder it was able to claim the final reward I set in the training room. The final reward in the training room? Everyone was stunned and looked at
Lin Xiao in shock.
Lin Xiao had actually claimed the final reward in the training room?
Deng Yu's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief. It wasn't just about enduring 10 days of training to get the final reward, a
special condition had to be met.
No one knew the exact condition because the special instance in the training room was personally designed by Nan Wanqing and was used across the entire national military.
But even so, no one had ever claimed the final reward since the instance was established until Lin Xiao appeared.
You're really something, kid. You managed to reach the 700th wave of the Endless Frenzy within 10 days.
Do you know? I only set it up to
500 waves. The monsters after that just repeat. Nan Wanqing couldn't help but marvel. When he heard someone had claimed the final reward he personally designed, he was shocked. What surprised him even more was that Lin Xiao
had met the requirements in just 5 days. Once the conditions were met, exiting the instance wouldn't affect the reward settlement.
But Nan Wanqing hadn't told him in advance. He wanted to see how long Lin Xiao could last and
how high he could go.
The result exceeded his expectations. If there were no time limit, Lin Xiao might have lasted even longer. This was one of the reasons he had come here personally.
Only up to 500? 700? The former was
Lin Xiao's surprise, while the latter was the shock of Shen Jianqing and the other leaders. Their gazes toward Lin Xiao changed.
What kind of monster was this? At first, some leaders were dissatisfied with Lin Xiao being a
summoner and receiving so many resources, but now their opinions had changed. At this moment, Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. No wonder the monsters after the 500th wave were all the same, and the gameplay barely changed.
God of War, that's not fair. Shouldn't the instance have ended as soon as the conditions were met?
If he had known earlier that 500 waves were the condition for the final reward, he could have exited much sooner.
That is indeed a good idea.
When I initially designed the dungeon, I thought the same, but to test your limits, I specifically set it as an endless battle, the same for all classes, Nan Wanqing said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Xiao
could only shrug helplessly.
Lin Xiao, congratulations on becoming a member of the Dragon Flame Squad.
You are the youngest member since the squad's establishment. Nan Wanqing's expression turned serious.
The leaders and soldiers present immediately stood at attention, assuming a standard military posture. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and Lin Xiao instinctively straightened his body, his gaze fixed on Nan Wanqing.
Nan Wanqing took out
a medal, walked up to Lin Xiao, and solemnly pinned it to his chest, saying, "This is a special reward that only members of the Dragon Flame Squad can receive." Lin Xiao glanced at the badge. It was engraved with a 5-clawed golden dragon, lifelike and majestic, glaring forward with an imposing aura. Dragon Flame Badge Equip Level, No Restriction Equip Class, No Restriction Attributes, Constitution plus 200, Strength plus 200, Intelligence plus 200, Magic plus 200, Agility plus 200, Spirit plus 200 Effect, all attributes increase by 10%, damage received decreases by 10%, experience gain increases by 10%.
This equipment is too powerful. Seeing the attribute bonuses, Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath.
Not only could it reduce damage, but it also provided additional experience gain.
Such equipment was extremely rare. Nan Wansheng continued, this was specially crafted by me using unique materials. And there are only 5 of them.
Not every member of the Dragon Flame squad gets one.
But I believe you absolutely deserve it.
These words were undoubtedly a high recognition of Lin Xiao's talent and strength. Lin Xiao looked at
Nan Wansheng with determination. I will work even harder. Nan Wansheng nodded, then turned to the others. You all leave first.
I have something to discuss with Lin Xiao alone. The sudden order from the military gods surprised
everyone, but they didn't ask further and left one after another.
Lin Xiao was also filled with curiosity, wondering what the military god wanted to say in private.
Nan Wansheng's expression was serious. Lin Xiao, the reason
I called you here is not just because your assessment results shocked me, but also because of something important. Lin Xiao immediately became serious.
Military god, please speak. It's about your parents. My parents?
Lin Xiao was stunned, not expecting the military god to know about them.
He asked eagerly, Military god, do you have news about them? For so many years, this was the first time he had heard any news about his parents. Nan Wansheng said in a deep voice, both of them were outstanding.
They were once my students and subordinates, but they both perished in a special level 70 dungeon. At this point, Nan Wansheng sighed. Lin Xiao did not interrupt and
listened quietly.
A few years ago, when the military informed the family, it was almost the same explanation, both perished, no further news. Now that the military god brought it up again, there must be new discoveries.
Nan Wansheng
continued, not long ago, I saw your mother in a special dungeon, but her appearance had drastically changed. She seemed to have become an abyss demon.
My mother became an abyss demon?
Lin Xiao was stunned.
He never expected to hear such news. Military god, are you saying my mother has joined the abyss?
He was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment.
Nan Wansheng nodded but then shook his head, explaining, I'm not sure. I didn't
sense any abyss aura from her, but her form was identical to that of an abyss demon, so I can't make a definitive judgment. Lin Xiao fell silent. After a moment, he said firmly, thank you, military god, for telling me this. Although it's not good news, at least it lets me know she's still alive. As for whether she is truly an abyss demon, I will find out myself.
Nan Wansheng smiled. You are as decisive as your father. By the way, what about my father?
Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that the military god had only mentioned his mother.
Nan Wansheng shook his head. I didn't see him. Lin Xiao nodded. It's okay. I will find him. I believe you can do it. Nan Wansheng handed Lin Xiao a small device resembling a cochlea. I've heard about your situation.
This kind of thing doesn't only happen to you. Geniuses across the country have been killed by abyssal demons.
If you encounter Selena again,
you can use this to contact me, and I'll help you escape from the dungeon. Lin Xiao was exceptionally talented, but it was not yet the time for him to directly confront the abyssal demons.
He needed time to grow. Thank you, War God,
Lin Xiao said excitedly. This was practically the strongest protective charm in the Great Xia Kingdom. After handing over the communication device, Nan Wansheng had many other matters to attend to.
Without lingering, he entered the teleportation array and left. Lin Xiao also didn't stay.
He declined the invitations from others to have a meal together and left the military headquarters.
Regarding the Dragon Flame squad, others would handle the follow-up, so he didn't need to worry about it.
On his way home, Lin Xiao pondered whether to tell Lin Yao about their parents' news, but he ultimately decided not to for now. It wouldn't be too late to tell her after.
Confirming the truth.
After leaving the military headquarters, the first thing Lin Xiao did was to have a proper meal. The food in the training room was too monotonous, and he was about to turn into a bread man from eating it. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he began to review the rewards he had received this time. Since it was the final reward personally set by the war god, it was bound to be extraordinary. Glory set, May 5th, set. Attributes, all attributes increased by 15%. Effect 1, when shouting fight for glory, all attributes increase by 50%, and all attribute resistances increase by 50%. Effect 2, when shouting glory is with us, damage taken is halved, and the damage is distributed among teammates.
Holy crap! Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the set's effects. The effects of this set were incredibly powerful, surpassing most equipment. The first effect wasn't very useful to him, but the second one was simply outrageous. Not only could it reduce damage, but it could also distribute the damage to teammates. This was practically equipment designed specifically for summoners. The more summoned pets he had, the less damage he would take. Lin Xiao couldn't wait to take off his worn-out equipment and put on the glory set. His attributes skyrocketed instantly. Lin Xiao class, Summoner summoned. Beasts, Death Knight, Slime, Goblin Chieftain level 11, 1.98%, Constitution, 10 355 Strength, 2 432 Intelligence, 2 876 Agility, 778 Mana, 2 345 Spirit, 2 968 Equipment, Glory Set, Grass Set, Blood Magic Staff. Dragon Flame Emblem Skills, Summon Follow, Abyssal Eye, Morale Talents, Golden Legend, Unique, Dark Oath, Price of Blood Unallocated Talents, Gentleman Killer, Shadow Hunter Achievements, Summoner from Scratch, Abyss. Explorer, Novice Adventurer, Monster Slayer. His health directly broke through 10,000, and his spirit was close to 3,000. Even the attributes of warriors and mages might not necessarily surpass his. Now I can handle level 20 dungeons without any problem.
Lin Xiao was confident in challenging higher-level dungeons. Then he turned his attention to another piece of equipment, the Imperial Command Emblem. Together with the Glory Set, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Imperial Command Emblem quality, legendary attributes, Constitution plus 100, Strength plus 100, Intelligence plus 100, Mana plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100. Imperial Protection, actively deploys a protective shield to nullify one instance of damage.
Cooldown, 90 seconds, nullify damage? It can block any attack?
Lin Xiao was amazed when he saw the emblem's effect. Although he already had the grass set, the Imperial Command Emblem was simply too powerful.
Moreover, it was an active skill, not a passive one. This life-saving equipment is incredible. Even if I encounter Selena, I can hold out for a while and won't be instantly killed.
Lin Xiao immediately
equipped the emblem.
The worn-out equipment he took off wasn't wasted. He fed it directly to the slime, further enhancing its attributes. With the super-strong talent Glutton King, no resources would ever go to waste. Slime Race. Sticky Entity Quality, Legendary, 2-star, Level, 10, 5.76%, Constitution, 15067 Strength, 1745 Intelligence, 2709 Agility, 520 Magic, 1607 Spirit, 1345 Resistance, Poison Resistance 4%, Abyss Resistance 2%, Fire Resistance, Skills, Charge, Poison Fawn, Recovery Spell, Ice Spike Spell, Great Fireball Spell, Talents, Glutton, Shapeshifter, Magic Apprentice, Quick Casting. During this assessment by the Dragon Flame team, the slime's growth rate was extremely fast, and it received almost all the rewards each time. Closing the information panel, Lin Xiao checked the status of the bloody weapon chest.
So many days had passed, it should have been completely sold out by now.
When he looked at the balance, Lin Xiao was shocked by the number.
How much?
He checked 3 times to make sure he wasn't mistaken.
Over 90 million. He was almost at his small goal. It's worth so much money, I can get some good weapons for the Goblin Chief.
After finishing the food at hand, Lin Xiao immediately headed to the Adventurers Association. Equipping the Goblin Chief properly would naturally make the summoned
minions stronger, and the weapons couldn't be subpar.
Arriving at the association shop, Lin Xiao had already decided on which weapons to buy.
Thunder Hammer level, 10 applicable profession, warrior attributes, strength plus 100.
Attack speed 10% effect, has a chance to strike lightning during attacks. Lightning Whip level, 10 applicable profession, warrior attributes, strength plus 110, attack speed plus 10% effect, has a chance to consecutively swing the lightning whip 5 times during attacks. Spending a hefty sum, Lin Xiao replaced the Goblin Chief's weapons with 8 items of thunder or lightning attributes. Combined with the purple lightning Divine Thunder talent, the damage could increase explosively. Naturally, the price also multiplied, as warriors were the most popular profession for job transitions.
Goblin Chief Race, Goblin Quality, Legendary, 3-star, Level, 10.
0.01%, Constitution, 9700 Strength, 3045 Intelligence, 1009 Agility, 230 Magic, 468 Spirit, 567 Equipment, Thunder Hammer, Thunder Bow, Lightning Whip, Rock Shield, Talents, Weapon Master, Chief, Purple Lightning Divine. Thunder Skills, Thunderstorm, Lightning 5-strike combo, Taunt. Lin Xiao boosted the Goblin Chief's strength to 3,000 points, and combined with the Chief talent, its combat power was exceptionally strong.
This should be enough. I need to catch up on the progress I've fallen behind on. There were less than half a month left until the Imperial Capital University's entrance exam. The minimum level requirement to participate was 15, and he was still 4 levels short. Fortunately, he still had an unused experience pill, and there was enough time. In the mission area, just as Lin Xiao was about to choose which level 20 dungeon to enter, a staff member from the Adventurers Association approached him. "Hello, are you Lin Xiao? The president wants to talk to you about something." "The president wants to see me?" Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. "What is it about?" The staff member shook his head. "That's not something I can disclose." Arriving at the president's office, as soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Zhan walking quickly toward him. "Lin Xiao, you're finally here. I've been looking for you these past few days but couldn't find you," Zhang Zhan said excitedly. "I had some matters to deal with earlier." "What's the reason for the president looking for me?" Lin Xiao didn't say much and asked directly. Zhang Zhan didn't beat around the bush. Handed Lin Xiao a cola and got straight to the point. "There's a level 15 dungeon, and I want you to give it a try." A level 15 dungeon. This dungeon can't be that simple. Level 15 sounded easy, but for the president to personally seek him out, there must be something special about it. The dungeon itself isn't difficult, but it's quite unique. It's confirmed that there's a hidden dungeon inside. A hidden dungeon? Hearing Zhang Zhan's words, Lin Xiao immediately became interested. "Tell me more." Zhang Zhan nodded. "The dungeon is called Secret Dragon, and the boss is a fragmented dragon soul with decent strength. A regular team can clear it. The problem is, the team that cleared it the first time didn't get the first clear reward." Lin Xiao frowned. "No reward for the first clear? I've never heard of that before." "That's right, it's very strange," Zhang Zhan continued. "Some suspect that it wasn't the real boss, but a fake one. After years of exploration, someone finally discovered a hidden dungeon. It's speculated that there are 3 hidden dungeons within the instance, and only by clearing all of them can you truly clear the hidden dragon and obtain the first clear reward." "Interesting, so there's such a hidden mechanism." Lin Xiao became excited. "So the guild leader asked me to challenge the hidden dungeons that haven't been cleared yet?" "Exactly." Zhang Zhan nodded, pausing for a moment. "Mainly, we want you to find the remaining 2 hidden dungeons." "The hidden dungeons haven't been discovered yet?" This surprised Lin Xiao. After all, the hidden dragon instance had been around for years, and only 1 hidden dungeon had been found so far. "Yes, that's why we're asking you to give it a try." "No problem, I'll take the job." Not only could he explore 2 undiscovered hidden dungeons, but there was also a first clear reward. How could he refuse? Zhang Zhan smiled and said, "I knew you wouldn't say no." He walked to his desk and handed Lin Xiao a document. "This is the detailed information on the hidden dragon instance, as well as information on the first hidden dungeon, Spider's Lair. Take a look and prepare yourself." Lin Xiao took the document and began reading it carefully. Zhang Zhan added, "This instance only has a hard difficulty level, and the monsters in the hidden dungeons are even stronger, reaching warrior level. If you discover a new hidden dungeon, be cautious, it might contain king-level monsters." This was a conclusion speculated by others. After reading the document, Lin Xiao stood up. "I'll be careful." As Lin Xiao was about to leave, Zhang Zhan called out to him, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Do you want me to help you form a team? It'll make things easier." "No need, I can handle it alone." Leaving the guild leader's office, Lin Xiao headed to the instance hall. It was still bustling, with many gold groups recruiting newcomers to level up and prepare for college entrance exams. Lin Xiao selected the instance and entered directly. Drip, drip, the sound of water echoed. The surroundings were dark and damp, with a sticky, uncomfortable feeling in the air. It was a cave. Lin Xiao immediately summoned 3 summoned beasts. Since the instance has a special mechanism, let's clear the first hidden dungeon first. Just as Lin Xiao was about to head to the first hidden dungeon, the Abyssal Eye suddenly reacted, displaying a prompt. Hidden Boss Gate discovered. Hidden Boss Gate? Lin Xiao was startled and followed the prompt to a rock wall. Guided by the Abyssal Eye, the hidden boss gate was right here. Could it be that behind this, you have to clear all 3 hidden dungeons to encounter the hidden boss?
Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the hidden boss to be so close, and that he had actually found the entrance.
Since I've found the boss entrance in advance, can I challenge it directly? He wasn't sure and began feeling around the wall, searching for any hidden mechanisms.
If there weren't any, it must mean some condition needed to be met to open it, like
clearing all 3 hidden dungeons.
Click. After some searching, Lin Xiao unknowingly triggered something. The cave began to shake, and stones fell from the rock wall, revealing a heavy door. The door was made of an unknown
material, with a massive skull dominating its surface, almost covering the entire door.
The skull was so lifelike it seemed as if it could move at any moment, exuding an oppressive feeling like the gaze of the abyss.
Around the skull were 7 grooves of varying sizes and shapes. I really found it.
Lin Xiao became excited. He had truly found the boss gate, and it didn't require clearing the 3 hidden dungeons to appear.
If I push the door open now and kill the hidden boss, will I clear the instance directly?
Behind the door was the true boss of the instance. Being able to enter directly and face the boss was something he had never encountered before, but Lin Xiao did not immediately push the door open. Instead, he assessed his own strength. A level 15 dungeon, with the hidden boss at most being level 25.
On his side, the Death Knight lacked the enhancement of Death Drain, so its damage output wasn't particularly high.
However, the Slime and Goblin Chieftain had undergone a round of enhancements, making their strength comparable to the Death Knight. Coupled with the damage reduction and sharing effects
of the honor set, it should be manageable.
After completing his assessment, Lin Xiao began to push the door.
As soon as he touched the door, the skull's eyes suddenly emitted a red light, as if activated. Want to come in? Want to obtain the wealth and treasures inside? Then go find the keys. The keys are hidden in 3 special areas.
The booming voice made Lin Xiao's eardrums ache, his head buzzing.
What's going on?
Lin Xiao rubbed his head and
took a moment to react. He gradually understood the meaning of the voice. The 3 areas must be 3 hidden dungeons, and the keys.
Lin Xiao looked at the 7 slots on the door, which clearly had gaps.
7 keys were needed.
More importantly, the red light from the skull's eyes pointed in a specific direction.
That was exactly where the first hidden dungeon was located. Looks like this will save me a lot of time. This light will guide me to the remaining hidden dungeons.
Without hesitation, Lin Xiao headed in the direction indicated by the red light. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful, realizing that skipping class wasn't an option.
But the guild leader's information didn't mention anything about keys. Could it be a task triggered only after finding the door? It was highly possible.
Otherwise, the information would have mentioned it long ago.
Following the red light, Lin Xiao dealt with the ghouls crawling out from underground along the way.
Soon, he saw the portal to the first hidden dungeon.
Once the task is activated, everything becomes much simpler.
The information stated that specific monsters needed to be killed to unlock the hidden dungeon. But now, that was clearly unnecessary.
Upon entering the hidden dungeon, Lin Xiao's vision was almost blocked by a spider web.
Spider Cave. Although it was called Spider Cave, there were not only spiders here but also ghouls. Rustle, rustle. Sensing the intruder, many spiders, as large as adults, crawled out from above and from the cracks in the rocks.
Ghouls buried underground also
began to rise, their faces decayed and hideous.
Just as the information said, entering here means being surrounded by monsters.
Lin Xiao looked at the approaching monsters and smiled faintly.
Competing in numbers? These monsters are far from enough.
The Death Knight charged forward on its undead warhorse. With the skill, killing intent wave, its bone knife continuously reaped the lives of spiders and ghouls.
Successfully killed Grey Spider, EXP. Plus 1100. Successfully killed Ghoul, EXP plus 1100. Successfully killed Grey Spider, EXP plus 1100.
The Death Knight slaughtered like a war god, weaving through the monster horde, leaving heads rolling everywhere. While the Death Knight fought on the front lines, the slime was in the back devouring the spiny spider legs without any hesitation.
Pop!
A faint cracking sound reached Lin Xiao's ears. Without looking, he knew what it was.
Spider eggs.
The information described these as the most annoying monsters, tiny spiders. These spiders were small and not very strong in attack, but they had strong control abilities.
Once bitten, you'd be immobilized for 1 second. If bitten
continuously, you wouldn't be able to move at all. However, these tiny spiders couldn't even get close to Lin Xiao. The Goblin Chieftain activated the Chieftain talent, summoning more of its kin, 2 goblin warriors, 2 goblin
shield bearers, and 1 goblin priest.
Because of this lineup, when equipping the Goblin Chieftain, Lin Xiao had distributed gear according to their respective roles.
Snap! A goblin warrior swung its lightning whip, creating an arc of electricity.
The spreading lightning instantly wiped out all the tiny spiders.
Successfully killed tiny spider, EXP plus 990. Successfully killed tiny spider, EXP plus 990. Successfully killed tiny spider, EXP plus 990.
Lin Xiao walked leisurely, at ease, without needing to lift a finger. His summoned beasts had already cleared out all the monsters. As he moved forward, a massive purple spider suddenly blocked the Death Knight's path.
Is this the boss?
Lin Xiao looked at the ferocious giant spider. Venomous spider, boss, level, 15 quality, rare constitution, 25,000 strength, 9,000 intelligence, 1900 agility, 456 mana, 1300 spirit, 160 skills, summon spiders, confining web, poison mist.
It was slightly different from the description in the data. 1 more to go.
Lin Xiao glanced at an empty area, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a decayed arm emerged from the ground, followed by an entire body.
Ghoul King, boss, level
15 quality, rare constitution, 35,000 strength, 2,000 intelligence, 900 agility, 166 mana, 500 spirit, 60 skills, ghoul assault, self-destructed double boss. Lin Xiao wasn't surprised, as he had already anticipated it.
He even
hoped for another boss to appear, so he could get an extra treasure chest. Death Knight, take care of that spider. Goblin Chieftain, you're in charge of the Ghoul King. Slime, provide firepower support.
Lin Xiao quickly assigned the battle targets.
The Death Knight summoned the Shadow of War, mounted his undead warhorse, and charged forward. The venomous spider spat webs and leapt to the top of a rock, making it difficult for the Death Knight to lock onto its target.
Snap! Snap!
The venomous spider kept jumping, looking for an opportunity to attack.
The Death Knight halted his horse, waiting for the opponent to make a move.
But the venomous spider was too cunning.
Clearly aware of the Death Knight's strength, it first used webs to obscure
his vision, then lunged directly at Lin Xiao.
Splat!
Minus 1,250 minus 36,790. Just as the venomous spider was about to attack, the Death Knight suddenly appeared behind it, driving the bone carver dagger straight through its spider sac.
The instant strike of the Harnick Abyss Mask. The venomous spider was instantly killed. What were you thinking?
Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly.
Successfully killed venomous spider, boss, EXP plus 11,000. Acquired skill book, summon venomous spider. Acquired poison sac *3, poison spider silk *20. Spider legs *8. Acquired dungeon item, contaminated spider leg. A dungeon item? Lin Xiao noticed an unexpected item.
Contaminated spider leg, obtained by killing the venomous spider, boss, one of the keys to the sealed door.
So this is the key. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 goblin shield bearers stood at the front, blocking the Ghoul King's attacks. The Goblin Chieftain led 2 goblin soldiers in a fierce assault. Bolts of lightning struck the Ghoul King's
decayed body, causing white smoke to rise as if it were being roasted. From a distance, the slime provided magical support, leaving the Ghoul King with no chance to counterattack, forced to take the hits passively.
Successfully killed Ghoul King, boss, EXP plus 11,000. The Goblin Chieftain put away his thunder hammer.
The Ghoul King's head had been smashed to a pulp, its body covered in burn marks from the lightning, resembling a charred
piece of meat.
Acquired bones *5, rotten flesh *10, ghoul scepter *1. Acquired dungeon item, Ghoul King's head.
Another dungeon item obtained.
Lin Xiao looked at the head in his hand and murmured, "It seems the keys are
on the hidden dungeons bosses."
Congratulations on clearing the spider cavern, EXP plus 50,000, all attributes plus 10 level increased to level 12. The rewards for clearing the dungeon were average, as the first clear rewards for the spider cavern had already been claimed by someone else. Lin Xiao fed the dropped materials and equipment to the slime, which increased its health and strength, as well as its poison resistance. Lin Xiao stared
at the 2 glittering treasure chests dropped by the boss.
Thanks to the Monster Slayer skill, defeating the boss would always drop treasure chests.
Open the golden chest. Acquired venomous spider leg guards. Enhancement stone *5. Acquired ghoul chest plate, modification stone *5. Both golden chests yielded equipment.
After glancing at their attributes, they seemed quite ordinary, far inferior to his current honor set, so he
simply tossed them to the slime as snacks.
Lin Xiao then took out the newly obtained skill book, Venomous Spider Summon.
Could this be that boss?
He stroked his chin, hesitated for a moment, and decided to learn it directly. With his current spirit, he could not only summon 4 creatures simultaneously but could easily handle 5. Moreover, with the bonus from the honor set, the more summoned creatures he had, the less damage they would take.
Successfully learned Venomous Spider Summon.
Lin Xiao checked his unused talents. Gentleman Killer, mastery of various hidden weapons and assassination techniques, eliminating targets with elegance.
Shadow Hunter, hides in the shadows, ignores defense when attacking from behind, and doubles damage.
Both were assassin-style talents, so Lin Xiao had never used them.
Death Knight and Goblin Chieftain were more suited for
charging into battle, and the slime, being a magic turret, was even less suitable. Now, with a new summon creature, Lin Xiao decided to assign these 2 talents to the Venomous Spider.
Spiders like to hide in corners.
These 2 talents should be quite fitting. Lin Xiao immediately granted the talents.
Talent Gentleman Killer successfully granted.
Talent Shadow Hunter successfully granted.
Summoned Creature, Venomous Spider.
Evolve Spider Prince, your summoned creature has been enhanced, with some attributes feeding back to you: Constitution plus 400, Strength plus 17, Intelligence plus 20, Magic plus 20, Agility plus 9, Spirit plus 7.
Spider Prince? Hearing
this name, Lin Xiao's expression turned a bit strange.
He then summoned it.
A flash of purple mist appeared, and a golden-haired man in a purple outfit emerged gracefully. His feet hovered above the ground, a faint smile on his face as he bowed elegantly to Lin Xiao.
The Spider Prince greets you, Master.
This sudden appearance of a man left Lin Xiao utterly stunned.
The venomous spider had actually turned into this Spider Prince.
Race, Spider, Quality, Legendary, Level 1, 0%, Constitution, 4000, Strength, 471, Intelligence, 109, Agility, 200, Magic, 500, Spirit, 78, Talents, Gentleman Killer, Shadow Hunter, Skills, Spider Summon.
Web Deployment, Shadow Assassination, 108 Killing Techniques. Were you always like this?
Lin Xiao asked curiously.
The Spider Prince shook his head.
It's all thanks to you, Master, for allowing me to transform.
Serving you is my honor.
Clearly, the talents had caused the Spider Prince to change. Lin Xiao immediately understood that this was the effect of the Gentleman Killer talent.
Not only had it turned the Spider Prince into
a humanoid form, but it had also significantly increased his intelligence, at least enough for him to speak human language.
Let's level you up first.
Lin Xiao didn't care whether the Spider Prince was in human or spider form. After all, it was his summoned creature.
Do you want to consume 10,000 HP to raise the Spider Prince to level 10?
A prompt appeared.
Yes. Lin Xiao's health instantly dropped to its lowest point.
This was the effect of the Price of Blood talent.
Price of Blood consumes health to achieve special effects.
This was a powerful talent he had acquired in the training room. It not only enhanced the strength of summoned creatures, but could also directly level them up, as demonstrated with the Spider Prince. The downside was that he couldn't recover health through external means afterward, and a priest's healing would be ineffective. However, Lin Xiao had the green grass set, which provided continuous health regeneration, along with 2 life-saving skills, so he wasn't afraid of being at critical health. Spider Prince Race, Spider Quality, Legendary Level 10, 0%, Constitution, 6000 Strength, 1980 Intelligence, 345 Agility, 541 Magic, 800 Spirit, 78 Talents, Gentleman Killer, Shadow Hunter Skills, Spider Summon, Web Deployment, Shadow Assassination, 108 Killing Techniques.
Thank you for the Master's blessing.
The Spider Prince spread his arms, his face showing intoxication as he felt his power continuously increasing.
Let's go, it's time for the second hidden dungeon.
Leaving the spider cave, Lin Xiao returned to the place he had entered earlier. The sealed door was still there, but the direction of the red light it emitted had changed.
That should be the second hidden dungeon. Lin Xiao followed the light.
With the guidance, he didn't need to rely on the abyssal to search slowly, saving a lot of time.
Suddenly, ghouls emerged from the ground, and a Death Knight was preparing to charge. The Spider Prince stepped forward and bowed slightly.
Mighty Knight, allow me, a newcomer, to showcase my strength. The Death Knight did not respond, only looking at Lin Xiao, waiting for his decision.
Then I'll leave it to you.
It was a good opportunity to observe the Spider Prince's talent and abilities.
Thank you, Master.
The Spider Prince bowed to Lin Xiao, then transformed into a cloud of purple smoke and vanished.
When he reappeared, he was already on top of a ghoul,
swiftly swinging the dagger in his hand. A silver-white flash streaked through the air. Minus 5,843 to 5,473 backstab damage, directly doubled.
Splat! The ghoul's body instantly exploded, blooming into a blood-red rose. Successfully killed ghoul, EXP plus 1100.
The Spider Prince's attacks did not cease, moving like a shadow among the ghouls, leaving trails of blood-red roses wherever he passed.
Successfully killed ghoul, EXP plus 1100. Successfully killed Grey Spider, EXP plus 1100.
The experience points kept increasing, quickly reaching 50%. With the Spider Prince clearing the path ahead, Lin Xiao soon arrived at the
entrance to the second hidden dungeon.
Passing through the portal, everything before him was pitch black, so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, with gusts of eerie wind swirling around.
Without needing
Lin Xiao's command, the slime quickly cast an illumination spell, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The eerie wind howled, and the area was filled with rocky crevices.
Be careful, some monsters like to hide in the cracks and ambush.
Just as Lin Xiao finished speaking, he saw a transparent figure pass through the rocks. Its face was pale as a ghost, a footless humanoid figure with long hair, wearing a flowing dress. The walls seemed like air to them, allowing them to pass through freely, occasionally letting out soft laughter. Lin Xiao immediately heightened his vigilance. Ghostly Wraith level, 13 quality, Common Constitution, 15,000 Strength, 100 Intelligence, 1,000 Agility, 276 Magic, 900 Spirit, 600 Talent, Ghost Form, C-Grade, Skills, Ghost Claw, Life Absorption from all directions. More ghostly wraiths emerged from the rock walls, smiling as they stared at Lin Xiao and his companions, as if looking at delicious prey.
This scene looks like a ghost parade. With so many, leveling up should be no problem.
Seeing the large number of ghostly wraiths, Lin Xiao wasn't scared at all. Instead, he was excited. These were all abundant experience points. The Death Knight charged forward, his bone cleaver continuously harvesting the floating ghostly wraiths, leaving no trace of life. In his wake, the Spider Prince moved like a phantom among the ghostly wraiths, sighing, no sense of elegance or beauty at all. The slime was more direct, activating Berserk mode, causing the previously smiling ghostly wraiths to scream in panic. The Goblin Chieftain also charged to the front lines, leaving behind a Goblin Warrior and a Goblin Shieldbearer to guard Lin Xiao, preventing any enemy ambushes.
Successfully killed ghostly Wraith, EXP plus 1650. Talent Death Drain triggered, Constitution plus 7,500, Strength plus 50. Successfully killed Ghost Lady, Experience plus 1650.
Lin Xiao sipped tea while waiting for the battle to end.
That's how summoners are. They don't need to fight personally, just stand in a corner and watch the battle complete itself. Next time, I need to bring a small stool. Noted, definitely bringing one next time. Congratulations, you have
leveled up to level 13.
Leveled up, the experience here is so abundant. Lin Xiao looked at his experience bar, feeling delighted.
At this rate, he estimated he could reach level 15 by the time he cleared the dungeon.
Bang!
Suddenly, the surroundings plunged into complete darkness, with no light at all.
The illumination spell failed. What's going on?
Lin Xiao immediately became alert. The sudden failure of the illumination spell indicated that the slime had encountered danger. The illumination spell isn't a powerful magic and consumes little energy. Even a novice mage can sustain it for a day and a night, let alone the slime. But now, this simple spell had failed, which meant something significant had happened. More importantly, it happened too suddenly.
Summon follow. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao summoned the slime back to his side. When the slime returned, it had turned into a puddle of liquid, its once elastic body now limp and lifeless. What happened?
Lin Xiao quickly picked up the slime and discovered its mana had been completely drained.
No mana left?
The slime, being a magic-based summon creature, losing its mana was fatal.
What exactly had happened to drain the slime's mana to zero in an instant?
Shocked as he was, now wasn't the time to dwell on it.
Lin Xiao quickly took out a mana recovery potion to replenish the slime. Having no vision was the most dangerous situation, as he couldn't even see the enemy's movements. After consuming the potion, the slime regained some mana, enough to cast the illumination spell.
Light returned, dispelling the darkness, and Lin Xiao saw a flame-shaped creature. Soul Devourer, Boss, Level, 16 Quality, Rare Constitution, 30,000 Strength, 10 Intelligence. 3,200 agility, 166 mana, 10,000 spirit, 900 skills, mana absorption, mana conversion, rapid movement. Fire breath. Lin Xiao finally understood why the slime's mana had been drained instantly.
Mana absorption. Absorbs mana from enemies equal to its own mana value per second.
Mana conversion, for every 100 points of mana, increases intelligence by 10 points.
This monster is a boss specialized in draining mana. These two skills would make any mage envious.
However, Lin Xiao hadn't expected the boss to appear on its own.
Could it have been attracted by the prolonged battle?
No matter, since it came, it was time to fight.
Suddenly,
a loud noise caught Lin Xiao's attention.
Following the sound, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed as he witnessed a shocking scene.
A pair of slender, pale hands tightly held the goblin chief's head and planted a fierce kiss on it.
The goblin chief looked utterly dumbfounded, clearly not expecting his luck to turn so suddenly.
His hands hung awkwardly, and his weapon fell to the ground. This was the source of the earlier noise.
Seeing this, Lin Xiao was completely stunned. What was going on? How did it end up with a kiss?
But soon, he noticed that this ghost lady was different from the others. She was significantly larger, and her skirt was unique.
Ghost Witch.
Boss, level, 17 quality, rare constitution, 55,000 strength, 2,000 intelligence, 2,300 agility, 278 mana, 2,134 spirit, 342 talent, ghost body, C grade, weapon, ghost pickaxe skills, kiss of drain, void sphere, invisibility. This was the dungeon's boss.
Quick, save the goblin chief.
Lin Xiao shouted immediately. In fact, the phantom witch wasn't suddenly infatuated with the goblin chief, she was absorbing his
power.
Miss, this kind of forceful kiss isn't sweet at all. The spider prince suddenly appeared behind the phantom witch, a faint smile on his face as he thrust his dagger forward. The phantom witch had been prepared. The moment she saw the spider prince appear, she immediately released the goblin chief and retreated to a distance.
The goblin chief collapsed weakly to the ground, as if drained of all his strength, unable to get up.
Still a bit careless, he thought. The two bosses suddenly teamed up, catching him off guard.
One drained magic power, the other drained attributes.
Such an ambush would cause any team to collapse instantly.
He.
After absorbing the power, the phantom witch's appearance completely changed. She was no longer the pitiful and cute figure but revealed her true ferocious nature. She raised her ghostly pickaxe and charged fiercely
at the spider prince.
The spider prince smiled faintly and immediately prepared to vanish using shadow stealth. At that moment, the soul devourer appeared silently, just as it had previously appeared beside the
slime. Magic absorption.
Using its powerful magic absorption, it instantly drained the spider prince's magic power.
What?
The spider prince's expression changed drastically.
The phantom witch, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh.
She put away her ghostly pickaxe, cupped her pale face with both hands, and slowly approached. She was about to absorb the spider prince's power.
Summon recall.
Lin Xiao immediately recalled
the spider prince and the goblin chief. This dungeon is indeed full of dangers. One careless move and it's a total wipeout. But that's only the outcome for ordinary teams.
These two bosses worked seamlessly together,
leaving any profession struggling to cope.
But Lin Xiao was different. His summon creatures were far more than just these. The phantom witch lunged but missed, watching her prey slip away.
She flew into a
rage instantly, but before she could counterattack, she felt a strong killing intent from behind.
Minus 37,456 hit instantly. The Death Knight had made its move.
Minus 13,000 minus 2,750 combined with the powerful blood draining effective killing intent wave, it instantly left the phantom witch in shambles. The phantom witch quickly distanced herself, her eyes filled with fear. The Death Knight's strength far exceeded her expectations.
Aha!
The phantom witch let out a furious scream, her hair disheveled, and the surrounding ghostly maidens froze in place before rushing forward. A large number of ghosts surged in, continuously enhancing her power.
She's gone berserk.
Lin Xiao immediately realized the danger. He glanced at his health, which had recovered halfway, and decided not to use blood sacrifice again.
Consume 6745 HP to fully restore the slimes. Magic power? Yes.
Lin Xiao's health dropped directly to 1 point.
The slime's magic power was instantly restored to full.
Lin Xiao glanced at the goblin chief, who was still immersed in bliss, and kicked him
angrily. So easily charmed? Haven't you ever seen a woman before? Lin Xiao took out a purification potion to dispel the charm on the goblin chief. Although the charm was lifted, the power drained from him didn't recover as quickly.
The goblin chief, now recovered, realized his mistake and lowered his head in shame. It wasn't entirely his fault, everything had happened too suddenly. The sky had darkened abruptly, and before he could react, the phantom witch had kissed him directly, leaving him charmed. Take your soldiers and deal with that soul devourer. Don't let it run wild, Lin Xiao said irritably.
Although the goblin chief's power had been drained, the goblin warriors' combat strength remained unaffected and they could still fight.
The goblin chief accepted the order and immediately led his soldiers into battle.
Morale.
For glory. Lin Xiao cast buffs to enhance them. With the goblin chief leading, the slime could focus on dealing damage. Then, he used a magic potion to restore the Spider Prince's magic power, giving him a chance to strike. Meanwhile, on the other side, the phantom witch had absorbed all the ghostly maidens, greatly increasing her power. A ghost claw larger than her fiercely struck at the Death Knight, attempting to tear him apart.
Swish, the Death Knight vanished instantly, and the phantom witch's attack hit nothing but air.
Before she could react, the bone cleaver struck her once again. The phantom witch was shocked. Just like before, he had suddenly appeared behind her. Minus 2,750 to 36,646 instant damage.
As the phantom witch finished absorbing, the Death Knight's skill cooldown was ready. Huff huff huff. The dark warhorse wasn't idle either, raising its front hooves and kicking fiercely, sending the
phantom witch flying. Minus 9,800. The phantom witch was severely injured again, completely stunned.
She was going mad. Why couldn't she defeat him? Ha!
The phantom witch roared, her long hair flying as she raised her phantom pickaxe,
and let out a piercing scream.
The sharp edge began to distort space, and a void sphere was slowly released. The Death Knight stared at her coldly, pointing the bone cleaver forward. 3 green shadows of war emerged.
Formation.
The overwhelming aura filled the entire cavern. Charge. Like an army of thousands charging, crushing everything in its path. The void sphere instantly tore through and devoured the shadows of war, but it still couldn't stop the
Death Knight's charge. Seeing this, the phantom witch panicked and turned to flee. But she couldn't outrun the Death Knight.
At the cost of 2 shadows of war, the Death Knight reached her. The blade rose, and the phantom witch's head flew off before she even had time to beg for mercy. Congratulations on successfully killing the phantom witch, boss. EXP plus 20,000. Obtained Witch's Essence *3, Phantom Pickaxe *1, Phantom Witch's Core *1, Golden Chest
*1. Obtained Dungeon Item, Witch's Veil. The battle on the Death Knight's side was over. Witch's Essence? What's that?
Lin Xiao immediately checked the new material.
Witch's Essence, legendary quality. A special material required
to craft the Mystic Purifier. Seeing the material's quality and description, Lin Xiao was shocked.
Legendary quality material?
A level 15 dungeon producing legendary materials was truly unbelievable.
And a Mystic Purifier,
crafted with legendary materials, was bound to be extraordinary. Meanwhile, the battle with the Soul Devourer was nearing its end.
The Soul Devourer was formidable due to its ability to devour magic and its elusive movements, making its combat power far exceed that of ordinary monsters. Congratulations on successfully killing the Soul Devourer, boss. EXP plus 20,000.
Obtained Soul Devourer's Essence *5, Soul Devourer's Core *1, Golden Chest *1.
Obtained Dungeon Item, Soul Devourer's Flame. Congratulations on your first clear of the Ghost Nest Dungeon, EXP plus 80,000.
Obtained First Clear Chest, Hidden, all attributes plus 60. After receiving the dungeon clear notification, Lin Xiao
didn't leave immediately but had everyone rest on the spot.
Not only did the Goblin Chieftain and Spider Prince need to recover, but he also needed to replenish the health consumed by using Price of Blood.
Moreover, with the
monsters in the area cleared, it was a relatively safe place. While waiting to recover, Lin Xiao organized the spoils of the recent battles. He fed the Phantom Witches and Soul Devourer's cores to the slime.
Talent Glutton. Triggered, Intelligence plus 300, Magic plus 500.
Talent Glutton triggered, Magic plus 2000, Skill acquired, Magic Absorption.
Magic Absorption? It actually learned the Soul Devourer's skill.
Lin Xiao was overjoyed. This skill was
incredibly useful for the slime. Now I don't have to worry about the slime's mana pool. As a magic-based attacker, strong recovery was essential.
This skill perfectly solved that problem.
Lin Xiao continued opening the chests. Open. Golden Chest.
Obtained Enhancement Stones *6, Invisibility Potions *2.
Obtained Modification Stones *6, Mental Fortification Potions *2.
This time, no equipment was found, but 2 types of special potions were obtained, new and intriguing items Lin Xiao had never seen before. Invisibility Potion grants invisibility for 10 seconds upon use. Unable to be locked by enemies while invisible, only 10 seconds of invisibility? Lin Xiao was instantly a bit disappointed. He had originally thought he would obtain that magical treasure every guy dreams of. This invisibility duration is way too short. 10 seconds, what can you even do in that time? Although a bit regretful, Lin Xiao still noticed the unique feature of the invisibility potion. Unable to be locked. The invisibility duration is short, but enemies can't lock onto me at all. It might have unexpected effects during battles. He carefully stored the invisibility potion and then looked at another potion. Mental Enhancement Potion reduces skill cooldown time by 50% for 30 minutes after use. Cooldown time, 2 hours, a potion that reduces skill cooldown time? Lin Xiao's eyes widened. Although he had never seen such a thing before, he knew how valuable this potion was. It's practically a treasure that mages dream of. Using one during battle would allow skills to be cast non-stop, instantly, skyrocketing combat power. If I were to sell it, plenty of mages would definitely fight to buy it. However, this potion isn't very useful for summoners. Summoners mainly rely on summon creatures to fight, and they themselves have very few usable skills. As for the slime, it's even less necessary. It has the powerful talent Rapid Casting, which makes many skills almost cooldown free, so using this potion wouldn't provide much improvement. Open the first clear treasure chest, hidden. Obtained, Radiant Cloak *1, Shadow Spear *1, Enhancement Stone *10. This time, 2 pieces of equipment were acquired. Radiant Cloak level, 10 quality, rare attributes, agility plus 200 effect. Speed increases by 50% during charge. A speed-enhancing piece of equipment? Perfect for the Death Knight. The Death Knight is a charge and assault type character, and speed-enhancing equipment is exactly what he needs most. Combined with the skill Undead Charge, the speed could become terrifyingly fast. Lin Xiao equipped the Radiant Cloak on the Death Knight and then looked at the other weapon. Shadow Spear level, 10 quality, rare attributes. Constitution plus 300, Strength plus 350, Intelligence plus 100, Agility plus 10 effect, attacks deal shadow damage, increasing damage by 20%. The attributes are pretty good, just right to replace the bone knife. The bone knife's damage is unstable, and its bone carving effect triggers inconsistently, making the Shadow Spear more direct and effective. After equipping the Shadow Spear, the Death Knight's strength increased significantly. The replaced equipment naturally became the Slime Snack. Talent Golden Legend triggered, obtain talent Blood Frenzy, S level. Has it already been 2 days? Seeing the new talent appear, Lin Xiao realized it was now the 2nd day at midnight. He had left the army around noon, cleared 2 dungeons in succession, and rested for quite a while, just the right amount of time. Blood Frenzy permanently increases health by 10 points for each enemy killed. Kills by summoned creatures also count as kills by the summoner. Permanent health increase for kills? Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Even kills by summoned creatures count towards his own record. If I had this talent earlier, combined with Price of Blood, it would be absolutely invincible. Price of Blood is a talent that requires consuming health to activate. The more consumed, the stronger the effect. He had always been troubled about how to increase constitution. But unexpectedly, while resting, the talent was delivered to him. Absolutely thrilling. After resting for 2 hours, Lin Xiao's health was fully restored, and the Goblin Chief's lost strength had also returned. Time to challenge the final hidden dungeon. Leaving the ghost nest, Lin Xiao saw a teleportation portal standing right in front of him as soon as he stepped outside. He froze. Is this the entrance to the 3rd hidden dungeon? Turning his head to look at the sealed door not far away, the red light was pointing directly here. No doubt, this was the entrance to the 3rd hidden dungeon. It seems you must clear the first 2 dungeons to unlock the 3rd one. Let's see what treasures the 3rd dungeon holds. Lin Xiao led the Death Knight and others inside without hesitation. Quiet. Vast. These were Lin Xiao's first impressions upon stepping in. There were no signs of monsters around. No, not even signs of life. Not a single monster? Lin Xiao frowned, finding it odd. Just as he was about to activate the ghost formation for detection, a sudden ding sound came from above. He instinctively looked up and saw dozens of fist-sized stones floating overhead, which then came crashing down. The Slime and Spider Prince reacted quickly. One immediately summoned a wind shield to block the stones, while the other used webs to intercept them. All At that moment, a skeleton soldier wielding a machete and shield, clad in soft armor, slowly emerged from behind a stone pillar. Blade and shield skeleton, boss, level, 20 quality, rare constitution, 15,000/200,000. Strength, 3,000/100 intelligence, 250/250 agility, 166/165 magic, 500/500 spirit, 60/70 talent, parasite, C-grade, skills, 10-fold blade technique, damage absorption, self-repair, starting with a boss.
Fight right away?
Lin Xiao frowned, but upon seeing the opponent's attributes, he found it even stranger. This was the first time he had seen such information. However, upon noticing the opponent's talent, he immediately
understood. Parasite, parasites on the deceased, controlling their actions.
The skeleton was merely a shell, the true entity was either the blade or the shield. But that shield had 200,000 health points. It also came with damage
reduction and powerful self-healing abilities. Damage absorption reduces received damage by 50%, additional damage reduced by 90%. Self-repair recovers 20% of maximum health per second. 50% damage reduction, recovering 40,000 health per second.
This shield is disgusting, Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain.
If the damage output wasn't high enough, the opponent's recovery speed would outpace any attacks.
Swish! Suddenly, a sharp sword aura flew toward
them.
The Death Knight quickly stepped forward, pointing his shadow spear to instantly shatter the sword aura. Lin Xiao looked toward the source of the attack and saw a hunched skeleton draped in tattered cloth slowly walking
out.
It held a broad-bladed sword, clearly the origin of the sword aura just now. Magic sword skeleton, boss, level, 20 quality, rare constitution, 45,000 strength, for 000 intelligence, 200 agility, 266 magic, 90 spirit, 50 skills, sword aura attack, sword aura frenzy, sword aura wave, defense and offense combined.
Lin Xiao was surprised. Level 20, 4,000 strength. Aside from tank classes that could withstand 2 hits, other classes would likely fall in one strike.
Let the Death Knight handle the magic sword skeleton, while Slime and the others deal with the blade and shield skeleton. Lin Xiao quickly devised a plan. Although the blade and shield skeleton had strong recovery abilities, it wouldn't last against the attacks of his 3 summoned creatures. Just as he made up his mind, he suddenly felt an extra gaze fixed on him. He quickly looked up and saw a skeleton draped in a magic robe standing atop a stone pillar, its hollow eyes staring directly at him.
Another one? 3 bosses. Lin Xiao was shocked. 3 bosses in a single dungeon.
But recalling the 7 indentations on the sealed door, he
immediately understood.
The previous 2 hidden dungeons had already taken down 4 bosses, and the final hidden dungeon still had 3 bosses remaining. 3 bosses, and starting the battle immediately, put Lin Xiao at a significant
disadvantage.
Magic skeleton, boss, level, 20 quality, rare constitution, 10,000 strength, 20 intelligence, 100 agility, 109 magic, 10,000 spirit, 50 talent, calm and composed, B-grade, skills, falling. Stone attack, stun spell. These attributes are so strange. Lin Xiao frowned as he examined the magic skeleton's stats, high constitution and magic power, but other attributes are ridiculously low.
As a mage, the intelligence is surprisingly low. There must be some special mechanism. Calm and composed, restores own magic power when magic hits an enemy. Rockfall attack, summons a large rock to smash the enemy's head. Stun spell, releases magic to make the enemy dizzy. The skills aren't particularly strange. The only odd thing is that the magic skeleton has only 2 skills, one for attack and one for control. Could the rockfall attack have exceptionally high damage? Just as Lin Xiao was wondering, the magic skeleton raised its staff, and numerous rocks appeared in the air, smashing toward the crowd. Is the magic group targeted? Combined with the stun spell for control?
Lin Xiao roughly guessed.
Its attack method.
Facing the falling rocks, the Spider Prince immediately released webs to catch all the stones and threw them aside.
Morale. Fight for honor.
Lin Xiao buffed the Death Knight and others.
The sudden appearance
of the magic skeleton didn't disrupt his plan. The Spider Prince could handle it.
Since it's a mage, an assassin is its nemesis.
The Death Knight charged forward, accelerating with the radiant cloak, easily breaking through the defenses of the sword and shield skeletons, heading straight for the magic sword skeleton.
Thud!
The spear pierced the magic sword skeleton's body, but the Death Knight immediately felt something was wrong.
His attack caused no damage.
Swish! The magic sword skeleton swung its sword. At such close range, the Death Knight couldn't dodge in time, and the sword energy struck him directly.
His health instantly dropped by 1/5. Seeing this, the slime immediately cast a healing spell. No damage? Lin Xiao noticed the situation with the Death Knight.
He then looked at the sword and shield skeleton, where a very low damage number floated out.
Can the damage taken by others also be absorbed? Lin Xiao was shocked. He finally understood the true meaning of the extra damage.
Even more terrifying, absorbed damage could be reduced by 90%.
This is too broken, even more annoying than taunt skills.
On the other side, the goblin chief led shield bearers and soldiers to charge at the sword and shield skeleton.
The slime and goblin priest provided support from the rear.
The damage from purple lightning and magical bombardment had already exceeded the shield's recovery rate, but the opponent had 200,000
health points, making it unrealistic to kill it quickly. Master.
At this moment, the Spider Prince returned to Lin Zhao's side, apologetically saying, "My attacks on that magic skeleton had no effect, and they have resistance to interruption."
Lin Xiao nodded, understood. Leave the magic skeleton for now and cooperate with the goblin chief to prioritize taking down the sword and shield skeleton. This boss is the key.
Once it's dead, all problems can be solved.
As for the magic skeleton,
I still have the blood demon uncalled. If there's a change, the blood demon can take the lead.
With the Spider Prince joining in,
the shield skeleton's health dropped rapidly, soon having.
At this moment, an incomprehensible incantation sounded. It was the magic skeleton. Lin Xiao immediately became alert. Soon, an orange-yellow light spot appeared on the ground. The light spot quickly expanded, forming a 50-meter light circle in the blink of an eye. What is this?
Lin Xiao frowned. The light circle moved rapidly, arriving under the goblin chief's feet. The chief, who was preparing to attack, was forcibly stunned and immobilized. The sword and shield skeleton immediately counterattacked, slashing the chief.
It's the stun spell, Lin Xiao said.
The slime quickly cast a purification spell on the goblin chief. The stun was lifted, and the chief immediately launched an attack, only to be stunned.
Again. As long as you stay in that light circle, you'll be continuously stunned? Lin Zhao's expression turned grim. The next second, the light circle
split into 3 parts, flying toward the Spider Prince and the slime.
Auto-tracking. Once hit, it's hard to escape.
Both the Spider Prince and the slime were stunned, and the sword and shield skeleton took the opportunity to slash them fiercely. Fortunately, the honor set reduced damage and shared it, otherwise, these few strikes would have left them half dead. These 3 skeletons are a tightly coordinated team. Lin Zhao's face was serious.
He finally understood.
The magic skeleton's unique attributes. A high magic value was to sustain the light circle. The output doesn't rely on it at all.
It's impossible
to kill the magic skeleton first, as the sword and shield skeletons are blocking the way. That is an almost impenetrable barrier.
Without the Death Knight holding
off the magic sword skeleton, its extremely high damage would be unbearable even with the honor set. Defense, output, control, almost perfect coordination.
I need to think of a way, otherwise, even with the damage reduction from the honor set, it won't hold.
Lin Zhao's brain was working at high speed. He still hadn't summoned the blood demon, but even if he did, it would be difficult to break through the current defense.
The damage wasn't enough. Release the restriction on the magic sword skeleton and let the Death Knight take action.
Lin Xiao looked at the Death Knight. He could take a gamble, but if the magic
skeleton interfered, the result would be the same. Transparent potion.
Lin Xiao remembered the special potion in his hand.
10 seconds of invisibility. Immune to targeting. He had 2 bottles, a total of 20 seconds. Can the Death Knight deal 200,000 damage in 20 seconds?
Very difficult.
Moreover, the opponent had strong recovery abilities. If there were minions to trigger the Death Knight's Death Drain talent, there might be hope. But entering directly into a boss fight eliminated that possibility. Do I have to exit the dungeon and come back next time?
Lin Xiao muttered softly. This round seemed almost unsolvable. To remove the stun, the magic skeleton had to be killed first, but to kill the magic skeleton, the sword and shield skeletons had to be dealt with first. Conversely, the magic skeleton had to be killed first to prevent interference.
It was like an intern without experience unable to get a
full-time position, and without a full-time position, there was no chance to gain experience, a vicious cycle.
Drag it out until the magic skeleton's mana runs out? Impossible.
It had the calm and composed talent, which allowed it to continuously recover as long as its skills hit the target.
Wait, there's a chance.
Lin Zhao's eyes lit up as he remembered the slime's mana absorption skill, specifically designed to counter mages. He had found the breakthrough. Lin Zhao finally saw hope for breaking the deadlock.
Summon follow.
Lin Zhao immediately summoned the slime back, used a purification potion to remove its stun, and then explained the plan to it. At this moment, the magic circle chased after them, and the slime quickly jumped away, ignoring the still stunned Lin Zhao, and charged directly at the magic skeleton.
A fierce collision. Thud. The entire body slammed heavily into the magic skeleton. The magic skeleton didn't dodge, only coldly glanced at the slime, as if mocking its uselessness. Because it knew the slime couldn't hurt it at all. The magic skeleton continued to control with the magic circle, commanding the sword and shield skeletons to deal with the enemy in front of them, not even sparing a glance at the slime on its body. But soon, it realized something was wrong. Its mana was depleting too quickly, as if someone was stealing it. The magic skeleton suddenly became alert, staring at the slime on its body. The slime was glowing all over, rapidly absorbing its mana. Someone was indeed stealing its mana.
The magic skeleton finally reacted, reaching out to grab the slime, trying to pull it off its body. But the slime, like liquid, stuck to its hand and
slid to the side of its chest bone. Ha!
The magic skeleton roared in anger. The sword and shield skeletons, who were happily slashing away, heard the
sound and immediately shifted their target.
Seeing the sword and shield skeletons charging over, the slime didn't run immediately but quickly cast several
spells. Absorbing mana and casting spells were not mutually exclusive. Boom, boom, boom.
Magic bombs exploded one after another, but the damage was blocked
by the shield.
At this point, the sword and shield skeletons had reached the slime, slashing down with a clang.
The slash landed on the magic skeleton's chest bone.
The slime had already climbed to its head. The sword and shield skeletons fiercely slashed at the magic skeleton's head.
Although it was a skeleton and had no facial expressions, its anger was almost palpable.
Slash after slash, the magic skeleton furiously struck the opponent's head with the
magic circle in its hand, venting its rage. Ha!
The magic skeleton's mana was almost depleted, and it finally panicked, roaring angrily at the sword and
shield skeletons.
But at this point, it was helpless. The slime was too slippery. The magic skeleton's mana hit zero, the slime completed its absorption, and quickly escaped back to Lin Zhao's side. At this moment, the slime's entire body was glowing, and its head emitted a ding sound as it lit up.
That damned halo has finally disappeared.
Lin Zhao recovered from his dizziness. The slime immediately cast a healing spell on him, then helped the Spider Prince
and Goblin Chieftain recover. Its magic was now overflowing, seemingly endless.
They slashed us so many times earlier, now it's our turn to strike back. Lin Zhao looked at the two skeletons in the distance. The Goblin Chieftain and Spider Prince sharpened their blades, their eyes filled with killing intent. The sword and shield skeletons sensed something was wrong, but before they could react, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Boom! Purple sky divine. Thunder! The Spider Prince flashed behind the enemy and launched a deadly attack. The slime went even crazier, as if on a stimulant, bombarding the sword and shield skeletons with magic like cannon fire.
Would you like to consume 10,000 HP to provide a 50% boost to the slime? Lin Zhao activated his innate ability again.
The slime received a massive power-up, and its magic's potency increased significantly.
-8,562 -8,643 -8,459. Combined with the Goblin
Chieftain's Purple Sky Divine Thunder and the Spider Prince's Assassination, each attack dealt 40,000 damage.
The tide of battle turned instantly, and the shield's HP plummeted.
The sword and shield skeletons immediately realized the dire situation but were powerless to act.
Bang! With another strike of Purple Sky
Divine Thunder, the shield finally shattered into two charred pieces and fell from the sword and shield skeleton's hands.
Holding only the iron handle, the sword and shield skeleton's face darkened. The shield is finally broken. Now it's your turn to suffer.
Without the shield's protection, they had no defense, and no damage reduction. Meanwhile, the Death Knight, knowing its master had already won, turned to face the magic sword skeleton, its eyes gleaming coldly.
Beneath its mask,
the broken shield meant it could now harm the magic sword skeleton.
Thud!
The undead warhorse stomped heavily, and three shadows of war
appeared behind the Death Knight. The formation was set, ready to charge at any moment.
The magic sword skeleton's expression grew grim as it gripped its greatsword tightly. Their previous encounter had shown it the Death Knight's strength, otherwise, it would have already gone to kill the controlled slime and
its allies. But because the Death Knight was blocking the way, it couldn't get close. The Death Knight nudged its undead warhorse, which immediately understood and sounded the charge horn. Formation, charge. The sound of hooves thundered like an army of millions charging toward the magic sword skeleton. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the sword and shield skeleton, boss. EXP plus 30,000.
Under the combined assault of the goblin chieftain, Slime,
and Spider Prince, the sword and shield skeleton, now without its shield, couldn't hold out for long and was taken down. Rewards, Bone Powder *10, Guardian. Shield *1, Skeleton Essence *5, Golden Treasure Chest *1. Acquired sub-dungeon item, Sword and Shield.
Seeing the Guardian shield, Lin Xiao was stunned.
Is this the shield that the sword and shield skeleton was using?
Guardian shield, consumable upon use, creates a barrier that can block 200,000 damage.
As expected.
Although it was a simplified version without the damage absorption ability, being able to block 200,000 damage was already quite impressive.
Innate ability Blood Frenzy triggered, HP plus 10.
After taking down the sword and shield skeleton, the magic skeleton naturally couldn't escape. It had lost
its magic power, couldn't cast skills, and its innate abilities couldn't be triggered. It could only wait for death. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the magic skeleton, boss. EXP plus 30,000. Innate ability Blood Frenzy triggered, HP plus 10. Rewards, Magic Skeleton Core *1, Skeleton Essence *10. Bone Powder *10, Golden Treasure Chest *1.
Acquired sub-dungeon item, Crystal Skull.
Too bad it didn't drop a skill book. The magic skeleton's skills would have been quite useful.
Lin Xiao looked toward the other battlefield. 2 of the 3 skeletons were already dead, leaving only the magic sword skeleton. There was no need to help, the Death Knight was strong enough to handle it alone.
Half an hour later. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the magic sword skeleton, boss. EXP plus 30,000. Innate ability Blood Frenzy triggered, HP plus 10.
Obtain Skeleton Essence *5, Skill Book, Warrior, Draw /.
Bone Powder *10, Platinum Treasure Chest *1. Obtain sub-dungeon item, Magic Sword Embryo Talent Death Absorption triggered, Constitution plus 22,500, Strength plus 1,500. A Platinum Treasure Chest dropped? My luck is really good. Platinum Treasure Chests only have a chance to drop in King-level dungeons. It seems.
The difficulty of the 3rd dungeon is at least King level. Congratulations on clearing the Undead Skeleton dungeon for the first time, experience.
Plus 60,000. Obtained first clear treasure chest, hidden, all attributes plus 200.
Congratulations, your level has increased to level 14.
Directly adding 200 attribute points, this feels amazing. The keys are all collected, it's time to open that sealed door.
Lin Xiao left the dungeon and appeared again in front of the
sealed door. He placed the quest item into the groove on the door. Buzz, the door seemed to be activated and slowly opened to both sides. Brave warrior who has
broken the seal, come inside.
Endless wealth and treasures await you. A deep voice echoed.
Lin Xiao felt it sounded like a trap, but he wasn't afraid.
He
came here to challenge the hidden boss, and even if there was a trap, he would still take the risk. However, he didn't enter immediately, he first opened the treasure chest he had just obtained. The Ghost Nest and Undead Skeleton dungeon had taught him that these 2 dungeons were far from simple.
The final boss, guarded by Fo Ming, would likely be even harder to deal with. He had to be prepared before entering. Let's open the golden treasure chest first. Obtained.
Enhancement Stones *5, Advanced Evolution Potions *3, Advanced Recovery Potions *3.
Obtained Modification Stones *30.
The luck was average, both treasure chests contained materials and potions. But Lin Xiao was more excited about the Platinum Treasure Chest.
Open the Platinum Treasure Chest. Obtained.
Enhancement Stones *20, Mysterious Purification Device *3.
Mysterious Purification Device?
That's a rare item made from legendary materials.
He hadn't expected
to directly obtain it. Mysterious Purification Device, consumable upon use, removes all negative statuses, grants immunity to all curses and weakening
effects, lasts for 30 seconds. This is the upgraded version of the Purification Potion.
Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. This potion was incredibly powerful. If he had used the mysterious purification device during the fight with the 3 skeletons, it would have saved him a lot of trouble. He could have directly strengthened the slimes and launched a strong attack on the sword and shield skeletons. Unfortunately, it came too late. Having it is better than not. If the boss has curse skills, this item will definitely come in handy. After storing all the items, Lin Xiao still didn't plan to challenge the boss. Immediately. Death Knight, go clear the monsters in the dungeon, but don't touch the boss. Lin Xiao ordered. He wasn't sure about the final boss's situation, and needed the boost from the death absorption talent for extra security. The Death Knight nodded and rode the undead warhorse deep into the dungeon. Selena sneaked into the southern sky province, moving stealthily all the way. Although she was an abyss demon, she didn't dare to openly pass through the city. Directly killing him is too risky, I might endanger myself. But if I can enter the dungeon with him. A ruthless glint flashed in her eyes as she thought about how to kill the guy who had embarrassed her several times. My level is too high, so there are restrictions on entering the dungeon with him. If I could find a helper. That's right, I remember there's someone sealed nearby. I can get him to help. After being sealed for so long, he would definitely be eager to act. Selena suddenly thought of an unlucky guy in the area. Getting someone else to help would save her a lot of trouble. Besides, although that guy wasn't as strong as he used to be, he would be more than enough to deal with Lin Xiao. Successfully killed ghoul, experience plus 1100. Talent blood frenzy triggered, life plus 10. Successfully killed ghoul, experience plus 1100. Talent blood frenzy triggered, life plus 10. Notifications kept popping up, and half an hour later, the Death Knight returned from afar. Fully rested, Lin Xiao stood up and looked at the open door. It's time to face the final boss. Passing through the gate, Lin Xiao immediately felt a chilling aura seep into his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Torches on the rock walls, which had been burning for an unknown amount of time, suddenly lit up, their glow extending deep into the cave. The dim light illuminated the entire space. The sealed gate has been opened. Please defeat the evil dragon. You cannot exit the dungeon without defeating the evil dragon. Since you have collected all 7 keys, the evil dragon's attributes have been reduced by 70%. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, thinking, I can't leave without killing the evil dragon? He hadn't expected the final boss to be like the Abyss, where you couldn't leave without defeating it, not even by force. This meant he only had one chance. However, to his surprise, the keys he had collected turned out to be so effective, directly reducing the boss's attributes by 70%. Even with a 70% reduction, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. As he ventured deeper, a massive dragon head suddenly appeared at the end of the cave, lifelike and awe-inspiring. Strangely, the dragon head seemed to be stuck in the rock wall, its posture extremely peculiar. A dragon head? So the final hidden boss is indeed a dragon? Lin Xiao wasn't surprised. From the dungeon's name, the hidden dragon, he could already guess the ending. Coupled with the earlier prompt. This dragon wasn't just any dragon, it was an evil dragon. Evil Dragon Head, Boss, Level, 20 Quality, Epic Constitution, 710000 Strength, 10000 Intelligence, 3000 Agility, 0 Magic, 2000 Spirit, 1989 Talents, Dragon's Intimidation. Grade A, Cursed Body, Grade S, Skills, Evil Dragon Roar, Toxic Breath, Evil Dragon Plague. Looking at these stats, Lin Zhao's eyes widened. 710,000 HP? That's outrageous. Even after a 70% reduction, it still has such a high HP. Lin Xiao was shocked. And this wasn't even a complete evil dragon, just its head. A single head had 710,000 HP. This was simply absurd. Not only that, but this creature also had 2 powerful talents. Dragon's Intimidation. When attacking enemies of a lower level, damage increases tenfold. When attacking enemies of a higher level, damage doubles. Cursed Body. Each time it is attacked, it applies a curse to the attacker. Good heavens, its damage could increase tenfold. And attacking it would result in a counter curse. Lin Xiao really wished he could take these 2 talents and transfer them to his Death Knight. It would definitely make his damage output skyrocket. Despite the evil dragon head's overwhelming power, Lin Xiao still saw a chance of victory. Suddenly, the sealed gate slammed shut with a loud bang. The entire room shook violently as the slumbering evil dragon opened its eyes, its deep voice filled with authority. Humans are truly greedy. There is no wealth or treasure. Here, only death awaits you. Lin Xiao smiled faintly.
Who said there's no wealth or treasure? Aren't you one yourself? Hearing his taunt, the evil dragon head flew into a rage. Arrogant human, you will pay for this. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens.
The evil dragon unleashed a large-scale stun skill.
Roar! The next moment, the dragon opened its massive mouth, spewing purple toxic mist that instantly filled the entire space. A green skull icon appeared above Lin Xiao's head. Poisoned. Lose 1% HP per second.
Breaking free from the stun, Lin Xiao immediately took out a purification potion and drank it, but it had no effect.
Can't purify it?
Lin Xiao wasn't surprised. These were just low-level purification potions, so it was
normal that they couldn't counter the evil dragon's poison.
The slime also tried casting a purification spell on him, but it was equally ineffective.
Goblin Chieftain, Spider Prince, you two return for now.
Lin Xiao used a newly acquired high-level purification potion to cleanse their poison before recalling them to the summoning space.
Currently, his summoned creatures lacked a healer, and the slime alone couldn't sustain the entire team's healing. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful evil dragon head, even a slight touch could be fatal.
Having the Goblin Chieftain and Spider Prince assist would be useless, it was better to send them back.
Slime, just focus on healing the Death Knight. Don't worry about anything else.
Lin Xiao spoke to the slime.
Beside him, two large characters, okay, appeared above the slime's head, indicating its understanding. Alternating between healing spells and recovery spells, he compensated for the health lost by the Death Knight due to poisoning.
Lin Xiao stared at
the evil dragon's head.
What a pity, you missed such a good opportunity just now. With 10,000 strength and the dragon's intimidation talent, if the evil dragon's head had directly attacked earlier, even with my honor set reducing and sharing damage,
I absolutely couldn't have withstood it. 10 times the damage, at least 100,000, who could endure that?
But it chose to use poison instead. Lin Xiao glanced at his own health. The green grass set's recovery ability was strong, and the poison didn't
affect him much. Morale.
Lin Xiao activated a skill to empower the Death Knight.
So what if you're an evil dragon? So what if you have 500,000 health?
I'll still take you down. Today, I will slay this dragon.
The Death Knight immediately counterattacked.
The Hannic Abyss mask was triggered, and it instantly charged toward the evil dragon's head, thrusting the shadow spear in its hand. 38956-14000-25,000 with one strike combined with killing intent wave, it dealt nearly 80,000 damage directly. You have received a curse, Misfortune Entanglement. Misfortune Entanglement, damage received is doubled.
Poison upgraded to Toxic. Toxic, reduces 5% of health per second. The curse actually fell on me? Lin Xiao was surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense.
Moreover, with the curse on him, it wouldn't affect the Death Knight's combat. The odds of victory increased slightly. It just happens to offset the recovery from the green grass set, so there's no need to worry for now.
Lin Xiao
ignored the toxic effect on him, and the mysterious evolution device wasn't urgently needed yet.
So strong. The evil dragon's head was shocked by the damage dealt by the Death Knight. But in the next second, it extended its neck and bit fiercely, attempting to swallow the Death Knight whole. The Death Knight reacted quickly, dodging immediately.
At the same time, it drank the invisibility potion Lin Xiao had given it.
The Death Knight disappeared from sight, and the evil dragon's head couldn't locate its target. Its gaze turned sinister. Divine protection? You really came prepared.
But soon, it sneered, no, it's just a clumsy imitation. 34562-25000-35634 The Death Knight, unable to be locked onto, began attacking frantically.
You have received a curse, Petrification Syndrome. Petrification Syndrome, the body gradually turns to stone.
You have received a curse, Death God's Favor.
Death God's Favor, instant death triggered upon receiving damage.
Seeing these two curses, Lin Xiao
broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but curse, damn it.
Without hesitation, he immediately took out the mysterious purification device to remove all curses. Instant death upon taking damage. Even the life-saving effect of the green grass set
couldn't save him. He couldn't afford to wait.
It wasn't that Lin Xiao wanted to save the purification device, but its immunity effect was limited, and the toxic effect on him hadn't reached the point where it had to be used.
However, these two knew curses were different. If delayed, there would be no saving him. The evil dragon's head immediately noticed Lin Xiao's actions and exclaimed in shock, "A mysterious purification device? You actually have such a thing?" The evil dragon was furious. This device greatly countered its abilities. The Death Knight seized the opportunity and charged at the evil dragon's head again, thrusting the shadow spear repeatedly. 33562-32563-25,000 I already said I came to take you down, how could I not be prepared? Lin Xiao was grateful for obtaining the mysterious purification device from the platinum treasure chest, otherwise, facing the evil dragon's curses, he would have had no solution. Good, good, good. The evil dragon's head roared word by word, and resentment began to surge within the cave, gathering above its head. This is the resentment left behind by your kind after death. Today, I'll let you taste its bitterness. The resentment grew stronger and stronger, gradually taking physical form. 32145-25000-31265 The Death Knight ignored it and continued attacking. Invisibility lasted only 10 seconds, so it had to go all out. Lin Xiao watched the increasingly powerful resentment, his expression heavy. He immediately drank a high-level recovery potion to restore his health to full, preparing for the final showdown. The longer the delay, the worse the situation. At this moment, the Death Knight reappeared as the invisibility time ended. Even if you have a mysterious purification device, so what? Human, you have no chance left. The resentment instantly materialized, condensing into countless anchor chains, densely packed. Swish, the anchor chains shot out like arrows, covering the entire room, leaving no place to hide. Even though the Death Knight used an invisibility potion to evade targeting, the wide-range damage skill was still effective. Beneath the mask, the Death Knight's expression was stern. The anchor chains were as thick as giant arrows from a war chariot, covering the entire space. Faced with the densely packed anchor chains, he remained calm, silently taking out the guardian shield from Lin Xiao. This shield could block 200,000 points of damage. At least it could withstand one attack. Boom! Minus 160,876 The anchor chain struck down, sending the Death Knight flying dozens of meters, and the shield in his hand caved in significantly. Minus 174,563 Another anchor chain smashed down, shattering the shield completely. Humph. So what if you have a shield? You still have to die. The evil dragon's head sneered coldly, staring at the Death Knight. The Death Knight remained composed, discarding the broken shield and charging toward the anchor chains. A desperate fight? Overestimating yourself. Bang! The anchor chain struck hard, hitting the Death Knight directly. Ignorant little insect. The evil dragon's head mocked, but in the next second, it saw a figure rushing out from the dust, the shadow spear in his hand swiftly stabbing forward. 35863-25000-34567 Why are you still alive? How did you survive? The evil dragon's head was shocked. It had clearly seen the attack hit the Death Knight, yet he was still alive. It was that warhorse that took the fatal blow for you. The evil dragon's head suddenly realized. Indeed, the Death Knight's talent allowed his dark creatures to take fatal damage in his place. Dark Affinity, gain a dark creature that substitutes for fatal attacks. Looks like your evil dragon brain isn't that impressive after all. Before the evil dragon's head could react, something even more unexpected happened. Why aren't you dead yet? Has the world gone mad, or have I gone mad? How can such a weak human withstand my attack? Lin Xiao smiled faintly. With such weak attacks, who can you kill? The grass suit combined with the Empire Command badge helped him endure this wave of damage. The evil dragon's head's expression instantly turned sour, as if he had swallowed a bitter melon. Lin Xiao patted the dust off his body and taunted, "Your head. Stuckhead dragon, has it been stuck for so long that your brain after fighting for so long?" The Death Knight remained in a poisoned state. Even though there was a purifier that could remove it, he never used it. What a way to hide. The Death Knight didn't respond, gripping the shadow spear tightly and thrusting it forward with force. This was the final strike. Thud! The spear pierced through the center of the evil dragon skull's brow. The evil dragon skull crumbled into stone and fell to the ground, with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. Congratulations on slaying the evil dragon skull, hidden boss, gaining 200,000 experience points. Talent Death Drain triggered, Constitution plus 355,000, Strength plus 5,000. Obtained Evil Dragon Essence *20. Evil Dragon Skull *1, Evil Dragon Reverse Scale Shoulder *1, Skill Evil Dragon Physique, Passive, Evil Dragon Treasure Chest *2, Platinum Treasure Chest *1. Congratulations on reaching level 15. The generous rewards for defeating the boss left Lin Xiao utterly shocked. Materials, equipment, skills, treasure chests all in hand. And there were even 2 evil dragon treasure chests.
This was the special ability of the Monster Slayer and extra treasure chest drops when defeating special monsters.
As expected of a hidden boss, all that effort was definitely worth it.
A hidden boss that required clearing 3 hidden dungeons to reach. If the rewards weren't good, it would be utterly disappointing. At that moment, a stone bounced over to Lin Zhao's
side. It turned out to be a slime. You're really clever, knowing to turn into a little stone to hide.
When the evil dragon skull launched its area attack, Lin Zhao couldn't spare a thought for it and had even prepared for its inevitable death.
But after the attack ended, he didn't see a notification of the slime's death.
Glancing over, he discovered it had turned into a stone to hide.
Although the evil dragon skull's chains covered the entire cavern, there were still blind spots in the corners.
The stone-transformed slime had relied on these to escape disaster.
Because of this, the evil dragon skull rarely paid attention to it. After all, who would care about a random stone on the roadside?
Congratulations on successfully clearing the special
dungeon, Hidden Dragon.
Clear time, 20 hours and 35 minutes. Seeing the clear time, Lin Zhao realized he had spent so long in the dungeon. But it made sense, the first 3 dungeons had taken quite a bit of time, while the final boss didn't require
much effort.
Rewards obtained, experience plus 500,000, first clear treasure chest, Evil Dragon Hidden Edition, *1, Talent Divine Stone *1, free attribute points plus 500.
Congratulations on reaching level 16. The 500,000 experience points instantly pushed Lin Zhao to level 16, with plenty left over.
This dungeon clear also granted free attribute points, a whopping 500 points.
What exactly is this Talent Divine Stone? Could it be what I think it is? Talent Divine Stone, used to randomly gain a talent. Just as I thought.
Lin Zhao shouted in shock. Although he could gain 1 S-level talent every day, seeing the description of the Talent Divine Stone still excited him.
After all, who would complain about gaining an extra talent? This is a great item.
I'll use it later. Leaving here is the priority now. This place wasn't suitable for lingering.
Every time a boss was defeated, Selena would suddenly appear to open the abyss.
If she showed up now, he'd be done for.
He absolutely couldn't defeat the abyssal version of the evil dragon skull.
Luckily, the door is still here. Seeing the teleportation portal in front of him, Lin Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The portal had appeared, so Selena probably wouldn't show up easily.
Just as he thought this,
boom, the cavern was blasted open, and a figure shrouded in black mist swiftly descended. Lin Zhao stared at the figure, completely stunned as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape wide enough to swallow a large apple.
Selena. Why was she here? Had the abyss opened? No, could it be that she had snuck in specifically to kill him?
Lin Zhao never expected the least likely scenario to actually happen.
If she had infiltrated, did it mean she was going to take action herself?
Thinking of this, Lin Zhao felt a chill run down his spine.
Where's that dumb dragon? Why isn't it here? Selena looked around and noticed that the aura of the evil dragon's head had suddenly disappeared.
She was certain that the creature had been sealed here. Suddenly, she spotted Lin Zhao not far away, froze for a moment, and instinctively asked, "What are you doing?"
Here? He shouldn't have been here.
But soon, her surprise turned into an uncontrollable smile.
Good, good. I haven't even gone looking for you, and you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. This is perfect. Selena was so excited she could barely suppress her laughter.
She hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. Lin Zhao quickly calmed down and silently contacted Nan Wansheng, saying, "Can you enter the
dungeon directly without using the abyss?" Selena usually appeared with the abyss pillar, but he didn't see it now.
Although he found it hard to believe, he still wanted to confirm.
How could I enter the dungeon directly?
Selena froze for a moment, quickly scanning her surroundings, and finally saw a petrified eye beneath her feet.
The evil dragon's eye. You killed that stupid dragon? Selena was utterly shocked.
She had originally planned to use the evil dragon's head to kill Lin Zhao, which would have saved her a lot of trouble. She hadn't expected Lin Zhao to act first and take out the evil dragon's head. No, that wasn't the important part. The key was, how did he have the strength to kill the evil dragon's head? Even though it was currently very weak.
Lin Zhao's expression remained calm as he said,
"Indifferently, you called it stupid, so it must have died from its own foolishness." That was indeed the case. While the mysterious purification device restrained the evil dragon's head, actually killing it
required it to make its own mistakes.
It had launched a fierce attack at the start, leaving itself with almost no chance of survival, and it failed to seize the opportunity. In the end, it was taken down by
Lin Xiao. No matter. I came here for that stupid dragon to kill you. Since you're already here. Selena no longer hesitated.
After all, her goal was to kill Lin Xiao, and now he was right in front of her. Black mist churned and condensed into a dark spike, which shot fiercely toward Lin Xiao.
Clang! A Death Knight appeared instantly in front of Lin Xiao, blocking the attack. This was the ability of Oath of Darkness. Selena frowned. A full block? How many times can you block?
Buzz, she quickly changed her tactics, launching magic directly at Lin Xiao, giving him no chance to dodge.
Selena paused for a moment, calculated the timing, and cast another spell.
She knew that Lin Xiao's grassland set could withstand one fatal blow, so she dared to launch a second wave of attacks.
Easily dealt with.
If I had known, I wouldn't have hesitated so much earlier.
Selena snorted coldly, turned, and prepared to leave.
But at that moment, a mocking voice came from the still dissipating magic.
Is that all you've got?
Looks like. You abyssal demons aren't so impressive after all.
You're still alive.
Selena stared at Lin Xiao as if she'd seen a ghost. She was certain her attack had hit him, there was no way he could have
dodged it. Did he have other immunity skills or equipment? Thinking of this, Selena's gaze grew even more vicious.
Boom, the ground cracked open into 4 black holes, and tentacles emerged, furiously slamming toward Lin Xiao.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The continuous strikes pulverized the stones on the ground into dust.
Are you giving me a back massage?
The pressure's a bit too light, Lin Xiao's teasing voice rang
out.
The tentacle strikes paused momentarily due to Selena's shock, then resumed their relentless assault.
At that moment, Panic Abyss Mask activated Instant Strike.
Minus 52,314 minus 16,000 minus 2.5 million.
The Death
Drain effect was still active, but when Lin Xiao saw the damage caused by Killing Intent Wave, he was stunned on the spot.
2.5 million? Killing Intent Wave reduced the opponent's health by 5%, which meant Selena had 500 million HP.
That was absurd, utterly ridiculous.
Selena quickly retreated, ignoring the Death Knight's attacks. Why haven't you taken any damage at all?
She had never encountered such an outrageous situation. Lin Xiao smiled faintly.
Take a guess.
When he saw Selena appear, he initially planned to stall for time, waiting for Nan Wanqing to come and take him out of the dungeon. But, after seeing the skill she used, his expression turned strange, and he suddenly remembered Nan Wanqing had once casually mentioned that Selena was a dark attribute mage. This was troublesome. He happened to have a talent that made him immune to dark attribute attacks. Dark Oath, immune to dark attribute attacks.
Oath, designate a summoned beast as the contractor, and the contractor shares this talent. When attacking the talent holder, the contractor automatically appears to block. So no matter how Selena attacked, she couldn't hurt him.
I heard you're a dark attribute mage?
Have you trained in other attribute magic?
Lin Xiao asked. Selena glanced at him disdainfully. As the strongest mage under the dark abyssal demon, training in other types of magic would be an insult to me.
Oh, I see. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He liked abyssal demons who only trained in one attribute the most. With his skill cooldown complete, the Death Knight launched another attack. Minus 12,353 to 2.5 million. The Death Drain effect disappeared.
But Lin Xiao hadn't expected to rely on this move to kill the abyssal demon. The Death Knight couldn't even get close to her and could only occasionally sneak attack using mask skills.
If he could keep sneaking attacks, it wouldn't take 20 minutes to wear Selena down. Just thinking about it was exciting. Of course, the prerequisite was that the opponent had to cooperate. Minus 13,212 to 2.5 million. Another minute passed, and Selena was frantically flailing her tentacles. At this point, she finally realized something was wrong. You have a skill that makes you immune to magic? Correct, but there's no reward for guessing right.
Lin Xiao replied cheerfully, she would figure it out sooner or later anyway.
To be precise, it's immunity to dark attribute attacks, so your magic is useless against me.
You? Selena glared at Lin Xiao with hatred. She had risked everything to kill him, only for him to tell her he was immune to dark attribute attacks.
Did this mean she could never kill him? Seeing Selena's unpleasant expression, Lin Xiao smiled and said, Actually, Miss Selena, there's no need to be angry.
We can talk this out, there's no need for all this fighting and killing.
Come, sit down, let's chat. Tell me what I need to do so I won't have to kill you. As he
spoke, Lin Xiao enthusiastically brought over a stone, preparing for a long conversation with her.
Lin Xiao, don't push your luck. Selena trembled with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. I can't kill you, but that doesn't mean the abyss can't. As long as you enter the dungeon, I'll open the abyss and let countless abyssal monsters devour you, Selena said viciously.
This was wonderful. Lin Xiao hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly, but he quickly adjusted his expression, putting on a look of not wanting to be enemies, and said, "We don't really have any grudges. There's no need for this, don't you think? Humans in the abyss are natural enemies," Selena roared. Minus 122,121 to 2.5 million. Just as Selena finished speaking, she saw the Death Knight launch another attack at her. Cunning human, you've been scheming all along. Selena finally realized Lin Xiao's intentions. No wonder his attitude had suddenly become so friendly. He was trying to stall for time, relying on the Death Knight to slowly chip away at her health. That's right. Selena seemed to remember something. You're a summoner. If I destroy all your summoned beasts, you'll be nothing but a useless waste. With that, she immediately cast magic, directly blasting the Death Knight. As the smoke cleared, the Death Knight remained standing in place, completely unharmed. What? Selena stepped back in shock. Could it be? Lin Xiao nodded seriously. That's right, you guessed it. My Death Knight is also immune to dark attribute attacks. Ah, Selena screamed furiously, black energy exploding around her as she shot into the sky like a rocket, disappearing instantly. Ah, did she blow her top in anger? Watching Selena leave, Lin Xiao felt a bit regretful. But he knew he couldn't keep her here. If she wanted to escape, he couldn't stop her. If you want to run, then run. After all, you won't lose much. No, that's not right. There is still some loss. Her equipment and a deep abyss treasure chest were wasted. Forget it, even though it's a bit of a loss, there's nothing that can be done about it. Adventurers Guild. Guildmaster's office. At this moment, Zhang Zhan's face was full of worry. Lin Xiao had entered the dungeon almost a day ago and still hadn't come out. And Zhang Zhan couldn't help but feel concerned. No one could stay in that dungeon for so long. Although the mission was for Lin Xiao to find the hidden dungeon and try to clear it, this was taking far too long. Could it be that he was already? Zhang Zhan. Chen Ling rushed in, flustered. Why are you in such a hurry? You're the vice guild master, can't you be a bit more composed? Zhang Zhan, already in a bad mood, snapped at Chen Ling when he saw his panicked state. Ignoring the scolding, Chen Ling quickly said, the dungeon, the hidden dragon dungeon. Hidden dragon? Zhang Zhan immediately perked up. What happened? Did Lin Xiao come out? No, that's not it. Chen Ling took a deep breath and delivered shocking news. The hidden dragon dungeon has disappeared. Zhang Zhan's mind went blank, unable to process it. What do you mean? The hidden dragon dungeon is gone? Gone means gone. That dungeon no longer exists, it can't be detected anymore. And the area has become completely chaotic. Zhang Zhan. Announcement. The hidden dragon dungeon will be permanently closed. Announcement. The hidden dragon dungeon will be permanently closed. Announcement. The hidden dragon dungeon will be permanently closed. The message was broadcast 3 times. Whether they were professionals from the Adventurers Guild or from other places, as long as they were in Dayan City, all professionals received the notification. It was an announcement issued by the sanctuary. What happened? The dungeon is permanently closed? Can dungeons even close? I've never heard of this before. Who could be so powerful to destroy an entire dungeon? That's insane. Do you think it might be that anonymous expert? Impossible, they haven't shown up in ages. How do you know? I'm their #1 fan, I even have their contact info. Of course, I would know. That's incredible. Lin Xiao exited the dungeon and returned to the dungeon hall. Not being ambushed was a relief. However, when he overheard people discussing the dungeon's closure, he couldn't help but feel curious and deliberately slowed his pace. Upon hearing it was the hidden dragon dungeon, a strange expression appeared on his face. Could it be that killing the evil dragon's head caused the dungeon to disappear? He quickly checked, and sure enough, there was a message from the sanctuary, repeated 3 times. It was true. The dungeon had actually been shut down. I was planning to rest a bit and then keep farming it, Lin Xiao said, a little disappointed. The monsters there were abundant, the experience points were high, and with experience potions, he could probably level up twice. But now the dungeon was gone. His plans were ruined. Forget it, I'll go report the situation with the hidden dragon to the guildmaster. First. After all, it was the task he had been assigned. Lin Xiao arrived at the guildmaster's office. After knocking and receiving permission, he walked in. Seeing Lin Xiao enter, Zhang Zhan immediately asked anxiously, "You're finally out. What on earth happened with the hidden dragon dungeon? You should know, right?" Lin Xiao sat down, took a sip of the cola they had prepared, and, seeing the eager expressions on Zhang Zhan and Chen Ling's faces, skipped the unnecessary details and recounted what had happened. However, he left out certain parts, such as how he had killed the evil dragon's head. After listening to Lin Xiao's account, Zhang Zhan's furrowed brows finally relaxed a bit. He said, "You killed the hidden boss, and the dungeon just closed? Other than that, I can't think of any other reason. Has this ever happened before?" Lin Xiao asked. "This is the first time. I've encountered it, but after checking the records, it seems this has happened before, though it's extremely rare." Lin Xiao asked curiously, "Does killing a hidden boss really cause a dungeon to close?" "You could say that, but it's not entirely accurate. The real condition for a dungeon to close is the unique boss being killed." "Unique boss?" "That means as long as this boss is defeated, the temple can no longer generate monsters in the dungeon, so the dungeon will close." Mentioning the temple, Lin Xiao realized for the first time that there was a direct connection between the temple and the dungeon. He had previously thought the temple was merely a place to help humans awaken their professions. No wonder no one has ever truly cleared it before. The evil dragon's head is the only boss, essentially the core of the hidden dragon dungeon. Once the core is destroyed, the dungeon naturally ceases to exist. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared, startling Zhang Zhan and Chen Ling. After seeing who it was, the two couldn't help but exclaim, "War God!" The war god had come personally. What could have brought him here? Their gazes eventually fell on Lin Xiao, too shocked to speak. Could it be that he came for Lin Xiao? Nan Wanqing nodded slightly at the two, then turned to Lin Xiao and asked, "What's going on? I forcibly brought you out, so why did you refuse?" Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. "Later, I realized there was no need to bring me out." Then, he explained the situation to Nan Wanqing. "I see. It seems you've gained a pretty good ability." Nan Wanqing nodded, his expression turning serious. "From what you said, Selena has already infiltrated the territory?" "Most likely, otherwise she wouldn't have acted so quickly." "Understood. I'll handle this." With that, the war god left decisively. Lin Xiao didn't stay at the Adventurers Association but went home first. After being away for so long, Lin Yao was probably angry. Although he had reported his safety after leaving the military department, this dungeon run had taken quite a bit of time. On the way home, before he even arrived, he encountered Lin Yao, who was visibly furious. In the end, he had to treat her to a super luxurious meal and endure her melodious singing for several hours before her anger dissipated. By the time he returned to his room, it was already 1 a.m. Lin Xiao didn't check the new talent he had acquired and instead collapsed into bed. Running the dungeon was exhausting enough, and, combined with Lin Yao's mental attacks, he was completely drained. The next day, he slept until noon, and Lin Yao had already gone out. Let's take a look at the Soul of Machinery ability I got yesterday. Soul of Machinery partially mechanizes the body. Partial mechanization? What's the use of that? Lin Xiao stared at the talent, utterly confused. Flesh turning into machinery? Wouldn't that hurt? I'll test it later. He set the talent aside and began examining the equipment dropped from defeating the evil dragon's head. The shoulder piece was engraved with the image of the evil dragon, both sinister and imposing. Evil dragon reverse scale shoulder, unique, applicable level, all levels, applicable profession, all, quality. Epic, attributes, constitution plus 10,000, strength plus 3,000, intelligence plus 2,000, magic plus 1,000, spirit plus 500, effect, consume spirit to unleash evil dragon's roar, forcing enemies into a 1-second stun. For every additional 500 points of spirit, stun duration increases by 0.1 seconds. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Set, evil dragon set, 0/5, so powerful. Lin Xiao exclaimed. Just this one shoulder piece had attributes higher than the combined stats of the 5-piece honor set. Moreover, the shoulder piece's effect was the evil dragon's roar skill that the evil dragon's head had used back in the day. A massive area control skill. And the skill's control duration could be further extended with increased spirit values.
Perfect timing. I
was lacking a large area control skill. This piece of equipment appeared at just the right moment, perfectly addressing his weakness.
Right, I also got 2 evil dragon treasure chests. Could they contain other pieces of the set? Lin Xiao thought of the 2 treasure chests. If he could get other pieces of the evil dragon set, he'd be closer to completing the full set. Excited by the thought, he eagerly took out the treasure chests and began opening them. Open evil dragon treasure chest. Obtained evil dragon reverse scale boots. Obtained evil dragon reverse scale armor. Wow! They really dropped.
Lin Xiao shouted in delight, looking at the dragon scale-like boots and jacket. He once doubted whether he was dreaming.
This luck was simply defying the heavens.
Evil dragon reverse scale boots, unique, applicable level, all levels applicable class, all quality. Epic attributes: Constitution plus 10,000, Strength plus 1,000, Intelligence plus 1,000, Spirit plus 100, Agility plus 500. Effect: Speed increased by 100%.
Evil Dragon Walk. Completely evade enemy attacks.
For every 1,000 points of agility, evasion increases by 1 time, cooldown 60 seconds.
Set: Evil Dragon Set, 0/5.
Evil Dragon Reverse Scale Jacket. Applicable level, all levels applicable class, all quality. Epic attributes: Constitution plus 30,000, Strength plus 5,000, Intelligence plus 1,000, Magic plus 1,000, Spirit plus 300. Effect: Releases Evil Dragon Reverse Scale to reflect damage when attacked.
For every 1,000 points of strength, reflected damage increases by 1%, cooldown 200 seconds. Set: Evil Dragon Set, 0/5, too powerful.
Wearing these 3 pieces of equipment, along with the green grass set and the Empire
Command Emblem, it would be hard to die. Feels like I can replace the Honor Set now.
Lin Xiao had always valued the Honor Set's life-saving ability, which could
reduce damage and share it. But the attributes of the Evil Dragon equipment were also excellent.
Paired with the Blood Magic Staff, he could even summon a powerful blood
demon.
This made him hesitate.
Right, there's also the Evil Dragon Skill Book.
Lin Xiao immediately took out the skill book. It was a universal passive skill that
any class could learn.
Evil Dragon Physique, passive health is doubled, and health increase effects are doubled.
Seeing the skill effect, Lin Xiao's eyes widened. Double health? Health bonuses also doubled?
This is a perfect match with Blood Frenzy. Lin Xiao shouted excitedly. Blood Frenzy permanently grants 10 health points for every enemy killed, and with Evil Dragon Physique, that becomes 20 points.
If paired with Price of Blood, it would be insanely satisfying. Lin Xiao
learned the skill without hesitation.
Skill: Evil Dragon Physique successfully learned.
Constitution, 12,682. 25364. Not bad, really not bad. Lin Xiao closed the
attribute panel and took out the talent Divine Stone.
This was something he had obtained by chance.
I wonder what talent I'll get.
His eyes were full of anticipation.
Talent Divine Stone successfully used. Acquired talent Primal Bloodline, S-Rank talent? My luck today is unbelievable.
Lin Xiao was stunned.
His luck was off the charts today.
He had just obtained 2 pieces of Evil Dragon equipment from the Evil Dragon chest, and now he had acquired an S-Rank talent. It was worth noting that the talents from the Talent Divine Stone were random, unlike his exclusive talent, which guaranteed an S-Rank.
Primal Bloodline, acquired the Primal Bloodline.
Health is doubled, health growth is doubled. For every 100 points of health, gain an additional 10 points of strength.
This talent is too strong, almost like Evil Dragon Physique, but even better.
Not only did it double health, but it also converted health into strength. Just this alone made it far superior to Evil Dragon
Physique. Who should I give this talent to? The Death Knight?
Lin Xiao began to ponder.
The slime was a mage, mainly responsible for magic attacks, so it was clearly unsuitable.
The Goblin Chieftain and Spider Prince were half warrior and assassin respectively. Giving it to the Spider Prince isn't bad, a tanky assassin with output. Just as Lin Xiao was about to assign the talent to the Spider Prince, he suddenly remembered he had another summon creature.
Skill: War Minotaur Summon Quality. Rare applicable class, Summoner required level, 15. Description: a powerful summon creature with both strength and defense, a fierce general on the battlefield. Can be summoned after contracting, and cannot be summoned again within 1 day after death.
This was a summon creature given to him by Zhang Zhan, with a level requirement of 15. He is now level 16, just enough to learn it. A summoned beast with both strength and defense, perfect for unleashing the full potential of this talent. Lin Xiao immediately decided to give Barbaric Bloodline to the Warbull. Warbull summoning learning successful. After learning it, Lin Xiao immediately endowed the Warbull with the talent. Talent Barbaric Bloodline successfully endowed. Warbull Evolution Barbaric Bull. Your summoned beast's quality has improved. Receiving feedback, Constitution plus 6000, double, Strength plus 200. Such high attributes from the first feedback, no wonder this is the strongest summoning skill of the Adventurers Association. Lin Xiao was deeply moved. Thinking back to the little skeleton, slime, and goblin, the difference was like night and day. Oh right, that talent can also be tried on the Barbaric Bull. Lin Xiao remembered the Mechanical Soul talent. Talent Mechanical Soul successfully endowed. Barbaric Bull Evolution. Barbaric Mechanical Bull. Lin Xiao looked into the summoning space, where the originally muscular Barbaric Bull began to mechanize. Its strong body was clad in mechanical armor, and its left eye transformed into a mechanical device, seemingly capable of firing lasers at any moment. It actually looks pretty cool. Barbaric. Mechanical Bull, Race, Bull, Quality, Legendary, 2-star, Level, 1, 0%, Constitution, 9000, Strength, 397, Intelligence, 170, Agility, 49, Magic, 41, Spirit, 34, Weapon, Giant Axe, Talents, War Rhythm, A, Mechanical Soul, S, Barbaric Bloodline, S, Skills, Noise Roar, Charged Heavy Strike, Destructive Fire Cannon. Ha! The Barbaric Mechanical Bull has an innate talent too? Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. This summoned beast's skills were indeed top tier from the Adventurers Association. War Rhythm, when killing more than 500 enemies, damage increases by 20%, and for every additional 100 enemies killed, damage increases by another 1%. The activation threshold for this talent is quite high, but it's especially powerful when facing a large number of monsters. On a large-scale battlefield, the Barbaric Mechanical Bull is a killing machine. Lin Xiao murmured. Unfortunately, there are rarely that many monsters in dungeons. But that's okay, the other two talents are already very strong, so this is just an extra bonus. Let's level it up first. Lin Xiao immediately spent 10,000 life points to raise the Barbaric Mechanical Bull to level 15. After level 10, each level up requires 2,000 life points, doubling the cost. Barbaric Mechanical Bull, Race, Bull, Quality, Legendary, 2-star, Level, 10. 0%, Constitution, 28,000, Strength, 1597, Intelligence, 200, Agility, 55, Magic, 45, Spirit, 38, Weapon, Giant Axe, Talents, War Rhythm, A, Mechanical Soul. S, Barbaric Bloodline, S, Skills, Noise Roar, Charged Heavy Strike, Destructive Fire Cannon. Its health is almost at 30,000, that's insane. Time to open treasure chests. Will this hidden version first clear chest from the Evil Dragon have something good? Like, another piece of Evil Dragon equipment. Lin Xiao was full of anticipation, as it was a hidden version dungeon. If he could get another piece of Evil Dragon equipment, he'd only be one piece away from completing the set. Just thinking about it was exciting. Open the first clear chest. Obtain Dragon Hunter Badge *1. Dragon Hunter Badge, Quality, Legendary, Attributes, Constitution, plus 300, Strength plus 300, Intelligence plus 300, Magic plus 300, Agility plus 300, Spirit plus 300, Effect, increases damage to Dragon-type creatures by 10%, boosts equipment material drop rate by 50%. Too bad, no equipment. Lin Xiao knew luck couldn't always be on his side. Although he didn't get Evil Dragon equipment, the badge's attributes were still quite good. Next, open the Platinum chest. Obtained Elf Sanctuary Bracelet. Elf Sanctuary Bracelet level, 15 quality, legendary attributes, Constitution, plus 200, Intelligence plus 800, Magic plus 400 effect, casts a shield that can block damage equal to 200 times intelligence points. If the shield is broken, it will immediately regenerate once within 10 seconds. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Legendary equipment? And it can protect twice? But I don't need it. Although the attributes were decent, the effect was far inferior to the green grass set. The next two treasure chests didn't contain anything valuable, but Lin Xiao was already satisfied. 2 pieces of epic equipment and an S-grade talent, a huge gain. He took out the Evil Dragon Skull material and fed it to the slime. Talent Glutton triggered, Constitution plus 2000, Strength, plus 1000, intelligence plus 1000. It had to be said, every part of the evil dragon was a treasure. The skull material alone provided a 1000-point intelligence boost. Looking at the 3 pieces of evil dragon equipment in his hand, Lin Xiao decided to equip them.
Such good equipment would be a waste not to wear. Moreover, the survival
abilities of each piece were strong. He could switch back to the honor set when facing powerful enemies.
Lin Xiao class, Summoner summoned beasts, Death Knight,
Slime, Goblin Chieftain, Spider Prince, Wild Mechanical Bull level, 16, 65.9%, Constitution, 163559 Strength, 9542 Intelligence, 5876 Agility, 878 Magic, 3345 Spirit, 4468 Equipment, Evil Dragon Set, 3/5, Honor Set, February 5th, Green Grass Set, Blood Magic Staff, Dragon Flame Emblem, Imperial Command Emblem, Dragon Slayer Emblem Skills. Summon Follow, Abyssal Eye, Morale, Evil Dragon Physique, Passive, Talents, Golden Legend, Unique, Dark Oath, Price of Blood, Blood Frenzy Achievements, Summoner.
From scratch, Glimpse into the Abyss, Novice Adventurer, Monster Slayer.
Looking at his skyrocketing stats, Lin Xiao was very satisfied, level 16, 160,000 HP. Even the Guardian class can't compare to me. Not only would the Guardian class be envious, but warriors and mages would also be jealous. After a short rest, Lin Xiao
prepared to continue to the next dungeon.
Although his level had already reached the standard for attending Imperial Capital University, he still had an unused experience pill. The experience pill had a level cap, so not using it would be a waste.
He estimated he could reach level 20 with the remaining time.
Just as he stepped out, a black sedan stopped in front of him. The car door opened, and Jiang Ningxue got out with a displeased expression, complaining, "Blockhead, where have you been these
past few days? I couldn't find you, and you didn't contact me. I was grinding dungeons and leveling up. I didn't want to disturb you, so I didn't call," Lin Xiao explained. Jiang Ningxue was clearly unsatisfied. "I'm a healer, I need to team up to clear dungeons. What are you afraid of disturbing me for?"
Lin Xiao thought for a moment and came up with a reasonable excuse. "I was afraid of splitting your experience.
You know how summoners work, each summoned beast takes a share of the experience."
"Fine, let's go with that," Jiang Ningxue said, unable to think of a rebuttal.
Then she asked, "What level are you now?" "Level 16.
Level 16?
Faster than me. I'm only level 13.
Jiang Ningxue was surprised. She had originally planned to show off in front of Lin Xiao, but it turned out his level was higher.
Level 13 is
pretty fast too. After all, you need to team up, while I solo grind, so I naturally gain more experience.
Most professionals were around level 10 now, with some lazy ones still at levels 8 or 9.
Jiang Ningxue had used an experience pill, so her higher level was normal.
"Did you come to ask me to team up for a dungeon?"
Lin Xiao asked. Jiang Ningxue rarely sought him out, and it was unusual for her to come in person today.
"Didn't you get the news?
The Southern Sky Military Department and major
universities have teamed up.
Our cohort of students can take university entrance exams while joining the military's special forces for training."
Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? The news was released a couple of days ago. Do you know?"
As soon as it came out, every school in the Southern Sky Province went crazy.
Being able to
enter both university and the military at the same time, this is the first time. But not everyone is qualified, you have to pass the assessment, and the level must be
at least 10.
I heard the best performing students can join the mysterious Dragon Flame team, but only top geniuses can make it.
This opportunity is rare.
Because it was a serious matter and she couldn't reach Lin Xiao, she specifically came to tell him.
After listening to Jiang Ningxue, Lin Xiao's expression was complicated, and he asked, "When is the assessment? Where is it?"
"The news was released 2 days ago. The location."
"Ah,
there's only 3 hours left, we have to hurry, or it'll be too late." Jiang Ningxue quickly opened the car door, pulled Lin Xiao into the car, sat down herself, and shouted, "Uncle Chen, drive quickly."
The car accelerated rapidly, rushing toward the assessment location.
Lin Xiao touched his nose and said, "I haven't agreed yet, and besides, this is a large-scale military dungeon, killing
monsters also gives experience." Jiang Ningxue interrupted him. "Not that, I mean."
Lin Xiao hadn't finished speaking when Jiang Ningxue interrupted again. "This is an opportunity to show everyone how powerful you, as a summoner, are. This way, no one will underestimate you." Hearing her say this, Lin Xiao shrugged helplessly.
"All right, let's give it a try." He didn't say much more. Today was considered a break. After all, constantly tackling high-difficulty dungeons was exhausting, and he needed to relax appropriately. Dian First High School. Lin Xiao was surprised to see the assessment taking place at his own school. He had thought it would be at the Dayan City military headquarters. On the playground, there were many familiar faces, as well as many students from other schools who had come specifically to participate in the assessment and try their luck. Of course, he also saw people he didn't want to encounter. For example, Li Qifa. That toad got some decent equipment at the auction a few days ago, speeding up his dungeon run significantly, and now he's completely smug. Zhang Ningxue also noticed the annoying Li Qifa. Lin Xiao just nodded, not paying much attention. Suddenly remembering something, he took out the elven protection bracelet he had obtained not long ago and said, "This is for you, I got it from a treasure chest." Wow, what a beautiful bracelet. Zhang Ningxue looked at the emerald green bracelet, liking it immensely. It's even legendary grade equipment. Such strong protection, you need it more than I do, so you should keep it. After looking at its attributes, Zhang Ningxue, though she liked it very much, still refused. Take it, I don't need it. Healers don't have much protection ability, so it's always good for you to have more survival tools. She already had the green grass set, so she didn't really need this. Alright, then I won't be polite. Zhang Ningxue happily put on the bracelet, her smile sweet. Lin Xiao, you useless profession, you're here for the assessment too? Are you here to embarrass yourself? At this moment, an annoying voice came. It was Li Qifa. When he saw Lin Xiao, he initially planned to ignore him, but seeing him close to Zhang Ningxue, his jealousy exploded, and he couldn't help but walk over. The toad is here again. Zhang Ningxue muttered softly. Her voice wasn't loud, but Li Qifa heard it clearly. He clenched his fists and angrily said, "Ningxue, I will seize the opportunity to join the Dragon Flame team and show you that I'm much stronger than that useless guy. He's nothing. TCH, you can't even compare to Lin Xiao. No matter how excellent you are, don't even think about surpassing him by a single point. Get lost, you're an eyesore." Zhang Ningxue retorted mercilessly. "You!" Li Qifa was furious, raising his hand as if to strike. Bang! Lin Xiao didn't hesitate, kicking him away and coldly staring at Li Qifa. "I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? Still want to make a move?" This sound attracted quite a few onlookers. "Lin Xiao, you're asking for death. Don't wait until Imperial Capital University, I'll kill you right now." Li Qifa roared, quickly summoning his staff. A blood-red staff, as if soaked in fresh blood. It was the blood sacrifice staff from the bloody weapon treasure chest. Magical energy quickly gathered, and bloodlight erupted from Li Qifa's body as he activated the power of the blood sacrifice staff without hesitation. The surrounding air began to heat up, and Zhang Ningxue immediately prepared Principal Jiang Ming hurriedly arrived to stop the fight. Seeing that Li Qi was still about to attack, Jiang Ming shouted loudly, "Do you all want to be disqualified from the assessment?" Li Qi froze, and in the end, reason overcame impulse, and he withdrew his magic. He put away his staff and glared coldly at Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, you will regret this. Remember my words." "What's going on? If I hadn't come to stop you, were you planning to fight it out?" Jiang Ming asked irritably. Lin Xiao had been missing for over 10 days, and no one expected such a commotion as soon as he returned. "If we fought, it wouldn't affect anyone else. He'd be done with just one move," Lin Xiao said calmly. The Death Knight's shield block, followed by an instant strike, would instantly take down the enemy. A fragile mage couldn't possibly withstand a single blow from the Death Knight. Jiang Ming was momentarily stunned, thinking Lin Xiao must be joking. Li Qi was a skilled mage, recently gaining some fame in the Adventurers Guild, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Jiang Ming didn't press further, and returned to the main topic. The assessment is about to begin. Take this. Once the assessment starts, you can enter the instance. Lin Xiao curiously glanced at the small crystal in his hand. Jiang Ming continued, "I don't need to explain the rules, let Ningxue tell you. I just want to say one thing, do your best. If you can join the military special squad, your future will be secure." The summoner profession was often looked down upon. If one could join the military's special forces, it would be a guaranteed stable career. With the military and university's resource support, the future development potential was immense. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, Principal. I'll do my best." Jiang Ming didn't linger.
The assessment was about to start, and he had other matters to attend to, so he left.
Once you enter the instance, just complete the tasks.
However, since it's a military instance, you must form a 4-person team, Jiang Ningxue said.
Lin Xiao nodded silently. Forming
a team wasn't an issue, he was approaching this with a relaxed mindset, and the experience points didn't matter much.
Jiang Ningxue continued, the only thing I don't
like is that the team formation is random, so we might not end up together.
Lin Xiao smiled.
Maybe with random matching, we'll still end up in the same team. After waiting for half an hour, the small crystal in Lin Xiao's hand lit up, and a prompt appeared.
Enter the military large-scale instance?
Lin Xiao glanced at Jiang
Ningxue. Let's begin.
Good luck. The two encouraged each other and accepted the request to enter the instance. A flash of white light, and Lin Xiao found himself in a spacious room, somewhat resembling a training hall.
Ha! Woodhead, we ended up in the same team.
Jiang Ningxue appeared in the room and was delighted to see Lin
Xiao.
Then, 2 more figures appeared, a man and a woman. The man glanced at his teammates and said, Li Mu, level 11, heavy sword warrior.
The tall woman softly introduced herself, Le Xiaomiao, level 10, guardian knight. Jiang Ningxue, level 12, holy spirit priest.
Lin Xiao,
level 16, summoner. After the introductions,
Li Mu and Le Xiaomiao were stunned speechless upon hearing Lin Xiao's level and profession.
Summoner? Level 16? How could a summoner be matched into this? And such a low-tier profession participating in the assessment? Li Mu couldn't help but complain. Who says summoners are weak? Summoners can actually be very powerful. Jiang Ningxue immediately retorted. Summoners are universally recognized as a trash profession. Whatever, this assessment is doomed for me. What bad luck, Li Mu said, looking dejected. Le Xiaomiao sneaked a glance at Lin Xiao and asked softly, are you really level 16? How could a summoner level up to 16 so quickly? How did you do it?
Even grinding instances day and night would only get someone to level 12 at most, yet Lin Xiao had reached a terrifying level 16. And summoners had a hard time
grinding instances, so how was this possible?
By clearing a few first clear instances and completing a few king level instances, it's achievable, Lin Xiao said calmly.
Le Xiaomiao was speechless. Li Mu couldn't help but mock. What a bragger. Lin Xiao didn't argue with them. Time would prove everything. Click, the sound
of mechanical operation echoed as the 4 walls slowly descended, revealing an open plain where Lin Xiao and his team now stood. A purple-blue crystal rose from the
ground. Assessment begins. Please protect the crystal and wait for it to fully charge.
The task prompt appeared, and Lin Xiao was greeted with a familiar defense
mission.
In the distance, dozens of figures were rushing toward them.
Just my luck. Listen to my commands later. Li Mu grumbled, feeling annoyed, but since he was here for the assessment, he wouldn't give up easily.
Lin Xiao, use your summoned beast to draw some of the monsters.
Le Xiaomiao, protect the healer. Jiang Ningxue, buff everyone, and don't forget to keep an eye on my health. The team didn't have a mage, so they could only kill the monsters one by one, unable to clear them in large areas. No problem, Le Xiaomiao nodded in agreement. It was the most reasonable arrangement.
Li Mu was the team's main damage dealer, and she was half of one, so naturally
she would listen to him. Jiang Ningxue didn't say anything but turned to Lin Xiao. Wooden head, what do we do? Just protect the crystal.
No need to worry, leave
it all to me.
Lin Xiao looked at the scattered monsters in the distance. There weren't many of them, but they had over 300 points of constitution.
Leave it all to you? Are you kidding? What can a summoner like you do? Li Mu sneered.
Lin Xiao ignored him and directly summoned a wild mechanical bull.
Boom, the mechanical bull let out a deafening roar, its aura overwhelming everything. Li Mu was dumbfounded, his mouth agape.
This summoned beast was a muscular powerhouse, a perfect combination of machinery and strength, like a destructive Terminator that inspired awe.
This is your summoned beast?
Li Mu stammered, his words faltering.
Weren't summoners beasts supposed to be weak? Why was this one so intimidating? So cool. Le Xiaomiao's eyes sparkled, unable to resist the urge to touch it. Wow, wooden head. When did you get such a powerful summoned beast?
Jiang Ningxue was astonished. She had expected Lin Xiao to summon a Death Knight, not a mechanical minotaur.
Lin Xiao smiled faintly. I got it recently.
At this moment, the monsters were already closing in. Moonchasing wolf level, 10 quality, common constitution, 2000 strength.
200 intelligence, 50 agility, 32 magic, 40 spirit, 5. Begin the extermination.
The mechanical bull's eyes flashed red as it locked onto 13 moon-chasing wolves,
and unleashed a devastating laser beam.
Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted in the distance, leaving a large crater in the ground.
The monsters were completely
obliterated, leaving only scorched earth and molten rock behind.
Successfully killed moon-chasing wolf, EXP plus 220. Talent blood frenzy triggered, HP plus 20. Doubled. Successfully killed moon-chasing wolf, EXP plus 220. Talent blood frenzy triggered. Limu was too shocked to speak.
One strike had wiped out more than 10 monsters.
Was this really a summoner? Wow, wooden head, this mechanical bull is incredible. It feels even stronger than a death knight.
Lin Xiao smiled slightly.
More or less. Then he looked at the two of them. You two guard the crystal. Let me know if monsters appear in any direction. Monsters could come from all sides, so they had to stay vigilant. Got it, understood. Li Mu quickly nodded.
He had spoken too loudly earlier, even suggesting that the boss's summoned beast should lure monsters.
How clueless he had been. The monsters weren't the only ones.
As the crystal charged, the second wave of monsters arrived. Boom! The laser swept through, explosions
erupted, and the monsters were instantly annihilated. These monsters are all level 10, right? Yet they were so easily wiped out.
Limu leaned against the crystal, marveling at the mechanical bull's power. He wasn't sitting down because he was tired but because there was no room for him to intervene.
Unbelievable. I never thought
summoners could be this strong, Le Xiaomiao also exclaimed.
I told you, summoners are amazing. Zhang Ningxue was thrilled.
They had finally witnessed the summoners'
true strength. Crystal fully charged. Please escort the crystal to the designated location. The task updated, and the target location was marked. Next phase, let's move out.
Lin Xiao was just about to pick up the crystal when Li Mu quickly said, "Boss, leave this kind of task to me."
The task was simply holding a palm-sized crystal.
Lin Xiao was speechless but didn't object. Since he was willing, let him do it.
Let's go. Dayan City Military Headquarters. Many military personnel were monitoring the dungeon. Look, this mechanical bull is so cool. It took out the monster in one move.
The military personnel responsible for monitoring Lin Xiao excitedly called others over to watch.
Really? These are level 10 monsters, and it took them out in one hit? Of course it's true. Another monster has appeared, look. Quickly.
Several people stared at the screen, witnessing the wild mechanical bull firing a devastating laser. The intense light reflected on their faces.
This bull is incredible. The summoner's summoned beast is way too strong. Could it be that special guest summoner? Oh my, it really is him.
He stayed in the special training
room for 10 whole days and even took the final reward set by the war god.
Someone recognized Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao first arrived, they had joked and mocked him, not expecting to have misjudged him.
No way? Is this for real? I thought you were joking. Of course it's real.
When Lin Xiao came out that day, even the war god
showed up. The war god. Hearing the name, everyone couldn't help but gasp. What are you all gathered here for? Not properly monitoring the dungeon? Do you want me to take you out for training tonight?
Dang Yu walked over and immediately reprimanded the group when he saw them gathered together.
Captain, it's not us, it's Lin Xiao. This guy is too abnormal, said an old soldier. Lin Xiao? Dang Yu's interest was piqued upon hearing the name, and he leaned in. After watching Lin Xiao's
performance, Deng Yu was silent for a moment and then said, "Release the monster we captured the day before yesterday." The old soldier asked worriedly, "The monster from
the day before yesterday? Captain, that's a level 20 monster. Is this okay?" Deng Yu interrupted directly, "Don't forget the kind of person we selected. If he can't
even handle this, just eliminate him." "You're not wrong, but Lin Xiao is already part of the Dragonflame team.
There's no need to test him further, right? He had
personally seen Lin Xiao enter the special training room and break all records.
Don't you want to see his true strength?" Deng Yu retorted. Everyone paused for a moment,
then released the level 20 monster.
1 minute later, everyone was stunned. The level 20 monster was defeated in less than 5 seconds after appearing. Including the encounter time, it took less than 10 seconds.
One shot killed it. Feels like the mechanical bull hasn't even had enough fun yet. The old soldier broke the silence.
The result far exceeded their expectations.
Although they had guessed that the level 20 monster wouldn't pose a challenge to Lin Xiao, the speed was astonishing.
Keep going, release a level 25 monster.
Deng Yu decided to increase the difficulty. The military personnel responsible for monitoring hesitated for a moment but still
carried out the order.
He also wanted to see just how strong this young summoner, who had caught the war god's attention, truly was.
In the dungeon, Li Mu and Lu Xiaomiao's
understanding of Lin Xiao was refreshed once again.
Was that just a level 20 monster?
Li Mu stared at the large pit on the ground, his face full of shock.
Lu Xiaomiao nodded blankly, and it was taken out in one hit.
That was a level 20 monster, while they were only around level 10. Yet it was defeated in one move.
Although it's level 20, it's far inferior to abyssal monsters, Lin Xiao said.
In terms of attributes or threat level, abyssal monsters were much stronger. Lin Xiao had just
realized that abyssal monsters were far superior to ordinary ones.
When he saw the level 20 monster, he even doubted its level because its attributes were too weak, only
half as strong as the venomous spider.
That monster was probably deliberately released to test us. Normally, the monsters here are only around level 10, Lin Xiao
continued.
The sudden appearance of a level 20 monster was clearly intentional by the military personnel.
Crossing the snowy mountain ahead should lead us to the destination. The four continued on their journey.
Climbing the snowy mountain, Lin Xiao led the way, clearing the path. All the cold corpses they encountered were easily taken out by the wild mechanical bull. Whether it's cold corpses, snow spirits, or golems, none can withstand the destructive fire cannon.
Successfully killed cold corpse, experience plus 330.
Talent blood frenzy triggered, health plus 20, double, successfully killed snow spirit, experience plus 330. The snow began to melt, and a hint of warmth emerged on the cold snowy mountain. Lin Xiao glanced at his constitution, which had already increased by 2,000 points, feeling utterly thrilled.
Half an hour later, we've arrived, but
Lin Xiao looked at the spot where they were supposed to place the crystal. A snow ape was guarding the area.
With its fists
pressed to the ground, its gaze swept around, clearly on alert for anyone approaching. Blizzard snow ape level, 25 quality, rare constitution, 52,000 strength, 2,000 intelligence, 250 agility, 200 magic, 500 spirit, 60 skills, snowball throw, earthquake, furious strike. This blizzard snow ape is over level 20.
My scouting skill can't see its complete information,
Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. A monster over level 20, this test was way too extreme.
A level 25 monster, probably left here specifically for me.
Seeing the snow ape's level, Lin Xiao roughly guessed their intention.
I'll handle this snow ape.
Be careful, and don't make too much noise during the fight. It might trigger an avalanche, Lin Xiao reminded everyone. This place was unsuitable for combat. If an avalanche occurred, they could all be buried.
So, what if there's an avalanche? Boss, just fight without worry.
Li Mu patted his chest confidently. I'll heal you. Jiang Ningxue excitedly took out her staff, ready to join Lin Xiao in the battle. Lin Xiao initially wanted to refuse, as he didn't need any help, but seeing Ningxue's enthusiasm, he agreed.
All right, if anyone
dares knock me out, you're responsible for saving me. With that, Lin Xiao immediately commanded the wild mechanical bull to attack.
The opening move was a destructive fire cannon.
Boom, the fire instantly melted the surrounding snow.
Roar!
At that moment, a blizzard snow ape emitting heat rushed out, holding a large snow-covered
rock in its hand.
Throwing snowballs is fine, but hiding rocks is just too sneaky, Lin Xiao remarked.
The wild mechanical bull's eyes flashed red as it raised its giant axe and slashed fiercely. Light of strength. Light of weapon. The mechanical bull was instantly enhanced, and the giant axe emitted an orange-yellow glow. Bang!
The boulder was split open, and the mechanical bull followed through, slashing at the blizzard snow ape. A gruesome blood mark stretched diagonally from its left shoulder
to its lower right.
The snow ape endured the pain and gathered strength for a powerful punch.
Furious strike. Bang! The mechanical bull's arm was instantly shattered, with parts scattering everywhere. Ah! Jiang Ningxue couldn't help but scream at the sight. Li Mu and Lu Xiaomia were also shocked. The blizzard snow ape was too strong.
Just as Jiang Ningxue prepared to heal the mechanical bull, a miracle occurred. The scattered parts automatically flew back and reassembled into a complete arm, whose steam sprayed from the mechanical bull's nostrils as it raised its giant axe and smashed down again. Minus 19,765 successfully killed blizzard snow ape, experience. Plus 550. Talent blood frenzy triggered, health plus 20, double, done.
Quickly installed a crystal. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with the mechanical bull's performance. Facing
a typical level 25 monster posed no pressure at all. As for the arm being destroyed and then automatically repaired, it was the mechanical bull's soul of machinery.
Talent effect.
Oh, got it. Li Mu obediently went to install the crystal.
Task completed. Proceed to the next stage. Through the screen, Deng Yu and the others fell silent.
The kill was too effortless, completely exceeding their expectations.
The mechanical bull doesn't even seem to have used its full power. An old soldier couldn't help but comment. The military personnel monitoring the situation looked at Deng Yu and asked, should we send in another elite monster? Deng Yu shook his head. No need. He truly qualifies to join the Dragon Flame Squad.
Let them off for now and continue monitoring the others' performance.
He knew Lin Xiao
still had an uncalled Death Knight that is his main summoned beast.
He didn't even use his full strength.
After crossing the snowy mountain, Lin Xiao agreed to Li
Mu and Le Xiaomiao's suggestion to let them take the lead.
After all, this was an assessment, and directly clearing the level wouldn't score high.
Along the way, they
didn't encounter any strong monsters, just some level 10 small monsters, which were easy to deal with as a team.
2 hours later, Lin Xiao and his group were the first to reach the finish line. It seems like we're first.
The other teams shouldn't be this fast, Li Mu said.
This was a large dungeon, with other teams scattered in different locations but sharing the same endpoint.
With Lin Xiao as their super carry, their speed was naturally fast.
Another hour passed, and finally, another team appeared.
They were students from another school. I thought we were the fastest, but you guys are even quicker.
Looks like you've been resting here for a while, said a refined-looking young woman, who seemed to be a wealthy heiress.
Of course, we have a strong carry, Li Mu proudly introduced Lin Xiao.
After hearing this, the woman
became interested in Lin Xiao and walked over to introduce herself.
Lin Xiao, I'm Bai Yixue, level 13, Elf Saintess.
Elf Saintess?
That's a rare mage class. Li Mu
exclaimed, surprised by her impressive background. Le Xiaomie was also shocked. Lin Xiao nodded in response. Lin Xiao, level 16, Summoner.
Level 16 Summoner? Bai Yixue was stunned.
Both his level and class surprised her greatly. She had assumed he had a rare class like hers, but she didn't expect him to be a summoner, a class often dismissed as a trash-tier profession. What was even more unbelievable was how a summoner could reach level 16.
Seriously? Level 16 summoner? That doesn't make sense. Feels like he's bluffing. Summoners can't even enter dungeons. Even if they paid someone to carry them, they couldn't level up this fast. I thought Bai Yixue's level was already high, but I didn't expect someone to be 3 levels higher than her. The 3 members of Bai Yixue's team whispered among themselves,
astonished that such an unbelievable thing was happening right in front of them. Lin Xiao didn't say much. He had seen this kind of reaction many times before.
Soon, more teams arrived one after another.
Once the numbers were sufficient, the portal at the finish line opened.
We'll meet again at the Imperial University examination hall.
Let's see who does better then, Bai Yixue said before stepping into the portal and leaving. She seems quite competitive, Lin Xiao thought.
Although she hadn't explicitly said it, he could sense it. However, he didn't take it to heart.
The competition in the examination hall wasn't just against her but against everyone.
The spots were limited. If you didn't fight for them, you'd lose them.
Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningsno passed through the portal and returned to the school playground.
As soon as they appeared, the large screen on the playground immediately displayed their results.
Lin Xiao, rating S. Jiang Ningsno, rating S.
Wow. There's actually an S rating.
Jiang Ningsno was thrilled to see she had received the highest rating, even though she hadn't done anything.
It's all thanks to you, Woodhead. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten an S rating. Do you think I have a chance to join the Dragon Flame team? Jiang Ningsno understood that her S rating was
largely due to Lin Xiao. Without him, she would probably only get an A. Even without the S rating, you still have a chance to join the Dragon Flame team, Lin Xiao replied.
Honestly,
her rare class, combined with her S-grade talent and the strongest support talent, abundance of all beings, made her a valuable asset.
This skill could
turn single-target healing into group healing and apply single-target buffs to the entire team.
With such abilities, she would be sought after by any team, not to
mention her rare class. Soon, other names and ratings began appearing on the screen. Li Chifa, rating A. Zheng Shirong, rating A. Lu Erhua, rating B. Li Chifa stared at the screen, seeing Lin Zhao's name at the top with the shining S rating, and froze.
Cheating. Lin Xiao must have cheated. How could a sewer summoner possibly get an S rank?
I demand a thorough investigation,
Li Chifa shouted. He couldn't accept that despite his excellent performance in the dungeon, he didn't receive an S rank.
The people around him cast strange looks, as if they were looking at a fool. This was a serious military-issued dungeon assessment, monitored by officers.
Throughout, who would dare to cheat? Jiang Ming walked over, followed by Deng Yu.
Hearing Li Chifa's words, Jiang Ming rebuked him angrily. Li Chifa, are you questioning
the fairness of the assessment?
Competition among students was supposed to be a good thing, but with Li Chifa acting so irrationally, no matter how outstanding he was,
no one would show him a good face.
Principal, Lin Xiao is just a trash summoner.
How could he possibly get an S rank?
There must be something fishy going on, Li
Chifa protested indignantly.
Deng Yu glanced at him and said, because Lin Xiao has long been a member of the Dragonflame squad.
What did you say? He's already. Li Chifa's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Principal Jiang Ming was shocked. Lin Xiao had already been a member of the Dragonflame squad? Since when? Woodenhead, so you've been in the Dragonflame squad all along, and you didn't tell me? Jiang Ningxue asked in shock, then pretended to be angry.
Lin Xiao shrugged helplessly. You
never asked, and when I wanted to tell you, you didn't give me the chance. So I figured I'd just let it be and treat it as a break with you. Treat it as a break? You considered the Dragonflame squad assessment as a break? Hearing this, Li Chifa's anger flared even more. What do you take the Dragonflame squad for? Deng Yu ignored
him and turned to Jiang Ningxue, saying, Jiang Ningxue, based on your performance, you've earned the qualification to join the Dragonflame squad.
If you agree, I'll register your name.
This was precisely Deng Yu's purpose for coming.
After learning about Jiang Ningxue's talent, he rushed over immediately. Such talent could bring immense benefits, whether in abyss dungeons or on the battlefield. Me? Jiang Ningxue froze, then exclaimed joyfully, I can join the Dragonflame squad? Deng Yu nodded, of course.
He then looked at Li Chifa, based on your performance, you've earned a spot on the Dragonflame squad's reserve list.
If you agree, your name will also be registered. Dragonflame squad reserve list? Li Chifa stared at Deng Yu, as if asking, are you sure you're not mistaken? Why? Why am I only on the reserve list? Is my ability not enough to join the Dragonflame squad?
He was full of indignation.
Why? This decision is based on your assessment. Performance.
You can choose to accept or decline, Deng Yu said coldly. And you should know, the only reason you made it to the reserve list is thanks to Lin Zhao's help.
Otherwise, you wouldn't even qualify for the reserve list. Li Chifa's eyes widened. Lin Xiao. Me?
Lin Xiao was surprised.
How did this involve him again? Deng Yu
explained, the selection for the Dragonflame squad has always been conducted secretly. Due to some recent events and the intelligence you provided, the higher-ups decided to relax the criteria, which led to this assessment.
So that's how it is. Lin Xiao naturally understood which incident Deng Yu was referring to. So, do you agree? Deng Yu asked again. Li Chifa suppressed his humiliation, gritting his teeth as he said, I agree.
Deng Yu nodded and turned to Lin Xiao, someone
will contact you soon.
As the holder of the Dragonflame badge, the military god has high expectations for your future performance.
Dragonflame badge? Li Chifa froze, and quickly asked, what's that? How does he have it?
Deng Yu explained, the Dragonflame badge is only awarded to the most talented individuals with exceptional
potential. The most talented and exceptional? And yet he was only on the reserve list? He even needed Lin Zhao's help to qualify?
Thinking of this, the immense disparity
made Li Chifa's vision go dark, and he spat out blood before fainting on the spot. Late at night, in the Li family mansion, a vase smashed through the window glass, shattering into pieces on the grass outside. The mansion's servants didn't dare approach the stormy room, fearing Li Chifa's wrath. They could only stay in the hall,
listening to the sounds of things being smashed inside. No one knew what had happened. Ever since young Master Li woke up, he seemed like a completely different person.
Lin Xiao, I want you dead. I want you dead.
Li Chifa's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging in red, as he raged like a mad wolf,
smashing everything in the room. Some spots even bore scorch marks from the chaos.
Only after venting his fury did he slowly stop.
I will kill you. I will kill you.
He sat on the burned bed, muttering under his breath repeatedly, as if he had lost his sanity.
Want revenge? I can help you.
A seductive female voice suddenly echoed through the room.
Who? Who are you?
Lichifa jumped to his feet, looking around frantically, but no one was in sight. The voice chuckled softly.
I'm here to help you. To help you get your revenge.
Out of nowhere, a bottle of deep crimson liquid appeared on the floor. It looked incredibly tempting.
What is this? Lichifa walked over and picked up the bottle.
When he saw its contents, his face darkened immediately.
Your shoe. Before he could finish, a finger gently pressed against his lips, silencing him.
The voice continued, don't bother with who I am.
Just know that I can help you. Think about how he humiliated you today. Think about how he took your woman. Don't you want revenge?
Or will you let him trample over you for the rest of your life? The flames of anger reignited within Lichifa, and the desire for vengeance consumed his reason.
I can help you take your revenge.
Take back everything he stole from you and even make him pay tenfold.
Lichifa asked coldly, why are you helping me? Why? Because, like you, I was humiliated by Lin Xiao. I want revenge too.
The voice gradually faded, leaving only the sound of the howling wind outside the window, as if the person had never been there.
Lichifa glanced at the blood-red bottle in his hand.
After hesitating for a second, he uncorked it and drank it down.
Ugh. Ah. Talent Golden Legend activated.
New talent acquired Random Luck, S rank. Random Luck. When casting healing or buffing skills, there is a 70% chance the effect is doubled, a 15% chance the effect is quadrupled, a 10% chance the effect is increased eightfold, and a 5% chance the effect is increased tenfold.
This is a talent that amplifies skill effectiveness. It at least doubles the effect. But unfortunately, it only benefits support-type skills.
Lin Xiao felt a bit disappointed. If all skills benefited from this talent, his slime would experience an unprecedented boost in power.
Casting any magic skill casually would always deal double damage, and occasionally it could even trigger a tenfold ultimate. Now that would be a game-changing trump card.
But this talent reminds me, I should look for a support-type summoned beast. Currently, his summoned beasts were all offense-oriented. If he could pair them with a support-type beast, his combat power would surely reach a whole new level. For prolonged battles, it would also significantly enhance his endurance. As for defensive summoned beasts, he wasn't considering them for now. Those beasts were primarily for absorbing damage and protecting the summoner. Lin Xiao didn't need that, he had plenty of survival skills.
Besides, with over 160,000 health, thicker than even some tank classes who could take him down easily.
Tomorrow, I'll check out the Adventurers Association to see if they have any support-type summoning skill books.
If they do, I'll buy one. The next day,
after breakfast, Lin Xiao headed straight to the Adventurers Association.
You're looking for a support-type summoning skill book?
Zhang Zhan, the guild leader, listened to Lin Xiao's request and checked the system records carefully. After a while, Zhang Zhan shook his head and said, the association doesn't seem to have any support-type summoning skill books. This answer surprised Lin Xiao.
Actually, summoner skill books have an incredibly low drop rate.
Including the one I gave you before, I've only seen about 20 summoner skill books during my years as guild leader.
20 books?
Lin Xiao was stunned. He hadn't expected the skill books to be so rare. Guild leader, you've been in charge for 10 years now, right?
Only 20 books in 10 years? That drop rate is ridiculously low. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. So, essentially, getting a skill book was akin to winning the lottery?
Zhang Zhan gave a wry smile. I have no idea why the drop rate is so low either. If you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have known it takes 10 years to publish just 20 books.
But Lin Xiao, don't worry too much. Just because our association doesn't have it doesn't mean other places don't.
I can help you inquire about it, Zhang Zhan said.
Thanks.
For the trouble, President. Lin Xiao arrived at the dungeon hall. He still had an experience pill unused and planned to use it today to try to level up to 20.
Lin Xiao. Finally, I get to see you.
As soon as he entered the dungeon hall, Lin Xiao ran into someone familiar, Brother Hui and his team.
What's up? Lin Xiao asked. This guy was a big spender, throwing out 5 million without hesitation. You're amazing. You actually managed to shut down the dungeon directly. This is the first time I've seen such an operation. Lin Xiao, do you know? You're famous now.
I even saw a fan club for you on the forum, Brother Hui said excitedly.
Lin Xiao, a fan club? He knew
about the news circulating online about him shutting down the dungeon, but he hadn't expected the fan club part. Lin Xiao, Are you in a hurry to level up for the college
entrance exam?
There's a dungeon with decent experience, you can give it a try. Brother, we return to the main topic. Lin Xiao immediately became interested. What?
Dungeon? Polar Day, Yaksha.
Polar Day, Yaksha?
Yes.
Brother Hui nodded. It's a dungeon that requires level 15 to enter, with the highest difficulty being king level.
What's special about this dungeon?
Lin Xiao waited for him, knowing there must be more to it.
There is.
The dungeon is called Polar Day, Yaksha, but no one who has entered
has ever seen a Yaksha-type monster? Lin Xiao immediately understood. You mean?
Exactly, there should be a hidden dungeon, but no one has discovered it, brother.
Hui said confidently. So you want me to find the hidden dungeon?
More or less, but we want to form a team to explore the dungeon together.
Team up with me to explore the dungeon?
Lin Xiao was surprised. After all, Brother Hui had his own team, and they were strong. Back when the Dark Forest hadn't been nerfed, they could defeat the boss without taking any damage, a testament to their strength. But now, they wanted to team up with him to enter the Polar Day, Yaksha dungeon, which Lin Xiao hadn't expected. Lin Xiao, you don't need to worry about experience distribution. This dungeon is different, only the person who lands the final blow on the monster gets the experience. Brother Hui noticed Lin Xiao's concern.
Lin Xiao frowned. There's such a setting?
But that's not the main reason for teaming up with you.
Not sharing experience.
And still specifically asking him to team up, it clearly didn't make sense.
Even without this setting, solo farming experience would still be his own.
Of course not, brother. Hui shook his head. Although the dungeon is called Polar Day, Yaksha, there isn't a single Yaksha inside. I suspect the Yaksha is in the hidden dungeon.
It seems
like you have a knack for finding hidden dungeons, so we want to ask for your help.
I'll pay you. If we find the hidden dungeon, you can choose the rewards first. What do you think? Brother Hui looked at Lin Xiao sincerely, hoping he would agree.
Lin Xiao thought about it. His level was already high enough to participate in the Imperial Capital University's entrance exam, so agreeing to their request wasn't a problem.
How much are you paying?
Lin Xiao asked. Brother Hui's eyes lit up, sensing a chance, and immediately said, 5 million. How about it?
Lin Xiao. Rich people really are different, so generous.
Seeing Lin Xiao's lack of reaction, Brother Hui worried the
offer was too low and quickly asked, not enough? Should I add more?
It's enough, Lin Xiao quickly replied. 5 million for one dungeon run, he hadn't even
dared to imagine this before. But let me say up front, the monsters in the dungeon are mine.
No problem, Brother Hui assured, patting his chest.
He wasn't entering the dungeon to farm experience anyway. After officially completing the transaction, Lin Xiao noticed that Brother Hui didn't seem the least bit distressed, making him feel
like he had struck gold this time.
Lin Xiao checked the payment details, put away his phone, and asked, "Are we heading out now?
This dungeon takes quite a bit of time, so we need to prepare more food and consumables. Let's meet here at 4 p.m., Brother Hui said. Lin Xiao naturally had no objections, as Brother Hui was the one footing the bill. After Hui Gu and his team left, Lin Xiao didn't prepare immediately but instead looked up dungeons accessible to players above level 15, including Eternal Day,
Yaksha. Hui Ji's team entered this one 5 days ago. Before that, the last time someone went in was a year ago. Seems like this dungeon isn't very popular. You can only
gain experience by killing monsters, and it takes a long time.
People don't enjoy playing it. Lin Xiao muttered to himself while reviewing the information. After all,
efficiency was key when carrying others. The faster, the more profitable. The information on the dungeon was scarce and outdated, mostly from years ago, so it could only serve
as a reference.
Lin Xiao then chose a level 20 dungeon, quickly familiarized himself with it, and entered. There were still a few hours left, so there was enough time.
3 p.m. Almost leveled up to 17. The experience is indeed impressive.
Lin Xiao closed the panel, left a message for Lin Yao, and went to buy potions and food.
At that
moment, his phone rang. It was Zhang Zhang calling.
Lin Xiao, I asked around for you. There's news about your skill book. The guild leader just entered a dungeon, so it'll take 2 days to get it. Once it's obtained, you can collect it via mail.
Thanks to the guild leader, Lin Xiao replied.
Can I receive it while I'm in a dungeon? You can receive it, but you can't claim it.
Alright, I should be out of Eternal Day Yaksha around that time. Lin Xiao had just checked. The fastest clear time for the
dungeon was 1 day. If he wanted to find the hidden dungeon, it might take an extra day. You're going into Eternal Day Yaksha?
Zhang Zhan's tone changed on the other.
End of the line. This dungeon is quite unique. I won't go into the details of the information the system provides. If you're looking for the Yaksha, I do have some clues.
Hearing that the guild leader had clues, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Tell me." Zhang Zhan took a sip of tea and said, "There have always been theories about how to find the Yaksha, but no one has ever confirmed them.
The Yaksha only appears at night. As long as it's nighttime, the Yaksha will show up. But you've seen the dungeon name, Eternal Day. There's no night here.
So, some speculate that a special mechanism must be triggered to encounter the Yaksha. However, this dungeon has existed for over 30 years, and no one has figured out how
to turn Eternal Day into Eternal Night. Fewer and fewer players come here now."
After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao had obtained crucial information from the guild leader and vaguely felt that finding the hidden dungeon wouldn't be so simple. Before the agreed time, Lin Xiao saw Huigu appear in the dungeon lobby. "Lin Xiao, you haven't been grinding dungeons this whole
time, have you?"
Huigu, seeing Lin Xiao still there, assumed he had spent the entire afternoon in the dungeon waiting for them.
"You're really pushing yourself." The healer couldn't help but complain. Who would want to spend all day in dungeons?
Lin Xiao smiled faintly, looked at Huigu and his 4 teammates, and asked, "The team can only have 4 members.
Who's stepping out?" "I will," the mage said.
Lin Xiao glanced at him, unsurprised. Huigu was definitely going in, and the tank and healer were essential, so the mage had to step out.
After inviting Lin Xiao to join the team, Huigu selected the dungeon, and they entered together.
As his vision cleared, Lin Xiao looked around and found himself not in the wilderness but inside a building, more like a
maze of tunnels. This is going to be a headache. You can't tell day from night at all.
Without the sun to rely on, they could only determine the time by whether the Yaksha appeared. At that moment, Lin Xiao noticed a large letter carved into the wall ahead.
G. The letter on the wall was somewhat damaged but still recognizable. On either side stood 2 statues, their heads destroyed, leaving only their torsos. Was this once a ruin? Lin Xiao looked at Huigu. Since Huigu wanted to find the Yaksha, he must have researched the relevant information beforehand. Yeah, it's said to be the ruins of a church.
No one knows which church, but it was quite large and famous. Later, for some reason, it fell into decline and became a dungeon, Huigu explained.
How much do you know about the Yaksha?
Lin Xiao asked.
Huigu smiled bitterly. Honestly, I don't know much more than you. All I know is
that the Yaksha appears at night.
But here, you can't see whether it's day or night outside.
You can only tell by whether the Yaksha shows up.
We've even tried staying here for 24 hours straight, but the Yaksha still didn't appear. It seems there must be some special mechanism to turn eternal day into eternal night for the Yaksha to show up. Sounds similar to the information he got from the president. Let's explore the dungeon first and look for clues about the Yaksha.
Lin Xiao immediately summoned
the wild mechanical bull.
Whoosh! Steam sprayed from its joints, and its massive body left Huigu and the other 2 dumbfounded.
Stunned, absolutely stunned. It was like facing the Terminator. Whoa, is this your summoned beast? It's ridiculously cool. Huigu
quickly pulled out his phone, frantically taking pictures of the wild mechanical bull, his eyes sparkling with excitement, almost
drooling.
With a summoned beast this strong, no wonder you can clear such high-difficulty dungeons, the accompanying healer
exclaimed. Just standing there, it exuded an oppressive aura.
The guard looked up, scratched his head, and said, "Feels like I'm unnecessary here." With this mechanical bull, there was no need for him to tank damage. Lin Xiao, can this wild mechanical
bull be ridden?
If you could ride it, that would be insanely cool, Huigu shouted excitedly.
Not for now, and it's not entirely mechanical either. What a pity. If it could be ridden, it would be absolutely epic. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, faint footsteps caught Lin Xiao's attention.
Following the sound, he saw a figure in a gray robe and a strange mask approaching quickly. Church member, level 15, quality, common, constitution, 8200, strength, 800, intelligence, 100, agility, 10, magic, 30, spirit, 56, skills, dagger attack, such weak stats. Lin Xiao thought to himself, then asked Huigu and the others, "All the monsters are mine, no problem, right?"
"Of course, we promise not to steal them. If needed, I can even help out," Huigu nodded quickly. With their assurance, Lin Xiao relaxed. Enemy detected, target locked, preparing to attack. The wild mechanical Bull opened its mouth, ready to fire a laser cannon.
Lin Xiao quickly stopped it, canceled the attack, let him come over.
The mechanical bull, though confused, obeyed.
The church member walked straight up to the mechanical bull.
Despite the size difference, he showed no fear.
Suddenly, a hand under the gray robe lit up, and the dagger in his hand stabbed fiercely at the mechanical bull. The dagger failed to penetrate the armor, sparks flying upon impact. -623, such a cliché attack method. Lin Xiao couldn't help but comment, then ordered, grab him and see what's under the mask. The wild mechanical bull grabbed the church member like a chick and removed his strange mask. Whoosh! The moment the mask was removed, the church member turned to ashes, leaving only
the mask and gray robe behind. Successfully killed church member, EXP plus 5000, double. Talent blood frenzy triggered, HP plus 20, double. What? He just died like that? So the mask is their essence, and without it, they vanish?
Lin Xiao was shocked. He had intended to see if the mask concealed a human or a monster, but the opponent was killed just like that.
Lin Xiao picked up the mask on the ground and immediately read its information.
Church mask, a symbol of identity given to church members by the church leader.
Church gray robe, standard attire for low-level church members. Nothing special.
Lin Xiao wanted to find clues,
but these two items seemed ordinary. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? Hui Gu couldn't help but ask.
Seeing Lin Xiao not attacking the monster but instead stripping its clothes, he was baffled.
Trying to find clues from these monsters.
If there was a person under the mask, maybe I could ask about the Yaksha's whereabouts, Lin Xiao shrugged. But unfortunately, there's not even a person under the mask.
Asking monsters for information? How bold.
Hui Gu and the others were dumbfounded, then shocked.
You actually wanted to discuss the Yaksha with a monster? Aren't you afraid of being killed? The healer couldn't help but say.
That was way too daring. The dungeon has been around for so long, and no one has seen the Yaksha. Normal methods clearly won't work, so we have to think outside the box. Hui Gu agreed with Lin Xiao. Indeed, ordinary methods won't work. Otherwise, the Yaksha would have been found long ago. Continue along the stone path, and at the end, on the wall engraved with the letter G, there
are two different paths. Have you all walked through these two paths? Lin Xiao asked.
Hui Gu nodded. Yes, let's go. The left path is a dead end, and the right path leads to the final boss of the dungeon.
Both paths are like mazes, and it's easy for first-timers to get lost. But we have a map.
Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then pointed to the left path and said, let's go left. First. Hui Gu and the other three had no objections. This time, they weren't aiming to clear the dungeon but to find the Yaksha.
So Lin Xiao's suggestion to take the dead end was fine.
Rustle, rustle, as Lin Xiao stepped onto the left path, dozens of church members quickly appeared, each holding a dagger. Wild mechanical bull, charge and take them down.
The wild mechanical bull
received the command, its eyes flashing red, and a fiery cannon shot out fiercely.
Boom, the explosion instantly sent the church members flying. Successfully killed church members, EXP plus 5000, double. Successfully killed church members, EXP plus 5000, double. Successfully killed church members, move.
Suddenly, Lin Xiao turned around sharply, his gaze fixed on the space behind him.
What's wrong? Hui Gu was startled and followed his gaze. What's back there?
Lin Xiao stared at the empty area for a while,
before saying, I felt like someone was watching me just now. Selena?
Lin Xiao's first thought was of the abyss demon who had always wanted to kill him, but he quickly dismissed the idea. If it were her, she wouldn't hide and spy, she would directly
strike to kill him. Then who could it be? Yaksha? But the abyssal eye showed no reaction. Could it be an illusion? Hearing Lin
Xiao say someone was watching, Hui Gu and the other three immediately searched the surroundings but found nothing.
Hui Gu asked, Lin Xiao, are you sure there are no monsters nearby?
Lin Xiao shook his head. Maybe I was mistaken. They continued down the
left path.
It was like a maze, with many routes, rooms, sacrificial items, and numerous books. Lin Xiao tried flipping through them, hoping to find useful information, but the text was already blurred, leaving only yellowed pages. There are quite a few study rooms here, not quite like those cultist churches, Lin Xiao murmured.
After passing through many rooms, the abyssal eye still showed no reaction. Successfully killed white-robed bishop, EXP plus 10,000, double. Successfully killed black-robed bishop, EXP plus 10,000, double.
Obtained white-robed book *1, black-robed book *1, congratulations, you've leveled up to level 17.
We actually killed 2 elite monsters?
Lin Xiao stopped in his tracks. He let the wild mechanical bull lead the way while he
stayed behind, slowly searching for clues to avoid being ambushed by monsters.
It seemed the wild mechanical bull had just killed
2 monsters called bishops.
Lin Xiao took out the white-robed book that had just dropped.
White-robed book, an item used by the white-robed bishop during prayers, symbolizing identity.
Lin Xiao then looked at the black-robed book, and its description
was almost identical. Is this a quest item or material? Lin Xiao wondered.
If it were a quest item, there should be a prompt,
like in the Hidden Dragon dungeon.
So it seemed more like material.
He opened the white-robed book.
The text was readable but
not a prayer. We once resisted, fought back, but ultimately failed.
We became slaves of the spirit, sacrifices to the Yaksha, but we still hold on to a sliver of hope.
Yaksha. The book mentioned Yaksha. Finally, a clue about Yaksha, though it didn't specify its location. Lin Xiao then opened the black-robed book, and its content was identical to the white-robed book.
What a
pity. The book only mentioned Yaksha. What's wrong, Lin Xiao? Did you find something?
Hui Ge saw Lin Xiao stop and asked.
Lin
Xiao handed the white-robed book to him.
The book mentions Yaksha but doesn't give a location.
However, it's clear these church members suffered greatly because of Yaksha. Hui Ge took the book and flipped through it, frowning.
Lin Xiao, the pages are blank, there's nothing here. Lin Xiao froze, surprised. Nothing? Take a look, is there anything written on it?
Brother Hui handed the book of white robes to the healer and the guard. Since Lin Xiao said there were words, there must be, but he couldn't
understand why he couldn't see them.
The 2 took the book, flipped through it, and shook their heads, saying, "There's nothing.
It's completely blank."
Lin Xiao frowned even more, took back the book of white robes, and looked at the text again. Could it be
that only I can see it? What exactly is written in the book? Brother Hui asked curiously.
Lin Xiao repeated the words written
in the book of white robes. Mental slaves, but left behind hope?
Brother Hui froze, looking at the healer and the guard, all 3 of them showing shock in their eyes. Lin Xiao didn't notice their reaction and asked back, "Have you ever encountered the 2
elite monsters, the white-robed bishop and the black-robed bishop?"
This book dropped from them. Brother Hui thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, we've only come across church members and their technological equipment, never any monsters like bishops."
What about the boss?
The boss in the dungeon is a high priest, not a bishop, Brother Hui answered honestly. This made Lin Xiao feel even more puzzled, and he fell into deep thought.
Usually, the monsters in a dungeon are fixed and don't
change unless the abyss mechanism is triggered, but this time the monsters had changed.
If the monsters haven't changed, could the problem be with me?
Lin Xiao stared at the text in the book of white robes, and suddenly a thought popped into his mind.
Could it be?
Thinking of this, Lin Xiao quickly took off the evil dragon equipment he was wearing and looked at the book of
white robes again. The text was gone.
The pages had turned blank. Lin Xiao suddenly understood, so that's how it is.
Do you understand what's going on?
Brother Hui asked eagerly.
Lin Xiao put his equipment back on and explained, "You can't see the text in the book because your mental strength isn't high enough." Not high enough mental strength?
The 3 of them were stunned,
their faces full of confusion. Yes, Lin Xiao nodded, your professions don't require mental attributes, so it's normal for your mental strength to be low. I'm a summoner, and mental attributes are my key attribute, so my mental strength is much higher than
yours, which is why I can see the text in the book. Those 2 elite bishop monsters might have also appeared because my mental
strength is high.
Brother Huey's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of something. If that's the case, does that mean reaching a certain level of mental strength could also allow us to see the Yaksha? The healer and the guard, hearing this, felt like they had found a breakthrough.
It's very possible. Other teams didn't have a summoner before, so they couldn't find the
Yaksha, but this time we have Lin Xiao.
Brother Hui was secretly delighted, thinking that bringing Lin Xiao to the dungeon was a very wise decision.
At this moment, Lin Xiao poured cold water on their excitement. I'm afraid it's not that simple.
Brother Hui was taken aback. Why not? Lin Xiao showed them his mental attribute. 4,468?
The 3 of them exclaimed in shock, completely
stunned. None of their attributes, except for constitution, could reach 4,000.
No wonder Lin Xiao said that even with high mental strength, it might not be enough to encounter the Yaksha. This wasn't just high, it was absurd.
Lin Xiao, this is too exaggerated. Are you really level 16? Lin Xiao, I'm already level 17. He had leveled up after killing the two bishops. The healer was speechless. Lin Xiao returned to the main topic. High mental attributes should be able to trigger some special monsters. And perhaps these monsters can give us clues about the Yaksha. Over 4,000 mental strength was equivalent to the level of a level 50 summoner, yet even with that, he hadn't encountered the Yaksha. This indicated that clues were needed to access the Yaksha dungeon, and high mental strength could draw out special monsters within the dungeon. For example, the two bishops in white and black robes. Although the clues were still unclear, at least there was some news about the Yaksha, which was a good start. You can't feel the passage of time in here. We've been inside for quite a while now. Let's eat something and rest before continuing to explore. Brother Hui glanced at his phone. It was already 10 p.m. Lin Xiao had thought only 2 or 3 hours had passed, but he hadn't expected it to be so late. Then let's take a break. He glanced at the map ahead. They had only covered less than half the distance, and the road ahead was still long. Hui Gu and the other two took out the prepared bread, jerky, and energy bars, ready to satisfy their hunger, but noticed Lin Xiao's movements. Lin Xiao had pulled out a table, which was now covered with various ingredients and seasonings, along with a gas stove and a pot. The three of them were dumbfounded. Lin Xiao noticed their gaze and asked, "You didn't prepare food, did you?" That couldn't be possible. They had asked him to prepare, so how could they not have prepared themselves? Hui Ge looked at the table full of food Lin Xiao had laid out, then at the bread and jerky in his hand, and instantly lost his appetite. The gap was too big. "Lin Xiao, you're not planning to eat hot pot here, are you?" Hui Gu couldn't help but ask. Judging by the setup, it was definitely hot pot, but eating it in a dungeon? Lin Xiao added ingredients, while saying, "Yes, didn't you ask me to prepare food?" Initially, he had planned to buy some bread as rations, as he had always done before. But after thinking about it, there was no need to compromise. With summoned beasts keeping watch, he didn't have to worry about being ambushed by monsters. With that in mind, he bought a large amount of ingredients, and of course, also prepared rations, enough to last 10 days to half a month. This is a dungeon, full of monsters, and you have the mood to eat hot pot? Aren't you afraid of being ambushed? The healer couldn't understand, thinking that preparing food and preparing hot pot were two different things. Hot pot was food, but this was just too strange. Lin Xiao glanced at the returning wild mechanical bull, and said calmly, "I'm a summoner. With summoned beasts around, monsters can't even get close to me." Hui Gu said, "You're right. But eating hot pot here was still too strange." Lin Xiao then noticed the bread in their hands and smiled slightly. "Want to join?" "No problem." The healer reacted quickly, running to the table immediately with great enthusiasm. "But you'll have to pay. Our captain's budget is very generous, money is not an issue." Hui Gu quickly said, "Since Lin Xiao is so kind, we won't hold back." As for the money, he didn't care at all, the budget was ample anyway. Steam rose, and the aroma of hot pot wafted far and wide. The dungeon, originally full of danger, suddenly felt less terrifying. After eating most of the food, everyone was enjoying themselves when a low rumbling sound came from afar. A white oval-shaped airship slowly flew toward their location. Beneath the airship was a square control room, with 2 cannon barrels mounted on either side. Lin Xiao ate a big bite of fatty beef and exclaimed in satisfaction, while also noticing the slowly approaching airship. "What is that? There's actually an airship here?" It looked similar, but this airship was rounder and simpler. Hui Gu and the other two immediately entered combat mode, and explained, "This isn't an ordinary airship, it's a technological creation of the church, and its firepower is significant." "Church technology?" Lin Xiao nodded. He had seen it mentioned in the materials he had researched, but the information was vague, so he hadn't recalled it immediately. Seeing Hui Gu and the others preparing for battle, he quickly reminded them, "The monster is mine, don't steal it." Church airship level, 15 quality, common HP, 10200 strength, 900 intelligence, 100 agility, 50 magic, 30 spirit, 23 skills, steel bullet shooting, self-destruct collision clack clack clack. The cannon barrels on both sides of the airship began to rotate, aiming at Lin Xiao and the others, and then steel bullets started firing. Clang clang clang. The wild mechanical bull raised its giant axe, blocking all the bullets, then swung the axe, instantly smashing the church airship into pieces. Successfully destroyed church airship, EXP plus 8,000, double. Talent blood frenzy triggered, HP plus 20, double. Obtained. Mechanical parts asterisk 2. The monsters in this dungeon were really weak,
but the experience points were quite decent. Rumble rumble, the sound of rolling wheels came, and one after another, dragon head decorated sports cars slowly approached. Each car was equipped with a cannon barrel, with dragon head decorations hanging on the barrels. In addition to the dragon head cannon cart, there was also a giant hammer siege cart, designed to look like a cannon. The church really has a lot of gadgets.
Were they drawn here by the smell of hot pot?
Lin Xiao said casually. Soon, more airships appeared one after another, densely packed like an army.
Lin Xiao, stop eating already, can you at least act a little nervous? The monsters are here. Your mechanical bull is strong, but it can't handle this many.
Huigu was anxious, wanting to take action but remembering his promise to Lin Xiao not to steal the monsters, he could only fret.
Lin Xiao remained calm and asked, have you all finished eating? The monsters are closing in, and you're still in the mood to eat? The healer was frantic. Was this guy really not afraid at all? Piece of cake.
Lin Xiao smiled faintly and summoned the slime and the spider prince. As soon as the two summoned creatures appeared, they
sprang into action.
The spider prince moved like a ghost, appearing behind the dragon head cannon cart and swiftly dismantling the
enemy with a dagger.
Just as he finished his target, the dragon head cannon cart suddenly exploded violently.
It actually exploded. How unreasonable.
The spider prince patted off the dust and immediately searched for the next target.
Agile in movement, he weaved
through the monsters, quickly taking down one enemy after another. The slime, on the other hand, was more direct, launching frenzied attacks at the airships above, making it look like a fireworks display.
This, Huigu and the other two were dumbfounded. Is this the power of a summoner? It's too strong, the healer exclaimed. It feels like it was a good thing Dongcheng didn't come. This slime alone could replace him, maybe even surpass him, the guard couldn't help but say. Huigu nodded in agreement.
If he had come, he would probably have been deeply affected and unwilling to accept that even a slime was stronger than
him. After a brief rest, Lin Xiao and the group continued on their journey, finally reaching the end of the road the next day. The only regret was that they hadn't encountered any elite monsters like the black-robed bishop or the white-robed bishop along the way, nor had they obtained more information about the yaksha.
This is the end of the left path of the ruins, and there aren't even any special or elite monsters.
It's really strange.
We've suspected before that there might be a hidden map or dungeon here, but we've never found anything. After Lin Xiao finished dealing with the monsters in the area, Huigu began explaining the situation. There were only ordinary monsters here, and if it was someone's first time entering the dungeon and they took the
wrong path, they'd definitely be furious. After all, just getting here took more than a day. However, Lin Xiao and his group already knew this was a dead end, so they didn't mind too much.
Lin Xiao looked around and finally sensed a reaction from the eye of the abyss near a bookshelf.
Hidden map discovered. Finally found it.
Lin Xiao walked to the bookshelf and had the wild mechanical bull smash it to pieces. Behind the bookshelf was a wall made of yellow bricks, with no other paths.
Turn the Venus statue westward to unlock the hidden map. Venus statue?
Lin Xiao frowned.
There didn't seem to be any statues in the dungeon. Could it be on the right path?
No, wait, there were. He suddenly remembered seeing two statues when they first entered the dungeon.
However, those two statues were incomplete and their appearance was unclear.
Now it seemed that those must have been the Venus statues.
Lin Xiao, did you find any new clues?
Huigu, seeing Lin Xiao staring at the wall in a daze after destroying the
bookshelf, asked curiously.
Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, I made a discovery.
To be precise, I found a hidden map. Hidden map? Huigu exclaimed in surprise.
The healer and the guard, hearing the commotion, also came over.
The hidden map is behind the wall, the healer asked urgently.
Yes,
but unlocking it is a bit troublesome.
Lin Xiao explained the unlocking method to them.
The Venus statue. Oh no, do we have to go back and turn the statue? The healer complained helplessly. It had already taken them a whole day to get here, excluding rest time. If they had to go back and forth, it would take 2 days. Lin Xiao shrugged helplessly, there's no other way. Without turning the statue, the hidden map won't open. Huigu thought for a moment and said, how about
this? The three of us will go back to turn the statue, and you stay here. Once the hidden map opens, you go straight in to kill monsters. If you encounter a yaksha, that would be perfect. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised by Huigu's arrangement. I stay here? This meant he could explore the hidden map first. Before entering the instance, we agreed that the monsters are yours, and you get first pick of the drops, so it's fine for you to go in first, Huigu said generously.
Lin Xiao looked at the healer and the guard. You two have no objections, right?
The healer shrugged, listened to the captain. The guard nodded, clearly agreeing
with Hui Ji's decision. Alright, then it's settled. Since everyone agreed, Lin Xiao couldn't object. After all, if they went
back to the hidden map later, it would take too much time, 3 to 4 days round trip.
Then we'll set off now, you wait for us here.
Just as Huigu was about to leave, Lin Xiao called out to him, take my wild mechanical bull with you.
If you encounter tough enemies, it'll save you some time. Huigu was stunned. Take your wild mechanical bull? Wouldn't that make you more vulnerable?
Summoners generally wouldn't let their summoned beasts leave their side, as the beasts were their life insurance.
Lin Xiao shook his head. I have other summoned beasts, you don't need to worry. The wild mechanical bull isn't even my strongest summoned beast. Not even the strongest?
The three of them were shocked.
The combat power of the wild mechanical bull was already astonishing, and it wasn't the strongest? Just how powerful was his strongest summoned beast? Huigu could only secretly admire Lin Xiao.
He finally reminded him, alright, just be careful yourself. The three of them hurriedly left with the wild mechanical bull, leaving Lin Xiao alone to guard the area.
Lin Xiao didn't summon any beasts, instead sitting against the wall.
With dark oath in place, the Death Knight could appear instantly in case of danger, ensuring his safety. He stared at the empty space
ahead, muttering to himself, now that I'm the only one here, will the hidden yaksha suddenly appear?
He felt the yaksha was nearby. Not in the so-called hidden instance, but discovered due to some unknown reason.
Talent Golden Legend triggered, acquiring. Talent Demonic Symbiosis, S-Level, Demonic Symbiosis. Upon acquiring this talent, you transform into a demon form.
This is similar to Mechanical Soul, Lin Xiao murmured.
He then began to think about who this talent would be suitable for. Including this new talent, he now had 3 unused talents: Random Luck, Immovable as a Mountain, Demonic Symbiosis. Immovable as a
mountain was obtained not long after eating hot pot.
Demon Knight? Demon Slime? Demon Goblin? Sounds good, but it seems like
it might affect their original abilities.
Better to hold on to it for now. Another day passed.
Suddenly, the ground shook, bricks fell from the walls, and a new passage appeared.
Looks like Huigu and the others successfully turned the statue. Lin Xiao stood up, ready to enter.
At that moment, a roar came from inside, and a strange creature suddenly lunged out. It wore a church mask and a fiery red robe of a church member, but now those robes had been torn to shreds by bone spikes growing from its body, and its limbs had twisted into monstrous shapes.
Clang, the Death Knight blocked the attack. Is it a yaksha?
Lin Xiao saw the mutated figure and immediately thought of the monsters encountered in the instance.
Fallen Church Member, Level 17.
Quality, Common, Constitution, 12,000, Strength, 1,500, Intelligence, 100, Agility, 300, Magic, 50, Mentality, 5, Skills. Bone Spike Shot, Death Roll. It's not a yaksha.
It's a mutated church member.
Lin Xiao read the information about the creature. No wonder it was wearing church robes and a mask, it had been corrupted.
But, doesn't this also count as a type of yaksha?
Lin Xiao muttered to himself. 17,000, Killing Intent Wave, activated. The health of the fallen church members instantly dropped
to 0.
The Death Knight reached level 17, and, Killing Intent Wave, could directly deal 17,000 damage.
Successfully killed a fallen church member, EXP plus 9,000, double.
Talent Death Absorption triggered, Constitution plus 6,000, Strength, Talent Blood.
Frenzy triggered, charge in. Lin Xiao quickly ordered. The Death Knight immediately charged forward, but more fallen church members surged out from within.
I told you, how could there be so few monsters in such a large dungeon?
Turns out they were all hiding here.
Lin Xiao licked his lips. Seeing so many mutated church members, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was extremely
excited. With this many monsters, leveling up halfway shouldn't be a problem. As they fought their way into the dungeon, kill notifications kept popping up.
Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted, and the previously opened hidden map was closed. Lin Xiao glanced back but paid it no mind, continuing forward. At the end of the path, a church member in a deep yellow robe appeared. Before him, Dusk Mentor, Elite, Level 17, Quality, Rare, Constitution, 32,000, Strength, 200, Intelligence, 2,500, Agility,
150, Magic, 4000, Spirit, 90, Skill, Meteor Summon. So this is the special monster in the hidden map? Boom, before he could get close, a fiery red light appeared overhead. A massive meteor hurtled toward Lin Zhao's position. The Death Knight thrust his spear fiercely, shattering the meteor into several pieces. The attack wasn't over yet. Behind the debris came an even larger meteor. It can fire twice in a row? Lin Zhao exclaimed. The Death Knight calmly faced the attack, having no time to defend and could only take it head-on. Boom, the ground shook, leaving a large crater. The Dusk Mentor's gaze swept toward Lin Zhao, chanting, "Again to summon another meteor." Lin Zhao remained unflustered, saying calmly, "Do you really think a single meteor can take down my summoned beast?" In an instant, the Death Knight appeared behind the Dusk Mentor, thrusting his shadow spear fiercely. 43,265, successfully killed Dusk Mentor, Elite, EXP plus 14,500, double. Obtained Dusk Book *1, Dusk Mask *1, Dusk Robe *1, just like the two bishops I killed before. I wonder if there will be any clues this time. Lin Zhao instructed the Death Knight to clear out the remaining monsters, then open the Dusk Book. We once resisted, but ultimately failed, became slaves of the mind, became food for the Yaksha, but we left behind hope. The content was identical to the White Robe book from before. Is this the only clue? Lin Zhao frowned. But what exactly was the hope they mentioned? Looking around and finding nothing new, Lin Zhao had no choice but to leave. Arriving at the entrance to the hidden map, it had reopened. Retracing his steps, after walking for a while, Lin Zhao saw a familiar figure. It was the guard from Brother Huey's team. "Why are you the only one here? Where are Brother Huey and the others?" Lin Zhao frowned, his first thought being that they had run into trouble. But with the wild mechanical bull protecting them, they should have been able to handle even a boss. It shouldn't have been so easy for something to go wrong. Moreover, he hadn't received any kill notifications from the mechanical bull. "Brother Hui didn't come with me. He and Ning Yin stayed back there. We followed your instructions and rotated the statue, discovering that the path on the left was sealed." "Did the path on your side open?" Lin Zhao nodded. "It opened. Just as Brother Hui predicted." He then rotated the statue back to its original position and turned east, finding that the path on the right was also sealed. "If our guess is correct, there's another hidden dungeon on the right." Lin Zhao wasn't surprised. If there was a hidden dungeon on the left, there would definitely be one on the right as well. So Brother Hui and the others went to the right? Lin Zhao asked. The guard shook his head. "No. To enter the right side, someone has to rotate the statue. Brother Hui isn't strong enough to enter a hidden map without a healer." Rumble, the ground started shaking again. Huigu was trying to rotate the statue to see if he could trigger a special mechanism in the dungeon or open another hidden map. "I specifically came back to tell you about this. So that's how it is." Lin Zhao understood Hui Ji's intention. At this moment, the Spider Prince appeared beside Lin Zhao and said, "Master, I discovered a hidden map." "A hidden map?" "Yes, the monsters inside have come out." "Where is it?" "Not far ahead, above us." Dungeon entrance. The wild mechanical bull raised its giant axe and smashed it down fiercely, causing nearby fallen church members to faint. Immediately after, a destructive fire cannon wiped them all out. Why are there so many fallen church members coming out? Can they leave? The healer encountered this situation for the first time. It was her first time entering and she had never seen such a scene. "Maybe we opened the hidden map on the right, and the monsters came out." Hui Ji's face turned grim. Although they quickly rotated the statue to close the hidden map, so many fallen church members appearing in such a short time meant Lin Zhao's side might be in great danger. Seeing the performance of the wild mechanical bull, he finally felt relieved. "This mechanical bull is really powerful, we hardly need to do anything." The healer gripped her blood-offering staff, ready to heal the mechanical bull at any moment, but found it completely unnecessary. Moreover, she noticed the mechanical bull growing stronger as it fought. "The mechanical bull can hold on, I'll keep rotating the statue to see if there are any new clues." Huigen noticed that these fallen church members carried traces of the Yaksha, guessing that the Yaksha might also be hiding in the hidden map. These two statues were the keys to unlocking the hidden dungeon. Successfully killed Dawn Mentor, Elite, EXP plus 14500. Obtained Dawn Book *1, Dawn Mask *1, Dawn Robe *1. Fighting in the dark, why not call it Night Mentor instead? Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain.
After entering the hidden map, everything was pitch black, and even the slime's illumination spell was
useless.
It seemed like this map absorbed all light, completely mismatched with the name Dawn. These elite monsters are so stingy, not only hard to find,
but also don't drop treasure chests.
Lin Xiao complained again. He flipped open the Dawn book, and the content hadn't changed at all.
It seems the content
of these books is fixed and won't change. Storing the items, Lin Xiao quickened his pace. Not long ago, he received a notification about the mechanical
bull killing fallen church members.
Successfully killed Polar Day Mentor, Elite, EXP plus 14500. Obtained Polar Day Book *1, Polar Day Mask *1, Polar Day
Robe *1. Something big seems to have happened on Hui Ji's side.
The sudden kill notification surprised Lin Xiao.
Could they have discovered another hidden map? Successfully killed church member clone, EXP plus 0. Talent blood frenzy triggered, HP plus 20, double. Successfully killed church member clone.
The kill notifications kept coming, but they were only clones of church members. Naturally, there was no experience gain, but the blood frenzy talent still triggered.
What exactly is happening over there? Did they stumble upon the enemy's lair?
Lin Xiao frowned. Although seeing his stats increase felt satisfying, the abnormal situation on Hui Ji's side made him very worried. It felt like the monsters were launching a large-scale attack. Half an hour later, the kill notifications still hadn't stopped, though the pace had slowed down.
Returning to the vicinity
of the entrance, Lin Xiao didn't see Hui Gu and the others but instead saw a dense crowd of church members continuously charging at Hui Ji's group. The statue's location had become their defensive line, with the mechanical bull standing like a war god, blocking most of the enemies.
What the heck is going on? Why are there so many monsters?
The guard was shocked.
It was fine
when he left, but now it looked like they were under siege by monsters. Lin Xiao immediately summoned the slime and shook his head, saying, "Not sure, let's take out these church members
first and regroup with them." The slime immediately joined the battle, its magic seemingly endless as it bombarded the church members, scattering them in all directions. "Your slime is too
powerful, how can it keep casting so much magic?" the guard exclaimed in shock, at a loss for words.
"Continuous bombardment, does the magic have no cooldown?" "This is an innate ability," Lin Xiao replied calmly.
Soon, the slime cleared a path, and the two of them quickly headed toward the statue to regroup with Hui Gu and the others.
"Lin Xiao, you're finally out. I heard the commotion and knew it was you."
"I thought you might have run into trouble in there," Hui Gu said with a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Xiao return. He had tried to rotate the statue, but as he turned it, a large number of monsters suddenly appeared. If it weren't for the wild mechanical bull holding the line, they probably wouldn't have lasted. He was worried that rotating the statue might affect Lin Xiao's situation, but seeing him come out, it seemed everything was fine.
"Your situation seems worse than mine. What exactly happened?" Lin Xiao asked.
Hui Gu shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure, but it should have something to do with the statue I rotated." He then recounted what had happened. After the guard had been gone for a while, Hui Gu started rotating the statue again, hoping to find a hidden map, but found nothing. Just as he was about to give up, a man in a white robe with a sun emblem appeared, an extreme daylight mentor.
After a dozen rounds of battle, the wild mechanical bull defeated him.
Then, church members began to appear continuously.
"The source of the clones should be hidden in the tunnel on the right. We
planned to go in and eliminate them, but considering the potential unknown dangers and the possibility of you not finding us when you returned, we decided against it," Hui Gu explained. The wild mechanical bull could hold the line, but going in was a different matter. So, he chose the safest option.
Lin Xiao nodded. "You made the right choice. The statue is the key to unlocking the hidden map.
When you rotated it, monsters appeared. Rushing in recklessly would be too dangerous."
Hui Gu sighed. "That's what I thought too.
Later, I tried to rotate the statue back,
but it didn't work."
He had rotated it back the same way he had turned it initially, but the problem remained unresolved.
Once activated, it seemed it couldn't be turned off. "Since everyone's
here, let's deal with the source inside together." "I'm worried your wild mechanical bull won't hold out much longer," the healer suggested.
"I'll help too. There are too many of these monsters," Hui Gu said, drawing his weapon and preparing for battle.
These monsters didn't provide experience points, so killing them wouldn't help them level up.
"Have you eaten?" Lin Xiao suddenly asked.
"Huh? What?" Hui Gu was stunned, not understanding what Lin Xiao meant.
You've been fighting here for so long, I guess you haven't eaten, right? Let's rest and eat first.
There's no rush to eliminate the source, Lin Xiao said as he walked to the statue, took out a stove he had prepared in advance, and started grilling meat.
Eat? Now? The healer was dumbfounded. With so many monsters around, how could he think about eating? How could he even have the appetite? These monsters aren't much of a threat, so don't worry. Besides, we don't know what awaits us inside. How can we fight without a full stomach?
Lin Xiao's reasoning made sense to everyone. They could hold out for now, but once inside, it might be a different story.
If you're eating, you have to help out.
No freeloading, Lin Xiao said as he started grilling the meat. Hui Gu, seeing this, didn't hesitate and decided to eat first.
Before long, the meat sizzled and oozed oil, filling the space with a delicious aroma.
While the battle raged on in the front, Lin Xiao and the others were enjoying their meal in the back.
Lin Xiao, this grilled meat was prepared before entering the dungeon, right?
How has it not gone bad after all this time? The healer asked, her mouth greasy.
It's only been 5 days. The summoning space is special, things stored inside don't spoil. Summoners have such abilities?
No wonder I saw a delivery driver last time transporting fresh produce at a leisurely pace.
So that's why, Hui Gu remarked.
Looking at the ongoing battle in the distance, Hui Gu felt a bit guilty.
It feels strange letting your summoned creatures fight while we're here eating and drinking. It's fine. The wild mechanical bull doesn't eat human food.
The slime is omnivorous and eats anything, so don't worry about it. At this moment, the healer had a thought. If your wild mechanical
bull doesn't eat human food, does it need gasoline to drink?
Lin Xiao was taken aback. He hadn't actually thought about that. Prepare some gasoline for the mechanical bull next time. The battle continued, and Lin Xiao watched his constantly increasing constitution, smiling with great satisfaction.
Almost 180,000. This is amazing.
This was also why he wasn't in a rush to eliminate the source and decided to eat first.
Where else could he find such a great opportunity? After eating enough, Lin Xiao prepared to set off.
After all, he couldn't just keep eating and waiting.
Now that I'm full, it's time to eliminate the source.
He recalled the wild mechanical bull and switched to the Death Knight. After fighting for so long, it was time to let the mechanical bull rest.
Hui Gu glanced at the Death Knight, sensing it wasn't ordinary, but it wasn't as shocking as the wild mechanical bull. Just as everyone was about to
set off, a man wearing a crown and a robe embroidered with the sun and moon appeared.
Hui Gu exclaimed, "The High Priest? The High Priest?" Lin Xiao frowned. The dungeon boss?
High Priest, boss, level, 20, quality, rare, status, berserk, mentally unstable, constitution, 82,000, strength, 1,000, intelligence, 2,300, agility, 200, magic, 5,000, spirit, 780, skills, member summon, voice of control, bleeding blade, protection. This really is the dungeon boss, but how did the dungeon boss end up here? Lin Xiao was also a bit surprised at this moment. The dungeon boss escaped, the healer screamed, but quickly realized.
Can a dungeon boss really come here to block people?
This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Usually, bosses had fixed living areas and rarely wandered far, but this time, it's because of the statue, Lin Xiao explained. When we turned the statue, we might have accidentally triggered a special dungeon mechanism, allowing
the boss to leave its original location and come here.
This was the only explanation for why the boss appeared here.
Something like this can happen? Hui Gu found it hard to believe.
Then he said, so many church member clones must have been summoned by the high priest, but when we first challenged the
dungeon, the boss didn't have this ability.
Lin Xiao shrugged. Now that the boss has come out, it's not surprising it has extra abilities.
True.
A long exhale, the undead warhorse emerged from the black mist, and the Death Knight leapt onto its back, raising the shadow lance high, with 3 green phantoms appearing behind him.
Formation. Charge. He broke through
the church members' defenses, heading straight for the high priest. -16,000 -4,100, wave of killing intent, activated, and the shadow lance thrust forward fiercely.
Boom!
A large crater was blasted into the ground.
The
weapon was deflected, and at such close range, it still missed.
The Death Knight's pupils contracted slightly in disbelief. The high priest seized the opportunity to quickly stab with a dagger, bleeding blade. -1,132.
-4,326. The Death Knight ignored the injuries and continued attacking, but the lance in his hand suddenly stopped mid-air. After multiple interrupted attacks, he finally understood the reason.
It's the voice of control. Slime, purify. The purifying light descended, removing the immobilization effect on the Death Knight.
Facing the thrusting shadow lance, the high priest didn't dodge.
A psychic protective shield rose beneath his feet. It can only block one attack. Lin Xiao wasn't surprised and immediately activated his talent. Do you want to consume 100,000 health to temporarily increase the Death Knight's strength by 20,000? Damn, why is the cost so high this time?
It wasn't this much before, Lin Xiao exclaimed.
Exchanging his own blood for strength wasn't worth wasting unnecessarily.
Boom, the sky turned fiery red, and meteors rained down. This was the skill of the Twilight Mentor.
Consume it.
Lin Xiao didn't care anymore and focused on dealing with the boss in front of him. The empowered Death Knight charged again, piercing through a meteor with his lance, scattering fragments everywhere.
Shagula! The high priest uttered an incomprehensible incantation, and darkness engulfed the surroundings. This move again.
Lin Xiao sneered. He had seen this trick when dealing with the Dawn Mentor.
He had a countermeasure. Teleport. The Death Knight appeared directly behind the high priest. Harnick's abyss mask automatically locked onto the target.
The shadow spear thrust forward, and the green phantom behind it synchronized its movements. 36751-34273-32265. Successfully killed the high priest. Boss, experience plus 20,000. Obtain spirit remnants *4, sacrificial staff *1, high priest's chest *1, golden chest *1. Ha! Didn't strip the opponent's clothes? Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. Previously, when killing bishops and mentors, they would drop a pile of useless items. But this time it was a boss. If it dropped trash, it wouldn't make sense.
Spirit remnants, consumable the high priest's last preserved sanity.
Consuming it increases spirit plus 500.
Plus 500. This item is too strong.
Lin Xiao exclaimed. One spirit remnant increases 500, and with 4 dropped, that's 2,000 spirit. As the high priest died, the avatars of the church members also dissipated. The Death Knight is too strong. It killed the boss so quickly, even faster than us working together. The guards couldn't help but marvel at the Death Knight's performance. They had entered the dungeon intending to tank damage, but it turned out they were just bystanders.
This Death Knight must be his strongest summon creature. Hui Gu was stunned by the Death Knight's explosive damage. At level 17, it
easily dealt nearly 100,000 damage, which was simply terrifying. At this moment, he noticed Lin Xiao frowning with an unpleasant expression and asked, "What's wrong? Did you receive the clearance notification again?"
Lin Xiao countered. Clearance notification?
Hui Gu froze. Only then did he realize that after Lin Xiao killed the boss, the system hadn't issued a clearance notification. Wait, could it be that the high priest isn't the real boss of the dungeon? Killing the boss without clearing the dungeon was something he had never encountered before. Could the dungeon's boss have been replaced by the Yaksha? The healer began to speculate wildly.
Lin Xiao shook
his head. Dungeon bosses generally don't change unless we've entered a hidden dungeon. But we're still in the Polar Day Yaksha dungeon.
Everyone fell silent, unable to figure out what was going on. Let's go in and take a look. Although the one earlier was a boss, it's possible it wasn't the final boss.
No, I mean, the one earlier wasn't the real boss of the dungeon. The healer's words almost confused herself, but everyone understood
her meaning.
They walked down the right path, and this time the progress was smooth.
Because it seems like all the monsters are gone, Hui Gu suddenly said.
They had walked for most of the day without encountering a
single monster, as if they had all been cleared out. Look, there's a hidden map here.
We didn't notice it before. The healer excitedly pointed to a spot and shouted.
The group entered and found no monsters inside. This should be the location of the Polar Day Mentor.
You guys released him early before, and after he was killed, naturally there are no monsters left, Lin Xiao explained. The healer's excitement instantly faded, discovering a hidden map only to find the monsters had already been dealt with.
They continued forward. Like the left path, they walked for almost an entire day. The boss room is just ahead, Hui Gu reminded. Lin Xiao nodded and summoned the Death Knight again.
They entered the room, and although they were prepared, the result was still hard to believe.
There was no boss. Moreover, the exit portal hadn't appeared either. The room was empty, with neither a boss nor a portal in sight.
Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately thought of Selena. There was no other way. This had happened several times before, so it was natural to think in that direction.
Prepare for battle, a random abyss might appear. Hui Gu shouted.
Without a portal, he understood what this meant.
The healer and guards immediately entered combat mode. Lin Zhao's expression was also grim. Selena was definitely prepared, and this battle would not be easy.
Everyone assumed their battle stances and waited for over 10 minutes, but the abyss did not appear, not to mention the abyss pillar. They couldn't even sense the aura of the abyss.
Strange? Where's the abyss? Hui Gu frowned. Could it be that this isn't a random abyss?
After waiting for another 10 minutes, the abyss still didn't appear. At this point, everyone started to feel something was off.
Suddenly, the healer realized a critical issue and shouted, "If this isn't the abyss and there's no portal, doesn't that mean we can't leave?"
Hui Gu immediately tried to exit the dungeon, only to find it was impossible.
"We can't leave the dungeon." Hui Ji's expression turned serious.
Lin Xiao and the others also tried to exit, but without exception, they all received the same message, unable to exit temporarily.
"You must defeat the dungeon boss to leave. Defeat the dungeon boss to leave."
But the problem was, they had already defeated the dungeon boss. "If we don't find the yaksha, we might really be stuck here," Lin Xiao said. Since defeating the boss was required, it had to be the yaksha.
But where was the yaksha? They had no idea. "We don't even know where the yaksha is. How are we supposed to find it?"
"Where do we start looking?" the healer asked irritably. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Maybe. We're already close to the yaksha, just one step away.
Otherwise, the dungeon wouldn't trigger this special mechanism."
As for clues, the statue at the entrance and the information in the Book of White Robes might be the
breakthrough.
Lin Xiao took out paper and pen, copied the content from the Book of White Robes, and handed it to Hui Gu.
"This is the only clue in the book.
It might help us find the yaksha, but we haven't deciphered it yet."
Hui Gu glanced at it and nodded. "All right, let's try to figure out its meaning." Lin Xiao didn't disturb them and took out the mental remnant obtained from killing the high priest. It was an excellent supplement. Only with a high enough mental attribute can I understand the text in the book.
Not finding the yaksha might be because my mental isn't high enough yet. I wonder how high it needs to be, he muttered to himself.
5,000? Lin Xiao speculated. Thinking it over, he immediately used 2 mental remnants.
Mental, 4,468 5468, seeing his mental surpass 5,000, Lin Xiao looked around, trying to find a hidden map or dungeon, but the surroundings were still
empty, nothing at all. Still not enough? Lin Xiao used the remaining 2 mental remnants.
Mental, 5,468 6468, he directly broke through the 6,000 threshold.
He looked around again. Still nothing? Even after surpassing 6,000, it still wasn't enough?
This was a dungeon accessible at level 15.
Could it be the wrong approach?
Lin Xiao muttered to himself. In the empty space, suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a chill down his spine.
He turned sharply and stared at the seemingly empty area.
Just now, he felt an intense gaze, as if some unknown entity was watching him.
"Someone's watching me. This time, I'm sure."
Lin Xiao was certain.
He stared unblinkingly at the empty
space ahead, feeling that the entity was hidden within his line of sight, just invisible.
Even the abyssal eye showed no reaction. My guess was correct.
As my mental attribute increased, the sense of being watched grew stronger, but it's still not enough to locate the yaksha.
If mental isn't enough, then how high does it need to be? 10,000?
Lin Xiao muttered to himself. If it really required such a high value, then no one could achieve it. He looked at his talent, blood's price. Maybe I can use this to temporarily boost my mental to 10,000.
Consume 400,000 HP to temporarily increase your mental attribute to 10,000? Lin Xiao froze? He initially thought he had misread it.
After double-checking, it indeed required 400,000 HP.
Are you crazy? Just to increase by 400 points, it demands 400,000 HP? This would drain me dry.
Lin Xiao was so furious he almost exploded.
This last option was also a dead end.at this moment.
Hui Gu walked over and said, "Lin Xiao, we're planning to check the left side."
"Are you sure? Yaksha is on the left?"
Lin Xiao asked.
Hui Gu scratched his head awkwardly. "Not sure, we're just guessing Yaksha might be on the left."
"Think about it, the right side is the original boss room of the dungeon, and the left side has nothing, but it's the same size.
Based on symmetry, we're guessing Yaksha might be on the left, just undiscovered."
Lin Xiao didn't respond, just stared at the empty area. He felt Yaksha wasn't on the left, it must still be here.
But he just couldn't find it.
Finally, he said, "You make a good point, let's go check it out."
If they couldn't find it, they'd try their luck on the left.
It took 2 days to run from the right side to the left. The place was still empty, not a single monster. It felt like only the 4
of them were left.
Shortly after entering, Lin Xiao looked around and said, "Yaksha isn't here, it's on the right."
The atmosphere here was completely different from the right side. There wasn't that feeling of being watched. "Lin Xiao, are you sure?" Hui Gu asked. "Let's look again, maybe there are overlooked details here."
The healer thought Lin Xiao was jumping to conclusions too quickly and decided to search a bit longer.
After a thorough
search, they found nothing but some old bricks and yellowed books.
"How about we go back to the statue and try again?"
"Maybe we didn't turn it the right way last time," the guard suggested. They tried turning the statue. Every direction, every angle, but the door seemed to already be open, and turning the key was useless.
Finally. This is all your fault.
Messing with the statue for no reason, now we're stuck.
After being trapped for so many days, the healer finally couldn't hold back and started complaining to Hui Gu.
If it weren't for messing with the statue, even if they hadn't found Yaksha, at least they could still leave.
Now, they were stuck. Maybe they'd be trapped here forever. I didn't think it would turn out like this either.
Hui Gu lowered his head in guilt. Then he looked at Lin Xiao, full of remorse. "Lin Xiao, I shouldn't have brought you with me, or you
wouldn't be stuck here."
Lin Xiao shook his head. "Don't blame yourself. Without me discovering the hidden map conditions, you wouldn't have known the statue's secret either." At this moment, Hui Gu remembered something and
asked, "If we can't get out, will you miss the college entrance exam?" "No."
If they still hadn't found Yaksha by then, he had other ways to get out.
The food was slowly running out. The supplies Hui Gu brought were already
gone, but fortunately, Lin Xiao had brought enough food to last a week, maybe even half a month if rationed carefully.
But food would eventually run out.
Including the time spent in the dungeon, Lin Xiao had already been there for 12 days, still hadn't found Yaksha, and hadn't found a way out either. However, Lin Xiao wasn't panicking. He had already gotten used to spending 10 days in the special training room before, so this was still manageable.
The healer, on the other hand, was becoming increasingly agitated, occasionally cursing.
Back in the boss room, Lin Xiao spread out the masks and robes on the ground, staring at the clothes in deep thought.
These clothes had no attributes, so they shouldn't count as equipment, but they didn't seem like materials or consumables either. Could they be for some kind of ritual? Only then can the hidden dungeon be unlocked? If that's the case, why isn't there even a hint?
Lin Xiao scratched his head, completely clueless about where to start. He had tried all sorts of methods, but none worked.
He was still hoping that the S-level talents he gained daily might include one that could enhance spirit, but after so many days, none had appeared. "Lin Xiao, what are you doing? Setting up a stall to sell clothes?"
Hui Gu walked over and saw Lin Xiao squatting in front of a pile
of robes, unable to resist making a joke.
Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "I'm just trying to find some clues. These were all dropped by elite monsters, no attributes, not materials or consumables. I think they must have another purpose." As he spoke, he glanced at the healer's position. Over there, she was holding a rock, inexplicably smashing it against the floor, muttering something under her breath.
"I think your team has a pretty good relationship.
I didn't expect such a big conflict to arise."
Not long ago, the healer and Hui Gu had a quarrel. Actually, calling it a quarrel is a bit much. Hui Gu was mostly being scolded and hardly talked back. Hui Gu shook his head with a bitter smile. "There's nothing I can do. She's a bit unwell."
Lin Xiao gave him a strange look. "If you badmouth her behind her back and she hears it, you'll probably end up arguing again."
Hui Gu froze for a moment, realizing Lin Xiao had misunderstood, and quickly explained, "I'm not badmouthing her. She really is unwell. She has claustrophobia."
"Have you heard of it?"
"Claustrophobia?" Lin Xiao suddenly understood.
"But this place
is so big, it's not a confined space. How could she have an episode?"
Hui Gu shook his head helplessly.
"It's actually a psychological issue."
Because Ningyun realized she might not be able to get out, she had an episode. Normally, she wouldn't. Even if she entered a small, dark space, it wouldn't trigger her because she doesn't consider that confined.
But this time is different.
Lin Xiao suddenly realized, she's afraid she can't get out.
He finally understood. Hui Gu waved his hand. "Let's not talk about her anymore. Back to you. From what you said earlier, it seems like you have a way to leave the instance." Lin Xiao nodded. "Someone can forcibly take me out of the instance.
If there's no progress today, I might have to leave tomorrow.
But before I go, I'll leave all the food for you." This was the last thing he could do.
As for why he couldn't take Huigu and the others with him, it was because he wasn't sure if the war god could take 4 people at once, so he couldn't guarantee it.
I understand. Huigu nodded. He didn't ask why Lin Xiao couldn't take them along. If it were possible, Lin
Xiao would have said so already. If not, there was no need to ask.
Then, Boss Lin, how about selling me these clothes before you leave?
Huigu suddenly switched to a merchant's tone and started picking through the clothes. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, not understanding what Huigu was up to.
Seeing his somewhat gloomy expression, Lin Xiao went along with it.
Sure, pick whatever you like.
But these things aren't cheap. Money can't be
transferred, so I'll trade items instead.
Huigu picked up a mask, examining it as he spoke. No problem.
Lin Xiao hadn't finished speaking when Huigu suddenly lunged at him, shouting, "Watch out!"
Lin Xiao was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground. Moments later, Huigu got up and anxiously asked, "Lin Xiao, are you okay?" Lin Xiao, utterly confused, shook his head. "I'm fine. You scared me by suddenly tackling me. Have you been here so long that your mind's not quite right?"
Huiji's shout had sounded like someone was really attacking him.
"No," Huigu quickly shook his head. "I just saw a claw coming at you from behind."
"Behind me?
A claw?" Lin Xiao was stunned and turned to look. There was nothing there. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?"
"No, I'm absolutely sure. It was a claw, a sharp one, like a yaksha." Lin Xiao finished the sentence for him.
Huigu clapped his hands. "Yes, like a yaksha."
Lin Xiao frowned.
Why could Huigu suddenly see a yaksha? Could it be that he was mentally unstable?
But he was still speaking fluently, showing no signs of that.
If it wasn't a mental issue, then what could it be?
Lin Xiao glanced at the clothes on the ground and thought of Huiji's earlier actions.
Could it be? His pupils contracted as if he had realized something. Picking up the mask on the
ground, he pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "I might know where the yaksha is."
"You know?" Huigu was excited.
"Lin Xiao, don't lie to me."
The healer also came over after hearing the commotion.
When she heard Lin Xiao say he knew where the yaksha was, she became excited too.
"Yes, but I haven't confirmed it yet." "Not confirmed?"
Huigu frowned, staring at Lin Xiao's serious face.
"Is the yaksha hiding in some particularly powerful place?" Lin Xiao nodded and pointed around them.
"Right here."
"Right here?" Huigu and the others exclaimed. "Then why can't we see it?"
Lin Xiao said, "You need a special method to see it."
"Special method?" Huigu noticed
the mask in Lin Xiao's hand and exclaimed in surprise, "It's the mask in your hand." He recalled earlier when he was about to say goodbye to Lin Xiao and planned to buy some clothes, he had accidentally picked up a mask. Through the mask, he had seen something with claws.
Lin Xiao nodded and said slowly, "Wearing the mask might allow us to see the yaksha, but the question is, will wearing the mask make the yaksha able to attack us?"
Lin Xiao hadn't expected that the method to find the yaksha had been right by his side all along.
However, discovering it wasn't that easy. Who would casually wear such a thing on their face without any attribute bonuses? If it had
even a slight attribute bonus, the yaksha would have been discovered long ago, and it wouldn't have dragged on until now.
"I'll go in and take a look." If his guess was correct, they were likely surrounded by yaksha right now, but due to some special reason, these yaksha couldn't attack them yet.
As long as he wore the mask, the yaksha would be able to directly interact with them. "I'll go in with you, that way we can share some of the risk." Huigu also picked up a mask, preparing to go in with Lin Xiao. If what Lin Xiao said was true and they were surrounded by yaksha, it would definitely be dangerous for Lin Xiao to go in alone. 2 people together could divert
some attention. "No need, you'll only hold me back if you go in with me. If you really want to come in, wait 3 or 4 minutes."
Lin Xiao directly refused. It wasn't because he was afraid Huigu would steal experience points, but because he was afraid Huigu might die.
Huigu was just a warrior, and even a guardian class could be instantly killed.
After spending the past few days together, Lin Xiao felt that Huigu was a pretty decent person, and it would be a pity if he died here. So he didn't let him go in. "Actually, we could leave here first, find a relatively safe place, and then enter through the mask. That way, the risk would be much smaller," the healer suggested. Knowing they could leave and didn't have to be trapped here all the time, her condition gradually improved, and her emotions stabilized significantly. Lin Xiao shook his head, "No need. Time was tight, and he didn't
have the time to run another dungeon. It's decided."
Without hesitation, Lin Xiao picked up the white mask, paused for a moment, and then picked up a robe. His intuition told him that he needed to wear the full set of
equipment to enter the yaksha dungeon.
Putting on the robe, just as he was about to wear the mask, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered a line from the Book of White Clothes: "We became the food of the yaksha, hidden too deeply."
Who would think of dressing up as food and delivering themselves to the enemy's mouth?
Lin Xiao sighed.
Wearing the robe and mask, wouldn't he look like a member of the church?
It perfectly matched the line in the book. "Yaksha, your food has arrived.
Hope you don't choke on it."
Lin Xiao placed the mask on his face, and in the next moment, ripples spread around him.
Successfully entered the spiritual realm of the church.
This place is very
dangerous, it is recommended to leave immediately.
The prompt flashed by, and before Lin Xiao could see what the yaksha looked like, he felt heavy breathing right in front of him, as if they were waiting to devour the delicious
food delivered to their mouths.
As soon as Lin Xiao appeared, the yaksha, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately launched an attack, scrambling for the first piece of meat on Lin Xiao's body.
Clang at the moment.
They charged forward, the Death Knight flashed out, blocking their attack with a spear.
This was the talent effect of Oath of Darkness.
But even with the Death Knight, it couldn't withstand the overwhelming number of yaksha attacking, not to mention these yaksha had been waiting around Lin Xiao for a long time. As the Death Knight blocked the first wave of attacks, the remaining yaksha pounced like hungry wolves, knocking Lin Xiao down and
instantly overwhelming him.
His body was bitten and torn, and Lin Xiao experienced what it felt like to be eaten. But he didn't panic, remaining calm and composed. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and the purple heaven divine thunder struck directly at Lin Xiao's position. The yaksha, who were feasting, instantly became paralyzed, frozen in place.
The goblin chieftain appeared and immediately summoned 5 tribesmen. 2 goblin warriors, a shield soldier, and a goblin priest began clearing the remaining yaksha with low health.
Successfully killed yaksha, experience plus 20,000, double. Successfully killed yaksha, EXP plus 20,000, double.
Successfully
killed yaksha, EXP plus 20,000, double.
The slime also appeared. Seeing Lin Xiao covered in wounds, it quickly cast a healing spell.
"No need to heal, take down these beasts first," Lin Xiao interrupted the slime.
With the
recovery ability of the green grass set, there was no need for the slime to heal him. He had just been bitten a few times by the yaksha, losing only 80,000 HP. Hearing this, the slime immediately joined the battle, launching a barrage of magic like cannonballs at the yaksha horde. Combined with the Death Knight's killing intent wave and the Goblin Chieftain's purple sky divine thunder, each spell could take out a large group of yaksha.
The defensive line gradually stabilized.
Lin Xiao looked around. As he had guessed, he was surrounded by a group of yaksha, waiting for him to step in. In the distance, Hui Ge and the other 2 were also amidst the yaksha horde,
with the yaksha eyeing them greedily.
They were like ghosts, visible but untouchable. Yaksha level, 20 quality, common constitution, 35,000 strength, 3,000 intelligence, 50 agility, 700 magic, 40 spirit, 5 skills, frenzied bite, furious roar, bone spike. Its face was ferocious, with long horns on its head, dark blue skin, and sharp bone spikes at its elbows, resembling blades that seemed capable of easily cutting through iron. Lin Xiao's gaze locked onto an open area. Before entering the church's spiritual domain, he had felt an intense gaze fixed on him. If his guess was correct,
still not coming out?
Planning to use your minions to slowly wear
me down?
Lin Xiao sneered.
As more yaksha were killed, the Death Knight's attributes continued to increase.
With a bit more time, he could one-shot the boss here. "Human, you are the first to sense my gaze." A beam of white light shot into the sky, and a burly figure with red hair leapt out. It was 3 to 4 times larger than a regular yaksha, with a muscular build and razor-sharp bone spikes at its elbows.
Standing like a kangaroo, it could leap in front of you at any moment.
Yaksha King, boss, level, 25 quality, legendary constitution, 95,000 strength, 5,000 intelligence, 3,000 agility, 200 magic, 1,500 spirit, 800 skills, Venus's blessing, iron. Bone slash, eye of spirit, explosive impact. As expected, it was the boss. Lin Xiao was not surprised.
How many years has it been? I've turned into this form, and finally, someone has discovered this place and broken in.
Ever since becoming a lackey of Rhoda's and being trapped here by the church, I haven't tasted human flesh in a long time.
Today, my wish is finally coming true. For the bloodthirsty yaksha, seeing humans right in front
of them but being unable to eat them was pure torture. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and sneered, "I'm standing right here.
Do you have what it takes to eat me?" Ha ha ha. The yaksha king was not angry but instead burst into laughter.
Perfect.
I just love that arrogant and conceited attitude of you humans. The expression of despair on your faces is my favorite delicacy. Roar, with a furious roar, a deep crimson phantom appeared behind the Yaksha king, vaguely resembling the face of a woman. Human. Although your Death Knight grows stronger the more it fights, in the face of Venus, all is futile. The phantom spread its arms, scattering radiance like a goddess, bestowing blessings. Under the influence of Venus's blessing, the Death Knight's enhancement effects have been nullified. Under the influence of Venus's blessing, all your negative statuses have been removed. Lin Zhao's face showed shock. This skill doesn't enhance the Yaksha king but instead acts as a super purification spell? It directly wiped out all the attribute bonuses the Death Knight had gained from death absorption. Ha, it's that shocked expression of yours that brings me the most joy, the Yaksha king laughed maniacally. Venus granted me the power of blessing, freeing me from Lotus's mental corruption. But she doesn't know I did it. On purpose. Such a powerful skill, given to me for free. The Yaksha king suddenly leaped up and launched an attack on Lin Zhao. The bone spikes on his elbows were his sharpest weapons. But how could the Death Knight let him succeed? He immediately activated his mask skill, instantly appearing behind the Yaksha king. -17,000 -4,750, killing intent fluctuation, effect triggered, and without hesitation, the shadow spear in his hand thrust forward. Clang! At the moment of the Death Knight's attack, a powerful shockwave erupted from the Yaksha king's body, instantly blasting the Death Knight away. Explosive shock. Without your summoned beasts, you're nothing but trash. The Yaksha king swung his sharp bone spikes, expecting to see Lin Zhao's terrified face. But Lin Zhao remained calm and composed, showing no trace of fear. He even smiled at him. Bang! Lin Zhao took the hit head-on, and in the next moment, countered by reflecting the attack back onto the Yaksha king. -8,865 rebound effect of the evil dragon reverse scale armor. What? The Yaksha king was shocked. Damage reflection? He actually had such an ability? Before he could react, a roar echoed. Evil dragon's roar. Force stun for 1 second, with increased duration as mental power rises. Now, Lin Zhao could stun enemies for 2.2 seconds. The Yaksha king had no time to react, and was stunned in place. The Death Knight seized the opportunity to launch an attack, his punches raining down like a storm. But after just a minute and a half, the Yaksha king forcibly regained his senses. Lin Zhao was not surprised, his resistance was extremely high, so it was normal for him to shorten the stun duration. It seems I underestimated you. You humans have endless tricks, but today, you are destined to become my prey. Roar! With a furious roar, the Yakshas quickly gathered. Those who had been fiercely battling the goblin chieftain immediately converged. In the next second, the Yakshas' fur turned blood red as they entered a berserk state. Berserk? A 50% boost to all attributes? That's way too overpowered. Lin Zhao exclaimed. At this moment, the previously ethereal figures of Hui Gu and the others gradually materialized. They had also entered the church's spiritual realm. Lin Zhao, are you okay? Hui Gu asked anxiously, only relaxing when he saw that Lin Zhao was unharmed. Ah, it's the Yaksha, so terrifying. The healer trembled in fear under the oppressive aura. Level 25? Is this the boss of the hidden dungeon? The guard's face turned serious upon seeing the Yaksha king's stats. With his strength, he could only withstand 7 or 8 hits at most. Lin Zhao glanced at them and said, "You came at the wrong time. The Yaksha king seems to have gone berserk." "No, we came at the right time." Hui Gu drew his weapon, ready for battle. The guard positioned himself in front of the two, while the healer stayed in the back, providing buffs. Watching their coordinated teamwork, Lin Zhao said, "You handle the Yakshas at the back, I'll take care of the ones in front." "But you alone?" "I'm not alone," Lin Zhao replied calmly. "All right." Hui Gu nodded, and immediately turned toward the room's entrance. Roar! Like a landslide and tsunami, the berserk Yakshas charged with overwhelming momentum. "Glory is with us." Lin Zhao donned the glory set, granting buffs and protection to all his summoned beasts. Although the evil dragon equipment was powerful, it was far from enough to face so many berserk Yakshas alone. "This is damage sharing? Lin Zhao, you actually have the glory set." "That's the war god's equipment," the guard exclaimed in shock. The four formed a team, with Hui Gu and the others also benefiting from the effects of the glory set. War god? Hui Gu and the healer were stunned. Lin Zhao was actually connected to the war god and even possessed his equipment. What kind of background did this guy have? Focus on the battle, Lin Xiao said without elaborating.
The wild mechanical bull stood at the forefront, but in the next
second, the Yaksha king broke through its defense.
It didn't retreat but charged alongside the Yakshas, unstoppable like a tidal wave. The Death Knight immediately stepped forward, his spear clashing with the bone weapons.
Sparks flying everywhere. Looking at the charging Yaksha king, Lin Xiao sneered, "A strengthened Yaksha trying to take me down in one go? You're courting death yourself." Successfully killed a berserk Yaksha, EXP plus 20,000. Double. Talent death absorption activated, successfully killed a berserk Yaksha, impossible. Your Death Knight hasn't killed a Yaksha in ages, how is this possible? The Yaksha king was shocked.
Lin Xiao smiled.
Calmly, do I have to do it myself?
As long as a Yaksha dies within the range of the killing intent wave, it counts as the Death Knight's achievement.
But that's impossible.
Before the Yaksha king could finish speaking, he
saw a Yaksha being thrown in, only to be instantly killed by the killing intent wave.
The Yaksha king turned sharply to see a man in a tailcoat, looking like a gentleman.
The Spider Prince. It was he who had thrown the injured Yaksha into the battlefield. You're courting death.
The Yaksha king charged in anger, but the Spider Prince easily dodged.
It's useless. No matter how much you strengthen yourself, it's futile in front of me, the Yaksha king roared. Venus's blessing?
Lin Xiao smiled.
If you use this skill, even berserk Yakshas can return to normal, right? The Yaksha king's face darkened. Indeed, this skill was an area effect, indiscriminate of friend or foe. So what?
In the end, you'll still be killed by me and become my meal. The Yaksha king roared, leaping dozens of meters high, ignoring the Death Knight in front of him, and lunging straight at Lin Xiao.
The Death
Knight, riding his undead warhorse, moved to intercept, but suddenly a white shockwave burst from the Yaksha's body, forcibly pushing the Death Knight back. A useful skill, able to prevent enemies from approaching. Lin Xiao marveled at the power of this explosive shock, which could forcibly repel enemies, making it very practical in battle.
Without your summoned beasts protecting you, you're just an ant that can be crushed at any moment.
The Yaksha king snarled, his exoskeletal blade aiming straight for Lin Xiao's head. Hui Gu and the other two were desperately holding off the Yakshas trying to break in from outside. Seeing this scene, their hearts tightened. The Guardian wanted to use taunt to draw the Yaksha king's aggro, but the distance was too far. If he rushed in, the Yaksha king would have already decapitated Lin Xiao.
Bang!
Just as the Yaksha king's attack was about to land, a shield appeared, blocking the strike.
The Imperial Command Emblem. It could block the first instance of damage. Damage immunity? Let's see how long you can hold out. The Yaksha king roared, launching another fierce attack.
Damage immunity, whether from equipment effects or skills, always had limitations. He didn't believe Lin Xiao could keep using it. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, although I'm a summoner, isn't it underestimating me too much to
think you can approach me so easily?
Seeing Lin Xiao's smile, cold sweat broke out on the Yaksha king's back, and he had a vague sense of foreboding. In an instant, the Death Knight, Slime, Goblin Chieftain, Spider Prince, and Wild Mechanical Bull all appeared behind the Yaksha king.
What? Boom! Before he could react, a terrifying attack engulfed him in an instant. Summon, follow. Summoned beasts weren't limited to being recalled one at a time. As long as Lin Xiao willed it, all summoned beasts could return to his side simultaneously.
So, he had sent the Slime and others away to deal with the Berserk Yakshas, making the Yaksha king think he could easily kill Lin
Xiao, only to have them all converge at once. The trap worked, but still not dead? This Yaksha king's skin is way too thick.
Lin Xiao frowned as he watched a cloud of thick smoke quickly retreat. The Yaksha king had nearly 100,000 HP. The combined attack of 5 Death Knights should have been enough to kill him instantly. Yet the Yaksha king survived, clearly relying on some special ability. As the smoke cleared, the Yaksha king appeared. In a wretched state, most of his flesh blown off, leaving only scraps clinging to his bones, a gruesome sight. The Yaksha king had nearly 100,000 HP, and he ended up like this.
Amazing. Is this the power of a summoner? It's
not that summoners are strong, it's that Lin Xiao is incredible.
Have you ever seen a summoner this overpowered? The healer and the guardian both agreed with Hui Ji's assessment. This was just too extraordinary. Normally,
summoners weren't this formidable. Yaksha king status, spiritual puppet body, influenced by Lotus's spiritual power, becomes a spiritual puppet after death, revives by killing the attacker in breaking
the state. Revive after death? This skill is way too overpowered. Seeing the status description, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim.
turning into a spiritual body after death and reviving just by killing the opponent. This
ability is simply outrageous. No wonder the church members didn't kill the Yasha king but instead threw him into the spiritual domain. What exactly is this so-called lotus creature that possesses such immense power? Very well, you are the first human outside the church to see me in this form. The Yasha king growled, the trembling remnants of flesh on his body revealing his anger. Looking at your form, neither human nor ghost, I can't help but feel sorry for you. I guess I'm right, aren't I?
You are the eternal Night Mentor, the one who betrayed the church, colluded with the abyss, and caused the deaths of all the church members.
The Yasha king
had killed the white and black-robed bishops, then eliminated the mentors of dusk, dawn, and eternal day, leaving only the eternal Night Mentor unaccounted for.
Based on previous clues, the conclusion was easy to draw. Shut up.
I told them long ago that this is a path to greatness.
Accepting the spiritual baptism allows one to evolve into a higher being. They didn't believe me, but I did. Look at me, I am already at the top of the food chain, while they can only live like worthless trash.
The Yasha king suddenly went berserk, his bones glowing brightly.
Today, you will be no different. So what if you kill my physical body? As long as my spirit remains, you can never truly kill me.
A powerful spiritual force seeped from his bones, slowly condensing into an eye. Become my spiritual slave, and I will devour you bit by bit.
The spiritual eye slowly opened, spreading its spiritual power. That's Lotus's spiritual eye.
Lin Xiao, stop him quickly, or we'll all be controlled and turned into puppets.
Hui Gu shouted. But Lin Xiao had already taken action.
He equipped the evil dragon gear and
immediately activated its skill Evil Dragon Roar.
The dragon's roar shook the heavens, but the Yasha king remained unscathed.
Ha, none of your control skills work on me.
The Yasha king laughed maniacally, his bones
creaking. Lin Xiao frowned. If control doesn't work, then I'll just at this moment. The prompt appeared again. Congratulations on perfectly clearing Polar Day Yaksha.
Clear time, 12 days, 2 hours, 35 minutes.
Seeing
the clear time, Lin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. 12 days, he hadn't expected it to take this long when he entered. Since it's a perfect clear, the rewards shouldn't be bad, Lin Xiao muttered to himself.
Due to
your 99% contribution to the team, you have received the following rewards: experience plus 100,000, shared, hidden treasure chest, Yaksha King Edition, *2, talent divine stone *1, interference emitter *1, all attribute points.
Plus 80. Congratulations on leveling up to level 18. A talent divine stone, not bad, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Talent divine stones were treasures. If he could unlock an S-level talent, it would be a huge gain.
Wow, 100,000.
Experience and 50 all attribute points. These rewards are so generous, the healer exclaimed in amazement upon seeing the rewards. This was her first time clearing a dungeon and receiving so many good items. This attribute
boost is almost on par with a first clear dungeon, the guard said with a smile.
Indeed, it feels just as rewarding as a first clear dungeon.
Suddenly, the healer remembered something and asked in confusion, wait, it seems
like we're missing a reward.
We cleared a hidden dungeon, so there should be an extra reward. The mental domain field doesn't count as a hidden dungeon, Brother Hui explained.
This is actually a dual boss dungeon.
Because I activated the special mechanism by turning the statue, we had to defeat 2 bosses to clear it.
The healer nodded, I see.
She looked at Lin Xiao, who was sorting through the loot, and asked happily, Lin Xiao, your
rewards should be better than ours, right?
After all, they managed to clear the dungeon thanks to him, with a contribution rate as high as 99%. Not bad, 80 all attribute points, plus some equipment and materials.
80 points? You call that not bad? Can you stop being so modest? The healer exclaimed in surprise.
Lin Xiao smiled but didn't mention how powerful the talent divine stone was, guessing that if he did, she would be even more shocked.
Brother Hui walked over. Don't be envious.
You saw how strong Lin Xiao is, we can't compare. Then, he looked at Lin Xiao seriously.
As we agreed before entering, all the rewards belong to you. Apart from the experience and attributes that can't be shared, here's what we got.
A hidden treasure chest, Yaksha Collarbone *3, mental recovery potion, Yaksha King's exoskeletal blade. Brother Hui listed the items the team had obtained one
by one. Lin Xiao said nothing and waited for Brother Hui to finish before asking, it seems there's nothing here you need?
If there were, he wouldn't have specifically come to find him.
No, Brother Hui nodded. I don't need you to tell me exactly what you got. I just want to ask, did you get the interference emitter? Interference emitter?
Lin Xiao was stunned. He hadn't expected Brother Hui to want that item. He had thought Brother Hui was
after the talent Divine Stone.
After all, that item could only be obtained by clearing special dungeons.
You want this? Lin Xiao took out the interference emitter.
It was a silver bracelet inlaid with a unique gemstone. Interference emitter, bracelet, quality, legendary required level, 20 applicable classes, all classes attributes, spirit plus 500 effect, releases a special mental field, granting immunity to all mental attacks within the
field. This was a piece of legendary equipment. But judging from its attributes, it seemed rather ordinary.
It only boosted the spirit attribute, which was almost useless for any class other than summoners.
Its effect of granting immunity to mental attacks sounded good, but its practical use was limited. Taking up an equipment slot, its value wasn't high.
Yes, that's it, Brother Hui said excitedly. Lin Xiao was puzzled.
Even though it's legendary equipment, is it really worth you taking such a big risk?
Brother Hui smiled. The attributes aren't much, but we mainly need its effect.
Immunity to mental attacks?
Lin Xiao immediately understood.
You're planning to enter that corresponding dungeon?
Exactly. We've been searching for this item for a long time, the healer chimed in. Brother Hui said frankly. A few years ago, a special dungeon appeared in Beihai.
The professionals who entered either became fools or puppets.
After researching a lot of information, we discovered that the dungeon might be related to the mental monster Lotus from the Abyss. To resist such a powerful mental attack, only
professionals with a certain level of mental attribute can do it. You know, apart from summoners, other professions don't need the mental attribute at all.
Even if you forcibly increase the mental attribute to resist mental interference, you'd still be doomed when facing the monsters in the dungeon. Later, we found out that the church had once created equipment that could resist mental interference, this interference emitter. But this equipment can only be used in dungeons below level 20, so we've been challenging low-level dungeons to find clues, and finally found it here. Lin Xiao finally understood why Brother Hui and his team had such low levels yet.
Were so experienced, it turned out they were deliberately keeping their levels low. After all, forcibly exiting a dungeon would deduct 80% of their experience. Doing this really took courage. No problem, here you go.
Lin
Xiao handed the interference emitter to Brother Hui.
Trading a useless piece of equipment for so many materials was clearly worth it.
Plus, everyone could use it, so there was no reason not to trade.
As for the church being
destroyed after creating equipment to resist mental interference, it was likely due to internal sabotage.
No wonder the Book of White Clothes mentioned that the last hope was this equipment. If it could truly resist Lotus's
mental attacks, it would be remarkable. Thank you. Brother Hui took the equipment and nodded solemnly in gratitude.
After returning from the dungeon, Brother Hui bid farewell to Lin Xiao and took the interference emitter
back to Beihai. Take the next 2 days to rest well.
Lin Xiao stretched, planning to avoid dungeons for the next 2 days and recover his energy. In 2 days, it would be the Imperial University entrance exam. His level was already sufficient. As long as he passed the exam, he could enroll smoothly.
Woodhead.
Just as Lin Xiao was about to go rest, he heard Jiang Ningxue excitedly calling him.
She had just finished a dungeon. If I hadn't asked,
Lin Yao, I wouldn't have known you were in a dungeon for so long.
I thought you had disappeared. Jiang Ningxue quickly walked over, questioning him.
It was a special dungeon, I just stayed a bit longer.
Stayed a bit longer? It's been over 10 days. Jiang Ningxue couldn't help but complain.
She had never seen anyone stay in a dungeon for so long.
Let's not talk about that. How's your preparation? The entrance exam is in 2 days.
Lin
Xiao changed the subject, not wanting to explain further.
Jiang Ningxue proudly puffed out her chest and said, I'm already level 16, above the required level, so I can definitely take the Imperial University entrance exam.
Impressive.
Lin Xiao spoke honestly.
For support professions like priests, the level requirement wasn't as high as combat professions. Reaching level 10 was considered qualified.
Jiang Ningxue being level 16 showed she had
worked harder than most.
Of course, we have to get in together.
You could be directly recommended.
Lin Xiao smiled. A rare profession like Holy Spirit Priest at level 16, combined with an S-grade talent, meant she didn't
need to worry about the exam at all. It's not that simple. Taking the exam with you is what matters. Alright, let's work hard together then.
The two left the Adventurers Association, and Jiang Ningxue suggested Lin Xiao
Accompany her to the mall and amusement park for the afternoon.
Since he was resting anyway, spending time with her was no different from staying at home.
In the evening, Lin Xiao returned home and saw Lin Yao humming a tune while cooking dinner.
She paused her cooking, glanced at Lin Xiao, and said sarcastically, "Anyone who didn't know better would think you died in the dungeon." Having been out of touch for so long, Lin Xiao knew Lin Yao was definitely angry, so he had specially bought a roasted pigeon on his way back.
"Let's add a dish tonight. And I already told you earlier, this time might take a bit longer."
Lin Yao took the roasted pigeon and glared at
him fiercely. "A bit longer? It's been over 10 days. Let's eat."
Lin Xiao quickly changed the subject. After dinner, while tidying up the dishes, Lin Xiao was forced by Lin Yao's intense stare to obediently sit on the sofa and endure her magic voice. Halfway through her singing, Lin Yao suddenly threw herself into Lin Xiao's arms and burst into tears.
The sudden action startled Lin Xiao, who quickly comforted her. "What's wrong? Don't cry. Next time I enter a dungeon, I promise I won't take so long."
"Ugh. I didn't pass the audition."
Lin Yao cried even harder. "Didn't pass the audition? Was it a singing competition?"
Lin Xiao froze for a moment, thinking there was no need to console her. Failing was normal, passing would have been unusual. He was relieved that not many people had heard her magic voice. Watching Lin Yao sobbing uncontrollably, Lin Xiao comforted her, becoming
"A singer isn't easy. If you didn't pass, just try harder next time. Your brother will always support your dream."
After some comforting words, Lin Xiao left early and returned to his room. Although this dungeon run took a bit longer, the rewards were pretty good. He took out the High Priest's treasure chest, which he had obtained after defeating the dungeon boss but hadn't opened yet.
Open the High Priest's treasure chest. Obtained, Priest's robe.
Looking at the high-quality fabric of the robe in his hands, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Stripping the opponent's clothes is still the most practical.
Although its attributes weren't as good as the evil dragon
equipment, it would only serve as a snack for the slime. Then he opened the golden treasure chest, which only contained some enhancement stones and forging stones, no equipment, quite ordinary.
However, Lin Xiao didn't mind,
as this was dropped by the High Priest boss. The real treasure was from the Yaksha King, which he truly anticipated.
Open the Yaksha treasure chest. Lin Xiao opened both Yaksha treasure chests. Obtained, skill, explosive. Impact. Obtained, crossbone sword. Ha! Explosive impact?
Explosive impact, universal, releases a powerful shockwave, repelling nearby enemies.
Cooldown, 60 seconds. Requires a spirit attribute of 500 to learn. Indeed, it's the Yaksha King's move.
Lin Xiao was thrilled. During the battle with the Yaksha King, this skill had caused significant trouble for the Death Knight.
Forced repulsion, it was highly practical. Without hesitation, he immediately learned explosive impact. Skill explosive impact successfully learned. Not bad. Now it'll be hard for monsters to get close to me.
Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. As for the crossbone sword, he planned to leave it for the slime to eat and didn't intend to sell it.
What surprises might the hidden treasure chest hold?
He rubbed his hands together. This was the special edition from the Yaksha King.
If he could obtain the Yaksha King's skill, it would be amazing.
Open the Yaksha King edition first, I'll open the regular edition later.
There were 3 hidden treasure chests, one of which was a regular edition purchased from Brother Hui. Open.
Hidden treasure chest, Yaksha King edition.
Both treasure chests opened simultaneously. Obtained, Venus's Blessing *2, Venus's Holy Water *1. Obtained, Spirit Capture *1.
Lin Xiao immediately perked up.
Venus's Blessing? Isn't this the super purification item used by the Yaksha King?
Venus's Blessing, consumable upon use, ignores level restrictions and removes all buffs and debuffs within a 1 kilometer radius.
1 kilometer radius?
Lin Xiao could hardly believe his eyes. The range was enormous, leaving almost no place to hide. But it also removes one's own buffs, which is a bit troublesome.
Still, it ignores level restrictions, so if Selena tries any tricks, I have a way to counter it. Overall, this item was more beneficial than harmful.
Venus's Holy Water, consumable, doubles buff effects for 12 hours.
Great stuff!
Lin Xiao exclaimed.
Doubling buffs immediately reminded him of the Death Knight's Death Drain talent, which also counted as a buff. But the talent only lasts for 1 minute. Taking the potion might extend the duration. Lin Xiao pondered. In the end, he decided not to delve deeper into the matter.
Whether the duration could be extended was still uncertain. According to his understanding, Venus is a support profession with considerable abilities, capable of temporarily enhancing talent effects. 12 hours is such a long time, it's simply too powerful, Lin Xiao marveled. Mental capture, consumable launch a mental attack on a single target, turning them into a mental slave upon success. Note, the greater the mental disparity, the higher the chance of failure. This. Lin Xiao stared at the description, stunned for a second before reacting. Isn't this the Yaksha King's move? No, more precisely, it's Lotus's ability. Can I use this to capture a summoned beast? Lin Xiao suddenly thought. Becoming a mental slave would essentially mean it belongs to him. Good stuff, good stuff. I must try it when I encounter a suitable target. As for the success rate, he wasn't worried. His mental attribute had surpassed 6,000, who could be higher than him. Capturing should be no problem. It's a pity there's only one. If there were more, it would be better, Lin Xiao lamented. Finally, he opened the standard hidden treasure chest. Mental impact, consumable inflict a mental strike on the target, causing them to enter a weakened state for 1 minute. Perfect combination. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. This was practically a gift. In the last treasure chest, besides enhancement materials, there was a legendary grade giant hammer weapon. Lin Xiao initially planned to feed it to the slime but felt it was too extravagant. Legendary grade weapons were highly valuable, so he decided to sell it at the auction house instead. Take all of this and eat up. He organized his items, feeding the unused materials and equipment to the slime. Of course, he kept the legendary grade equipment. It wasn't useful to him, but it could be sold for money. Talent Glutton activated, Constitution plus 500, Strength plus 200. Talent Glutton activated, Talent Glutton activated. Although the slime specialized in magic, its strength was not weak at all, even surpassing that of warriors. Slime race, sticky entity quality, epic level, 17, 87.76%, Constitution, 23767 strength, 2300 intelligence, 3578 agility, 634 magic power, 3456 mental, 1564 resistance, poison resistance 1%, abyss resistance 1%, fire resistance 1%, talents, glutton, shapeshifter, magic apprentice, rapid casting skills, charge, poison. Fong, recovery spell, magic absorption. Lin Xiao patted the slime's head. It looks silly, but its explosive power is absolutely shocking. Setting the slime aside, Lin Xiao took out the talent Divine Stone, his eyes gleaming. With anticipation, will there be an S-grade talent this time? Talent Divine Stone successfully used. Acquired talent Burst, grade B, Burst, the next attack's power increases by 20%. Cooldown, 90 seconds, Pity, only a B-grade talent. Lin Xiao shook his head. After all, good luck doesn't come often. Ding! Your number of talents has exceeded 30, unlocking talent fusion and advancement features. Fusion? Advancement? The sudden notification left Lin Xiao stunned. He immediately opened the character interface and found that unused talents now included fusion and advancement options. Talent fusion, consume 3 talents to create a brand new talent. Talent advancement, consume 5 talents to upgrade a talent. This is truly a great feature. Lin Xiao was thrilled. In the Polar Day Yaksha dungeon, he had acquired many talents but hadn't used them, keeping them stored. Now, these unused talents could be utilized for fusion and advancement. It was simply delightful. Including the ones I just obtained, I have 13 talents on hand. Aside from reserving one for the new support Summoned Beast, there are 12 left. Using them for advancement allows for 2 upgrades, using them for fusion enables 4 attempts. Lin Xiao began to deliberate whether fusing new talents or upgrading existing ones would be more worthwhile. It's still safer to upgrade. You only get 1 talent per day, and synthesizing a new talent is risky. If you're not satisfied, it's a loss. But which one should I upgrade? He looked at his summoned beasts and fell into deep thought. Finally, he decided to upgrade the Goblin Chieftain's Weapon Master first. The Death Knight and Slime both have strong self-enhancement abilities. The Goblin Chieftain, on the other hand, relies on equipment to boost combat power. If the talent could be upgraded to allow equipping more weapons, that would be amazing. The Savage Mecha Bull and Spider Prince could wait for now. The former was already strong, and the latter, being an assassin type, could be upgraded later. Do you want to consume the talents Decayed Wood, Immovable as a Mountain, Storm Surge, Heart of Perseverance, and King of the Gale to upgrade the S level? Talent Weapon Master? A prompt appeared. Confirm. The 5 S level talents immediately disappeared,
transforming into light that infused into Weapon Master. Upgrade successful.
Talent acquired, King of Weapons.
SSS level. SSS level? There's a level higher than S level?
Lin Xiao was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a talent surpassing S level. He had never even heard of it before. King of Weapons ignores equipment,
quantity and class restrictions.
The maximum number of equipable weapons is 3 times the user's level, and attribute effects can stack.
Equipment effects only activate when using weapons in combat. Oh my god, you can equip 3 times the weapons.
Lin Xiao was astonished. Based on the Goblin Chieftain's current level, it could equip 51 weapons. The attributes of 51 stacked weapons, just thinking about it was overwhelming.
So powerful, truly. Worthy of being an SSS level talent.
Lin Xiao was extremely satisfied and prepared to find the next talent to upgrade. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind.
Could SSS level talents be upgraded further? He immediately tried. Do you want to consume the talent Stone Elder, Frost Star, to upgrade the SSS level talent King of Weapons? It can really be upgraded.
Lin Xiao couldn't believe it.
Even SSS level talents could continue to be upgraded.
His heartbeat quickened, and he could clearly hear the sound of his own excitement.
SSS level was already strong enough, how powerful would the next level be? Alright. After calming his excitement, Lin Xiao chose to proceed with the upgrade.
5 talents transformed into light and infused into King of Weapons, the brilliance so dazzling that he could barely keep his eyes open.
Moments later. Upgrade successful. Talent acquired. Treasure Vault of the King, Prismatic. Prismatic level talent? A level even higher than SSS level talent.
Lin Xiao held his breath, carefully reading the description of the new talent.
Treasure Vault of the
King, equip, store, an unlimited number of weapons, ignoring class restrictions.
Equipment attributes can stack, and using weapons triggers equipment effects. Unlimited weapon equipment?
Lin Xiao's eyes widened.
With the ability to equip unlimited weapons, wouldn't the Goblin Chieftain's attributes stack infinitely? This is simply too powerful. Could this be the legendary prismatic level talent?
Lin Xiao was so excited he almost jumped up. It doesn't matter if there are no top-tier weapons, sheer quantity can overwhelm everything, especially since unlimited equipment can be used.
But he quickly discovered a restriction behind the talent. King's Solitude. When equipping, storing weapons below legendary quality, equipment attributes are reduced by 80%. Trash doesn't belong in the King's treasury. There's actually a requirement for equipment quality? Reducing attributes by 80% is way too harsh. Equipment below legendary quality doesn't count, which is truly arrogant.
At least it has to be legendary. That's fine, although legendary equipment is rare, it can still be purchased. It can also be obtained in high difficulty
dungeons.
If it directly required epic level equipment, that would be troublesome, as one would need to enter abyss dungeons for a chance, and epic equipment prices are terrifyingly high.
Your summoned beast, Goblin Chieftain,
has evolved into Goblin King. Summoned beast attributes enhanced, some attributes feed back to the master. Constitution plus 1000, Strength plus 300, Intelligence plus 120, Agility plus 20, Magic plus 200, Spirit plus 50.
Lin Xiao summoned the Goblin King.
Its appearance hadn't changed much, but it had become much slimmer than before, with a few traces of regal demeanor on its face and arrogance in its eyes, as if it were invincible. The talent has become stronger, but overall, strength has actually decreased, Lin Xiao thought to himself. The main reason was that most of the weapons he equipped were of rare quality, and their attributes were significantly weakened by King's treasury.
Although he had 2 legendary weapons, they still couldn't compare to before.
Additionally, with the purple Sky Divine Thunder talent, electric-type weapons were the most suitable for the Goblin King, but obtaining such weapons was even harder.
The
treasury is empty, not a single decent piece of equipment.
It doesn't feel like a treasury at all.
Lin Xiao smiled bitterly.
Perhaps when the talent reaches SSS level, the Goblin King will see greater improvement. But he didn't regret it.
The Goblin King's strength temporarily weakened, but it was only temporary. This also made Lin Xiao realize that while the Radiant level talent was powerful, it came with strict limitations. If he had reached level 40 or 50,
before acquiring this talent, his equipment would mostly be legendary, and the impact wouldn't be as significant.
At the current starting stage, it was inevitably a bit awkward.
You're laughing? Couldn't you have prepared a few good weapons for me earlier? It's all trash. How is this a treasury? It's not even as good as a warehouse.
The Goblin King saw Lin Xiao's bitter smile and immediately complained, looking down on him. Ha! Lin Xiao froze for a moment, then casually grabbed its green pointed ear.
What, you've become a king and now you're this arrogant? The next second, the Goblin King slipped. Ouch, 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 master, I was wrong. I just wanted to try out this feeling. Lin Xiao didn't let go. So you decided to try it on me? This bad habit couldn't be indulged. I was wrong, master, I was wrong. I'm a king now, please give me some face in front of outsiders. The Goblin King quickly begged for mercy, having spoken out of impulse earlier. Outsiders? Where are the outsiders? Lin Xiao looked around but didn't see anyone else. There couldn't be outsiders in his own room. The Goblin King pointed to the slime on the ground. Slime counts as an outsider? It's so dumb, what could it possibly understand? Lin Xiao had just finished speaking when he saw the slime excitedly raise a sign. On it was written, Goblin is king, master is the king of kings. Lin Xiao, king of kings. That sounds so strange. Master fed it quite a bit of knowledge, it definitely understands, the Goblin King said, feeling aggrieved. Alright, go back and familiarize yourself with your talent. A new companion will arrive later, don't bully them. Lin Xiao released the Goblin King's ear and sent it back to the summoning space. He took out a skill book from his mail. The skill book had arrived long ago, but he hadn't had time to use it while in the dungeon. Skill, Water Spirit Summon Quality, Rare Applicable Class, Summoner Learning Level, Level 15 Description, a support-type summoned beast with decent auxiliary and healing abilities. Can be summoned after signing a contract. If it dies, it cannot be summoned again for 1 day. Water Spirit? Looks pretty good. Lin Xiao quickly successfully learned the Water Sprite summoning skill. He immediately summoned the Water Sprite. It was as thick as an arm, with long azure hair tied into 2 small braids, wearing a sky blue dress, lively and adorable, and the whole being looked particularly cheerful. Looks good. Lin Xiao was very satisfied and immediately bestowed a good talent upon her. Talent Random Luck successfully bestowed. Random Luck, when casting healing or enhancement skills, there is a 70% chance to double the effect, a 15% chance to increase it by 4 times, a 10% chance to increase it by 8 times, and a 5% chance to increase it by 10 times. The moment the talent was successfully bestowed, the Water Sprite's entire body began to glow. Evolution, Water Sprite evolved into Lucky Sprite. Your summoned beast has been upgraded, and some attributes have been returned. Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 3, Intelligence plus 20, Agility plus 1, Magic Power plus 50. Lin Xiao immediately leveled up the Lucky Sprite to level 18. The prompt indicated that level 10 was still relatively easy, but each level up afterward would consume a large amount of life force. The cost was something ordinary people simply couldn't afford. Lucky Sprite Race, Sprite Quality, Legendary Level, 18, 0%, Constitution, 3000 Strength, 125 Intelligence, 1078 Agility, 65 Magic Power, 1600 Spirit, 130 Talent, Random Luck Skills, Healing, Healing Waters, Song of the Ocean, Purifying Water. Single Target Healing, Group Healing, Support, and Purification Abilities. This is truly an excellent summoned beast. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. From now on, the slime wouldn't need to double as a healer anymore and could focus on being a magical artillery, dealing crazy damage. There was only 1 day left until the Imperial Capital's college entrance exam. Lin Xiao planned to spend the remaining time leisurely, but he still had something to do. A qualification certificate. Without it, he wouldn't even be able to take the exam. Returning to school, it was now empty, with hardly any students in sight. Those eligible for the exam had already gone to the provincial capital. From there, they would enter the examination halls of various major universities without needing to go to school in person. For example, the Imperial Capital University entrance exam that Lin Xiao was taking this time would also be accessed from the provincial capital. In the cooling area beside the playground, the principals of various high schools in Dayan City were gathered, drinking tea and chatting about this year's college entrance exam. The day after tomorrow is the exam, and a lot has happened this month. Indeed, it's different from previous years. This year's exam is expected to be more exciting. Oh, how so? I heard that a genius named Bai Ishua appeared in the provincial capital of Nantian City. Her? I know her. She passed the Longyan group assessment last time and is even being trained by the military. That's right. Young people these days are truly impressive, each one better than the last. Principal Jiang, how's your prized summoner doing? I heard he hasn't reached the required level? TCH.
Jiang Ming glanced at the others and said proudly, Lin Xiao is doing great.
The college
entrance exam is a piece of cake for him.
He's aiming for the top scorer. Top scorer?
The other principals were stunned.
Chibai said helplessly,
come on, Lin Xiao may have the ability, but he's still far from
being the top scorer.
Getting into Imperial Capital University would already be quite an achievement.
Exactly, don't aim too high. Don't believe me? Let's make a bet. Jiang Ming was full of confidence in Lin Xiao. So what if Bai Ishue from the provincial capital was a genius who joined the Longyan group?
Lin Xiao had joined long ago and even earned the Longyan badge.
Do they have that?
No. Just based on this, Jiang Ming was brimming with confidence in Lin Xiao.
Fine, if you lose, you'll change your name to Jiang Braggart. Chibai was the first to agree to the bet. Alright, if you lose, reverse your name. Reverse your name, and, if you lose, come teach at my school. I'll personally teach you how to train students. Jiang Ming was full of confidence.
Some principals found it amusing and joined the bet, while others did not participate. After the topic passed, they started discussing students from other cities and bragging about their own students.
Principal, I'm here to collect my qualification certificate.
Lin Xiao arrived at the office but didn't
see the principal.
Just as he was about to make a call, he noticed the principal outside, chatting with other principals while snacking on sunflower seeds and drinking tea.
Lin Xiao? I couldn't reach you these
past few days. I was about to deliver the qualification certificate to your house. Jiang Ming said irritably when he saw him arrive, then handed the certificate to him. Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly.
I stayed in the dungeon too long and got delayed. Is this really the Lin Xiao you've been talking about?
He looks decent, but he's far from being the top scorer.
I think so too. Lin Xiao, what level are you now? Can you take the exam?
Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly appear, the principals all became interested in him. Lin Xiao politely replied, level 18.
Level 18? You must be joking.
The principals present were all shocked,
including Jiang Ming. Reaching level 18 in such a short time?
Chibai asked seriously, Lin Xiao, no lying.
Just tell us your real level. Reaching level 18 in a month is too exaggerated.
Yeah,
especially since he's a summoner. Reaching level 15 would already be impressive. Principal Jiang, did he inherit your talent for bragging? Ha ha ha.
Jiang Ming immediately became nervous, unsure how to defend Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao shrugged. If you don't believe me, you can use the detection spell to check. Seeing their skepticism, Lin Xiao didn't say much. Chibai was the first to use the detection spell, and the other principals quickly followed. Lin Xiao, class, summoner, level 18, he's really level 18?
Chibai was so shocked he couldn't speak, his eyes filled with disbelief.
Oh my, he really is level 18. A summoner reaching level 18 in a month? How is that possible? This is too outrageous. Isn't it said that a summoner's summoned creatures share experience? How did this happen?
The principals were too stunned to speak. Seeing that Lin Xiao was
indeed level 18, they shouted excitedly, see? This is the best student from our school.
They had thought he would be ridiculed, but Lin Xiao had proven himself.
Level 18. Could your students achieve that? Could they? Lin Xiao, how did you manage it? One principal couldn't help but ask.
His best student had just reached level 17, a difference of one level, but that one level meant tens of thousands of experience points. Just clear a few king-level dungeons, Lin Xiao replied.
The principals?
Lin Xiao added, it's best to solo them, you get more experience that way.
Solo? Could he be any more absurd?
A summoner soloing king-level
dungeons? Seeing their disbelief, Lin Xiao didn't explain further. After receiving his qualification certificate, he left.
Lin Xiao, Principal Jiang Ming called after him.
Principal, is there something you need? Lin Xiao asked. Nothing much. I believe in your abilities. I just wanted to remind you to watch out for Li Qifa,
Jiang Ming said seriously.
Li Qifa? What's up with him?
Although they had agreed to compete in the exam, Lin Xiao hadn't paid much attention to him.
Competition is fine, and I support it. But if he tries to play dirty, I won't tolerate it. He's planning to play dirty?
Lin Xiao wasn't too surprised, but he was curious how the principal knew.
Did Li Qifa tell him directly?
A few days ago, when he came to collect his qualification certificate, he seemed off, like he was determined to fight you to the death.
So,
I'm just giving you a heads up, the principal said, worried that Lin Xiao might be sabotaged during the exam.
Fight me to the death? He'd need the ability to do that first.
Lin Xiao sneered inwardly, then said, "I'll be careful." The day before the college entrance exam.
The Li family mansion. Tomorrow is the exam. Are you ready? Selena's voice came from within the black mist. I can't wait. Every moment, I think
about killing him, Li Qifa said, his eyes filled with hatred, as if he wanted to tear Lin Xiao apart right then and there.
Ah, that's exactly what I want. I have high hopes for you, Selena said with a laugh. Go ahead and do it. If you fail, I'll help you.
Tomorrow, he's as good as dead. After all, not everyone chooses Imperial Capital University. The threshold is high, and the difficulty is great.
Professionals with self-awareness will choose schools that are easier to get into.
In the Imperial Capital region, Jiang Ming looked at his two most promising students and smiled, saying, "You two must work hard and bring honor to the
school. Don't be nervous during the exam, just relax.
The college entrance exam is similar to running a dungeon, just perform as you usually do. I remember when I took the college entrance exam back then."
Seeing
the principal about to launch into a long speech, Zhang Ningxue quickly interrupted, "Don't worry, principal, we understand.
The other students are also looking forward to your encouragement. Good, you've put my mind at ease." Jiang Ming smiled and went to cheer on the other students.
Zhang Ningxue let out a sigh of relief and gently nudged Lin Xiao with her elbow.
Look, that glaring guy is staring at us. Glaring guy? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, then looked over and couldn't help but laugh. Li Qifa.
Just as Zhang Ningxue said, he was glaring at them with a fierce expression, as if he wanted to kill Lin Xiao.
Indeed, Li Qifa's demeanor was odd, clearly scheming something malicious.
Besides Li Qifa, Lin Xiao also felt the gaze of someone else. It was Bai Yixue, whom he had encountered during the last Longyan team assessment.
Lin Xiao
exchanged a glance with her but didn't pay further attention.
Half an hour later, the students arrived one after another.
A staff member walked in and announced loudly, "Attention everyone, prepare to enter the
examination venue. Lin Xiao, good luck. Good luck. See you at Imperial Capital University." The next second, the teleportation array on the ground lit up with a dazzling glow, and everyone was instantly transported
into the secret realm, leaving behind only 30 to 40 professionals who hadn't been taken, their faces full of confusion. 38, the staff member said indifferently, already used to this. You have 15 minutes to find your qualification certificates, or you'll lose your eligibility to take the exam. This kind of situation happened every year, and he was no longer surprised.
Despite annual reminders, there were always candidates who forgot to bring their certificates. Finally, these people realized why they hadn't been teleported. The secret realm.
This was a massive dungeon created by Imperial Capital University.
Using the power of the sanctuary.
After being teleported inside, Lin Xiao found himself unable to move, surrounded by invisible air walls. This dungeon is huge, with plains, forests, and even snow-capped mountains. In the distance, Lin Xiao marveled at the strength of Imperial Capital University.
Half an hour later, a mechanical synthesized voice sounded. Exam rules announced. The exam will last 3 days and is divided
into 3 stages: individual ability, team ability, and collaborative assault.
Each stage has points. Different professions have different assessment methods. The higher the difficulty, the more points awarded. Note, only equipment abilities are allowed in this exam.
The use of additional items will be considered cheating. The rules have been explained.
Prepare yourselves. The exam begins. The voice disappeared, and for difficulty options appeared before Lin Xiao: normal, warrior, king, and nightmare. There's actually a difficulty selection. I've never seen this before, and there's even an additional stage. Is this because of the military's new assessment?
Lin Xiao wasn't sure, but he decided to focus on completing the exam first.
Nightmare difficulty?
I've never encountered this level of difficulty in any dungeon I've played
before. Perfect, I'll give it a try. Without hesitation, he chose Nightmare.
The moment he made his selection, the air wall disappeared, and he was free to move. Lin Xiao immediately summoned the Death Knight.
The mechanical voice sounded again: plan your route. Reaching the next exam point will earn you 5,000 points.
A guiding route appeared in Lin Xiao's vision, leading him to the next exam point.
Getting there the fastest isn't necessarily the best. The key is to accumulate points.
The second stage should involve team formation, and the third stage might be about defeating a boss. Lin Xiao analyzed the exam content.
At that
Moment, a crimson flame leopard suddenly leapt out of the bushes. Crimson flame leopard level, 20 quality, common HP, 42000 strength, 2000 intelligence, 70 agility, 300 magic power, 400 spirit, 5 skills.
Flame impact, fire breath. The Death Knight immediately stepped forward, wielding the shadow spear and fiercely thrusting it back. Nightmare difficulty is truly extraordinary. A common monster has 40,000 HP, how strong must the elite monsters and bosses be?
In the invigilation room, the mentors of Imperial Capital University were watching the Secret Realm projection.
There have been quite a few changes this year. I wonder, how many geniuses will emerge? Who knows?
Recently, many talented students have been killed by abyss demons, and compared to previous years, the numbers are far worse.
We've also increased the difficulty. There's a promising student from Nantian province. Her name is Bai Ishue, a rare class elf saintess, a light mage.
Shibei province also has a remarkable young man, a burst fist master.
I reckon they'll compete with a few students from Zhengzhou for the national top spot.
By the way, Nantian province also has a summoner named Lin Xiao. This time, the military academy resource integration is somewhat because of him.
Professor Chen, do you believe that rumor?
This might be the last time the country trains summoners, and his exceptional admission is just because he has some talent. If the rumor has spread, it means he has strength. I heard he repelled the abyss demon Selena, which is enough to prove his ability. The mentors debated while keeping an eye on the potential candidates from their respective academies.
At that moment, an invigilator
hurriedly entered to report, mentors, the data is in. 34,566 students chose normal difficulty, 23,456 chose warrior difficulty, 12,654 chose king difficulty, and only 145 chose nightmare difficulty.
There's also something strange.
One student's data is abnormal, growing at an extremely fast rate.
Everyone was shocked. An incident right at the start of the exam? What's the specific situation? The principal asked.
Lin Xiao chose nightmare difficulty, and his score has already surpassed 20,000.
Lin Xiao?
Everyone froze, as they had just been discussing him. The principal quickly pulled up the leaderboard and saw Lin Xiao at
the top, leaving everyone stunned.
Lin Xiao, 23,000 Li Chifa, 2,000 Jiang Rong, 500 in nightmare difficulty, killing one monster earns 1,000 points. Lin Xiao had already accumulated 20,000 points, meaning he had
killed at least 23 monsters. And the exam had only just begun.
Everyone immediately pulled up Lin Xiao's footage, and they were all dumbfounded. Lin Xiao was leisurely sitting on a small stool, munching on sunflower seeds, while a butler thoughtfully poured him a glass of 1982 cola. He showed no signs of exam tension, appearing completely relaxed and carefree.
Do you see that? The student ranked first is mine. He's the pride of Dayan City #1 High School.
Jiang Ming shouted excitedly, attracting envious glances from many principals and teachers. Everyone knew there were many promising students, but Lin Xiao's name was one they hadn't heard much about.
Old Jiang, don't get too excited.
Watch your blood pressure. The exam has just started. Lin Xiao just got lucky and scored high temporarily.
Bai walked up behind Jiang Ming and, seeing
Lin Xiao at the top of the leaderboard, was also a bit surprised. However, since the exam had only just begun, nothing was set in stone. I heard there have been quite a few reforms in this year's exam.
The initial scores aren't as critical as before.
The truly important parts are the next two stages, those are the key, another principal chimed in.
Humph, stop being sour.
No matter what, Lin Xiao will stay in first place.
Just wait and see when you come to recruit from my school,
Jiang Ming said confidently. Bai shrugged helplessly.
We'll see. Don't underestimate the geniuses from the imperial capital. Inside the secret realm
dungeon, the candidates could also see the rankings in the sky.
How did he do it?
I've only killed one monster, and he's already killed so many. Bai Ishue stared at the rankings in the sky, utterly shocked.
Lin Xiao's
name had a special glowing effect, making it particularly eye-catching.
He's a summoner, so his summoned beasts must be spread out to farm monsters.
If that's the case, getting such a high score makes sense.
I
might not be able to catch up with him in the first stage, but the second stage is my chance. The second stage focuses on team battles, where I can showcase my strength.
I need to quickly pass the first stage. Following the map's guidance, Bai Ishue chose the shortest route and prepared to head to the second stage exam location.
She wanted to narrow the gap with Lin Xiao there.
Oh my, the name of the top ranker is way too flashy. Why make it so conspicuous? Is it meant to provoke jealousy?
Where did this dark horse Lin Xiao come from?
Wow, even Mutu is so strong. I need to step up my game too. Unbelievable, having Bai Ishue
is already troublesome enough, and now there's another stranger.
Wasn't it said that the Abyss Demon initiated some cradle plan? Why are there still so many abnormal players? Players who chose Nightmare.
Difficulty were first surprised and then frustrated upon seeing Lin Xiao's dazzling name at the top of the leaderboard, as they had barely heard of him.
The Invigilators didn't care about Lin Xiao at all. After
summoning his beast, he simply sat there eating sunflower seeds, making anyone watching feel bored. It was better to observe other candidates' battles. The Spider Prince wiped the rim of his cola bottle, watching the battle ahead with a slight frown.
Master, something seems off. Lin Xiao took a sip of cola and nodded.
Yeah, the name in the sky is too flashy, a bit ostentatious.
I mean the monsters in the dungeon. Ahead.
The Death Knight was fighting fiercely, with the Lucky Elf assisting nearby.
Although the Death Knight didn't need much help, this setup allowed the Lucky Elf to train its combat abilities. Talent Random Luck. Triggered, Skill Song of the Ocean effect enhanced by 4 times. Finally, a 4x enhancement.
Although the talent triggers randomly, most of the time it's only a 2x boost, and getting a 10x enhancement is extremely rare.
Lin Xiao took another sip of cola and said casually, the number of monsters is indeed unusual. Maybe the aggro value of monsters is higher under Nightmare difficulty. But the first stage is my strong suit, grinding a bit more won't hurt.
Suddenly, the sky was shrouded in darkness, and the surrounding temperature soared.
A massive black flame fireball descended from the sky. Master, watch out. The Spider Prince
immediately shielded Lin Xiao, but in the next second, Lin Xiao recalled him into the summoning space and dodged the attack with a slide.
This was the ability of the evil dragon's reverse scale boots. Looking at
the black ashes left on the ground, Lin Xiao turned his gaze toward the direction of the attack, where a man slowly emerged from the darkness.
You dodged quickly. Can you keep dodging? It was Li Qifa. He held a
bloodstained staff, with black flames blazing on it, exuding immense power.
Lin Xiao's expression remained calm.
Seeing Li Qifa was not surprising, but he was astonished that he had found him so quickly.
Failed to ambush me. Have you considered the consequences? Lin Xiao asked indifferently.
The previous attack was clearly aimed to kill him, otherwise, he wouldn't have recalled the Spider Prince.
Consequences? The consequence is that you'll die without a trace?
In the next moment, a massive fireball took shape and slammed toward Lin Xiao. The scorching heat distorted the surrounding space. Lin Xiao sensed danger. This firepower had
already exceeded the normal level for mages at this stage.
He immediately tried to summon the Death Knight, but the expected Death Knight did not appear. Lin Xiao froze. Although he didn't understand why the Death Knight hadn't appeared, he had no time to dwell on it and dodged again using the evil dragon boots.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing Lin Xiao's surprised expression, Li Qifa laughed loudly.
Trying to summon your Death Knight? I've severed your connection with it. You'll never summon it again in this lifetime. I didn't expect you to use the Death Knight directly. Today, if you don't die, it won't make sense.
Lin Xiao tried summoning and
recalling again, but the Death Knight remained unresponsive.
Glancing at the black curtain surrounding them, he realized it was blocking his connection with the Death Knight.
This had to be an advanced skill. Li Qifa, that toad, definitely couldn't use it, which meant Selena.
He had colluded with the Abyss Demon. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately used Abyssal Eye to check Li Qifa's information.
Li Qifa, Abyss. Follower, class, Fire Mage level, 19 as expected.
Seeing this, Lin Xiao was not surprised at all.
You actually collaborated with the Abyss. I won't show mercy in killing you.
He had long wanted to act, but never
had the chance. Now that Li Qifa had delivered himself, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't hold back. So what if I've fallen into the abyss? As long as I kill you, who cares whose side I'm on? Li Qifa roared furiously, the flames on his body burning ever stronger. Your strongest summoned beast can't help you anymore. What other power do you have to resist? You're doomed.
Lin Xiao sneered. It was Selena who told you, wasn't it?
This black curtain was her doing too? Did you borrow her power to deal with me? Didn't she tell you that she was defeated by me too? You two losers teaming up, and you think you're strong now? Hearing Lin Xiao's taunts, Li Qifa completely lost control. Shut up! Flames surged. The grass was instantly scorched into charcoal, and the sand was nearly melted. Li Qifa couldn't suppress his rage and was determined to kill Lin Xiao. Extinction Skyfire.
Flames filled the sky, turning it crimson as if piercing through the heavens. Lin Xiao calmly watched the terrifying flames. Why hasn't the effect of Dark Oath triggered? This black curtain was stronger than he had imagined. Perhaps it was due to level suppression. Scared stiff, huh? Ha ha ha. Get ready to turn to ashes. Seeing Lin Xiao unresponsive, Li Qifa thought he was frightened and laughed triumphantly. But in the next moment, the flames that should have scorched Lin Xiao rebounded, rushing straight at Li Qifa. What? Li Qifa was startled by the sudden change and hurriedly dodged, but still suffered extensive burns. Is that all? Looks like you're magic, just like you, get scared when facing me, like a turtle retreating into its shell. Lin Xiao mocked him up close. Li Qifa's eyes burned with fury as he realized what had happened. Skill reflection? I don't believe you can keep reflecting my magic. He quickly gathered flames, preparing to cast 2 spells simultaneously to break Lin Xiao's defense. Is casting 2 spells at once your limit? Lin Xiao said as he summoned a slime. Come on, let this frog see what true bombardment looks like. The slime nodded, its expression suddenly serious. In the next moment, multicolored magical light shot out from behind it, fireballs, whirlwinds, fire dragons, ice storms, electric nets. The magic apprentice talent allowed the slime to learn 1 spell per day, and with quick casting reducing cooldowns, it could almost cast spells continuously. What? Seeing so many magical lights in the sky, Li Qifa's face changed drastically. He hurriedly cancelled his spell preparation and dodged frantically. He was just a fragile mage and couldn't withstand such a magical bombardment. They say you're a master of escape, and you really got mad. Lin Xiao's piercing words made Li Qifa furious. He slashed his arm with sharp nails, letting blood drip onto the bloodthirsty staff to activate its power. Cleanse. A beam of blood light shot out, instantly clearing the magic in the sky. Immediately after, a massive fireball and a fire dragon surged forth. Instant spell casting? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and immediately activated the Imperial Command Badge to block the attack. The rest was left to the slime to handle. Boom! The fire dragon devoured everything, its power capable of instantly killing any profession below level 20. But Lin Xiao was not within that range. He walked out of the flames, looking at Li Qifa's terrified expression, and said indifferently, fighting you is such a waste of time. I'd rather fight monsters in a dungeon. You, don't push your luck. Splatter! Blood sprayed, and a head was severed, flying high into the air. Amid the earlier explosion, Lin Xiao had secretly summoned the Spider Prince, which directly decapitated Li Qifa. Li Qifa had already suffered from the magical counterattack, been bombarded by the slime spells, and exhausted his stamina. Using the bloodthirsty staff had further drained his life force. His life was already hanging by a thread. So, the Spider Prince struck with a single, fatal blow. Thud! Li Qifa's corpse fell stiffly to the ground, but the severed head emitted a horrifying sound. Lin Xiao, I want you dead. The corpse suddenly burst into flames, engulfing the entire body. The headless corpse stood upright like a zombie. This guy isn't dead yet? Forget it. Turning to the abyss, you were no longer human anyway. Lin Xiao paused for a moment. Though surprised, he understood the situation. Just as the Spider Prince was about to attack Li Qifa again, Li Qifa suddenly vanished. Before anyone could react, the Spider Prince shouted, Master, be careful. The moment the words left his mouth, Li Qifa had already appeared behind Lin Xiao. He lunged forward, wrapping his burning arms tightly around Lin Xiao. The flames on his body spread onto Lin Xiao. Asterisk teleportation? He actually has that ability. Asterisk Lin Xiao realized the danger and tried to break free, but found that Li Qifa clung to him like glue. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao, die with me. Let's perish together. Li Qifa gave Lin Xiao no time to react. The flames on his body intensified dramatically. In the next moment, boom! The explosion of flames sent a fiery column shooting straight toward the dome of the Black Veil. Fatal damage received. Green grass set effect triggered. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere, leaving Lin Xiao scorched and charred, the intense heat evaporating everything around him. The slime quickly threw out a water ball to wash away the filth from Lin Xiao's body. Li Qifa's corpse was blown into pieces, utterly unrecognizable. The damage was that high? It actually triggered the green grass set effect. Lin Xiao was utterly shocked. The blast had dealt over 200,000 damage, absolutely terrifying. It must be Selena's power. Otherwise, Li Qifa couldn't possibly deal such high damage. Lucky for me, I had the green grass set, or I'd be done for this time.
Thanks to solid life-saving tools, Lin Xiao had narrowly avoided death. But in the next second, he felt something was off. Wait a minute. Selena knows I have the green grass set. An all-out attack like this wouldn't make sense. Could it be?
As doubt swirled in Lin Xiao's mind, a cold voice rang out.
Do you have any more life-saving tricks? I bet you're all out now. Selena's smug laughter echoed from the darkness.
A mass of black mist slowly emerged, shrouding her body, with only her gleaming eyes visible.
Selena! Lin Xiao's face darkened.
He hadn't expected her to dare show up here. This was the Imperial Capital University's high-stakes examination dungeon, under the watchful eyes of so many.
How could she risk appearing? You dare come here? Do you really think Dexia's people won't catch you? Why wouldn't I dare? I have insiders helping me.
Sneaking in here was a piece of cake. Just like how I can now appear within Dexia's borders. Without issue, Selena said with an air of provocation in her eyes. By the time they notice, you'll already be dead, and I'll be long gone. Lin Xiao silently recalled back the slime and spider prince, maintaining his composure.
Really? Then try me. If you can beat me, I'll admit you're impressive.
The Oath of Darkness granted him immunity to dark attribute attacks, and Selena was a pure dark element mage.
He wasn't worried about her at all. Oof. Do you think I came alone this time? Knowing you're immune to dark attacks, I specifically brought a helper. A helper? Lin Xiao's heart tightened. No wonder Selena had taken so long to appear in the dungeon. As it turned out, she had not only dragged Li Qifa into the abyss but also found reinforcements. He. Selena, your magic's getting worse and worse. You can't even handle an ordinary person like him, a voice said as another figure emerged from the darkness. Selena grumbled unhappily, Zhou Shuang, he's immune to my attacks. Otherwise, I wouldn't need you. Stop wasting time and get on with it. He. I remember our deal, of course. From the black mist, a cane extended outward, and an old crone in tattered robes, hunched over, slowly walked out. Her venomous gaze fixed on Lin Xiao as she let out a sinister laugh. Zhou Shuang. Lin Xiao's expression grew grim.
Zhou Shuang was an abyssal demon on the same level as Selena.
Had. Is this little brat the one who made you flee in disgrace, Selena?
Curse Frost glanced at Lin Xiao and found that he was just an ordinary
human professional under level 20. For Selena to be defeated by someone like this was utterly humiliating. She looked down on Selena even more in her heart.
Selena's face turned ashen, and she gritted her teeth in anger. I told you, he has the ability to be immune to dark-type attacks.
Otherwise, why would I need you here? Stop wasting time and get to it. This is the territory of human elites. Kill him and let's leave quickly.
Had. What's the rush? Curse Frost was in no hurry and continued to size up Lin Xiao. You've got guts, kid. Most people would be so scared at the sight of us that their legs would go weak, unable to even stand. But you can still remain this calm, quite rare. Lin Xiao was about to respond when he suddenly felt a wave of heat through his body, followed by the sensation of being engulfed in flames. You have been cursed by Curse Frost, Burning Body Curse. Burning Body Curse, the victim is burned by flames that cannot be extinguished by ordinary means until death.
A curse? When did she cast it?
Lin Xiao's heart tightened, he hadn't noticed at all. Curse Frost stared at him, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
Scared? Don't worry, this is just a minor curse.
I've been researching quite a few new curses recently, and you're the perfect test subject. As she finished speaking, the skull on her staff emitted an eerie glow, and waves of cursed energy spread out. Lin Xiao sensed danger and quickly retreated.
Trying to run?
Ha. Wherever you go, the curse will follow. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing pain struck him. Looking down, he saw a bug crawling out of his chest.
You have been cursed by Curse Frost, Parasite Curse. But it wasn't over.
Lin Xiao felt his strength drain away, unable to even stand.
You have been cursed by Curse Frost, 5 decays of heaven and man. All attributes are starting to decrease. You have been cursed by Curse Frost, Soul Devour. Curse. Mental attributes are continuously decreasing and cannot recover unless the curse is lifted. You have been cursed by Curse Frost, Heart. Devouring Insects. Physical constitution is permanently decreasing and cannot recover unless the curse is lifted. You have been cursed by Curse Frost. In an instant, countless curse notifications flooded the screen, dozens of curses weighing down on Lin Xiao simultaneously. Ha. You can still hold on without collapsing? An ordinary person would have already vomited blood and fallen to the ground. Curse Frost's eyes gleamed with
malice as she looked at the half-dead Lin Xiao and continued, What a pity I won't get to hear your screams of agony as the curses kill you.
That would have been delightful. She prepared to leave. After all, this was the territory of human elites.
The only reason she had taken the risk to help was
because Selena had offered her an irresistible deal.
Wait a moment, I have a question, Lin Zhao's hoarse voice called out, stopping Curse Frost
in her tracks. Haha, a question? Are you trying to beg for mercy? You're in no position to beg.
Lin Zhao shook his head.
I just want to ask, is cursing all you know how to do? Selena immediately tensed up upon hearing this.
She had heard similar words before.
Could it be that he could also resist curses?
Impossible, he was already cursed, no doubt about it.
I've spent my entire life studying curses and nothing else. In the abyss, no one understands curses better than I do. Countless strong warriors have died by my hand.
Look at the skull on this staff, it's a symbol of the level 70+.
Human elites I've cursed to death.
Curse Frost proudly displayed her staff.
At its tip was a human skull, surrounded by over 20 smaller skulls.
With the staff itself pieced together from countless bones, too many to count.
I see, Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh. You abyssal demons are certainly focused. Venus's blessing has been successfully activated.
Venus's blessing removes all your buffs, debuffs, and curse effects.
What are you trying to say?
Curse Frost began to retort but suddenly sensed something was wrong. Her voice abruptly stopped. The staff in her hand
began to tremble violently, and in the next moment, boom!
With a loud explosion, the staff disintegrated into powder before she could even feel. Surprised, Zhou Xuan was overwhelmed by intense pain coursing through her body.
Black smoke billowed out from within her, and with a loud pop, a massive abscess burst open on her back. The foul-smelling pus that should have spilled out instead turned into clear water, splashing across the ground. Zhou Xuan, what's happening? Selena was stunned, utterly baffled. The blood-curdling scream echoed like the wails of the damned, chilling to the bone. After the abscess ruptured, Zhou Xuan's skin began to peel away. No. My power.
My curse power. Where did you get the power of Venus? Zhou Xuan roared furiously, her face melting as chunks of skin sloughed off like molten wax. Lin Zhao, watching her transformation, felt a cold chill run through him, goosebumps rising all over his body. He had never expected the blessing of Venus to be so powerful. Not only had it nullified the curse on him, but it had also backfired against Zhou Xuan's curse. Judging by her appearance, she must have cursed him extensively. Lin Zhao smiled faintly.
I picked it up. Do you believe me?
Zhou Xuan's body continued to melt, revealing her true form hidden beneath. She was actually a massive slug, her entire body covered in grotesque lumps, warts emitting a revolting stench, and bulbous growths.
You're a slug. Selena gasped in shock when she saw Zhou Xuan's real form. She couldn't believe it. A disgusting slug, and yet, just like her, a demon from the abyss.
The thought made her stomach churn. Not long ago, Zhou Xuan had begged her for help. If she'd known this was her true form, she would have never agreed to meet her.
You've reduced me to this, I'll kill you.
Zhou Xuan bellowed, attempting to lunge at Lin Zhao and tear him apart. But having relied on her curses to sustain her body for so long, she was now weak and barely mobile without them. All she could do was crawl forward slowly, struggling with every inch. In the exam monitoring room, a strong abyssal presence has been detected. Suspected abyssal demon. This report threw the Academy's upper management into chaos. An abyssal demon had infiltrated their secret realm dungeon? Impossible. There's no way an abyssal demon could enter the secret realm dungeon.
You must be mistaken, the vice principal adamantly denied.
Regardless, conduct a full investigation of all students inside the dungeon immediately, the principal ordered, though he added, prioritize checking the exceptional students. The abyssal demon might be targeting them. He was reminded of the abyssal demon's cradle plan, eliminating talented individuals before they fully matured.
Understood. The staff swiftly began the investigation and tracking efforts.
10 minutes later, they discovered an inconspicuous black sphere.
We've located it, it's Lin Zhao. He's been targeted by an abyssal demon. Lin Zhao again.
The principal's expression grew somber. He had been the one to warn everyone about the abyssal demon's cradle plan. Now, even in this heavily secured secret realm dungeon, the demons dared to act. They clearly intended to kill him at all costs.
Lin Zhao is trapped in an unknown black fog. We have no idea what's happening inside. Also,
his summoned beast is outside and not with him.
This update was practically a death sentence for Lin Xiao. A summoner without their beast had no combat capability. Quick! Send in a rescue team immediately. Ding! You have inflicted massive damage on an abyssal demon. Achievement unlocked Abyssal Hunter, ****. Abyssal Hunter, attribute increases by 1% when entering abyssal dungeons. Drop rate increases when killing abyssal creatures, ****. Lin Xiao glanced at the new achievement's description and dismissed it for now. He didn't yet have the strength to enter abyssal dungeons, so it was of no immediate use. Looking at Zhou Shuang, now reverted to her original abyssal demon form, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Your combat strength is pitiful now. Forget about killing me, I could stomp you to death without breaking a sweat. Zhou Shuang propped herself up with difficulty, glaring at Lin Xiao with seething rage. The lumps on her body trembled with her fury. Arrogant fool! Even without my curse, with no strength left, I could still stand here and let you attack, and you wouldn't be able to kill me. It was true. Zhou Shuang had been severely weakened, and Lin Xiao could now see her basic stats clearly. Even so, her health still reached an astonishing 1 billion. Unbelievable. If she hadn't been nerfed, her health would even surpass Shalina's. However, without the ability to resist, you're just a soft target, destined to be killed sooner or later. Sooner or later? Cursefrost sneered, her voice shaking her entire body as mucus splattered everywhere. Do you really think the power of Venus will last forever? Once I recover, I'll kill you with the most vicious curse. Humiliated and pathetic. She never imagined she'd be reduced to this state by a human under level 20. Watching Cursefrost's helplessness and fury, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. It may not be easy for me to kill you, but others can deal with you quickly. No one can kill me. Cursefrost roared. Lin Xiao didn't respond, instead turning to look at Shalina. Shalina froze, immediately understanding his intention, and sneered coldly, ridiculous. You think I'll help you kill Cursefrost? Too naive. Don't you want to kill her? She's at her weakest now. If you miss this chance, there won't be another. This is your only opportunity to strike. Lin Xiao's voice lowered, carrying a hint of temptation. Or are you two on good terms? Shalina glanced at Cursefrost but didn't immediately refute. Sensing Shalina's hesitation, Cursefrost became furious. Shalina, don't you dare. Lin Xiao continued, think about it. Can you still kill me now? She's lost her curses and is now useless. Only dragging you down. You must have paid a hefty. As soon as she left, Selena directly killed Frost Curse, showing ruthless methods. Wait, didn't you say I contributed a lot? Why didn't I get any experience? Lin Xiao suddenly realized something was wrong. With Frost Curse's level, the experience should be substantial, enough to level up 10 times, yet there was no experience at all. Could it be because we weren't in a team? If we're not teammates, all the experience goes to her? This was entirely possible. At that moment, 4 figures quickly approached from afar. It was the vice principal and 3 academy deans. When the vice principal and the 3 deans found Lin Xiao, they discovered the abyss demon had disappeared but were surprised that Lin Xiao was still alive. Lin Xiao, are you okay? Where's the abyss demon? Although surprised that Lin Xiao was alive, the vice principal first asked about the demon's situation. Lin Xiao looked at them in confusion and didn't answer immediately. I am Zhou Dong, Dean of the Combat Academy. This is Vice Principal Song Mingzhang, and these are Gu Lan, Dean of the Healing Academy, and Zhao Haochen, Dean of the Defense Academy. Zhou Dong introduced the group. Lin Xiao finally understood they were from Imperial University. He hadn't expected the Vice Principal and 3 deans to come together. Lin Xiao nodded and said, they just ran away. Ran away? Song Mingzhang frowned. He hadn't received any news of the abyss demon retreating. Did you drive them away? Gu Lan asked instinctively. Lin, the scenes inside the replica are randomly projected outside, rotating every so often to showcase different students' situations. At this moment, Jiang Ming was somewhat anxious because he hadn't seen Lin Zhao's scene for a long time. Moreover, Lin Zhao's ranking had been steadily dropping, and his points had barely increased. Old Jiang, I told you not to get too cocky. Look, it hasn't been long, and your prized student has already fallen out of the top 50. Shibai couldn't help but mock upon seeing Jiang Ming's anxious expression. The college entrance exam is full of experts, let alone the exam at Imperial University. In your eyes, Lin Xiao might be impressive, but here, he's just average, another principal chimed in. Jiang Ming ignored them and continued, searching for Lin Zhao's scene, focusing on his points. What on earth is going on? Lin Zhao's points haven't moved at all? Not
only was Jiang Ming puzzled, but other candidates inside the replica also began to notice the issue. Lin Zhao's points haven't changed for a long time.
What exactly happened to him? Bai Yixue glanced at the rankings in the sky and noticed Lin Zhao's score had stagnated.
This situation was highly unusual. However, she didn't have time to dwell on it and continued fighting.
The second-ranked
candidate was close behind, and any slight lapse would result in being overtaken.
Why haven't his points changed yet? Is he going to be eliminated?
Zhang Ningxno, who had entered the second phase, noticed Lin Zhao's points hadn't moved for a long time,
and felt worried.
Just as she was about to continue fighting, she suddenly saw Lin Zhao's points start to change and excitedly shouted,
"They're moving! Finally, they're moving!"
In a small room in the invigilation office, the principal and deans of Imperial University gathered to watch the footage retrieved from Lin Xiao. When they saw Lin Xiao facing not only the Abyss Demon Selena but also Cursefrost, everyone was shocked. Cursefrost was an Abyss Demon notoriously difficult to deal with, and many mentors had perished under its curse.
My goodness, what did he do? He actually turned Cursefrost into a giant turtle. A curse? Lin Xiao actually lifted the curse on Cursefrost? Does he have purification equipment that strong? He's incredibly bold, even daring to incite Selena to deal with Cursefrost.
Watching Lin Zhao's performance in the footage, even though it was from a first-person
perspective, every move he made left everyone astonished. He calmly faced the Abyss Demons, lifted the curse on Cursefrost, broke its defenses, sowed discord, and used one demon to kill another. It was completely unlike a novice. Impressive.
Forcing back 2 Abyss Demons without a summoned beast, back in the day, even the God of War couldn't achieve this at his age, Song Mingzhang
exclaimed.
He's not even level 20 yet, a dean suddenly remarked, and the room instantly fell silent. Lin Xiao began catching up on his progress, summoning all his beasts and spreading them out to kill enemies together.
The advantage of a summoner is that they
don't need to fight personally, the summoned beasts handle the battles. During the waiting period, Lin Xiao counted the spoils obtained from Cursefrost.
Curse staff quality, epic applicable level, unlimited applicable profession, all professions.
Attributes, Constitution plus 30,000, Strength plus 3,000, Intelligence plus 10,000, Spirit plus 2,000, Magic plus 20,000. The attribute bonuses are
insanely high, and there's no level restriction. Seeing the attributes of the cursed staff, Lin Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Not only was there no level restriction, but there was also no profession restriction. This meant even warriors could equip this weapon. Lin Xiao continued examining the equipment's effects.
Effect 1, when equipped, randomly receive 1 curse, then gain 1 curse every
hour for 12 hours. Effect 2, each attack causes the enemy to randomly receive 1 curse.
Upon accumulating 10 curses, death
countdown is triggered. Death countdown, target dies 1 day later.
Seeing the equipment's effects, Lin Xiao was astonished. This equipment actually came with a negative effect, automatically granting 1 curse every hour. How terrifying. Lin Xiao had encountered many types of curses before, but the most dangerous was the evil dragon's curse, which could be fatal if not handled
carefully. Although the side effects are significant, the other effect is equally extraordinary. After 10 attacks, the enemy will die, albeit a whole day later. This equipment should go to the Goblin King.
With the protection of the king's treasury, the curse effect won't trigger.
Lin Xiao decisively assigned the equipment. Moving on. Open Abyss Demon Chest. You have received a Curse Reaper's Countdown. Lin Xiao?
No way, what bad luck, opening the chest and getting hit with the most terrifying curse.
Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain.
Opening Abyss chests always carried risks, but he hadn't expected to encounter this curse.
This meant he would die in a day.
Due to receiving Venus's blessing, the effect of Reaper's Countdown has been purified.
Lin
Xiao froze for a moment, then broke into a smile. This blessing is really powerful, it's still effective after all this
time.
Luckily, Venus's blessing was still active, otherwise, he would have wasted an opportunity.
There was only one of these useful items left. Obtain Soul Hunting Staff *1.
Soul Hunting Staff, quality, epic, applicable level, 20, applicable classes. Priest, Mage, Summoner, attributes, Constitution plus 8,000, Strength plus 2,000, Intelligence plus 10,000, Spirit plus 6,000, Magic Power plus 10,000.
Effect 1, Soul Absorption.
Absorbs the soul of a target upon killing and stores it. For each stored soul, damage increases by
1%. Effect 2, Soul Impact.
consumes stored souls to attack, dealing damage equal to the number of souls times 2000 points.
Effect 3, Hunter.
When attacked by ghost-type enemies, damage is halved, and damage output is doubled.
Lin Xiao looked at the equipments, attributes and exclaimed in delight, this staff is really great.
The increased damage could be directly applied to summoned creatures, significantly boosting combat power.
Now that I've reached the level, I can replace the blood magic staff. He rarely
used the blood demon for combat anymore. Although the blood demon was strong, it wasn't necessary. With the Death Knight, Slime, and
Mechanical Bull, their combat power was already formidable.
The blood magic staff can go to the Goblin King. After all, it's a
legendary quality item.
Lin Xiao turned his attention to the last piece of loot, the Curse Gift Box.
Curse Gift Box, upon opening, the target randomly receives a curse. A curse blind box, this thing is decent.
He could try his luck with it when facing tough
enemies.
If he could draw the instant death curse, it would be incredibly satisfying.
Counting the time spent being attacked by Selena, the first day was almost over. No wonder this exam is organized by Imperial Capital University. Even with so many summoned creatures, I still haven't made it into the top 30.
Lin Xiao looked at the rankings in the sky.
Bai Yishue's name was particularly dazzling. However, she wasn't always first. Sometimes, a boy named Wang Jinping would surpass her.
But she quickly reclaimed
the top spot.
Everyone is working hard. Ningxue has consistently stayed in the top 10. Lin Xiao glanced at his own ranking. Although he had made significant progress, breaking into the top 30 was still challenging.
He had to admit, these opponents were truly formidable.
Maybe they've entered the second stage, otherwise, I can't understand how Ningxue is still holding on to the
10th spot. At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice sounded.
The first day of the exam is about to end.
Please note, candidates who have not entered the second stage will be eliminated.
The first day of the exam is about to end.
Please note, candidates who have not entered the second stage will be eliminated.
The first day of the exam is about to end, the announcement repeated 3 times.
I can't stay here any longer, I need to head to the second stage.
Lin Xiao immediately recalled the Death Knight and others who were out fighting and quickly rushed to the second stage location.
The second stage took place in a dense
forest. As he stepped into the forest, the mechanical electronic voice sounded again.
The second stage of the exam begins. Please choose your teammates.
5 virtual figures appeared before Lin Xiao, representing 5 different classes.
The second stage is mainly team battles.
I thought I'd have to team up with other candidates, but it turns out I get to choose my own teammates. This surprised Lin Xiao, however.
Why is there no summoner? Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain.
After a quick scan, he directly chose the priest, assassin, and mage professions. Overall, teammates were more of a burden to him, but due to the special rules of the dungeon, it was impossible to proceed without selecting teammates. So, he picked 3 support roles, which could at least provide
some help during battles.
If he chose warriors or guards, not to mention whether they were needed, his summoned beasts might
accidentally trample them to death.
If a teammate died, points would be deducted, which would be a loss. Therefore, he opted for
3 professions that stayed in the rear.
Although assassins weren't entirely support types, they could be sent out to scout for
information. Selection complete, second phase of the exam begins.
Lead your team to gain more points in the forest.
Having 3 teammates made little difference to Lin Xiao and didn't provide much help.
His summoned beasts remained the main force.
AD level. Hidden map has been discovered nearby. A mechanical electronic voice suddenly sounded. Hidden map?
Lin Xiao stopped in his tracks.
There's even a hint?
He looked around and quickly pinpointed the location of the hidden map using the abyssal eye.
Hidden map discovered, level, DD level?
Lin Xiao knew this was a hidden map specially designed by Imperial Capital University, but he hadn't expected it to have level distinctions. The higher the level, the more points it should yield.
He summoned the wild
mechanical bull, which immediately uprooted the vine-covered tree in front of him.
As the tree was removed, an entrance appeared. The
hidden map wasn't large, and after walking a few steps, he encountered a monster, a plant vine creature resembling a deer.
Thorn.
Deer, Elite, Level, 15 Quality, Rare Status, Enhanced Constitution, 12,000 Strength, 1,000 Intelligence, 2,000 Magic, 5,000 Spirit, 300 Agility, 200 Skills, Thorn Spikes, Flourishing Flora, Deer Leap, Sunlight Cannon. This monster specializes in magic, and its attributes have been specially enhanced. Having such strength at level 15 was outrageous, and it wasn't an abyssal monster, it was clearly enhanced. The hidden map must be where they get strengthened, Lin Xiao speculated, while noticing a treasure chest behind the thorn deer. At this moment, the thorn deer spotted Lin Xiao and immediately launched an attack. The thorns on the ground shot up like spikes, aiming straight at him. The wild mechanical bull quickly stepped forward to block the attack, then locked onto the thorn deer and fired a destructive fire cannon. Boom! Flames erupted, spreading fire all around. A swift figure leapt out of the blaze. The mechanical bull pursued relentlessly, raising its giant axe and striking down hard. Boom! The ground shook. The thorn deer failed to dodge and was severely injured, falling to the ground. Before it could get up, the giant axe struck again, smashing it into pieces instantly. The mechanical bull walked over, picked up the axe, and the thorn deer had already turned into a pile of shredded leaves. Successfully killed thorn deer, points plus 3,000. 3,000 points? That much? Lin Xiao was shocked. No wonder it was so hard to catch up to others in the first phase. Turns out the second phase awarded such high points. Team collaboration score, 0, extra points plus 0. Team collaboration score? Extra points? Lin Xiao frowned. Had he just missed out? I wonder how many extra points the team can earn. I'll let the teammates contribute later. The second phase mainly assessed team capabilities, so having extra points was reasonable, like exams that included more than just multiple choice questions. If team points were significant, he could slow down the pace during battles and let the teammates take part. Lin Xiao stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. Points treasure chest opened, next points doubled. Points doubled? There's even such an item? Lin Xiao felt he had lost out. If he'd known earlier that the second phase had such items, he would have entered sooner. Doubling points next time. It's most worthwhile to find hidden maps, especially high-level ones, he muttered to himself. Killing random monsters wouldn't be as profitable. I have the Abyssal Eye, finding hidden maps is very easy. However, there are also hints in the dungeon, probably to encourage us to engage more with these elite monsters. Lin Xiao understood that not everyone had the ability to discover hidden maps. If it took too much time to find maps, it would be better to provide hints and encourage more battles. Discovered hidden map, level, D. Hidden map, level, D. Hidden map, level, C. He continued walking deeper and discovered several hidden maps, but he didn't enter them, only silently noting their locations to revisit later. Discovered hidden map, level, B. Before the mechanical electronic voice could notify him, the abyssal demon eye popped up with a prompt. B level? Not bad, I'll go with this one. Lin Xiao immediately entered the dungeon. Just like the thorn deer he encountered earlier, this place also had an elite monster guarding a treasure chest. Mountain Tiger, Elite, Level, 15 Quality, Rare Status, Enhanced. Constitution, 50,000, a Strength-type monster. This time, Lin Xiao didn't summon the wild mechanical bull but instead called out the Goblin King. The wild mechanical bull was also strength-based, and if it fought head-on, the mountain tiger wouldn't last long, leaving no chance for his teammates to shine. Finally, it's my turn to step in. Just the right time to test my current strength. The Goblin King was eager to fight. Ever since ascending to king, it hadn't encountered a worthy opponent, and now it finally had the chance to show its power. You don't need to fight personally. Let your subordinates handle it. Ha! Are you looking down on me? The Goblin King immediately retorted in dissatisfaction. You're the Goblin King, how can you act so easily? Besides, the mountain tiger isn't that strong. If you fight, it'll make you lose face. The Goblin King was taken aback, feeling that Lin Xiao made a good point. You're right. I'll leave it to my warriors then. 2 goblin warriors, 2 goblin guards, and 1 goblin priest were summoned one after another. Looking at this small team, a thought crossed Lin Xiao's mind. If he upgraded the chieftain talent, could he summon more goblins and form an army? But for now, it was just a thought, as he didn't have enough talent points to support another upgrade. The goblin warriors launched their attack. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, directed his teammates to provide support. Successfully killed mountain tiger, points plus 10,000, double. Teamwork plus 20, points plus 2,000. Half an hour later, the mountain tiger was finally defeated, with the Goblin King personally delivering the final blow. A total of 12,000 points were earned. However, Lin Xiao didn't look particularly pleased. It would have been better if I had done it myself, Lin Xiao said. Although he earned an extra 2,000 points, it took more time. And the trade-off wasn't worth it. Open points treasure chest, points plus 5,000. Obtained S-level hidden map guidance fragment. An S-level hidden map guidance fragment? Lin Xiao was puzzled and immediately checked it. S-level hidden map guidance fragment, a map guidance fragment. Specially created by Imperial University, obtainable only in B-level or higher hidden maps. Collect 5 fragments to receive map direction guidance. Remaining fragments, 19/30. Oh, there's actually something this good. He started a fire and cooked. Even in the secret realm dungeon, the time followed the external world's rhythm. It was already nighttime, but the sky was still very bright. The light wasn't from the moon but from the dazzling glow emitted by the first-place ranking. Imperial University must be doing this on purpose, right? It's so late, and the name is still shining so brightly. Lin Xiao muttered while gnawing on a roasted chicken leg. The brilliance of the first-place ranking was indeed a bit envy-inducing. Looks like I'll catch up by tomorrow. Lin Xiao glanced at his ranking. Lin Xiao, 100,000, currently ranked 13th. The first place was still by Yishue, with a score of 200,000. The second place, Wang Jinping, was close behind, only 10,000 points away. The gap isn't big. Playing a B-level hidden map will catch up. I don't think I've encountered many A-level hidden maps, so I don't know how many points they give. Lin Xiao muttered softly while eating. He glanced at the S-level hidden map guide fragments in his hand, only 17 left, indicating that 2 more B-level or higher hidden maps had been cleared. Suddenly, the light in the sky flickered, and Bai Yishua's points increased again. 220,000. Now, she must have cleared an A-level hidden map, plus the double points bonus, otherwise, how could her points rise so quickly? Shortly after, the second place Wang Jinping's points also increased by 10,000, while Lin Xiao dropped to 15th place. These people are too relentless, do they not sleep at night? Watching his ranking drop, Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. After finishing his chicken leg and tossing the bone aside, he decided not to rest and prepared to continue searching for hidden maps. Talent Golden Legend triggered, acquired talent Frozen Heart. S-level, Frozen Heart, significantly increases ice skill damage, triggers Ice Break effect when attacking frozen enemies. Ice Break deals massive damage, reduces enemy ice resistance by 50%. It can enhance ice damage. Slime has ice magic and can use it, but I'll save it for now. Lin Xiao decided to keep it for the time being. If he gets a powerful ice-type summon beast later, he can use it, otherwise, it can serve as upgrade material or be used to strengthen Slime's abilities. After packing up, he set off. Passing by a river, Lin Xiao stopped and stared ahead with a puzzled look. Hidden map discovered, level, S&S level hidden map? Are you kidding me? Lin Xiao initially thought he was seeing things S-level hidden maps aren't supposed to. Taking out the S-level hidden map guide fragments, Lin Xiao immediately understood. He had been wrong all along. It wasn't necessary to collect all the fragments first to unlock an S-level hidden map. Instead, collecting them would provide guidance. When I approached, I didn't see any dungeon prompts. If it weren't for the Abyssal Eyes reminder, I probably wouldn't have noticed there was an S-level hidden map here. Lin Xiao quickly concealed the map entrance, and a prompt immediately popped up. The danger level ahead is extremely high, proceed with caution. This was just a simple warning, indicating that entry was possible. Since I've found it, there's no reason not to go in. I really wonder how strong the monsters in an S-level hidden map are. Lin Xiao entered with a hint of excitement. He was very confident and not at all afraid of losing. The reason was simple, he had numbers on his side. Hidden maps usually feature one monster paired with a treasure chest, but as a summoner, he could rely on sheer numbers to overwhelm the enemy. No matter how strong the monsters were, he could defeat them by taking turns attacking. Meanwhile, on the other side, after defeating the elite monster in the A-level hidden map, Bai Yishue chose to rest and recover her strength instead of continuing. She was accompanied by 2 warriors and 1 guard as teammates. As for why she didn't bring a priest or mage, She didn't need them, she could fulfill both roles herself. Lin Xiao has already risen to 15th place, his speed is impressive.
While resting, Bai Yixue checked the points rankings of others and found that Lin Xiao had made rapid
progress, climbing to 15th place from outside the top 50. Although his points hadn't changed for a while before, at this rate, it won't take long for him to catch up to me.
Bai Yixue murmured.
His speed of catching up was too fast. If he hadn't paused for a while earlier, she would have
been left far behind already.
But I'm not afraid of him catching up to me.
Bai Yixue looked at the S-level hidden map guide fragments in her hand. She had already collected 5, enough to locate the S-level hidden map.
As long as she defeated the monsters there, she could widen the
gap significantly.
I need to get a double points item and then challenge the monsters in the S-level hidden map.
Bai Yixue already had a plan in mind.
Tonight, I'll rest and recover my strength, and tomorrow, I'll give it my all. She wasn't in a hurry. The S-level hidden map was her biggest advantage, capable of leaving everyone else far behind now. She only needed to conserve her energy and prepare for an even greater challenge.
The next morning, Bai Yixue cleared 2 D-level hidden maps in a row and finally obtained a points-doubling item from the points treasure chest. It's time to start.
She took out the fragment fusion, and a guiding route appeared before her eyes.
S-level hidden map location has been marked.
Just as Bai Yixue was about to set off, the guiding route suddenly changed.
New S-level hidden map location has been marked. Bai Yixue frowned. Question mark. The route changed again.
Why did it suddenly change, she wondered.
At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice echoed
in the air, audible no matter which difficulty level of the secret realm instance one chose.
Lin Xiao has cleared the S-level hidden map.
Remaining quantity, 5. Hearing this notification, Bai Yixue froze, her eyes filled with shock.
She thought she had misheard and quickly checked the leaderboard, only to find Lin Xiao's name prominently ranked 5th. 150,000 points.
His score had jumped by 50,000 points.
He really cleared the S-level hidden map. How is this possible? He actually gathered the S-level hidden map fragments faster than me? If that's the case, his ranking shouldn't be this low. Could it be that he stumbled upon the S-level hidden map by chance? That was the only possibility. Bai
Yixue took a deep breath, looked at Lin Xiao's name, and murmured, during the Longyan team assessment, I already knew he wasn't simple, but I still
underestimated him. She added, but I won't let you surpass me.
Composing herself, Bai Yixue quickly led her teammates toward the location
of the S-level hidden map.
She believed this announcement must have stirred up many others as well. The news had not only reached the geniuses challenging the nightmare level but also the candidates of other difficulty levels.
An S-level hidden map? Oh my god, there's actually an S-level hidden map? I can't even clear a D-level one. How strong must those monsters be? I always thought the monsters in C-level hidden maps were terrifying enough, but I didn't expect there to be even stronger ones. Who is this Lin Xiao? How did he gather the guiding fragments so quickly? I thought A-level maps were impossible to clear, and now someone has already cleared an S-level one? Atop the tower, Wang Jinping, who had just finished resting, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the broadcast. I thought Bai Yixue was my biggest rival, but I didn't expect a dark horse. Lin Xiao has already cleared an S-level hidden map? Bang!
A monster made of stone was smashed to pieces with a single punch. The man retracted his fist and looked up at the sky. Bai Yixue's name still shone brightly, but Lin Xiao, who had suddenly surged to 5th place, seemed to have stolen much of her spotlight. My god, I struggle even with A-level hidden maps. Those who can clear S-level maps must be monster-level experts. I never thought the first place this time wouldn't be Bai Yixue but someone whose name I've never heard before. My master was right, there are plenty of experts out there. Even though I have the rare profession of explosive fist master, I can't underestimate any opponent. In the jungle, Jiang Ningxue was healing her teammates when she heard that Lin Xiao had cleared an S-level hidden map. She couldn't help but look up at the sky. That blockhead is actually this strong? He can even clear an S-level map. She had just attempted an A-level hidden map but failed and had to retreat to adjust. Squelch, a giant sword was pulled out from the body of a massive black panther. A burly man glanced at the rankings in the sky and sighed that Bai Yixue has already outshone those so-called geniuses from Zhengzhou Imperial Capital, which is impressive enough. But I didn't expect there to be someone even stronger. I really want to see this Lin Xiao for myself. Outside the Examination venue. Many people noticed Lin Xiao, who had suddenly surged into the top 5. He hadn't climbed up slowly but had instead shot straight to 5th place, sparking much speculation.
Top 5, huh? That's my student. Principal Chi, no, Teacher Chi Bai, you should consider coming to work at my school.
Seeing Lin Xiao break into the top 5, Jiang Ming shouted excitedly and even punched the person who had been mocking
him by his side.
At this moment, Chi Bai was also stunned, completely unprepared for Lin Xiao's sudden leap into the top 5.
Don't celebrate too soon.
Our bet is on Lin Xiao becoming the top scorer, and he's only ranked 5th now.
You're just being stubborn.
Lin Xiao will soon climb
to 1st place, inside the invigilation room. The news of Lin Xiao clearing the S-level hidden map spread quickly.
Wow, a dark horse.
Someone actually cleared the S-level hidden map. So fast? Could it be the top scorer favorite by Yixue? No, it's an unfamiliar name, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? I think I've heard the dean mention this name before. Where's the dean?
Not sure, seems like he was called to a meeting.
A meeting? Now?
Yeah, it seems pretty serious. I overheard words like traitor and no forgiveness.
Traitor? No forgiveness? Could it be the dean got caught for embezzlement?
Don't say things without evidence, you'll get me in trouble. While everyone was shocked by Lin Xiao clearing the S-level hidden map, Lin Xiao was lying on the ground, resting listlessly.
After battling all night, he finally defeated the S-level elite monster.
No, this monster could no longer be considered an elite, it could easily be treated as a boss.
To think I was hard controlled by this monster all night. After resting enough, Lin Xiao stood up.
It wasn't his body that was tired, but his mind.
The monsters in the S-level hidden map were indeed formidable, especially after splitting into 4 berserk forms. Defeating one would cause the other 3 to
regenerate health crazily. This made it impossible for Lin Xiao to use area skills, not even killing intent wave, as it would lead to an endless
cycle where the monsters couldn't be killed. This is even more annoying than those 3 lizards in the special training room that had to be killed simultaneously.
Although the monsters were abnormal, the rewards were excellent. He directly earned 50,000 points. His ranking soared.
Too bad I didn't have a multiplier item.
If I did, I could have gained 100,000 points and caught up with Bai Yixue in one go. This was his only regret. After all, it was a newly discovered S-level dungeon, so it was normal not to be fully prepared. Lin Xiao walked to the points treasure
chest and opened it. Points plus 10,000.
He gained another 10,000 points, moving up one more rank.
Points treasure chests only had 2 types of rewards, points and points multiplier items.
Points were random, and the higher the difficulty of the hidden map, the more points awarded.
Lin
Xiao's 10,000 points were already the highest tier.
After resting, he continued deeper into the forest, unknowingly reaching a boundary.
To be precise, the boundary of the 2nd stage of the Secret Realm dungeon.
Extreme danger ahead. Requires 100,000 points to enter. The 3rd stage requires 100,000 points.
Inside should be the 3rd stage of the Secret Realm dungeon, rumored to be the assault stage.
Lin Xiao hesitated. Should he go in or not?
The 3rd stage was the assault stage, also the final stage. Defeating the boss would clear the dungeon.
But Lin Xiao glanced at the rankings in the sky.
He still wasn't in 1st place.
Should I keep farming in the forest for a while, or go in now?
Lin Xiao found it hard to decide. The top 3 scores were close, but surpassing them would be difficult, as his opponents wouldn't just stand still,
waiting for him. Moreover, Bai Yixue was gaining momentum.
She had likely already collected 5 guide fragments, and after defeating the S-level
elite monster, she would surely widen the gap. If she had a points multiplier item, the gap would be even larger.
So Lin Xiao decided to take a
risk. Becoming the one to defeat the boss might earn him extra points as a reward. Of course, this was just Lin Xiao's guess. Whether there
was a reward or not was still uncertain. So he decided to gamble.
Luck Sprite, use Song of the Ocean.
Lin Xiao suddenly summoned the Luck
Sprite.
Talent random luck triggered, Song of the Ocean effect enhanced tenfold.
Holy crap, it worked. Not entering the battle now would be unreasonable.
Lin Xiao had originally planned to test his luck. If he could draw an enhancement of 8x or higher, he would enter the 3rd stage
and take the gamble. Unexpectedly, he directly drew a 10x enhancement.
This was the first time. The Luck Sprite gave him a helpless look.
Summoning her, was she just being used as a coin toss? After Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, he entered the third stage. The dungeon's guiding route immediately appeared, pointing to the snowy mountain peak. Is that where the boss is?
Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards it. A boss on nightmare difficulty was definitely not simple, so he had to act quickly. Clang! A flash of cold light made Lin Xiao shiver involuntarily as a chilling aura swept over him. Faintly, a sharp longsword slashed towards his face. Clang! The Death Knight suddenly appeared, blocking the strike. Its cold gaze immediately locked onto the assailant hidden in the snow. Frost Zombie Swordsman, level 15, quality common, status enhanced, constitution 50,000, strength 3,000, intelligence 100, magic 2,000, spirit 500, agility 1,500, skills Frost/Snowstorm, Sword Domain, Swallow Return. Lin Xiao had encountered too many elite monsters in hidden maps, so a common monster didn't
phase him anymore. Although its stats were outrageous and would be considered boss level outside,
Buzz the Frost Zombie was forced back. Immediately sheathed its sword, and released sword energy, gripping the hilt in a drawing stance.
Frost Zombie Swordsman activates Sword Domain. Swallow Return. Entering the domain will trigger a powerful counterattack. The Abyssal Eye immediately issued a warning.
Can your sword cut
through magic?
Lin Xiao chuckled. He thought the Frost Zombie was turning itself into a punching bag with this move. He summoned a slime, and the Lucky Sprite cast Song of the Ocean to provide buffs for everyone.
Talent random luck triggered, doubling the effect of Song of the Ocean. The slime unleashed a barrage of magic, with multiple spells bombarding the Frost Zombie simultaneously. The moment the magic entered the Sword Domain, the Frost Zombie moved swiftly, drawing its sword like lightning and deflecting almost all the spells. But at that moment, the
Death Knight, riding its undead warhorse, charged at the Frost Zombie.
Its shadow lance struck fiercely, dealing heavy damage. The Spider Prince
appeared like a ghost beside the fallen Frost Zombie.
A cold corpse, can it bloom into a beautiful rose? Splat! Blood splattered, but the anticipated rose did not appear.
The Spider Prince shook his head and said, "Cold things can never be elegant."
The sound of galloping hooves thundered as the Death Knight charged again, followed closely by three Shadows of War, their momentum like an overwhelming army. Unable to
evade in time, the Frost Zombie was instantly killed by the Shadow Lance.
Successfully killed Frost Zombie Swordsman, points plus 2,000. Talent.
Death Absorption triggered, Constitution plus 25,000, Strength plus 1,500.
From the start of the battle to its end, it took less than 30 seconds. Sorry, we just have more people. The second phase of the hidden map had only one monster. To save time, everyone ganged up on it and ended the fight as quickly as possible.
After all, this was the advantage of being a summoner.
Coming in here isn't just about fighting the boss, there's
still a chance to enhance the Death Knight's power.
As they continued forward, they encountered many ice and snow monsters along the way. All these monsters had been enhanced and would be considered boss level outside. Could it be that all the monsters on this snowy mountain have been enhanced? Lin Xiao looked up towards the peak.
It's normal for one or two monsters in a dungeon to be specially enhanced, but for so many to be enhanced, only the sanctuary could have such power. The appearance of the sanctuary had always been a mystery. No one knew how long it had
existed.
The sanctuary was powerful, capable of helping ordinary humans awaken their professions and managing all dungeons except for the abyss. However, the sanctuary could not interfere with the interior of dungeons.
After clearing a wild dungeon, one could use the sanctuary's power to connect, much like the Adventurers Guild.
Of course, this didn't apply to dungeons created by the sanctuary itself.
As they approached the peak, the temperature dropped further.
Nearby, numerous ice sculptures stood in various poses, most of them frozen in combat stances.
Frozen Mage, sealed here under the influence of eternal frost.
Frozen Blood Warrior, Frozen Storm Sage, Frozen, are all these ice sculptures
examinees?
Lin Xiao curiously examined the ice sculptures before him. The frozen individuals were quite old, clearly not examinees.
Are these the professionals who died during the previous dungeon challenge?
Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled.
This dungeon was created by Imperial Capital
University, so logically, they should try to avoid player deaths as much as possible.
Boom! Suddenly, an ice sculpture collapsed with a loud crash.
Lin Xiao looked over and saw a slime cautiously dodging away.
If it breaks, it breaks. The dungeon will reset and restore it later.
As he passed by, Lin Xiao roughly counted at least 20 or 30 such ice sculptures, all of which were fallen professionals.
Ahead, an ice altar stood tall, and a young girl floated above it.
She had long sky-blue hair cascading down to her waist, wore an ice-blue long dress, and had a graceful figure. Her face was flawless, as if sculpted, without a single blemish, resembling the most perfect artwork from the
heavens.
Her eyebrows trembled slightly, as if she were dreaming in her sleep. From a distance, she looked like a porcelain doll trapped on the
altar. Is this the final boss of the dungeon?
She's way too beautiful, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel.
Snow Maiden doll, boss, level
15 quality, epic status, constitution enhancement, sanctuary suppression, attribute reduction, damage suppression constitution, 50000000. Strength, 100 intelligence, 1000 magic power, 50000000 spirit, 679 agility, 0 talents, Heart of Ice Soul, S level, Blessing of the Ice God, S level, Ultimate Freeze, A level, Snow and Ice Domain, releases a powerful snow and ice domain, reducing all creatures' ice
resistance by 50%.
Freezing Wind, releases a powerful freezing storm, guaranteed to freeze enemies upon hit.
Ice Storm, releases 4 powerful ice tornadoes. Ice Explosion, detonates frozen ice, causing massive damage. Hellfrost Tempest, an epic quality boss. This was the first
time Lin Xiao had ever encountered one. But after seeing the boss's stats, he was completely stunned.
5 million health? Are you kidding me? This is even more ridiculous than the evil dragon's head. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain.
Although the boss had been strengthened,
it was also subjected to multiple debuffs and suppression. Is Imperial Capital University afraid the boss will one-shot us?
But if they're worried, why put such a strong boss here? Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out and didn't bother to think too much.
The most important thing now was
figuring out how to deal with the boss in front of him. If I can engage in close combat, there's still a chance with the Death Knight's killing.
Intent Wave.
This idea was appealing, but the opponent's talents were too strong, making sustained close combat nearly impossible.
Heart of Ice Soul, casts ice skills without chanting. In other words, the Snow Maiden doll could instantly release all ice skills without any casting delay.
Blessing of the Ice God, ice skill damage increased by 200%, range doubled, and killing a target causes area spread damage.
This talent
was particularly powerful, especially in group battles.
When there were many monsters, one skill could practically create a fireworks display. Ultimate Freeze, 50% chance to trigger a freeze effect when attacking enemies.
Although it was only 50%, combined with other skills, it could almost guarantee a 100% freeze on enemies.
This boss is too tricky.
If only I could use items, Lin Xiao frowned, pondering a strategy.
At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice sounded.
The assault is about to begin. Please deal as much damage to the boss as possible.
You will
earn 1 point for every 1 point of damage dealt. Upon death, you will exit the Secret Realm dungeon, and your final score will be your final
result. It's not about killing the boss but earning damage points? Lin Xiao hadn't expected the game mechanics to work this way. This happened to be his specialty.
The Death Knight's killing intent wave deducted 5% of the opponent's health, which could deal 250,000 damage equivalent
to 250,000 points.
With one move, he could easily surpass Bai Yishui and leave everyone else far behind.
It seemed this gamble was worth it.
Whoosh! A cold wind swept through, and the Snow Maiden doll opened her ice-blue eyes, snowflake patterns reflected within them, the ice and snow.
Domain activated instantly, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and the entire snowy mountain was shrouded within slime. Prioritize using
purification on us, hold off on attacking for now, Lin Xiao quickly commanded. The powerful freezing ability was extremely troublesome,
frequently interrupting the Death Knight and others in battle.
Fortunately, they had plenty of healers on their side, including Slime, the lucky elf, and the teammate healer chosen from the dungeon, ensuring sufficient logistical support. The Snow Maiden doll gently raised her hand, and a terrifying freezing wind rushed toward everyone.
A guaranteed freezing skill.
Without hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately activated his equipment.
Skill. Roar. Evil Dragon's Roar. The dragon's cry shook the heavens. The Snow Maiden doll's skill was forcibly interrupted, and the freezing
wind abruptly stopped.
The Death Knight seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. The mask glowed red, instantly appearing in front
of the Snow Maiden doll. Killing intent surged as the shadow spear in his hand thrust forward, and the shadow of war behind him mirrored the
action. Bang! The attack was blocked by the ice altar but still inflicted damage. Minus 250,000, minus 47,823, minus 36,281, minus 34,271, minus 32,458 after the strike. Death Knight immediately retreated. But it was already too late. Ice crystals quickly formed, freezing the hooves, and in less than a second, the Death Knight was encased in ice. Slime's purification was cast just in time. At that moment, a devastating fire beam blasted over, and with a flash of fire, the surrounding ice and snow instantly melted. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the divine thunder of purple sky struck the Snow Maiden doll fiercely. With one wave of attacks, the Snow Maiden doll's health dropped by 150,000. But in the next second, the altar beneath the Snow Maiden doll lit up, and the lost health was instantly restored to full. What the hell? Lin Xiao was stunned and immediately focused on the ice altar. Ice altar, a special altar designed to restrict the Snow Maiden doll, capable of powerful health regeneration. Damn! This altar comes with a fountain, it's impossible to deal any damage. Lin Xiao was shocked. He had thought the altar was only meant to restrict the Snow Maiden doll, not that it also had continuous healing capabilities. Whoosh! The stun was lifted, and 4 ice tornadoes suddenly rose, like 4 raging dragons charging toward Lin Xiao, destroying everything in their path. Lin Xiao raised his hand slightly, and the ice shards, carried by the tornadoes, turned into countless sharp ice spikes, stabbing at him from all directions. The wild mechanical bull immediately rushed in front of Lin Xiao, its massive body becoming a shield against the icy storm. Ice and snow continuously assaulted its body, with some areas beginning to freeze. The Goblin King, feeling his limbs stiffen, looked up at the icy storm in the sky and shouted loudly, "Priest, it's your turn to sacrifice now." The Goblin Priest raised his head, pressed his 2 fingers together, and plunged them into his heart. The Goblin Priest has completed the sacrifice, increasing everyone's resistance by 50% and damage by 10%. Abandon defense temporarily and attack the Snow Maiden doll directly. Lin Xiao quickly switched to the Glory set and summoned the Blood Demon. Glory is with us. The Glory set emitted a dazzling light. Damage reduction and damage sharing effects were activated. Against such a large-scale attack, there was no way to block it, nor was there any need to, because he didn't need to defeat the boss, he just needed to earn enough points from the Snow Maiden doll. Besides, he had 3 healers supporting him, so defense wasn't important at all. Following the command, the wild mechanical bull abandoned its protection of Lin Xiao and, dragging its nearly frozen body, stood up. Annihilation begins. Boom! The giant axe swung down fiercely, striking the Snow Maiden doll directly, and the terrifying shockwave hit the ice altar. The Death Knight stopped defending and charged forward through the icy storm. The Goblin King, surrounded by lightning as if possessed by the god of thunder, led the Goblin warriors in an assault. If it weren't for the Snow Maiden doll's significantly weakened damage, this desperate strategy would probably have resulted in total annihilation before even getting close. In the forest, the students who were diligently farming points noticed the changes on the leaderboard. Lin Xiao's name suddenly shot to the top, leaving the others far behind in points. What happened? How did Lin Xiao suddenly rush to the top? I only have over 500,000 points. What did he do? Am I seeing things? His points are skyrocketing too fast. Is there a bug in the instance? It's the 3rd phase of the assault now. Lin Xiao must be fighting the boss. Look, there's a flashover by the snowy mountain. Lin Xiao must be fighting the boss. Lin Xiao's sudden surge in points sparked speculation among the crowd. Only in the 3rd phase could one earn so many points. No, I have to get into the 3rd phase, or I won't even see his shadow. At this moment, Lin Xiao's points had already reached 600,000. Those wanting to enter the 3rd phase were blocked by the 100,000 point threshold. However, the top 20 elites on the leaderboard had long surpassed the threshold. Awaiting them inside was an endless snowstorm. At the snowy mountain peak, Lin Xiao recalled the severely injured Spider Prince back into the summoning space. The Spider Prince, being an assassin, had poor endurance, and withdrawing it reduced the pressure on the team, easing the burden on the slimes and others. Something's wrong. The damage is dropping too fast. Lin Xiao was attacked and noticed that a 3rd of his faction's units had been lost, even after damage sharing. This was completely different from before.
It seemed the Snow Maiden doll's damage had increased, but aside from her innate talent, she had no other buffs. At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice sounded, "Snow Maiden doll has entered Berserk mode. Warning, unknown damage detected at the ice altar. The Snow Maiden doll's power cannot be effectively restrained." Lin Xiao? Boom! Before Lin Xiao could react, the savage mechanical bull collapsed with a thunderous crash. That last attack had almost killed it in one blow. The cold wind grew sharper, the biting chill seeping into his skin and bones. Frostbite marks began to appear above Lin Xiao's head. "The ice altar is broken? Did I break it?" Lin Xiao was shocked, but he felt it was impossible. The altar held the power of the sanctuary. Even if he attacked it for 100 years, it wouldn't break. Yet, the altar was indeed broken. The Snow Maiden doll's suppression gradually weakened, and her strength began to recover. Snow Maiden doll, boss, level 30, quality, epic, status, constitution enhancement. Attribute suppression, damage suppression, constitution, 5 million, strength, 1000, intelligence, 5000, magic, 5 million, spirit, 4679. Agility, 0, skills, a level 30 boss? Lin Xiao exclaimed. As soon as the sanctuary suppression failed, the Snow Maiden doll immediately reverted to her original level. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao recalled the Death Knight and others. He couldn't possibly handle a boss of this level alone. The Snow Maiden doll has used Frozen Domain. You cannot leave the instance. Just as Lin Xiao was shocked that he couldn't leave the instance, the mechanical electronic voice sounded again, warning, instance protection mechanism temporarily disabled. Extreme danger detected. In your area. Please leave immediately. Warning, instance protection mechanism temporarily disabled. Extreme danger detected in your area. Please leave immediately. Warning, instance protection mechanism temporarily disabled. Extreme danger detected in your area. Please leave immediately. The warning repeated 3 times, each more urgent than the last. Protection mechanism disabled? Lin Xiao panicked instantly. Normally, player-created instances had protection mechanisms. If you died, you'd be forcibly ejected from the instance and wouldn't truly die. Now that the protection mechanism was disabled, it meant that if he died in this secret instance, it would be permanent. This is an instance made by Imperial Capital University. Why does it keep having problems? Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. First, an abyss demon had infiltrated easily, and now the instance itself was malfunctioning. But he had no time to dwell on these issues, focusing only on how to survive. The ice altar completely shattered, and the Snow Maiden doll floated out. Her snowflake-like eyes carried a hint of confusion as she scanned her surroundings. Before locking onto Lin Xiao, whoosh, the wind and snow surged, and an icy blue ripple swept out instantly, freezing everything around. The Death Knight and others hadn't even reacted before they were turned into ice sculptures. The Death Knight has suffered fatal damage. Talent dark. Affinity triggered. The undead warhorse has taken the death in its place. The Death Knight has died and cannot be summoned within 24 hours. The Slime has died and cannot be summoned within 24 hours. The Wild Mechanical Bull has died and cannot be summoned within 24 hours. The Lucky Elf has died and cannot be summoned within 24 hours. The Goblin King has died and cannot be summoned within 24 hours. You have suffered fatal damage, triggering the grass suit. Total annihilation. Lin Xiao completely underestimated the power of the Snow Maiden doll. If not for the life-saving grass suit, he would have been instantly killed. A hint of doubt flashed through the snowflake-like pupils as the Snow Maiden doll curiously looked at Lin Xiao, seemingly wondering why he hadn't been frozen into an ice sculpture. You made the first move, so don't blame me. Although the rules prohibited the use of items, he was on the verge of death. If he didn't use them, would he just go to the grave with these things? Lin Xiao immediately activated the protection function of the Empire Command Badge and switched to the Evil Dragon equipment. Roar! The Evil Dragon roared. After a brief dizziness, Lin Xiao quickly drank a recovery potion and immediately activated his talent. Do you want to consume 150,000 health points to increase your spirit to 10,000? Yes. Lin Xiao's spirit attribute instantly soared to a terrifying 10,000 points. He quickly used a one-time skill, Mental Shock. This was obtained from the Polar Day Yeksha dungeon treasure chest. Mental Shock inflicts a mental strike on the target, causing it to enter a weakened state for 1 minute. As the Snow Maiden doll broke free from the dizziness and prepared to counterattack. A powerful mental shock interrupted her movements.
Her innocent face showed pain as she occasionally slapped her own head.
It works, and the effect is pretty good. Seeing the Snow Maiden doll's reaction, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief.
The Snow Maiden doll was high level and of epic quality, so he was worried that mental shock might not work. After successfully using mental shock,
Lin Xiao immediately took out another skill, mental capture.
Mental capture launches a mental attack on a single target. If successful, the target becomes a mental slave. Note, the greater the mental disparity, the higher the chance of failure.
If he couldn't beat her, he'd capture
her.
A mental eye appeared above the Snow Maiden doll's head, staring at her intensely. Everything was ready, and Lin Xiao began to wait.
He had an 80% chance of success. This skill was said by Brother Hui to be used by monsters in the Lotus Abyss.
He didn't know how strong Lotus was,
but it was definitely stronger than Selena and Frost Curse, those abyssal demons.
After all, even Venus's blessing couldn't withstand Lotus's mental attack, but it was a fatal blow to Frost Curse. This showed the power of the skill. However, to be safe, Lin Xiao temporarily boosted his spirit attribute with his talent. After all, this skill only had one chance. If it failed, there would be no retry. Buzz, the mental eye, suddenly lit up, shooting a beam of light at the Snow Maiden doll. Lin Xiao immediately felt a connection established with the Snow Maiden doll. The next second, the Snow Maiden doll turned into a blue light and entered Lin Xiao's body. In the summoning space during inner vision, Lin Xiao saw the Snow Maiden doll sleeping peacefully. Congratulations on successfully capturing the Snow Maiden doll.
Due to the significant level
difference between you and the Snow Maiden doll, her level has been reduced to level 18. Although her level dropped, it can be restored.
An
double S-grade toxic attribute, still an epic grade summoned beast. Lin Xiao was thrilled. More importantly, the Snow Maiden doll was particularly pleasing to the eye.
Ding!
First successful capture of a summoned beast, achievement unlocked, first capture.
First capture, summoned. Beast intimacy increased to 100%, never betrays Ding.
First capture of an epic quality summoned beast, achievement unlocked, Super Hunter.
Reward, S-grade talent.
Super Hunter, summoned beast capture success rate increased by 10%, additionally raises summoner's skill level cap.
Talent. Acquired Lucky Dice, S-grade. 2 achievements and 1 S-grade talent in a row.
Lin Xiao didn't expect capturing the Snow Maiden doll would bring
so many benefits. Looks like this isn't entirely bad news. This Lin Xiao must be the dark horse of this year's college entrance examination.
He's too strong, and every one of his summoned beasts is extraordinary. The team members monitoring the stage's progress couldn't help but
exclaim. One attack reduced the boss's health by 10%.
Yeah, everyone says summoners are weak, but Lin Xiao seems ridiculously strong too.
Me. He's the first to clear the S-level hidden map. Even the other dark horse by Ishue couldn't achieve that. The group discussed enthusiastically, comparing Lin Xiao to Bai Ishue, Wang Jinping from the imperial capital, and other geniuses. Currently, there weren't many students
advancing to the third stage, so they didn't need to monitor constantly.
Zzzzz.
Suddenly, a faint electric current sound was heard, the screen
flickered with static, and then quickly returned to normal. Did I see that wrong?
The screen seemed to disappear just now.
Impossible. It must be you.
Before the sentence was finished, a mechanical electronic broadcast suddenly sounded.
Warning, Snow Maiden doll has entered Berserk mode.
Warning, unknown damage detected at the ice altar, Snow Maiden doll's power cannot be effectively controlled.
The two
broadcasts were like heavy bombs, shocking everyone.
What happened? The Snow Maiden doll went berserk? And the altar is damaged? Could it be Lin Xiao who broke the altar? Damn, Lin Xiao is incredible.
You guys still have time to make sarcastic remarks. The team leader was almost
furious. Bang!
The door was suddenly pushed open, and a man wearing glasses rushed in.
Zhang Zhe, what's going on? Is there a problem with the altar?
Instructor Zhuang asked urgently. Zhuang Shan, the overall supervisor of this year's college entrance examination, had rushed over as soon as he learned of the situation. We're not sure either, the altar suddenly malfunctioned, Zhang Zhe replied hastily, then added, it might have been damaged by Lin Xiao, because before the altar malfunctioned, he was the only one fighting the boss.
Although this explanation sounded far-fetched, it was the only one he could offer. Zhuangshan frowned. Lin Xiao damaged the altar? Do you know what you're saying? I find it
Unbelievable too, but at the time, he was the only one attacking the dungeon boss. At that moment, a streak of ice flashed across, and the screen went completely dark. The screen for the snowy mountain is gone, a teacher shouted loudly. Zhuang Shan immediately ordered, teleport all students in the snowy mountain to the second stage forest and close the snowy mountain entrance. Understood. Everyone acted swiftly. They had contingency plans in place and quickly teleported the students out, sealing the entrance. Instructor Zhuang, all students have been teleported to the forest, but Lin Xiao is still in the snowy mountain. The dungeon's protection mechanism seems to have failed. During the student transfer, a more serious issue was discovered. Protection mechanism failure? Lin Xiao hasn't come out yet? Zhuang Shan realized the gravity of the situation, something he couldn't handle alone. Keep trying to contact him, I'll go notify the dean and others. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. All the senior officials of Imperial Capital University were gathered. This was the day of the college entrance examination, a day that should have been celebratory, yet they had to hold an emergency meeting. You've all seen the recorded video of Lin Xiao, right? Not only were students lured by abyss demons and successfully entered the secret dungeon, but there were abyss demons hiding here, and not just one. Doesn't anyone have any thoughts on this? The principal's face was grim, his gaze sweeping sternly across everyone. The secret dungeon was the largest dungeon created by Imperial Capital University, where many important exams were conducted, and it was considered the safest place. But now, this supposedly safest dungeon had encountered a major problem. Although abyss demons are powerful, they couldn't have entered the secret dungeon so easily. There must be an inside accomplice, Vice Principal Song Mingjiang said coldly. Everyone present understood. Someone had helped from the inside. Someone had secretly let the abyss demons in. We must investigate everyone Li Qifa has interacted with, as well as all his activities after entering the secret dungeon, one dean suggested. To allow abyss demons to infiltrate the dungeon, there must be high-level support behind it. I suggest launching an immediate investigation, another dean followed up. I agree. These abyss demons are too arrogant. There must be someone leaking information behind this so-called cradle plan, otherwise how could they lock onto the target so precisely? Just then, the conference room door was slammed open, and Zhuang Shan barged in, interrupting the meeting. Rushing in like this, Zhuang Shan, do you know this could get you a demerit? An academy director questioned. Mentorly ignored the punishment and hurriedly said, the third phase of the secret realm dungeon has encountered a problem. The dungeon boss has gone berserk. The altar has malfunctioned, and the protection mechanism has collapsed. What did you say? The principal stood up abruptly. All the directors looked shocked, the news hitting them like a bombshell. Quickly explain, what exactly happened? Song Mingjiang asked urgently. I don't know either. The dungeon boss suddenly went berserk. It's very likely Lin Xiao. He entered the third phase of the Snow Mountain boss raid ahead of time, and shortly after, the altar broke. Ridiculous. The principal roared, you're saying a student broke the altar? Even if all the candidates challenged the altar together, it wouldn't break. I know, but the dungeon has indeed encountered a problem. It might be the abyss demons doing. These words made the conference room fall silent instantly. The principal suppressed his anger and said, whether it's the abyss demons or not, immediately go and fix the secret realm dungeon malfunction. Just as everyone was preparing to act, Zhang Zhe rushed in. Teacher Zhang? Why are you here? We already know about the dungeon issue. Mentor Sun was panting heavily, clearly having run in a hurry. Arriving shortly after Zhuang Shan, Zhang Zhe took a few deep breaths and said, the secret realm dungeon has stabilized, and the protection mechanism is back to normal. Stabilized? Everyone was surprised. The problem had just occurred, how could it be fixed so quickly? However, there's a new situation, the dungeon boss has disappeared. Outside, the discussions grew increasingly heated. Who exactly is Lin Xiao? He actually scored over 1 million points. Yeah, even the dark horse by Ishua only has a fraction of his score. It's terrifying. This time, we might see a master as powerful as the god of war emerge, right? Initially, everyone was discussing who would be the top scorer, but now, all the talk was about Lin Xiao. This almost unknown name had left all the geniuses far behind. No, he had completely crushed them. It must be cheating. Lin Xiao must have cheated. Old Jiang, your student is dirty, cheating in such an important exam.
Bai was dumbfounded when he saw Lin Zhao's terrifying score. 1,000,000 points. Could this be real? Even Bai Yixue and the others only had scores in the 20,000s. How could he reach over 1,000,000? There was no other explanation but cheating. Jiang Ming was also shocked, feeling the score was a bit unusual, but when he heard Bai accuse his student of cheating, he immediately retorted, "Teacher Qi, although you don't want to believe it, my student is indeed that capable. If you're accusing him of cheating, then show evidence. Besides, if he cheated, would Imperial Capital University let him pass so easily? His score keeps increasing, which proves he didn't cheat." Jiang Ming firmly defended Lin Zhao. "I haven't lost yet." Hearing Jiang Ming call himself a teacher, Bai was displeased. "Haven't lost? The result is already decided. Lin Zhao is definitely the top scorer in this exam. Go back and prepare to join my school." Jiang Ming felt extremely satisfied. Just wait, the result will be out soon. Lin Zhao's score will definitely be cancelled. Inside the secret realm dungeon, Lin Zhao's score soared to hundreds of thousands, even over 1,000,000, leaving others numb. Why are the other geniuses' scores so slow? Could it be they haven't even seen the boss? Someone asked in confusion. Impossible. Although Lin Zhao is strong, Bai Yixue, Wang Jinping, and In Yong aren't weak either. How could they not see the boss? Nothing is impossible. Only Wang Jinping admitted they're no match for Lin Zhao. Just as a student was boasting, a figure suddenly teleported beside him. When he recognized the person, his face instantly changed. "Wang Jinping?" the student exclaimed, having just said Wang Jinping was inferior to Lin Zhao. Could he have overheard? "Wang Jinping, you are my idol. I learn from you every day. By the way, idol, how did you end up here?" The student quickly changed his expression and shifted the topic. At this moment, Wang Jinping looked bewildered, let alone hearing those words. "Wasn't I clearing the monsters on the way to the boss? Why was I suddenly teleported out?" Wang Jinping muttered to himself. He had just received a notification, and before finishing off the monsters, he was forcibly teleported out. "Idol, what's going on? Why did you suddenly appear here?" The student blushed and asked hurriedly. Wang Jinping shook his head, his expression serious. "I don't know either." He had been inexplicably teleported out. Did the boss raid fail? He himself was unsure. "Are you Wang Jinping?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. "Bai Yixue? Oh my, meeting two geniuses in one day." The student was instantly dumbfounded, unsure whether to feel lucky or unlucky. Wang Jinping glanced at her and asked, "Did you clear the S-level hidden map?" "Yes." Bai Yixue nodded. The S-level hidden map was indeed absurdly difficult. "Luckily, my abilities countered the opponent, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to win." "Absurd?" Wang Jinping chuckled and pointed to the leaderboard in the sky. "Then do you want to see something even more absurd?" "Even more absurd?" Bai Yixue looked up in confusion, her expression freezing instantly. "Lin Zhao, points, 1.23 million. Lin Zhao? 1.23 million points?" Bai Yixue was stunned. She doubted her eyes and repeatedly confirmed it was indeed 1.23 million. What on earth did Lin Zhao do? Why did his points suddenly increase by over 1,000,000? What happened during the time she was in the S-level hidden map? Surprised, right? When I first saw it, my expression was just like yours. Wang Jinping didn't find Bai Yixue's shock strange. Anyone who saw such an absurd number would react the same way. Did he go to fight the boss? But how could the boss have so many points? Bai Yixue guessed the reason for Lin Zhao's points surge but still found it hard to believe. It was too incredible. "I wouldn't know." Wang Jinping shrugged. "I also entered the third stage, but before even seeing the boss, I was forcibly teleported out." "Forcibly teleported out?" "Yes, and now I can't get back in." Bai Yixue looked toward the distant snowy mountain and muttered softly, "What exactly happened there?" Suddenly, the sky flickered, and Lin Zhao's points began to change. Wang Jinping and Bai Yixue simultaneously looked up, their faces showing identical expressions of astonishment. Wang Jinping chuckled lightly. "Look, it's getting even more absurd. Lin Zhao, points, 9.99 million. At the snowy mountain peak. After Lin Zhao took the Snow Maiden doll as his summoned beast, the harsh weather here also returned to normal. I've already captured the boss. This dungeon's boss should respawn, right?" Lin Zhao looked at the devastated snowy mountain, feeling uncertain. He thought the boss might not respawn anymore. If it doesn't respawn, will Imperial Capital University come to ask me to return the boss?
This was Lin Zhao's concern.
After all, the Snow Maiden doll didn't seem simple. Once something's in my pocket, it's mine. Who would return it to them? Besides, they owe me compensation. Abyss Demon, the dungeon malfunctioned.
If I didn't have multiple life-saving methods, I would have already turned into an ice sculpture on the snowy mountain.
Who cares if someone captures them?
Lin Zhao thought about it. The Snow Maiden doll wasn't something he actively captured, he was forced to do. So, even if they came to demand it back, there was no reason to return it.
My exam should be considered over, right? Although it hasn't been.
The full 3 days, there's no rule saying I can't submit early. With that, Lin Zhao stepped through the teleportation portal and left the
Secret Realm Dungeon. Upon exiting the Secret Realm Dungeon, Lin Zhao saw the principal striding toward him. Welcome back, our top scholar.
Jiang Ming felt like he was standing at the pinnacle of his life at this moment.
Top scholar? Lin Zhao didn't understand what he meant.
Top score in the college entrance exam, Lin Zhao, this year's top scorer is definitely you.
Look. Jiang Ming pointed to the points leaderboard on the screen.
Lin Zhao looked up and saw his score of 9.99 million points, instantly stunned. After catching the Snow Maiden doll, he hadn't paid
attention to his score and left the instance. Now that he saw it, it was truly absurd. When did he accumulate so many points? Could it be that catching the Snow Maiden doll transferred all her health to him?
Seeing Lin Zhao's bewildered expression, Jiang Ming grew nervous and asked,
in a low voice, Lin Zhao, be honest, what exactly happened in the instance? This score isn't cheating, is it?
Although he trusted Lin Zhao wouldn't cheat, the score was just too outrageous.
Cheating?
Lin Zhao was momentarily stunned, then shook his head and said, Principal,
rest assured, my score is completely legitimate. Ha, hearing you say that puts me at ease. Jiang Ming's worries completely dissipated. And he continued, do you plan to go back now or wait here for Jiang Ningxue?
The exam wasn't over yet. Lin Zhao had simply submitted his paper early, and there was still more than a day left until the end. Lin Zhao thought for a moment and said, I'll head back first.
Ningxue probably needs more time.
As Lin Zhao left the exam hall and was waiting for a ride, a large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder.
Need a lift?
Lin Zhao was startled and quickly dodged. When he saw who it was, he said helplessly, You scared me. God of War, can you stop suddenly
appearing behind me and patting my shoulder? Ha ha ha. Seeing your reaction, I think what you did is even scarier. Feeling guilty for doing something bad, huh? Nan Wansheng laughed uncontrollably at Lin Zhao's reaction.
Lin Zhao said helplessly, I thought I saw a ghost.
Come
on, I'll give you a ride and we can chat about how you caught the instance boss.
I knew it.
Lin Zhao complained inwardly.
He hadn't expected
Imperial Capital University to act so quickly, even sending the God of War himself.
Don't blame me for this. If it weren't for the secret realm instance malfunctioning, I wouldn't have caught the Snow Maiden doll. I did it to save my life. As Nan Wansheng started the car, he said, Don't worry, I'm not here to take back the instance boss. That's a relief.
Lin Zhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, So, God of War, why are you here to see me?
Of course, it's about the instance boss. Lin Zhao, you just said it wasn't about the instance boss. Ha ha ha.
Imperial Capital University originally sent someone, but since I had business with you, I decided to handle it for
them. Lin Zhao cautiously asked, So? Of course, you don't need to return it.
Lin Zhao immediately understood the God of War's meaning.
Thank you, God of War.
It turned out the God of War was here to back him up.
No need to thank me.
Besides, the Snow Maiden doll was
originally prepared for you. Nan Wansheng's words left Lin Zhao completely puzzled. Prepared for me? That's right. Nan Wansheng stepped on
the gas, quickly passing through the intersection as the green light countdown neared its end, and continued, the Snow Maiden doll was brought
back by me, but it was temporarily placed at Imperial Capital University. Do you remember the summoner training program? Nan Wansheng asked. Lin Zhao nodded.
It was a program that was nearly abandoned, but after he became a summoner and became the last hope, the program continued. The Snow Maiden doll was prepared for summoners, but summoners are too difficult to train, and they couldn't even pass the awakening instance.
So it was temporarily placed at Imperial Capital University.
Later, they made the Snow Maiden doll the secret realm instance boss. Originally planned for you to sign a contract with the Snow Maiden doll after you passed the awakening instance, but you snatched her away before
reaching level 20.
At this point, Nan Wanqing gritted his teeth slightly, as if his long-raised daughter had been casually taken away by
someone.
Lin Xiao scratched his head and laughed awkwardly.
This couldn't really be considered stealing, right? After all, it was meant for him.
Anyway, whether given early or late.
But honestly, how did you manage to contract with the Snow Maiden doll while skipping levels? Nan Wansheng
asked curiously. Lin Xiao didn't hide anything and told him the process of capturing the Snow Maiden doll. So it was captured using Lotus's
spirit.
No wonder it could skip levels for a contract. Nan Wanqing suddenly understood.
Is that abyss creature called Lotus strong? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Very strong. Stronger than you? Never fought him.
He's suppressed by Venus at the bottom of the sea, so there's no
chance to face him. So he's been suppressed. It seems Venus isn't easy to deal with either. By the way, War God, what exactly did you come to me for?
Lin Xiao cut to the chase. The Snow Maiden doll matter was just incidental.
Your father. My dad? Lin Xiao froze. You found him?
Yes.
Nan Wanqing's expression turned serious.
His situation isn't good. To be precise, he has already turned into an abyss creature.
Lin Xiao was shocked.
Although he had some premonition, hearing it directly from the war god was still hard to accept. The car fell silent, with
only the low hum of the engine. War god, do you have any other news? Lin Xiao asked.
The war god nodded. Although your father has turned into an abyss creature, he seems to have retained human consciousness.
You mean my dad can still be saved?
Lin Xiao asked excitedly.
I'm not sure. I've never seen a similar situation, but there should be a way. After all, he told me this himself. Lin Xiao was surprised. Half believing, my dad told you himself?
Yes, I was shocked too. He didn't explain clearly how to save him, but at least there's hope.
That's great.
Lin Xiao shouted excitedly. As long as there's hope, there's still a chance for everything.
Don't get too excited yet. Although there's a way to save him, it definitely won't be simple.
The situation is still very unclear.
It doesn't matter. As long as there's a way to save him, no matter how difficult, I'll find a way to figure it out. Seeing Lin Xiao's determined gaze, Nan Wanqing couldn't help but smile. It was right to tell you this news. I thought you'd be crushed. Leaning back in his seat, Lin Xiao said, how could I? You underestimate my resilience. Alright, since you're so tough, I'm relieved. Now let's talk about the main issue. Lin Xiao was taken aback. That wasn't the main issue just now?
Of course not. What I'm about to say concerns your life safety.
Life safety?
Lin Xiao immediately became serious.
War God, please go ahead. It's about the sudden Abyss Demon incidents and the infiltration of Abyss Demon Selena. The higher-ups are taking it
very seriously. After thorough investigations, many traitors have been uncovered.
Selena's successful infiltration was due to someone acting as an insider.
The same goes for this secret realm dungeon. This matched Lin Xiao's speculation, but he was a bit puzzled.
Selena actually dared to risk entering the secret realm dungeon.
That's a man-made dungeon with certain control.
Although Selena is strong, this is Imperial Capital University. How could she dare to act recklessly? Nan Wanqing noticed Lin Xiao's confusion and said, are you wondering why Selena would take such a risk? Lin Xiao nodded.
We learned a rough plan from the traitors, specifically targeting you young geniuses who haven't fully
matured yet.
We call it the Cradle Plan.
The goal is to eliminate you young geniuses.
It's said that this plan was devised by the demon
princess.
The exact identity isn't clear, but it's likely the Dark Abyss Sky Demon.
Cradle Plan. Lin Xiao's expression darkened. He was targeted the first time he entered a dungeon. More precisely, it was because he consecutively cleared 3 difficulty levels that Selena locked onto him as a hunting target. So their pursuit hasn't ended? Lin Xiao asked. Nan Wanqing nodded. You could say that. Bai Shue, Wang
Jinping, and Antai are also targets, but the most dangerous one is you. Nan Wanqing's tone grew heavier.
Me?
Lin Xiao was surprised.
Yes.
Nan Wanqing slowed the car, not just last time, but this time you repelled Selena and Frost Curse, 2 abyss demons.
Naturally, you've become the #1 target for elimination.
Lin Xiao touched his nose. Actually, Frost Curse is already dead.
Frost Curse is dead? Nan Wanqing froze. No, I watched your video. At the end, Selena and Curse Frost both escaped. How could she be dead?
She did escape, but as soon as she did, Selena killed her. Lin Xiao explained in detail how Curse Frost died.
I see. Nan Wanqing suddenly understood and then praised.
Lin Xiao, I knew I wasn't wrong about you.
You actually got Selena to deal with Curse Frost for you.
Lin Xiao scratched his head.
I was just
trying it out at the time, didn't expect it to work.
In the end, Selena turned around and killed Curse Frost.
I guess Curse Frost's death
will be credited to me. Selena wasn't foolish enough to go back and admit she killed Curse Frost.
The world of the abyss is survival of the
fittest. But we've already prepared a counterattack plan.
Once we find the mole, it's time for those demons to taste some pain.
After sending Lin Xiao home, Nan Wanqing finally left.
Watching the car gradually disappear into the distance, Lin Xiao muttered, the god of war.
Personally acting as my driver, who would believe that if I told them?
He pushed the door open and entered the house. Without the familiar demonic noise, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief.
Lin Yao hasn't returned from her interview yet?
Just as he was about to take a relaxing shower,
Lin Xiao noticed a package stuffed into the door crack. A document for Lin Yao?
Lin Xiao was stunned.
Seeing the sender's address was an
entertainment company, he immediately had a bad feeling. Opening the package, inside was a contract, with bold letters at the top reading signing.
Contract. Lin Xiao's eyes widened and he quickly flipped through it. This is real. It was indeed Lin Yao's signing contract. Who lacks judgment? No, which interviewer didn't hear her singing clearly and actually signed her? It wasn't that he didn't want Lin Yao to be signed,
but her singing was truly terrible. Others sang to make money, her singing was practically life-threatening.
Forget it. Constant failure
would hurt her confidence.
Let her give it a try.
Putting the contract back on the coffee table, Lin Xiao decided to cook a good meal tonight.
To celebrate. Evening. Wow, what's the occasion today? Such a feast? Lin Yao exclaimed as soon as she entered the house, seeing the
table full of dishes.
Even during New Year, they hadn't eaten this well.
Of course, it's to celebrate your successful interview.
Successful interview?
Lin Yao froze, then saw the contract in Lin Xiao's hand and understood.
I really passed? That's amazing. Lin Yao excitedly grabbed
the contract, and upon seeing her name on it, she was so thrilled she couldn't speak. Seeing Lin Yao's excitement, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and handed her a bowl of soup.
Now that you have a job, I don't have to worry about you being bored at home anymore. It's not like I'll start working right away.
I have to go through a period of training first, and only if I pass can I debut.
Lin Yao happily drank the soup. Then,
you have to work hard.
Our family is about to have a big star. I'll work hard. After training every day, I'll come back and show you my progress. Every day?
Lin Xiao almost choked on her words, nearly spitting out his soup.
But thinking about how he was about to head to the capital, he felt relieved.
I'd love to check your progress every day, but I'm planning to go to the capital, so I can't accompany you daily.
Such a pity.
Lin Xiao pretended to look regretful.
Lin Yao froze. The capital? What are you going there for? I got in. Got in? Lin Yao finally realized. Oh right, your exam. Haven't you been taking exams these past few days? Why are you back?
Oh, Lin Yao gave Lin Xiao a
knowing look.
You failed, didn't you?
Stop talking nonsense. I said I got in.
Lin Xiao felt helpless, thinking Lin Yao hadn't listened to
him at all. Really got in?
Lin Yao was half skeptical.
Don't underestimate your brother.
I'll be leaving in a few days, so take good care
of the house. That's not okay. I want to go to the capital too. What are you going to the capital for? You finally got a signing opportunity. Don't you want it anymore? Lin Yao decisively said, I don't want it.
Although it's a bit regrettable, I think there are more opportunities
in the capital.
Lin Xiao was very surprised, not expecting her to give up such a rare opportunity so decisively.
You're going to the imperial capital.
Before the sentence was finished, Lin Yao interrupted, don't leave me here alone.
I don't want to suddenly receive your belongings one day.
Seeing Lin Yao's determined gaze, Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless. She still hadn't moved past the shadow of her parents'
death. Alright, for the next few days, start looking for a house and prepare to move. Find a big house that can accommodate a dozen people.
Choosing a big house was also to allow the Death Knights to come out and move around. After all, staying in the summoning space all the time
wasn't ideal. Yay! After dinner, Lin Yao took the initiative to do the dishes and then went back to look for houses.
Lin Xiao still had some money on hand, so renting a house wouldn't cost too much. Talent Golden Legend triggered, obtain Talent Calamity Coin, S level.
Calamity Coin, during battle, toss a coin.
Heads, skill effects double. Tails, all skills go on cooldown.
Lin Xiao? Seeing this talent's
effect, Lin Xiao was stunned. The impact of heads and tails is completely unbalanced. He wasn't particularly interested in just doubling the
effect. Compared to the Lucky Sprite's random luck talent, it was simply no match.
At least that one doubled skill effects, this one was
just a single multiplier. Did an A-level talent sneak into the S-level category? Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. This ability really didn't deserve to be called S-level.
Right, when I achieved that milestone, I think I was also rewarded with another talent. Lin Xiao recalled.
Another similar talent. Double-sided dice, when activated, toss the angel and demon dice. The angel die doubles the next skill's effect, the demon die weakens the opponent's next skill effect. This talent is great. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Double-sided dice could enhance the next skill, and random luck could boost skill effects. A perfect combination. When the Lucky Sprite recovers, I'll give her this talent. If luck is on our side, it could provide a 60x support effect. Just thinking about it was exciting. However, the success rate was very low. At
this moment, a notification popped up. Detected that random luck, double-sided dice, and calamity coin can be combined into an advanced
talent. Combine? Lin Xiao was stunned. Combine into a more advanced talent? He knew these three talents could be combined into a new one. But the resulting talent was usually random and couldn't directly become more advanced unless upgraded. But now, it could actually combine into something more advanced? Could it be that these three similar talents can merge into a higher level one?
Lin Xiao looked at the three talents,
all of which involved elements of luck, so the combination made sense. Combine.
He decided to see what advanced talent would emerge. The three talents were sucked into a vortex, and then
obtain Talent Gambler, Prismatic Level. A prismatic level talent right off the bat.
Lin Xiao was shocked. He had thought it would combine into an SSS level talent, but he didn't expect it to directly surpass that level.
Lin Xiao
eagerly examined the new talent.
Gambler, choose to toss a die or coin.
Guess correctly to gain special effects, guess wrong, and the enemy
gains special effects. All or nothing, with high stakes. This talent.
Lin Xiao was momentarily unsure how to evaluate it.
This talent could even grant the opponent special effects. However, prismatic level talents were different from ordinary ones, their specific effects could only be understood through actual use. For now, the Lucky Sprite was still recovering and couldn't be summoned. Lucky Sprite's quality upgraded to Legendary 3-star.
Your summoned creature's quality has improved, and some attributes have been enhanced. Constitution plus 3000.
Strength plus 60, Intelligence.
Lin Xiao then summoned the Snow Maiden doll. As soon as the Snow Maiden doll appeared, the room's temperature
dropped, instantly becoming much cooler.
She curiously looked around, occasionally flying to the window or perching on the light fixture,
staring at it like a curious child.
This time, the Secret Realm dungeon had resulted in heavy losses. Aside from the Spider Prince, almost all the other summoned creatures had been wiped out. There was no other way. The Snow Maiden doll's power was simply too overwhelming. However, being able to catch her is already quite worthwhile. Snow Maiden doll level, 18 quality, epic constitution, 100,000 strength, 1200 intelligence, 5600 magic, 8000 spirit, 467 agility, 132 talents, Heart of Ice Soul, S level, Ice God's Favor, S level, Ultimate Freeze. A level, skills, Snow and Ice Domain, Freezing Wind, Ice Storm, Ice Explosion, Hellfrost. Although her attributes have decreased, she is
still powerful at level 18, enough to rival level 25 monsters.
After all, her talents have greatly improved.
2 S-level talents. Come here. I'll help you become stronger.
Lin Xiao beckoned. The Snow Maiden doll immediately flew over, her snowflake-like eyes curiously staring at him. She seems quite innocent, Lin Xiao muttered to himself. She was like a pure and naive child, curious about everything.
Lin Xiao prepared to add the talent he had previously obtained to her.
However, compared to her existing two talents, Frozen Heart seemed slightly inferior. Talent Frozen Heart successfully granted. Snow Maiden doll's quality upgraded to epic 1-star. Summoned creatures' attributes enhanced.
Some attributes fed back to the master. Constitution plus 30,000, strength plus 300, intelligence, amazing, an instant boost of 30,000 constitution. This is awesome.
Lin Xiao glanced at his own constitution, which had already surpassed the 240,000 mark.
Strength and intelligence also far exceeded those of warrior and mage classes.
In the middle of summer, the room felt cool without needing air conditioning, truly
comfortable.
Early in the morning, Lin Yao began packing and tidying up, preparing to move, with quite a lot of stuff.
By the way, this is for you.
While eating bread and drinking malt porridge, Lin Yao suddenly handed over a brocade pouch.
Lin Xiao instinctively asked, "What is this?"
"I don't know, it was left by Mom and Dad. They said to give this to you when you switch to a combat profession."
I've kept it in my collection all this time and almost forgot about it.
It was only during this cleanup that I remembered.
Hearing it was left by their parents,
Lin Xiao was surprised. Because they had passed away so suddenly, they hadn't left much behind. Clearly, this brocade pouch had been entrusted to Lin Yao long ago, to be handed over to him when the time was right.
However,
Lin Xiao looked at her helplessly. "Mom and Dad told you to give this to me when I switched professions, but you delayed until now."
"I said I forgot, didn't I? Hurry up and open it to see what's inside."
Lin Yao was also curious, as she had never seen what was inside. Opening the brocade pouch, Lin Xiao poured out a stone.
Talent divine stone?
Lin Xiao froze, not expecting their parents to have left something so precious.
"Ah, it's just a stone."
Lin Yao immediately lost interest, and went back to her room to continue packing. Lin Xiao looked at the talent divine stone in his hand and murmured softly, "Were they worried
I draw a poor talent and specially left me a chance to choose again?"
A warm feeling surged in his heart.
When he switched professions, not only did he obtain an S-level talent, but he also got the strongest S-level talent.
He carefully put away the talent divine stone. It was their parents' intention, at least giving him a sense of solace. At this moment, he noticed there was a note inside the brocade pouch.
It read, "Take your sister with you when you leave."
Lin Yao worked efficiently and found a nice house within 2 days.
She sent the packed items via courier to the new place. Although they were moving, the furniture was left in the original house, so they could return anytime.
"Lin Xiao, you've
packed up so quickly?"
Jiang Ningxue suddenly visited, catching Lin Xiao by surprise.
"The exams are over? They ended yesterday. You actually came back alone without waiting for me." Jiang Ningxue pretended to be angry and glared at Lin Xiao. "If you're moving, you should have come back earlier. You passed the exam, right?"
Lin Xiao quickly changed the subject.
"Of course I passed." Jiang Ningxue was very proud. She had done well in the exams this time. Thinking about the exams, she asked again, "What did you do in the third phase?" The final battle felt a bit strange. "What's strange about it?"
Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, recalling the snow maiden doll he had taken away.
"The third stage is in
the snowy mountains, but the boss turned out to be a fire-type monster."
"Isn't that strange? Fire-type?"
Lin Xiao was taken aback.
"Yeah. Even though the environment was restrictive, the boss was still very strong. I almost got kicked out of the dungeon." Jiang Ningxue couldn't help but recall the tense moments of battling the boss. Suddenly, she changed her tone and pressed him. "Did you kill the boss? Otherwise, how did you get 9.99 million points?"
Lin Xiao spread his hands.
"No, I didn't." "You didn't? Then how did you do it?" Jiang Ningxue was extremely curious.
During the boss fight, besides her team, there were also teams led by Bai Yixue and Wang Jinping.
She often heard them talk about Lin
Xiao, envious of how he managed to get such an exaggerated score. It made her happy to hear, after all, he was her boyfriend. But she just couldn't figure out how Lin Xiao managed to get 9.99 million points. It wasn't a bug in the dungeon either. If it were a bug, it would have been fixed long ago, but even after the exam ended, Lin Xiao's name was still prominently displayed at the top.
"If you don't tell me, be careful, I won't give you the keys to the new house," Jiang Ningxue threatened.
Lin Xiao was stunned.
"New house keys?"
"Of course.
Lin Yao contacted me yesterday, so I recommended one of the properties under my brother's name."
Lin Xiao thought to himself, no wonder she found such a big and nice house so quickly, and it was move-in ready. So that's why. The boss wasn't killed by me, I just captured it.
"You captured the boss? Are you kidding me?" Jiang Ningxue was shocked.
She had considered many possibilities but never imagined that Lin Xiao would capture the boss.
A boss could be captured?
Lin Xiao didn't bother explaining further and directly summoned the Snow Maiden doll.
Wow, what a beautiful girl. Jiang Ningxue's eyes lit up instantly.
The Snow Maiden doll looked like she had stepped out of a fairy tale, flawless and enchanting. Later, Jiang Ningxue insisted that Lin Xiao keep the Snow Maiden doll out more often so the two of them could play with her longer.
Boarding the high-speed train to the imperial capital, Lin Xiao and Ling Yao soon arrived at their new home. When I saw the pictures, I thought it was just an ordinary house. Turns out it's a villa. Lin Xiao was utterly shocked. The villa was in an excellent location, with convenient transportation, just a 10-minute drive to the city center and 30 minutes to Imperial Capital University. I'll leave this place to you. I'm heading to Imperial Capital University to register.
Before leaving, Lin Xiao left the Spider Prince to help manage the house and then took a taxi to
Imperial Capital University.
As soon as he arrived at the entrance, a middle-aged man approached him warmly.
Lin Xiao, right? I'm Yun Jingtian, the president of Imperial Capital University.
You really made a name for yourself in this year's college entrance exams.
President? Lin Xiao was taken aback.
You were the top scorer in this year's exams and even repelled the Abyss Demons twice.
Even I want to bask in your glory.
These words made Lin Xiao a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head.
It was just luck. Yun Jingtian said seriously, luck? If luck alone could repel the Abyss Demons, would there still be an abyss in this world? It's good to be humble, but don't overdo it. Lin Xiao nodded. Understood. Come on, I'll take you to claim your reward.
Reward? Of course. Every top scorer in the college entrance exams gets a reward. And with your lead this year, it's hard for anyone to catch up. 9.99 million points, a record-breaking score. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised that Yun
Jingtian didn't mention the dungeon boss, as if it had never happened.
Perhaps the god of war had taken care of it, so there was no point
in bringing it up.
After entering the campus, Yun Jingtian led Lin Xiao to a door.
This is a special treasure dungeon. Once inside, you can choose any reward you like, anything at all.
As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened.
Lin Xiao received a prompt. Yun Jingtian invites you to enter the sacred treasure dungeon. Do you accept? Sacred treasure?
Lin Xiao was surprised. He hadn't expected this to lead to the
sacred hall. That's right. It's essentially the treasure vault of the Great Xia Kingdom, Yun Jingtian added.
After agreeing, Lin Xiao felt as if he had entered another dimension.
Countless treasures floated in mid-air, making one drool with desire. Talent divine stones, there are so many here.
As soon as he entered, Lin Xiao saw over a dozen stones floating past him. Without a doubt, those were talent divine stones.
Up until now, he had only obtained 3.
Yun Jingtian stood beside Lin Xiao and said with a smile, pick anything you like, anything at all.
It's your right. I'll wait for you here.
If you're overwhelmed and don't know what to choose, there's a catalog over there.
You can check. If there's something you want.
Yun Jingtian pointed to a nearby device and continued speaking.
All right. Lin Xiao nodded and walked in. The equipment was densely packed, dazzling to the eyes, and even rare epic-grade gear that was seldom seen outside was abundant here.
There were so many good items that Lin Xiao wished he could have the Goblin King use his King's Treasury to take all the weapons and equipment away.
Wow! Level 80 epic gear.
Lin Xiao saw a piece of equipment gleaming with golden light.
He couldn't see detailed information, only the name and level.
Summon Silver Pegasus skill, a legendary quality summon beast, requires level 60 to learn.
Lin Xiao discovered a legendary quality. Summoner's skill book. Level 60, huh? That's still far off for me.
He was only level 18 now, so choosing this wouldn't be practical.
Besides,
with his powerful talent, Golden Legend, nurturing legendary quality summoned beasts was easy for him. Level 20, Epic Quality Frost Staff, can summon Frost Spirit to fight for 1 minute, and after the time is up, it can self-destruct, releasing a freezing aura.
Not bad equipment.
I'll be able to use it soon, but it doesn't seem necessary. He skipped this item and continued forward until a piece of equipment suddenly caught
his attention.
This is Evil Dragon Reverse Scale Leg Guards, unique, applicable level, all levels applicable class, all quality. Epic attributes, Constitution plus 30,000, Strength plus 2,000, Intelligence plus 2,000, Spirit plus 100, Agility plus 400 effect, Attribute Suppression.
Upon
first receiving an attribute attack, immune to all damage caused by that attribute.
Effect lasts until the end of the battle. Set, Evil Dragon set, 3/5, it's actually evil dragon equipment. Lin Xiao was shocked. He hadn't expected to see evil dragon equipment here. Helmet, shoulder armor, chest armor, boots, and now these leg guards. He already had 4 pieces of the evil dragon set. This meant he was only 1 piece away from activating the evil dragon set effect. This effect is outrageous, even stronger than Dark Oath. Seeing the special effect of the evil dragon reverse scale leg guards, Lin Xiao exclaimed in amazement. Immunity to attribute damage was practically a nightmare for mages. His previous 2 victories against Selena were proof enough. Lin Xiao didn't need to look at any other equipment, he had already made up his mind. He returned to Yun Jingtian with a satisfied smile on his face. Yun Jingtian could tell he had found the equipment he wanted. What did you choose? I'll register it for you and remove it from the system, Yun Jingtian said. Lin Xiao showed him the reverse scale leg guards. Yun Jingtian exclaimed in surprise, evil dragon equipment? Then, with a hint of doubt, he asked, are you sure you want to choose this? Yes. Lin Xiao nodded. Seeing Yun Jingtian's expression, he couldn't help but ask, is there something wrong with this equipment? This equipment does have some issues. Just look at the name, it's gear from the evil dragon, part of the evil dragon set. Legend has it that collecting all 5 pieces of evil dragon equipment can resurrect the evil dragon, but the bearer will encounter a series of misfortunes. That's why evil dragon equipment is also called disaster equipment. Lin Xiao hadn't expected such rumors about evil dragon equipment. However, speaking of bad things, it seemed he hadn't encountered anything unfortunate. On the contrary, the idea of resurrecting the evil dragon made him a bit uneasy. He couldn't help but think of the hidden dragon dungeon. The head of the evil dragon is sealed there. Just the head alone is so powerful. If the entire evil dragon were to be resurrected, it's unimaginable. Seeing Lin Xiao frown, Yun Jingtian smiled and reassured him, don't worry too much. Although the evil dragon equipment is called disaster equipment, its impact isn't that severe. The resurrection of the evil dragon is just a legend. Even if it were true, it would be extremely difficult to achieve. After all, collecting all 5 pieces of the evil dragon set is nearly impossible in a lifetime. So, you can rest easy. Nearly impossible in a lifetime? Lin Xiao glanced at the equipment he was wearing. He already had 3 pieces of the evil dragon set, and the one he chose this time would make the 4th. He was just 1 piece away from completing the set. However, he would never tell Yun Jingtian about this. If Yun Jingtian decided to change his mind and take the equipment back for safety reasons, it would be a huge loss. How strong is the evil dragon? How does it compare to the god of war? Lin Xiao asked, curiously. At most, he would find the last piece of the evil dragon set but not wear it until he was strong enough. After all, even a single piece of the evil dragon equipment was incredibly powerful. Yun Jingtian shook his head. I'm not too sure. The evil dragon is a creature from a long time ago. Legend has it that it was the pet or mount of an evil god. Based on that, its power wouldn't be weak. Evil god? Lin Xiao was stunned. How did this suddenly involve gods? Yes, that's what the records say. Yun Jingtian took the evil dragon equipment from the treasure vault and continued, the Venus blessing you used earlier to resist the power of the cursed frost also comes from a deity. Venus is a deity too? Lin Xiao hadn't expected that. He had thought it was just a powerful profession. She was a deity who has already fallen. Is it Lotus? Lin Xiao asked. Yun Jingtian wasn't surprised by his question. After all, Lin Xiao had used the Venus blessing to repel the cursed frost and had used mental capture to take the Snow Maiden doll, both of which were related to deities. According to the records, yes, she used her life to suppress Lotus in the sea. After talking a lot about the evil dragon, Yun Jingtian led Lin Xiao out of the sanctuary treasure dungeon. They passed through a forest and arrived in front of a dilapidated 5-story building. Yun Jingtian began to introduce it. This is where you'll be living for the next 4 years of university. Living here? Lin Xiao was stunned. Pointing at the rundown building, he said, I saw the other dorm buildings, and they all look pretty good. No one even lives in them. Why am I assigned to this one? This was clearly revenge, blatant revenge. They must still be holding a grudge about me taking the Snow Maiden doll. Yun Jingtian saw through Lin Xiao's thoughts at a glance and said helplessly, you're overthinking it. Many people would kill for the chance to live here, and you're complaining.
Don't be fooled by how rundown this building looks. This is the sanctuary. Lin Xiao was shocked.
What? This rundown place is the sanctuary?
I've never seen a real sanctuary, but from books and TV, sanctuaries are always magnificent and sacred places.
Now you're telling me this shabby building is the sanctuary? This is shattering my faith. Yun Jingtian wasn't surprised by Lin Xiao's reaction.
When he was a student and first learned that this rundown building was the sanctuary, he was just as shocked. This is just the exterior.
The inside is completely different.
As for why it looks like this, it's said to be to conceal the sanctuary's extravagant appearance.
The original appearance of the sanctuary
that you see in books and on TV was painted by an artist a long time ago, and it has been used ever since.
After hearing Yun Jingtian's
explanation, Lin Xiao understood, but he still found it hard to accept.
Not many people get the chance to live in the sanctuary. Are you sure you don't want to switch dorms?
Yun Jingtian smiled at him.
I guess I won't switch.
Giving up such a great place would be foolish.
That's good. But whether you can actually live here will depend on your own abilities. With that, Yun Jingtian left. Carrying his doubts, Lin
Xiao walked forward, muttering, "Don't tell me I have to pass some kind of test." As he passed through the creaky front door, he saw an old man lying on a grand chair, fanning himself, with an old fan creaking as it turned nearby. Lin Xiao greeted him politely, "Hello, sir."
"Don't call me sir. Call me Grandpa Nyo."
The other party's irritable temper startled Lin Xiao. Being able to serve as the gatekeeper of the sanctuary
must not be simple. Grandpa Nyo, Junior Lin Xiao responded politely. Still somewhat courteous, unlike that guy Xiao Yun,
who doesn't even bother to visit this old man when he comes to the door.
Xiao Yun. Could it be the principal? You must be a new student this year. If Xiao Yun brought you here, it means your grades are pretty good.
This house is simple. Currently, only 2 students live here.
The second floor is still vacant. Go in and pick a room to stay in. By the way, did Xiao Yun tell you anything? Grandpa Nyo asked. Lin Xiao thought for a moment. This shabby building is the sanctuary. Grandpa Nyo nodded. Since you know, I'll continue. Being able to
live in the sanctuary proves you have some skills, but this is just the starting point.
If you want to keep living here, you must meet the sanctuary's requirements. Lin Xiao was puzzled. The sanctuary's requirements? Of course, you have to pay rent. If you can't pay, you'll be kicked out immediately. 5 years ago, a student entered the sanctuary but couldn't pay the rent. The next day, he woke up on the street, surrounded by other students watching him. Kicked straight to the street?
Lin Xiao was terrified just hearing about it.
Waking up to a group of students staring at you is practically public humiliation. Grandpa Nyo, how much is the rent?
I'll pay a few months in advance, Lin Xiao
asked.
He had rented a villa, and his money was running low.
Money?
The sanctuary doesn't need such mundane things.
Once you move in, you'll understand.
After speaking, Grandpa Nyo fanned himself and rested again.
Lin Xiao nodded. Thank you, Grandpa Nyo, for the information. I'll go in and take a look first. Stepping onto the concrete stairs, not even tiled, the wall paint was peeling off.
If he told others this shabby
building was the sanctuary, no one would believe it.
On the second floor, there were only 4 rooms. Lin Xiao chose room 203 and moved in.
Luckily, it's not dark and damp inside, though the peeling wall paint is quite noticeable.
Seeing the room, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of
relief.
The room was luxuriously decorated, fully equipped, and ready to move in with just personal belongings.
The contrast with the outside environment was like night and day. Congratulations on successfully moving into the sanctuary. The cost of living on the second floor of the sanctuary is 100 sanctuary crystals.
As a first-time resident, you are entitled to a 3-day free stay.
If you cannot pay the sanctuary crystals after 3 days, you will be evicted from the sanctuary. During the free period, you cannot enjoy the sanctuary's enhancement effects.
Paying the crystals in advance can end the free period early and begin formal residency.
Suddenly, a prompt from the sanctuary sounded in his ears. Sanctuary crystals, is this the rent for living here? Lin Xiao wondered. What exactly are sanctuary crystals? How can I obtain them? Just as he was confused, the sanctuary's voice sounded again. Would you like to enter the sanctuary's special dungeon? Sanctuary's special dungeon? Could the crystals be obtained inside? Lin Xiao chose to enter without hesitation.
The surrounding scenery quickly changed, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing under a starry sky.
Soon, dozens of monsters appeared in the distance. Do I need to kill these monsters to get sanctuary crystals?
Just as he was about to act, the sanctuary's voice sounded again.
Please try to kill the
appearing monsters to obtain sanctuary crystals from them. Upon death, you will be immediately ejected from the dungeon.
The special dungeon can be entered 3 times a day.
Lin Xiao immediately summoned the Snow Maiden doll. This was her first time truly participating in battle.
Doll, take them down,
Lin Xiao quickly commanded.
The Snow Maiden doll waved her pale hand, and an ice lotus bloomed among the monsters. Boom!
The lotus exploded, instantly taking the life of one monster. After the first monster died, the explosion's splash damage killed a second
one, triggering a chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom.
The explosions continued, and in an instant, over a dozen monsters were cleared out. Successfully killed Starry Skyfilth, experience plus 10,000, Sanctuary Crystal plus 1. Successfully killed Starry Skyfilth, experience plus 10,000. Successfully killed Starry Skyfilth, experience plus 10,000, Sanctuary Crystal plus 1. Talent Blood Frenzy triggered, a series of notifications flooded the screen, leaving Lin Xiao dumbfounded. With one move, he wiped out an entire group of monsters. The visual effects were incredibly
stunning. The damage from 4 talents stacked together, ordinary monsters simply couldn't withstand it. Doll is really amazing.
Lin Xiao patted her head in approval. The Snow Maiden doll immediately beamed with a smile, rubbing against him like a clingy little cat.
However, it seems not every monster drops a sanctuary crystal, only a certain probability.
After this wave, Lin Xiao only obtained 5 crystals.
The second wave of monsters is about to arrive, please prepare. Tip: after repelling 10 waves of monsters consecutively, you can choose to continue the challenge or exit the dungeon.
Hearing the notification, Lin Xiao looked puzzled. Why does this gameplay feel similar to the previous
special training room? Could it be that the war god got inspiration from here to create that training room?
The war god must have stayed in the
sanctuary, so it's normal to be inspired by it. Let's continue.
Okay.
The Snow Maiden doll nodded excitedly and continued to attack.
Ice lotuses exploded one after another, creating an incredibly satisfying scene.
This is so enjoyable to watch. A single skill can take out a large group of monsters.
No wonder mages are so popular, it's definitely not without reason.
Watching wave after wave of monsters turn into ice sculptures and then explode, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. Against large groups of monsters, the mage class can maximize its effectiveness, greatly reducing the team's pressure.
Now, with the Snow Maiden doll joining, there was no shortage of wide area attacks. Although the slime could also handle groups, its range magic was far inferior to the Snow Maiden doll's. After all, her talents were on a different level. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 19. Snow Maiden doll's level has increased to level 19. This special dungeon is really great. Lots of experience and low pressure. Lin Xiao took out a small stool, sat on the side, and watched the Snow Maiden doll fight monsters. It was
simply a feast for the eyes.
In just over 10 minutes, they had already reached the 8th wave of monsters.
Alright, let's try the Lucky Sprites. New talent.
Lin Xiao remembered the talent the Lucky Sprite had acquired a few days ago. The Lucky Sprite hadn't changed much, but the accessories on her face and braids were different. On the right were 2 dice-shaped ornaments, and on the left were 2 coins, 1 heads and 1 tails. Looking at the petite Lucky Sprite, Lin Xiao said, "Let's test the effect of your new talent."
Finally, I can try it. The Lucky Sprite
nodded excitedly, "Master, I've been studying it for a few days and have roughly figured out part of the talent's abilities."
Just as the Lucky
Sprite was about to activate her talent, she paused and looked at Lin Xiao.
"Master, do you want to try it for the first time?"
"Me? Yes. The first time is very memorable, and Lucky wants to leave the first time to Master."
All right. Hearing this, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse.
This way, he could better understand the ability of Gambler.
"Master, toss a coin first." Lin Xiao complied, tossing the coin into the air, and asked, "Don't I need to guess heads or tails?" "No need. Talent Gambler triggered, tails. Auxiliary effect enhanced. Next, roll the dice." The dice landed, showing 6 dots facing up. "Wow, Master is amazing. You rolled a 6 on your first try. It seems leaving the first time to you was the right choice." The lucky sprite exclaimed excitedly. Talent gambler triggered, skill range expanded by 6 times. Skill. Range?
Lin Xiao was puzzled when a massive ice tornado suddenly appeared, instantly sweeping up 50 nearby monsters.
Wow! It's this big?
Lin Xiao stepped back in shock. Not only him, but even the Snow Maiden doll who cast the skill was stunned.
Her skill could actually become this powerful. Master, isn't it interesting? It definitely exceeded my expectations. The 10th wave of monsters is about to arrive. Please prepare. Note, elite monsters will appear. Master, let me handle this wave.
The lucky sprite volunteered.
You? Does this talent have combat capabilities?
Lin Xiao was a bit skeptical.
Don't worry, I can definitely handle it.
The lucky sprite was full of confidence. The Snow Maiden doll retracted her skill after hearing this, curiously watching the little sprite. The lucky sprite rolled the dice first.
4 points, summon 4 bolts of lightning.
Then, she flipped a coin.
Tails, you will be attacked. Lin Xiao? Boom, 4 bolts of lightning
struck fiercely toward Lin Xiao and his companions.
The Snow Maiden doll reacted swiftly, quickly forming ice blocks to block the attack. Not far away, the monsters charging toward them were dumbfounded to see them attacking their own. Wasn't this just hitting themselves? They mocked and sped up their attack.
Losing the bet is no big deal, I'll try again. The lucky sprite scratched her head and flipped the coin again.
Tails, you will be attacked, and the number of lightning bolts doubles. Boom, 8 bolts of lightning struck down, and the Snow Maiden doll hurriedly defended.
Seeing the monsters rushing over, she used a move, Hell Ice Storm, to push them back.
Failed again, my luck is so bad.
The lucky sprite looked distressed.
Does the penalty for consecutive failures double?
Lin Xiao asked. Of course, but success also
doubles. No, I have to try again. She flipped the coin again.
Tails, you will be attacked, and the number of lightning bolts doubles. This time, it became 16 bolts of lightning.
I don't believe it. One more time. The lucky sprite, now angry, quickly recovered and flipped the coin again. Stop.
Lin Xiao tried to stop her, but the coin had already landed.
Tails, you will be attacked, and the number of lightning bolts doubles. This time, it was 32 bolts of lightning. The stakes kept piling up. This is unreasonable, Master, this is really unreasonable.
The lucky sprite clung to Lin Xiao, looking indignant. The coin has a 50% chance of heads or tails, and I got tails 3 times in a row.
This is too abnormal. Could the probability of tails have become 100% after the first 2 failures?
The lucky sprite was shocked.
Lin Xiao, who
had just been struck by lightning, was also stunned by her words.
What a little genius you are. One more time, this time it will definitely work.
The lucky sprite prepared to flip the coin again, but Lin Xiao quickly stopped her.
Let me do it.
Lin Xiao took the coin and flipped.
It's heads, the enemy will endure 64 bolts of lightning.
Boom, 64 bolts of lightning struck the elite monster directly.
Successfully killed.
Starry Filth, Elite, EXP plus 20,000, Temple Crystal Core plus 1.
It worked. Master is amazing. My previous failures were just to accumulate power and deliver a heavy blow to the enemy at the right moment.
The lucky sprite excitedly waved her tiny fists. Lin Xiao looked at her
helplessly, thinking, I don't believe you.
But he also vaguely understood the basic mechanics of the gambler talent.
First, flip a coin to
decide whether it's an attack or a buff effect.
Then roll the dice to determine the specific skill effect. Or roll the dice first to choose the
skill effect, then flip the coin to decide who takes the damage.
Moreover, the latter could stack. If he flipped tails again now, he might have to endure 128 bolts of lightning. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Truly a gambler.
It seems the first method is more reliable, Lin
Xiao muttered, then turned to ask the lucky sprite, are all these effects random? The dice effects?
No, I come up with them myself, the
lucky sprite replied. You come up with them yourself?
Lin Xiao was surprised by this answer. Yeah, for example, 1 is fire, 2 is meteor, 3 is ice spear, 4 is lightning, 5 is gale, and 6 is frost. Of course, the buff effects are different too.
1 increases damage. As the lucky
sprite listed various skills, Lin Xiao quickly interrupted her.
Wait a minute, are you sure these effects will be fixed in the future? No, they can be changed anytime. Any effect can be replaced. That powerful? Lin Xiao was shocked. This gambler talent was even stronger than he had imagined. Then, if you directly replace it with an effect that can instantly kill the enemy, is that possible?
Lin Xiao asked tentatively.
It's possible, but it's very risky.
If it backfires and I end up killing myself, then it's game over with no chance of recovery, the
Lucky Sprite said, a little scared. She had thought about this ability before. Indeed, the risk is too great, Lin Xiao nodded. By the way, Master, do you want to think of an interesting ability to replace it? If it's your idea, I'll keep it forever, the Lucky Sprite asked excitedly.
Lin Xiao shook his head. No rush, let's leave here first.
After battling through 10 waves of monsters, the temple crystals were sufficient, and he even unexpectedly obtained a larger temple core crystal. Outside the temple,
Grandpa Nyo fanned himself and muttered.
Another newcomer moving in.
I wonder how long they'll stay this time.
Probably won't even earn enough to cover the rent. Just as he finished
speaking, a flash of light suddenly appeared from the second-floor window.
What? Grandpa Nyo's eyes widened in disbelief. Activating the room in such a short time? What a joke. Temple room activated. Detected as a summoner.
During your stay, plus 50 spirit daily, and all attributes of summoned beasts plus 10 daily. After leaving the temple instance, Lin Xiao immediately paid the rent for the day and pre-activated the room.
An increase of 50 spirit points daily?
Hearing the notification, Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Free attributes every day, and not only did he benefit, but his summoned beasts also gained attributes.
Not bad at all.
No wonder everyone wants to live here, Lin Xiao said with
satisfaction.
He then took out the temple core crystal, which was dropped in the instance and was different from ordinary crystals.
Temple core crystal, high concentration crystal synthesis, 1 equals 1000 ordinary crystals. So valuable?
Lin Xiao was delighted.
After paying the rent,
he didn't have enough crystals left for another day, but this core crystal was enough for 10 days.
Is it okay to pay for several days in advance? Lin Xiao asked the heir. The next second, the core crystal disappeared, and a notification sounded. Temple crystals/core crystals cannot be taken away. Daily rent will be automatically deducted. That's good. The room was fully equipped, so it didn't matter if he hadn't brought any daily necessities.
Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave, Grandpa Nyo called out to him.
Kid, you paid the rent so quickly? Grandpa.
Nyo's tone carried a hint of suspicion.
He knew the rules of the temple and had seen the fastest person activate a room in a day. He didn't expect Lin Xiao to do it in less than 2 hours. It was simply unbelievable. Lin Xiao shook his head. No. Grandpa Nyo breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it couldn't be that fast. That light just now.
I paid 10 days rent, Lin Xiao interrupted.
What? Grandpa Nyo froze. Lin Xiao repeated, I paid 10 days rent. You paid for 10 days?
Grandpa Nyo immediately sat up straight, his eyes wide like cowbells, staring
at Lin Xiao. In special instances, you can rest after every 10 waves of monsters. I killed an elite monster and got a temple core crystal. This
thing is worth 10 days rent, Lin Xiao explained.
You even reached the 10th wave? Grandpa Nyo's voice rose even higher. Seeing Grandpa Nyo's expression, Lin Xiao cautiously asked, was I too slow?
He had heard that everyone who lived here was a genius.
Taking 2 hours to
reach the 10th wave felt slow to him. In truth, he had spent a lot of time testing the Lucky Sprite's talent, repeatedly using lightning to
strike monsters.
If not for his high health and resilience, he might have died long ago.
Slow? You must be joking. Go on, don't waste my rest.
Time, Grandpa Nyo grumbled, lying back on his armchair and fanning himself. Lin Xiao was momentarily confused but had no choice but to bid
farewell and leave. TSK, this kid really has talent.
No wonder Xiaoyan personally brought him here, Grandpa Nyo said, watching Lin Xiao's
departing figure with a satisfied smile. Perhaps another genius was about to emerge in the Great Xia.
Suddenly, he thought of something and
shouted at Lin Xiao, who hadn't gone far, Hey, kid! What's your profession? Lin Xiao, summoner. Summoner? Grandpa Nyo's fan paused mid-air.
After handling matters at Imperial Capital University, Lin Xiao returned to his new home. The Spider Prince was very diligent. The new home was almost completely tidied up, and even the ingredients for dinner were prepared, piled into a small mountain.
Do we really need to buy this much? The supermarket isn't far from here, is it?
Lin Xiao was puzzled.
This much food was enough for 2 people to eat for half a
Years the Spider Prince, who was busy organizing the food on the side, explained, Master, your sister suggested hosting a housewarming party. So we prepared all this.
Lin Xiao, that's actually a good idea, but isn't this a bit too much? Although it was called a housewarming party, it was really just him and Lin Yao. Even if Jiang Ningxue came, it would only be 3 people, and there was no way they could finish all the food. Your sister said that your other companions would be coming as well, the Spider Prince added.
The Death Knight and the others? The new house was big enough to summon all of them.
In the evening, once everything was ready, Lin Xiao summoned the Death Knight and the others.
Wow! When did you get so many summoned beasts? They all look so powerful. Lin Yao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the various summoned creatures. She had rarely seen Lin Xiao's summoned beasts before. Lin Xiao said proudly, Of course, who do you think your brother is?
And so, the banquet began.
Jiang Ningxue didn't come because she had other matters to attend to, so it was just him and Lin Yao.
However, with all the summoned beasts, the atmosphere was still lively.
Halfway through the meal, Lin Yao suddenly stood up, grabbed a microphone, and said, Since
we have so many people here today, I've decided to sing my best song for everyone.
The cola Lin Xiao had just drunk sprayed out of
his mouth.
He was about to stop her but saw the slime, Lucky Fairy, and Goblin warriors cheering her on, as if encouraging her.
You guys?
Lin Xiao realized he couldn't stop her and made an excuse to slip away to the bathroom. After a while, he returned to the scene, discreetly,
putting on earplugs. The Goblin warriors and shield soldiers were foaming at the mouth, lying on the ground.
The priest was muttering something under his breath, seemingly trying hard to resist the disturbance. The Goblin King stood with his arms crossed and eyes closed, as if listening intently, but upon closer inspection, it was clear he was barely holding on, his soul almost leaving his body. The Lucky Fairy was covering her
ears, hiding in a tree.
The wild mechanical bull stood silently, as if it had shut down. The Spider Prince's face was pale, but he still forced to smile, maintaining his professional demeanor.
The Death Knight remained calm and composed, seemingly unaffected.
What left Lin Xiao speechless the most was the slime, which had somehow pulled out 2 glow sticks and was waving them frantically like a crazed fan. When Lin Xiao returned to his seat, he noticed the slime had already plugged its ears and couldn't hear anything at all. This guy really knows how to suck up, Lin Xiao muttered, shaking his head. Looking around, he realized the Snow Maiden was nowhere to be seen.
Hearing some movement under
the table, he discovered she was hiding there. The Snow Maiden doll immediately ran out and burrowed into his clothes to escape the singing when
she saw him return.
Her actions sent a chill through Lin Xiao. Seeing how frightened she was, Lin Xiao sent her back to the summoning space. Good thing Ningxue didn't come, he thought, feeling a rare sense of relief.
After a while, the concert finally ended.
This was practically
a total annihilation of my summoned beasts, Lin Xiao thought, feeling annoyed.
Lin Yao took a sip of water to moisten her throat and
asked, So, how was it? I think I did pretty well, right? Let me tell you, I sang this exact song for my job interview.
It was pretty good, Lin Xiao replied awkwardly.
I've always told you I have a talent for singing. Ha! Why are they all lying on the ground? Lin Yao asked curiously, noticing the summoned beasts sprawled out. Why are these goblins foaming at the mouth? Are they okay?
Lin Xiao didn't know how to explain, so he casually made up an excuse. They got drunk.
Oh, I see.
If I had known, I wouldn't have bought so much alcohol.
Lin Yao complained.
How could they listen to her sing if they were asleep? Seeing that Lin Yao still seemed eager, Lin Xiao quickly said, It's
getting late. Let's call it a night.
I have to go to Imperial University tomorrow. The next day, Lin Xiao was woken up by the constant
buzzing of his phone.
Picking it up, he found himself inexplicably added to a group chat.
Dragonflame Abyss Group? Oh? This is the Dragonflame Group's chat?
Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, but he remembered that the God of War had said someone would contact him once he entered the Imperial
Capital University.
It should be this group.
However, there weren't many people in the group, only 245 members. Lin Xiao got up. All eyes on me. Damn, how did so many people get in? Are there more geniuses now, or has the Longyan team started lowering the bar?
No need to guess, this must have been sent by a senior member of the group.
Yuanshir Tianzuan, welcome, newcomers. Elite, I am dog, damn, why did my rank change? I'm now an elite member. Wuxiang, damn, I didn't even make it to elite. Elite, kill wolf, you're just too lazy. Elite, kill wolf. Number 2 at Wuxian, haha, look at the elite in front of my name. I'm elite now. Wuxian, exploding with anger. JPG Ningxue, hello, seniors. Please take care of me in the future. Captain, Light Mage, hello, everyone, new students here. Fist to flesh, I'm on Tai, profession. Explosive boxer. Please guide me. I am dog at, Captain, Light Mage, how did a newcomer like you become a captain? Captain, Light Mage, I have no idea either. Captain, Dragon Knight, welcome. JPG I am dog at, Captain, Light Mage, the group rules say you need to post a photo. Lin Xiao scrolled through the messages. Most were various welcome notes, with occasional complaints about newcomers becoming captains. But ever since I am dog started asking for photos, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone began posting selfies. When photos of female newcomers were posted, I am dog and his group started howling. As a result, Dragon Knight was muted for 15 minutes. Captain, Xiao, hello, everyone. After reading through the chat history, Lin Xiao also sent a greeting. Wu Xiang, another newcomer as captain? Are all the new recruits this strong? Captain, Dragon Knight at, Captain, Xiao, did you get the final reward from the special training room? Wu Xiang, seriously? Is this just a rumor? Captain, Xiao, yes. Lin Xiao didn't deny it, there was no need to. Group owner enabled group-wide mute Lu Yongchang at all members, no irrelevant chatter outside of combat discussions. Violators will have their extra resource rewards deducted. Lu Yongchang, newcomers, if you need help with abyss raids, you can post here. Members who are available or nearby can assist. At all members Lu Yongchang, Belongyan. Team's resource allocation is being reformed. Reflect on why you've been demoted and take it seriously. Group owner disabled. Group-wide mute. Wuxiang at Lu Yongchang, I don't accept this. I've contributed so much, why am I not elite? Lu Yongchang, deducting 10% of your resources. Wuxiang, I've cleared 3 abysses in 3 months. Lu Yongchang, deducting another 10%. After 2 consecutive deductions, Wuxiang fell silent. Elite, I am dog, anyone for the West Lake Abyss dungeon? Waiting 5 minutes. At Wuxian, you're just lazy. All you've cleared are level 20-ish abysses. You totally deserve the demotion. Lin Xiao noticed that I am dog was quite experienced, even managing to throw in some mockery while posting. He directly turned on Do Not Disturb mode for the messages. After washing up, he set off for Imperial Capital University. He received a message from the vice principal. When he arrived at the dormitory building, Lin Xiao saw Song Mingjiang already waiting for him. You're not staying in the sanctuary? Why did you move out? Song Mingjiang was surprised to see Lin Xiao returning from outside. Lin Xiao, I just moved to the Imperial Capital yesterday and went back to celebrate. I see. Song Mingjiang nodded and continued, let's talk while we walk. I'll show you around the various colleges. The two walked along the path toward the Warrior College. Lin Xiao, tell me about your situation first. You can choose any college, but because of your profession, there isn't one that's particularly suitable for you. Lin Xiao understood. Summoners were already rare, and those who could enter Imperial Capital University were even rarer. There was almost no dedicated college for them. It's naturally impossible to open a dedicated one. Song Mingjiang said, but don't worry, before your awakening, there are quite a few learning paths to choose from. Whichever path you choose, we'll provide the corresponding resources later. A trace of doubt flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Paths? Yes, these are the experiences summarized by the state in training summoners. Song Mingjiang held up 3 fingers. There are 3 training paths. The first is the sacrifice path. Sacrifice path? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. Song Mingjiang explained, it involves eliminating enemies through the death of summoned beasts. When a summoned beast dies, it doesn't truly die, it can be summoned again after 24 hours. Summoners have a special skill called sacrifice, which can detonate different summoned beasts, causing various damages and effects. The advantage of this training method is that resources don't need to be fully invested in the summoned beasts but rather in enhancing the summoner's mental power, allowing them to contract more summoned beasts and use the sacrifice skill to attack enemies. Lin Xiao hadn't expected such an extreme path for summoners. It was essentially a life-risking approach. What about the other 2 paths? Lin Xiao asked, feeling that the sacrifice path might not suit him. Another path is to focus on cultivating 1 or 2 summoned beasts as the core, with other summoned beasts serving as support, forming a unique combat system. The third path is even more challenging, cultivating multiple core summoned beasts. However, this is extremely resource intensive.
Although it has been proposed, it has
never been fully realized. After explaining, Song Mingjiang looked at Lin Xiao, waiting for his decision.
Multiple cores? It seemed like he was already heading in that direction. The Death Knight and Slime, these summoned beasts, were all capable and had decent combat power.
If I go with the multi-core path, will there be more resources?
Lin Xiao asked. Song Mingjiang replied, the resources are the same, it's just the allocation ratio that's different. For example, the sacrifice path mainly uses skill books for contracting summoned beasts, while the single-core, dual-core, or multi-core paths focus more on the cultivation of summoned beasts.
Lin Xiao nodded, thought for a moment, and said, I'll still choose the multi-core summoned beast route, but I also want to learn the sacrifice skill.
Song Mingjiang smiled and said, no problem, I'll give it to you later. The two continued chatting as they walked to the lakeside of Mingxin Lake and sat on a bench. Song Mingjiang continued. Although there's no academy suitable for you, there's someone who can teach you. Before your professional awakening, you can ask him any questions.
Who?
Lin Xiao asked.
Yao Tianyi.
He's the vice principal of the university, but it's just a nominal title, he hardly manages anything.
Song Mingjiang gazed at the lake, reminiscing about the past. The summoner training program was initially proposed and led by the war god. As you know, the war god is too busy to manage these things, so he handed it over to Yao Tianyi to push forward. Although he's not a summoner, over the past decade, he's thoroughly researched and practiced it. For example, in the sacrifice path, he knows exactly what effects occur when a specific summoned beast dies. However, you need to be careful when dealing with him.
This guy has a strange temper, especially when he's drunk.
It's best not to get too close. Song Mingjiang gave a reminder as he spoke.
Lin Xiao asked, does he cause trouble when he's drunk?
Not exactly trouble, just a bit crazy.
Just don't get too close.
Lin Xiao thought helplessly, isn't that basically the same thing?
Song Mingjiang continued, you probably know about the plan to abandon the summoner training program, right?
Lin Xiao nodded.
He had heard from Nan Wancheng that the program was originally going to be scrapped, but it continued because of him, being called the last hope.
Since Lin Xiao already knew, Song Mingjiang didn't elaborate further. The proposal to abandon the program came from Yao Tianyi.
The main reason was that summoner training is too difficult.
From extensive screening to one-on-one training, many people ended up dying in the awakening dungeons.
For Yao Tianyi, training as summoner was like raising his own child, but when those children kept dying one after another, he became disheartened and proposed to abandon the program. If it weren't for the war god's strong support, this program would have been scrapped years ago.
Song Mingjiang spoke about the past.
Lin Xiao could understand, knowing full well that summoners entering the awakening dungeon would surely die, he still had to send them in.
It was a bitter feeling. Yet, he had a lingering question in his heart. If it's so difficult, why has the God of War insisted on training summoners for so many years? Song Mingjiang shook his head. I don't know.
I heard that after the God of War returned from a dungeon once, he began strongly promoting summoners and quickly gained support and resources from the nation's top leaders.
As they were speaking, the phone rang. Song Mingjiang answered briefly and then hung up. Yao Tianyi is in the small cabin by Mingxin Lake. You can go find him anytime. But he's almost given up on summoners, so he might drive you away. Be prepared for that.
After saying this, Song Mingjiang stood up and reminded Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao nodded. Understood. Then I'll be off. Let me know if you need anything. With that, Song Mingjiang left. Lin Xiao headed straight for Mingxin Lake to meet teacher Yao Tianyi.
Passing through a bamboo grove, he saw a wooden cabin. A middle-aged man sat in a grand armchair, looking somewhat despondent, holding a wine gourd in his hand, clearly drunk. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward.
I was introduced by Vice Principal Song. I'm student Lin Xiao, a summoner by profession. Yao Tianyi didn't respond, merely turned over and continued sleeping.
Lin Xiao waited for a while and then spoke again, but Yao
Tianyi said, go back. I don't take summoners. This profession is worthless.
Teacher. Lin Xiao was about to speak when Yao Tianyi interrupted him.
He glared at Lin Xiao fiercely. Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? Didn't Song Mingjiang tell you the situation? Get out of here and stop disturbing my rest. Seeing his expression, Lin Xiao knew it was hopeless. He nodded. Then I'll leave for now.
With such an attitude, there was no point in staying.
As for the theoretical knowledge about
Summoners, he could just get the materials from Vice Principal Song and study on his own. Lin Xiao turned and left.
After walking about 500 meters,
suddenly, a crisp collision sound came from behind.
A Death Knight appeared out of nowhere, blocking an unexpected attack.
Lin Xiao turned back in confusion. Just as Wanqing said, when you're in danger, your summoned beast can immediately appear to block the attack. Yao Tianyi, who had somehow sat up, took a sip of wine and continued, "Go to Wantian
Mountain."
As soon as he finished speaking, he lay back down and went to sleep again. Lin Xiao was stunned.
Was this a test for him?
Watching Lin Xiao walk further away, Yao Tianyi opened his eyes again, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, lost
in thought. Yao Tianyi asked, "Why did you suddenly have time to come find me? Here to bring me wine?" Nan Wanqing replied, "This is more important than bringing wine. I'm telling you, I've finally found a summoner with outstanding talent. I believe this time it will definitely succeed."
Yao Tianyi said angrily, "Don't bring this up again.
I don't want to deal with that mess anymore. 10 years of time, resources, and effort, and what was the result? A complete waste. Summoners are a scam. You say it can succeed elsewhere, fine, I've heard of that. But our situation here is different. Do you even understand that?"
Nan Wanqing ignored him and continued, "This time is different. Lin Xiao truly has talent.
He even obtained the ultimate reward
from the dungeon I designed.
Do you think he has talent or not?" Yao Tianyi took a sip of wine and sneered. "Don't joke with me. Without your help, deliberately going easy on him, could he have managed that? The ultimate reward in the special training
room had never been claimed since its creation. Now being told that a summoner had obtained it felt like a dream."
Nan Wanqing smiled. "I didn't go easy on him. In fact, I only found out after Lin Xiao got the ultimate reward.
And his summoned beast
could even block one of my sword strikes?"
Yao Tianyi was speechless upon hearing this and started trying to send him away.
Go, go, go. The more you talk, the more ridiculous it sounds." Nan Wanqing knew he wouldn't listen and didn't want to say more. "After the college entrance exams, I'll have him come find you. Do as you see fit. This time is the most promising one yet." Yao Tianyi looked unconvinced. "Every time, it's the most promising one. Every time, there's no result. The memory
ended." Although Yao Tianyi no longer trained summoners, after hearing from Nan Wanqing that Lin Xiao was incredibly powerful, he couldn't help but give Lin Xiao a chance.
If he's really that strong, clearing the Wantian Mountain dungeon shouldn't be a problem. Wantian Mountain.
As soon as Lin Xiao arrived, he sensed something was off.
There were even barricades set up, with many fully armed soldiers guarding the area. Has the dungeon already fallen into the abyss?
Lin Xiao frowned in quickly.
Approached.
Just as he was about to enter, a soldier stopped him.
"The dungeon has been abyssalized. Entry is prohibited. I'm a professional, here to deal with the abyssal dungeon."
Upon arriving at Wantian Mountain, Lin Xiao immediately understood Yao Tianyi's purpose in sending him here, to conquer the abyssal dungeon. The soldier's stern face lit up with joy.
"You're a professional? Finally, you're here. But why are you alone? Where are your teammates?"
Lin Xiao shook his head.
"I'm alone." "Alone? Are you kidding me? This is an abyssal dungeon, dozens of times more dangerous than a regular one."
The soldier found it absurd that Lin Xiao intended to enter the abyssal dungeon alone.
At that moment, a female officer walked over. "What's going on?" "Report, Captain. This young man says he's here to conquer the abyssal dungeon, but he's alone."
"I find it suspicious," the soldier
immediately reported. "Alone?" The female officer frowned. "Don't treat the abyssal dungeon like a game. Leave immediately."
After saying this, she ignored Lin Xiao and turned to the soldier beside her.
"Why hasn't the Longyan team arrived yet?"
"They're on their way and plan to regroup at Wantian Mountain.
The fastest they can get here is in 20 minutes. The female officer frowned. "Time is tight. The abyssalization has already reached 95%. Longyan?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly took out the Longyan badge and said, "I'm a member of the Longyan abyssal team.
I just received the message and came here." The female officer saw the badge and exclaimed, "The Longyan badge? You're the captain of the Longyan team?"
She could hardly believe that someone so young was the captain.
"Take me there quickly.
If the dungeon fully abyssalizes, it will be beyond
saving." "Yes, I'll take you there immediately."
The female officer saluted and led Lin Xiao toward the dungeon entrance.
Along
the way, she briefly explained the current situation.
"The situation is very complicated. All 5 dungeons in Wantian Mountain have been abyssalized.
To completely repel the abyss, you must go to the central area and destroy the abyssal pillar. I've prepared some support supplies. They should be enough for you to clear all the dungeons. The female officer handed the supplies to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at them and saw many recovery items.
Got it. Leave it to me.
With that, he entered the abyssal dungeon directly.
The female officer watched Lin Xiao disappear, stunned for a moment before reacting. You went in. Alone? Where are your teammates?
The stench of decay assaulted Lin Xiao's nose, almost making him vomit. He quickly summoned the Snow Maiden doll, freezing the surrounding air, which barely suppressed the nauseating odor.
Abyssal conquest begins. Abyssal influence has reached 95%.
Please repel the abyss as soon as possible.
If the influence reaches 100%, the dungeon will become irreversible. The temple's notification echoed in Lin Xiao's ears. Immediately after, a map of Wantian Mountain
appeared before him. The map was divided into 5 sections, with the names of the 5 dungeons clearly marked, but almost all of them were shrouded in darkness.
So this is what they call an abyssal conquest?
Lin Xiao muttered to himself. Although he had repelled the abyss twice before, it was always with Serena secretly assisting him from behind.
This time, it was completely different.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, piercing sounds filled the air as dozens of black vines shot toward Lin
Xiao from all directions.
As the vines approached within 100 meters, they were instantly frozen and shattered into icy powder.
Even the ordinary abyssal monsters are this troublesome.
As expected of an abyssal dungeon,
Lin Xiao immediately checked the detailed information on the vines.
Their strength was already comparable to elite monsters in regular dungeons.
Doll, take care of them.
Lin Xiao commanded. Whoosh! A sudden cold wind arose, and the mod entree, preparing to launch its second
wave of attacks, was instantly frozen and then exploded.
The intense shockwave and flying debris killed the nearby demon moles as well.
Successfully killed mod entree, Abyss, gained 15,000 experience points. Obtained Bark *3. Talent Blood Frenzy.
Triggered. Talent Death Absorption triggered. The situation at Wantian Mountain is getting worse. I must speed up. Lin Xiao quickly summoned the Death Knight, Slime, Wild Mechanical Bull, and Goblin King.
You 4, each take on a dungeon.
Defeat the abyssalized bosses and regroup at the central area immediately.
Understood? Lin Xiao assigned tasks, leveraging the summoner's advantage of multitasking.
The 4 summoned creatures responded and departed, while Lin Xiao continued deeper.
With the Snow Maiden doll, reaping the lives of abyssal monsters. Outside Wantian Mountain, the female officer was still blaming herself for letting Lin Xiao enter the abyssal dungeon alone. Why hadn't she stopped him? After all, he was the captain of the Dragon Flame squad.
If he died in there, the responsibility would fall squarely on her shoulders. Captain, the abyssal influence is dropping rapidly, at an unbelievable speed, reported a soldier in charge of monitoring.
What? The female officer
was stunned. The screen showed the abyssal influence decreasing at a rate of 1% every few seconds, an astonishing speed.
The abyssal influence in all 5 dungeons of Wantian Mountain is dropping. What's going on? Usually, it's cleared 1 dungeon at a time. How can they all be decreasing simultaneously? The female officer was momentarily at a loss.
Although she had dealt with many abyssal dungeons, this was the first time she'd encountered such a situation.
Could it be that 5 teams had entered the abyss? No, only 1 person had gone in. As the female officer was still in shock, a soldier came in to report, Captain, the Dragonflame squad members have returned. The female officer nodded, understood. Keep monitoring and report any changes immediately.
Yes, Captain, the soldier responded respectfully.
Reception area. Before the female officer even saw anyone, she heard complaints. Where are my teammates? Why aren't they here yet? Don't delay my promotion. I've already been
demoted to a regular member and had 20% of my resources deducted.
It's infuriating. And the newcomers, why are they even slower than me? This batch of rookies is really something else. Abyss. Darkborn Demon Valley.
Dragging her heavily injured body, Selena returned here, only to be forced back by a powerful aura as she approached.
Selena, how dare you return? Do you know how much trouble you've caused by sneaking into human territory?
The sudden reprimand made Selena stop in her tracks.
She
struggled to explain to the valley's depths, My lord, I know I was wrong, but I have more important matters to report.
After a brief silence, the oppressive aura disappeared, and Selena hurried forward. Deep in the valley stood an ancient castle,
surrounded by powerful abyssal creatures. They eyed the injured Selena with greedy gazes. Although her status was higher than theirs,
the Abyss's rule was survival of the fittest. Even demons could become prey.
Foolish, Selena sneered at them disdainfully, but her severe injuries left her no room to slow down. As soon as she stepped into the Darkborn castle and barely had time to catch her breath, a chain suddenly shot out, piercing her body and suspending her in the air.
You've truly embarrassed me.
You failed to retrieve the green grass set, and you didn't even kill that damned human. Did you learn your magic from dwarves? The Darkborn archdemon scolded angrily. Selena, unwilling to accept the blame, immediately retorted, "My lord, it wasn't
my fault. That human named Lin Xiao is too cunning. He has the ability to be immune to dark-type damage. I couldn't harm him at all."
If not for that special ability, Lin Xiao would have been killed countless times by her. The Darkborn archdemon coldly
stared at the suspended Selena, his voice icy. "What are you saying? Frost Curse aided you, yet you still fled back in disgrace. And that human is still alive."
"Selena, I truly misjudged you.
I thought you were useless, but I didn't expect you to be beaten like this by a human who just recently changed professions."
The chains tightened more and more, causing Selena excruciating pain, but she dared not utter a single complaint.
Only when the chains loosened slightly did she manage to speak with difficulty. "It's not the student's fault.
That human, Lin Xiao, is too troublesome.
I'm already lucky to have made it back alive." Selena paused for a moment. Curse Frost is dead. This sudden news changed the expression of the Dark Abyss demon, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "Curse Frost is dead?"
Selena struggled to take out the heart of curse and said, "Yes, it's all because of that human named Lin Xiao. He somehow got his hands on the blessing of Venus, which dispelled the curse power on
Curse Frost.
Because of this, our operation failed, and we had to retreat. In the end, we were attacked by powerful humans who arrived, and I was gravely injured."
The Dark Abyss demon took the heart of curse, his face dark and terrifying. A horrifying
aura enveloped the entire Dark Abyss valley, and the monsters in the depths of the valley let out trembling wails, wishing they could flee immediately. What a formidable Lin Xiao, to even obtain the power of a fallen deity.
"I want to see what he's truly capable of."
Murderous intent flashed in the Dark Abyss demon's eyes.
"Master, please take action yourself.
He's just a level 20 professional, he's not worth your personal intervention.
Give me another chance, and this time, I will definitely kill him."
Selena pleaded hurriedly.
"You? Humph."
The Dark Abyss demon snorted coldly, throwing Selena to the ground and retracting the chains.
"You couldn't even handle a level 20 professional and even lost an Abyss demon. Another chance? Are you trying to give the enemy more experience points?"
The Dark Abyss demon put away the heart of curse and turned to walk deeper into the ancient castle. "I'll handle this personally and put an end to this trouble once and for all."
"But," Selena struggled to get up despite the pain, "if you forcefully eliminate him, you might face backlash.
I'm worried it could attract other demon lords."
The Dark Abyss demon snorted coldly, "I have my own plans. Instead of worrying about me, you should take care of yourself first." Selena froze. "Me?"
This time, not only did you fail to kill that human genius, but you also infiltrated
human territory for assassination.
The pieces we had placed there were almost completely wiped out.
Moreover, they launched a large-scale purge of the Abyss.
The evil fiend demon was slain, and the Grand Duke of Fear was severely injured by the human god of war.
Hearing this, Selena was completely stunned. A demon lord was killed, and among the 3 Grand Dukes, one was injured? After the shock, Selena asked, "What does this have to do with me?"
The Dark Abyss demon sneered, "The remnants of the evil fiend demon's forces are blaming you.
If you hadn't infiltrated human territory, how would you have attracted the human god of war? They're currently searching for you everywhere.
Even the people under the Grand Duke of Fear are watching you," the Dark Abyss demon added.
Selena's eyes narrowed sharply, and she froze in place.
"You'd better be careful." With that, the Dark Abyss demon walked into his room.
"Master, you can't just leave me like this.
I'm your most capable subordinate. Successfully killed the 10,000 Sky Giant Elephant, Abyss Boss, EXP plus 60,000 obtained, Ivory *10, Giant Elephant. Oil *3, Abyss Treasure Chest *2, all attributes plus 30. The notification of the boss kill suddenly sounded.
Lin Xiao noticed that the Abyss influence in the southern part of the map was rapidly diminishing.
It seems the Death Knight has already dealt with the boss in that instance.
The Abyss influence had already dropped to 75%. I need to speed up.
Lin Xiao continued forward with the Snow Maiden doll. They were already very close to the core area. The abyss pillar was just ahead. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly rushed at him from the side. Lin Xiao immediately activated the reverse scale boots, sliding to dodge. Is this magic from a mage profession? Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. After seeing the attacker, his expression immediately turned serious. It was a human professional. But he was already dead, his body exuding death energy. It turned out the power of the abyss had revived him. Swish, swish, swish. More human professionals emerged from the bushes, some ordinary, some dressed in military uniforms. Could it be that the dead are controlled by the abyss and become part of it? Lin Xiao muttered under his breath. But this didn't stop him from taking action. The dead cannot rest in peace. Since the abyss controls you, let me help you find peace. The Snow Maiden doll immediately cast Ice Explosion, and a wave of ice blossoms spread out, instantly wiping out a group of mage and priest professionals. The only ones barely surviving were the guardian professionals, but they couldn't withstand the second wave of attacks from the Snow Maiden doll. Let's go, the abyss pillar is just ahead. Only by destroying the abyss pillar could the abyss's influence on the dungeon be reduced. Otherwise, no matter how many monsters were killed, the spread of the abyss couldn't be stopped, only slightly delayed. The female officer stared at the dungeon data on the screen, so shocked she could hardly believe her eyes, even suspecting a mechanical malfunction. She had never seen the abyss's influence decrease so quickly. Captain Xia, since you've already notified others to handle this, there's no need for me to have come all this way for nothing. What a waste of my time, the man said, hands in his pockets, clearly dissatisfied. Captain Xia put away her surprise, her face showing a helpless expression. I was going to notify you, but then a captain from the Dragonflame squad suddenly arrived. I thought he was leading a team, but it turns out he went in alone. Wu Xiang froze for a moment. Went in alone? That's got to be a joke, right? There are 5 dungeons in Wantian Mountain, all heavily influenced by the abyss. Even for an elite team like mine, it's extremely dangerous to go in. And you're saying someone went in alone? His face was full of doubt. That's right. He showed me the Dragonflame squad's badge. He's definitely your captain, Captain Xia confirmed. Could it be that show-off Dragon Knight? Wu Xiang muttered. At that moment, a male voice came from outside the door. Ding Bailey, I heard you talking bad about me. Who told you not to use your codename outside and call me by my real name instead? Wu Xiang slammed the table and stood up, looking for the source of the voice. He saw Qin Chuan walking in. Qin Chuan? Weren't you going to tackle the abyss? Why are you still here? Wu Xiang was shocked, then displeased. I told you before, don't call me by my real name outside. Use my codename. Believe me, next time I'll call you by your cringy codename, Dragon Knight, in public. Qin Chuan smiled. I don't mind. That's my profession. Just because it has dragon in it, you think you're so great? Wu Xiang decided not to embarrass himself further and shut up. By the way, what's this? About tackling the abyss dungeon? I just got here, Qin Chuan asked. Wu Xiang pointed to the female officer beside him. Captain Xia said a captain from the Dragonflame squad went into the dungeon alone. I thought it was you. A captain? Went in alone? Qin Chuan frowned. Do you know who it is? Wu Xiang asked. It should be this year's super rookie, Lin Xiao. Wu Xiang scoffed. A rookie is a rookie, and now he's a super one? Qin Chuan shook his head. Don't underestimate him. In this year's college entrance exams, Lin Xiao came out on top as the top scorer. You know Bai Yixue, right? Lin Xiao's score left her far behind. Wu Xiang was shocked. That impressive? Yes, Qin Chuan nodded. He had come here on his teacher's orders to tackle the Abyss Dungeon with Lin Xiao and assess his abilities. He hadn't expected Lin Xiao to go in alone ahead of time. Too arrogant. I don't believe it. When he comes out, I'll see if he really has what it takes. Who says he'll even make it out? Wu Xiang retorted, unconvinced. At that moment, an excited voice rang out. Captain! All the dungeons in Wantian Mountain have been fully restored, except for the core area, Burial Elephant Grounds. As long as the Abyss Pillar there is destroyed, everything will return to normal. Captain Xia was stunned, her face full of disbelief. So fast? How is that possible? Are the data accurate? Absolutely accurate. The dungeons are almost back to normal. Qin Chuan couldn't help but ask, how long? Has Lin Xiao been inside? Captain Xia checked the time. 45 minutes. Qin Chuan and Wu Xiang both fell silent. Is this even human? Clearing 4 dungeons in 45 minutes, he must be using some kind of cloning technique. Wuxian couldn't help
but complain. This is too exaggerated, completely unreliable.
He's a summoner, Qin Chuan said calmly, his curiosity about Lin Xiao deepening.
This junior was even more impressive than himself. Wan Tianshan. After dealing with those abyssal
creatures, Lin Xiao finally saw the abyss pillar. He was well-traveled and knowledgeable, but the scene before him still made him exclaim in disbelief. Forest elephant, abyss boss, level 25, quality, rare, constitution 150,000, strength 7,000. Intelligence, 500, agility, 300, magic, 4,000, spirit, 50, talent, forest's favor, B, skills, heavy charge, earth's power, quartering, rock shatter, 150,000 HP, indeed exaggerated after abyssal enhancement, but Lin Xiao had seen crazier things.
The key was, 1 or 2 bosses are hard enough, why are there 10 of these elephants here? Lin Xiao complained.
That's right, 10 forest elephants, each just as formidable.
He glanced at the map. Burial ground of elephants, did they dig up all the dead ones? Ruthless.
Despite his complaints, Lin Xiao began to think about how to deal with these 10 elephants.
Finally, you summoned me.
I thought I wouldn't get a chance to fight, the lucky sprite grumbled as she was summoned.
Watching her other companions already engaged in battle, she couldn't help but feel eager.
Stop whining, first buff the doll, then toss the coin, and then the dice, Lin Xiao ordered quickly. The 10 forest elephants had already noticed him.
Ha! That's no fun, I should roll the dice first. This time, I'll definitely win.
The lucky sprite confidently picked up the dice. Lin Xiao smacked her on the head, annoyed.
Now's not the time to gamble, we need the safest approach. Fine, the lucky sprite reluctantly tossed the coin.
Talent gambler triggered, tails, auxiliary buff effect.
The dice rolled, landing on 3. Talent gambler triggered, all skill ranges increased by 100%. The Snow Maiden doll immediately took action, unleashing a massive icy tornado that engulfed all the forest elephants. However, the elephants were too heavy to be lifted. Roar! Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately activated his equipment skill Evil Dragon's Roar. The forest elephants were stunned and disoriented, with 3 of them being swept into the air and crashing down heavily. Freezing wind, Hell's ice storm, ice explosion. A barrage of skills rained down, almost without any chanting or movement. In an instant, the decayed forest turned into a snowy world. 1 point. Talent gambler triggered, Snow Maiden doll's size increased by 50%. The Snow Maiden doll, who was about to cast another spell, suddenly froze, feeling her body grow larger. In the blink of an eye, she was as tall as Lin Xiao. Wow, the lucky sprite! Exclaimed, she got so big. Lin Xiao was also stunned, glancing at the Snow Maiden doll's stats. He smacked the lucky sprite on the head again, annoyed. She just got bigger? No other stat boosts? Freezing, breaking the ice, and repeating the cycle. The Snow Maiden doll's powerful freezing skills rendered the forest elephants immobile. Although their hides were thick and their resistance is high, with 3 S-grade talents and 1 A-grade talent, the Snow Maiden doll could freeze anything that wasn't completely immune to ice. Coupled with the lucky sprite's skill range expansion, the Snow Maiden doll's abilities covered all the forest elephants. The rest was simple, control them and slowly wear them down. Even with 150,000 HP, the forest elephants couldn't withstand prolonged attrition. Successfully killed forest elephant, abyss boss, gained 100,000 experience. Obtained magic elephant tusk *10, elephant meat *10, heavy charge, skill guard. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Snow Maiden doll has reached level 20. After killing 1 forest elephant, Lin Xiao finally leveled up to 20. After killing so many bosses, I finally leveled up. There are 9 left, the experience should still increase by 2/3. At this moment, a blinding light shot out, and the abyss pillar began to collapse, turning into black cubes. Lin Xiao stared at the gradually opening abyss pillar. Still too late, the final abyss monster has emerged, but that's okay. Boom! Flames suddenly erupted, and an abyss monster stepped out from within. It had horns on its head, demon wings on its back, and its entire body was engulfed in flames. Flame Demon, Abyss Boss, Level, 25 Quality, Rare HP, 220,000 Strength, 7000 Intelligence, 1000 Agility, 800 Magic Power, 4000 Spirit, 190 Talent, Flame Body, C, Skills, Burning Fire, Super Fireball, Fury. Flame, it can actually resist freezing? Lin Xiao frowned. However, this immunity wasn't absolute, it could only resist freezing. Effects from enemies 5 levels lower than itself.
Snow Maiden doll was just outside this range, but freezing it would still be difficult due to its high resistance. Doll, focus on dealing with the forest giant first, I'll handle this flame demon. He couldn't let the flame demon disrupt the formation, otherwise, if 10 bosses attacked together, he'd have no choice but to flee. Snow Maiden doll glanced over and obediently nodded. But the lucky elf beside her wasn't as optimistic and quickly said, Master, how will you deal with it? The Death Knight has already been sent out, are you asking me to go? Lin Xiao glanced at her, you can go too. Lucky elf shook her head like a rattle, no, I can't beat it. Boom, the flame demon locked onto Lin Xiao as soon as it appeared, releasing a high-temperature flame from its palm, shooting straight at him. Ah! Lucky elf quickly dodged. Lin Xiao slid to evade and simultaneously pulled out a box. The curse gift box. This was a treasure. Dropped by Frost Curse. He immediately targeted the flame demon and opened the curse gift box. Flame demon has been cursed. Heart devouring curse. Heart devouring curse. The cursed suffers intense pain daily. Seeing Lin Xiao dodge its attack, the flame demon frowned. Just as it was about to strike again, a sudden sharp pain came from its heart, forcibly interrupting its attack. The flame demon looked down at its chest, a trace of confusion on its face. Finding nothing unusual, it could only dismiss the pain as an illusion. Human, turn to ashes. It gathered a ball of flame, the fireball rising like a sun. The terrifying heat instantly melted the previously frozen, decayed trees, turning them into ashes. Wow, that's huge, it'll burn everyone to death. Lucky elf shouted in horror, staring at the growing flame. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at her, then pulled out another curse gift box and opened it. Go assist doll. Flame demon has been cursed. Warm poison curse. Warm poison curse. The cursed loses all sense of body temperature, eventually dying from high temperature burns. What kind of useless curse is this? It seems completely ineffective against the flame demon. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. After all, the opponent was made of flames, so the curse's effect was naturally limited. This was soon proven. The flame demon was cursed again but showed no obvious reaction, only feeling its nose getting hot. When it touched it, it found it was bleeding. I'm bleeding? The flame demon was utterly shocked. Illnesses were non-existent for abyss monsters like them. This must be internal heat, the nosebleed is quite heavy. Lin Xiao teased. The flame demon immediately realized, human, you're behind this. Boom, the fireball, like a blazing sun, crashed down, covering half the forest. Setting fire to the mountain? You'll go to jail, don't you know that? Lin Xiao didn't dodge at all, directly activating the ability of the evil dragon shoulder, absorbing all the flames. What? The flame demon was stunned, and before it could react, it saw the flames rebound toward itself. Attack reflection, the flame demon hurriedly dodged, and Lin Xiao took the opportunity to quickly open 2 more cursed gift boxes. The flame demon received a curse ice heart poison. Here we go again, Lin Xiao thought. He had no idea how many types of curses there were and could only rely on luck. This is a curse. How dare you curse me? The flame demon finally realized. The flame demon received a curse, heavenly decay. Finally, the 4th cursed gift box revealed the curse Lin Xiao had been hoping for. The flame demon felt a wave of weakness wash over it, barely holding itself together as flames shot from its eyes. I don't believe you have more of those boxes. The flame demon turned into a blur and charged forward. At that moment, a blood-red hand suddenly struck out, colliding directly with it. It was the blood demon. Even without his summoned beasts by his side, Lin Xiao's combat power remained formidable. The blood demon was now incredibly terrifying, possessing half of Lin Xiao's attributes and gaining additional boosts from his mental strength. Dealing with a weakened abyssal monster was no problem at all. Damn it! The flame demon cursed. The blood demon before it was not to be underestimated. Roared, not giving the opponent a chance to counterattack, Lin Xiao launched another offensive. Evil Dragon's Roar. Forced stun. The blood demon seized the opportunity and launched a fierce assault on the flame demon. Wow, Master is amazing. Even without the Death Knight, he can still fight abyssal monsters, the lucky sprite exclaimed as she cheerfully ran over upon seeing the tide of battle turn. Lin Xiao glanced at her and said helplessly, do you think your master is weak? The battle was nearing its end. Only 5 forest elephants remained, all critically injured. Killing them was just a matter of time. On the flame demon's side, it was locked in a fierce battle with the blood demon. If one had to say who had the upper hand, it was still the flame demon.
After all, the blood demon was just an equipped summon, lacking intelligence and only capable of brute force, unable to adapt. But every time the flame
demon gained the upper hand, Lin Xiao would unleash an evil dragon's roar, leaving it stomping its feet in frustration, unable to do anything. Successfully killed Forest Elephant, Abyss Boss, EXP plus 100,000.
Successfully killed Forest Elephant.
Abyss Boss, EXP plus 100,000.
All the forest elephants were eliminated.
The Snow Maiden doll flew back to Lin Xiao's side and then joined the battle against the Flame Demon. With the Snow Maiden doll, the scales of battle instantly tipped in Lin Xiao's favor. Lin Xiao glanced at the Abyss Pillar and murmured, "There shouldn't be any more coming, right?" The War God and the others had started dealing with the traitors, and Selena naturally wouldn't escape.
She shouldn't have the chance to come after him anymore.
But if she does come, I'll let her taste the power of her own techniques. Lin Xiao had prepared cursed gift boxes for her. Even if he couldn't kill her, he could make her pay the price.
Buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, the
surroundings plunged into darkness, and the atmosphere turned eerie, with wailing cries echoing from all directions.
She actually came.
The sudden change made Lin Xiao immediately alert.
He had thought Selena wouldn't show up, but she did.
It seemed she was determined to kill him.
Perfect timing.
We still have a score to settle from the Secret Realm dungeon. Lin Xiao readied the cursed gift boxes, but the oppressive atmosphere around him made him uneasy.
Why is the commotion so big this time?
The next moment, the Abyss Pillar, which had been emitting white light, turned black, and a towering figure emerged. Lin Xiao froze.
Not Selena? Dark Abyssal Archdemon? Dark Abyssal Archdemon? Lin Xiao's pupils contracted.
If he remembered correctly, the Dark Abyssal Archdemon was Selena's superior.
This time, they had sent a demon dupe directly? The Dark Abyssal Archdemon scanned the surroundings, its gaze locking onto Lin Xiao. You are Lin Xiao? The Dark Abyssal Archdemon received a curse, Heavenly Decay. The Dark Abyssal Archdemon received a curse, Petrification Curse. The Dark Abyssal Archdemon received a curse, Venomous Parasite. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately opened all the cursed gift boxes. The Dark Fiend Demon felt the power of the curse and raised an eyebrow slightly. This is the power of Frost Curse. It seems Selena didn't lie to me.
However, the power of Frost Curse originally came from me. These curses are useless against
me. Lin Xiao braced himself and looked at the Dark Fiend Demon, saying, "If I said Selena killed it, would you believe me?"
The Dark Fiend Demon gave Lin Xiao a cold glance and took out the Heart of Curse. This method can't kill you, but placing a curse on you is no problem. You've repelled Selena twice and even killed Frost Curse. Your abilities are impressive and should be suitable for a cursed body. Since Frost Curse is dead, you can take her place. After speaking, the Dark Fiend Demon began
chanting a complex and incomprehensible spell. I'm going to become the next Frost Curse?
Lin Xiao was shocked.
The Dark Fiend Demon was truly ruthless. Turning into that disgusting giant bug? He'd rather die outright. Want to curse me? Not that easy. Lin Xiao quickly took out a transparent potion and drank it. Only one bottle left.
He had been reluctant to use it, but now he had no choice. It not only made him invisible but also prevented his opponent from locking onto him.
Though it only lasted 10 seconds.
The Dark Fiend Demon watched Lin Xiao disappear, his face expressionless.
But when he realized the curse couldn't lock onto Lin Xiao, he became alert. Divine Protection? You actually have something like this. The Dark Fiend Demon was shocked. This item was extremely rare, yet it appeared on a mere level 20 human. But he quickly understood.
Although he couldn't lock onto Lin Xiao, he could still sense his presence. If it were true divine protection, he wouldn't even be able to sense the other's existence. So it's fake divine protection, just a low-level version.
Let's see how long you can hide.
The Dark Fiend Demon held the Heart of Curse and waited quietly.
He believed this counterfeit wouldn't last long. Damn it, can't beat me, so you're hiding.
Lin Xiao immediately contacted the War God. This time, he didn't hold back and spoke loudly.
Lin Xiao? What's the matter? First, some good news. You can relax for a while. Selena has been driven back to the abyss and won't bother you for now, came the War God's voice. Brother Nan, cut the chatter and come save me.
Selena didn't come, but her superior, the Dark Fiend Demon, is here. Lin Xiao said urgently. He only had 10 seconds, time was tight.
What did you say?
The War God was shocked. He hadn't expected the Dark Fiend demon to come directly for Lin Xiao.
That was a demon duke. Sorry, Lin Xiao, I'm currently in the abyss and can't pull you out of the instance. But don't worry. Even a demon duke can't withstand the power of the sanctuary. At most, he can only place a curse on you. The Dark Fiend demon? I know where that thing is. I'll go get some benefits for you first. With that, the war god cut off the connection. Lin Xiao can't come save me? I'm doomed. The Dark Fiend demon's face darkened, and he asked, was that voice just now the human war god? That's right. Scared? He's already entered your lair.
Just wait to be finished, Lin Xiao said arrogantly.
He couldn't lose in terms of momentum. The Dark Fiend demon's face turned grim. He didn't take Lin Xiao's words as a joke. He knew the war god was in the abyss. The war god had killed one demon duke and injured another demon archduke. Whether the other was injured or not, he wasn't sure. He couldn't possibly have that ability. Before he could finish, the Dark Fiend demon felt his castle under fierce attack. Damn it! The Dark Fiend demon couldn't help but curse. He hadn't expected the other to act so quickly. Could he have been nearby all along? Seeing the Dark Fiend demon's expression change, Lin Xiao smirked smugly. Better run, or your home will be destroyed. The effect of the transparent potion had already worn off. But it seemed the war god had already reached the enemy's doorstep. This little time is enough for me to place one last curse on you. Before the Dark Fiend demon could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. If you don't run now, you'll only be collecting your own corpse when you get back, Lin Xiao taunted at the peak of his voice. At the same time, he was amazed at the war god's speed. With just one call, the war god had rushed straight to the enemy's lair. What a thrill! Lin Xiao, don't get too cocky. The Dark Abyssal demon roared, crushing the heart of curse in his hand. Lin Xiao froze, unable to react before a sharp pain shot through his chest. His heart had been replaced with the heart of curse. You have been cursed by the Dark Abyssal demon, Curse Frost. Curse Frost, the power of the curse is corroding your entire body, gradually transforming you into Curse Frost. Erosion progress, 1%, Lin Xiao's eyes widened. Lin Xiao, we will meet again. The Dark Abyssal demon sneered coldly as he turned and left. If Lin Xiao didn't hurry back, his home would be doomed. Still can't escape it. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. He had already prepared himself when he realized the war god couldn't save him. But when he saw the war god directly storm the enemy's lair, hope had reignited within him. In the end, though, he still couldn't escape. Jumping back and forth between heaven and hell, it's quite thrilling, I must admit. Lin Xiao wasn't too disheartened. He silently pulled out the Blessing of Venus. 2 life-saving items used in just one day, what a loss. But that Dark Abyssal demon definitely didn't expect me to have one last card up my sleeve. He chuckled to himself as he took out the Blessing of Venus. Though he was reluctant to use it, he had no other choice. The thought of turning into a disgusting, lumpy bug made his skin crawl. Successfully used the Blessing of Venus. The Blessing of Venus has removed all buffs, debuffs, and curses from your body. Lin Xiao frowned, sensing that the heart of curse was still inside him. Due to the overwhelming power of the curse, it could not be completely removed. It has been temporarily suppressed. Once you awaken your class, the curse will immediately activate and become irreversible. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. It couldn't be removed. Isn't this supposed to be divine power? How can it not even lift a curse? He was shocked but also began to suspect something. The power of this curse might be on the same level as the Blessing of Venus or even stronger. Does this mean I'm destined to become Curse Frost? Not necessarily. As long as I don't reach level 60, the curse won't activate. The curse would fully erupt only when he awakened his class and reached level 60. For now, he still had time. I still have 40 levels to go. I should be able to find a solution. If I can't, then I just won't clear the awakening dungeon. I'll stall until I find a way to break the curse. Lin Xiao wasn't too disheartened. After all, he could only reach level 60 by completing the awakening dungeon. The choice was still in his hands. I'll ask the war god if he has any other solutions when he returns. Recalling his summoned beast, Lin Xiao stepped into the portal and left the dungeon. Outside Mount Wantian monitoring camp. White smoke billowed, and flames raged as many personnel worked urgently to extinguish the fire and salvage valuable data. Captain Xia, what happened? Why did the equipment suddenly explode? Qin Chuan frowned and asked. The other party didn't respond. Wuxiang nudged him with his elbow. Hey, are you in shock? What happened? Why did the machine suddenly explode?
Captain Xia finally snapped out of it and explained, the abyssal energy suddenly surged beyond the
equipment's capacity, causing the explosion. Abyssal energy suddenly surged? The two spoke in unison.
They didn't understand the technical details but knew the machines were used to monitor abyssal energy levels within the dungeon.
A sudden spike
in abyssal energy meant a powerful abyssal creature had appeared in the dungeon.
Captain Xia's expression was grim.
About 20 seconds ago, we detected a massive surge of abyssal energy at Mount Wantian.
The energy level reached Demon Duke. The two were stunned. Demon Duke?
They knew exactly what the appearance of a Demon Duke meant.
But how could such a powerful force appear at Mount Wantian? You must be joking. This is just an ordinary abyssal dungeon. How could there be a Demon Duke? Wu Xiang
stammered, clearly not believing Captain Xia's words.
A Demon Duke appearing in an abyssal dungeon? Ridiculous. It wasn't even the heart of the abyss.
It can't be wrong, Captain Xia said with certainty. Then we're really doomed.
Qin Chuan frowned.
Lin Xiao is still inside. If it really is the Abyss Demon Lord, then
someone looking for me?
Lin Xiao had just come out when he heard someone mention him and instinctively responded.
Lin Xiao? You're out?
Seeing Lin Xiao appear, Captain Xia
was so shocked she couldn't speak. Lin Xiao nodded and said, I came out after repelling the abyss. He glanced at the camp illuminated by firelight and the busy crowd, unable to resist asking, did abyss creatures break out and attack here? Wu Xiang walked over, sizing Lin Xiao up. You're Lin Xiao?
Lin Xiao turned to look at him. That's me.
What do you need from me? I'm Wu Xiang. You repelled the abyss all by yourself? Wu Xiang asked. Upon hearing the name, Lin Xiao immediately understood his identity.
Oh, you're the one who got 2% of your resources deducted, Wu Xiang? Wu Xiang's forehead veins bulged as he clenched his fists. Stop bringing up those embarrassing things.
Lin Xiao, I'm a Dragon Knight. You can also call me
Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan introduced himself. This time, the abyss was originally arranged by the teacher for me to go with you, but I didn't expect you to charge in alone. Qin Chuan admired this junior greatly.
Taking on the abyss solo was something few could achieve. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Teacher Yao didn't say anyone would accompany me.
I thought it was a special test for me.
You're such a show-off, even better at it than Qin Chuan.
Wu Xiang couldn't help but say, who would be foolish
enough to charge into the abyss dungeon alone? By the way, what's your profession? How did you repel the abyss so quickly?
Wantian Mountain has 5 dungeons, all of which were affected.
Not only Wu Xiang, but Qin Chuan and Captain Xia were curious. 2. Summoner.
I had my summoned beasts handle each dungeon separately, Lin Xiao replied calmly.
Summoner? And 1 summoned beast per dungeon? You must be bluffing. Summoners aren't that strong. Wu Xiang completely didn't believe it. Qin Chuan
finally understood why the teacher had taken Lin Xiao as a student.
Did you encounter the Abyss Demon Lord while fighting the Abyss? Captain Xia interrupted them, asking urgently.
This matter was too important.
Lin Xiao nodded. Abyss Demon Lord? The Dark Abyss Archdemon? Dark Abyss Archdemon? Captain Xia was shocked. She was well aware of the Dark Abyss Archdemon's reputation. It was said that the Cradle Project this time was led by him. You really encountered the Dark Abyss Archdemon?
Wu Xiang looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously. If you really met him, how could you come out unscathed? Captain Xia looked at Lin Xiao and found he didn't have a single injury, which made her even more suspicious. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, the Dark
Abyss Archdemon emerged from the Abyss Pillar, but he couldn't make a move, so there wasn't any danger. Wu Xiang frowned. Then why did he come out? Maybe he came out for some fresh air.
Wu Xiang was speechless, his face full of do you think I'm
stupid?
After dealing with the Wantian Mountain matter, Lin Xiao returned directly to Imperial University, with Qin Chuan naturally following him.
Back so soon? If you can't clear a dungeon of this difficulty, don't think about relying on the summoner path. Just give up. Yao Tianyi, slightly drunk, said bluntly. Teacher.
Qin Chuan was about to speak but was interrupted by Yao Tianyi. Xiao Chuan, don't speak for him. The summoner path is tough.
If he can't clear this kind of dungeon, don't hold out hope. Teacher, that's not it.
Lin Xiao repelled the abyss all by himself. By the time I arrived, he had already gone in, Qin Chuan quickly explained, afraid of being interrupted again.
Yao Tianyi sat up, as if he hadn't heard clearly. You said he repelled the abyss at Wantian Mountain all by himself?
Yes,
Qin Chuan nodded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
After hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yao Tianyi felt the story was becoming increasingly exaggerated.
Repelling the abyss. Solo, having summoned beasts separately, deal with the bosses of the other 4 dungeons, and even more absurdly, the Abyss Demon Lord, the Dark Abyss Archdemon, had appeared.
Lin Xiao had come out completely unscathed.
It was simply unbelievable. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, Yao Tianyi looked at Lin Xiao. Is what he said true? Lin Xiao nodded, basically correct.
Then summon all your beasts. Let me see if you really have such impressive strength.
Yao Tianyi was still skeptical.
Lin Xiao did not refuse and directly summoned all his beasts: Death Knight, Slime, Goblin King, Spider Prince, Wild Mechanical Bull, Lucky Elf, and Snow Maiden Doll, a total of 7 beasts. Each one was incredibly powerful.
7 beasts? Lin Xiao, you're only level 20, how can you have so many beasts?
Qin Chuan was so shocked he was speechless. No wonder he could split his forces and conquer so many dungeons in one go.
Seeing Lin Xiao's 7 beasts, Yao Tianyi was also stunned. This situation was far
better than he had imagined.
Suddenly, Nan Wanqing's words echoed in his ears. This is our last hope.
Looking at Qin Chuan's astonished expression, Lin Xiao explained, maybe it's because my mental attributes are relatively high, so I can learn
multiple beast summoning skills.
With his current mental attributes, learning 20 beast summoning skills wouldn't be a problem, but he felt it was unnecessary.
Huh, wait, isn't this the Snow Maiden doll? I remember there's one just like it in the school's secret realm dungeon.
Qin Chuan snapped out of his shock and stared at the Snow Maiden doll in Lin Xiao's hand. He had seen this thing in the secret realm dungeon.
Yao Tianyi glanced at the doll and said, this was given to you by Nan Wanqing, right? He said he'd wait until you awakened before handing it over.
Lin Xiao scratched his head. No.
Yao Tianyi raised an eyebrow. No?
My eyes aren't deceiving me. This doll is identical to the one in the secret realm dungeon. Lin Xiao explained, it is indeed the Snow Maiden doll from the secret realm dungeon, but it wasn't given to me by the war god. I caught it myself.
You caught it yourself?
Yao Tianyi and Qin Chuan were stunned.
This answer completely exceeded their expectations. Here's what happened.
Lin Xiao briefly recounted the events.
Impressive, I admire you. Qin Chuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
I rarely admire anyone, but you're one of them.
So that's how it is. You seem to have quite a few treasures on you. Yao Tianyi said with a smile, then turned to Qin Chuan. Xiao Chuan, I need to talk to Lin Xiao alone.
Qin Chuan immediately understood and nodded. Then I'll go back and rest first. Clang! As soon as Qin Chuan left Mingxin Lake, Lin Xiao was still wondering what Yao Tianyi wanted to say when suddenly a sharp sword shot toward him. Before it even got close, the sword's aura struck, instantly tearing his shirt apart. His chest revealed a sinister heart, slowly beating.
I felt something was off about your aura as soon as you returned, and combined with Qin Chuan's description, the dark abyssal demon suddenly barging into the abyss dungeon and leaving without doing anything?
That's clearly abnormal.
What's with your chest? It's emitting such strong abyssal power.
Yao Tianyi's face turned grim, and the sword hovered above Lin Xiao's head, ready to strike at any moment. Lin Xiao was not surprised. He had already prepared to explain but didn't expect Yao Tianyi to be so blunt, tearing his
shirt directly. Here's what happened. Lin Xiao detailed the reason for the dark abyssal demon's appearance.
That damned bastard, how dare he curse you like this?
Yao Tianyi cursed angrily, withdrew his sword, and took out a top-grade purification
pill, tossing it to Lin Xiao. Take this, it should lift your curse.
Top-grade purification pill can remove any negative status and curse below level 100. Top-grade purification pill.
Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise when he saw the pill in his hand.
This kind of item couldn't be bought with money.
But Lin Xiao threw the pill back.
Teacher, this won't work. Yao Tianyi caught the pill and asked in confusion, won't work? I remember the dark abyssal demon isn't above level 100.
Here's the situation. Lin Xiao explained the details of the curse again and mentioned that he had already used Venus's blessing. Even Venus's power can't lift this curse. This is serious.
Yao Tianyi frowned.
He hadn't expected the frost curse to involve
divine power. Just how much did the dark abyssal demon hate Lin Xiao? Teacher, is there any other way to remove it?
Lin Xiao asked urgently.
Yao Tianyi shook his head. I haven't thought of one for now, but Venus's power has sealed the curse, so don't worry too much. We still have time to find another solution. By the way, has the curse heart affected you in any other way?
Lin Xiao shook his head. No, except that my chest looks a bit scary.
That's good. Yao Tianyi nodded and let out a sigh of relief.
Although Venus has fallen, she was still a deity, so sealing the curse for a while shouldn't be a problem. You should go back and rest, I'll look for a solution for you. Back at the temple dormitory, Lin Xiao saw Qin Xuan chatting
enthusiastically with Grandpa Nyo. Lin Xiao, you live here too?
Qin Xuan wasn't surprised to see him.
Senior brother lives here too? Yeah, I'm in room 302. You should be on the second floor.
The higher the floor in the temple, the better the benefits, Qin Xuan said with the air of someone who had been around.
Oh, are the benefits different on each floor?
What's the
difference?
Lin Xiao asked curiously. Of course there's a difference.
But the temple rules are strict, so I can't reveal it. You'll have to climb up yourself. Lin Xiao didn't mind and continued asking, I remember there's a mysterious figure here?
Yes, on the 4th floor. She's a recluse and rarely goes out. I've lived here for so long and have never seen her, only know
she's a girl. So mysterious? After chatting for a while, Lin Xiao returned to his dormitory.
Although he had just faced a major crisis, he had gained a lot. He had collected 30 treasure chests.
A big harvest.
The titles Monster Slayer and
Abyss Hunter brought Lin Xiao generous rewards.
He now had 30 treasure chests in hand, and materials were piling up like a mountain.
Open the Abyss treasure chests.
Lin Xiao boldly opened 10 at once.
10 in one go, let's see what good stuff comes out.
Obtained, Enhancement Stones * 50, Modification Stones * 30, Forging Stones * 20, Forest Book, Skill Priest, Flash Thunder Whip, Weapon, Dragon Slayer Blade, Weapon, Flower Fairy Essence, not bad, but the skill book is still for priests. Lin Xiao ignored the priest skill book and turned his attention to the 2 pieces of equipment. Flash Thunder Whip, Level, 20, Quality, Legendary, Class, Warrior, Attributes, Constitution plus 1000, Strength plus 3000, Intelligence plus 300, Effect, Flash.
Thunder Shadow, leaves a lightning shadow at the attack point during attacks, lasting for 30 seconds, a lightning-type legendary weapon, pretty good.
Although the effect was average, Lin Xiao didn't mind.
Lightning-type weapons were just right for the Goblin King.
With the talent of Purple Sky Divine Thunder, lightning-type weapons could unleash their true power. Dragon Slayer Blade, Level, 20, Quality, Legendary, Class, Warrior, Attributes, Constitution plus 1000, Strength plus 3000, Intelligence plus 1200, Effect 1, Dragon Slayer, increases damage to Dragon-type enemies by 50%.
Effect 2, Dragon Aura, increases damage by 50%.
Seeing this weapon with a dragon head hilt, Lin Xiao liked it a lot but couldn't use it himself.
I'll save it for the Death Knight, his equipment needs an upgrade too. After storing the weapons, Lin Xiao opened another 10 treasure chests.
Obtained, Forging Stones * 20, Modification Stones * 30, Enhancement Stones * 30, Summon Nine-Tailed Fox, Skill Summoner, Deception. Orb, Weapon, Thunder Hammer, Weapon, Fox Spirit Essence, wow, a Summoner skill book dropped. Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised.
Summoner skill books were already rare, so this time he was lucky. Summon Nine-Tailed Fox, Level, 25, Quality.
Rare, applicable class, Summoner, Description, a powerful spellcasting summoned beast, cunning and charming, unique existence. You need to be level 25 to learn it, so I'll set it aside for now. Lin Xiao stored the skill book, planning to study
it later.
He already had 2 magic-type summoned beasts, Slime and Snow Maiden Doll, and the Nine-Tailed Fox would be a nice addition. But in the next moment, his thoughts changed. Fraud Orb Quality, Legendary Applicable, Summoned Beast, Fox. Exclusive, Attributes, Constitution plus 500, Intelligence plus 3000, Magic Power plus 4000 Effect, Skill Damage doubles upon activation, Consumption reduced.
A summoned beast actually has exclusive equipment? This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Lin
Xiao stared at the fraud orb in his hand, astonished. This equipment is a perfect match for Summon Nine-Tailed Fox.
Too bad I can't learn it yet.
Lin Xiao felt a bit regretful, eager to see what additional effects exclusive equipment could bring. Annihilation Thunder Hammer Level, 20 Quality, Legendary Class, Warrior Attributes, Constitution plus 1000, Strength plus 2500, Intelligence plus 1200 Effect, Annihilation Thunder, attacks carry a lightning effect, lightning damage increased by 50%.
Another lightning-type weapon, not bad at all.
This time, Lin Xiao was very satisfied with the loot, even receiving an unexpected surprise.
Only 10 left.
Obtained, Enhancement Stone * 20, Modification Stone * 20, Forging Stone * 10, Intermediate. Recovery Potion, Heavy Armor Impact, Skill Guardian, Calamity Wind, Weapon, Elephant Soul Essence * 10.
This haul isn't bad. The Goblin King's royal treasury finally has more equipment now.
Although many weapons weren't suitable for him, with
the royal treasury talent, he could accept any equipment.
Next, Lin Xiao summoned a slime and fed it some unused materials, while the rest were put up for auction. As he fed the slime, Lin Xiao muttered to himself, with my current strength,
clearing a level 30 dungeon shouldn't be a problem.
I don't have to worry about Selena returning during the dungeon run. Their lair was taken over by the god of war, so they won't have time to bother me for now.
If I could wipe them all out, that would be even better.
As for the curse, Lin Xiao placed his hand on his chest, feeling his heart pounding violently.
Although the curse will activate upon awakening, it doesn't affect leveling up for now.
I'll focus on raising my level.
First, currently at level 20, his level was still not high enough. I'm just a bit short of experience to level up.
I'll head to the special dungeon in the sanctuary for a bit. Lin Xiao called out, and the sanctuary immediately responded, instantly
transporting him into the dungeon. The special dungeon in the sanctuary was incredibly convenient.
Not only could it train summoned beasts, but it also earned rent and provided experience rewards, making it the perfect place to level up.
Bang!
A sudden explosion erupted in the room, and all the materials in the container were burned to charcoal.
It's over, another failure. I'll try again, this time, aiming to last a bit longer.
The girl prepared to continue her experiment, only to find the materials box already empty.
Great, I've used up this month's material quota already, and it's only been 5 days. Am I using them too quickly, or are they secretly giving me less?
Forget it, I'll check if there's any left myself. The girl took out a bronze tablet, logged into the auction house, and began searching for the materials she needed.
Essence. After entering the keyword, relevant item information immediately popped up. Oh, there really is some. And quite a variety too.
The girl, unconcerned about the price, bought everything she saw, planning to clear out the stock. But soon, she noticed that all the essence seemed to be sold by the same person.
Who is this Xiao, and how does he have so much essence? The girl muttered as
she continued buying.
Which essence? Again, it's this Xiao.
He even has such rare materials, which I couldn't get even after applying to the higher-ups.
Without
hesitation, the girl purchased this legendary material.
This is essential for the mysterious purification device. With these, I can make more instruments. I didn't
expect to find such a big haul while browsing the auction house.
The girl happily exited the auction house, ready to continue her experiments. But who is this Xiao? He must be an expert who frequents the abyss, otherwise, how could he have so much essence?
I should leave a contact method and have him sell directly to me in the future. That way, I can use my quota for other materials. Shortly after being listed, the essence materials were instantly snatched up, which surprised Lin Xiao a bit.
Then he saw the message from the other party, glanced at it, and ignored it. Long-term supply? I'm not specifically farming this. If we get familiar and still have to haggle, that would be troublesome. The next day, Lin Xiao went to Mingxi Lake and talked to Yao Tianyi about exclusive equipment. Summoned beasts have exclusive weapons?
I've been researching and training summoners for over 10 years, and I've never heard of that.
Yao Tianyi was also surprised. Summoned beasts can generally only equip 1 or 2 items, no more.
But exclusive equipment was something he was hearing about for the first time.
You're much stronger than the summoners I've trained before, and you've brought a lot of new discoveries.
Yao Tianyi returned the deception orb to Lin Xiao.
At level 20, he could single-handedly repel abyssal monsters, while
ordinary summoners at level 20 were still figuring out how to clear dungeons. Lin Xiao scratched his head. I'll study exclusive weapons later.
For now, let's talk about the basics of summoners. Yao Tianyi ended the topic and began teaching Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao immediately listened attentively.
Although Yao Tianyi wasn't a summoner, his 10+ years of research experience were highly valuable.
Summoners are generally divided into 3 schools: sacrifice flow, single core or dual core flow, and
multi-core flow. Yesterday, I looked at your summoned beasts and felt that you're following the multi-core flow, right? Lin Xiao nodded, yes. With an S-level talent.
To support him, not cultivating multiple cores would feel like a waste of his potential. Whether it was the Death Knight, Slime, or Wild Mech, they all had decent combat
power.
The Spider Prince was slightly weaker, but as an assassin, he mainly handled sneak attacks and generally didn't participate in frontal battles.
Yao Tianyi continued, the multi-core flow consumes a lot of resources.
I'm curious how you managed to train so many summoned beasts. Lin Xiao was about to explain when Yao Tianyi interrupted him. You don't have to say it, after all, that's your secret. Lin Xiao immediately shut his mouth.
Yao Tianyi went on, since you've chosen the multicore
flow, let me first tell you its pros and cons. First, the downside, your summoned beast lineup is too chaotic. Lin Xiao was startled by his sudden loud voice.
What? My summoned beasts are chaotic? Not really, right? I think my summoned beasts are pretty strong.
Lin Xiao retorted.
No one said your summoned beasts aren't strong. But your lineup is too disorganized. The multicore flow doesn't mean every summoned beast has to be maxed out.
Lin Xiao asked, isn't that the case?
Of course not. Yao Tianyi said irritably. Who has the resources to max out every single one?
Summoners generally don't team up, and others don't like teaming up with summoners. So you're essentially your own team, and your summoned beasts are your teammates. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt like he was starting to understand something.
A typical
team has warriors, mages, guards, and healers, ensuring balanced offense and defense for sustained combat. Lin Xiao interjected, so summoned beasts should be arranged
with this in mind? Exactly, Yao Tianyi nodded, and it can be even better. Facing different enemies and environments, you can deploy different summon teams to adapt flexibly to various battles and secure victory. This is the essence of the multicore flow, a concept first proposed by Wanqing, the god of war. The nation
invested heavily in training summoners because they recognized this potential.
Lin Xiao suddenly understood. Using different summoned beasts for different enemies, this was the true essence of being a summoner. I get it. I hadn't thought of this before.
Previous battles had been about sheer numbers, with a somewhat disorganized approach. But after listening to Yao Tianyi's explanation, he began to understand how to arrange different summoned beasts to find the most suitable combinations.
It wasn't about blindly learning every skill book he came across.
As long as you understand, think it through carefully.
Yao Tianyi was very satisfied with Lin Xiao's response. The student then left. Over the next week, Lin Xiao went to Mingxin Lake every day to attend Yao Tianyi's lectures. Afterward, he would level up in the special dungeon of
the temple, and he had already reached level 22. Although Lin Xiao followed the multicore approach, Yao Tianyi still explained the effects of the summoned beast using
the sacrifice skill.
Lin Xiao listened attentively and noted down the characteristics of the summoned beasts. However, the daily class time was short, and Lin Xiao
thought it was to give him enough time to digest the information.
Later, he found out it was because Yao Tianyi was drunk and didn't want to continue teaching.
Lin Xiao, you actually don't need to come every day.
Look at Qin Xuan, he hasn't come even once, Yao Tianyi couldn't help but say after class one day.
Lin Xiao's punctual
attendance forced him to teach every day at 8 in the morning, reducing his days of sleeping in. After saying this, he realized Qin Xuan had indeed hardly been there.
Don't need to come every day? Really, you don't.
But I still have a lot of summoner knowledge to learn. You live in the sanctuary, you're a genius among geniuses. What you need more is practice.
Haven't you learned the sacrifice skill? Go try it out. I usually save it for emergencies. Only through more battles can you truly understand your summoned beasts. Go on now.
Yao Tianyi quickly found an excuse to send Lin Xiao away.
Leaving Mingxin Lake, his phone rang.
It was a message from Zhang
Ningxue. Lin Xiao, you've been at Imperial University for so long, why haven't you come to see me even once? It was followed by an angry panda emoji. Just finished class. Is something wrong? Should I come find you now?
Although he said class, he hadn't really attended. Zhang Ningxue replied, I'm about to do a dungeon run, but
we're short one person.
Hurry over, we'll have a full team.
Lin Xiao looked at the message, fell into thought, and replied, me? For a dungeon run? Are you sure?
Zhang Ningxue, of course, this time it's not for experience, it's to clear a special wild dungeon.
We're already at the entrance, if you're late, you won't get in. Alright, I'll head over now.
Since Zhang Ningxue said so, Lin Xiao had no reason to refuse.
But this time it's a wild dungeon, shouldn't it be more focused on experience? Don't get it, I'll figure it out when I get there.
Ningxue, who did you call?
If they're too weak, it won't work, asked Li Shui, Zhang Ningxue's roommate. You didn't call your boyfriend, did you? I heard he got into Imperial University with you, but why hasn't he come to see you? He's very busy, probably doesn't have time. Zhang Ningxue explained. The semester just started, how could he be busy?
Ding Xia teased from the side. Maybe your boyfriend is flirting with other girls and doesn't
have time to see you.
Zhang Ningxue thought of Lin Zhao's usual behavior and shook her head.
he wouldn't do that. Li Shui said, that's not certain. There's a pretty girl in our year named Bai Yixue.
Ding Xia added, I heard the line of people chasing her stretches from the school gate to Mingxin Lake.
Jiang Ningxue was indifferent. During the Longyan team assessment, she had seen Bai Yixue, and she was indeed beautiful. Although Bai Yixue had spoken to Lin Xiao, Jiang Ningxue could tell Lin Xiao wasn't interested in her.
Ah, he's here. Jiang Ningxue saw Lin Xiao approaching from afar and waved to greet him.
Lin Xiao, over here. Lin Xiao. Li Shui and Ding Xia froze. Isn't Lin Xiao the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam? Oh my god, he's actually Ningxue's boyfriend?
Ningxue, you actually have such an
amazing boyfriend, why didn't you tell us? Lin Xiao walked over, glanced at Li Shui and Ding Xia, then asked Jiang Ningxue, just waiting for me? Jiang Ningxue nodded.
Yes. It's a special dungeon called Southern Creek Valley.
Let's hurry up and head out. I'll explain the details on the way. If we're late, we'll miss the chance.
The four took a taxi to their destination, and Jiang Ningxue explained the dungeon situation to Lin Xiao along the way.
Southern Creek, exactly, Yao Tianyi nodded. It can even achieve something more powerful.
Facing different enemies and environments, you can deploy different summoned beast teams to easily win every battle. This is the multicore approach, a concept first proposed by Wan Shang, the god of war. The nation has invested significant resources in training summoners because of this. Lin Xiao immediately understood.
Deploying different summoned beasts based on the enemy, this is the true essence of being a summoner. I get it now. I really hadn't thought of this before.
In the past, battles always involved summoning one or two extra creatures, and it felt like everyone was fighting their own battles.
But after listening to Yao Tianyi's explanation, Lin Xiao realized that he could form different teams based on the characteristics of the summoned beasts, rather than just learning any skill book he came across. It's good that you understand. Go back and think it over carefully, Yao Tianyi said, very satisfied with Lin Xiao's performance. The student then left. Over the next week, Lin Xiao went to Mingxin Lake every day to attend Yao Tianyi's lectures.
After returning, he entered the special temple dungeon to level up, and he was now at level 22. Although Lin Xiao followed a multi-core strategy, Yao Tianyi still explained the changes that would occur to summoned beasts. After using the sacrifice skill, Lin Xiao listened attentively and noted down all the characteristics of the summoned beasts. However, the daily lecture time was very short, and Lin Xiao thought it was because Yao Tianyi was giving him enough time to digest the information. Later, he found out that Yao Tianyi was craving alcohol and simply didn't want to continue teaching. Lin Xiao, you don't actually need to come every day. Look at Qin Xuan, he hasn't come at all, Yao Tianyi couldn't help but say after class one day. Lin Xiao's punctual attendance forced him to wake up early at 8 every day, significantly reducing his lazy mornings. As he spoke, he also realized that Qin Xuan rarely showed up. Do I really not need to come every day? That's right. But I haven't finished learning all the knowledge about summoners yet. You live in the temple, and the students here are all top talents. What you need more is practical experience. Haven't you already learned sacrifice? Go test it out. In real battles. I was planning to save it for emergencies and generally don't want to use it casually, Lin Xiao said. Fight a few more battles, that's the only way you'll truly understand your summoned beasts. Go now. Yao Tianyi found an excuse to send Lin Xiao away. As Lin Xiao left Mingxin Lake, his phone rang. It was a message from Jiang Ningxue. Lin Xiao, you've been at Imperial University for so long and haven't come to see me. The message was followed by an angry panda emoji. Just finished class. Is there something you need? Should I come find you now? Actually, there hadn't been any class. Jiang Ningxue replied, I'm about to go to a dungeon. But we're short one person. Hurry over, we need 4 people to form a team. Looking at the message, Lin Xiao fell into thought, then replied, Are you sure you want me to join the dungeon? Jiang Ningxue said, Of course. This time it's not for experience, it's to clear a special wild dungeon. We're already at the entrance. If you're late, you won't be able to get in. Okay, I'll head over now. Since Jiang Ningxue had no objections, Lin Xiao had no reason to refuse. But it's a wild dungeon? I thought wild dungeons were mainly for leveling up. I don't get it either. Whatever, let's go and see. Ningxue, who did you invite? If they're too weak, it won't work. Asked Li Shui, Jiang Ningxue's roommate. You didn't invite your boyfriend, did you? I heard he got into Imperial University with you. Why hasn't he come to see you? He's very busy, probably doesn't have time, Jiang Ningxue explained.
Busy with what?
The semester just started, Ding Xia teased.
Maybe your boyfriend is hitting on other girls and doesn't have time for you.
Thinking about Lin Xiao's usual behavior, Jiang Ningxue immediately shook her head.
He wouldn't do that.
Li Shui said, you
never know.
There's a particularly beautiful girl in our year named Bai Yixue.
Ding Xia chimed in, yes, her.
I heard the line of people chasing her could stretch from
the school gate to Mingxin Lake. Jiang Ningxue was indifferent.
During the Longyan group assessment, she had seen Bai Yixue, and she was indeed beautiful. Although Bai Yixue had chatted with Lin Xiao a few times, Jiang Ningxue could tell Lin Xiao wasn't interested in her.
Ah, he's here, Jiang Ningxue said, waving to Lin Xiao as he walked over. Lin Xiao, over here.
Lin Xiao. Li Shui and Ding Xia froze.
Isn't Lin Xiao the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam? Oh my god, he's actually Ningxue's boyfriend?
Ningxue, you never told us you had such an amazing boyfriend. Lin Xiao walked over, glanced at Li Shui and Ding Xia, then asked Jiang Ningxue,
are you just waiting for me? Jiang Ningxue nodded, yes, it's a special dungeon called Southern Valley. Let's hurry. I'll explain the details on the way. Don't be late, or you'll miss the chance.
The four of them took a taxi, and on the way, Jiang Ningxue explained the dungeon in detail. Southern Valley is a special treasure dungeon where the monsters give a lot of experience points and there are plenty of rare materials.
The experience gained is calculated individually and doesn't decrease because of being in a team.
On the contrary, the more people in the team, the more experience and rare materials you can get. So, people usually choose to form a four-person
team to enter the dungeon together. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised after hearing this. There's actually such a special dungeon? Yes, this kind of dungeon appears randomly, and you have to seize the opportunity to enter.
Many people have already gone, Jiang Ningxue explained. By the way, I also heard that there's a hidden map in the Southern Valley dungeon, where the monsters give even more experience and the treasures are even better, Li Shui quickly added.
Oh?
Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. A
hidden map?
That's right. If you're lucky enough to find the hidden map, you can level up several times in one go.
Lin Xiao, what level are you now? Ding Xia asked.
Level 22, Lin Xiao answered honestly.
Level 22? Wow, how did you level up so fast? I'm only level 17. Do you have any leveling tips?
Li Shui asked in surprise.
No.
Special tips, just grind dungeons more, Lin Xiao said casually.
What class are you? And how did you do so well on the college entrance exam? Ding Xia asked again. Summoner.
As for the score, just beat the boss during the critical stage, Lin Xiao replied, not mentioning that he hadn't managed to take down the boss.
Summoner? Wow. Summoners are that strong?
Li Shui looked at him in surprise. She had thought Lin Xiao would be a warrior, not a summoner.
Ding Xia laughed and said, it's not that summoners are strong, it's that Lin Xiao is strong. Am I right?
Lin Xiao shrugged, more or less. Jiang Ningxue looked at the girls surrounding Lin Xiao, her face turning
red with anger. By the way, Lin Xiao, how did you meet Ningxue?
The two gossiping girls leaned in to ask.
Well,
Lin Xiao touched his chin.
Jiang Ningxue glared at
him. Don't you dare say it.
Oh, the two said in unison, there must be a secret. There's no secret. It's just something between the two of us, Jiang Ningxue
said, staring at Lin Xiao with a serious expression. Lin Xiao shrugged, it's a beautiful memory for us, not something to share.
The car could only stop 800 meters
away from Southern Valley, so they had to walk the rest of the way.
A lot of people are already here.
We need to hurry in, Li Shui said, seeing many four-person teams
entering one after another.
Alright, let's pick up the pace, Jiang Ningxue said, explaining to Lin Xiao, the portal to Southern Valley appears randomly, so it's all
about luck.
They say the chances are higher in the central area. Lin Xiao and his group entered Southern Valley. Although there were occasional monsters, their levels
weren't very high. The portal has appeared. Ding Xia shouted.
Just as they were about to rush over, a team closer to the portal entered first.
Ding Xia was furious.
Damn it, I clearly saw it first. It's okay, let's keep looking, Lin Xiao comforted her. They searched for over half an hour, but either they couldn't find a portal,
or it was taken by others. A dungeon entrance will generate 100 meters to the right.
Abyssal Eye displayed a prompt.
Found it.
The portal is just ahead, Lin Xiao said.
Walking to the right. No, there's nothing there.
Li Shui hadn't finished speaking when she saw the portal appear before her eyes.
It's really there. What are you waiting for? Hurry in.
Everyone quickly rushed into the portal, afraid someone else would take it. Li Shui asked, Lin Xiao, how did you know the portal would appear?
Here? Just a guess, he said with a smile.
Li Shui didn't dwell on how he guessed correctly. She took out her shield and said, let's go.
The monsters here are all weak, with a maximum level of 15. Hee, no need to fight at all.
Lin Xiao is such a powerful summoner, we can just collect experience, Ding Xia said lazily.
Exactly, Li
Shui realized, putting away her weapon and looking at Lin Xiao expectantly. Let me see how powerful your summoned beast is.
Jiang Ningxue rolled her eyes at them. Lin Xiao didn't mind and directly summoned a slime. Slime? Isn't this just an experience baby?
Li Shui and Ding Xia were both stunned.
They had thought Lin Xiao would
summon a powerful monster, but it turned out to be a soft, squishy slime.
Slime isn't bad either. You'll see soon enough.
Although the dungeon was called Southern Creek
Valley, Lin Xiao and his team were currently in a ruin. We're so lucky, it's a ruin map.
I heard from a senior that ruin maps are the easiest to find hidden maps in the dungeon, Jiang Ningxue said, clearly having done her homework. Right, first it's the jungle, and then the swamp, Li Shui added. I heard from a senior that their batch entered the swamp map. The hidden map is in the swamp, and when they went in, they were covered in mud.
The hidden map is in the swamp? How did they find it?
I heard someone accidentally fell into the swamp and discovered the hidden map. It was quite the unexpected reward. The three chatted with Lin Xiao, feeling as relaxed as
if they were on a trip.
Soon, Lin Xiao encountered the first monster in the dungeon. Treasure thief level, 10 quality, common constitution, 1200 strength, 20 intelligence, 50 agility, 10 magic, 40 spirit, 5 skill, coin toss attack. These stats are way too weak. Looking at the monster's attributes, Lin Xiao thought
he had misread them. After double-checking, he confirmed they were indeed that low. He felt like he could kill it with a light slap. Slime, send it home for me. A fireball was instantly thrown, and the monster was burned to ashes.
Minus 110,453. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned.
This monster not only had low stats but almost no defense. No, its defense might even be negative.
Successfully killed treasure thief, experience plus 100,000. Obtained pearl shell powder.
100,000 experience?
Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. A single monster gave more experience than clearing a king-level dungeon. No, maybe even twice as much.
Wow! 100,000 experience. If I kill one more, I can level up. Li Shui shouted excitedly as her experience suddenly skyrocketed. Jiang Ningxue was also thrilled to see the experience surge. Even clearing a dungeon doesn't give this much experience. With this
much experience, we'll definitely level up several times after clearing the dungeon. Lin Xiao continued forward.
Although the monsters provided abundant experience, their numbers
were scarce. He had only killed 10 treasure thieves in 10 minutes. However, Jiang Ningxue and the others had leveled up twice because of it. Lin Xiao was now level 23, halfway to the
next level.
A treasure chest monster was discovered in the jar in the middle on the right.
The abyssal eye suddenly prompted. There's a monster hidden in the jar. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and ordered the slime to smash the jar.
Every monster provided a lot of experience, so he couldn't miss any.
The jar shattered, and the treasure chest monster immediately tried to escape.
Unlike ordinary treasure chest monsters that were ferocious with sharp teeth and long tongues, this one was filled with gold, silver, and jewels, gleaming enticingly as if it
wanted to hoard them all.
Wealth chest, rare, level, 10 quality, rare constitution, 2500 strength, 2 intelligence, 5 agility, 100 magic, 40 spirit, 5 skill, treasure.
Treasure, upon death, randomly drops 1 item.
It's a rare treasure chest monster. A senior said these things give a lot of experience and rare drops.
We absolutely can't let it escape.
Li Shui shouted excitedly as she saw the wealth chest trying to flee. Actually, without her saying anything, Lin Xiao had already commanded the slime to take action.
The skill turned
out to be dropping items upon death, truly bizarre. A few magic attacks were launched, blocking all escape routes for the treasure chest, followed by a decisive strike.
Successfully killed the wealth treasure chest, EXP plus 200,000. Obtained divine blessing.
Lin Xiao was instantly stunned. Forget the exaggerated 200,000 EXP, just the reward itself was
extraordinary. Divine blessing.
When he had used the transparency potion before, Both the evil dragon skull and the dark abyssal demon had mentioned divine blessing.
The transparency potion was actually just an imitation of divine blessing.
Divine blessing, upon use, enter an invisible and invincible state, undetectable by enemies, lasting 30 minutes.
Ends upon attacking. Too powerful.
Lin Xiao couldn't help but gasp.
30 minutes of invincibility. 30 minutes. No wonder the evil dragon skull and the dark abyssal demon were so shocked when
they saw him use the transparency potion, thinking he had used divine blessing.
Wow, 200,000 EXP and legendary equipment, what a haul.
Li Shui was practically ecstatic.
I also have a
piece of legendary equipment, a priest's robe, Jiang Ningxue said with a smile, clearly pleased with her equipment's attributes.
You're all so amazing.
I only have a rare jewelry set, Ding Xia said with a bitter face. Li Shui rolled her eyes at her.
Stop pretending. A jewelry set and you're still complaining? But it's for assassins, not suitable for me. Jiang. Ningxue ignored the two and asked, Lin Xiao, what did you get?
Lin Xiao shook his head.
Not very lucky, just a consumable item.
Jiang Ningxue saw through him immediately.
It must
be something really powerful, you can't even hide your grin.
Indeed, I got something good.
If only we could keep entering dungeons like this, that would be amazing, Lin Xiao sighed.
Don't get your hopes up. Each person can only enter this kind of dungeon once.
To go again, you'd have to wait 7 years, Jiang Ningxue reminded him.
7 years? That's way too long. Lin Xiao thought it was reasonable, though.
If people could enter every now and then, this world would already have several powerhouses like the war god.
They continued deeper into the dungeon.
Unfortunately, by the time they reached the boss's door, they hadn't encountered another wealth treasure chest.
Don't rush to fight the boss. We haven't found the hidden map yet.
Defeating the boss will force us out of the dungeon, Jiang Ningxue quickly reminded them. Lin Xiao naturally knew this rule.
However, along the way, the Abyssal Eye hadn't detected any hidden maps.
It seemed the map was well hidden.
Let's backtrack and see if we missed any secret doors, Ding Xia suggested. We didn't see anything on the way, Lin
Xiao said as he scanned the surroundings, then looked up at the ceiling.
The Abyssal Eye immediately lit up with a prompt. Hidden map entrance discovered. Sure enough, it was above them.
Lin Xiao pointed at the ceiling.
Found it, right above us. Above? It's so high up. How do we get there?
Whoosh! The slime puckered its lips and spat out ice, instantly forming
an ice staircase. Getting up there is easy.
Climbing the ice staircase, Lin Xiao reached the ceiling and found the mechanism to open the hidden map.
As soon as he entered, Jiang Ningxue
and the other two followed closely behind. Roar! The moment they stepped inside, a furious roar shook Lin Xiao's eardrums. What appeared before them was a massive eye, glaring at
them angrily.
To call it an eye was an understatement. It looked more like a lump of flesh with an eye growing out of it, surrounded by tumors that piled up into a grotesque mass. Writhing. Evil left eye, boss, level, 20 quality, rare constitution, 7,000 strength, 100 intelligence, 300 agility, 50 magic, 80 spirit, 10 skills, rock spike attack, petrifying eye. Writhing evil right eye, a boss, level, 20 quality, rare constitution, 7,000 strength, 100 intelligence, 300 agility, 50 magic, 80 spirit, 10 skills, rock spike attack, petrifying eye. Wow.
There are actually 2 bosses. So disgusting. What on earth is this monster?
Li Shui and Ding Xia took a few steps back when they saw the monster in front of them. They had never seen such a revolting creature before.
All bark and no bite.
Although the 2 bosses looked intimidating, their stats were quite average. Slime immediately launched an attack, casting 2 spells in succession and instantly killing them.
Successfully. Killed Writhing Evil Right Eye, EXP plus 300,000. Obtained, Tower of Heaven admission ticket. Successfully killed Writhing Evil Left Eye, EXP plus 300,000. Obtained, Holy Blessing Potion *, won the high amount
of experience no longer surprised Lin Xiao. That's just how these dungeons were. What he cared more about were the items dropped by the bosses. Tower of Heaven admission ticket, used to enter the Tower of Heaven.
Tower of Heaven? Isn't that the trial tower?
Lin Xiao looked at the ticket in his hand and thought of the tall tower within the Great Xia territory.
The Tower of Heaven could only be entered by players level 30 and above.
It had 100 floors, and defeating monsters on specific floors would grant additional rewards and attribute bonuses. Lin Xiao wasn't sure how much this ticket was worth, but since it dropped from a dungeon, it definitely wasn't cheap. Once I reach the required level, I'll have to check it out. Lin Xiao put away the ticket and turned his attention to the other item.
Holy Blessing Potion, upon use, allows resurrection within 2 hours of death. Ha? A resurrection potion?
Lin Xiao was shocked. He hadn't expected such a rare resurrection item to drop.
If he sold it, people would fight over it, as it essentially granted an extra life. This dungeon is a treasure trove.
Lin Xiao marveled.
3 items, each extraordinary. We're so lucky this time, encountering rare monsters and discovering a hidden map. This is amazing.
Li Shui was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Not only did she level up quickly, but she also obtained 1 or 2 legendary pieces of equipment. Although one wasn't suitable for her,
selling it would still fetch a good price. She had originally come for the experience.
The equipment and items were just a bonus, as no one could guarantee encountering rare monsters, treasure chests, or hidden maps. But this time, they had found both. It's all thanks to Lin Xiao, Ning Shui's boyfriend, that we got so many good things, Ding Xia said. The treasure chest and hidden map were both discovered by him, and
his contribution was undeniable. Jiang Ningxue was also proud. Inviting you this time was definitely the right decision.
With such a capable boyfriend, she naturally felt proud.
If you hadn't told me, I
wouldn't have known about such a great dungeon.
Let's finish clearing it first.
They had already looted all the good items in the dungeon and could now leave. Entering the boss room, it was another instant kill. However, nothing good dropped this time, and the final boss felt more like a filler. Lin Xiao was now level 24, just 10% experience away from level 25.
Almost level 25.
I can test the 9-tailed foxes
power soon.
Lin Xiao was full of anticipation. After all, the 9-tailed fox had a piece of exclusive equipment, and he was curious about its potential once obtained. Just as Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue were strolling around campus, making up for the time he hadn't spent with her, a voice called out to him.
Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao turned around and was surprised.
War God? He walked over with Jiang Ningxue. You're back from the abyss? Uncle Nan.
Jiang Ningxue greeted politely.
Uncle Nan?
Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ningxue. Nan Wanqing nodded. If I don't come back, I guess they'll block me here.
Do you have time?
There's something I want to talk to you about alone, Nan Wanqing asked. Jiang Ningxue was very considerate. Lin Xiao, I'll head back first. You and Uncle Nan have a good chat, it's rare to
get a chance to meet him.
She gave Lin Xiao an encouraging look and turned to leave.
Watching Jiang Ningxue walk away, Nan Wanqing smiled and said, It's been a long time since I've seen Ningxue. I didn't expect her to have grown into such a beauty. How did you, kid, manage to win her over?
Lin Xiao scratched his head. I wouldn't say I pursued her.
It was more like a small accident when we first met. What's your relationship with Ningxue?
I have a good relationship with her father. I even held her when she was little. Lin Xiao's eyes widened.
That's considered a good relationship? Clearly, it's very close.
Parents wouldn't casually let others hold their child unless they were close.
He hadn't expected Ningxue's family to have such a deep connection with the god of war. Did you kill the abyssal dark demon? Lin Xiao quickly asked about the key matter. Nan Wanqing shook his head. I didn't kill it.
There was an opportunity, but unfortunately, reinforcements from the abyss arrived.
When I went to kill the abyssal dark demon, I had already killed a demon duke and even fought a demon king. The abyssal dark demon didn't sit idly by and reacted quickly. Killed a demon duke and fought a demon king?
Lin Xiao was stunned upon hearing this. Such strength was incredible.
This was the power of the god of war?
Although I didn't kill the abyssal dark demon, it's severely injured and probably won't come looking for you for a long time. With the god of war saying this, Lin Xiao felt much more at ease. Then, Nan Wanqing's expression turned serious. I understand your situation, but I don't have a good solution for treatment. Lin Xiao remained optimistic. It's okay. The curse doesn't affect me much right now, and there's still a long time before awakening. Nan Wanqing then said, however, there might be a place that can help lift the curse on
you. The curse on me can be lifted?
Lin Xiao was delighted and quickly asked, where is it? You're currently staying in the sanctuary dormitory, so you should know about the sanctuary's special dungeon.
Right? I know. When you reach the 100th floor, you'll encounter a special monster. Killing it will grant you a sanctuary core. Once you obtain the core, you'll know what to do. 100th floor? Sanctuary core.
Lin Xiao murmured, I'm almost there. If I work hard for 2 days, I should be able to reach it.
Hearing Lin Xiao say this, Nan Wanqing was surprised. You can reach the 100th floor in 2 days? What floor are you on now? 90? Nan Wanqing's eyes widened. Do you spend 24 hours a day in the sanctuary's special dungeon? From the time Lin Xiao entered Imperial Capital University, it hadn't even been 2 weeks, yet he was already close to the 100th floor. It was insane. Lin Xiao scratched his head and explained, it's not that exaggerated. I just go in whenever I have time. I'm a summoner, so I don't have
to do much in battles. Summoning Death Knights and others meant he barely had to do anything. Plus, with the help of the Snow Maiden doll, his challenge speed increased significantly.
After attending Professor Yao Tianyi's lectures, he would enter the dungeon to verify theories and continuously explore the potential of summoned beasts.
Unknowingly, he had reached the 90th floor.
Once you obtain the sanctuary core, give it a try.
I can't guarantee it'll work, Nan Wanqing said.
Alright, that's it for now.
I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. He had come to find Lin Xiao just to talk about this
matter.
Now he needed to return for treatment. Entering the abyss and fighting several powerful abyssal demons, there was no way he could come out unscathed. Lin Xiao called out to him, wait a moment, I have
another question. What is it? Go ahead. Is there something wrong with the sanctuary?
As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and time stood still.
After a moment, Nan Wanqing asked back, why do you think that? Because those abyssal monsters can easily pass through the abyssal pillars, directly eliminate us, and even trigger dungeon abyssalization. At first, Selena using
the abyssal pillars to attack me could still be explained, but later, the abyssal dark demon was also able to curse me through the abyssal pillars.
Can abyss demons achieve all this so easily? Does that mean they can wipe us out anytime before we grow stronger? The restrictions are loosening more and more. Could it be that abyss demons will eventually be able to come here directly through the abyss pillars? After
experiencing so many attacks from the abyss demons, Lin Xiao began to realize this issue. He wasn't sure what the restrictions were exactly, but thinking carefully, it might be the power of the sanctuary
keeping the abyss at bay.
Perhaps the sanctuary's power had weakened, allowing the abyss demons to grow increasingly rampant.
This thought led Lin Xiao to question, is the sanctuary failing? When he met Nan
Wanqing, he quickly voiced his concerns. After all, Nan Wanqing was the strongest man in Daxia and should know a lot about these matters.
After hearing Lin Xiao's question, Nan Wanqing remained silent for a moment before saying, the sanctuary is like a massive generator.
The sun may be dazzling, but its energy will eventually run out. From the establishment of the sanctuary until now, it's been recorded for
hundreds of years.
Whether the sanctuary has a problem or how much longer it can last, I'm not sure.
But judging from various signs, it's indeed not as strong as it used to be.
Lin Xiao suddenly interjected.
Can we replenish the sanctuary's energy?
Nan Wanqing glanced at him, that's a good idea, but it's not something you should worry about right now.
Even if the sanctuary does have a problem, we adults will handle it and solve it. It's not your turn yet.
On the second floor, Lin Xiao felt that Nan Wanqing was right, this wasn't something he should be worrying about now.
If someone told you the sun would burn out in 500 years, would you be afraid? Of course not, because you wouldn't live to see it.
If the sanctuary really fails, trust in the wisdom of those who come after us.
For now, the most important thing is to resolve the curse in my body.
At that moment, Lin Xiao saw Grandpa Nyo holding a watering can, watering the flowers outside the corridor.
Hello, Grandpa Nyo. Grandpa Nyo nodded. Are you getting used to living here? It's pretty good. A free instance, free attributes, how bad could it be? By the way, Grandpa Nyo, what are the requirements to live on the 3rd floor?
Lin Xiao inquired. He had heard from Qin Xuan that the higher the floor in the sanctuary dormitory, the better the conditions. Grandpa Nyo glanced at Lin Xiao and continued watering the flowers as he said, you want to live on
the 3rd floor? You're still far from it.
You'll need to work harder.
Can you give me a hint? So I have a goal to strive for. Grandpa Nyo gave him a sidelong glance. Reach level 40 before the age of 20. Or clear up to the 100th floor of the instance. Then you'll have a chance to live on the 3rd floor. Just the 100th floor?
Lin Xiao was delighted.
He could achieve that soon.
Seeing Lin Xiao's excitement,
Grandpa Nyo poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Don't get too happy too soon. Neither of these conditions is easy.
Take Qin Xuan, for example. He's talented and hard-working, but he only just reached
level 42 months ago, and his instance progress is only at the 100th floor. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly. You're right, Grandpa Nyo.
I'll work hard and strive to move to the third floor as soon as possible. After the conversation, Lin Xiao returned to his room.
Enter the sanctuary's special instance. A portal appeared, transporting Lin Xiao into the instance.
In the distance, a black stone giant appeared, its body flickering with numerous eyes.
Beneath it followed a group of stone soldiers.
Lin Xiao immediately summoned the Death Knight and others.
Can it still split after death? I'd like to see how you split. Let's freeze you into ice shards first.
The Death Knight and Snow Doll charged forward as the main force, while the slime provided magical support from behind, accompanied by the Lucky Sprite in battle.
Master, can I roll the dice first this time?
The Lucky Sprite held the dice, her eyes full of anticipation.
Alright, roll the dice first, Lin Xiao nodded. Although rolling the dice first might enhance the
enemy, the buffs could stack and persist, allowing for a quicker resolution against troublesome foes. At 6 o'clock, strength increased by 10%.
Talent Gambler triggered, reverse effect, enemy strength increased.
By 10% Talent Gambler triggered, reverse effect, enemy strength increased by 10%. Talent Gambler triggered, reverse effect, enemy strength increased by 10%. Seeing the Lucky Sprite trigger the reverse effect 3 times in a row, Lin Xiao said speechlessly, Lucky, your name and ability don't match at all. How about changing your name? Maybe it'll change your luck.
No, I can't change my name. This is the last bit of luck I have left.
The Lucky Sprite shook its head repeatedly, like a rattle drum, rejecting Lin Xiao's suggestion.
Lin Xiao, you even know your luck is bad. Then how about modifying the dice's effect? How would we do that? The amplification effect can only apply to the summoned beasts on the field, right?
Lin Xiao suggested. The Lucky Sprite shook its head and said, that's not
possible, Master.
The dice must remain fair, it's a rule of the talent.
Otherwise, it won't work.
Lin Xiao explained, this isn't unfair.
The amplification effect can also apply to the opponent. After all, it's a gamble, there will always be wins and losses. Just add a restriction so that only summoned beasts can receive the amplification effect. The Lucky Sprite blinked, pondering Lin Xiao's words, and suddenly
exclaimed, wow, Master, you're so smart. How did you think of that?
So, does that mean it can be changed? The Lucky Sprite nodded like a pecking chick. It should be fine. I'll modify the dice after the battle. Successfully killed Filthy Stone Golem, EXP plus 2000. Successfully killed Filthy Stone Golem, EXP plus 2000. Successfully killed Filthy Stone Golem, EXP plus 2000.
Watching the battle ahead, Lin Xiao
suddenly thought, do the derivatives of monsters count as another type of summoned beast?
If they do, maybe they can benefit from the amplification effect of Gambler.
Once Lucky modifies the dice, I'll test it out and see. Wave 92 of monsters is about to arrive. Please prepare for battle.
The battle continued, but Lin Xiao's attention wasn't on the current fight. Instead, he was focused on studying the talents
he possessed.
He had accumulated quite a few talents and was preparing to combine or upgrade them. I can upgrade one talent to Radiant level now.
Which one would be the best to upgrade first? Lin Xiao pondered.
Having gone through 2 previous upgrades, he knew he couldn't act recklessly. Radiant level talents were powerful, but they all had some peculiarities.
For example, the Goblin King's Treasury allowed unlimited weapon equipping, but the minimum requirement was legendary grade weapons. Lower grade weapons would be weakened. However, this was just Lin Xiao's speculation. He only had 2 Radiant level talents so far, so there wasn't much to reference. I'll upgrade the Slime's Magic Apprentice first. Lin Xiao decided to enhance the Slime's talent first.
If he upgraded the enemy Death Knight's killing
intent wave or death absorption, the risk would be too high.
These 2 top-tier talents were his trump cards for defeating higher-level monsters. If upgrading them made them weaker, it would be a big problem.
Magic Apprentice can learn 1 spell per day.
After upgrading, it might be able to learn forbidden-level spells.
Even if there are some restrictions, it shouldn't be weakened too much.
Having made his decision, Lin Xiao immediately began the upgrade. Do you wish to consume the talents Withered Wood, Flower Whisper, The Forgotten, Heart of Sandstorm, King of the Gale, to upgrade the S level?
Talent Weapon Magic Apprentice?
Lin Xiao used 10 talents to upgrade.
10 S-level talents dissolved instantly, transforming into light that infused into Magic Apprentice. This kind of boldness was unique to Lin Xiao. Upgrade successful.
Talent acquired, King of Forbidden Spells, Radiant level.
As expected, it's a forbidden spell. Lin Xiao happily looked at the new talent.
King of Forbidden Spells, unable to learn spells below forbidden level.
All spells are automatically upgraded to forbidden level. Mana consumption is doubled. Gains 1 forbidden spell every 7 days. All spells become forbidden spells? Lin Xiao exclaimed. He had underestimated the power of radiant level talents. The slime had nearly 20 spells, and now all of them had been upgraded to forbidden spells. Although I can't learn low-level spells and can only learn forbidden spells, gaining 1 every 7 days isn't a bad deal. Slime's quality has been upgraded to epic, and you have received partial feedback attributes. The slime in battle froze, hearing a series of notification sounds. All its magic had been upgraded. Clang, clang, clang. Fire magic arrays intertwined in the sky, followed by a massive boulder slamming forward. Boom! The ground trembled, but instead of a crater, it turned into a volcano, spewing fire dragons. The slime jumped up excitedly. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded, staring at the molten ground, exclaiming, "So powerful! Is this a forbidden spell?" Ding! You have obtained 3 Radiant level talents and achieved the title Radiant Collector. Radiant Collector, for every 3 Radiant level talents obtained, you will randomly receive a special piece of equipment. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Special equipment? The slime has obtained special equipment, Hat of the World Destroyer. In the distance, the slime seemed to sense something. Looking up, it found a wizard's hat had appeared on its head. It equipped the slime directly? Lin Xiao was surprised and immediately checked the hat's attributes. Hat of the World Destroyer, the effect of the first forbidden spell cast in battle is nullified, but the power of forbidden spells is increased by 120%. 120% increase? Forbidden spells are already strong, and they can be enhanced further? No wonder it's called the Hat of the World Destroyer. Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. The slime had received a significant boost, advancing much faster, but its mana consumption also increased. Even with the mana absorption skill, it was struggling to keep up. I need to get the slime an auto-healing skill or talent. Congratulations, level increased to 25. Upon reaching the 95th floor, the remaining 10% experience was finally accumulated. Level 25. Lin Xiao took out a skill book. Summon Nine-tailed Fox level, 25 quality, rare applicable class, summoner description, a summoned beast with powerful magic, both cunning and enchanting. With exclusive equipment, I wonder if there will be new changes. Lin Xiao was full of anticipation. Even Yao Tianyi, who had studied summoner exclusive equipment for over a decade, hadn't discovered it. He concluded that previous summoners were too weak to qualify for exclusive equipment, so no one knew of its existence. Summon Nine-tailed Fox successfully learned. Next, Lin Xiao equipped the Nine-tailed Fox. Deception Orb equipped successfully. Detected that the Deception Orb is for Fox-type summoned beasts, activating additional special effects. Fox Spirit's Art, when casting a skill, it can be recast. The number of recasts depends on the number of tails, up to 9 times. Recasting? Seeing the equipment's additional skill, Lin Xiao was shocked. A skill cast 9 times in a row, who could withstand that? This is exclusive equipment? It's too strong. Talent price of blood triggered, Nine-tailed Fox's level increased to 20. Lin Xiao quickly leveled up the Nine-tailed Fox and then summoned it. 9. Large tails spread out like a lotus flower, and a seductive woman appeared before Lin Xiao. Stunningly beautiful, she was both captivating and dangerous. Master, hearing this voice, Lin Xiao felt his bones go soft. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Now he finally understood why King Zhou was so infatuated with the fox spirit. This fox spirit was simply too enchanting. Nine-tailed fox species. Fox quality, rare level, 20% constitution, 18000 strength, 534 intelligence, 2000 agility, 121 mana, 3000 spirit, 95 exclusive weapon, deception orb talent, none skills, charm, arc, light, spell traction, foxfire, phantom step. Its attributes weren't much different from ordinary summoned beasts. Without a talent, it's still lacking. Lin Xiao looked at the remaining talent. Attribute. Switch, allows switching between different attributes during battle. This talent seemed ordinary, so Lin Xiao had never used it. I still have a talent here. I don't know if it suits you. Want to give it a try? Lin Xiao asked. The Nine-tailed Fox smiled charmingly. As long as it's my master's, I like it. Alright, then let's give it a try. Talent attribute switching successfully granted. Nine-tailed Fox. Evolves Nine-tailed Demon Fox. Summoned beast quality improved, gaining additional attribute bonuses. After obtaining the S-level talent,
the attributes of the nine-tailed demon fox doubled instantly.
Lin
Xiao said, let's test the effect of this talent.
Okay.
The nine-tailed demon fox gently nodded, slowly closed her eyes, and a red glow emerged from her body, transforming into flames.
Her tails ignited
with fire, and her demeanor became less seductive and more imposing.
Master, this is the flame form.
When I release skills, they will carry fire attribute damage, and I also gain several fire-based skills.
The nine-tailed demon fox explained. Lin Xiao nodded. How many forms are there? Can you switch between them at will? There seem to be 7. I just got this talent and haven't fully mastered it yet, so I can't switch freely. No problem, just practice more.
The slime's strength increased significantly. Together with the Death Knight and Snow Maiden doll, they were nearly invincible, killing anything in
their path.
However, Lin Xiao still instructed them to leave some monsters for the nine-tailed demon fox to practice on. The lucky sprite floated beside Lin Xiao, holding her dice, watching the nine-tailed
demon fox fight ahead. She couldn't help but ask, "Wow, master, where did you find such a powerful big fox sister?"
A new companion, Lin Xiao replied casually, glancing at the dice in the lucky sprite's hands.
Aren't you supposed to be helping? Why are you slacking off here? What do you mean?
Throwing dice is exhausting too, it takes a lot out of me, the lucky sprite retorted.
After several days of battles,
the nine-tailed demon fox became increasingly familiar with her talent and could now freely switch between 2 forms.
Her combat performance was outstanding.
While others could only release 1 skill, she could unleash 10 in a row, terrifying her enemies.
The 100th wave of monsters is about to arrive. Please prepare for battle. Tip: defeat the boss simultaneously to pass.
As the starry sky corruption appeared,
Lin Xiao noticed 3 lizard monsters following it.
It's those disgusting creatures again. Lin Xiao immediately recalled the intense battle in the special training room. The 3 lizards had to be killed
simultaneously.
If only one was killed, the others would fully regenerate within a minute. The most troublesome part was that during the fight with the 3 lizards, there were usually many identical small
monsters to confuse the situation.
However, there were clearly no such small monsters here.
Without interference, the battle is much simpler.
The Snow Maiden doll immediately acted, freezing the red lizard, while the Slime and Death Knight followed up with massive damage.
Boom, the red lizard was instantly killed. Good, now quickly kill the other one.
Lin Xiao had just spoken when he saw a 5-second countdown appear above the dead red lizard.
So fast?
Lin Xiao was shocked. Before the slime could finish off the blue lizard, the red lizard had already revived. The god of war must have suffered a lot here back then
to put such annoying monsters in the special training room. Compared to the special training room, the lizards here revived much faster, and the difficulty level skyrocketed.
However, Lin Xiao had already prepared a strategy.
After all, these 3 monsters had tormented him plenty in the special training room.
Rustle, crackle. The radio emitted static before the sound gradually became clear.
National News Report, starting with major events. Yesterday morning, a large-scale abyss dungeon appeared in Longquan City, in the western region. 2 groups of professionals have already perished. We mourn their heroic sacrifice. Currently, the strategy for the abyss dungeon is ongoing. We believe they will surely repel the abyss and restore the dungeon to normal. Stay tuned for further updates. Next, the following news.
Grandpa Nyo fanned himself with a palm fan while sitting by an electric fan, listening to the broadcast as usual. At this moment, Lin Xiao walked over and greeted him politely. Good morning,
Grandpa Nyo. Do you know what the temple compass is?
He got straight to the point. From the description of the temple core, he knew it was an item used to activate the temple compass.
But he didn't know what the
temple compass actually was or where it was located, so he came to ask Grandpa Nyo.
Grandpa Nyo was the gatekeeper of the temple dormitory and should know about this item. Grandpa Nyo was leisurely listening
to the radio when Lin Xiao suddenly asked him, causing him to open his eyes and glance at him.
Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? I got this. It's said to activate the temple compass, but I don't know what the temple compass is or where it is, so I came to ask you. Lin Xiao took out the temple core.
When Grandpa Nyo saw the item in Lin Xiao's hand, he was so startled he almost fell over. You? He looked at the temple core, then at Lin Xiao, stammering for a moment. Where did you get this? Have you already reached the 100th floor?
Lin Xiao nodded.
Yes, I just reached it yesterday.
Grandpa Nyo's eyes widened in disbelief. Reaching the 100th floor in less than a month after moving into the temple dormitory was simply outrageous. So, what is this thing for? Grandpa Nyo was silent for a few seconds, then stood up, dusted himself off, and said, "Since you've got it, follow me." With that, he started walking upstairs. Lin Xiao immediately followed, hearing Grandpa Nyo say ahead of him, "The temple core is actually used for a lottery." Lin Xiao froze, his voice filled with surprise. A lottery? The fact that the temple core was used for a lottery was something Lin Xiao hadn't expected. He had thought that obtaining the temple core would allow him to exchange it with the temple to lift the curse on him, but it seemed he had overthought it. Well, maybe the prizes on the compass can lift my curse, Lin Xiao recalled the uncertain suggestion given by the war god. After all, lotteries depended on luck. Walking ahead, Grandpa Nyo continued, "Yes, a lottery. Being able to obtain the temple core means you have great talent and ability. It's a reward from the temple to you." As he finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Xiao. Out of the corner of his eye. This wasn't just talent, this was monstrous. Who could obtain the temple core so quickly? On the second floor, Grandpa Nyo led Lin Xiao in another direction. It was only then that Lin Xiao noticed there was actually a hidden room here. Grandpa Nyo took out a key, unlocked the brass lock on the door, and stepped aside instead of pushing the door open. "Go in. The temple compass is inside, and the temple will guide you." "All right." Lin Xiao nodded, pushed the door open, and entered. Passing through the door, it felt as if he had entered another dimension. Above and below him was a dazzling starry sky, magnificent and breathtaking. Ahead stood a massive compass, with a slot for inserting something beside it. Insert the temple core to activate the temple compass. Call stop to halt the spinning of the temple compass. The temple's prompt sounded. Lin Xiao stepped forward and scanned the compass, which was filled with many treasures. Holy Light Dragon Knight Armor level, 80 attributes, unknown. Starlight Unicorn Summon level, 70 attributes, unknown. Divine Protection and Holy Blessing Potion, Light God's Purification, Custom Profession Set, Custom Profession Weapon. The compass was divided into 20 sections, but the size of each section varied. The largest was Divine Protection and Holy Blessing Potion, while the smallest was the gray section. There really are a lot of good things. Lin Xiao's mouth watered as he stared intently at the light gods. Purification section. The reward the war god mentioned might be this. This is divine level power, it must be able to lift my curse. He took out the temple core and inserted it into the compass. The compass immediately began spinning rapidly, its speed increasing. "My luck has never been bad," Lin Xiao muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on the rapidly spinning compass. Feeling the timing was right, he shouted, "Stop." The compass began to slow down. Lin Xiao stared at the light god's purification section, silently willing it to move just a little more, just a little more. Almost there. There. Stop. Click. In the end, the compass stopped on the gray section. So close. Just a little bit more. Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse. He should have stopped there, but ended up spinning a bit further. But what is this question mark? A random reward? He curiously looked at the area that only occupied 1% of the space. You have received the reward, qualification for the Divine Assembly. Lin Xiao was full of confusion. Divine Assembly? Would you like to enter the Divine Assembly instance? Refusal will be considered as forfeiting the opportunity. Divine instance? Lin Xiao was shocked. He hadn't expected to draw something like this. Did he have the strength to clear it? Will there be a risk of death in the instance? Lin Xiao immediately asked. Upon death, you will automatically exit the instance. As long as I won't actually die, that's fine. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since there was no danger, it would be foolish not to go in. Wasting this opportunity would be too regrettable. Let's go in. Opening the Divine Assembly instance, please wait. Outside the door, Grandpa Nyo patiently waited for Lin Xiao to come out. I wonder what this kid will get. Qin Xuan drew a selectable class weapon last time, which greatly boosted his strength. Maybe he'll get a good summoned beast. After all, as a summoner, summoned beasts are the most important to him. Just as Grandpa Nyo was anticipating, the temple began to shake violently. What's happening? He grabbed the balcony railing to avoid falling. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the crack in the door, accompanied by an indescribable aura. What is this? Grandpa Nyo's eyes widened as he stared at the door in shock, filled with disbelief. No, this is impossible. You've got to be kidding me. That was only a 1% chance.
Previously, he thought Lin Xiao obtaining the temple core in less than a month was already crazy enough.
He never expected something even more unbelievable to happen.
After agreeing, Lin Xiao was transported to a special space. When his vision cleared, he found himself sitting on a chair, with an oval-shaped, long table in front of him.
I've finally been waiting for you. I've been waiting for a long time.
Lin Xiao followed the voice and saw a woman sitting across from
him.
Her appearance was obscured by mist, making her completely unrecognizable.
Even his abyssal eye couldn't discern any information about her. She didn't even have a name. Are you a god? Why have you been waiting for me so long?
Lin Xiao asked.
The woman smiled. Nice to meet you. I am the goddess of fate. The goddess of fate?
Lin Xiao was stunned. I said I've been waiting for you for a long time because I saw fate and knew you would come here, so I've been waiting. If she truly was the goddess of fate, it wouldn't be surprising for her to know the future.
Lin Xiao asked, waiting specifically for me? What do you want from me? The goddess of fate wagged her finger. It's not that I want something from you. It's that you need help, regarding the curse inside you, correct?
Lin Xiao asked directly. That's right.
Do you have a way to deal with it?
The goddess of fate smiled.
I do, but I won't tell you for free. What do you need me to do?
Lin Xiao understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch, even if the other party was a god.
A gamble. A gamble?
Lin Xiao was taken aback. Guess the coin toss, heads or tails.
If you win, I'll teach you how to break the curse.
As she spoke, she tossed a coin. One side of the coin depicted the temple, while the other side showed a flower.
What? If I lose?
Lin Xiao asked.
If you lose, I'll randomly take one piece of your epic equipment. You can keep gambling until you win. If you run out of equipment, I'll take your talent, your summoned beasts, until you have nothing left and leave the instance in disgrace.
After hearing her explanation, Lin Xiao felt that this
so-called goddess was nothing more than a gambler. If I win, can I keep gambling?
Lin Xiao asked. The goddess of fate smiled faintly.
Win? That's impossible for you. I've already seen your future. You'll lose everything and leave the instance. Peering into the future, losing.
Lin Xiao frowned. It seemed like he had no
chance of winning.
But he didn't believe in such nonsense.
Fate?
It was nothing more than a trick, the god of fate continued. The front of the coin has the temple pattern, and the back has the starflower.
You toss, I guess. You pick one side, and I'll automatically choose the other. How about that?
Lin Xiao stared at the coin in his hand, carefully inspecting it. Finding no signs of cheating, he nodded. No problem. The god of fate said excitedly, then let's start quickly.
I can't wait any longer.
Ding! Lin Xiao flicked the coin with his thumb. The coin made a crisp sound and flew high into the air.
The god of fate watched the spinning coin in the
air and smiled slightly. Front. Ding! The coin landed on the table, wobbling before coming to a stop.
The temple pattern faced up. I win. The god of fate smiled and
reached out, and a piece of equipment flew off Lin Xiao's body.
Ha! It's actually the evil dragon's equipment. Your level isn't high, yet you have this kind of gear. I'm surprised. Lin Xiao's face darkened. Aren't you the god of fate? You know everything. How could you not know I have evil dragon equipment? The god of fate, satisfied, put the equipment away.
I wouldn't waste my abilities on such trivial matters.
Of course, if I wanted to, I could not only tell you what equipment you have but even what color you're wearing today.
Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow.
Really? Then tell me.
You're wearing. The god of fate stopped mid-sentence.
Don't be silly. I wouldn't waste time guessing that. Anyway, you'll lose everything in the end, and then you'll know. Let's continue.
Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before
tossing the coin again. Ding! Front.
The coin landed, and once again, the temple pattern faced up.
Ha! I win again.
The god of fate reached out and took another
piece of equipment. Wow, another piece of evil dragon equipment. You really have a lot of good stuff on you. 2 pieces of evil dragon equipment, no less. Lin
Xiao's face darkened further. Losing 2 rounds in a row put him in a terrible mood. This time, I'll toss, and I'll guess first, Lin Xiao suddenly said.
The god of fate smugly put away the equipment and said, I'll let you have your way this time. Fate won't change anyway.
Ding! The coin was tossed into the air again.
Back. The coin landed, and Lin Xiao's face turned even darker.
The temple pattern faced up again. It was the front.
Ha ha ha, I win again.
The god of fate laughed heartily.
I already foresaw you coming in here and leaving the dungeon empty-handed. She reached out and grabbed another piece of epic equipment. Don't tell me you're going to collect all the evil dragon equipment. I heard that collecting all of them can summon the evil dragon. I'm not sure if it's true or not, the god of fate mused. Now holding 3 pieces of evil dragon equipment. Lin Zhao's face was ashen. After losing 3 rounds in a row, he couldn't help but suspect whether the god of fate was cheating or if, as she claimed, the outcome was already predetermined. If the result was set, was there any point in continuing to gamble? No, I refuse to believe in so-called predetermined fate. Lin Zhao tossed the coin again. You guess. No problem. Back. The coin fell, and the starflower faced up. Sorry, I win. Again. Let me see what other treasures you have. The god of fate reached out again, this time taking the last piece of evil dragon equipment. Wow. The 4th piece. Did you really collect a full set of evil dragon equipment? Lin Zhao's face was grim. No, just 4 pieces. Really? What a pity. But I'll find the last piece and see if it really can summon the evil dragon. The god of fate put on the evil dragon equipment, occasionally striking a few cool poses, clearly showing off to Lin Zhao. On purpose. Are you really the god of fate? Lin Zhao couldn't help but ask. Why? You don't want to believe it? Of course not, Lin Zhao shook his head. Then, what do you think the god of fate should be like? Lofty? Mysterious? Speaking in riddles? That would be so boring. Indeed. As she said, Lin Zhao felt that the god of fate should be just like this. But the one in front of him, gambling with him like a gambler, made him seriously doubt if she was real. Isn't it interesting? I directly tell you the outcome of fate, you don't believe it, you resist desperately, but in the end, you find you can't change it at all. Isn't this more fun, more thrilling? Don't you think it's more interesting than a riddler? The god of fate smiled, full of anticipation. Lin Zhao. Too wicked. This personality is really unbearable. Go on, the next coin toss will be heads. Lin Zhao's thumb, ready to toss the coin, paused. He glanced at the other party and found the god of fate staring at him confidently. This guy. Ding, the coin spun continuously in the air and landed on the table. The temple emblem faced up, heads. Lin Zhao's face darkened. Could it be that I really will lose everything here? I need to think of a way quickly. See, fate has already been decided, and no one can change it. The god of fate rubbed her hands together and said with a smile, let me see what other treasures you have on you. She reached out and grabbed a bracelet. It was the grass bracelet. Ha! You're so well equipped, why are you still carrying this piece of junk? The god of fate curiously fiddled with it. Wait, isn't this the bracelet of Helen? Wow, kid, you actually have this thing, she exclaimed in surprise. Lin Zhao was also a bit taken aback and asked, the bracelet of Helen? He remembered that Selena valued the grass set highly and knew this equipment wasn't simple, but he didn't expect it to attract such interest from a deity. The god of fate examined it closely several times and confirmed, although it's been sealed and has become almost useless, it is indeed the bracelet of Helen, no doubt about it. Take it to that guy for modification, and it should be restored. You're truly a treasure trove, giving me so many surprises. The god of fate's face lit up as she put on the bracelet, suddenly thinking of something. You're still carrying such a broken piece of equipment, does that mean you've collected the entire set? Definitely. Although the set's attributes are a bit poor, it's still decent for you, otherwise, you wouldn't keep it. Wow, you've actually collected a full set of accessories. How did you even manage that? The god of fate was extremely excited. However, the Helen accessories will soon be mine. Hurry up and start. Lin Zhao nodded, I do have a complete set of accessories. How about we change the terms of the bet? Change the bet? What do you want to bet on? Betting piece by piece is too slow. Let's settle it all in one go. If you win, I'll give you all my equipment. If I win, you have to return all the equipment you've won from me and tell me how to lift the curse. The god of fate shook her head. No way. Don't take me for a fool. Besides equipment, your summoned beasts and talents are all mine. Just taking equipment is a loss for me. And you're destined to lose anyway. This kind of bet doesn't benefit me at all. The god of fate looked unconvinced. I won't be tricked so easily. Lin Zhao only proposed terms favorable to himself, leaving everything else unchanged. Didn't you say I was bound to lose? Then what are you afraid of? Lin Zhao countered. The god of fate was momentarily speechless. Or are your prophecies of fate actually inaccurate?
Lin Xiao delivered a critical blow.
Who said that? Fate doesn't change. If I say you'll lose, you'll lose.
The god of fate stiffened.
Then what are you afraid of? Who's afraid? Fine, let's bet. Who's afraid of? Who?
Lin Xiao smiled brightly.
The god of fate.
At that moment, she realized she had agreed in a moment of impulsiveness.
Furious, she shouted, "You brat, how dare you trick me? Add your talents and summon beasts to the bet."
Since the rules had changed, even if Lin Xiao lost, he would only lose his equipment.
I don't agree.
Lin Xiao turned his head away.
You, the god of fate, was fuming.
Lin Xiao's refusal meant she couldn't forcibly change the rules. The rules required mutual
agreement.
The god of fate leaned back in her chair, seething.
You're driving me crazy. Just start already.
Ding! Lin Xiao tossed the coin.
Heads. The god of fate
closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, full of confidence. However, just as the coin was falling midair, Lin Xiao suddenly slapped the table.
Pa, the coin
was pressed under his hand on the table. The goddess of fate was startled awake, just in time to see Lin Xiao smiling at her.
Sorry, you lost. It's tails this time.
Lin Xiao moved his hand away, revealing the starry pattern facing up.
The goddess of fate's eyes widened. You cheated. How could you touch the coin a second time? This round doesn't count. Cheated? I didn't cheat. Wasn't I the one who flipped the coin?
Lin Xiao explained with a smile.
The rules didn't say I couldn't cover the coin with my hand when flipping it.
I was just preventing you from cheating since you guessed too early.
The goddess of fate's face turned purple with anger. Lin
Xiao reached out and grabbed back all the equipment he had just won.
See? If I cheated, I wouldn't have been able to take back the equipment.
Lin Xiao smiled and
delivered a heavy blow to the goddess of fate. Looks like your prophecy about fate isn't so accurate after all.
A flash of starlight, and the long table and chairs
disappeared.
The goddess of fate appeared beside Lin Xiao.
Interesting, resisting fate in such a way?
Lin Xiao glanced at her indifferently and said, I never believed
in such things. Then you've lost. Tell me how to break the curse.
The goddess of fate smiled faintly.
I won't play dirty like you.
Lin Xiao was speechless. The goddess of fate continued, a large part of your curse is fused with the power of the god of curses.
Ordinary methods won't work to break it.
Lin Xiao interrupted.
Even using Venus's blessing doesn't work? Isn't Venus a deity? Venus?
The goddess of fate was momentarily stunned, somewhat surprised.
You actually used Venus's power.
She continued, although Venus is a deity, her rank is too low. She's a lower-tier god, while the god of curses is a mid-tier god.
Normally, the power
of a lower-tier god can't break the curse of a mid-tier god.
Lin Xiao asked, then should I seek help from the god of light? He recalled a reward on the temple compass. The god of light?
That guy disappeared ages ago. Finding him is harder than ascending to the heavens. The goddess of fate paused before continuing, actually,
the solution is simple. You don't need to find another god. Just go to the Tower of Ascension. The Tower of Ascension?
Lin Xiao hadn't expected this answer.
Yes. The goddess of fate nodded. But your level isn't high enough yet.
Come back to me when you meet the requirements, and I'll tell you the specific method.
Lin Xiao sneered, didn't you just say you don't like riddlers?
The goddess of fate was helpless.
Fine, I guess I can't argue with you using my own words against me. Alright, I'll tell you. On the 95th floor of the Tower of Ascension, there's a Lord of Light. If you obtain his heart, you can break the curse. The 95th floor? Lin
Xiao was stunned, then asked, to climb to the 95th floor, you'd need to be at least level 80, right? I can't even make it past level 60 right now.
Without awakening, he couldn't reach level 60. Once he awakened, the curse would be triggered.
And the monsters above the 80th floor of the Tower of Ascension were almost all level
80, 90, or even possibly 100.
Even the god of war only reached the 80th floor not because of lack of strength, but because he didn't have time to climb further. That's why I said, come find me when you're capable of entering the Tower of Ascension. I can help you go directly to the 95th floor, the goddess of fate said mysteriously.
Directly to the 95th floor. Alright, I'll reach level 30 first and then come find you.
Level 30 was the minimum requirement to enter the Tower of Ascension.
Lin Xiao thought for a moment and then asked, you said the green grass set is sealed. Is there a way to unseal it? Use a modification stone. A modification stone can remove part of the seal, but to completely unseal it would be very difficult. The goddess of fate didn't hold back and told Lin Xiao directly. Modification. Stone.
Lin Xiao remembered he still had quite a few, which could come in handy.
Got it.
Lin Xiao nodded and was about to exit the instance when he was stopped.
Wait.
If I told you that your ultimate victory is actually part of fate's arrangement, would you believe me? The goddess of fate suddenly asked.
I don't believe it.
Lin Xiao replied bluntly.
Why not? Because you said you know my fate, but that's a lie. The goddess of fate blurted out, how do you know that? He added, are you saying that even I, the god of fate, am fake?
Lin Xiao shrugged.
I didn't say that.
I just said what you said is fake. You haven't seen my fate at all, you made
it all up. How terrible.
Just as Lin Xiao had said. He had seen through it during the third round of the gamble.
How did you know? The god of fate couldn't believe.
Lin Xiao had seen through her. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. You said it yourself, you don't use your powers casually. You enjoy toying with others' fate for fun, so
most of what you say must be lies.
The god of fate was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Yes, that's right, Lin Xiao.
You're such an interesting guy.
I look forward to seeing you again next time.
Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, Divine Assembly.
Reward obtained, Fate Coin. After leaving the dungeon,
Lin Xiao returned to the compass of the sanctuary.
There's an additional reward?
He was a bit surprised. He took out the Fate Coin, which was half golden and half silver, pieced together. One side of the coin was engraved with the sun, the other with the moon, and the back displayed the sanctuary's emblem.
Fate Coin, unique. Binding toss during battle. Heads, gain a random effect. Tails, summon a lightning strike. Cooldown, 3 minutes.
The effect is somewhat like the Lucky Sprite's talent.
But it's bound so only I can use it.
Lin Xiao didn't have high hopes for this item. He felt the binding was deliberately set by the god of fate.
At worst, I just won't use it.
The god of fate enjoyed watching others get into trouble, and Lin Xiao felt that using this coin might lead to problems. Whether heads or tails, the
effects were random, who knew what might happen? Next goal is to reach level 30.
The Tower of Heaven entry ticket had already been obtained in the Southern Valley dungeon, so there was no need to worry about that.
Moreover, reaching level 30 wouldn't take long, he was only 5 levels away. Before tackling the next dungeon, I'll
upgrade and modify the green grass set.
Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. The upgraded green grass set would definitely be more powerful.
Pushing open the door, he saw Grandpa Niu waiting outside for him. As soon as Grandpa Niu saw Lin Xiao, he excitedly grabbed his arm.
Did you draw the Divine Assembly? You must have, right?
It was the first time Lin Xiao had seen Grandpa Niu so excited.
He nodded. Yes. Which deity did you meet? Grandpa Niu asked immediately. The god of fate. The goddess of fate? Grandpa Niu's eyes widened in disbelief. The most mysterious and elusive high-ranking deity?
Lin Xiao. He really wanted to complain about how terrible the god of fate's personality was. But seeing Grandpa Niu like this, he didn't want to ruin the mood, so he just nodded.
That's great.
Our great Xia has produced another God-blessed one.
God-blessed one? What's that?
Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Grandpa Niu patiently explained, A
God-blessed one is someone who has met a deity and received their blessing.
The way to meet a deity is through the Divine Assembly dungeon.
In the dungeon, you'll randomly encounter a deity. After interacting with them, you'll receive their blessing, making you a God-blessed one. Once you become a God-blessed one, your
attributes will increase significantly, and your combat power will rise to a whole new level. I thought Qin Xuan might have a chance to become a God-blessed one, but
I didn't expect it to be you.
Listening to Grandpa Niu, Lin Xiao's expression turned strange.
Interact with a deity?
That deity had clearly gambled with him and almost
lost all her equipment. And he didn't feel like he'd received any blessing. Could it be that he got scammed by her? Grandpa Niu, I don't think I received a blessing. But I did get this.
Lin Xiao took out the fate coin.
No blessing? Grandpa Niu was stunned. He relaxed only after seeing the coin. Did the goddess of fate give this to you?
Sort of.
I got it after clearing the dungeon. Grandpa Niu laughed. That's right. The goddess of fate is a high-ranking deity, so it might not be
easy for her to give a direct blessing. But getting her token means she favors you, and there will be more opportunities in the future.
Favor. Lin Xiao didn't think so.
He felt that deity had been trying to win all his equipment. However, Lin Xiao still followed Grandpa Niu's words and said, that's good.
The conversation ended.
and Lin Xiao went to Mingxin Lake to find Yao Tianyi. Seeing his drunken state, he walked away directly. Then he took out his phone and called Vice Principal Song.
Mingzhang. Looking for someone to modify equipment? No problem. Go to the Adventurers Association headquarters and find someone named Chao Yang. He's skilled and has a high success rate, Song Mingzhang said. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Adventurers Association headquarters. This place was much larger than the
Adventurers Association in Dayan City, with many areas he had never seen before. Training rooms, battle rooms, there were even hotel rooms, with complete facilities.
Hello, where is the equipment modification room?
Lin Xiao walked around. Although the signs indicated it was on this floor, he couldn't find it, so he had to ask a
staff member. Just keep going straight, turn right, then left, and then right again. Thank you. You're welcome. Following the directions, Lin Xiao quickly found the equipment modification room.
It was particularly hot here, genuinely hot. Senior brother Chao, thank you so much for the enhancement this time.
I feel bad for troubling you every time. It's fine. You come often, so I'm used to it. I don't get many chances to work on epic level equipment. Ha!
Lin Xiao, you're here to enhance
equipment too?
Qin Xuan had just come out from inside and saw Lin Xiao approaching.
Lin Xiao nodded. I'm here to modify equipment. The vice principal told me to find senior brother Chao Yang, saying he's skilled. The old man sent you here.
The burly man with a towel draped over his shoulder raised an eyebrow.
Hello, my name is Lin Xiao. Chao Yang waved his hand. No need for formalities. What equipment do you want to modify?
This. Lin Xiao took out the green grass set.
Chao Yang looked at the equipment's attributes and frowned. You're bringing such trashy equipment for modification? Does your family own a gold mine? Ha! This trashy equipment actually has a pretty impressive set effect. Kid, are you sure you want to modify it? Although the attributes are a bit poor, the set effect is decent. After modification, the effect might worsen, which wouldn't be worth it. Chao Yang kindly reminded him. Let's go ahead with the modification. Sorry to trouble you, senior brother Chao Yang. It wasn't surprising that Chao Yang couldn't see the equipment's seal.
If not for the god of fate mentioning it, Lin Xiao wouldn't have known either.
What a pity. But since you're insisting, I won't say more. Did you bring modification stones? Chao Yang asked. I did.
Lin Xiao took out all the modification
stones. Wow, you actually have so many.
Seeing Lin Xiao take out a pile of modification stones, Chao Yang was also surprised.
He casually picked up 3. You won't need this many, 3 will be enough.
Lin Xiao handed over all the modification stones. Senior brother, take them all.
You can return the leftovers to me later. He was worried they might not be enough. After all, this set of equipment was enviable. Alright, then wait outside. It's too hot in here. Modifying equipment of this level will only take about 10 minutes.
With that, Chao Yang took the green grass set into the modification room. Seeing Qin Xuan about to leave, Lin Xiao called out
to him. Senior brother Qin, do you know any dungeons with high experience? Or are there any first clear dungeons that haven't been tackled yet?
Qin Xuan was familiar
with the area and should know a lot about the dungeons near the imperial capital. Don't even think about first clear dungeons. As soon as new dungeons appear here, they're immediately taken.
There are a few dungeons with high experience, but they're quite challenging, Qin Xuan said after some thought.
As long as they're level 30
or below level 35, I can handle them, Lin Xiao added.
A level 35 dungeon? You're already level 30?
Qin Xuan glanced at Lin Xiao in surprise.
How long had it been since he entered Imperial University, and he was already level 30? That was impressive. Lin Xiao smiled and explained, it's not that exaggerated. I
leveled up a few times in the Southern Valley dungeon earlier.
I'm only level 25 now. That's still impressive, daring to challenge something 10 levels higher.
Qin Xuan said with a hint of admiration. He continued, if you really want a challenge, considering you're a summoner, there's a dungeon that's quite suitable for you.
However, this dungeon is a bit special, even level 40 players often die in it.
Lin Xiao immediately became interested.
What dungeon? King's Ruins. King's Ruins?
Qin Xuan nodded, took out his phone to quickly skin 2 bottles of water, handed one to Lin Xiao, and continued, this dungeon isn't big, only 4 map rooms, each
with a mini-boss and no other monsters. You have to defeat these 4 mini-bosses to challenge the final boss. The experience is quite generous. On King difficulty,
each mini-boss gives 100,000 experience, and the completion reward is 600,000.
All bosses? Lin Zhao's eyes lit up.
No wonder Qin Xuan said it suited him.
With fewer bosses, his area attack could definitely hold up.
However, he was still a bit concerned.
Does this dungeon have a harder nightmare difficulty? Lin Xiao asked. Nightmare difficulty?
Qin Xuan was momentarily stunned.
It does, but it's too hard. I don't recommend you try it.
So far, there are less than 10 teams that have
cleared nightmare difficulty.
Lin Xiao smiled.
How would I know if I don't try?
King's Ruins, this dungeon was perfect for him. Seeing Lin Xiao's excitement, Qin Xuan recalled how he had soloed the Abyss dungeon before.
Tentatively, he asked, "You're not seriously planning to solo it, are you? That's too risky." "I don't like teaming up," Lin Xiao replied calmly. "You really dare to solo it?"
Qin Xuan admired his courage, but he didn't try to stop him.
After all, anyone who could
live in the sanctuary dormitory had their own pride.
"How about this? I just received a commission. The client needs to collect materials in King's Ruins. I'll have him join you, and you can team up. Don't be so quick to refuse.
He's a priest who also specializes in alchemy. He's an alchemist.
Getting to know him could be beneficial. It would ease your burden in the dungeon.
You can familiarize yourself with the dungeon first and solo it later." Qin Xuan, knowing Lin Xiao would likely refuse, preemptively blocked his retreat.
Seeing Qin Xuan's seriousness, Lin Xiao couldn't outright decline. Building a good relationship with an alchemist could indeed be advantageous.
If the other party could make invisibility potions, he could even buy some.
Teaming up with him is fine, but I want to tackle nightmare difficulty. Wouldn't that be more dangerous for him?
Lin Xiao was a bit worried.
Don't worry. He runs faster than anyone, and since he's a priest and an alchemist, unless he's one-shot, he won't die. Qin Xuan's assurance put Lin Xiao at ease.
At least he wouldn't have to worry about protecting him. I'll send you his contact info.
Reach out to him later. All right. After receiving the contact information, Lin Xiao prepared to call the person out.
At that moment, the door to the modification
room was pushed open, and Xiao Yang excitedly ran out. "You brat! You actually gave me a set of sealed equipment. No wonder you needed so many modification stones. You knew all along, didn't you?"
Xiao Yang looked like he was ready to settle accounts with Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao asked, "The seal is lifted?"
"Of course.
This set of equipment isn't simple. It even has multiple layers of equipment, and I couldn't fully unseal it."
Xiao Yang took out the green grass set.
"I usually pride myself on
being able to enhance, forge, and modify any equipment, but today I met my match.
When my skills improve further, I hope you'll let me unseal the equipment for free."
Lin Xiao smiled.
"No problem.
Besides senior brother Xiao Yang, I don't think anyone else could do it."
"Ha ha ha. Kid, I like what you just said."
Lin Xiao immediately
began inspecting the attributes of this new equipment. Earth Guardian Bracelet quality, legendary wearing level, no restriction attributes, constitution.
Plus 10,000, healing effect plus 50% Earth Guardian set, 0/3 not activated, Earth Guardian pendant quality, legendary wearing level, no restriction attributes, constitution. Plus 10,000, healing effect plus 50% Earth Guardian set, 0/3 not activated, Earth Guardian earrings quality, legendary wearing level, no restriction attributes. Constitution plus 10,000, healing effect plus 5% Earth Guardian set, 0/3 not activated. Although the constitution bonus of these items seems ordinary, it is 100 times stronger
than before, and additionally increases healing effects.
However, these are not the most important aspects. The key lies in the Earth Guardian set they form.
The focus of these three items has never been their individual attributes but their set effects. Once equipped, the Earth Guardian set effect is immediately activated.
Earth Guardian set, 3/3, attributes, Constitution plus 30,000, healing effect plus 150% effect 1, Earth Guardian. Creates a special shield during excessive healing.
Effect 2, Earth Revival.
Revives immediately upon death, removes all negative statuses, restores 100% health, increases attributes by 100%, lasts for 3 minutes.
Cool down 3 hours. Seeing this set effect, Lin Xiao was so shocked his jaw almost dropped.
The effects had changed, although there were no direct recovery or survival
skills, they were even stronger and more exaggerated. Especially the revival effect. Despite the long cooldown of 3 hours, it was absolutely worth it. After all, such revival abilities are extremely rare.
Before the battle, I'll desperately heal myself. I bet the enemy will find it hard to break the shield.
As expected of the
Earth Guardian said, it truly lives up to its name. Holding the contact information Qin Xuan had given him, Lin Xiao was about to reach out when he suddenly felt the
number looked familiar. Isn't this the person who wanted to collaborate with me to buy spirit essence earlier?
He opened the chat history, clicked on the muscular man's avatar, and found that the phone number matched exactly with the one Qin Xuan had provided.
It seemed like fate. Are you planning to gather materials in the King's Ruins dungeon? Are you free? Shall we head out now?
Lin Xiao sent a message. The reply came quickly.
Ha! It's you? I thought Qin Xuan had already accepted my commission. He passed the task to me. I see. Are you at the Adventurer Association headquarters? I'll head over right away. While waiting for the other party
to arrive, Lin Xiao carefully studied the characteristics of the monsters in King's Ruins. The strategy guide was detailed and comprehensive.
10 minutes later, his phone rang again. I'm here. Where are you? Under the blue sign. Got it.
A few seconds later, a crisp voice came from behind him. Qin Xuan passed the commission.
To you?
Lin Xiao turned around and saw a tall woman in a white lab coat, wearing semicircular glasses, standing behind him.
You're the client? You're a woman?
I thought you were a man, Lin Xiao said in surprise. He glanced at the information on his phone and then at the mature-looking woman, momentarily confused. Her voice. Messages had been in a male voice, but she was clearly a woman in person.
Could it be that she was? The woman noticed his surprise and quickly explained, Don't overthink it, I am indeed a woman. I used a voice changer to alter my voice. Someone as skilled as me, a master alchemist, can't casually reveal their identity.
Lin Xiao was speechless.
If you don't want to reveal your identity, why are you teaming up with me for the dungeon?
The woman shook her head helplessly.
There's no choice.
Some special materials need to be refined on site.
You can't do it, so I have to come personally. Do you think I enjoy this hassle?
She introduced herself.
My name is Remy, priest. Lin Xiao, summoner. Summoner? Remy asked again in surprise, You're really a summoner? Why not?
Remy looked at Lin Xiao with suspicion, carefully sizing him up. It's not impossible, but summoners are rare.
Summoned beasts can attract monsters' attention and help teammates deal damage, which is a big advantage.
It's just the two of us here, Lin Xiao replied calmly.
Remy was stunned. Just the two of us?
Then she quickly added, Didn't Qin Xuan
tell you which difficulty level I was going into? It's the king level difficulty.
Lin Xiao shrugged.
He didn't say. He just mentioned that you're very fast and have self-preservation skills, so I don't need to worry. Besides, this time we're not doing king level, it's nightmare level, Lin Xiao corrected. Remy's expression changed. Nightmare level? Are you crazy, or am I? Nightmare level is impossible for ordinary people to clear.
Lin Xiao, however, looked indifferent.
You can quit now if you want.
I originally planned to solo this. Qin Xuan asked me for a favor, so I took on this task. After glancing at the strategy guide, King's Ruins did
seem challenging, and nightmare level was even more insane.
If the green grass set hadn't been upgraded, Lin Xiao wouldn't have been confident about clearing it. But now, although there was pressure, clearing it wouldn't be a problem.
You even wanted to solo it. Remy thought Lin Xiao's words were becoming more and more absurd.
But seeing his full confidence, she knew he was serious about entering the nightmare level dungeon. Remy hesitated for a moment and then said, Let me make it clear first.
If you can't handle it, I'll be the first to bail. Don't blame me.
Lin Xiao, don't worry, just focus on protecting yourself.
Don't say that. It's nightmare level. The monsters will kill me in 2 hits. You have to protect me. Upon entering the dungeon, the cold and damp environment was unsettling. Wind whistled through
the cracks, producing eerie howling sounds.
Ahead stood a straight suit of armor, guarding the area like a knight.
Lin Xiao summoned the Snow Maiden doll.
Snow Maiden doll?
There's one just like this in the school dungeon, Remy said, recalling the Snow Maiden doll from the school dungeon upon seeing Lin Xiao summoned beast. Yeah, Lin Xiao responded simply, and the Snow Maiden doll immediately began attacking. The suit of armor ahead was the dungeon's first mini-boss, the Wind Knight. His unique trait was that he wouldn't take damage while wearing armor, but once attacked, the armor would activate. The Snow Maiden doll hurled an ice spike at the armor. The armor instantly activated, and the outer layer quickly fell off, revealing its true form. A light cyan suit of armor, wielding a sword infused with a hurricane, exuded an imposing aura. Wind Knight level, 35 quality, legendary HP, 350,000 strength, 13,000 intelligence, 300 agility, 8,000 magic. Power, 800 spirit, 370 talent, high speed, A, skills, wind shadow step, invisibility, rapid movement, power of high speed. Roar evil dragon's roar. The newly awakened Wind Knight was immediately stunned by the dragon's roar. Control him. The Snow Maiden doll reacted quickly, casting freeze to try to immobilize the Wind Knight. The Wind Knight's strength lay in his speed. Once he started moving, his figure was almost impossible to see. But as long as he was controlled, he wasn't too difficult to deal with. Swoosh, the Wind Knight broke free from the stun and escaped just as he was about to be frozen, vanishing like a gust of wind. He's way too fast, completely different from king level, Remy exclaimed. Thud, thud, thud. Before they could react, the Wind Knight had already slashed the Snow Maiden doll 3 times. She tried to counterattack but couldn't see his figure, only hearing the howling wind around her. His speed is indeed fast, but the dungeon map is limited. It's not an open field. Where can he run? Buzzed the Snow Maiden doll's entire body glowed blue, frost spreading out and instantly freezing the surroundings. The Wind Knight, even with his high-speed movement, couldn't escape and was frozen in place. It's over. Lin Xiao was about to unleash a group attack ultimate move, when suddenly, the sound of a coin flipping reached his ears. Ding tails. Zap. A bolt of lightning struck Lin Xiao. Minus 120,430 wow. Lin Xiao, you're hurt. The sudden lightning startled Remy. But when she saw Lin Xiao lose over 100,000 HP, she was stunned. Since they were in a team, she could see Lin Xiao's health. Losing over 100,000 was only a third of his HP? This guy has over 300,000 HP. Isn't he a summoner? How is his health higher than a tank? Class? Why did the Coin of Fate activate on its own? Lin Xiao was shocked. The Coin of Fate had actually triggered its skill automatically. And the damage from that lightning was terrifying. It was percentage-based. It must be the god of fate causing trouble. Ding tails. Crack. Another bolt of lightning struck, taking away another third of his HP. Wow, Lin Xiao, what's going on? Where's this lightning coming from? This map is supposed to be Wind Knight, not Light Knight. Remy panicked. A single bolt of lightning taking away a third of his HP. Who wouldn't be scared? This guy has a terrible personality. He's probably watching the show somewhere. She made a mental note to settle the score with him next time. I have some recovery potions, they should help for a while. Remy quickly took out a recovery potion and handed it to Lin Xiao. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, restores 30% HP and MP. Percentage-based healing? I've never seen a potion like this before, Lin Xiao said in surprise. It was his first time encountering such a powerful recovery potion. Seeing Lin Xiao's astonished expression, Remy looked a bit smug. I developed this potion myself. I haven't even named it yet. I'm thinking of calling it Remy's Rescue. Remy truly was a genius to have created such a recovery potion. Lin Xiao drank 2 bottles of Remy's Rescue, and his HP was instantly full. Without wasting any time, Lin Xiao immediately summoned his Death Knights and others. You have so many summoned creatures. And each one looks incredibly powerful. Remy was so shocked by Lin Xiao's summoned creatures that she was at a loss for words. Didn't everyone say summoners were weak? Why did Lin Xiao's summons look so strong? Killing intent waves, forbidden spells, purple lightning of the heavens, destructive fire cannon. A barrage of attacks rained down on the Wind Knight, with control skills seamlessly chaining together. Although the Wind Knight was fast, it had no chance to counterattack and was ultimately annihilated. Wind Knight defeated, EXP plus 100,000. Obtained Wind Seal *3, Wind Knight Treasure Chest *1. In less than 2 minutes, the Wind Knight was utterly destroyed, its remains scattered everywhere. Is it over already? Even though the Wind Knight is the weakest of the 4 knights, this was supposed to be nightmare difficulty. Remy's perception of Lin Xiao's strength completely changed. She couldn't help but think that the nightmare difficulty of King's Ruins wasn't so bad after all. Weren't you collecting materials? Lin Xiao called out to her. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Remy quickly ran over and picked up the scattered Wind Knight fragments. Then she took out a bottle, poured in some unknown liquid, and lit it with a match. Flames instantly ignited, and Remy stared at the burning wind
Night fragments.
The monsters here, after they die, can only yield a special material through this unique method. Before long, a small, cyan-green object floated out from the Wind Knight's remains.
Remy quickly caught it in a jar. This is the Wind Soul, one of the essential materials I need for making potions. It's the only way to obtain it. But I've only ever collected king-level Wind Souls before. This is my first time seeing a Nightmare level 1, and it's actually golden.
This level of purity in the material can last me for a while, Remy said excitedly. As a pharmacist, rare materials were what she valued the most.
Can you make divine protection?
Lin Xiao suddenly asked.
Divine protection?
Remy looked at Lin Xiao in surprise upon hearing the name, clearly not expecting him to know about it. Then she said, that's something.
At the divine level, how could I possibly make it? What about the transparent potion? Lin Xiao continued to ask. That one's not easy to make either. It's a lower-level version of divine protection. Although its effects are decent, unfortunately, the formula has been lost, Remy said regretfully. If she had the formula, she would definitely give it a try. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and asked again, if there was a ready-made one, could you replicate it? Shouldn't be a problem, huh?
Remy suddenly sensed something was off and stared
at Lin Xiao. Do you have a transparent potion?
I did, but I used it earlier.
Humph, got me excited for nothing.
Remy went back to processing the Wind Knight in her hands.
But
I do have divine protection. If I let you study it,
could you make the transparent potion?
Lin Xiao asked.
You have it? That's a divine level item, how could you possibly have?
Remy froze mid-sentence, her entire body as if immobilized, her pupils dilating sharply.
Divine protection. You actually have such a thing. Remy lunged forward,
trying to snatch the potion from Lin Xiao's hand, but he dodged, and she missed.
Let me see it, no, let me study it, just for a moment. I'll agree to anything you ask. Remy shouted, excitedly, reaching out to grab it. Lin Xiao, don't say things that could be misunderstood.
Lin Xiao put away the divine protection and said calmly, let's clear the dungeon.
First, we can talk about research afterward. By the way, how many Remy's rescues do you have?
Bang! Before he finished speaking, Remy eagerly pulled out a large pile of potions, even
dropping quite a few on the ground. Are these enough?
Let me take a look, just one look, Remy said, staring at Lin Xiao with anticipation.
Lin Xiao. This time, it was his turn to be shocked.
He had thought such recovery potions were rare, but she had stockpiled so many.
Enough. After agreeing to let Remy study it later, Lin Xiao entered the second map. This is the Ice Knight.
It can summon ice spikes to chase targets, freezing them upon contact.
On Nightmare difficulty, it likely ignores ice resistance and enforces freezing. Moreover, the ice spikes and the Ice Knight are two separate entities. The method you used against the Wind Knight probably won't work on the Ice Knight, Remy reminded.
Lin Xiao smiled
faintly, don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. By the way, do you have any control removal potions similar to Venus's Blessing?
Before the battle began, Lin Xiao asked.
Again, Venus's Blessing? What's that?
A powerful skill for removing control effects.
Bang!
The Snow Maiden doll launched an attack.
The Ice Knight was activated, and an ice spike suddenly emerged from the ground.
But the ice spike instantly split into 8, rushing toward the group. These ice spikes are generated based on our numbers,
Remy exclaimed. Before
she finished speaking, she was frozen, her health dropping by more than half in an instant. The freezing effect quickly wore off, and her health rapidly recovered.
However, the next second, she was frozen again, and her health plummeted once more.
Remy was caught in a cycle of freezing and thawing. The Death Knight, Goblin King, Slime, and Wild Mechanical Bull were also unable to escape the fate of being frozen. Only the Snow Maiden doll was lucky, the ice spikes hovered around her feet but never touched her.
After all, she could fly. I
expected this, Lin Xiao said as he quickly summoned the lucky sprite before the ice spikes struck.
Wow, they've all turned into ice sculptures. Time for me to save everyone. The lucky sprite swiftly threw dice and coins. Let the gamble begin.
Talent Gambler activated, enemy gains floating ability, lasting 5 minutes.
Talent Gambler activated, enemy gains floating ability, lasting 5 minutes.
Talent Gambler triggered, our side gains levitation ability for 5 minutes.
Purify.
The lucky sprite gambled for the desired effect and immediately cast the purification skill. The moment the freeze was lifted, everyone floated up, dodging the ice spike attack. Lin Xiao hovered mid-air, this was the method he had learned. From the strategy guide to deal with the Ice Knight.
As long as they were airborne, the ice spikes couldn't hit them.
Before entering, he had already instructed the lucky sprite to
prepare the dice specifically to counter the Ice Knight's ice spikes. Alright, it's our turn to counterattack.
At this moment, the sound of a coin toss echoed in Lin Xiao's ears.
Ding, again?
Heads. Gained a special effect, level +1. Lin Xiao was stunned.
A direct level up? No way, that's too outrageous.
Congratulations, your level has increased to 26.
It really happened.
He had leveled up so simply and straightforwardly. Lin Xiao had thought this fate coin was some kind of joke from the god of fate, but he hadn't expected such a
pleasant surprise.
And this special effect wasn't an auxiliary skill, it was a direct level up. As expected of something from the gods, Lin Xiao marveled.
But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The Ice Knight needed to be dealt with first.
The Ice Knight, seeing everyone floating, also began to fly, though he couldn't understand why he could fly as well.
Wielding
a long sword condensed from frost, he slashed through the air, leaving icy trails that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. The Snow Maiden doll raised her arms, instantly
summoning an ice wall to block the attack.
The Death Knight charged forward on his undead warhorse. However, being in mid-air, his speed was significantly slower than on the ground.
The same went for the Ice Knight.
The Goblin King and the Slime, on the other hand, were not restricted by this, and their divine thunder and forbidden spells struck the Ice Knight directly, leaving him almost no room to evade. Boom, the sky turned into a battlefield, and the fight became overwhelmingly one-sided.
The Ice Knight was strong, with his ice spikes,
allowing him to control the battlefield indefinitely. But in mid-air, without the aid of the ice spikes, his combat power dropped significantly, his movement slowed, and he could barely
dodge the attacks.
Of course, if Lin Xiao hadn't read the King's Ruins strategy guide in advance, he might have suffered greatly.
Successfully killed the Ice Knight, EXP.
Plus 100,000.
Obtained, Ice Seal X3, Ice Knight's Treasure Chest X1.
The Ice Knight was dead, and the ice spikes disappeared. Remy, who had been repeatedly frozen, finally recovered.
You're so mean. You floated up there and didn't even come to save me. Remy was furious. She had almost died.
You're fine now, Lin Xiao said, noticing her health was still in good condition. Qin Xuan was right, this girl had incredible survival skills and must have a stash of potions she wasn't even aware of. Surviving this long in a nightmare-level dungeon without dying was already impressive. After all, not everyone had as much health as he did.
Remy huffed, if I didn't have so many recovery potions, I'd be dead by now. Even if you didn't have potions, I wouldn't let you die.
Now go collect the materials. The sooner we leave, the sooner you can study divine protection. Lin Xiao pointed at the shattered remains of the Ice
Knight. Fine, you're right. Remy stopped being angry and quickly went to collect the Ice Knight's remains, starting with the Ice Soul.
While waiting, Lin Xiao didn't stay idle. He turned to the lucky sprite and the slime, saying, "You too, heal me."
The slime nodded and immediately cast a forbidden healing spell. The lucky sprite also used a healing skill,
but curiously asked, "Master, you're not injured.
Why do you need healing?" She didn't understand.
To prepare for any potential injuries, Lin Xiao replied calmly. With the Earth Guardian
set bonus, the healing effects from the slime and the lucky sprite could be boosted by 300%. While enjoying the powerful healing, Lin Xiao opened the Wind Knight's treasure chest
he had obtained earlier. Obtained, Wind Seal X5, Skyborn Windwalker Boots, Equipment, X1. Heavenly Windwalker Battle Boots Quality, Epic Level, 35 Attributes, Constitution plus 20,000, Strength plus 3,000, Magic plus 1,000, Intelligence plus 2,000, Agility plus 2,000, Wind Damage plus 10% Effect, Hurricane Force. Releases a small hurricane upon attack, dealing damage to enemies within a 400-meter radius. Set, Heavenly Calamity, 0/5, an Epic Set Equipment Drop.
Lin Xiao was utterly shocked. This was his second time obtaining an Epic Set.
The first was the
Evil Dragon Set. Keep opening.
Obtained, Ice Seal *3, Heavenly Frostbelt, Equipment, another one.
Ha! This name.
Lin Xiao found the name somewhat familiar.
Heavenly Frost.
Belt Quality, Epic Level, 35 Attributes, Constitution plus 20,000, Strength plus 3,000, Magic plus 1,000, Intelligence plus 2,000, Ice Damage plus 5% Effect, Frost Force.
Triggers an ice explosion within a 400-meter radius upon attack.
Set, Heavenly Calamity, 0/5, this is the second piece of the Heavenly Calamity set.
Could this treasure chest be fixed to drop epic equipment? Lin
Xiao immediately dismissed the thought. If that were the case, the Ji King's relic dungeon would have been farmed endlessly by players long ago, even on nightmare difficulty.
Impossible.
It must be my luck turning around after being struck by lightning so many times. Lin Xiao carefully stored the two pieces of equipment. Although they required level 35 to equip, even at that level, he wouldn't use them. After all, his evil dragon set was far superior.
Selling or trading them would be a better option. All set, let's head to the next map, Remy urged, reminding him, the next map is the Fire Knight. This guy is tough to deal with. Are you ready? Fire Knight. The name itself sounded as fiery as his temperament. Approaching
or fighting him would accumulate fire energy. Once 5 fire energy points were accumulated, an explosion would occur, dealing massive damage. Of course, I'm ready, Lin Xiao replied.
Confidently. They entered the next map.
As soon as they stepped in, 5 dim flames appeared above their heads.
Within less than a second, 2 flames lit up. This accumulation rate is insane, Remy exclaimed as 3 flames lit up above his head. I'll leave it to you, I'm hiding for now. Bang!
Remy had barely taken a few steps when his body exploded, flying
far away and crashing into a wall. This damage is ridiculous. One explosion took half my health. Remy quickly pulled out a recovery potion and drank it. Bang 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 before
the battle even officially began, a series of explosions echoed continuously.
Although the guide mentioned that nightmare-level energy accumulation is fast, this speed is absurd. A
few hits and it explodes. The actual fight will be even more intense. Lin Xiao frowned as he noticed his shield losing 9,000 points. If there were more explosions, even with over
300,000 health, he wouldn't be able to withstand it.
Lin Xiao quickly switched to the glory set and summoned the nine-tailed fox.
Slime, Lucky, keep healing us. For honor. The
glory set had a damage-sharing effect. Charge. Since the Fire Knight was so aggressive, they would fight even more fiercely. Forget defense, go all out and see who lasts longer. The glory set's enhancement significantly slowed the Fire Knight's fire energy accumulation rate.
Bang!
The Fire Knight launched an attack.
The King's tomb, no one shall enter. The Fire Knight's deep voice echoed. Holding a flaming
sword and shield, he blocked Lin Xiao's path.
Bang bang bang!
Fire energy reached full capacity and exploded again.
Intruders, perish! The Fire Knight locked onto the Death Knight and launched an attack.
Flames accompanied the swing of his sword, erupting in a fiery surge while triggering a fire energy explosion. The Death Knight failed to defend in time, was blasted away, and engulfed by the flames, but in the next moment, he charged forward on his undead warhorse, the shadow of war behind him like 1,000 troops.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Fire energy exploded continuously, bombarding him like bombs, yet it still couldn't stop his advance.
Splat!
With one strike, he sent the Fire Knight
flying. Foxfire.
The nine-tailed fox spirit waved the deceptive orb in her hand, and the original 3 foxfires instantly turned into 27, rushing straight at the Fire Knight. This was the effect of the deceptive orb.
A mere pile of scrap metal dares to cause trouble. The Goblin King lashed out fiercely with his whip. Thunder roared, and several arcs of lightning flickered in the air.
Under the blessing of the divine thunder of purple heaven, talent, the
arcs emitted immense power. Target locked, full firepower coverage.
The savage mechanical bull, enduring the fire energy explosions on its body, suddenly unleashed a wave of skills.
Buzz, a green sanctuary appeared, and everyone's
health rapidly recovered. This was the slime's forbidden spell, Sanctuary of Healing. After a concentrated wave of attacks, the Fire Knight's health dropped by half.
This guy is crazy, actually tanking the Fire Knight's fire energy head-on while dealing damage. Could this be his strategy?
Remy, hiding in the distance, was stunned as she watched Lin Xiao's desperate assault. She had originally thought he would have a more ingenious way to deal with the Fire Knight. She hadn't expected him to just grit his teeth and endure. But he does have a damage-sharing skill, so he can indeed tank like this. Remy glanced at the fire energy, occasionally accumulating above Lin Xiao's head, which would
then explode. The damage wasn't as severe as before. At least it wouldn't kill him in 2 hits anymore.
Even with a strong damage-sharing skill, it's still tough to endure.
Remy noticed Lin Xiao's health steadily decreasing, even though
the slime and the lucky sprite were helping to heal him. She took out a staff she hadn't used in a long time.
My healing might not be strong, but as a support, I can help a little. This guy is really tough.
Lin Xiao, covered
In dust, unleashed the evil dragon's roar once again.
Ding, the Fire Knight immediately crouched slightly, raising his shield to block the dragon's attack.
A blocking skill? Let's see how long you can hold out.
As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, a barrage of skills rained down on the Fire Knight, instantly engulfing him.
Successfully killed the Fire Knight, EXP plus 100,000. Obtained, Fire Seal *3, Fire Knight's Treasure Chest *1. Phew, finally took him down. That guy was tough. Lin Xiao exhaled a breath of black air. He had lost count of how many times he'd been blasted, definitely over 100. Fortunately, his health was high enough to endure it. If it were someone else, they'd have been blown to bits long ago.
The God of War is truly incredible, clearing the nightmare level, King's Ruins, in one go. Lin Xiao thought of the guide mentioning the God of War. The nightmare level, King's Ruins, was first cleared by the God of War, and in a single attempt at that.
Lin Xiao, you're amazing. I've never seen such a powerful summoner. Remy ran over excitedly, full of admiration. Even on king-level difficulty, the Fire Knight was a tough nut to crack, but Lin Xiao had taken him down in less than 5 minutes and astonishing speed.
But, you look so funny, like you just crawled out of a coal pile. Remy laughed as she looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shot her a glare.
You shouldn't laugh, you look like a beggar yourself.
Remy quickly wiped her face.
You're the beggar. Not a beggar now, more like a raccoon.
She clenched her fists.
Not arguing with you. I'm going to gather materials.
Lin Xiao instructed the Snow Maiden doll to create some ice, then had the nine-tailed fox spirit melt it so he could clean himself up a bit. He didn't use the slime, fearing its forbidden magic might accidentally flood the place.
Open the Fire Knight's treasure chest. Obtained, Fire Seal *5, Enhancement Stones *20, Modification Stones *20.
This time, his luck was average, no equipment drops.
Looks like I was just lucky the previous times.
Lin Xiao didn't mind, he could
always farm it a few more times.
Ding, the sound of a coin flipping echoed. Lin Xiao habitually waited for the result of the fate coin, feeling a bit of anticipation. After all, he had just achieved a decent effect.
Reverse. Bang.
A bolt of lightning struck, and the recently restored health dropped by another third.
Ding, reverse. Ding, another reverse. Lin Xiao's face darkened. 3 consecutive reverses, this was just too disrespectful, wasn't it? It seems you can
only flip the coin 3 times, and if it's heads, it ends immediately. Lin Xiao seemed to have figured out the rules of the fate coin. However, he felt that the probability of getting tails was much higher than heads, even though the coin's 2 sides were supposed to have equal chances.
All collected. Next is the Knight of Light. You won't fight him head-on like you did with the Fire Knight, will you? This guy is very dangerous. The Knight of Light can create
clones, and when the clones die, they drop lightning, which deals significant damage.
It's even more intense in nightmare difficulty. Remy quickly reminded him, afraid Lin Xiao might carelessly get struck by lightning.
Lin Xiao replied calmly, no need to worry about that, as long as we find the real one. Before coming in, I checked the strategy guide.
It's quite simple to distinguish the real one. The Knight of Light's shield has an emblem, while the fake ones don't, making it easy to identify.
Really?
But when you fought the Knight of Light, it didn't seem like you'd read the guide at all. Remy was still a bit skeptical.
Lin Xiao shrugged, because their method is too slow, I chose a
faster one. Entering the final room,
rows of knights stood before Lin Xiao, like burial accompaniments.
So many? How can you tell which is real and which is fake? Remy exclaimed in surprise.
These knights almost filled half the room. Actually, among the 4 knights, the Knight of Light is the weakest, Lin Xiao suddenly said.
Remy was puzzled. Why? Because mass-produced ones are never strong.
Lin Xiao recalled the Goblin King and other summoned creatures back into the summoning space, leaving only the Death Knight, Slime, and Snow Maiden doll.
Why did you recall all of them? Remy didn't understand.
Lin Xiao smiled, to deal with these mass-produced ones, we don't need that many. Clack, 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 before the fight even started, the armor of these knights began to peel off, revealing their true forms.
Light Knights.
They looked almost identical to the Knight of Light.
Why are they activating automatically?
The real knight is already hidden among these fake ones, completely untraceable, Remy exclaimed. In King difficulty, there weren't so many Light Knights, and the Knight of Light stood at the back as the leader.
But in Nightmare difficulty,
the number of Light Knights doubled, and even the Knight of Light mixed in among them, making it impossible to distinguish.
ZZZ.
The lightning sword swung, and several bolts of lightning surged toward Lin Xiao and his team, dense, like a sea of thunder, terrifyingly intense. Lin Xiao quickly dodged and ordered the Snow Maiden doll, freeze them. A flash of icy blue light, an ice storm blew through, forcibly gathering all the light knights together, turning them
into ice sculptures one by one. Found him, it's the Knight of Light.
Remy pointed at the light knight that hadn't been frozen. Although it was hard to distinguish, their attributes and resistances could never be exactly the same.
Step out of the king's tomb, kill.
The Knight of Light raised his lightning sword, and a blinding white light suddenly flashed. Lin Xiao shouted urgently, close your eyes quickly.
What? Bang! A flash of intense light, and Remy's vision turned completely white, unable to see anything. What happened? I can't see anything. Remy panicked, fumbling around blindly.
Soon, she grabbed a large hand, and her heart calmed down. Lin Xiao held her hand and explained, this is the Knight of Light's skill, which causes temporary blindness. At this moment, Lin Xiao wasn't feeling great either. Although he had turned around and closed his eyes, he was still slightly affected, and his vision was blurry.
Bang, bang, bang.
The light knights that had been frozen regained their mobility. But by now, the slime's forbidden spell was ready. The surrounding temperature soared, and a massive meteorite crashed down toward the light knights.
Are you crazy?
This will trigger the light knight's death effect, summoning heavenly thunder. Remy used a purification device to restore her vision, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Xiao's reckless move.
I know your
health is high, but the thunder summoned after the light knight's death stacks up. You won't be able to withstand it, Lin Xiao said, pulling her along. Stay close to me later, but not too close, or you might get struck by lightning. After thinking for a moment, he added, also, don't get too close, or you might get electrocuted. Boom! A meteor crashed down, melting the armor into molten iron, continuously devouring the light knight's life. The Snow Maiden doll quickly acted, freezing everything with her frost power.
A single ice explosion spell instantly wiped out many light knights.
On one side was ice, on the other was fire, creating a hellish scene of ice and fire.
Successfully killed light knight, EXP plus 10,000.
Talent Death Absorption triggered, Constitution plus 70,000, Strength plus 2,000. Talent Blood Frenzy triggered, Health plus 20, doubled, successfully killed Light Knight, Fake, EXP plus 10,000.
Talent Death Absorption
triggered. Lin Xiao listened to the continuous notification sounds in his ears, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. At this moment, lightning marks began appearing on the ground. The Light Knight's death trigger was about to activate. Lin Xiao immediately recalled the Slime and Snow Maiden doll into the summoning space and reminded Remy again, don't stay too far from me, but don't get too close either.
Remy immediately understood his meaning.
She had damage resistance skills, but seeing that the Death Knight hadn't been recalled, she was puzzled.
Why didn't you recall the Death Knight? He'll get struck by lightning.
Lin Xiao said indifferently, if he could be killed by lightning, I would have accepted it long ago. The Death Knight, having absorbed the Light Knight's attributes, was now terrifyingly strong.
Boom! Thunder struck down, and Lin Xiao immediately activated the ability of the Evil Dragon Reverse Scale Armor.
His entire body seemed to be covered in dragon scales, absorbing the thunder's attacks. At this moment, Lin Xiao stood amidst the lightning, leaving Remy both shocked and awed. The oppressive force of the thunder made her face pale, fearing Lin Xiao would be turned into charcoal in the next second. But to her astonishment, Lin Xiao's health didn't drop at all. He had completely absorbed the thunder's damage. She then turned her gaze to the Death Knight, who was also bathing in the thunder. Initially, she thought he had some skill to absorb damage. After observing for a while, she realized he had no such skill. He was enduring the thunder entirely on his own.
This Death Knight is insane, Remy exclaimed. The thunder lasted only a few seconds.
At this moment, Lin Xiao's entire body radiated electricity, like a fully charged battery.
Take this back!
Lin Xiao roared, reflecting all the absorbed damage back.
The Light Knight's eyes under his helmet shrank sharply as he quickly dodged.
He was well aware of the thunder's power, let alone the fact that this thunder was formed by the combined efforts of all the Light Knights.
Just as the Light Knight dodged, the Death Knight moved. A red glow flashed across his mask. Hanik's Abyss Mask skill activated. Teleportation. The Death Knight instantly appeared behind the Light Knight. The Light Knight's expression changed drastically. But before he could react, his head was already lifted high. Splat! Minus 445,223 damage. A single strike instantly emptied the Light Knight's health bar. Successfully killed Light Knight, EXP plus 100,000. Obtained Light Seal *3, Light Knight Treasure Chest *1. One-shot kill?
Remy stood there dumbfounded, her eyes wide like copper bells. This was a nightmare difficulty dungeon.
Although the Light Knight wasn't the final boss, he was still considered a mini-boss. Yet he was instantly killed. Unbelievable. And that single strike, over 400,000 damage. Could a level 26 summon creature even deal such damage? How did your Death Knight suddenly become so powerful? Remy asked. The Death Knight
has always been strong, Lin Xiao replied.
Remy,
if he had been this strong all along, he would have cleared the dungeon in seconds.
Seeing Remy's shocked expression, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. I told you, ordinary summon creatures aren't considered strong.
Remy was speechless and rolled her eyes at him.
That's just your opinion. Nightmare difficulty dungeons were completed by fewer than 10 teams.
This was the first time she felt a nightmare difficulty. Dungeon was so easy. No, it's Lin Xiao who is too strong.
Talent Big Eater triggered, Light Attribute Enhancement plus 40, Thunder Attribute Enhancement plus 30.
While waiting for Remy to extract materials, Lin Xiao fed the dropped light
seal to the slime.
This could enhance attributes and indirectly increase forbidden spell damage. Just as he was about to open the treasure chest, he suddenly heard the sound of a coin hitting the ground.
Ding, heads. Special effect. Obtained, Guardian Shield.
Guardian Shield can block one instance of damage. Not bad luck, at least it's not Tails. This was a passive skill that automatically triggered when attacked.
Opening the Light Knight's treasure chest, he
only got some materials, not as lucky as the previous 2 times.
All done, now it's the final boss.
You're prepared, right?
Remy put away the bottle containing the Light Soul and asked. The boss is simple, just go all out.
Remy, I haven't fought the nightmare difficulty, but the boss in King difficulty is very strong, with high damage and a forced stun skill. You need to be careful.
Remy shared what she knew.
The boss in nightmare difficulty changes a lot. After death, it has one chance to revive, Lin Xiao said.
The boss can revive? Remy was surprised. Upon revival, it summons a Guardian Knight.
That guy is annoying, capable of absorbing both physical and magical damage, Lin Xiao recalled. The strategy guide for King's Ruins, which had the most detailed description of the boss.
The Guardian Knight can switch between 2 modes, one absorbs
physical damage, the other absorbs magical damage. The absorbed damage not only reflects back but also heals itself.
If you fail to kill the Guardian Knight after the boss revives, the Guardian Knight's healing will also heal the boss. At that point, the boss will start indiscriminate attacks, and if the
Guardian Knight is hit by the boss, the reflected damage will hit the players.
After hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, Remy sighed deeply. How can there be such an overpowered skill?
She hesitated for a moment and handed Lin Xiao a capsule pill. This is a recovery capsule I recently developed.
It will automatically restore health when injured. Lin Xiao was surprised. Auto healing? Yes, this is a small version, capable of restoring 300,000 health. Once consumed, it's gone, Remy explained.
This is great. Lin Xiao took the capsule, curious about how such a small thing could hold so much power.
If this could be mass-produced, wouldn't the priest class be out of a job?
Remy rolled her eyes at him. Impossible.
Priests don't just heal, they also provide buffs to teammates.
Better than nothing, at least it's an extra safeguard.
Lin Xiao swallowed the capsule pill, and the effect was immediate. He was puzzled for a moment.
Then remembered it was the special effect of the Earth Guardian set.
Extra healing would turn into a shield. Not bad.
Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, immediately. Thinking of the correct way to use the capsule pill. The capsule could restore 300,000 health, and with the Earth Guardian set's healing effect tripled, it
became a shield. This shield is solid.
Lin Xiao was amazed. The enemy couldn't even break this shield, let alone make him lose health.
He looked at Remy and asked, Do you have more of these pills? There are 3 more, but they can't be stacked. No problem.
Lin Xiao consumed another one and kept the rest. Entering the boss room, Lin Xiao immediately felt an overwhelming sense of oppression.
On the stone throne ahead, a massive figure clad in heavy knight
armor, the king, sat as if waiting for visitors. As Lin Xiao and Remy entered, a red light flashed under the helmet, and the joints of the armor clashed as the king slowly stood up. He picked up the giant hammers and shield on either side, his red cape billowing in the wind, exuding and imposing. Aura. King, boss, level, 35 quality, legendary HP, 660,000 strength, 8,000 intelligence, 3,000 agility, 543 magic, 2,000 spirit, 198 talent. Guardian armor, A, skills, revival, paladin's heavy hammer, earthquake,
just calling it king? That's way too arrogant. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain.
660,000 HP, that's terrifying.
And this damage, I can't even block a single hit. Remy turned pale upon seeing King's stats. The giant hammer was raised high, accompanied by King's majestic roar, and smashed down. Intruders, die. Bang!
The ground shook violently, and shockwaves swept across. What kind of trash dares to call itself king? The Goblin King immediately appeared, along with 2 Goblin Shield soldiers who stood in front to absorb the damage. But King's attack was too strong, and one strike left the Goblin Shield soldiers half-crippled.
They were known for their exceptional defense. Dare to offend my prestige, I'll execute you immediately.
With shields blocking everything, the Goblin Shield soldiers charged forward, colliding with the Goblin King.
Lightning attack.
The Goblin King roared, purple thunder rolling as he swung his lightning whip,
instantly transforming the surroundings into a lightning domain. The Goblin soldiers also began their counterattack, wielding weapons bestowed by the king.
The purple Sky Divine Thunder talent greatly enhanced their combat power.
Even these goblins are this strong? Remy, hiding behind Lin Xiao, was shocked.
During the previous battle, the Goblin King had performed mediocrely, but now his strength was unexpectedly formidable.
Ding, the fate coin activated again. Tails. Ding, tails. Ding, heads. Special effect obtained, temporary doubling of constitution. 2 consecutive tails, and finally, heads on the 3rd flip. Doubling is doubling, it's temporary anyway, Lin Xiao sighed.
But doubling had its advantages.
Talent Blood's price
triggered, consuming 350,000 HP to raise Nine-Tailed Fox to level 25.
This price is way too high. Do they think I'm a blood bank? Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain.
The talent was powerful, but the cost was significant. However, with 600,000 HP now, he could afford to use it.
After the Nine-Tailed Fox leveled up, Lin Xiao immediately summoned her and the wild mechanical bull.
Stare, King suddenly locked his gaze on Lin Xiao, the pressure surged, and his rage erupted.
Summoner, die.
The sudden fury caught Lin Xiao off guard, and the giant hammer in King's hand smashed down.
The
wild mechanical bull's eyes flashed red, its body emitted scorching steam, and it raised its giant axe to meet the attack.
Clang, the collision of 2 massive weapons produced a deafening roar, and the intense impact shattered nearby rocks.
At the moment of weapon clash, the wild mechanical bull suddenly opened its mouth, a destructive beam rapidly gathered and then fired.
Boom! With no place to hide, the destructive cannon directly hit King, raising thick smoke.
The unexpected attack caused King to lose his advantage. His body was struck by the giant axe and fell to the ground,
creating large cracks in the earth.
Unable to withstand the heavy blow, King was smashed into the ground, forming a massive pit. The Nine-Tailed Fox seized the opportunity to strike. 27 fox flames appeared out of thin air, instantly igniting King's body, and angry roars echoed from the pit.
The attack wasn't over yet.
9 fluffy white fox tails spread out like a lotus flower, arcs of light shot towards the desperate King, and his steel-like
body emitted piercing sounds.
Boom! King suddenly leaped up, his armor emitting white smoke, and his eyes under the helmet were fierce and
terrifying.
You all, he raised the giant hammer high, and a powerful suction instantly pulled the Goblin King and others under the hammer, leaving no
time to react. Die, all of you. Boom! The giant hammer smashed down, hitting the Goblin King and others, leaving them injured and dizzy. Paladins. Heavy hammer. Even though Lin Xiao was out of the attack range, he was still affected by the massive shockwave, forced into a stun. Bang! The hammer
swung, sending the Goblin King flying, but the king ignored him and walked straight toward Lin Xiao. Each step was heavy and powerful, filled with rage. Standing before Lin Xiao, the hammer suddenly smashed down, but it was completely blocked by a shield, without the expected head explosion.
The king's anger intensified.
At this moment, Remy regained consciousness, saw the boss in front of him, and his face instantly turned pale.
Immediately
after, he saw the boss raising the hammer to smash Lin Xiao.
Remy hurriedly pulled out the purifier to remove the control on Lin Xiao, while he himself retreated far away.
Lin Xiao had just recovered when he felt an immense pressure. Opening his eyes, he saw the hammer already descending
toward him. Clang! The Death Knight appeared instantly, blocking the strike. This was the effect of the talent Dark Oath. Who the undead warhorse roared, raising its front hooves and fiercely kicking the boss. The boss was knocked back, and the Death Knight immediately pursued, with the Shadow of War appearing behind him, charging together. Master, are you okay? The nine-tailed fox quickly ran to Lin Zhao's side, asking with concern. Lin Zhao shook his head, I'm fine. Then muttered, was this guy defeated by a summoner before? Why does he hate me so much? Boom, the divine thunder of Zishao erupted, and the awakened Goblin King launched an attack. The lightning transformed into a dragon, rushing toward the boss. The wild, mechanical bull swung its giant axe again, joining the battle. Clang, the boss was slammed hard against the wall, its armor dented deeply, and its hammer and shield fell to the sides. Successfully killed the king. Only the kill notification appeared, without any experience or materials. Lin Zhao understood because this boss still had one chance to revive. Looking at the dead boss, the abyssal eye revealed information. King status. Reviving, thud, thud, thud. Steady and powerful footsteps echoed, accompanied by the sound of armor clashing. It's coming, the Guardian Knight! Remy exclaimed. After the king dies, the Guardian Knight appears to protect him during revival. At this moment, the Guardian Knight was shrouded in a layer of blue light. This was the state of absorbing and reflecting magic. Guardian Knight level, 20 quality, legendary status, magic. Immunity constitution, 330,000 strength, 6000 intelligence, 6000 agility, 132 magic, 2000 spirit, 154 talent, damage reflection, S level, skills. Thrust, quick switch, defensive stance everyone, retreat for now. Lin Zhao quickly recalled the Goblin King and others into the space and summoned the Spider Prince. The Death Knight did not return. Upon seeing the Guardian Knight appear, he immediately charged forward. Minus 16,500 killing intent. Fluctuations reduced health, and the undead warhorse raised its hooves for a fierce kick. The Death Knight's attack landed, directly taking away 1/3 of the Guardian Knight's health. The Spider Prince appeared like a ghost beside the Guardian Knight, and a dazzling slash bloomed into a beautiful rose. High damage numbers floated above the Guardian Knight's head. Backstab, damage doubled. Guard, guard, guard. The Guardian Knight's color rapidly changed. He was switching to another defensive stance. Don't give him a chance. Amid the roar, the evil dragon roared, and Lin Zhao tried to interrupt the Guardian Knight's switch, but failed. Even under control, the Guardian Knight's quick switch continued. Soul-rending shadow kill. The Spider Prince struck again, moving at incredible speed, with countless afterimages flickering around the Guardian Knight. The Death Knight instantly appeared behind the Guardian Knight, delivering a fatal blow. Successfully killed the Guardian Knight, experience plus 100,000. Obtained, Guardian Seal *3, Guardian Knight chest *1 talent death drain triggered, constitution plus 165,000, strength plus 3,000. Talent blood frenzy triggered, oh? This guy has rewards too? Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow, surprised that the boss's summoned creature was similar to the elemental knight from before, granting similar rewards upon defeat. It's already dead? Remy was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Lin Zhao had described how formidable and troublesome the Guardian Knight was. Some could absorb physical damage, while others could absorb magical damage. Yet, he had taken it down so quickly and effortlessly. What else? You think I'd waste time here with it? Lin Zhao said calmly. The longer it dragged on, the more troublesome it would be to deal with. At this moment, Remy noticed that the boss hadn't revived yet and couldn't help but ask, the boss's respawn time isn't up. What do we do now? Corpse camping. Corpse camping? Remy suddenly felt a chill behind her. Turning around, she saw the Snow Maiden doll had appeared behind her at some point. She was radiating an icy blue glow, cold air emanating from her body, and frost flowers blooming beneath her feet. She was charging up. Seeing this, Remy immediately understood what Lin Zhao meant by corpse camping. You're planning to hit the boss with a heavy blow the moment it revives? Remy asked. Lin Zhao nodded. If possible, I plan to take it out instantly. Instantly? Instantly kill it? Remy was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. The boss has 660,000 HP. How could you possibly one-shot it? Lin Zhao summoned the lucky sprite. 660,000 is nothing. Just be ready. It's my turn again, the lucky sprite said, appearing with a die in hand, ready to roll it, but Lin Zhao interrupted her. No need to roll. Just apply the buff. Ha! The lucky sprite looked dejected. But rolling the die could give a bigger boost. No need. Lin Zhao's tone was firm.
He didn't want to risk giving the boss some random unknown buff and creating more trouble for himself. Seeing her master so resolute, the lucky sprite reluctantly put away the die and applied the Song of the Ocean buff. Next, Lin Xiao summoned the Goblin King and others, instructing them to prepare. Everything was set, and they waited for the boss to revive. Watching this scene, with so many summoned creatures surrounding the boss, Remy was dumbfounded. She thought to herself, Lin Xiao really seemed more like a villain. The boss is probably going to be scared out of its wits when it wakes up, Remy muttered under her breath. Lin Xiao glanced at the shattered remains of the Guardian Knight and then asked Remy, do you want to extract materials from the Guardian Knight? Remy froze, looking at the immobilized Guardian Knight. It took her 2 or 3 seconds to react. Oh right. How could I forget? She quickly ran over and began extracting materials, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I've never extracted materials from a Guardian Knight before. I wonder what new things I'll get. It was no wonder she had forgotten. She had always played on King difficulty, where there were no Guardian Knights, so it was natural she hadn't thought of it. 5 minutes later, a notification sounded, Dungeon Boss King is about to revive. Please prepare for battle. Crack, 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 the boss's systems began to recover, and as it prepared to rise and resume the fight, it suddenly felt countless gazes on it. Looking up, the expression under its helmet froze. 7 or 8 pairs of fierce eyes were staring at it, as if ready to devour it whole. Weapons sharpened, magic charged, forbidden spells prepared, everyone was ready, just waiting for it to wake up. Where's my Guardian Knight? The boss, upon reviving and seeing the group of summoned creatures before it, let out its first and final question. The next second, boom! The attacks rained down, instantly engulfing the boss. Successfully killed King. EXP plus 300,000. Obtained, Polodin Seal *3, Polodin Chest *2. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, King's Ruins. EXP plus 600,000. Obtained, Polodin Warhammer, Weapon, Platinum Chest *1, Revival, Skill, All. Attributes plus 30. Wow, you really did one-shot it. Remy exclaimed in amazement as she finished collecting materials. Seeing the boss fall the moment it stood up, she couldn't help but shout in surprise. She noticed the massive amount of experience and level up she had gained, utterly shocked. So much experience. Clearing the nightmare difficulty once yielded more benefits than playing the king difficulty 4 or 6 times. Lin Xiao recalled his summoned beasts to let them rest, then asked Remy, do we need to collect the boss materials too? Of course, boss materials are the most valuable. Remy quickly ran over and started collecting the boss materials. I've never collected nightmare-level boss materials before. After collecting the materials, Lin Xiao and Remy exited the dungeon together. This time was a real haul. Remy looked delighted, having obtained many high-quality materials. She reached out to Lin Xiao, give it to me. You promised to help me research it. She certainly hadn't forgotten about the important item. Divine protection. Lin Xiao didn't take it out immediately but smiled slightly. You haven't paid me for this time yet. Remy rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao, I already paid you. You already paid? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned but quickly realized, are you saying the potions used in the dungeon count as payment? Of course, what else? Lin Xiao. He felt like he'd been shortchanged. Soon, Lin Xiao realized he hadn't used many potions. That's still not enough. I took you through a nightmare-level dungeon. Remy stopped joking, just kidding, but not entirely. This time's payment includes recovery capsules, which count as half. As for the rest, Lin Xiao looked at the various strange items Remy handed over and muttered under his breath, no wonder she's being so generous, she doesn't feel the pinch at all. Remy said, that's all. Lin Xiao glanced at them and felt somewhat satisfied. Don't try to cheat me, Remy reminded. Lin Xiao stroked his chin, I can give it to you, but not now. What do you mean, not now? Are you going back on your word? Remy immediately became unhappy. Lin Xiao explained, I still need to go to a dangerous place. Giving it to you after I return won't be too late, and you don't have the ability to research divine protection right now. He needed a powerful life-saving item, as no one knew what dangers awaited on the 95th floor of the Tower of Heaven. I only said I can't make it, but I can still research it, Remy retorted. Where are you going that requires a divine-level item? You can't handle it? I'll trade all my potions for it. The Tower of Heaven. The Tower of Heaven? Remy froze, even more confused. The Tower of Heaven doesn't require divine-level items at all.
Ah, you're not planning to use divine protection to slack off and directly rush to the higher floors, are you?
Remy seemed to have seen through Lin Xiao's thoughts and reminded him, don't even think
about it. You have to defeat the boss on each floor to move to the next, you can't skip floors.
Even with divine level items, it won't work.
Lin
Xiao shook his head, skipping floors isn't the issue here.
I'm just preparing for emergencies, so I can't give it to you for now. However, hearing
that he couldn't give it to her, Remy puffed up her cheeks in anger, looking like a wronged kitten. Upon hearing, however, she quickly asked,
however, what?
Lin Xiao smiled slightly, I can give you this first. This.
Remy panicked as she held the potion in her hands, trembling violently. She quickly hugged it tightly and stammered, this is what? Holy blessing potion, Lin Xiao clarified for her. Yes. Remy nodded repeatedly. Where did you get this? This is a divine level potion. Oh my god, you actually have 2 divine level potions? You're so lucky. She was utterly shocked and couldn't believe it.
She had been surprised when she learned Lin Xiao had divine protection, but she hadn't expected him to also have holy blessing potion.
This item was even rarer.
Lin Xiao said, I got it from a treasure chest.
From a treasure chest?
Remy almost wanted to refute but then dismissed the thought. Treasure chests couldn't possibly yield divine level items, he probably didn't want
to tell her and made up a random excuse. No need to delve into it. Are you saying you're giving this to me? Remy asked. It's not for you, it's
temporarily replacing divine protection.
I still need to take it back.
Generously handing the holy blessing potion to Remy for research, apart from substituting divine protection, the main reason was that he didn't need it himself. After all, the Earth Guardian set came with a resurrection effect, so the holy blessing potion wasn't that important to him. Letting Remy research it was also considered an investment in her. After all, she always managed to create strange items. Remy nodded like a pecking chick, I know, don't worry, I won't take your stuff, just research it.
Lin Xiao nodded, thought for a moment, and added, if you develop something new in the future.
Before he could finish, Remy interrupted, I'll take care of all
your recovery potions in the future.
If you have any needs, just let me know, I'll help you, even if it means climbing mountains or diving into fire.
No need to exaggerate, just let me know if you develop something new.
Remy walked away, clutching her temporary, precious potion.
Lin Xiao didn't
immediately enter the dungeon, he first replenished some food. He was now 1% experience away from level 27 and planned to spend the next few days in the dungeon, leveling up to 30 before coming out.
10 minutes later, Lin Xiao entered the nightmare level, King's Ruins, again. This dungeon was
relatively simple, with few monsters but lots of experience. 1 minute later, successfully killed Wind Knight, experience plus 200,000. Obtained, Wind
Seal *3, Wind Treasure Chest *1.
Congratulations on reaching level 27.
Wow! 200,000 experience. Solo farming really gives more experience. Lin Xiao marveled.
Previously, when teaming up with Remy, the experience was halved.
Let's continue.
Lin Xiao, along with Slime and Snow Maiden Doll, headed
straight to the next dungeon map.
Now that he had mastered the monster's attack patterns and mechanics, the clearing speed would only get faster.
In the dungeon hall.
Whoa, look, the nightmare level, King's Ruins, has refreshed the clearance record again.
How strong is this Lin Xiao guy?
He seems to refresh the record
every so often. He's indeed amazing.
I remember this dungeon is extremely difficult, and successful team clears are very rare.
So fierce, who exactly is this Lin Xiao? I know. He's a student at Imperial Capital University.
I heard that recently, in the Wan Tian Mountain Abyss dungeon, he actually soloed it.
Soloed? That's too exaggerated. Can someone really solo an abyss?
Look, the record has been refreshed again, this time by another 2 seconds.
Is this guy crazy? There's no reward for refreshing the record, what's he after?
These days, the dungeon hall was abuzz with discussions about Lin Xiao constantly breaking the nightmare level dungeon records.
Clearing once might be luck, but clearing repeatedly and breaking records? Lin Xiao is simply inhuman.
In the dungeon hall's rest area, a woman lay on the table, her head turned toward the hall's display screen, complaining. A man on her right was munching on a newly bought chicken wrap, smiling wryly as he ate. He scored ridiculously high on the college entrance exam, and now he's even more outrageous. A bald guard lowered his head, polishing his shield, and interjected, "A summoner this strong? I always thought it was a trash class." The girl lying down suddenly thought of something, sat up, and looked at Bai Ishua. Sister Ishua, let's ask him for help. He clears nightmare-level dungeons like drinking water. Teaming up with him would make it easy for us to pass.
The man eating the chicken wrap rolled his eyes at her. Don't you know the first and second place can't cooperate? Don't bother Sister Ishua with this. The girl ignored him and continued staring at Bai Ishua, waiting for an answer. It's not entirely like that. I've interacted with him a few times. He's actually quite nice, Bai Ishua said. It's just. She glanced at the screen, paused for 2 seconds, and continued, he's probably a lone wolf who doesn't like teaming up with others. Even his girlfriend rarely joins him in dungeons. Bai Ishua had almost never heard of Lin Xiao teaming up with anyone. College students usually try to form teams, and after a few years of working together, the team becomes stronger. But Lin Xiao seemed to disdain that. He fought alone. Who's his girlfriend? Lin Xiao has a girlfriend? The girl's curiosity was piqued, and she quickly inquired. Bai Ishua rolled her eyes at her. Jiang Ningxue. It's Jiang Ningxue. The girl's mouth dropped open in shock. Even the man eating a chicken wrap and the guard polishing his shield froze, clearly not expecting this. Is it the Jiang Ningxue whose single-target healing skill can be used as an area of effect? The girl confirmed again. Bai Ishua nodded. Yes. My god, these two are monsters. One easily broke records soloing nightmare-level dungeons. The other was a sought-after team member, with everyone vying to recruit her. Truly, a perfect match. Alright, Bai Ishua interrupted the conversation, standing up. Let's go, try again. If it doesn't work this time, we'll wait until level 30 to come back. But it won't be challenging anymore, she muttered under her breath. At that moment, Bai Ishua's phone rang. She glanced at it, and her expression immediately turned serious. The dungeon plan is cancelled. There's a new mission. A new mission? Is it from the Dragon Flame Abyss team? Yes, and it won't be an ordinary mission. It could be life-threatening at any moment. The girl shrank her neck. That dangerous? Where are we going this time? The West. Congratulations on reaching level 30. As the boss fell, the level-up notification rang in Lin Zhao's ears. Level 30. I can enter the Tower of Ascension now. He glanced at his stats panel, then closed the interface. Leveling up 3 times in 7 days was a decent pace. Before leaving the dungeon, Lin Xiao opened all the treasure chests he had obtained. Only one piece left for the Heavenly Calamity set. Hopefully, I can get it. He was full of anticipation. The Heavenly Calamity set consisted of 4 pieces, Windstride, Frostbind, Flameburst, and Thunderstrike. Only one piece left to activate the set effect. Obtained, Enhancement Stone * 50, Modification Stone * 60, Forging Stone * 20, Guardian Armor, Lightning Sword, Weapon, Flame Armor, Frost Aura, Skill, Heavenly Calamity. Earthquake Pauldrons, Armor. Hearing the words Heavenly Calamity, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, got it! The final piece of the 5-piece set. He quickly equipped it. The effect was similar to the previous 4 pieces, triggering an earthquake effect during attacks. One strike, even if the damage isn't high, these calamity effects are enough to give opponents a hard time. Although he couldn't fully equip the set yet and see the complete effect, even if he could, he wouldn't use the Heavenly Calamity set as his main armor. After all, he had even stronger gear. How much would this epic set be worth? Lin Xiao wondered, though he had no intention of selling it. He stored the Heavenly Calamity Earthquake Pauldrons. Forget it, no point thinking about it. I'll rest first, then go settle the score with the Oracle of Fate. During his recent dungeon runs, he had been struck by lightning from the Fate Coin numerous times. He had kept this grudge in mind. The Fate Coin occasionally had special effects, but more often than not, it just struck him with lightning. The odds were clearly unfair. That one time it directly leveled him up was the only stroke of luck, and it hadn't happened again since. It seemed like a small reward to placate him. Back at the dungeon lobby, Lin Xiao noticed it felt much quieter. The usual shouts of people looking for dungeon parties had significantly decreased. Although he found it strange, he quickly put it out of his mind and returned to school. When he arrived at school, he found even fewer students, only a handful scattered around. Where did everyone go? Is it vacation? Lin Xiao was puzzled. Returning to the sanctum dormitory, he saw Grandpa Nyo lying on a recliner. Just as he was about to ask, Grandpa Nyo suddenly sat up abruptly. You brat, what are you doing here? Did you escape from up there? Grandpa Nyo looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Escape? I've been running dungeons these past few days and just came out. What's going on? Why is the school so deserted? Grandpa Nyo's exaggerated reaction only confused Lin Xiao further. Grandpa Nyo eyed Lin Xiao suspiciously. You really didn't escape back here? Don't believe me? Look at my level. Grandpa Nyo used a detection spell and saw Lin Xiao was level 30, his eyes widening. Level 30 already? You're really pushing yourself. He then explained, something major happened in the West, and most of the students from the school have gone to assist. Half a month ago, a large-scale abyss dungeon appeared in the West. Many professional players went in to challenge it, but none could repel the abyss, and several teams even perished. This made the abyss situation worse, and nearby dungeons also started turning into abyss dungeons. The abyss is expanding rapidly, and now a third of the dungeons in the West have been abyssalized. Many monsters have escaped from the dungeons and started destroying human settlements. After hearing Grandpa Nyo's words, Lin Xiao finally understood what was happening. A monster siege. Grandpa Nyo nodded. Yes, and it's a massive monster siege. This time, the scale of the siege is unprecedented. Some high-level, high-difficulty dungeons have also been abyssalized, and monsters at levels 70 and even 80 are rampaging through cities, causing severe destruction. Level 70 to 80 abyss monsters. Lin Xiao couldn't help but gasp. He was well aware of how powerful these abyss monsters were. Thinking of Nan Wansheng, he asked, what about the war god? With the war god around, these abyss monsters shouldn't be too hard to deal with, right? Although he didn't know exactly how strong the war god was, someone who could easily defeat a demon duke and even take on a demon archduke should have no problem handling level 70 or 80 monsters. Grandpa Nyo shook his head. No. The war god is being held back. After the monster siege in the West, 2 demon archdukes brought a large number of abyss monsters to block our national border, keeping a close watch on us. If the war god leaves, they will launch an attack, so the war god can only stay there to hold them off. Lin Xiao immediately understood. The 2 demon archdukes were stalling the war god, taking the opportunity to let other abyss monsters launch a frenzied attack on the West. How is the situation in the West now? Lin Xiao asked. Grandpa Nyo shook his head. Not good. Many high-level professionals have died there. At that moment, a voice came from the old radio. The Lianpa defense line has been overtaken by abyss monsters. Tens of thousands of people unable to evacuate have been slaughtered. 5 professional teams have rushed to the battlefield, hoping to repel the abyss and rescue more people. This is war correspondent Su Bing. I will continue to report on the situation. A heavy silence followed. Lin Xiao clenched his fists tightly. Tens of thousands of people were gone just like that. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Nan Wansheng. He answered. Lin Xiao? Are you okay? I finally got through to you. Listen to me. Nan Wansheng's voice was serious. Lin Xiao interrupted him. War god, I know the situation. I've been in a dungeon these past few days and just came out. I didn't know all this was happening. Nan Wansheng was silent for a second before saying, the West is in critical condition right now. I need your help. Your task is to cover the evacuation of the affected people. Many low-level dungeon monsters have scattered our forces. Although many schools and freelance professionals are providing support, it's still not enough. Lin Xiao nodded. Understood. I'll head over immediately. The matter of the Tower of Heaven would have to wait until he returned. When he arrived at the training ground, a massive teleportation array had been set up there. Piles of supplies were stacked nearby, and injured people were being sent back through the teleportation array from time to time. Soldiers, students, freelance professionals, and displaced civilians were all present. The situation is dire. Lin Xiao had read about monster sieges in books before, but experiencing it firsthand was a completely different and heavy feeling. Hold on. The people ahead have received our distress signal and will arrive to support us soon. Shi Guangyao, wielding a double-edged broadsword, slashed fiercely, cutting the abyss demon in front of him in half. Blood splattered everywhere, covering half his body. But he didn't have time to wipe it off and immediately turned to charge at the next target. We can't hold on, Captain. The abyss monsters are increasing, and reinforcements might not make it in time. A scream rang out as a mage was struck and sent flying, half his body crushed, blood gushing out. Even if we can't hold on, we must hold on with your lives. At the very least, ensure all the people and supplies are evacuated. Think about the lives of the thousands behind you. As soon as the words fell, 2 more abyssal creatures were slain by the dual-bladed broadsword in his hands, but his back was also slashed open by sharp claws, blood gushing out. The priest immediately rushed forward to heal him. Although the abyssal creatures were not strong individually, their numbers were overwhelming, and they were severely understaffed. Captain, the teleportation array is reacting. Reinforcements have arrived, and they're from the central continent. Upon hearing this, Shi Guanyao's eyes lit up, and he roared while slashing. Good. People from the central continent are here too? Excellent. The teleportation array emitted a dazzling light, and Lin Xiao stepped out, surveying his surroundings to find himself in a stadium. The roars and growls of abyssal creatures echoed nearby. Lin Xiao frowned. Isn't this supposed to be the transit station? Have the abyssal creatures already forced their way here? As he was pondering, a soldier hurried over and said, "Thank you for your support. The situation is urgent, so I'll get straight to the point." A wild dungeon suddenly appeared at the transit station. After the dungeon abyssalized, abyssal creatures broke out and attacked the stadium. Our frontline forces couldn't provide timely support. Please lead your team to intercept the approaching abyssal creatures and buy us time to evacuate. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, the teleportation array suddenly stopped functioning. His expression turned blank, and he immediately realized something was wrong. "You're the only one?" he asked, his tone filled with confusion and shock. Lin Xiao nodded. "Just me. My name is Lin Xiao." "What? You're alone? Are you here to die?" Upon hearing that Lin Xiao was the only one, the hope in the soldier's eyes instantly turned to despair. They had expected a reinforcement team, but it turned out to be just one person. What could one person possibly do? "I'm here to help you," Lin Xiao said calmly, not wasting words with the soldier. He directly summoned his Death Knight, Slime, and other summoned creatures. The objective is simple: clear the nearby abyssal creatures. Lin Xiao immediately issued the command. Seeing so many summoned creatures suddenly appear, the soldier was startled but quickly realized, a summoner. "You're Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao gave him a puzzled look. "Didn't I just introduce myself? Why are you so shocked?" The soldier nodded excitedly. "It's you. The Lin Xiao who won the ultimate reward in the special training room." Lin Xiao nodded. "That's me. You're amazing. Hardly anyone can win the ultimate reward in the special training room. You're a genius." Lin Xiao smiled wryly. His reputation had even spread to the western region. However, since the special training room was a nationwide dungeon, it was normal for him to become famous after winning the ultimate reward. Boom, the battle outside was in full swing. The appearance of the Death Knight and other summoned creatures significantly eased the pressure on the defending soldiers. Lin Xiao walked out of the stadium and saw soldiers, officers, and other professionals fighting desperately. The precarious defensive line was completely stabilized with the addition of the Death Knight. These summoned creatures are too strong. This Death Knight is more powerful than any I've ever seen. Am I seeing things? That slime just cast a forbidden spell. I haven't even learned forbidden spells yet. Shi Guanyao, who was in the midst of battle, felt the pressure lighten. He glanced over and saw several unfamiliar summoned creatures helping to kill the monsters. Summoned creatures? Could the reinforcements be a summoner? He was puzzled. Logically, there shouldn't be such a powerful summoner on their side. But soon, he thought of someone. "You're Captain Shi, right? I heard you were here." A voice came from behind. Shi Guanyao turned around and saw a young, handsome man walking toward him. "That's me. Who are you?" "Lin Xiao." Shi Guanyao's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "So it is you. When I saw these summoned creatures, I knew it had to be you." Lin Xiao was curious. "Captain Shi, you know me?" "I don't know you personally, but your reputation precedes you. Who in the military hasn't heard of you?" Lin Xiao was speechless. It seemed his fame had reached unexpected places. He didn't say much and went straight to the point. "I heard a wild abyss dungeon appeared nearby?" Shi Guanyao replied, "Yes, it was originally just a normal dungeon, but due to the influence of the abyss, the dungeon has become extremely dangerous, which is why we've been attacked by so many abyss monsters." Lin Xiao asked in confusion, "Aren't we in the city? Can dungeons appear in cities too?" Shi Guanyao explained, "It's because of the monster siege event. The city's attributes have changed. It's no longer a city but has turned into the wilderness. Lin Xiao immediately understood. Simply put, the current city is as dangerous as a forest in the wild. Lin Xiao asked, "So if we directly destroy That dungeon, can we stop the abyss monsters from appearing? He was still unfamiliar with these things. Sure, Guanyu nodded. That's right, at least it can temporarily ensure safety here and buy us time to retreat.
This place has already been exposed and will attract more abyss monsters. Lin Xiao said firmly. Understood, I'll go destroy that dungeon.
Sure. Guanyu wasn't surprised and smiled. If you need anyone, just call me anytime.
Lin Xiao shook his head. No need, I'll go alone.
Sure, Guanyu was surprised. Alone? Can you handle it?
Lin Xiao replied confidently. I'm used to it.
Having more people is actually inconvenient. He summoned the nine-tailed fox and asked Sure Guanyu, where's the dungeon?
Sure Guanyu glanced at the beautiful nine-tailed fox, his gaze pausing for 2 seconds before hurriedly saying, southwest, at the Four-Bridge River.
Lin Xiao nodded. All right, nine-tailed fox, let's go. Sure Guanyu quickly stopped him. You're just bringing one summoned beast?
Lin Xiao pointed to the dice spirit in his arms, and the lucky spirit.
Sure. Guanyu sighed. Leave the rest of the people here to help you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The nine-tailed fox transformed into its fox form and carried Lin Xiao swiftly
toward the Four-Bridge River. Along the way, the scene was devastating. Collapsed buildings and corpses were everywhere, with abyss monsters feasting on humans.
Lin Xiao's heart sank. Is this the aftermath of the monster siege?
Suddenly, an abyss monster resembling a pterosaur spotted them and lunged. Lin Xiao said coldly, courting death.
He quickly unleashed foxfire, instantly reducing the monster to ashes.
However, this action attracted the attention of more monsters. Lin Xiao patted the nine-tailed fox. Don't get entangled
with them, go around. A dragon's roar suddenly echoed, stunning all the nearby abyss monsters. The nine-tailed fox seized the opportunity to swiftly pass through. After crossing several streets, Lin Xiao saw the dungeon's teleportation entrance. As long as the abyss pillar is destroyed, one less entrance will lead here.
Lin Xiao didn't have time to linger,
and had the nine-tailed fox enter first. Successfully killed Desert Python, Abyss, EXP plus 1200. Successfully killed Desert Fox, Abyss, EXP plus 1200. Successfully killed Desert Python,
Abyss Elite, EXP plus 2200. There weren't many monsters since most had already left, making it very easy for Lin Xiao to enter the dungeon.
Even the boss is gone? That makes destroying it even easier.
Reaching the boss's lair, an abyss pillar stood tall, with monsters occasionally crawling out of the abyss.
Nine tails.
Before he could finish speaking, the sky suddenly darkened, and a massive fist, like a meteor, smashed toward Lin Xiao. The nine-tailed fox reacted swiftly, dodging like a shadow and escaping several miles
away. Abyss Golem, Abyss Boss, level 15 quality, normal. Is it because it's too big and slow to move, so it hasn't left yet? Nine-tailed fox. 27 foxfires
instantly surrounded the abyss golem, melting it into a pool of lava in an instant.
Bang! The nine-tailed fox swept its tail, shattering the abyss pillar into pieces. Congratulations!
On repelling the abyss, EXP plus 10,000, Abyss Chest *1. Congratulations on first clear of the dungeon, Yellow Sandstone. Rewards, experience plus 20,000, Magic Stone, Material, Rock Armor.
Armor, first clear treasure chest *2. Hearing the first clear dungeon notification, Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. This counts as a first clear dungeon? Not bad. He was quite satisfied.
Leaving the dungeon, Lin Xiao returned to the gymnasium.
Sure Guanyu quickly asked, there must be a lot of abyss monsters at the dungeon entrance, right? I'll send people
to clear them out now. You just need to focus on destroying the abyss pillars. Lin Xiao waved his hand. No need, I've already taken care of it.
The rest is just dealing with the nearby monsters. Sure Guanyu froze for a few seconds, then asked in shock, taken care of? You repelled the abyss so quickly? He glanced at his watch. You came back in less than 20 minutes.
Lin Xiao dismounted from the nine-tailed fox, which reverted to human form, and explained, the dungeon difficulty wasn't high, and the monsters inside had already come out, so it was naturally much easier.
Do you have a distribution map of the abyss dungeons? Lin Xiao asked. To prevent the abyss monsters from spreading further, he had to enter the dungeons and destroy the abyss pillars. Otherwise, these pillars acted like their springboards, allowing monsters to appear at any time. I do, but the map is from 3 days ago, so it's not very accurate anymore.
Sure Guanyu immediately took out a map and handed it to Lin Xiao. He understood Lin Xiao's purpose and knew that this was the only way to maximize the containment of the abyss monsters.
Lin Xiao took the map, which was marked with 5 colors, red, blue, yellow, black, and white. Sure, Guangyao explained. Red
represents dungeons below level 20, blue is level 30, yellow is level 40 to 50, black is level 60 and above, possibly even abyss demons.
Abyss demons, those were monsters of at least level 70. White represents survivor markings.
Lin Xiao nodded, put away the map, and continued to ask, how can we restore the city to its original state?
Sure, Guangyao shook
his head with a bitter smile. There's no way for now. Unless all the abyss monsters in Huangsha City are cleared out and the nearby abyss dungeons are completely conquered, there's
no hope.
The conditions were extremely harsh. Clearing all abyss monsters in a large city was an almost impossible task, not to mention the wild abyss dungeons that could appear
at any time. I'll have my summoned beasts help you relocate to a safe place. Lin Xiao summoned the wild mechanical bull and goblins, assigning them to assist with relocation.
Then, he called the Death Knight and tasked it with clearing the nearby abyss monsters. There are several red markings nearby. Doll and Spider Prince, you go handle them. Be careful, and retreat immediately if you encounter level 40 abyss monsters. Although red markings indicated dungeons below level 20, no one could guarantee that high-level monsters wouldn't
pass by. The two nodded and set off immediately.
Lin Xiao looked at the white marking, which was a large shopping mall with a complex situation.
Jelly, you're coming with me. Die, you scum. A heavy hammer strike fell, smashing abyss monsters and the floor together.
Ah! Big brother, behind you! The little girl behind him screamed.
In alarm.
The man dodged abruptly, but the attack pierced through his arm. Blood gushed out, and his muscles throbbed in pain.
Goo goo goo. Hurts, doesn't it? You humans are so fragile, so foolish. A helpless child is enough to lure you out.
An abyss monster resembling vines slowly crawled out from behind the shelves,
inching closer to them. Big brother, I'm sorry. It's Shinshin's fault you got hurt.
The little girl on his back saw the blood flowing nonstop and couldn't
help but cry. It's just a small wound, nothing serious. I'm an elite won't be defeated by such an injury. Hold on tight, don't fall off. Wuxian gently comforted her. How ridiculous. The weak should be eliminated, only the strong deserve to survive.
The vine monster shouted, immediately launching an attack.
Countless vines sealed off all of Wuxian's escape routes. You think you're tough? I'm an elite, killing you is easier than crushing an ant. Don't act tough.
In front of me, I hate people who act tough.
Thunderfire heavy strike.
Blood gushed out, staining his clothes red, as the weapon in his hand supported his
battered body. Big brother, don't die, it's all Xian's fault, Xian caused this. Xian, on his back, cried out Wu Xiang's name, her tears falling onto his back, bringing a chill.
Ha! Wu Xiang gritted his teeth and stood up.
I'm an elite, how could I die so easily?
Little sister, your voice
is so pleasant to hear. Say a few more words, big brother likes listening to you. Boom! A black vine suddenly shot out from the ground. Wu Xiang reacted quickly
and dodged, but his injuries were too severe, and his body was a step too slow. The vine tore a chunk of flesh from his thigh, sending him crashing into a tempered glass railing in the distance. The glass quickly cracked and shattered. He fell from the 4th floor with a dull thud. Before hitting the ground, he
tightly held Xian in his arms. Sent you to find someone, and you're just playing here? Stupid plant. A black panther slowly emerged from the clothing section, exuding an intimidating aura.
As it reached the edge of the clothing area, it noticed a giant decayed rat with its head smashed in.
You even got your teammate killed.
The Black Panther's gaze turned cold. The abyss vine shrugged.
That's not my fault. It insisted on interfering and ended up getting its head blown off. Who's to blame for that?
The Black Panther ignored the nonsense, walked to the edge, and saw the human on the 1st floor standing up again.
Finish him off. Quickly. The hyena has already found the humans in hiding.
He needs you to use your vines to capture them all in one go.
With that, the Black Panther turned and left. Capture them all in one go. The abyss vine's expression darkened.
My abilities aren't meant for such dirty work.
Though deeply dissatisfied, it could only suppress its anger. The reason was simple, the hyena was stronger than it.
The abyss vine leapt up suddenly, landing in front of Wu Xiang once more, with
a hint of mockery. The game should end now. To have lasted this long and even killed that disgusting rat, you're considered top tier among humans. Wu Xiang gave a bitter smile. End? It really should end.
Boom! The giant hammer in his hand slammed down, and flames and lightning erupted instantly.
The flames transformed into a lion, and the lightning became a giant bird. The Abyss Vine's expression changed drastically. You were hiding such a move. It could feel the immense power emanating from the Flame Lion and the Thunderbird. Surprised? What expert doesn't have a trump card? Roar, screech, the two elemental beasts roared furiously and pounced on the Abyss Vine. Thunder surrounded them, sealing off the upper space. Flames raged, blocking all escape routes. Damn it! The Abyss Vine roared in anger, its roots flailing wildly, but under the fierce assault of the elemental beasts, its roots were destroyed one by one. Flames and lightning intertwined, consuming everything. Two bosses, and this is considered elite? No, not at all. I'm really in trouble now.
Wu Xiang gritted his teeth, barely
holding on, a bitter smile on his face.
Taking down two Abyss bosses alone, and at level 40 no less, was already a remarkable feat. Thud.
Suddenly, a decayed vine shot out from the flames and lightning, piercing Wu Xiang's chest.
His body began to decay rapidly. Big brother, big brother.
Damn it!
Wu Xiang felt his life slipping away bit by bit, but he was powerless to resist. He gritted his teeth and forcibly broke the decayed vine, bitterly saying, still not quite elite.
Enough! Amid the intertwining flames and lightning, a decayed plant dragged its broken body out, its face full of rage. Daring to injure me like this, you deserve it.
Just as the Abyss Vine was about to finish off Wu Xiang, a resounding voice echoed. Boom! Green vitality surged, spring bursting forth, and a grand hall
slowly appeared in mid-air. Healing radiance descended, steadily halting Wu Xiang's life from slipping away. Forbidden spell, Hall of Healing. Who? The Abyss Vine roared, only to be struck by 27 foxfires. Before it could react, it was killed. Lin Shao descended swiftly with the nine-tailed fox, reaping the benefits.
Seeing Wu Xiang's severe injuries, he quickly used Remy's aid to heal him. Wu Xiang, who had closed his eyes awaiting death, was surprised when the attacks stopped and his injuries began to heal slowly. He opened his eyes to see the Abyss Vine reduced to ashes. His savior had finally arrived. Wu Xiang saw clearly who saved him and instinctively shouted, "Escape, Captain!" Lin Zhao's face instantly darkened. "I came to save you, and instead of thanking me, you call me escape, Captain? What a waste of effort. I almost came too late." Wu Xiang stood up, stubbornly saying, "Without you, I could have handled it myself."
After a pause, he added, "Thank you."
Lin Shao ignored his snarky attitude, glanced at the girl in Wu Xiang's arms, and mocked, "A single Abyss boss beat you up like that? You're way too weak."
Wu Xiang clenched his fists, ready to retort, but Xin spoke first.
"No, big brother is really strong.
If it weren't for protecting me, if it weren't for that big rat's sneak attack, he could have taken on 10 of them. 2 Abyss bosses.
No wonder Wu Xiang ended up in such a sorry state.
Are you two the only ones left in this mall?
Where are the others?" Wu Xiang's appearance was clearly to save people, so why was he alone?
Usually, there would be a team. Did they all die?
There are still 500 or 600 people hiding upstairs, but apart from scattered Abyss monsters here, there are also 2 stronger Abyss
bosses. You're no match for them.
Wu Xiang briefly explained the situation.
How strong? Lin Shao asked. Level 45.
Hiss. That does sound troublesome.
Relying on the nine-tailed fox and slime might not be enough. What about the others? Is it just you? Just me. What a reckless guy. Lin Shao was speechless. Coming here alone, do you think you're a summoner? Too bad you're not a priest. If a priest came to help, maybe we could stand a chance, but now. Wu Xiang fell silent. The Abyss-enhanced bosses were too strong, with levels as high as 45. They could leave safely now, but the 500 or 600 people upstairs might not make it. Lin Shao noticed Wu Xiang's reluctance to give up and prepared to go upstairs to save people. He asked, "What's your plan?" "You go save people. I'll distract the 2 bosses." "You?" Lin Shao looked at Wu Xiang with doubt. There were only 2 possible outcomes, either get killed by the Abyss bosses or get killed by the Abyss bosses. "How about you go instead, Captain?" The word captain was full of sarcasm. In truth, he was very dissatisfied with Lin Shao being the captain. His level was clearly higher, so why was Lin Shao the captain? And he wasn't even an elite. It was infuriating. "Don't go, big brother, you'll die." Xin tightly held his hand, stopping him from rushing forward. Wu Xiang smiled faintly, rubbed her head, and said, "Your mom is still up there. Can you leave her behind?" Xin fell silent, torn between her mom and big brother, both equally important to her. What level are you now?
Lin Xiao suddenly asked.
Level 39. If you hadn't stolen the experience from that boss, I'd already be level 40.
Lin Xiao sighed, almost level 40, and you almost got killed by
2 level 40 bosses. No wonder you're not an elite.
Wu Xiang immediately flared up. Come on, you're the captain, I'm the team member.
I just fought 2
level 40 abyss bosses, and the remaining 2 level 45 ones are yours. Let me, a non-elite team member, see who's really stronger. As he spoke, he stepped
aside, gesturing for Lin Xiao to go ahead. Master, his mouth is so annoying. Aren't you going to hit him? The lucky sprite beside them couldn't help but say. The nine-tailed fox also nodded, its tail standing upright, ready to lash out. Lin Xiao said calmly, this guy's mouth is unforgiving, but he's a decent person. It's just not the right time to hit him now.
You. Wu Xiang clenched his fists tightly. Big brother is really strong, it was all because of that big rats.
Sneak attack, Xin retorted. Wu Xiang took a deep breath, pretending to be indifferent.
Since the captain is so capable, the captain can go distract those 2 abyss bosses, and I'll, as the team member, go save people. The word captain was emphasized heavily. Lin Xiao didn't want to argue with him anymore and said directly, stop wasting time here with idle chatter.
There are still many people who need saving.
We also need to destroy the abyss pillars in the nearby
dungeons. Those 2 abyss bosses are yours to deal with. Once you're done, immediately bring everyone back to the gymnasium.
It was just attacked by abyss creatures, and we need to prepare to relocate. Wu Xiang was about to speak when he saw what Lin Xiao had traded to him, and his eyes widened instantly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A full set of 5 epic-grade equipment. He was stunned. He had seen epic-grade equipment before, but never a complete set. Is this for me? Wu Xiang didn't confirm the trade, staring at Lin Xiao in disbelief.
Lin Xiao smiled faintly, just lending it to you.
Do you have the ability to kill those 2 abyss bosses and bring everyone back safely? Yes, absolutely no problem. Wu Xiang immediately confirmed the trade.
After receiving the epic set, he was so excited that he couldn't contain himself.
Dad, from now on, you're my real dad. A full set of epic-grade equipment, I wouldn't even dare dream of this. Ha ha ha.
Once this is all over, I'm going to find that show-off with the dragon and flaunt this.
A dragon?
What's that compared to my epic set? Lin Xiao watched Wu Xiang's over-the-top excitement and
couldn't help but feel speechless. Sigh, it's just a set. I don't have such a generous son like you.
But remember, this is only a temporary loan. You have to return it after using it, Lin
Xiao reminded him.
The Heavenly Calamity set required level 35 to equip, and Wu Xiang couldn't use it yet, so he could only hold on to it for now. There were 2 level 45 abyss bosses here. The 2 of them could defeat them together, but it would take too much time. So Lin Xiao lent Wu Xiang this epic set. With its boost, defeating the 2 level 45 bosses should be manageable. After all, he himself was a seasoned member of the Dragonflame Abyss team, with solid strength. Don't worry, I'll definitely return it after using it.
Oh, Wu Xiang couldn't help
but let out strange cries as he equipped each piece, looking like he was transforming.
After he finished equipping, Lin Xiao asked, how's the set effect?
Only by wearing it could the effects
be seen.
It increases damage for 5 attributes, wind, thunder, ice, fire, and earth, and it also enhances the calamity ability of 1 piece of equipment.
It's so powerful. Truly worthy of being an epic set. Compared to what I was wearing before, it's complete trash. Oof, I'm practically a walking disaster now.
Wu Xiang even felt like the wind was under his feet.
As he walked. Ding! Due to your generosity in lending an epic set, you will receive double rewards when the other party returns it, and you've earned the achievement, Generosity. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. You can get achievements for this? Generosity, when you lend items, you receive double rewards when the other party returns them. This achievement is pretty good, getting double items. It was quite practical, not useless.
Captain, your team member is fully equipped.
Please issue orders.
Wu Xiang stood straight, as if waiting for the captain's inspection. The word captain was spoken with strength and no longer carried any sarcasm. Lin Xiao smiled, I still prefer your earlier fighting spirit.
Take these items. With you. I'm leaving this place to you.
Lin Xiao tossed him 3 more, Remy's aid.
Wu Xiang glanced at them and couldn't help but curse, damn.
Such strong healing effects, the captain lives
up to his name. Go quickly. Lin Xiao mounted the nine-tailed fox, ready to leave for the next location.
Just as he was about to set off, Wu Xiang suddenly remembered something important, and hurriedly called out to him, "Captain, I almost forgot to tell you about Jiang Ningxue."
Ningxue? Lin Xiao frowned and immediately asked, what happened to her? The Western battlefront
was intense, and she must have already arrived here. With her talent, she was likely on the front lines. Before I came, I heard that Jiang Ningxue's team had already been scattered. Lin Zhao's eyes widened in anger. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? I was too excited and forgot.
Where exactly is her team?
The southeast direction of the mall. I'm not sure of the exact location. Upon hearing the general direction, Lin Xiao didn't wait for Wu Xian to say more and immediately rushed off with the nine-tailed fox and the others. Wu Xian was stunned by the speed of the
nine-tailed fox.
Holding Xinxin, he said, "Xinxin, let's go save your mom." Xinxin nodded firmly, but her face still showed some worry.
Maybe you should hide me first. I'm afraid I'll hold Big Brother back.
Wu Xiang smiled, "Don't worry, I'm super strong now."
After leaving
the mall, Lin Xiao confirmed the direction and sped toward the southeast.
The city was densely packed with buildings, and although the nine-tailed fox was fast, it couldn't charge recklessly, as they didn't know if Jiang Ningxue was hiding in one of the buildings. She's
just a healer with no combat ability. If her team was scattered and she encountered abyssal monsters, there's almost no chance of survival. Death was the only outcome. This was what Lin Xiao feared the most. I hope she's hiding well or has found a few teammates with combat abilities. His heart was burning with anxiety, and he took several deep breaths to calm himself. He pulled out the fate coin, hesitated for a few seconds, and tossed it, taking a gamble, hoping to trigger a special effect to locate someone. But fate played a cruel joke on him.
3 consecutive flips landed on the reverse side, and his health instantly dropped by 90%.
Lin Xiao wanted to toss it again, but the system prompted that it couldn't be used anymore.
He could only put the coin away with a dark expression. Completely useless, not reliable at all when I need it.
He recalled how, during the King's Ruins dungeon, he was struck by lightning almost daily, and the upgrade effect never appeared.
He turned to the slime beside him and asked, "Do you have any skills like X-ray vision?"
The slime had mastered many spells, and Lin Zhao's previous talent, Magic Apprentice, allowed him to learn one new spell per day, resulting in an uncountable number of spells. Later, it upgraded to King of Forbidden Spells, and all the spells he mastered were upgraded to Forbidden Spells.
If he
could find a forbidden spell related to X-ray vision, he could quickly locate Jiang Ningxue.
The slime nodded to indicate it did.
Closing its eyes, after a moment, Lin Xiao felt an intense gaze. Looking up, he saw a large, silly-looking eyeball floating in the air, staring down at everything below. The sudden appearance of the giant eyeball startled Lin Xiao, but he quickly realized it was the slime's forbidden spell Eye of Ultra Vision.
As the giant eyeball scanned the area,
images appeared in Lin Zhao's mind.
The vision could even penetrate buildings to see inside.
Closing his eyes made the view even clearer.
Not bad, well done.
Hearing Lin Zhao's praise, the giant eyeball in the sky showed a happy expression. Inside a tall building, Lin Xiao saw several survivors hiding in a room. Fortunately, there were no abyssal monsters nearby. He was about to rescue them but hesitated, as there was a more important target.
"Captain, any orders?"
"What the hell, this Black Panther must be tired of living. How dare it interrupt me when my dear captain is calling?" On the other end of the line came the sounds of thunder and
wind, along with the panther's wails. A few seconds later, Wu Xian's voice came through again. "Captain, any orders?" "I'll send you a location in a moment. Go there and rescue the people."
"Understood, mission guaranteed." Lin Xiao didn't say much and directly sent the coordinates. With the city under monster siege, he couldn't head to the front lines. He could only rescue people in the rear and clear out some low-level abyssal monsters. But the rear wasn't safe either. Danger could appear at any moment. For example, right now. Boom! A massive foot, as tall as a 3-story building, stomped heavily, crushing through the residential area like a forest. Houses collapsed, and some people who didn't escape in time were thrown out of their homes.
Just as they were about to hit the
ground, a giant hand swept through, grabbing the scattered survivors and tying them to its waist before continuing forward.
When Lin
Xiao noticed this colossal creature, he had already hidden himself, his heartbeat accelerating.
War Demon, Abyss Boss, level
50 quality, legendary constitution, 2.3 million strength, 90,000 intelligence, 200 agility, 231 magic, 3000 spirit, 457 talent. Will of War, A, Skills, Slaughter, Eye of the Frenzied Owl, Rage in Action. When Lin Xiao saw the information about the colossal creature, his expression changed instantly. Oh my god, it's a level 50 abyss boss. How could such an abyss monster appear here? Where are our people? A level 50 abyss monster was already considered high level, let alone a boss. Yet this powerful abyss boss was roaming freely, as if it were in its own backyard, casually moving around as if searching for snacks. The humans tied to its waist were its snacks. Lin Xiao saw that the war demon had several professionals tied to its waist, along with some students from who knows where. They were just unlucky, or perhaps they tried to stop the monster but failed, ending up as its food. Lin Xiao observed for a while and noticed Jiang Ningxue wasn't among them, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately sent a message to remind Wu Xiang to be cautious and also forwarded the information to Shi Guangyao, urging him to be extremely careful. After all, the stronghold at the gymnasium had no power to deal with this abyss boss. After doing all this, Lin Xiao avoided the area and chose to retreat. Unable to fight, he could only run. A level 50 abyss boss was 19 levels higher than him. If he reached level 40, he might have a chance, but now, there was no way to fight it head-on. Rushing in recklessly would be suicide. Under the surveillance of Eye of Supervision, Lin Xiao sent the location of the survivors to Wu Xiang, helping out with any dangers he encountered along the way. What luck, Lin Xiao suddenly said. The luck sprite immediately flew in front of him. Master, do you want to go back and challenge that big monster? Trust luck this time, it will definitely help you roll good numbers. Challenge, wouldn't that just get him killed instantly? Not to mention, when has your luck ever been good? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at it. I need you to help me set the dice numbers. Seeing the war demon, he knew he had to leave a backup plan. If he encountered it, at least he could resist. The luck sprite's eyes lit up upon hearing about setting dice numbers, and it excitedly asked, what numbers does Master want? Ha? Can it really be done? Isn't it too risky? Just do it, I know what I'm doing. Alright, since it's Master's request. The luck sprite returned behind him, and at that moment, the slime brought good news. Jiang Ningxue had been found. But there was also bad news. She had been found, but she was alone and surrounded by abyss monsters. Yes. Lin Xiao found Jiang Ningxue, and she was being surrounded by several abyss monsters. But he didn't immediately go down to rescue her because he saw Jiang Ningxue fighting back, killing the abyss monsters attacking her one by one. She was a healer, yet she could fight? Lin Xiao was utterly shocked. No, anyone would be shocked. A healer with such combat power, easily taking down abyss monsters. Ningxue. Despite his shock, Lin Xiao didn't wait for her to finish clearing the enemies and took action first. He summoned 27 fox flames, instantly burning the low-level abyss monsters to ashes. Jiang Ningxue froze, and upon hearing the familiar voice, she quickly turned around and exclaimed excitedly, Lin Xiao? You're finally here. Where have you been all this time? She was happy to see him but also complained about his disappearance during this period, wondering why she couldn't reach him. Lin Xiao awkwardly scratched his nose. I've been in a dungeon recently. I only found out about the big incident in the west after coming out, so I rushed over. Your team got scattered? Although he had already heard about it from Wu Xiang, he still needed to confirm. Yes. Jiang Ningxue nodded, her face showing a hint of sadness as she recalled the events from 3 days ago. 3 days ago, we encountered a super powerful monster, a level 50 abyss boss. It was too strong. 2 of its attacks almost wiped us out completely. A powerful monster, a level 50 abyss boss. Lin Xiao immediately thought of the war demon he had encountered on the road. So Ningxue had already fought it before. Luckily, she managed to escape. As long as you're okay, Lin Xiao comforted her. Then he changed the subject and asked how she had attacked earlier. You mean the attack just now? That was because of Dewdrop. Jiang Ningxue opened her palm, revealing a small green object floating in her hand. It was brimming with vitality and full of life energy. Lin Xiao asked in surprise, what is this? This is an S-grade talent I recently obtained. From the talent Divine Stone Dewdrop, Jiang Ningxue proudly introduced her new talent to Lin Xiao. An S-grade talent. Now she had 2 S-grade talents as well. A newly acquired talent? And it's S-grade? This was practically heaven-defying luck. It seemed like he had also obtained an S-grade talent from the talent Divine Stone, so it wasn't an issue. Jiang Ningxue continued.
To explain, Dewdrop can store my healing output and then convert it into attack power at a certain ratio, dealing damage to enemies. This converted attack can not only directly strike
enemies but can also be applied to weapons. Lin Xiao was astonished.
That's incredible.
No wonder she had been so calm and composed when facing the abyss monster earlier.
Of course, Jiang,
Ningxue said proudly, puffing out her chest.
Now I'm a combat-capable healer.
If it weren't for my rare class, my priest might have already turned into a berserker healer.
A berserker.
Healer referred to a powerful healer who could both heal and deal damage. Amazing, Lin Xiao gave her a thumbs up.
Can Dewdrop be applied to other people's weapons?
Of course.
After all,
it's a priest's talent, so it still has support capabilities, Jiang Ningxue replied. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that this, Dewdrop, talent and abundance of life, were a perfect match.
1.
Could store healing output and convert it into damage, while the other focused on group healing.
Combining the two was simply too satisfying.
Just as Lin Xiao was about to escort Jiang Ningxue away, a notification sound suddenly rang out.
Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, Sand Dunes. EXP plus 70,000, Abyss Chest *2.
Congratulations on leveling up to level 31.
Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. He had just entered and already leveled up? The leveling speed was insane.
He observed the positions of the Death Knight, Snow Maiden Doll, and Spider Prince and found that they were all in the dungeon, continuously killing abyss monsters. His own experience points were also steadily increasing.
You can level up like this?
Lin Xiao suddenly realized. Letting summon creatures farm dungeons while he stayed home to level up, it was that simple. Normally, summoned creatures couldn't enter dungeons alone, but abyss dungeons were different.
The
rules of abyss dungeons had changed.
Monsters could freely enter and exit, and so could summoned creatures. Just like that time at Wantian Mountain.
I should have thought of this earlier. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. Of course, it was possible that the interference from the Dark Abyss Sky Demon earlier had distracted him, making him overlook this point.
His focus had been entirely on the curse.
Maybe, the monster siege is a great opportunity to level up, Lin Xiao said, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
Monster siege?
This place was
teeming with experience points.
Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Jiang Ningxue called out to him a few times before he snapped out of it.
Why did you suddenly zone out?
Lin Xiao smiled.
It's nothing. Just thinking about something exciting. He didn't elaborate further and instead said, we should hurry back. Not long ago, the gymnasium base was attacked by abyss monsters. When I
came here, I also saw the abyss boss you mentioned.
It's very likely heading for the gymnasium. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to. Jiang Ningxue was surprised to hear that Lin
Xiao had also encountered that abyss boss. Hearing that the stronghold was about to evacuate, she shook her head. No, I still have quite a few people here.
I can't abandon them. I have to go and save them.
Lin Xiao said, I understand your desire to save people, but where will you place those you rescue? A large gathering of people easily becomes a target for abyssal monsters.
Saving people can only be done within one's capacity. Moreover, this city has already become a battlefield. Survival depends on oneself.
Jiang Ningxue looked at Lin Xiao, but right now,
the only thing we can do is save people. The front lines are too dangerous. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. You've been to the front lines?
Yes, the principal seems to be there too.
They can't
take care of the rear. Jiang Ningxue paused and continued, on the way back, I saw many abyssal demons capturing people.
I don't know where they're taking them. Capturing people? Lin Xiao frowned.
Abyssal monsters kill humans on sight, it's instinct. Why would they capture people?
Could it be that there's an excess of food, and they're stockpiling for winter? What a cruel joke.
As he pondered the meaning behind this, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression.
Not far away, a massive figure appeared.
Lin Xiao's pupils contracted sharply.
It was the war demon. Why had it suddenly turned back?
And judging by its direction, it was heading straight here.
Boom! High-rise buildings collapsed, flower beds were crushed into fragments, and
the war demon abruptly turned back.
Despite being a colossal entity, it could precisely grab falling people from the collapsing buildings.
Regardless of life or death, it tied them to its
waist.
It scanned the surroundings, locked onto a target, and walked straight over.
Could I have been mistaken? I remember it was heading this way, but why is there no one here now? Boom! As soon as the words fell, it smashed a 4- or 5-story building with a single punch.
After discovering people, it grabbed them again.
They're all ordinary people. Where are the professionals?
Noticing the war demon gradually moving away, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why it suddenly turned back, not being discovered was good news.
He currently had no ability to deal with such a powerful abyssal boss, let alone with Ningxue by his side. Let's wait until it moves further away before we leave. Lin Xiao tightly held her hand and whispered. Jiang Ningxue silently nodded.
She had witnessed the war demon's might, their team had been scattered by it. Just then, a crisp ding suddenly sounded in Lin Xiao's ear. He froze, seeing the fate coin appear out of nowhere and then fly up on its own.
What's going on?
Lin Xiao's eyes widened.
Triggering now? Are you kidding me? Please don't let it be the reverse side.
His heart was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. In the end, fate played another joke on him.
The coin landed with the temple emblem facing up, the reverse side. Damn it. Crack.
A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, directly taking away 1/3 of Lin Xiao's health.
The sudden thunder startled Jiang Ningxue, and she noticed Lin Xiao's health plummet. Lin
Xiao, just now, was that? Before she could finish her sentence, a strong storm swept over.
Boom!
The building they were hiding in collapsed, and Lin Xiao quickly pulled Jiang Ningxue away.
To escape. Ding, crack. Another reverse side, another bolt of lightning.
The thunder seemed to specifically target the war demon's location.
Hiding there? The war demon didn't chase after
them but instead kicked away a nearby low building that was only 1 story tall. Dust flew, and debris shot toward Lin Xiao's position like bullets, with enough force to penetrate walls 10
centimeters thick. Ding, crack.
Just as it was about to grab Lin Xiao, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down on its right side.
Over there. The war demon seemed surprised, a trace of anger appearing on its face.
Although it didn't understand why there was lightning, it felt this was a form of insult. It was as if someone was mocking it. Come on, I'm right here.
You can't hit me, can you, idiot?
Thinking of this, the war demon grew even angrier. But Lin Xiao was already cursing inwardly.
Fate God, you damned thing.
If the fate god truly existed, Lin Xiao swore he would definitely go up and punch her twice, hiding well, yet the fate coin suddenly jumped out and started spinning.
Hadn't he already used the fate coin? How could it be used again so soon?
When looking for Ningxue, he had specifically used the fate coin first to prevent it from acting up unexpectedly. Early or late, it just had to act up at this moment.
It must be intentional.
Perhaps the god of fate was laughing uncontrollably right now.
Found you. So, you're the one secretly watching me. A level 30 professional, worth several ordinary people. There's another one, the priest from the previous team?
The war demon grinned coldly, exuding a chilling aura.
Not bad. Capturing you two before heading to your human settlement won't be too late.
Crack! Before it could finish speaking, the surrounding temperature plummeted, instantly freezing the war demon.
Forbidden spell, Void Freeze. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao grabbed Jiang Ningxue, mounted the nine-tailed fox, and immediately turned to flee.
Although the skill description stated it could freeze the opponent for 5 seconds, with the war demon being level 50, freezing it for even 1 second was already impressive. After Lin Xiao dashed 100 meters away, the ice was broken.
Roar! The evil dragon roared. Just as the war demon was about to act, it was immobilized again.
Slime, prepare Eternal Water Prison. Lin Xiao commanded swiftly. Eternal Water Prison was an upgraded version of the forbidden spell. Water bubble, with stronger control capabilities. As long as they could buy time, they would be safe.
Futile. You think you can escape, glug glug.
The war demon had just started
speaking when it was filled with water, a trace of annoyance flashing across its face. Pop! The water bubble burst, followed by thorny vines tightly wrapping around it.
Its expression darkened
significantly.
Watching the two figures fade into the distance, the war demon's face turned as dark as could be. It angrily grabbed a snack from its waist, chewed a few times, and swallowed.
Fine. Let's see where you can run to. It bent down, gathering strength. Bang!
The war demon charged forward but was restrained again after just 2 steps.
Forbidden spell, light. Sealing sword.
The war demon's face darkened, as if it was about to explode but was firmly choked.
Snap!
It crushed a light sword in its hand, its expression growing even darker.
Fine. Let's see how many sealing skills you have left.
It charged again, only to be stopped once more.
Forbidden spell, dark sealing sword. Ah damn humans. I swear I won't rest until I kill you. Its furious roar shook the heavens, even cracking nearby glass.
Lin Xiao had already run far away but could still hear the war demon's enraged howls.
Lin Xiao, you actually held off the war demon? And your slime can even use forbidden spells?
Zhang Ningxue was so shocked she was at a loss for words.
She had just witnessed an unremarkable slime casting forbidden spells. And not just one.
She only recognized the forbidden spell Light Sealing Sword among them.
She never expected it to use several forbidden spells in a row.
This was more powerful
than an average level 40 mage. Lin Xiao nodded.
Yes, but it can only use forbidden spells, no other magic.
Zhang Ningxue was baffled.
What did he mean by only being able to use forbidden
spells? Wasn't that already impressive?
It was incredibly strong.
Seeing her confusion, Lin Xiao explained, it's strong, yes, but the cost is high.
It consumes a lot of mana.
Just now,
after casting several forbidden spells in a row, the slime had nearly exhausted all its mana. Although it had a talent for replenishing it, it still wasn't enough. Whoosh, the wind carried a scent of blood and fury, oppressive and heavy. The war demon hadn't given up and was still pursuing them. Lin Xiao, it's catching up, Zhang Ningxue said nervously as the massive figure drew closer. So many forbidden spells hadn't been able to stop the war demon, showing just how terrifying it was.
Don't worry. Once we reach the front lines, there will naturally be people
to deal with it, Lin Xiao said calmly. The war demon was strong, but only here. Once they reached the front lines, there were plenty of level 50 and 60 experts who could easily handle the war
demon.
At this moment, the voice of the lucky sprite rang out.
Master, the dice is fixed. I'm exhausted.
Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth slightly curved.
Then when we escape later, let's test the effect of the war demon. He, so funny, who keeps betting on the wrong side every day? His luck is just too bad. Also, why don't you dare to fight that big guy? You clearly have a way, but you just want to run. The god of fate couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lin Xiao gritting his teeth.
But seeing him flee like a mouse, she felt a
bit dissatisfied. Why don't you fight? Whether you win or not is another matter.
Suddenly, the god of fate sensed something, turned her head to look in another direction.
With a roar, flames condensed into a human figure. Oh, you're here? How long has it been since you last visited me? I'm so bored, I found a new toy. Come take a look, isn't it interesting? The god
of fate held up the screen to the fire god, as if sharing her beloved toy with an old friend. The fire god ignored her and said indifferently, I found Epos.
He met that angel and decided
to pursue her.
The god of fate blinked. Wow, this is the most interesting news I've heard.
Let me guess, Little Light must have suffered a loss, then clung to her like a sticky plaster.
Only to get beaten up, right?
The fire god was shocked, looking at the god of fate laughing so hard she bent over. He had a suspicion but still asked, how do you know?
Isn't it strange that he found that angel?
The god of fate blinked. Of course he could find her.
Don't you know what I do? The fire god was even more shocked after confirming this. After 2 or 3 seconds, he said, you actually dared to calculate the angel's location. You aren't afraid of dying? He is too terrifying.
The god of fate was completely unconcerned, laughing as she
said, isn't it interesting?
The trajectory of fate shows that Little Light would never find that angel in his lifetime, only chasing in vain and achieving nothing.
So I intervened, told him the angel's location, and watched him suffer. It's so fun. Do you think his fate will change because of this? It's really intriguing. The fire god. What a bad-tempered person,
she muttered inwardly. The god of fate seemed to remember something and added, I almost forgot.
If Little Light comes back, make sure to drive him away. The sanctuary doesn't welcome traitors. Little Light.
The fire god was silent for a long time and said, he didn't betray. He was just pursuing his faith.
He didn't defect.
We once fought together, and
what you're doing is too heartless.
The god of fate pretended to think for a moment, then made a decision.
Then after he recovers, I'll tell him the angel's location again. She held up 3 fingers. How about giving him 3 chances? If he gets killed, then it's just bad luck, no other words. He can come back if he wants. It's quite interesting. The fire god was speechless for a moment.
Finally, he sighed and said helplessly to the god of fate, what you're doing will anger him.
When the time comes.
Oh, that's something for the future. The god of fate impatiently interrupted, picked up the screen, and invited again. Since you're here, why not watch my new toys performance with me?
No. The fire god refused, transforming into a flame and disappearing. Hee boring, it's just me again. But now I have someone to keep me company.
The god of fate smiled as she stared at the screen.
Lin Xiao, why did you stop?
Jiang Ningxue looked at Lin Xiao, who had stopped, in confusion. The war demon behind them was catching up, and it was a level 50 abyss boss. They were no match for it at all. Right
now,
Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Don't worry, I have a plan.
A plan? Jiang Ningxue was even more puzzled. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded and continued, you just keep healing me. At this moment,
the lucky sprite rolled the dice.
2 points.
The coin was also tossed. The war demon saw Lin Xiao suddenly stop and also halted, wary that this human might pull some new trick, and at such a close distance, he could easily catch up and kill with one strike.
Not running anymore?
The war demon sneered coldly, but suddenly a voice echoed in his ear.
You have obtained a selectable curse, while the opponent randomly receives 2 curses. A curse?
The war demon froze, staring coldly at Lin Xiao, meeting his faint smile.
There was definitely something fishy about this. Absolutely suspicious. Let me choose a curse? I refuse to choose.
The war demon grinned hideously.
A boring trick. Is this your confidence? Time's up. Considered forfeited. The choice is handed over to the opponent.
You have received a curse, Reaper's Favor. The opponent has received 2 curses, Plague Syndrome and Heart-Piercing Curse.
The war demon's
expression changed drastically.
Reaper's Favor? The deadly curse of the evil dragon. Reaper's Favor triggers an instant death effect when taking damage. How do you? The war demon
stared fiercely at Lin Xiao, wanting to question him, but saw the sky filled with foxfire and arcs of light rushing toward him. Normally, he would disdain such weak attacks, but thinking of the curse he had suddenly been afflicted with, he couldn't afford to ignore them and frantically dodged.
He didn't dare take the risk. If he gambled and lost, he would truly die. The evil dragon's curse was no joke.
Seeing the panicked war demon, Lin Xiao leisurely took out the purification item given by Remy and removed the curse on himself.
The lucky spirit's ability was limited and couldn't make the curse permanent. Even mid to low-level purification skills could dispel it.
The so-called selectable curse could only be chosen from the few Lin Xiao was aware of. Among them, the most profound was Reaper's Favor. This was one of the dice faces he had specifically designed with the lucky spirit. After delving into the gambler talent, Lin Xiao understood that the dice's results needed to be fair.
The gamble couldn't be one-sided. Both sides had to benefit the house.
So, the simple solution was for both sides to be cursed, with the house taking a slight disadvantage. A roll of 2 meant both sides suffered curses. Of course, it was still in the testing phase and needed further refinement in the future.
But judging
by the war demon's reaction, the effect was quite satisfactory.
Roar! A furious roar erupted along with a wave of scorching heat. From the war demon's back, near his elbows, protruded a series of spines, as if he had entered a second form. The war demon roared angrily, not bad, you're quite impressive.
He forcibly dispelled the curse on himself.
Lin Xiao smiled and said, I've always been impressive.
Thud! The war demon suddenly swung a punch, incredibly fast, directly at Lin Xiao. He regretted being overly cautious and talkative. He should have just punched him into a pulp from the start. He thought one strike would be enough to deal with Lin Xiao, but to his surprise, the latter didn't move an inch. Before he could react, the next second, he was sent flying, spitting blood. The war demon crashed through several buildings like a cannonball. Lin Xiao gazed into the distance and sighed, such deep hatred.
All I did was stop you
from capturing me and added a curse.
Was it worth going all out? In the end, you just hurt yourself. What a loss. Damage reflection was a special skill of the evil dragon's equipment. Evil dragon's reverse scale.
So when the war demon attacked, Lin Xiao didn't dodge or evade at all. Jiang Ningxue stared in shock at the collapsed buildings in the distance, then looked at Lin Xiao, completely unable to understand how he had done it. She hadn't even seen Lin Xiao make a move, yet the war demon was sent flying and injured. When their team encountered the war demon, they were utterly crushed, unable to even scratch him.
Lin Xiao, when did you become so powerful?
That's a level 50 abyssal boss.
And you actually injured him? Jiang Ningxue couldn't help but ask. She was too shocked.
After all, not long ago, when they returned from the Southern Valley dungeon, Lin Xiao was at most level 30.
How could he possibly have such strength? Seeing Jiang Ningxue's astonished expression, Lin Xiao smiled. It's the damage reflection effect of the equipment. The war demon was hurt by his own power. So that's how it was. But Jiang Ningxue was still puzzled. How could damage reflection be stronger than the attacker's own strength? Just as she was about to ask, Lin Xiao interrupted her. Ningxue, you should hide far away and stay safe. Jiang Ningxue froze for a moment upon hearing this, then quickly understood Lin Xiao's intention and asked anxiously, you want to fight the war demon? That's a level 50 abyss. Boss. Level 50. They were only in their 20s now, the gap in strength was enormous, completely not on the same level. Not to mention that the opponent was an abyss boss, far stronger than ordinary bosses. Are you planning to rely on your equipment's effect to bounce it to death? Does that effect have no cooldown? Jiang Ningxue asked. Bounce it to death, what a wild idea. Lin Xiao shook his head, of course not. I have a plan I want to try. If I can't beat it, I can always run. Besides wanting to test his hypothesis about the gambler talent, more importantly, he felt that the god of fate must be watching him somewhere with a secret tool. He had been hiding well, but at this moment, the fate coin suddenly went crazy, constantly reporting his location to the war demon, over and over again. How could he avoid this? So he had two choices. One was to rush to the front lines and get the big shots there to help take down the war demon, which required him to be faster than the war demon and actually find those big shots. The other was to take down the war demon himself, unlikely, but not impossible. After thinking it over, Lin Xiao chose the second, riskier option. If you can't beat it and try to run, you probably won't have time, Jiang Ningxue said helplessly. But seeing Lin Xiao decide to stay, she didn't try to persuade him further and prepared to stay and help. You must have a way to deal with it. I'll assist you. Speaking of which, we haven't really fought a dungeon together much. I promised to switch to healer and team up with you. Jiang Ningxue looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of grievance. The number of times they had teamed up for dungeons could be counted on two hands. Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly and made up a clumsy excuse. I was afraid of stealing your experience, so. Excuse. Jiang Ningxue didn't believe him. Alright, actually I was afraid you'd steal my experience. You know summoners rely heavily on levels. After saying this, Lin Xiao blinked and saw that Jiang Ningxue wasn't angry. You're right, summoners are indeed special. Not teaming up for dungeons is fine. What? That worked? Boom! A huge cloud of dust rose in the distance, like a sandstorm blotting out the sky. The war demon, which had been sent flying, finally came to a stop. Lucky spirit, roll the dice, Lin Xiao quickly shouted. The lucky spirit didn't roll immediately and said, Master, I only have one chance left. Lin Xiao was stunned. Only one? This thing has a usage limit? The lucky spirit immediately complained, don't blame me, it's because you used it recklessly. You crammed too many effects into one die. Face, the dice are overloaded. You need to consider my burden. Lin Xiao scratched his head apologetically. Previously, he had seen the lucky spirit use the dice casually and thought the consumption wasn't significant, so he hadn't paid attention. The effects on the dice faces designed by the lucky spirit were usually simple and low cost, so naturally, he hadn't noticed any issues. But this time was different. Whoosh! A sound of something cutting through the air rang out, and Lin Xiao's pupils shrank as he saw a building hurtling toward him. Scatter, Ningxue, hide. Quickly! Lin Xiao immediately activated the evil dragon reverse scale boots and slid to dodge the attack. The attack was clearly aimed at him, with little impact on Jiang Ningxue and the others. Human, you deserve to die. The war demon charged out from the dust and rubble, its terrifying fist smashing toward Lin Xiao. If it hit, it wouldn't just turn him into minced meat, it would be far worse. The fist was too fast, the wind from it stung his face, leaving almost no chance to dodge because the fist was enormous. Moreover, he didn't have any teleportation abilities. Boom boom boom, the nine-tailed fox quickly spewed out 27 foxfires in an attempt to block the attack, but the effect was negligible. It didn't even leave a burn mark. Bang! Lin Xiao was struck by the fist and sent flying, but he didn't suffer any damage. The Imperial Command Badge. It could block one instance of damage. The war demon followed up with another punch. This weak human, who should have been turned into minced meat with one punch, had now taken 2 hits. Human, I want to see what else you can do. A heavy stomp caused the ground to crack open with a deep fissure, extending all the way to Lin Xiao's position. The stones on the ground lifted him and hurled him into the air. In the air, I refuse to believe you can still dodge. This
The war demon swung his fist fiercely toward the sky. At that moment, the sun in the sky suddenly radiated a blinding light, forcing the war demon to shut his eyes. The nine-tailed fox swiftly appeared, now exuding a divine glow that made her seem mysterious and unfathomable. Lin Xiao knew this was the nine-tailed fox's innate ability, attribute transformation. At this moment, she had transformed into a light fox. Catching Lin Xiao, the nine-tailed fox asked, "Master, are you alright?" "I'm fine." At that moment, a layer of green light enveloped the nine-tailed fox, and Lin Xiao's body trembled. This is the healer's buff, and the effect is truly remarkable. All attributes increased by 80%. Nearly doubled. This healing is absolutely amazing. By the way, Ning Shui, do you have any abilities that can increase luck or improve fortune? Lin Xiao suddenly asked. Luck? Better fortune? Jiang Ningxue shook her head. No, the war demon recovered from his brief blindness, and his overwhelming fury was palpable even from a distance. Without wasting words, he launched himself like a cannonball toward Lin Xiao. At that moment, a dice gently landed on the ground. 4 points. Seeing the dice roll, Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Although it was called the luck spirit, its fortune clearly wasn't great. But it was still usable, as long as talent gambler triggered, negative effect, enemies damage reduced by 80%, your damage reduced to 1. Well, relying on the luck spirit to roll a good number seems truly difficult. Boom! The war demon's attack struck fiercely, sending Lin Xiao flying and crashing heavily into the distance. The war demon suddenly felt his attack power significantly weakened. What did you do to me? Another curse? He glared coldly at Lin Xiao, who was lying in the rubble, and leapt forward, stomping heavily toward Lin Xiao. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, forming a large pit. Lin Xiao had already used the skill of the evil dragon reverse scale boots to dodge the stomp. Although the war demon's damage was reduced by 80%, that punch still depleted 1/5 of Lin Xiao's shield. The damage was still high. Swoosh foxfire struck, hitting the war demon, and a string of extremely low damage numbers floated above his head. -1-1-1. The war demon froze, then burst into laughter, blaring viciously at Lin Xiao like a mouse, mocking, "What's wrong? Where's your damage? Why is it even weaker than before?" But the next second, his expression stiffened. "You have received a curse, petrification syndrome. You have received a curse, dehydration curse. You have received a curse, 5 decay syndrome." In one breath, the war demon was afflicted with 27 curses. He was stunned. He had no idea how Lin Xiao managed this. He hadn't even been attacked, and the damage target was that fox. Could this fox actually curse people? He was level 50, how could he be treated like this by a fox that wasn't even level 40? As the 27 curse notifications ended, another notification followed immediately. You have received a curse, death countdown. The war demon's pupils contracted sharply. Another extremely vicious curse. Cannot be removed. Automatically lifted when the number of curses on the target is less than 0. The war demon instantly understood this human intended to use this curse to kill him. In one day, this curse would directly end his life. The war demon was utterly shocked, and Lin Xiao also received a notification of a curse. You have received a curse, hallucination syndrome. This was the effect of the curse scepter. When the luck spirit rolled 4 points, Lin Xiao had already thought of using this method to kill the war demon. Although it was slower, what could he do when the luck spirit wasn't reliable? If it had rolled 6 points, things would have been much simpler. Cursed Scepter Effect 1, when carried, randomly receive 1 curse every hour, lasting for 12 hours. Effect 2, each attack causes the enemy to randomly receive a curse, triggering death countdown upon accumulating 10 curses. This scepter is usually stored in the Goblin King's treasury. Only the King's treasury talent can nullify the effects of the cursed scepter. If kept on oneself, even in the backpack, the effects of the cursed scepter remain active. It must be said, the equipment dropped by Abyss Demon Frost is indeed powerful. Humans, do you really think you can kill me with these petty curses? How naive. The war demon boosted his stamina and forcibly erased 15 curses from his body. Wow, why are there 2 war demons? Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the war demon, his heart nearly stopping in fear. He quickly realized this was the effect of a curse on him. Ningxue, evolve. Lin Xiao shouted, then turned to the war demon and yelled, "Is that so? Then let's see if you kill me first or I curse you to death." The nine-tailed fox launched another attack. Although the damage was minimal,
it inflicted curses on the enemy. That was enough.
The war demon was hit with 27 more curses, his face turning green. He was now burdened with 40 curses. If not for the opponent's lower level and his own strong physique, these 40 curses would have weakened half of his combat power. The war demon began dispelling curses while launching attacks. But this time, his target was not Lin Xiao, but the nine-tailed fox. He now understood that every time he was attacked, he would be cursed, and the only one attacking him was this nine-tailed fox. So, as long as he killed her, there would be no threat. The war demon turned to chase the nine-tailed fox, his brows furrowed. He muttered to himself, "This guy usually only knows how to charge into battle and shout for fights, how has he suddenly become so clever?" Indeed, as he thought, Lin Xiao's only method of attacking him was through the nine-tailed fox. As for the slime, it could only cast forbidden spells, but the damage was just 1 point and consumed mana. Applying curses to the enemy was less effective than the enemy dispelling them on their own. Completely useless. The nine-tailed fox dodged quickly, but the war demon's speed was astonishing. After a few punches, her health dropped to the brink. If not for the gambler talent's damage reduction effect and the pile of curses on him, the nine-tailed fox would have been killed in one punch. Buzz, at this moment, a healing chain instantly connected Lin Xiao and his team, and the nine-tailed fox's health was instantly restored to full. Such strong healing power? Lin Xiao was shocked. The green glow covering the nine-tailed fox deepened. He then noticed a new status on the nine-tailed fox. Status, do attachment Lin Xiao, my talent do can help your nine-tailed fox fight, Zhang Ningxue said. As soon as she finished speaking, the nine-tailed fox launched an attack. -1-3458-3457-3486 damage was dealt, but it wasn't caused by the nine-tailed fox herself, it was caused by the do talent. Interesting talent, but it's still lacking, Lin Xiao muttered. The war demon was terrifyingly strong, and relying on du's damage wasn't enough, it couldn't even outpace his recovery. But Lin Xiao quickly noticed that the nine-tailed fox with do attached could automatically heal after attacking, and the damage caused by do was increasing. The war demon and the nine-tailed fox exchanged several rounds, and the war demon grew increasingly furious. This fox didn't seem strong, but it simply refused to die. Moreover, his attacks seemed to be weakening, as if the curses were taking effect, but his intuition told him the reason wasn't that simple. The war demon stomped his feet in frustration, he had never felt so stifled. His strength was inexplicably drained, he was burdened with over 100 curses, and the most absurd thing was that a fox under level 30 dared to act arrogant in front of him. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't kill her. After several clashes, the war demon had no choice but to abandon his current target and turned his attention to the only healer on the field. As long as he could take her down, the fox would no longer be healed and would eventually fall to him. Seeing the war demon lock onto Zhang Ningxue, Lin Xiao was not surprised at all, in fact, he was already prepared. Just as the war demon launched an attack on Zhang Ningxue, the nine-tailed fox stepped on the spiritual wind and blocked the way, immediately throwing a charming glance at him. The war demon's head shook, his pupils dazed. The multiple curses had lowered his resistance, making him completely unable to withstand the nine-tailed fox's charm. And it was a 9-layered charm. The charm only lasted for 1 second, but given the level gap between the two, that 1 second felt like an eternity for the war demon. By the time he snapped out of it, he realized the healer he had locked onto had disappeared, hiding somewhere out of sight. Even more absurdly, the number of curses on him had increased by over 40, now totaling more than 200. Even Lin Xiao was impressed, carrying over 200 curses and still standing strong as if nothing had happened. However, among all the curses on the war demon, there was no sign of Death God's favor. Could this curse be exclusive to the evil dragon? Or is it so advanced that the curse scepter can't capture it? The possibility was high. Even Frost of Curses, known for her mastery of curses, couldn't use such a curse, which was enough to show how powerful it was and how powerful the evil dragon was. Roar! The war demon let out an unwilling roar. Frustration, sheer frustration. Glaring at the annoying fox in front of him, he suddenly launched an attack, pouring all his fury onto her. But the nine-tailed fox switched to wind attributes, her movements agile, leaping away from the attack. As she dodged, her tail swept past him, tossing a few fox fires his way, pure mockery. At this moment, Lin Xiao sensed that the dice's effect was about to end. Once the weakened dice face effect wore off, the war demon would regain the power he had lost. At that point, if there's a talent to enhance luck, I need to get one for the luck spirit, Lin Xiao muttered to himself. Boom! Suddenly, the war demon slammed his fist into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The nine-tailed fox immediately became alert, guarding against a sneak attack, but, after waiting for a while, there was no movement. As the dust settled, she saw that the war demon had already fled far away. The war demon's retreat surprised even the nine-tailed fox. She turned to Lin Xiao and asked if they should give chase. The war demon running away left Lin Xiao both surprised and unsurprised. After all, the war demon had no way to deal with him, but he hadn't expected him to retreat so decisively. No need to chase. The dice's effect is about to end. Let's take this chance to retreat quickly. The dice's effect was indeed about to wear off, and the luck spirit hadn't had the chance to roll a powerful buff. Taking down a level 50 abyssal boss was simply too difficult, so the war demon's decision to flee gave them a rare opportunity to escape. The nine-tailed fox nodded, swiftly retreating with her master and Jiang Ningxue. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged in his heart. The war demon never imagined that he would one day have to flee instead of dying in battle. And to make it worse, he was forced to run by a mere level 30 human. Frustration and rage with nowhere to vent, he could only smash the surrounding buildings in fury. Grabbing a handful of snacks, he stuffed them into his mouth, constantly reminding himself to first complete the task assigned by his superior. That was more important. Suddenly, the war demon stopped in his tracks, a look of shock appearing on his face. The discomfort was gone, and he felt his strength returning. Excited, he abruptly turned around, ready to go back and take revenge, only to see that the humans had already fled far away. Roar! The war demon let out a furious roar, finally realizing what had happened. He had been tricked. Those humans had used some method to steal his power, but now that the time was up, his strength had returned. If only he had held on a little longer, he wouldn't have had to flee in such disgrace. I'll kill you. No one humiliates me like this, he roared, turning sharply and charging after Lin Xiao at an astonishing speed. This time, he was determined to kill him. If he doesn't kill him, how can he continue to survive in the abyss? A dignified level 50 abyss boss unable to kill a level 30 human, this is the greatest humiliation. Lin Xiao, the war demon is catching up. Jiang Ningxue felt the pressure behind her. She turned around and saw the war demon closing in at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance had shortened significantly. Roar! The dragon bellowed. Lin Xiao unhesitatingly activated his equipment skill. The force stun interrupted the war demon's charge, but the effect only lasted for a moment before he resumed his pursuit, even angrier than before. Lin Xiao, he's coming, he's catching up. Jiang Ningxue clutched Lin Xiao's clothes, her face full of terror. Lin Xiao sighed, no choice, we'll have to call for reinforcements. Reinforcements? Jiang Ningxue froze. At this moment, could anyone possibly come to help? Who would have the time to care about them? Just as Jiang Ningxue was filled with doubt, the air suddenly turned cold, and the Snow Maiden doll appeared. Summon follow. Lin Xiao directly summoned the Snow Maiden doll, who had been clearing abyss monsters. It's the Snow Maiden doll, Jiang Ningxue exclaimed. She suddenly remembered that this Snow Maiden doll was Lin Xiao's summoned beast. Of course, he still had summoned beasts. It was only now that Jiang Ningxue realized that since the battle began, she hadn't seen Lin Xiao's other summoned beasts, such as the Snow Maiden doll or the powerful Death Knight. Freeze! A crisp voice rang out, and a layer of frost quickly covered the war demon. He tried to resist the freezing effect, but in the next moment, various ice-based skills were unleashed in succession. With innate talent enhancements, the Snow Maiden doll could cast any skill at any time without chanting. Ice Tornado, Ice Crystals, Hellfrost Storm. Soon, a massive ice sculpture stood tall amidst the ruins. The curse had significantly reduced the war demon's resistance, otherwise, it was uncertain whether this set of skills could have frozen him. The cold made Jiang Ningxue shiver. She looked at the giant ice pillar not far away and asked hesitantly, can this really freeze him? The war demon's resistance seems pretty high. Her concern was understandable, as during their earlier escape, Lin Xiao's attempts to block the war demon had only delayed him for a second at most. Moreover, cracks had already appeared on the ice block, clearly showing that the war demon was struggling desperately to break free. Lin Xiao smiled, took off his coat, and draped it over her shoulders to keep her warm. Then he explained, don't worry, as long as the doll keeps applying the freeze effect, he won't be able to escape. The rest will be handled by the curse. Using the curse to kill the war demon was the
Safest method, though it would take some time. If they wanted to speed things up, they could wait for the lucky sprite to recover and roll the dice, which would also accelerate the process. Let's search the area for any survivors first, Lin Xiao said. They would have to stay here for a while. All right. Seeing Lin Xiao's confidence, Jiang Ningxue stopped worrying. She activated her supervision eye to search for survivors. The area was devastated, making it difficult to find anyone alive. There's actually someone alive here. An hour later, Lin Xiao discovered a survivor beneath the ruins using his supervision eye. It was a middle-aged man. Boom! Clearing away the debris, Lin Xiao rescued him. Wow, I'm finally saved. I thought I'd be buried here for the rest of my life. Young man, I really can't thank you enough this time. The middle-aged man excitedly grasped Lin Xiao's hand, full of gratitude. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, "You're a guardian, right?" "Yes, that's correct. You have a sharp eye." The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. After a brief moment of excitement, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "We were a self-organized team specifically formed to fight against the abyss. About 2 or 3 days ago, we encountered the war demon and tried to keep him out. But his strength far exceeded our expectations, and the team was quickly wiped out, leaving only me." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "Can you imagine? A level 50 team couldn't last half an hour against the war demon. Luckily, I'm a guardian and managed to survive by sheer luck, otherwise, I would have joined my teammates long ago." Jiang Ningxue blinked and pointed to the large ice block not far away. "You don't have to worry now. He's frozen." Frozen? The middle-aged man was stunned and looked in the direction she pointed. When he saw the face inside the ice block, his complexion instantly turned pale. The demon of war. He retreated in terror, bumped into a protruding rock, and fell to the ground. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xiao explained, "You don't have to worry now. He'll die in a little while." "Die?" The middle-aged man quickly stood up, looked at the large ice block in the distance, then at the 2 people in front of him, and asked hesitantly, "Did you kill the demon of war?" This matter was quite troublesome to handle and took a lot of effort. Lin Xiao's words struck like a bolt from the blue. "You really killed the demon of war? You have awakened your profession?" He found it hard to believe. Lin Xiao looked too young, and it was difficult to accept that he had already undergone professional awakening. But he could only think of this explanation, otherwise, how could they have the strength to kill the demon of war, especially with just 2 people? Lin Xiao shook his head. Still far from it. He was affected by a curse, and as long as the curse remained, he couldn't complete his professional awakening. It wasn't that he couldn't complete it, but if he did, he would likely be finished. Still far from it? You defeated the demon of war without professional awakening? The middle-aged man could hardly believe it. Lin Xiao just smiled without saying more. After Jiang Ningxue treated him briefly, they continued searching for survivors nearby. After 5 or 6 hours of searching, they only found 7 or 8 people. Some were already lifeless when found. There aren't many people left around here. Take these people back to the stadium. You should be able to catch up with their evacuation, Lin Xiao said to the middle-aged man. He was of the guardian profession, so protecting these people wouldn't be a problem. The middle-aged man frowned, looking at the group, which included the elderly, the weak, and the disabled. He couldn't help but worry. This will be difficult. If we encounter abyssal monsters on the way, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect everyone as a guardian. Unfortunately, during the search, they hadn't found any warriors or mages. If there were one to cooperate with him, protecting these people would be no problem. But now, there was no such option. Lin Xiao said, "Don't worry. Try to avoid abyssal monsters if you encounter them. Besides, there shouldn't be many left. Most of them have been taken care of by my summoned beasts, so the road is relatively safe." The middle-aged man froze for a few seconds and asked, "Summoned beasts? You're a summoner?" "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded. "You're really a summoner? Are you Lin Xiao?" The middle-aged man shouted excitedly. "Lin Xiao? Am I really that famous? How does every random passerby recognize me? Wait, if you're Lin Xiao, didn't you just get admitted to the Imperial Capital University? How could you have the ability to kill the demon of war?" He was stunned. Could this be the legendary super genius? Lin Xiao knew how he had guessed. "Just a bit of luck," he said, glancing at the sky. "It's getting late. You should leave soon." "All right." The middle-aged man nodded, about to leave, but suddenly turned back. "There's one more thing I want to Tell you. We came back from the second line to provide support.
At the second line, we discovered something strange.
Some abyssal monsters didn't kill humans when they encountered them but instead captured them. I don't know where they were taken.
Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow.
Captured?
Abyssal monsters were always brutal, killing humans almost immediately upon encounter.
It was rare for them to capture people.
Yes, captured.
I don't know the specific reason, but I think you should keep moving forward.
I wanted to let you know, the middle-aged man said.
Lin Xiao nodded. Got it. I'll keep an eye out.
Something was off. There was definitely something fishy behind this.
Could the abyssal monsters be using humans as sacrifices? If it was a ritual,
it was likely being controlled by an abyssal demon. The middle-aged man left with the group, and Lin Xiao returned the cursed staff to the Goblin King's treasury.
Even without equipping
the weapon, just carrying it could still activate its effects. Only the king's treasury can suppress the power of the cursed scepter, as the effects of the equipment in the treasury are
all disabled, and it only provides attribute bonuses to the Goblin King.
Lin Xiao took out the map and began planning the next course of action.
Doll, where were you before? The Snow Maiden. Doll extended her finger, a chill emanating from her fingertip, pointing to the east of the map.
Her voice was crisp as she said, over there.
The Abyss dungeon has already been cleared, but we haven't been to the areas marked in yellow or above. She remembered Lin Xiao's instructions and naturally didn't dare to take risks. So fast?
Lin Xiao was a bit surprised to hear
about her rapid progress and then asked, what about the Spider Prince?
The Snow Maiden doll added another layer of frost to the fleeing war demon before replying, he's clearing scattered
abyss monsters and rescuing those trapped. Lin Xiao nodded.
At that moment, the system notification sounded, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 32.
Another level up. 2 levels.
In one day, something he never dared to imagine before.
It seemed only here could such rapid progress be possible. Lin Xiao, are you planning to move forward? Jiang Ningxue suddenly asked.
Lin Xiao glanced at the frozen war demon, knowing there were definitely more dangerous abyss monsters ahead.
We'll do our best. Let's clear the nearby abyss dungeons first. He was
concerned about the abyss monster abduction incident mentioned by that middle-aged man, but with his current strength, there wasn't much he could do. It was said that place was a second-tier
battlefield, not something he could easily intervene in. It would have to rely on the experts over there. They must have also noticed the anomalies here. Hearing Lin Xiao's plan, Jiang Ningxue nodded in agreement. I think so too.
As long as we clear all the abyss dungeons in this city, the danger here will naturally decrease significantly, Jiang Ningxue said.
Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. It's not that simple. There's a level 60 abyss dungeon here. With our current strength, we can't possibly handle it unless someone from the front lines comes to assist. A dungeon marked in black. With Lin Xiao's current strength, it was absolutely impossible to conquer. Even if he rolled all 6s on the dice and called for help from the Death Knight, it might still not work. Let's rest first and check out other places later.
After leaving the dungeon, King's Ruins, he had been on this battlefield without a moment to catch his breath.
All right.
The two lay in a relatively safe ruin, leaning against each other and gazing at the sparse starry sky. There were few stars in the sky, perhaps because the smoke of war had obscured
much of the starlight.
Jiang Ningxue moved closer to Lin Xiao, snuggling under his arm. Lin Xiao instinctively held her.
Cold? Jiang Ningxue shook her head. Not cold, very warm, just like when we first met.
Lin Xiao's face showed a bit of awkwardness.
After a pause, he asked, didn't you say not to bring that up anymore? Jiang Ningxue pouted and glared at him in dissatisfaction. You can't say it, but I can.
Lin Xiao shrugged, thinking to himself, whatever you say is right.
Although it was just a small accident, thinking back now, it feels pretty nice.
Lin Xiao recalled the scene when he first met Jiang Ningxue. It was a snowy day, and the two had been completely honest with each other.
Ouch! A sharp pain in his waist interrupted Lin Xiao's thoughts.
Jiang Ningxue, her face flushed, pinched the flesh on his waist and pretended to be angry.
I told you not to bring it up, and you still did.
Lin Xiao chuckled.
All right, I won't mention it anymore. But judging by Jiang Ningxue's expression, she was clearly still reminiscing about the past.
The night passed without further words.
The next day,
Lin Xiao received a kill notification.
Successfully killed War Demon, EXP plus 1.05 million. Obtained, Battle Roar *3, War Gauntlets, Weapon, Abyss Chest *2, War Chest *2. Battle Roar. Increases strength by 10% and all resistances by 20% upon use. 1.05 million EXP.
Lin Xiao's eyes widened.
His experience bar was almost full. A level 50 Abyss boss could actually provide so much EXP?
It was truly astonishing. Boom, the ice blocks collapsed with a thunderous sound, startling Jiang Ningxue awake from her sleep. She immediately entered combat mode and hurriedly asked,
"What happened?"
"Nothing, the war demon is dead," Lin Xiao said calmly.
"Dead?"
Jiang Ningxue was shocked, then noticed her experience bar had leveled up.
More precisely, it had gone up by 1.5 levels. The experience gain was astonishing. Although the two weren't in a party, she had contributed significantly during the fight against the war demon, so naturally, she gained experience. "He's really dead? How did you do it? Did you freeze him to death with your Snow Maiden doll?"
The massive experience gain shocked her, but what shocked her even more was
the war demon's death.
Jiang Ningxue knew the war demon king wasn't dead, only frozen by the Snow Maiden doll. She thought this was Lin Xiao's emergency measure, waiting for someone stronger
to come and finish him off.
But she hadn't expected to wake up the next day and hear that the war demon was already dead. Lin Xiao gave her a sidelong glance and said, "You're overthinking.
It was a curse that killed him." "A curse of this level? How could an Abyss boss be frozen to death?"
"A curse?"
"Yes, the kind that kills you the next day." Jiang Ningxue was even more
shocked, her eyes widening. "A curse that kills the next day? Is there really such a powerful curse?"
"You haven't seen the more powerful ones. Let's go." Explaining it was too complicated, so Lin Xiao didn't elaborate further. At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky.
Lin Xiao looked up and saw a flying dragon rapidly approaching.
"A dragon?"
Lin Xiao frowned and immediately entered combat mode, but soon thought of someone, Qin Xuan,
a professional dragon knight. Standing atop the flying dragon, Qin Xuan also noticed Lin Xiao below and quickly descended. "You're out of the dungeon?"
"Yeah,"
Lin Xiao nodded. "How's the situation up front?"
"It's stabilized for now, but completely driving them out is still difficult."
"I took this opportunity to come back and clear out the high-level Abyss monsters here," Qin Xuan explained, revealing the reason for his return.
"I heard another war demon escaped back here from the front lines. Bloodthirsty and strong, it's reportedly defeated several professional teams already."
"War demon?
You're late," Jiang Ningxue said.
"Late?" Qin Xuan's face darkened. "Did it already leave the city?" "No, it's already dead."
"What?
Dead? The war demon was dead?" If he remembered correctly, no one in this city could kill a war demon.
Well, not entirely true. The forces stationed here could hold their ground against a war demon, but if they all mobilized, there'd be no one left to defend against the Abyss monsters.
Could it be that he returned too late, and the Abyss monsters broke into the stadium, killing many people, forcing them to engage? That seemed highly likely. What about the stadium? Did the Abyss monsters break in? How's Captain Sure and the others? Qin Xuan asked urgently.
Jiang Ningxue scratched her head and shook it.
"Not sure. I came back from the front lines too and encountered the war demon on the way. My team got scattered. But Lin Xiao already killed the war demon. As long as no stronger Abyss boss shows up, there shouldn't be any major danger."
Qin Xuan nodded, then realized something
unbelievable in what he'd just heard. Lin Xiao killed the war demon?
He looked at Lin Xiao in shock, his eyes full of disbelief.
This junior brother was that strong? He actually killed a level 50 Abyss boss? You're joking, right? How could Lin Xiao possibly do that?
Jiang Ningxue, knowing Qin Xuan wouldn't believe it, picked up a chunk of ice and said, "The war demon's corpse
is still here."
Qin Xuan glanced at it and saw that the frozen meat inside was indeed part of the war demon.
Waves of shock surged in his heart. The war demon was really dead? And Lin Xiao really killed it? This was too absurd. He was only around level 25, how could it be possible?
Seeing Qin Xuan's expression, Lin Xiao explained, "It was just a bit of luck and strategy.
If it were a head-on fight, I wouldn't necessarily win."
The war demon was indeed terrifying.
One punch from it, and one of my summoned beasts would probably die. Without the help of the lucky spirit, it would have been really hard to handle. Luck, skill.
Qin Xuan showed a complicated expression as he looked at Lin Xiao.
If everyone had your kind of luck and skill, clearing the Abyss wouldn't be a problem.
Lin Xiao gave an awkward smile and began talking about the matter the middle-aged man had mentioned. Qin Xuan nodded. This matter has already caught the attention of the higher-ups, and they've sent people to investigate. A large-scale shrub project suddenly appearing in the west must have been planned in advance.
Now that the war demon has been taken down, I need to head back. Can I leave this place to you? Qin Xuan asked.
No problem, Lin Xiao answered decisively.
Qin Xuan continued, are there any other issues? There are still powerful abyssal monsters.
With such a strong helper, I naturally have to make use of him. Lin Xiao then explained the general situation to Qin Xuan.
You're saying you destroyed most of the abyssal dungeons in this city?
Yes.
By yourself? In one day?
Yes,
along with my summoned beast.
Qin Xuan fell silent.
He gradually understood why the nation was heavily investing in training summoners.
Once trained, their ability to split forces and their combat power surpassed many other professions. Leave the dungeon with the black mark to me.
Then,
since he was here, there was no need to waste the trip.
Brother Qin, have you awakened? Do you need help?
That's a level 60 abyssal dungeon, Lin Xiao asked.
Not fully awakened yet, but I'm confident.
No need for help, Qin Xuan shook his head.
Although Lin Xiao was already level 32, Qin Xuan still felt it was too low.
Heading into such a dangerous dungeon, he worried. He wouldn't be able to protect Qin Xuan. After all, Lin Xiao was a rare genius summoner. If he died in a dungeon, it would be a great loss.
Seeing Qin Xuan's confident demeanor, Lin Xiao felt admiration. To enter a level 60 abyss without awakening, how much confidence must one have in their own strength? Recalling the reforms of the Dragon Flame Abyss team, everyone's positions had changed, and no one had received the title of captain, except for him and Bai Yixue.
Only Qin Xuan had been granted the title.
This was enough to prove his extraordinary strength.
As Lin Xiao was marveling, he glanced at Qin Xuan's dragon, and his eyes nearly popped out. Hellfire Dragon level, 58 quality, epic, wow, an epic level dragon. No wonder Qin Xuan
was so confident. He couldn't help but recall Wu Xiang's favorite saying, is having a dragon such a big deal? This time, it really was a big deal. Moreover, dragons are one of the apex creatures in the food chain. How about this? Take my summoned beast with you. She's a support type, so at least she can help a bit. Lin Xiao summoned the lucky sprite and let it accompany Qin Xuan.
Qin Xuan looked at the lucky sprite and nodded. Alright, no problem. Having more support would make the battle much easier. Besides, summoned beasts could be revived if they died, so it wouldn't be too upsetting. When Lin Xiao heard Qin Xuan agree, he quickly reminded the lucky sprite, don't go throwing dice randomly when you're there. Only use the dice faces I designed for you, understand? He was worried the lucky sprite lacked self-control and might end up being more of a hindrance than a help to Qin Xuan.
The lucky sprite nodded quickly, don't worry, I won't mess around.
Soon, Qin Xuan took the lucky sprite to the level 60 abyssal dungeon. Sending the lucky sprite was mainly to gain experience. It might not be helpful in combat, but it could at least assist. As the saying goes, main forces are replaceable, but support is key. A level 60 abyssal dungeon would surely provide plenty of experience, maybe even enough to level up once or twice. Just thinking about it was exciting. After Qin Xuan left, Lin Xiao had the slime use Eye of Supervision again to continue the rescue mission. Although the lucky sprite was no longer assisting, Jiang Ningxue was there, and at least she was a healer, a rare profession. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew from afar, followed by the sound of thunder and an earthquake. The noise is so loud, Jiang Ningxue frowned. She initially thought it was caused by abyssal monsters, but then realized it was actually a professional, someone she knew.
Oh, Lin Xiao, you found Jiang Ningxue?
Good thing she's okay. Wu Xiang greeted Lin Xiao warmly. This is lending an epic set to one's own father. I get it, you're here to conquer the Abyss Dungeon.
Right? Ha ha ha, you came for nothing, I've already taken care of it. An epic set really is different. Feels amazing. The front lines. The situation here was far more brutal than in the
rear, with abyss monster corpses everywhere.
The bodies of professionals were being sent back to the treatment camp for identification.
The situation is relatively stable, but things aren't
looking good in the rear. It's said that many cities have seen abyss monsters above level 50.
In Shanyuan City, there's even been a war demon, a powerful monster that thrives on slaughter. Qin Shiran, the commander of the Western Army, looked grimly ahead. What was once a prosperous area had now become ruins, a nest for abyss monsters.
I've already sent people from the academy to clear it out. There shouldn't be any major issues.
Qin Xuan should have already arrived in Shanyuan City and should make it in time, said Song Jiang, standing beside him. He was a representative sent by Imperial Capital University to provide support. Yao Tianyi had also come, along with mentors and students from various faculties. At this moment, Qin Xuan called. Yao. Tianyi answered, his face showing surprise. You've already dealt with that war demon? So quickly? You're faster than I expected. Teacher, it wasn't me, it was Lin Xiao. By the time I arrived, he had already killed the war demon. There's also a level 60 Abyss dungeon here. I'm planning to destroy the Abyss pillar before heading back, so I might be a bit late. Just letting you know, Qin Xuan said. Yao Tianyi, who had just taken a sip of wine, almost choked, his throat burning, and tears nearly streaming down his face. He quickly asked, what did you say? Lin Xiao killed the war demon? A level 20-something summoner could take down a level 50 Abyss boss? And a war demon at that? Impossible. Qin Xiuran and Song Jiang were equally shocked. They were well aware of the war demon's strength, especially at the boss level. A team of the same level wouldn't stand a chance. The Lin Xiao Qin Xuan mentioned, is he the summoner favored by the god of war? Qin Xiuran asked Song Mingjiang beside him. Although he hadn't met Lin Xiao, he had heard plenty of rumors about him. After all, even the god of war had high hopes for him. Who would have thought this Lin Xiao guy was so formidable, capable of killing a war demon? Song Mingjiang's face was full of doubt. He had interacted with Lin Xiao before and knew his level. There was no way he could have reached level 50 so quickly. The name matches, but I'm not sure if it's the same person. Based on what I know, he doesn't have the ability to kill a war demon. Song Mingjiang said, looking at Yao Tianyi, signaling him to get clarification. Yao Tianyi understood and quickly asked, the Lin Xiao you're talking about, he's a summoner, right? Qin Xuan paused, knowing his teacher wouldn't believe Lin Xiao could kill a war demon. Yes, he's your student and also my junior. It really was him. The three were utterly shocked. Qin Xuan continued, honestly, I was surprised too. Lin Xiao is only level 32. To kill a war demon. What? He's only level 32? Yao Tianyi couldn't help but lose his composure, spilling some wine from the gourd in his hand. He used to come to me every day to discuss summoner techniques, and his level was only in the 20s. Now he's already level 32? His leveling speed is like a rocket. Yes, maybe it's because he's a summoner. His summoned beasts have cleared out most of the abyss monsters in Shanyuan City. Wow, Yao Tianyi couldn't help but gasp. His mental strength is that strong? He can even control summoned beasts from a distance? How exactly did he kill the war demon? Song Mingjiang, though shocked by Lin Xiao's rapid leveling, was more concerned about how the war demon was defeated. He said it was a mix of luck and strategy. I saw ice at the scene, so it was probably the Snowdoll's curse? Oh, so that's how it was. The lucky spirit, who had entered the dungeon with Qin Xuan, overheard their conversation and explained how Lin Xiao had killed the war demon. Qin Xuan repeated it to them. After hearing it, the three were once again astonished. Even though it relied on a curse, surviving long enough for the curse to take effect was no easy feat. Not bad at all. This young man truly didn't let the god of war down. He's a summoner with great potential. Qin Xiuran's eyes were full of admiration. Indeed, the fact that he managed to escape from the abyssal demons multiple times already showed he was extraordinary. Ha! Song Mingjiang laughed heartily. With Lin Xiao achieving such impressive feats, who wouldn't be pleased? After briefly discussing Lin Xiao's accomplishments, Song Mingjiang returned to the main topic. Why did the Western Abyss dungeon suddenly spiral out of control this time, leading to such a large-scale monster attack on the city? Song Mingjiang looked at the commander of the Western Army. The situation had escalated so abruptly that they had no time to understand the details before rushing to provide support. Now that they finally had a moment, they naturally wanted answers. Qin Xiuran's gaze was deep as he stared into the distance. The once prosperous city was now occupied by monsters, turned into their lair. At first, I thought it was just a typical case of losing control. Abyssal monsters appearing in dungeons is common, and there have been plenty of situations where we couldn't handle them, so I didn't pay much attention. But then things started to go wrong. The rate of abyssalization was too fast, spreading like a virus, and it was impossible to stop it with conventional methods. Next, cities were breached, while dungeons appeared within them, and then abyssalized. The situation completely spiraled out of control. Qin Xiuran sighed. Was there negligence on his part? Certainly. But the main issue was the virus-like rapid spread of abyssalization, something that had never happened before.
Did you investigate? Song Mingjiang asked.
We did, and we discovered it was a hidden dungeon.
A hidden dungeon? Song Mingjiang frowned.
Yao Tianyi, who was drinking, also glanced at Qin Xiuran. A hidden dungeon causing such chaos
was definitely no ordinary matter.
If it were just a regular hidden dungeon, it wouldn't have had such a massive impact. But according to our investigation, this hidden dungeon is one of the
ancient dungeons. An ancient hidden dungeon? Song Mingjiang was shocked.
The so-called ancient dungeons were those that had existed since the emergence of the sanctum.
Many had long been
sealed or mysteriously disappeared. Ancient dungeons varied in strength, but the most troublesome aspect was their unpredictability. No one knew what might happen inside, and they defied
normal logic.
Hidden dungeons were even more dangerous, almost a guaranteed death trap.
Yao Tianyi put down his wine gourd and listened intently. It's an ancient hidden dungeon. Based on the
available information, this dungeon is related to the evil god.
The evil god? Song Mingjiang and Yao Tianyi both tensed up. Qin Xiuran didn't continue, giving them time to process the news. After a brief moment of shock, Song Mingjiang asked, "Are you sure? Is it really an evil god dungeon? Isn't the evil god just a legend?" Yao Tianyi chimed in, "It is a legend. The evil god is a deity that doesn't actually exist. This was something Nan Wanqing told me personally." A deity that doesn't exist? Song Mingjiang was stunned by this revelation. What about the evil dragon? Isn't it the evil god's mount? Qin Xiuran was also curious and looked at Yao Tianyi.
Regarding the evil god, he didn't know much more than the others.
Among all the deities,
the one he was most familiar with was the god of war, Nan Wanshang. Yao Tianyi was his close friend, so it was natural for him to have heard some things.
Yao Tianyi took a sip of wine to moisten his throat and said, "That dragon claimed to be the evil god's mount. In reality, it was just an ordinary abyssal dragon.
The reason it became so powerful was that it once entered a
special dungeon.
In that dungeon, there was residual power from the evil god. The dragon absorbed this power and became strong."
Song Mingjiang was astonished.
He had never heard this
information before. What about the evil god?
Does it really not exist? He asked. The one who called itself the evil god was actually a failed deity. It failed to ascend to godhood, and most
of its power was lost. Of course, some residual power remained, which is what created that rampaging evil dragon.
So when the dragon claimed to be the evil god's mount, it was barely
plausible, Yao Tianyi explained.
Qin Xiuran stroked his chin in thought. So, the ancient hidden dungeon still contains remnants of the evil god's power.
The abyssal demons want to seize this power to create another evil dragon? Song Mingjiang's face darkened. It was truly catastrophic news.
Qin Xiuran continued, "If they really intend to seize the remnants of the evil god's
power, the dungeon entrance will surely be heavily guarded. But strangely, there aren't many abyssal creatures gathered there, not even a single abyssal demon." Hearing this, both of them frowned. Could it be that it wasn't the evil god at all? That would be for the best.
Suddenly, Song Mingjiang thought, this time, the West is facing a major crisis.
2 demon archdukes from
the abyss have come directly to our borders, yet they haven't launched an attack.
It's as if they're stalling the god of war. If it really is the remnants of the evil god's power, the demon archdukes wouldn't let it go.
But this time, they didn't act personally, they only put pressure on our borders.
Don't you find this very strange? Qin Xiuran nodded. It is indeed strange.
Yao Tianyi pondered for a moment and said, if the evil god's power is real, the demon archdukes stalling the god of war might be to buy time for the abyssal demons to use the evil
god's power to create a new demon archduke.
Qin Xiuran agreed, that's possible. But the abyss has always been a place of survival of the fittest.
Would they really allow a new demon archduke to emerge?
The 3 demon archdukes currently divide the abyss among themselves.
If a new demon archduke suddenly appeared, they certainly wouldn't accept it. But now, their attitude
seems to suggest some kind of tacit agreement.
Song Mingjiang and Qin Xiuran had no answers.
Qin Xiuran stared into the distance, his face extremely serious, and said in a deep voice, "No
matter what, I must trace this back.
Not only do we need to reclaim the lost land, but more importantly, the ancient hidden dungeon is right here.
Whatever schemes those demon archdukes are plotting, our land must not fall into their hands."
At this moment, a scout rushed over and reported, "Commander, we've discovered a group of abyssal creatures capturing humans."
Abyssal Creatures capturing humans? Not killing them outright?
The three of them frowned simultaneously. This unusual behavior suggested the situation was far from simple.
Qin Shiran asked, explain. In detail.
Yes. The scout nodded and quickly organized his words. Captain Shen's team was scattered, and while searching for his team members, he accidentally discovered many abyssal
creatures transporting humans. Their destination is unknown.
Since he couldn't handle it alone, he came back to report.
Staff Officer Yang then dispatched a large number of personnel to investigate.
The results showed that this situation isn't isolated. Similar occurrences have been reported in other Western cities.
Staff Officer Yang analyzed the movement routes of the
abyssal creatures and marked several possible destinations. As he spoke, the scout handed over a map.
Qin Shiran opened it and saw 3 routes marked in red, all pointing to the ancient hidden dungeon.
It seems there's definitely something wrong with that dungeon. Qin Shiran handed the map to Song Mingjiang. Song Mingjiang glanced at it and immediately concluded, capturing so many people is likely for a sacrificial ritual, to activate something, or to offer them to the evil god.
Then the solution is simple.
Yao Tianyi slung his wine gourd over his shoulder. When we see these despicable creatures, we just take them out.
By the way, do we know how many people have been captured? The scout's face turned grim. Preliminary estimates suggest over 1 million. Over 1 million. The 3 of them immediately looked grave. These beasts. Of those taken, few would survive. Give the order. All cities must heighten their vigilance, especially
regarding the movements of the abyssal creatures.
Since they're capturing people for sacrifices, they might attack strongholds. Everyone must stay on high alert. Understood. Shanyuan City.
Lin Xiao encountered Wuxiang again.
Both of them received the news simultaneously. Abyssal creatures are capturing humans for sacrifices?
Lin Xiao frowned. Abyssal creatures only.
No slaughter, and now they're doing something like this? It's hard to believe. Wuxiang expressed doubt.
But recalling the situation at the mall, it seemed they really did intend to capture
people. Lin Xiao thought back to the attack on the stronghold and the current information. How's the evacuation at the stadium going?
Lin Xiao asked urgently.
Almost done. In another 3 hours, it will be fully evacuated. Where have they been relocated to? To Nansha City.
Wu Xiang immediately understood why Lin Xiao was nervous and explained, actually, there's no
need to worry too much. Nansha City is a very small city located on the outermost edge, and it's rare for abyssal monsters to appear there.
What about wild dungeons?
Lin Xiao asked. Wild dungeons appear randomly, right? If a wild dungeon suddenly appears there and it becomes abyssalized, can the people there handle it? Wu Xiang replied, that, I'm not entirely sure. But Nansha City still has the city attribute, so wild dungeons won't appear inside the city. As for outside the city, beep, beep, beep.
At that moment, a piercing ringtone came from the
phone.
Wu Xiang quickly looked at it. It was a message from the guy who had deducted 20% of his resources.
Urgent reinforcement to Nansha City. Urgent reinforcement to Nansha City? Seeing this message, Wu Xiang's entire body tensed up.
He had just said there was no need to worry, and now a crisis had immediately arisen. What a slap in the face. Lin Xiao also saw the message, and said self-deprecatingly, you're such a jinx.
Wu Xiang was speechless. Let's head back to the gymnasium.
We can use the teleportation array there to go directly to Nansha City.
Since danger has arisen, the relocation work will have to be temporarily halted. Lin Xiao nodded. Having a teleportation array was indeed convenient and could save a lot of time. Back at the
gymnasium base, the resettlement work had already resumed.
Lin Xiao, you're amazing. You've cleared so many abyssal dungeons, it's simply unbelievable. Shi Guangyao greeted Lin Xiao with a big smile upon seeing him return.
Through monitoring, he had discovered that most of the abyssal dungeons in Shanyuan City had been cleared, with fewer and fewer monsters.
Now, Shanyuan City
was considered a relatively safe city. Lin Xiao glanced around and noticed many unfamiliar faces.
The support team sent from above has arrived? They have. Shi Guangyao nodded. I've already
sent part of the team to support Nansha City.
With reinforcements, the danger in that city could at least be somewhat mitigated. We're preparing to support Nansha City. Please activate
the teleportation array, Captain Shi, Lin Xiao said.
No problem. Things are basically stable here, and Nansha City needs you more. I'll make the arrangements right away. Shi Guangyao left. to personally prepare the teleportation array.
While waiting, the supply team brought food to Lin Xiao, Jiang Ningxue, and Wu Xiang to replenish their energy.
Wu Xiang, munching on bread,
Casually chatted. While searching for survivors, I saw a knight riding a deathly warhorse.
That's your summoned beast, right?
Yes.
Impressive.
You can control it from such a long distance. Generally, summoners at your level can only operate within a quarter of a city's range.
Wu Xiang was genuinely impressed. I'm not controlling it. I just let it eliminate any abyssal monsters it encounters.
That still counts as a form of control.
Wu Xiang took a big gulp of milk and continued asking, since we're heading to Nansha City, aren't you going to recall your summoned beast?
Lin Xiao took a bite of sausage and said calmly, no need.
I'll summon it back when there's nothing to do.
For now, it can stay here and clean up the scattered abyssal
monsters, including those outside the city.
Wu Xiang was stunned, staring at Lin Xiao in surprise. After 2 or 3 seconds, he said, wait a minute, your summoned beast can be controlled.
Remotely?
I heard from that pretentious guy that forcibly recalling it would cause severe mental damage.
It won't. It won't? Is it because you're a summoner and can ignore distance for control?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Your summoned beast fights enemies outside while you relax at home and level up effortlessly.
Jiang Ningxue, eating an egg, glanced at Wu Xiang and said, you're such a genius. Lin Xiao didn't react much. This was indeed what he was doing now, letting his summoned beast fight abyssal monsters to accumulate experience.
However, this method was only applicable to abyssalized dungeons. Regular dungeons required the summoner to be present. After finishing the last bite of bread, Lin Xiao said calmly, it is possible to do this, but the
control range isn't unlimited. No wonder you level up so quickly.
Wu Xiang was a bit envious but still asked worriedly, are you sure you don't need to recall your summoned beast?
No. Need. My spirit is sufficient.
Lin Xiao glanced at his own attributes.
Spirit, 10001. Unknowingly, Spirit had already surpassed 10,000. Although he hadn't tested the extreme
distance at this level, even if the Death Knight stayed here, reaching Nansha City wouldn't be a problem.
Moments later, Shi Guanyu walked over, his expression not looking good. Wu Xiang noticed his expression and felt a pang of unease, whispering, judging by his face, could there be an issue with the teleportation array?
Shi Guanyu arrived and directly explained the situation. Apologies, everyone, the teleportation array might be unusable.
Jiang Ningxue glanced at Wu Xiang, what a jinx. Wu Xiang, is this my fault?
Lin Xiao helplessly
glanced at Wu Xiang.
When it comes to bad luck, he's spot on. When it comes to good fortune, he's useless.
Then he asked, what exactly happened?
The teleportation array was interfered with and can't accurately locate Nansha City, but communication is still functioning. They likely want to cut off our teleportation, preventing us from providing timely support, and then quickly
capture Nansha City. Nansha City doesn't have many troops, and there are many injured soldiers.
If it gets captured, the consequences will be very serious.
Fortunately, after the military
commander issued the order, I sent a batch of soldiers ahead to provide support, so they should be able to hold out for a while.
Shi Guanyu quickly reported the situation in Nansha City.
Lin Xiao frowned.
Abyssal monsters are starting to use their brains?
To be able to interfere with the teleportation array, there must be abyssal demons behind this.
How much longer can Nansha City hold out?
Lin Xiao asked.
Since the teleportation array is unusable, they'll have to go there personally.
Based on the current situation, at most half a day.
If more abyssal monsters appear, the time will be even shorter.
Fortunately, communication is still functional, so at least they can keep track of the situation over there.
We'll set off now. Nansha City shouldn't be far from here, right? Not far, about an hour's drive.
I've already arranged another support force, you can travel with them, Shi Guanyu said.
Lin Xiao shook his head, no. My summoned beasts are faster.
Also, Captain Shi, keep the supporting soldiers here for now.
Keep them here?
Shi Guanyu was puzzled.
The closest city to Nansha City is Shanyuan City. If we don't head over, by the time the support arrives at Nansha City, it'll be too late. Shanyuan City already has few troops.
If you send people to support Nansha City, and something
happens over there, it'll be dangerous.
Lin Xiao thought to himself, the Death Knight isn't that powerful. Then he said, we'll head over first.
Once the backup forces arrive, then send people to support Nansha City.
Also, there's a level 60 dungeon in the city that someone has already entered to clear.
Once they come out, they can help too. Someone went to clear that dungeon?
Shi Guanyo was surprised.
That dungeon is the biggest threat to Shanyuan City.
He had originally planned to take people to clear it, but doing so would leave the city undefended, so he
could only occasionally deal with abyssal monsters escaping from the dungeon. Who went? Shi Guanyo asked.
The support troops are all here. No one went to that level 60 dungeon.
Lin
Xiao said, Xin Chuan.
He just arrived not long ago, and I asked him to go. By himself?
No, along with my summoned beast.
Shi Guanyo was speechless. Isn't that still just one person? You members of the Longyan Abyss Squad are truly impressive. Each of you can take on heavy responsibilities, so young yet capable of holding the fort. The defense of Nansha City is in your hands.
Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue mounted the nine-tailed fox and dashed toward Nansha City.
Wu Xiang followed behind on foot, wearing the Tianyu Windwalker boots, moving at a decent speed. Abyssal monsters detected ahead, quantity, 5. The Abyssal I relayed the message. Doll.
Lin Xiao immediately summoned the Snow Maiden doll.
Without needing commands, she knew what to do. Dozens of ice spikes shot from her hands, instantly killing the abyssal monsters blocking the way. Bluestone Giant killed, EXP plus 3400. Sand-Eyed Lizard killed, EXP plus 2400. Mud Flat Monster killed, EXP plus 4100. There are abyssal monsters everywhere.
It feels like we've already stepped into the abyss's threshold. Jiang Ningxue sat behind Lin Xiao, watching the abyssal
monsters continuously appear, and couldn't help but speak. Lin Xiao glanced at her. Have you been to the abyss? I have, but only the edge.
Jiang Ningxue looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously.
In the second week after enrollment, we organized a trip to the abyss. After all, we're part of the Dragonflame Abyss team. You haven't been even once, have you?
Lin Xiao scratched his
head awkwardly. He really hadn't been there.
And no one had told him. I heard cries for help over there.
I'll go check it out. You guys go ahead. Wu Xiang said, quickly running to the right. It might be a trap, be careful. Lin Xiao hadn't finished speaking when Wu Xiang's figure disappeared. Will he be okay? He'll be fine. He's quite strong and has powerful equipment.
Lin Xiao wasn't worried at all. Wearing the epic Heavenly Calamity set, even if Wu Xiang encountered powerful abyssal monsters, he could easily escape.
Boom! Not long after, thunder, howling,
winds, and tremors came from the direction Wu Xiang had run.
Shortly after, Wu Xiang returned, covered in dirt.
Damn it, it turned out to be a monster that mimics sounds.
Wu Xiang drank a recovery potion and cursed.
Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at him. I warned you it was likely a trap, but you insisted on going.
Going wasn't a waste. I dug out a skeleton from the mouth of that abyssal monster.
I'll take it back for burial, at least let it rest in peace. As he spoke, Wu Xiang took out the skeleton and showed it to Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue.
Lin Xiao, Jiang Ningxue, were you swallowed? Jiang Ningxue asked. Wu Xiang shook his head, put away the skeleton, and said, how could that happen? I'm an elite of the Dragonflame Abyss team. I
wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. I saw through that guy's trick at a glance and knocked him down with one punch. The skeleton was spat out from his mouth. Lin Xiao looked Wu Xiang up and down, noticing the sticky residue on him, clearly evidence of being swallowed.
But he didn't expose him. This place is different from the city, it's full of ferocious abyssal monsters. Our target is Abyss South Sand City, they need us more there. Lin Xiao reminded. Got it, I promise it won't happen again. Wu Xiang understood Lin Xiao's point.
Whoosh! A strong wind swept through,
hindering their progress.
Before they could continue, a corpse suddenly fell from the sky.
What happened? Wu Xiang immediately stepped forward to check.
The corpse was covered in knife
wounds, its flesh almost entirely severed, clearly having suffered brutal torture.
Jiang Ningxue quickly pulled out her staff, chanted a spell, and cast a healing spell.
But the healing had no effect.
He's already dead, Wu Xiang said solemnly. He examined the deceased's clothing and continued, this person is from West City in the western region. But West City is so far from here, how did he end up here? Could he have come specifically to provide support? Lin Xiao looked ahead and said, let's go check up front. Be careful, the situation isn't simple.
Wu Xiang nodded.
Since the corpse had flown from the front, something must have happened there. Clang, 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 a woman wielding a giant sword blocked the continuous wind blades attacking her.
While defending, she angrily cursed, so annoying. Why is this thing still chasing us? It's followed us all the way here. Run quickly. Mountain Far City is just ahead. As long as we get There, we'll be safe. The male mage cast shields on everyone, boosted their speed, and continued running toward Mountain Far City. Is it really safe there? Even South Sand City is full of abyssal monsters. Mountain Far City might be too.
The woman lowered her head, her face pale, her magic already depleted.
No time to think about that. The only guard is already dead. We can only head to Mountain Far City. If that place is also overrun by monsters, then we'll lure them into the city and escape again.
The woman carrying the giant sword said resolutely.
The male mage asked doubtfully, if we're going to lure monsters, why not do it in South Sand City? Are you stupid? South Sand City was just attacked. Going there would only lead to total annihilation. If Mountain Far City is also full of monsters, one more won't make a difference.
As the voice just fell, the woman with the giant sword suddenly became alert, spun around sharply,
and roared, "Sword aura protection!"
Clang, her giant sword trembled, making her arm numb and almost causing her to lose grip.
He. Little mice, you run quite fast, huh? I've been chasing you all the way, but do you think you can escape this time?
A chilling voice came from the raging wind. The wind carried sharp blades, slicing through everything around.
A face emerged from the storm. You can't escape. You've discovered the master's secret, and now you want to run? As the words ended, an even fiercer hurricane struck. This time, he intended to clean up all these mice. Damn it, we still couldn't escape.
The woman with the giant sword spat out a mouthful of blood, trying to lift her sword to defend herself, but found she had no strength left. Buzz, suddenly, a healing light shone upon her, instantly restoring her strength. Not only her, but the desperate male mage and the weakened woman were also healed.
The two immediately realized that reinforcements had arrived. Earth Wall Technique. Defense Enhancement. 2 spells were quickly cast, blocking the hurricane's attack. Catastrophic Strike. With an angry
shout, a giant hammer smashed into the raging wind, followed by a series of catastrophic magic spells that engulfed the abyssal monster within the storm.
It wasn't over yet. The hammer didn't just charge into the storm directly but instead wreaked havoc inside.
The three watched in stunned silence.
Who was this person? So fierce. Charging straight in to fight the enemy head-on. Not afraid of being torn apart at all? Seeing Wuxian's reckless fighting style, Lin Xiao was speechless. No wonder he was so badly injured in the marketplace. It was probably mostly due to this kind of fighting.
The injuries from protecting the child were likely minor in comparison.
With no chance for the nine-tailed fox and Snow Ridge doll to intervene, Lin Xiao simply left
the abyssal monster in front of him to Wuxian and turned to approach the three who had been chased earlier.
Holy crap, where did this big fox come from? The sudden appearance of the
nine-tailed fox startled the male mage, who quickly raised his staff to prepare for an attack. Having been chased all the way, his nerves were tightly wound, and seeing these non-human creatures naturally made him tense. The woman with the giant sword slashed his staff with her sword and said irritably, "They're here to save us." Then she glanced at Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue, who were sitting on the nine-tailed fox, and said, "Zhuqiudai, thank you for your rescue.
My name is Zhao Lu. Sorry about earlier, I thought you were enemies." The male mage realized his mistake
and scratched his head awkwardly, feeling embarrassed for mistaking his saviors as foes.
The female priest nodded to the two, Gui Yu, Lin Xiao. After introducing himself, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Are you from West City in the western region? Were you chased here by abyssal monsters?"
Although he had heard about them from Wuxian, he still wanted to confirm.
"You can tell we're from West City?"
Zhuqiudai was a bit surprised, as she felt Lin Xiao and Jiang Ningxue didn't seem like Westerners, more like they came from elsewhere. Lin Xiao said, "We met the companions of the deceased from your team on the way here."
"I see."
Zhuqiudai nodded, "But he wasn't part of our team, we just met him on the road and traveled together."
"The same goes for the others." Lin Xiao suddenly understood.
So the team had been scattered and temporarily formed into a new group. Zhuqiudai continued, "We were chased here by abyssal monsters. We thought we could shake them off, but this thing is like glue, it just won't let go."
"Really? From West City to here, there are 3 or 4 cities in between. Why didn't you hide in one of them? Wouldn't it be safer there?" Jiang Ningxue couldn't help but ask.
Zhuqiudai smiled bitterly, "I wanted to, but the roads to the cities were all blocked by monsters.
I had no choice
but to take small paths and run all the way here.
Luckily, we encountered many warriors scattered by abyssal monsters along the way. Otherwise, it would have been hard to escape here. Fortunately, we met you." Listening to this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask curiously, why is this abyssal monster so persistent? Does it want to capture you for a sacrifice? There had been
reports from above that abyssal monsters might capture humans for some kind of ritual. Seeing the demon chasing like this, Lin Xiao naturally thought in this direction.
But he found it strange, just to catch one or two people, it actually chased all the way from West City to here? Do you know that abyss demons want to use humans for sacrifice? Shu Qiudai said in surprise. Lin
Xiao raised an eyebrow, noticing her reaction. Clearly, this was important information to her. She probably hadn't received the message from above and didn't know that this matter was already
known to everyone. After all, the think tank wasn't idle. Through various clues, they could deduce quite a lot.
This is no longer a secret, Lin Xiao said.
That's good, Zhu Qiudai breathed a sigh of relief.
The information she had desperately brought out turned out to be something everyone was already prepared for. The sacrifice will happen in at least 3 days, or
as soon as 1 day.
We should have time to stop it, especially since it's not a secret anymore. Shu Qiudai didn't lower her voice, and Lin Xiao heard her muttering to herself.
He immediately asked, how do you know the timing of the sacrifice?
Shu Qiudai froze for a moment and said, in the West Mountain Tomb dungeon, I saw an abyss demon presiding over a sacrificial
ceremony.
I overheard their conversation by accident, but I was discovered, so I was chased.
So that's how it was. Shu Qiudai didn't learn this through information, she had seen the demon
conducting the ritual with her own eyes.
Are you sure you saw it in West Mountain Tomb?
Lin Xiao asked seriously.
Shu Qiudai nodded, I'm sure. Alright, I'll inform them about this now.
Lin Xiao immediately took out his phone.
It's useless, the phone won't connect at all, Zhu Qiudai said quickly when she saw Lin Xiao take out his phone.
I've tried several times, there's
no signal at all.
Lin Xiao looked at his phone, indeed, there was no signal.
That's strange, didn't Captain Sure say communications weren't affected? Why couldn't the phone connect? Could it be due to different communication technologies? Lin Xiao didn't have time to think further. Since the phone couldn't connect, he had other ways, though they were more troublesome. Lin Xiao? What's going on over there?
Nan Wansheng, stationed at the border, suddenly received Lin Xiao's call. He had just received Lin Xiao's battle report and was happy for him, but the sudden call made him think something serious had happened.
Here's the situation,
Lin Xiao quickly explained.
Nan Wansheng's expression turned serious.
Lin Xiao, you've obtained critical information.
I'll immediately relay it to them.
By the way, Miss Shu Qiudai seems to be affected by a special magnetic field. It can be removed with purification magic. Jiang Ningxue immediately cast purification magic on Zhu Qiudai. Lin Xiao saw the phone signal restored and couldn't help but marvel, there's actually such a strange ability.
Ha ha ha, awesome.
Wu Xian walked back carrying a giant hammer, with several wind blade scars on his body, but he didn't care at all.
Lin Xiao ignored him and
turned to Zhu Qiudai and the other two, asking, we plan to head to Nansha City for support.
Do you want to join us? Support Nansha City? Just the 3 of you?
The male mage Xiao Lu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. We just passed by there and saw a lot of abyss creatures gathered in Nansha City. If only the 3 of you go, it's practically suicide.
Shu Qiudai agreed. Yeah, Lin Xiao, what are you thinking with this plan? Wu Xiang immediately became dissatisfied. Don't underestimate us.
Lin Xiao is a top-tier summoner, incredibly powerful, he's worth 10 people.
Summoner?
The 3 were shocked, glancing at the 9-tailed fox and snow maiden doll, sensing their strength. They rarely saw such a strong summoner, as this profession was
generally looked down upon. If you don't want to, I won't force you.
Now that Shanyuan City is safe, you can go there to rest first, Lin Xiao said.
And then continued forward.
When they were 2 kilometers away from Nansha City, Lin Xiao and his group stopped.
Ahead, there was a large group of abyss demons stationed, about 50 of them. Abyss demons. I didn't expect this place to be occupied too.
When we passed by, the main gate was almost
completely blocked by monsters.
Let's try to bypass them from the side. Zhu Qiudai and the other 3 decided to act with Lin Xiao's group.
All right.
Lin Xiao nodded. Just as everyone was preparing to set off, 5 or 6 massive, powerful abyssal creatures appeared, dragging huge wooden crates behind
them.
The group immediately hid and observed the creatures.
What are they doing?
It feels like they're trading, just like humans, Jiang Ningxue whispered.
That's impossible.
Abyssal creatures are almost brainless, only knowing how to kill.
How could they learn to trade like humans? They're not Abyssal demons. Wu Xiang dismissed Jiang Ningxue's idea as overly imaginative. Lin Xiao frowned, a vague suspicion forming in his mind, though he wasn't certain. He summoned his slime and whispered, "Can you see what's inside the crates? Try not to let them notice you." The slime nodded and released a small eye of clairvoyance.
When Lin Xiao saw the image, his face instantly turned pale, his stomach churning as he nearly vomited. The crates were filled with people. They were crammed into barrels like livestock, some dead, some alive, in a horrifying state.
Lin Xiao's expression darkened. The crates are filled with people. People? The group's faces changed drastically, exclaiming in shock. Considering the abyssal creatures were conducting a sacrificial ritual, it wasn't entirely surprising that they were transporting people. To hell with this, let's just charge in and take them down.
Wu Xiang raised his giant hammer, ready to fight. Lin Xiao stopped him, shaking his head.
The people in the barrels are likely from Nansha City. This kind of disguise and secret transport suggests the enemy is infiltrating, and the frontline defenders haven't noticed yet. It could also be the work of traitors, Zhu Qiudai interjected.
Lin Xiao glanced at her. This was exactly what he had been thinking.
Traitors?
Zhao Lu and the others were
shocked, shouting angrily, how could anyone do such a thing?
Jiang Ningxue gripped her staff tightly, wanting to rush in and heal the people, but she held back and looked at Lin Xiao.
What do we do now? Do we keep following them or head straight to Nansha City? Wu Xiang, Zhu Qiudai, and the others
also awaited Lin Xiao's decision. At this moment, Lin Xiao had become the backbone of the group. After a moment of thought, Lin Xiao asked Zhu Qiudai,
"The dungeon you mentioned is in the West City?"
"Yes," Zhu Qiudai nodded. "If the sacrificial ritual is being held near the West City, this place is
quite far from there.
The fact that they're secretly transporting people like this suggests they've been discovered early on." Lin Xiao looked at Zhu
Qiudai.
"What are you trying to say?" she asked. "My point is, there might be more than one sacrificial ritual.
There could be another secret location
near Nansha City," Lin Xiao said.
"Another location?" Zhu Qiudai frowned.
But upon further thought, it made sense.
"Split into two groups?" Zhu Qiudai suggested.
This way, they could locate the new sacrificial site while also infiltrating Nansha City to eliminate lurking abyssal creatures or traitors. "But we don't have an assassin in our team. The risk of being discovered while tracking them is too high," said healer Gui Yu.
The team currently consisted of 2 warriors, a mage, 2 healers, and a summoner. If someone had to track the creatures, it would have to be a warrior. Healers and mages
were the least suitable. If discovered, they would have no chance of survival.
For now, they could barely hold their ground. "No need. We'll head straight to Nansha City.
My summoned beast will keep an eye on them," Lin Xiao said, summoning the Spider Prince. After giving it simple instructions, the Spider Prince bowed and said, "Rest assured, Master.
Leave it to me."
With that, it vanished without a trace. The Spider Prince was an assassin, making it the perfect choice for stealth and tracking missions.
This is also one of your summoned beasts?" Zhao Lu couldn't help but ask.
"Yes.
How do you have so many summoned beasts? And each one is so powerful?"
The nine-tailed fox, the snow maiden doll, and now the Spider Prince each was
extraordinary. This completely exceeded his understanding of summoners.
"Heh, you don't get it. Lin Xiao is the strongest summoner of his generation."
Wu
Xiang said proudly, feeling a sense of pride in his formidable comrade. Lin Xiao shot him a glance and said, "Stop wasting time.
Let's head to Nansha City.
The longer we delay, the more people will die." Temporarily letting the damned creatures go, Lin Xiao and his team rushed toward Nansha City as quickly as possible. However, they didn't enter from the front but circled around to the side.
So many abyssal monsters, can they really hold out?
Jiang Ningxue's face turned pale as she saw the situation before her. "No problem," Lin Xiao said confidently.
"As long as no wild dungeons appear in the city, they can hold out for a while."
In such situations, the biggest fear is being attacked from both front and back. Here, I used wind listening technique and heard strange noises behind the wall. It should be abyssal monsters. Zhao Lu quickly pointed at the wall.
"All right, use wind magic to
send us up quickly," Zhu Qiudai said urgently.
"Send?
No way, let's just go straight in." Wu Xiang raised his giant hammer. Everyone stared at him in surprise as he swung it at the wall. Boom, the wall shook violently, and a large hole was smashed open.
You, are you crazy? Gua! You roared. "This is the city wall. How could you smash a hole in it? Are you trying to make it easier for the monsters to break through? Relax, I controlled the force. It won't damage the wall's structure.
We can just find a master to repair it with earth magic later, Wu Xiang said nonchalantly.
Guo Yu's eyes widened. How is that the same? Of course, it's the same. The wall is so sturdy. I haven't awakened a profession, so how could I break it with one hit?
It's mainly due to my talent, Wu Xiang explained.
The method was crude but quick and effective. Lin Xiao quickly interrupted them. Now's not the time to argue. Get inside quickly. The noise just now might have alerted the enemy.
After speaking, Lin Xiao was the first to enter
Nansha City. The method was quite unconventional. The commotion indeed attracted a small number of city guards. Although Lin Xiao and his group chose a secluded area, 4 or 5 injured soldiers still came over. These soldiers had just retreated from the front lines and were resting in the rear while guarding the area. Who are you? Sneaking around here, where did you come from?
A soldier held a thin sword, his sharp gaze ready to attack at any
moment.
This is all your fault, attracting people over. The enemy must have hidden themselves after knowing the situation, making it harder for us to
find them, Wei Yu said angrily. Wu Xiang sighed. I acted impulsively. Just explain things clearly to them. I believe they'll understand.
We're here
to help, to support you in dealing with the abyssal monsters?
Wu Xiang hadn't finished speaking when a mage with a plastered hand interrupted him.
Support? Sneaky support, and you even smashed a hole in the city wall? I think you're abyssal pawns. Capture them immediately to avoid trouble. As soon as the mage finished speaking, his staff quickly gathered magic and launched an attack at Lin Xiao and his group.
The other 2 mages also joined in, while the warriors didn't move but kept a close eye on them, ready to counterattack at any moment.
Zhu Qiudai raised his greatsword to block the
attack, but the Snow Maiden doll was even faster.
Cold air spread out, and an ice wall quickly appeared, standing in front of the group. Under the magical
bombardment, the ice wall shattered into fragments but remained intact.
We really came to help, but we ran into some trouble on the way. We discovered abyssal monsters secretly transporting humans for sacrifice. To avoid alerting them, we sneaked in, Lin Xiao quickly explained. My friend here is
just impulsive, which is why he smashed that hole.
Secretly transporting humans? We've been guarding the rear all this time, and we haven't seen anything.
You're just spouting nonsense, the warrior roared, refusing to believe Lin Xiao's explanation.
Go check the injured, and you'll understand.
I'm the captain of the Longyan Abyss squad, and this badge proves my identity. Lin Xiao took out the Longyan badge.
The soldiers saw the badge and exclaimed, the Longyan badge?
Beside him, Zhu Qiudai also looked at Lin Xiao in shock.
You're the captain of the Longyan Abyss squad? Yes, what's the matter? Ha ha ha, Captain, nice to meet you. I'm also part of the Longyan Abyss squad.
Oh? Lin Xiao was a bit surprised but found it reasonable. Zhu Qiudai not only discovered the sacrificial site but also managed to escape from the abyssal monster's pursuit, so his strength must be impressive. After confirming that Lin Xiao's Longyan badge was genuine, the soldiers reluctantly believed his identity. Squad leader Chang Liang said, Your actions just now make it hard for me to believe you're good people.
I hope you can understand.
Lin Xiao nodded. We understand, after all, we did tell you
before. Chang Liang nodded and immediately got to the point. Is what you said true? It's absolutely true, Lin Xiao said solemnly. If you count
the number of injured now, you can prove whether I'm lying or not.
Too many people had gone missing this time.
As long as they counted the numbers, the
anomaly would quickly be discovered. All right. Chang Liang nodded and immediately gave the order. Confirm the number of injured right away, and also ask if anyone has noticed anything unusual or if anyone is missing. Yes.
The soldiers quickly took action. If abyssal creatures had already infiltrated
the rear, it would be a major issue. By the way, do you have large barrels here?
Jiang Ningxue suddenly asked. When we came, we saw abyssal creatures secretly transporting people in large barrels.
Large barrels? Chang Liang frowned.
Large barrels are common here.
Most food and fresh water
are stored in barrels.
As for whether someone secretly used them to transport people, I don't know. You'd have to ask Old Sun. As soon as Old Sun
was mentioned, Chang Liang's expression changed. It seemed he hadn't seen Old Sun for some time.
Moreover, with such a big incident happening here, he hadn't come immediately. Could it be? Follow me.
I just thought of a place. Chang Liang's face turned serious, and he quickly ran in a certain
direction. Lin Xiao and the others immediately followed. Soon, a pungent smell of blood hit them, causing everyone to frown.
There was a treatment area in the rear, so smelling blood wasn't unusual, but this smell was too strong and overwhelmingly pungent. The smell is coming from that room, Zhu Qiu pointed to a small house ahead. They also noticed several large barrels stacked around the house, with fresh blood dripping from them.
A bad feeling rose in everyone's hearts. This is where old Sun lives. Forget it, let's go in and take a look first. Chang Liang's face was grim, as if he had already guessed what had happened.
I'll open the door, Wu Xiang said, raising his giant hammer to smash the door.
Guoyu rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Save it. If you smash it, everything behind the door will be destroyed. If there are any injured people, you might end up killing them. Let me do it."
Zhao Lu immediately cast a spell, and a few wind blades instantly severed the door's connections.
Then, an earth spike destroyed the door. As soon
as the door opened, the smell of blood became even stronger, and everyone frowned.
Something had definitely happened. That was what everyone thought.
They quickened their pace, and upon entering, the bloody scene before them left them shocked. The floor was covered in blood, with clear signs of a struggle, but there were no corpses.
The bodies were taken away long ago. Judging by the age of the bloodstains, it's been several days, Lin Xiao said gravely. How had no one noticed anything unusual for so long? Wu Xiang frowned. No one noticed for days? Were the guards here blind or just pretending to be?
If no one noticed, it means someone or even abyssal creatures have been lurking here for a long time, or there's an inside traitor, Zhu Qiu said, suddenly turning his head to find that Chang Liang was gone. Chang Liang is missing. A startled cry rang out, and everyone immediately realized
something was wrong. This Chang Liang was suspicious. Bang! The broken doorway was suddenly blocked by a mass of unidentified flesh, covered in countless holes.
Hiss! Before anyone could react, a gas sprayed out, instantly filling the entire room.
It was a trap.
That was Lin Xiao and the others'
first thought. They never expected that Chang Liang was actually the enemy, or rather, an abyssal creature in disguise. Bastard!
Wu Xiang raised his
giant hammer and smashed it toward the fleshy mass at the door.
The hammer struck, but it felt like hitting cotton, with all the force absorbed.
Just as
he was about to strike again, a wave of gas hit him, rendering him powerless, and the hammer almost fell on his own head.
This gas isn't poisonous, but
it disables our combat abilities. Jiang Ningxue quickly cast a purification spell, temporarily alleviating the situation.
But in a confined space, relying on purification spells wouldn't last long.
Wu Xiang, stop smashing the door.
Smash the wall.
Lin Xiao urgently shouted, simultaneously instructing the Snow Maiden doll to launch an attack.
Wu Xiang reacted quickly. Since the doorway was blocked by flesh chunks, he decided to attack elsewhere.
The giant hammer smashed against the wall, and the Snow Maiden doll targeted the doorway. Boom! The wall was smashed into a large hole, sunlight streamed in, and everyone saw hope for escape. The Snow Maiden doll's attack froze the holes on the flesh chunks, preventing gas from being released.
Quick! Get out! Guoyu immediately shouted.
No, wait, there might already be abyssal monsters lying in ambush outside.
We can't be careless. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's warning, Guoyu immediately stopped in his tracks, realizing he was right. Then what do we do? Guoyu asked anxiously. Lin Xiao said, Wu
Xiang, keep smashing, smash another wall.
Understood.
Wu Xiang immediately grasped Lin Zhao's plan.
Create multiple exits to confuse the enemy about
where they would escape from.
Doll, the ceiling.
Lin Xiao pointed upward. The Snow Maiden doll instantly reacted, unleashing a powerful icy force that
froze the ceiling in an instant, then shattered it forcefully.
Fortunately, the house was only one story, otherwise, it would have been troublesome.
Bang!
A large hole was punched through the ceiling, sunlight poured in, and a shadow appeared on the ground.
Someone was up there. Prepare to attack.
Lin Zhao's gaze sharpened as the nine-tailed fox and Snow Maiden doll attacked simultaneously, one targeting above, the other targeting the left side. Boom! Powerful attacks caused the house to shake violently, and Lin Xiao and his team finally broke free. Just as they were about to leave, they saw
Chang Liang leading over 20 people to surround them.
Among these 20-plus individuals were mages and warriors Lin Xiao had just encountered.
They weren't here to count numbers, they were here to call reinforcements. Chang Liang, you traitor! Wu Xiang roared. Shu Qiudai raised his giant sword,
standing in front to protect the two priests and mages behind him.
Traitor? Chang Liang sneered. You people who secretly infiltrated Nansha City. Don't think I don't know what you are. Calling me a traitor?
Clearly, you're the ones trying to sneak in and collude with abyssal monsters.
I tested you just now, and the evidence is right here. Are you still going to deny it? Stop wasting words with them. Quickly capture these people and leave. The rear's safety to us. We can't afford any mistakes.
Swish! Several magic wands pointed at Lin Xiao and his team, while warriors stood at the forefront, shielding against the mage's attacks.
No need for words, they've all been controlled by abyssal monsters. Attack directly. Through the abyssal eye, Lin Xiao noticed Chang Liang and his group's abnormal behavior.
In fact, he should have used the abyssal eye to check them from the start.
Being able
to smuggle humans out of Nansha City in large barrels from the rear must have involved inside help.
His experience wasn't sufficient yet. Got it. With Lin Zhao's confirmation, Wu Xiang swung his giant hammer, delivering a powerful strike.
The warriors at the front acted as shields for the mages, forcibly blocking Wu Xiang's attack.
But in the next second, disaster struck, catching everyone off guard. The magic chanting was completed, and the sky lit up with multicolored brilliance as dozens of spells simultaneously bombarded Lin Xiao and his team. Life shield. Jiang Ningxue quickly acted, casting a life shield that enveloped everyone. Wei Yu, who was about to attack, looked at Jiang Ningxue in surprise. Isn't this a single target skill? How can you use it on the whole team?
It's my talent, Jiang Ningxue explained briefly. Wei Yu hurriedly activated his skill to enhance everyone's
defenses.
Boom, the magic rained down but caused minimal damage. At that moment, a tentacle suddenly lashed out, targeting Jiang Ningxue and Wei Yu.
Been waiting for you.
Lin Xiao swiftly locked onto the target.
The flesh chunks blocking the doorway earlier were clearly left by another monster. After coming out, they didn't see the opponent, only Chang Liang and his group.
Clearly, the enemy was hiding, preparing for a sneak attack.
So when
Chang Liang's group launched their attack, Lin Xiao didn't act, patiently waiting for the abyssal monster lurking in the shadows.
Whoosh, chilling air froze the incoming tentacle instantly. The nine-tailed fox immediately locked onto the position and hurled foxfire in that direction. Boom! Flames
soared into the sky, accompanied by a miserable scream. The Snow Maiden doll spared no effort, swiftly shooting out an ice spike and instantly taking it
down. Successfully killed the evil eye, EXP plus 5,000.
Obtained, living eyeball, material, *1, mental attack, consumable, *2.
With the abyssal monster
slain, Chang Liang and the others collapsed to the ground as if they had lost control.
They were really under control. I almost blew their heads off.
Directly, Wu Xiang said, lowering his giant hammer. Fortunately, he stopped in time, otherwise, the warrior's head in front of him would have been smashed
like a watermelon. What do we do now?
There might be more people under control ahead, Zhu Qiudai asked. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed
over like the wind and landed swiftly. Who are you?
Wu Xiang and the others immediately became alert, assuming attack stances.
After their previous experiences, they dared not trust anyone easily. Level 53 professional, wind swordsman.
Lin Xiao glanced at him and quickly identified his identity.
He's fine, Lin Xiao said.
Wu Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, trusting Lin Xiao was the most reliable choice, who would lend a set of
epic equipment to someone for no reason? Explain clearly who you are. If you don't, I guarantee you won't leave here alive.
The sharp sword sliced through the air, stirring up gusts of wind that surrounded Lin Xiao and his group.
Any slight abnormal movement would result in immediate execution. After
explaining the situation in detail, the wind swordsman finally believed Lin Xiao's words.
The dragon flame emblem was the most convincing evidence. Lin Xiao also learned the man's name, Tang Qi, responsible for logistics management.
Take me to see the abyssal monster you killed, Tang Qi said grimly. The fact that an abyssal monster had infiltrated without his knowledge, and that he didn't even know how many controlled comrades had already been transported away, was a serious dereliction of duty. Alright, Lin Xiao agreed and led Tang Qi to the site where the evil eye had died.
Tang Qi stomped on the already decayed evil eye, seemingly venting his anger, then asked in a deep voice, "You mentioned there might be more abyssal monsters here?" "It's highly likely. These abyssal monsters aren't strong in combat but can easily control others. One evil eye could control 20 to 30 people, and controlling hundreds would only require a few evil eyes.
Moreover, injured professionals were more susceptible to control.
Chang Liang and the others
all had injuries to varying degrees.
Those people earlier weren't army members, just ordinary professionals. Due to a lack of manpower, I temporarily
assigned them to logistics defense because their personalities seemed decent, Tang Chi explained. Then he turned to Lin Xiao, I'll leave the next steps to you. Can you complete the task? Lin Xiao didn't hesitate, no problem. I have a way to identify those under control. With the help of the Abyssal Eye, it would be much easier. Excellent, as expected of someone favored by the god of war. I trust you, Tang Chi said with a hearty laugh. By the way, about the sacrificial ritual. Tang Chi's expression darkened upon hearing this topic. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, Your information is crucial, but Nansha City is currently busy fending off the Abyssal offensive and has no extra resources to deal with this matter. He sighed, the reinforcements can't return either, so this issue will have to be temporarily set aside. Lin Xiao nodded, expressing his understanding. Let's resolve the hidden dangers in Nansha City first. After exchanging contact information with Tang Chi instructed him to reach out if needed, and then quickly left. Lin Xiao returned to explain the situation to Zhu Qiudai and the others. This is simple. We'll guard this spot. If they want to leave, they'll have to pass through here. Not a single one will escape, Wu Xiang said, slamming his giant hammer heavily onto the ground, exuding an imposing aura. No, by the time they transport them here, it might already be too late, and there will be more casualties, Jiang Ningxue disagreed with Wu Xiang's proposal. Those injured individuals packed into large barrels were treated as nothing by the abyssal monsters. Cramped inside the barrels, they would either suffocate or be crushed to death. Jiang Ningxue continued, if they find this route blocked, they might choose another path. We don't know if there are other exits. I think Jiang Ningxue is right. Their transport route might not be limited to just one. Guarding this spot alone is too passive. Zhu Qiudai also opposed Wu Xiang's approach of waiting idly. Wu Xiang wanted to argue but felt that their reasoning made sense. He then looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, what do you think? I'll follow your lead. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, this place has a wide view, and we can see the roads coming and going. How about this, you guard here, and we'll go inside to find people. All right. Wu Xiang agreed readily. After entering the rear recovery area, they saw many priests treating injured professionals, clearly short-handed. So tragic, the work in the rear is not easy at all, Guoyu couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Ningxue raised her staff, ready to heal the wounded, but Lin Xiao stopped her. Seeing her puzzled expression, Lin Xiao explained, if you act, it will easily attract attention, and finding people will become troublesome. Jiang Ningxue's talent, abundance of all beings, could greatly enhance healing effects and even perform group healing, a rare skill, but it was not suitable to use now. Then, how do we find them? Searching one by one is too slow, Zhu Qiudai asked. Follow my lead. I'll find the people, and you tie them up, Lin Xiao summoned a slime and placed it on his shoulder. Slime, activate Eye of Omniscience. Buzz, a giant eye appeared in the void, overlooking everyone. Lin Xiao's vision synchronized with it, as if he had gained a god's perspective. Those two are suspicious, tie them up. And those few walking together, they seem to be heading toward the restroom. That one with glasses is already controlled, no need to say more, tie them all up first. The third one on the right, the ant holding the ladle, she's also controlled. Lin Xiao quickly relayed his findings to everyone. This is amazing, just one glance. And you can tell who's an imposter. Guoyu exclaimed in surprise while capturing people. She had thought they would need to check identities one by one, but it turned out to be so simple. Their companion Zhao Le couldn't help but marvel, as expected of the Longyan Abyss team, truly extraordinary. I heard he's the captain. Such a young captain, truly impressive. Gui Yun's eyes were full of admiration. You all carry on, I found an abyssal monster and need to deal with it first, Lin Xiao said as he quickly headed off with the Snow Maiden doll. In such a crowded place, it was clearly unsuitable for the slime to act. Using a forbidden spell could kill the abyssal monster, but it would also result in heavy casualties among the surrounding people. After all, the power and range of forbidden spells were top tier. Holy arrow! As Lin Xiao arrived at the storage area, a light arrow suddenly shot out, targeting the abyssal monster hidden among the clutter. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the monster was instantly killed without any resistance. Lin Xiao looked toward the direction the arrow had come from. Bai Yixue? He unexpectedly saw a familiar face. They had met a few times before, and were somewhat acquainted.
She actually knew there was an abyssal monster here. Had someone noticed something unusual? Baishue walked over with
a smile. Lin Xiao, we meet again. I lost to you during the Longyan team selection. I had planned to compete with you during the college entrance
exams, but I didn't expect your strength to be this formidable.
Lin Xiao didn't dwell on it, glancing at the clutter and asking, you know about this
situation here? Baishue looked at the clutter and said, I felt something was off here. After careful observation, I didn't expect an abyssal monster
to have infiltrated. She then looked seriously at Lin Xiao.
You must know something. Lin Xiao didn't hide it and straightforwardly told her what he had discovered. Baishue's pupils contracted after hearing it. Something like this. No wonder I noticed some injured people never returned after leaving.
I thought they went back to the front lines, but it turns out.
I'll help you.
There's strength in numbers, Baishue said without hesitation.
Joining Lin Xiao's team,
Lin Xiao naturally welcomed her. With her on board, their combat power would be significantly enhanced.
After all, she was also
a captain of the Longyan Abyss team, with strength guaranteed.
Welcome, Lin Xiao nodded. My slime has the eye of omniscience and can identify suspicious individuals. Follow my lead and capture them. Supervision eye? Baishue looked at the slime on Lin Xiao's shoulder in surprise. Your summoned beast learned a forbidden spell so quickly?
A mage has to reach level 60 to learn a forbidden spell.
How did your summoned beast learn it so fast? Could it be a natural talent? Lin Xiao, you actually know about this skill? And guessed it so accurately. It seems I underestimated you.
After all, slimes have many forbidden spells, some of which I haven't even heard of.
The slime has a special constitution, that's why it learned the forbidden spell. Lin Xiao casually made up an excuse. Baishue believed him and nodded.
It must have something special about it, otherwise, you wouldn't
have it as your summoned beast.
I suspect the abyssal demons are hiding in a few places. I'll go deal with them first.
You keep an eye on those suspicious people and see if they make any moves.
So she had already noticed.
That was good, it would save a lot of time. Go ahead, I'll stay here and wait for you. Baishue acted quickly.
In no time, Lin Xiao saw several people collapse to the ground.
This drew some attention but didn't cause a commotion.
After all, this was the rear hospital, and it wasn't unusual for someone to suddenly faint.
10 minutes later, Baishue returned to Lin Xiao's side.
The places I suspected did indeed have abyssal creatures, but I'd dealt with them.
Check if there's anything I missed. All right. Lin Xiao continued his search, and Zhang Ningxue and the others soon returned. Seeing Baishue, everyone was surprised. Ishue, what are you doing here? Ningxue?
Baishue was also surprised but smiled.
Well, since Lin Xiao is here, how could you not be?
Their relationship had long been made public.
Jiang, Ningxue asked, did you come here specifically to support Nansha City? Baishue gave a wry smile.
I was recuperating here after getting injured.
I
didn't expect there to be abyssal creatures here, let alone something like this happening. After the search was completed, Lin Xiao looked at everyone.
There's no one here being controlled. That's it?
That was pretty easy. Zhao Lu let out a sigh of relief, his face showing anticipation.
We should
get a lot of credit for resolving such a big crisis, right?
Lin Xiao shook his head. It's not over yet. What do you mean it's not over? Didn't you just say no one here is being controlled? There's no one here being controlled, but what about outside? On the way to the rear hospital, can you be sure no one is causing trouble?
Zhao Lu immediately realized. Right, no one said they could only catch people here, there could also be people
controlled on the way. On the city streets, many volunteers were preparing food for the frontline soldiers, doing their part.
Lin Xiao searched from a high vantage point and quickly spotted several controlled individuals.
Found them. You guys? Lin Xiao quickly pointed out directions to a few people, but his actions immediately drew the attention of many.
However, they only gave him cold glances without making any particular moves.
At this moment, Baishue asked, aren't you planning to send someone to block the back door to prevent the abyssal creatures from secretly transporting people out? Wu Xiang is guarding there. Baishue was momentarily stunned and then said with mild annoyance, him, huh? Well, he'll do. Seeing Baishue's slight exasperation, Lin Xiao curiously asked, do you two have some kind of grudge? Baishue shook her head. We teamed up once before. I just feel like he's a bit arrogant, but he's not a bad person. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding.
After all, even Qin Chuan couldn't win his respect, he just called him that guy with the dragon. While scanning with the supervision eye, an abandoned building caught Lin Zhao's attention.
Slime, focus on that unfinished building. He stared intently. Through layers of structures, Lin Zhao saw several massive figures moving in the basement of the building. Abyssal creatures. Then, he saw them open a tunnel, the same one the abyssal trolls had been using to transport humans. They really had another secret passage leading out of Nansha City. Abyssal trolls, abyssal cyclops, and an abyssal demon. Seeing a demon wearing a goat skull mask emerge from the tunnel, Lin Zhao immediately stopped observing. He was afraid of being discovered by the abyssal demon. What's wrong? You look pale, as if you've discovered something big. Bai Yishua noticed Lin Zhao's pale face and couldn't help but ask. Lin Zhao gave a bitter smile. I did discover a big problem. An abyss troll and a cyclops. Hearing about these two powerful abyssal creatures, Bai Yishua frowned, as both were extremely strong in combat and had terrifying destructive power. It's understandable that the evil eye sneaked in, but how could such formidable abyssal creatures also get in? Bai Yishua couldn't believe it. Not just them. There's more? There's also an abyss demon. Bai Yishua exclaimed. You're not joking, are you? An abyss demon? Lin Zhao shook his head. I'm not joking. It's an abyss demon. I only caught a glimpse of it. Bai Yishua took a deep breath. Although it was hard to believe, she had to accept the reality. How did they get in? How could Nansha City's defenses not detect them? Bai Yishua was deeply disappointed in Nansha City's defensive capabilities. Nansha City is in the western rear. They probably didn't expect an abyssal invasion. They dug tunnels underground to get in. That abyss demon is the leader and doesn't seem to intend to attack Nansha City from within. If they really plan to attack from both inside and outside, Nansha City would have already fallen with its current military strength. But Lin Zhao couldn't figure out why they hadn't done so. Suddenly, a thought struck him: sacrifice? This seemed highly likely. Live sacrifices were more effective, so they hadn't rushed to attack the city but instead chose to cause casualties first and then send people to the sacrificial site. This was just Lin Zhao's speculation, but it seemed very plausible. Otherwise, an abyss demon wouldn't go to such lengths to infiltrate Nansha City. If it really is an abyss demon, do you think Nansha City can hold out? Bai Yishua asked. With Nansha City's current strength, it was no match for an abyss demon. Very difficult. Lin Zhao shook his head. The highest combat power in Nansha City is only around level 60, while the abyss demon is probably around level 70. Bai Yishua seemed to recall something and asked, don't you have experience dealing with abyss demons? Can you handle it? Lin Zhao stared at her with a dumbfounded expression. Selena was a dark mage, and he just happened to have a talent that countered her. If she had learned a different type of magic, he would probably have died long ago. As for Curse Frost, killing her was purely a fluke. Of course, very few people knew about this. Bai Yishua scratched her head and gave an awkward smile, saying it was just a joke. Lin Zhao must have used unconventional methods to repel the abyss demon. This isn't something we can handle. We should report it. Lin Zhao decided to leave this problem to higher authorities. Agreed. Bai Yishua also thought this was the best course of action. Directly notify the Western High Command. Informing Nansha City's leadership might cause panic. The abyss demon hadn't acted yet, which meant Nansha City was temporarily safe. If Nansha City found out and panicked, it might prompt the demon to act and completely destroy the city. Moreover, many people in Nansha City were already under control, and there was no guarantee that no one in the leadership was compromised. Yes, that's more prudent, Lin Zhao agreed. My superior in the escort team is a division commander. If I inform him, he should be able to quickly relay the message to the military chief, Bai Yishua said, taking out her phone to contact the division commander. I'll do it. I happen to have the Western military chief's contact information, Lin Zhao said. The division commander would be too slow. Bai Yishua was stunned. After a few seconds, she asked, you actually have the military chief's contact information? How did you get it? When I was looking for the vice principal earlier, the military chief was right next to him. I took the opportunity to get his contact info. It's much faster to deal with problems directly through him. Under the abandoned building, a demon wearing a ram bone mask returned through the tunnel. The ram bone demon adjusted the bone mask on his face and asked, is the next batch of people ready? Not yet. Not ready yet?
The Rambone demon cast a cold glance, his eyes radiating killing intent, causing the Abyss Troll
to kneel in fear.
The killing intent lasted only a moment before he withdrew it, as if remembering his current role. Although he wasn't afraid of being discovered, that lord had warned him to never be found. He didn't understand the reason but had to obey.
Tell me the reason.
The voice was deep like a blade, as if it directly pressed against the heart of the abyssal troll.
It seems we've been discovered. Some people have been cleared out, and a few evil eyes have been destroyed, the abyssal troll answered cautiously.
The bone demon wasn't surprised and said in a low voice, so the sense of
being watched I felt earlier was them searching?
Yes. The sacrifices just sent need time to be consumed, so there's no rush. The bone demon found a
place to sit and said, let's hide for a while. Once they find nothing, they'll naturally give up.
After speaking, he opened his palm, and several
shadows flew in from all directions, merging into his hand. They were the evil eyes. 10 dead? It seems this small town isn't as fragile as imagined. How's it going?
Lin Xiao hung up the phone, and Bai Yixue quickly asked,
what else? Waiting for the higher-ups to send someone to handle it.
The military chief also said we should withdraw from Nansha City as soon as possible.
Why? He said, we have great potential and a broader stage, and shouldn't die here.
At this moment, Jiang Ningxue and the others arrived to meet Lin Xiao.
Are there no more uncontrolled people now?
Jiang Ningxue asked, noticing that Lin Xiao was no longer
issuing any alerts.
There are still quite a few, but we can't handle them.
Why? Jiang Ningxue was puzzled. Lin Xiao didn't explain and turned to Zhu Qiudai and the other three, saying, we're preparing to leave. Are you staying? You're leaving? Weren't you here specifically to support Nansha City? Zhu Qiudai was surprised.
Yes, but a special mission suddenly came up, and we have to leave temporarily, Lin Xiao said.
Special mission. Zhu Qiudai immediately thought of the Dragon Flame Abyss Squad's mission and quickly said, can I join? I'm a member too.
Lin Xiao glanced at her, there will be sacrifices. If I were afraid of death, I would have died in West City long ago.
How could I have escaped here?
Lin Xiao found
her reasoning valid and nodded in agreement. All right. Zhao Luo and Guiyu chose to stay and help. Lin Xiao, what are you planning to do? Did the military chief assign a special mission? Bai Yixue asked. Military chief? Jiang Ningxue and Zhu
Qiudai looked at him in surprise.
Did Lin Xiao just contact the military chief? Or did the military chief contact him first?
After all, he was the captain of the Dragon Flame Abyss Squad, so it was normal for the military chief to assign him a
special mission. Zhu Qiudai thought to herself. No, it's my own decision.
Of course, if you don't want to go, you can opt out, Lin Xiao said as he walked toward the place they had entered earlier, where Wu Xiang was located.
Lin Xiao? Is the matter resolved?
I haven't seen a single abyssal monster here, Wu Xiang said, then noticed the girl behind Lin Xiao and exclaimed in surprise, huh?
Elf miss, you're here too. Bai Yixue. My name is Bai Yixue. Aren't you the elf saintess? Calling you elf miss sounds better. Elf saintess? You're also a captain? Zhu Qiudai was shocked.
She hadn't expected to encounter two captains of the Dragon Flame Abyss Squad.
She thought Bai Yixue was just an ordinary member like herself.
But it turned out she was a captain.
You're a newbie, aren't you? You don't even know this.
You need to work hard and strive to become an elite member like me, Wu Xiang said, pretending to be a seasoned veteran.
Zhu Qiudai rolled her eyes at him. Aren't you just an ordinary member?
Wu Xiang was displeased. I'm already an elite member.
Once this matter is over, you, as a newbie, need to learn to respect your seniors. You're the newbie. I joined the Dragon Flame Abyss Squad before the reform, a month earlier than you. Wu Xiang was stunned. You're not a newbie? Then why haven't I seen you before? I usually keep a low profile and don't show up. You're always shouting in the group, so of course, everyone knows you. Then why didn't you say anything when we saved you? With your personality, who in the group doesn't know?
Saying anything would only bring trouble to myself, Mr. Resource deducting Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang was furious, but Lin Xiao interrupted him.
Alright, let me share my plan. Anyone who wants to back out after hearing it can leave anytime. Bai Yixue glanced at the silent Wu Xiang, then looked at Lin Xiao. Since when did this guy become so easygoing?
Lin Xiao directly revealed his plan. I intend to destroy the sacrificial site near Nansha City.
Destroy the sacrificial site? Everyone froze, taking a few seconds to react. Zhu Qiudai exclaimed in shock, are you crazy?
There must be a large number of abyssal monsters guarding
it. Going in is basically suicide.
Jiang Ningsno quickly added, exactly, Lin Xiao. You don't even know the strength of the abyssal monsters inside.
It's too dangerous.
Bai Yixue also tried to dissuade him, even the military headquarters doesn't want you involved in such dangerous matters, yet you insist on rushing in.
Are you trying to get yourself killed? Wu Xiang frowned. Brother, what are you thinking? Heading straight into the enemy's lair with just a few of us, this is a death wish.
Lin Xiao had already anticipated their reactions. Once everyone calmed down, he explained, I've actually been planning this for a while. The sacrificial site is close to both cities.
If the sacrifice succeeds, who knows what might happen? It must be stopped.
Bai Yixue tried to reason with him, but our levels are still low, and we have room to grow.
There's no need to take such a huge risk. The dangers inside are unpredictable, it's too risky.
Lin Xiao replied calmly, actually,
the abyssal monsters inside aren't very high level. Most are bosses between levels 30 and 40.
My Spider Prince has already scouted the area.
There are quite a few of them, around 200, with half being bosses.
The Spider Prince had been tracking the abyssal monsters escorting the sacrificial offerings and had long since discovered the location of the sacrificial site. Now that the abyssal demons weren't there, it was the perfect opportunity to destroy it.
Level 30 or 40 isn't high? And they're bosses? Zhu Qiudai was stunned.
She herself was only level 34 and could barely take down a single level 40 boss with all her effort.
There were over 100 bosses there, how could they possibly fight them? Wu Xiang quickly tried to stop him.
No way, brother.
It's too dangerous.
Even if you want to make a name for yourself, you don't have to go to such extremes. Lin Xiao looked at them and said, I know it's risky, so I won't force you.
Jiang Ningsno was the first to speak up. I'll go. How can we manage without a healer?
Despite the danger, she trusted Lin Xiao.
Wu Xiang also said, brother, if we don't go with you, are you planning to go alone?
Lin Xiao nodded, pretty much.
Crazy. Is every captain of the Longyan Abyss squad this insane?
Zhu Qiudai was incredulous.
Bai Yixue calmly said, he's just crazy. Lin Xiao smiled, so, are you going too?
The reason Lin Xiao was willing to take such a risk was because of the abyssal bosses at the sacrificial site. If he could take them all down, he could level up significantly. He was preparing for the Tongtian Tower. Although the God of Fate could directly teleport him to the 95th floor, being too low level would still pose great risks. So, he had to work hard to level up.
Moreover, this kind of leveling opportunity was one of a kind and wouldn't come again.
It was dangerous, but worth the gamble.
So, are you willing to go with me? Lin Xiao asked again. Bai Yixue looked at Lin
Xiao, silent for a moment, then finally said, I'll go. Lin Xiao smiled, see, you're a lunatic too. Bai Yixue replied indifferently, I'm just afraid of falling too far behind you.
Wu Xiang said firmly, if you're going crazy, then I'll go crazy. With you. I'm in. Zhu Qiudai hesitated, can we really do this? We don't have a tank, and only one healer. I'm afraid the healing won't keep up.
Bai Yixue explained, my class has priest skills, and Ningsno's talent can turn single target
healing into group healing. It should be enough. As for defense,
she glanced at Lin Xiao, he definitely has damage-resistant summoned beasts, so don't worry about that.
Alright, let's give it a shot, Zhu Qiudai agreed reluctantly. She still
remembered barely escaping from the sacrificial site in West City, pursued all the way to this place. She never thought she would have to venture into the tiger's den again. When she agreed to go along, she thought she must have gone mad. Leaving Nansha City once more, they followed the route planned by the Spider Prince and quickly found the sacrificial site. On the way, Bai Yixue suddenly asked, there's something I'm curious about.
What is it?
Why does Wuxiang seem to treat you differently than he does others? She had teamed up with Wuxiang a few times and understood his personality. But she noticed that Wuxiang showed Lin Xiao a lot of respect. As if Lin Xiao were his elder brother, and he was willing to follow Lin Xiao's commands. Oh, that might be because I lent him some equipment. Lin Xiao scratched his head.
Lent him equipment? Bai Yixue was even more puzzled. Could lending equipment really change Wuxiang's attitude so much? What kind of equipment? Bai Yixue asked curiously. Epic equipment. Epic equipment? Even though epic equipment was rare, it wasn't unheard of. People like them would usually carry one or two pieces. A full set. What? Bai Yixue was stunned.
It took her a while to process that Lin Xiao was talking about an entire set of equipment.
You lent him a full set of epic equipment? Are you kidding me? Was this guy crazy? Having a full set of epic equipment and not using it himself, but lending it to someone else? Bai Yishua's voice was loud enough that Jiang Ningxue and the others heard her. A full set of epic equipment? Jiang Ningxue and Zhu Qiudai both turned to look at Lin Xiao. Before Lin Xiao could speak, Wu Xiang burst out laughing. Ha, that's right, a full set of epic equipment, the Heavenly Calamity set. Jealous? You can't even dream of it. Lin Xiao and I are like brothers, that's why he lent it to me. If you want, I can put in a good word for you. Oh, wait, no, Lin Xiao already has a sister-in-law. Jiang Ningxue didn't immediately question Wu Xiang but instead looked at Lin Xiao in shock. Do you really have a full set of epic equipment? Lin Xiao nodded. Yeah, it dropped not long ago. You're a healer, so it's not suitable for you. I lent it to Wu Xiang because he was barely holding on at the time, and there were 2 abyssal bosses nearby. I was just looking for an opportunity, not that I couldn't handle it. Wu Xiang quickly defended himself. Bai Yishue still couldn't understand. Having an epic set and not using it yourself, but lending it to someone else? Wait. If he was so generous in lending it out, did that mean he had another set? Otherwise, how could he afford to lend it? Do you have another set of epic equipment? Bai Yishue's question drew everyone's attention. Lin Xiao glanced at them, blinked, and said nothing. His silence was as good as confirmation. Lin Xiao had another set of epic equipment even stronger than the Heavenly Calamity set. Was this guy a monster? Having 2 sets of epic equipment, was he insane? Had epic sets become that common now? Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Lin Xiao sighed and said, it's not that exaggerated. I only have the Heavenly Calamity set, no second set. Then why don't you use it yourself? Zhu Qiudai pressed. The others also stared at Lin Xiao with a don't treat us like fools look, waiting for his explanation. My level isn't high enough. The Heavenly Calamity set requires level 35 to equip. At the time, the situation was urgent, so I lent it to Wu Xiang. Lin Xiao looked at Wu Xiang, signaling him to explain. Wu Xiang realized and scratched his head with a laugh. Oh, right, the Heavenly Calamity set requires level 35 to equip. So it was because his level wasn't high enough. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Lin Xiao really had 2 sets of epic equipment. But they still admired Lin Xiao for being willing to lend out such a precious set of equipment. Even if they couldn't use it themselves, not many people would be so generous as to lend out an entire epic set. Wait a minute, Bai Yishue suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. She stared at Lin Xiao and asked, if the equipment requires level 35, how did you manage to get it? Have you already been clearing level 35 dungeons? That's right. Level 35 equipment would only drop from level 35 or higher monsters. Everyone turned their eyes back to Lin Xiao. Even Wu Xiang was curious. He had never considered this before. Lin Xiao looked helplessly at Bai Yishue. Are you planning to reveal all my secrets? Bai Yishue felt a bit embarrassed but was genuinely curious. This set, Heavenly Calamity, was dropped in King's Ruins. King's Ruins. Wu Xiang muttered under his breath, then suddenly realized and exclaimed, really? Every piece of equipment matches the monsters inside. My god, that place actually has epic level equipment? When I farmed there, I didn't see a single piece. Was my luck just that bad? Wu Xiang suddenly understood. He had also been to King's Ruins. After all, the dungeon only had a boss, gave a lot of experience, and was great for leveling up. But he had never heard of epic equipment being there. Lin Xiao said, I farmed it on nightmare difficulty. If you farm it a few more times, you'll get drops too. Nightmare difficulty? Bai Yishue and Wu Xiang were both shocked. No wonder, so only nightmare difficulty has epic equipment. Wait, when you called us to the west in the group chat and didn't respond to anything, were you farming that dungeon? Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, at that time, I was still missing a few pieces. It took a bit longer to get them. My god. Wu Xiang was stunned. Bai Yishue fell silent. Just farming King's Ruins on nightmare difficulty was already incredibly challenging. That dungeon had so few teams capable of clearing it. Yet Lin Xiao could solo it repeatedly. Nightmare difficulty seemed like normal difficulty to him. What was even more impressive, he could enter King's Ruins at around level 25. And on nightmare difficulty. Thinking back to his suggestion to destroy the sacrificial site, it wasn't a rash decision. He probably really had the strength to do it, and all on his own. How can the gap be this big? Bai Yishue muttered to herself, barely audible. She had thought she could quickly catch up to him, but now she realized she couldn't even see his shadow. No, not even his shadow.
She knew that soloing King's Ruins on nightmare difficulty was
impossible for an ordinary person. My god, is this the strength of the Dragon Abyss Abyssal Squad's captain? Soloing nightmare-level dungeons as if it's as easy as drinking water. Zhu Qiudai was shocked, truly witnessing the captain's power for the first time.
Before, she had no idea how strong the captain really was, but now she understood.
In their eyes, nightmare-level dungeons were no different from regular dungeons. No wonder they dared to destroy
the sacrificial site. They really had the strength to back it up.
Zhu Qiudai clenched her fists.
If just one captain was this strong, and now there were two of them, victory was practically guaranteed.
They arrived at the entrance
to the sacrificial site, which was the dungeon's entrance.
It's inside. The terrain is a bit complex, and there are quite a few abyssal trolls guarding it.
Be careful when you go in, Lin Xiao reminded them.
He had already
sent the Spider Prince to scout ahead and had a good understanding of the situation inside the dungeon.
Wu Xiang said, "All right, lead the way."
Lin Xiao nodded and was about to move when he suddenly stopped.
Everyone looked at him
in confusion, only to see him take out a peculiar coin and toss it into the air.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
3 bolts of lightning struck him.
Everyone was shocked and confused, except Jiang Ningxue, not understanding what
Lin Xiao was doing. What was even more surprising was that the lightning was so powerful that it took away 90% of Lin Xiao's health in just 3 strikes.
While receiving healing from Jiang Ningxue, Lin Xiao silently put the coin away and explained with a straight face, "This is a lucky coin.
3 bolts of lightning mean our luck is good, and we'll all make it back alive."
Jiang Ningxue looked at him helplessly, talking nonsense with a straight face.
She had interacted with Lin Xiao before and knew the coin's ability. Tossing the coin was just waiting for the fate coin to take effect.
Getting struck by lightning counts as lucky? You even lost health. Zhu Qiudai couldn't help but ask.
Of course. Why would I lie to you? At that moment, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 33.
He leveled up again. Not bad, he even leveled up before entering the dungeon.
Lin Xiao silently gave a thumbs up to the Death Knight, but the next second, he froze. Death Knight killed 10,000 enemies within 10 minutes, upgrading the S-rank talent Killing Intent Wave to the SSS rank talent Death Ripple. Death Knight killed 10,000 enemies within 10 minutes, upgrading the S-rank talent Death Absorption to the SSS rank talent Soul Absorption.
Talent upgrades automatically?
Lin Xiao was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He thought only he could help upgrade talents, but unexpectedly, the Death Knight's talents upgraded to SSS rank on their own.
Was it because a special condition was met? Killing 10,000 enemies in 10 minutes, this was insane. What exactly had the Death Knight gone through?
Lin Xiao sensed for him and found that the Death Knight was no longer in Shan City, his whereabouts unknown. After all, Lin Xiao was
unfamiliar with the western terrain.
Because your summoned beast has advanced through its own efforts, you have earned the achievement Self-Reliance. Self-Reliance, when the Death Knight levels up, attribute bonuses are doubled.
Double attribute bonuses upon leveling up?
Not bad, but it's limited to the Death Knight. It would be even better if other summoned beasts could have this too. Lin Xiao then looked at the upgraded new talents.
Death Ripple
creates a special ripple with the user at the center, affecting a radius of 50 meters.
Enemies within the area lose 10% of their maximum health per second.
Fixed damage, 2000 times level, Soul Absorption, upon killing an enemy, gain
60% of their total attributes for 180 seconds.
Impressive, the talent's range has doubled, and the damage increased by 10%.
This is insanely strong.
And Soul Absorption attribute absorption increased to 60%, and the duration
extended.
Upgrading from Death Absorption to Soul Absorption increased attribute absorption by 10%, and the buff duration extended to a full 3 minutes.
Not bad at all.
Lin Xiao was very satisfied.
The others didn't
know why he suddenly stopped and occasionally let out strange chuckles.
Aishue seemed to notice something and asked, "Did you level up?"
Lin Xiao replied with a smile, "Yes."
"But you're here. How did you suddenly level up?"
Zhu Qiudai was shocked to hear Lin Xiao had leveled up, especially since he was right there. Before Lin Xiao could explain, Wu Xiang spoke for him. "He's a summoner.
His summoned beast is out there killing enemies." Zhu Qiudai's eyes widened. "Summoners can do that?"
"Of course.
You don't even have to move, and the experience comes to you automatically. Isn't that great?" Zhu Qiudai nodded repeatedly. Who wouldn't love automatic leveling? Gaining Experience automatically is nice, but it lacks practical combat experience. That's not good, Bai said flatly. But he's a summoner. Bai Shuai immediately retorted. Summoners rely on their summoned beasts. As long as the summoned beasts are strong, the summoner is strong. Enough, stop wasting time. Let's get moving.
Lin Xiao quickly interrupted their chatter. From the entrance of the dungeon, the map wasn't a forest but a city ruin.
The spider prince only knows the route. We'll have to deal with the abyssal monsters along the way, and there are some hidden ones too.
Everyone, stay alert, Lin Xiao reminded. With an abyssal demon accompanying them, the spider prince didn't
dare to get too close.
He could only observe from a distance, secretly noting the route to the ruins.
Try to avoid the abyssal trolls guarding the area. If we can't avoid them, take them out quickly and quietly to avoid attracting more abyssal demons. If the abyssal demons return, none of us will escape. Using the ruins as cover, Lin Xiao and his team easily bypassed the abyssal trolls ahead. Master, the abyssal trolls ahead can't be avoided.
You'll need to deal with them quickly, the spider prince's voice echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. He was scouting from a distance, helping Lin Xiao plan the route.
The abyssal trolls ahead can't be avoided. Finish them quickly and aim for
a one-hit kill. Lin Xiao promptly conveyed the spider prince's message to the group.
Captain Lin, are you sure you can one-shot the abyssal trolls?
Shu Qiudai, hiding in the ruins, asked in shock while staring at the approaching abyssal trolls. Abyss troll level, 35 constitution, 340,000 strength, 12,000 intelligence, 2,000 agility, 231 magic, 2,000 spirit, 457 skills, troll bite, whirlwind dance, crushing punch. Lin Xiao was 3 levels higher than the abyss troll, but abyssal monsters were generally much stronger than ordinary ones.
Even a level 40 professional couldn't guarantee a win. Looking at these stats, as long as it's not a level 40 boss, it's fine.
Lin Xiao stared at the abyss troll and immediately summoned the Snow Maiden doll.
Bai Shuai glanced at the Snow Maiden doll and softly chanted, Spirit Blessing Chant. Potential enhanced. Jiang Ningsno quickly followed suit. Doll, finish it quickly. As the abyss troll approached, the Snow Maiden doll suddenly appeared.
The abyss troll froze for a moment, just about to attack, but its vision blurred as a snowstorm struck, freezing it in no time. The ice block trembled violently as the abyss troll struggled desperately, but the Snow Maiden doll gave it no chance.
Ice explosion. Ice windstorm.
Various skills were unleashed in succession, combined with the doll's innate abilities, instantly shattering the frozen abyss troll, leaving its body covered in frostbite. The next second, its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash.
Successfully killed abyss troll, EXP. Plus 30,000. Obtain troll fawn, material, *10. It was really a one-shot kill.
Shu Qiudai stared wide-eyed at the Snow Maiden doll.
Was this the captain's strength? It was simply too powerful. Bai Xuan and Wuxian put away their weapons.
If the Snow Maiden doll hadn't managed to kill it instantly, they would have immediately stepped in to finish it off. Let's go, take the path over there are fewer abyssal monsters there. Lin Xiao recalled the Snow
Maiden doll. The 5 continued forward, and at that moment, a dilapidated red tower caught Zhu Qiudai's attention. The tower had already broken into 2 pieces, lying on the ground like scrap metal. This is the Crimson Tower. Zhu Qiudai exclaimed. You know it?
Yes, I saw it in a book. Shu Qiudai nodded quickly, scanning the buildings around the Crimson Tower.
Could this be the Western Red City? Red City? The others looked at Zhu Qiudai. They
were unfamiliar with the West and naturally didn't know about Red City, let alone this ruin.
That's right, it's Red City.
The book said Red City was the most prosperous city in the West, and the Crimson Tower was its symbol. But something happened, and Red City suddenly became a ruin. Before anyone could react, the ruins disappeared, and no one ever saw it again.
I never thought it would turn into a dungeon. Zhu Qiudai was shocked. He never expected to see the Red City mentioned in books suddenly destroyed, then vanished.
Lin Xiao stroked his chin, thinking about the sacrificial ritual's location.
Could it be related to that? Now's not the time to discuss this. Let's move quickly, we're short on time.
Bai Shuai spoke, then suddenly shuddered and stared sharply at the ruined Crimson Tower. Lin Xiao was curious, what's wrong?
There's something. Bai Shuai immediately became alert, her pupils changing color and emitting a spirit's glow. Something on the Crimson Tower? Bai Shuai swiftly drew her bow. Something?
Lin Xiao looked over, but his abyssal eye showed no reaction.
The arrow shot out, exploding mid-air, scattering radiant light. At that moment, Lin Zhao's abyssal eye finally reacted.
A massive figure gradually emerged, coiled around the Crimson Tower, its posture seductive, its vibrant patterns dazzling, as if it had claimed the
Crimson Tower as its nest. It was a manro python.
Its enormous body was almost as tall as half the Crimson Tower. Lin Zhao was stunned. There was actually an abyssal monster hiding there, but the abyssal eye hadn't reacted. Could its stealth ability be so strong that even the abyssal eye couldn't see through it? Regardless, now wasn't the time to ponder such things. The manro python before them was extraordinarily powerful. Manro python, abyss boss. Level, 40 quality, legendary constitution, 2.3 million strength, 30,000 intelligence, 20,000 agility, 546 magic, 9,000 spirit, 547 talent, chameleon, A, skills, death constriction, mandrake venom, toxic wind.
You actually discovered my presence. It seems you do have some skill.
The manro python slowly raised its body, looking down at Lin Zhao and the others from above.
Its eyes gleamed with ferocity, clearly calculating who to attack first. If you hadn't noticed me, I could have pretended not to see you and let you pass. But since
you found me, I have no choice but to fulfill my duty.
Bang!
The manro python suddenly exerted its strength, leaping into the air. The coiled Crimson Tower it was wrapped around, twisted and deformed under its power, showcasing its terrifying strength.
Watch out!
Bai Yixue shouted, casting a spirit shelter on herself. Jiang Ningxue raised her staff and began chanting, casting defensive magic. With her S-rank talent abundance of all beings, everyone received enhanced effects.
Zhu
Shodai stood at the front with her greatsword raised. Although she wasn't a tank class, she had no choice but to step up and block the damage.
Wu Xian leapt to the
right side, gripping his massive hammer tightly, his gaze resolute, ready to unleash a full-force strike at any moment. The manro python closed the distance to 500 meters from Lin Zhao and the others. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind swept toward them, destroying everything in its path like a hurricane. But it wasn't a hurricane, it was the tail of the manro python. The massive tail swept across, leaving nothing but emptiness in its wake, as if a giant broom had cleared the area.
It hadn't even used
any skills, yet the sheer force of the attack was shocking. Without hesitation, Lin Zhao summoned the primal mechanical bull. This kind of raw power was something
the Snow Maiden doll and Nine-Tailed Fox couldn't withstand. Bang!
The moment the primal mechanical bull appeared, the massive tail struck its waist with a heavy blow, scattering mechanical parts everywhere.
Fortunately, it didn't break apart.
The primal mechanical bull used all its strength to stabilize itself, gripping the
manro python's tail tightly to prevent being flung away.
Roar! It let out a furious roar, clutching the massive tail with both hands, managing to block the attack.
Head on. Light of defense. Blessing of strength. Body reinforcement. Song of courage.
Jiang Ningxue chanted rapidly, her staff emitting a dazzling light as she continuously strengthened the primal mechanical bull.
The entire team also received buffs.
The mechanical bull, which was on the verge of collapse, suddenly seemed
reinvigorated, its strength surging.
Whoosh! The wind and snow howled, and the surrounding temperature plummeted as layers of frost formed on the ground.
As the
manro python attacked, the Snow Maiden doll also launched her assault.
Frost energy gradually enveloped its massive body. The Nine-Tailed Fox appeared, its tails spreading out like a blooming lotus.
The orb of deception in its hand glowed and spun, releasing foxfire and foxlight to attack in tandem with the Snow Maiden doll. The clash of cold and heat caused cracks to appear on the manro python's body.
Bai Yixue wasn't idle either. Seeing the mechanical bull block the tail attack, she
immediately drew her bow and fired an arrow.
Starlight arrow.
This arrow contained all her strength, even surprising herself.
Its power was at least twice as strong as before.
Although she knew it was due to Jiang Ningxue's buffs, she was still amazed when she released it. Wuxiang charged forward, running swiftly along the manro
python's tail.
With the boost from his Sky Windwalker boots, his speed was incredible. Leaping into the air, he landed in front of the manro python and swung his
massive hammer down with all his might. The manro python's eyes narrowed as it extended its neck to bite at Wuxiang. Big snake, grit your teeth. A head-on clash? That
was his favorite.
Bang!
Crack! A deafening sound was accompanied by the shattering of bones. The scales on the manro python's head were smashed to pieces, and its skull showed spiderweb-like cracks. Blood flowed down as the giant python's eyes widened, overwhelmed by a powerful dizziness. After one strike, Wu Xiang fell from the air as if he had exhausted all his strength. Fortunately, the Snow Maiden doll caught him with a gust of snow and wind. Jiang Ningxue quickly began treating him. He actually broke through the defense of the Manro python. Zhu Qiudai was astonished. Previously, the attacks from the two captains had only caused minor injuries to the Manro python. But Wu Xiang's strike actually hurt it. Could his strength surpass that of the two captains? This is his talent, King of Destruction, which allows him to ignore defensive armor and directly strike the enemy, Bai Yixue explained. King of Destruction. Zhu Qiudai recalled the scene when he destroyed the city walls of Nansha City. So that's why he could easily break such sturdy walls. Now's not the time for idle chatter, Lin Xiao reminded the two. Wu Xiang's attack was extremely desperate. That strike was a gamble with his life, either you die, or I perish. But he succeeded. He nearly shattered the Manro python's skull. Its hardest part, which no one would normally target. Yet Wu Xiang did just that, using his talent to create an opportunity for a quick victory. The skull is the hardest part of the body, and once broken, it becomes a fatal weakness. Smash its head directly. Roar! The Manro python struggled to stand despite the dizziness from its shattered head, but in the next second, it was stunned by Lin Xiao's evil dragon roar. It never expected this group of humans to be so fierce, unleashing their ultimate moves right from the start. By the time it realized what was happening, it was already suppressed. After Wu Xiang's fatal strike, it completely lost the chance to counterattack and could only await death. The nine-tailed fox, Snow Maiden doll, and slime simultaneously launched their attacks. Bai Yixue shot arrows with all her might, continuously aiming at the Manro python's head. Bang! The Manro python's head exploded like fireworks, and its massive body flailed wildly in the air. Like a broken water pipe, spraying blood everywhere. The blood rain drenched everyone, carrying a strong stench. Successfully killed Manro python, EXP plus 100,000. Obtained, Mander Snakeskin *1, Giant Snake Fang *2, Abyssal Chest *2. The experience points were distributed based on contribution. Lin Xiao received the most, as his 4 summoned beasts dealt the highest damage. Ugh, so disgusting, so smelly, Zhu Qiudai complained, wiping the blood off his face. Now's not the time to talk about that. The commotion just now must have attracted abyssal creatures. We need to leave immediately, Lin Xiao said, quickly contacting the Spider Prince. Yes, Master, quite a few abyssal creatures are heading your way, about 50 in total, including 4 abyssal bosses. The Spider Prince paused before continuing. Apologies, Master, this was my oversight. I failed to detect an abyssal boss hidden here, nearly putting you in danger and exposing the infiltration prematurely. Lin Xiao shook his head. It's not your fault, even I didn't notice. Now's not the time to discuss this. Plan a route for me to evade those abyssal creatures. Although this place was a good leveling spot, facing so many abyssal creatures was still overwhelming. Moreover, the primary mission was to destroy the sacrificial device before clearing out the monsters here. I can feel it, many abyssal creatures are heading our way, Wu Xiang said urgently. Do you even need to feel it? The earthquake is already so intense. Jiang Ningxue glanced at Lin Xiao. Are we retreating? Being discovered shortly after entering, retreating immediately seemed like the safest option. Lin Xiao shook his head. No, we move forward. Still moving forward? We'll be surrounded at this rate. Zhu Qiudai was shocked, thinking the team leader was taking too big a risk. Being discovered and still pressing on, did he really have the strength to withstand so many abyssal creatures? And there were abyssal bosses too. Discovered or not, it's not like all the abyssal creatures are coming to attack us. There will definitely be some guarding the sacrificial site. My summoned beasts reported back, only 50 creatures are coming to hunt us, including 3 bosses. 3? Zhu Qiudai's eyes widened. Was that too few? But she also knew that retreating now would make it even harder to re-enter. This way, let's avoid them first. I'll have the slimes distract some of the abyssal monsters so we can easily avoid a few. Time was running out, and Lin Xiao's group immediately took action. By the time the abyssal monsters arrived, they had already vanished without a trace. Lord Manto was actually killed? These humans are too strong this time. An abyssal monster with sharp fangs and a mantis-like appearance stared at the headless snake. Corpse in shock. The Manto python was usually lazy and indifferent, yet it had died at the hands of humans, and it hadn't even lasted long. Boom! A loud explosion echoed From afar, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose.
A wave of scorching heat swept through, making their entire bodies feel hot. That's a human mage's forbidden spell. A professional awakener?
The abyssal mantis was stunned. Should we report this to Lord Ramhorn? A giant bear with a massive star mark on its chest asked.
Star.
Bear, are you looking to die? The abyssal mantis responded coldly. If Lord Ramhorn found out they hadn't guarded this place properly, there would only be one outcome.
For them, death. There was absolutely no other possibility.
But we are no match for a professional awakener, Starbear said frankly.
Forbidden magic even for a professional awakener, they can't cast it a second time for a long while. We still have a chance.
A glint of killing intent flashed in the mantis's eyes.
However, there won't be just one awakened mage. Humans like to work together, and a mage this powerful is bound to have protection.
I know, but the human front lines are stretched
thin right now. They can't send too many strong ones here.
As long as we can kill that mage, we can still answer to Lord Ramhorn.
Besides, we have the numbers.
Star Bear, but what if? Don't say what if, the abyssal mantis interrupted sharply.
If there is, then it's just death. Dying at the hands of humans or dying at the hands of Lord Ramhorn, which would you choose? Move out.
A group of abyssal monsters quickly charged toward the site of the explosion.
Master, those abyssal monsters are brainless. They've all rushed over there. Lin Xiao nodded.
I can feel the ground vibrations moving farther away from us.
That's even better. Successfully killed Mud Blob Monster, EXP plus 60,000. Obtained, Disgusting Sludge *10, Hard Sludge *10, Rotten Sludge *10. What the heck is this? Lin Xiao
was momentarily stunned before realizing it was the slimes that had taken down the abyssal monster.
But the loot turned out to be mud? No time to dwell on it, Lin
Xiao immediately contacted the Goblin King.
Are you still in Mountain Far City? Was there a fight? Hurry up and call me over.
I'm bored to death here.
Even that. Big Bull was summoned, but not me.
The Goblin King temporarily set aside his pride. The wild mechanical bull had just been summoned, but he hadn't been notified.
He felt neglected. There is.
Lin Xiao briefly explained the situation.
No problem, I guarantee I'll draw those abyssal monsters away.
The Goblin King patted his chest in assurance. Mountain Far City was temporarily safe, so there was no need for him to stay there.
Next, Lin Xiao contacted the Lucky Sprite. The battle on that
side was still ongoing, and the dungeon boss was proving more troublesome than expected.
Where are you now? Can you get away?
Lin Xiao reached out to the Death Knight, sensing that he was still in combat. If the master needs me, summon me anytime, the Death Knight's deep voice replied. He then asked a nearby human where they were. Before answering, I'm in a dungeon in Desert City. I just dealt with the dungeon boss and was teleported here. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised and asked, Are
there other professionals with you? There are. I encountered them not long after being teleported here. I'm planning to clear the dungeon and lead them out. Alright, be careful. Lin Xiao ended the communication. For now, the only one who could come immediately was the Goblin King, but that was enough. The commotion they caused had attracted even more abyssal monsters. Some abyssal monsters originally guarding Lin Xiao's path also rushed to the battlefield. Killing was the instinct of abyssal monsters, and only the strong could intimidate them and command their obedience. But with the abyssal demon ram head absent, these mindless creatures could only follow the higher-ranked abyssal bosses because they were stronger. Survival of the fittest was the same everywhere. The summoner is really amazing, attracting so many abyssal monsters at once. Wu Xiang couldn't help but exclaim. After witnessing Lin Xiao's strength, he felt that the summoner was a very powerful class. Bai Yishui glanced at Lin Xiao and said calmly, only he could manage to separate the abyssal monsters like this. Lin Xiao smiled. That was indeed the case. To successfully divide the abyssal monsters, the summoned beasts had to be strong. Once surrounded, the only outcome would be death. How far are we from the sacrificial site? Lin Xiao asked the Spider Prince. Not far, it's in the temple just ahead. The Spider Prince hesitated slightly when mentioning the name, unsure if it was truly a temple. Master, although your method is very effective, drawing away many abyssal monsters and bosses, there are still 20 abyssal bosses remaining at the sacrificial site, the Spider Prince reported from a distance. They seem to have received orders and won't leave no matter what. 20 abyssal bosses, that was no small force. Why were so many abyssal bosses gathered here? Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out,
but now wasn't the time to dwell on it, he needed to find a solution. He relayed the information to everyone, and Bai Ishue and the others immediately turned serious.
20 abyssal bosses, can we really handle this? Xu Qiudai's voice trembled. Anyone would be terrified, this was almost an impossible task. Bai Ishue remained calm. Although there are 20 abyssal bosses, our main goal isn't to kill them but to disrupt the sacrificial ritual. Jiang Ningxue frowned. The problem is, we don't even know what the sacrificial ritual looks like. How can we disrupt it?
They only knew the location of the ritual but had no idea about the specific process.
The lack of information was troubling. Lin Xiao proposed his idea. We can first draw the abyssal boss's attention and have the Spider Prince sneak in to scout quickly. That way, we can determine the exact direction to attack. Bai Ishue nodded. It seems that's our only option.
After all, a frontal assault was impossible. They could handle a single abyssal boss, but facing so many at once was beyond
their capability. Wu Xiang reminded, there's another issue.
After the first attack, once the Spider Prince identifies the direction, do we retreat and regroup or
attack directly from that direction?
If we retreat, they'll definitely become more vigilant, making a second attack even harder.
The first attack could catch them off guard, but the second would be a different story. Lin Xiao pondered.
They probably already know someone has entered, but they didn't expect us to arrive so quickly.
He paused. In a moment, I'll have the summoned beasts launch the first attack.
Take the opportunity to kill as many as you can. Once the Spider Prince brings
back the information, follow my lead. Everyone agreed without hesitation.
They quickly closed the distance while having Slime and the others lure away the abyssal
monsters to buy more time.
When the time was right, Lin Xiao immediately activated the skill Summon Follow to recall Slime.
Talent blood price triggered, consuming
100,000 HP to increase Slime's magic power limit and recovery speed. This was the first time Lin Xiao had used this talent since entering. Although blood price was
useful, it had a major drawback. The consumed life force could only be restored naturally and not through other means. Slime's magic power instantly filled, and
it felt a surge of strength throughout its body. Lin Xiao instructed, use forbidden spells, the kind with great power and wide range. Slime had many forbidden spells, and Lin Xiao wasn't sure which was the strongest, so he left it to decide. The slime nodded and immediately began preparing the forbidden spell. At this moment, Lin
Xiao summoned the Snow Maiden doll and the nine-tailed fox back.
Use large-scale skills to buy time for the slime, Lin Xiao instructed quickly. Although the slime had the quick casting talent, it didn't significantly speed up the casting of forbidden spells.
The Snow Maiden doll and nine-tailed fox understood the command, and instantly appeared before the numerous abyss bosses.
Who?
They arrived so quickly?
Those unevolved fools really got played.
The enemy has already reached here, and they still haven't noticed.
The abyss bosses were both shocked and furious, immediately launching a counterattack.
The next second, a massive ice tornado suddenly descended, and the powerful frost instantly froze many abyss bosses.
Although some bosses with strong resistance to freezing broke free immediately, even stronger frost followed closely behind.
Shatter the void. Hell's ice storm. With the Snow Maiden doll's icy voice, the surrounding temperature plummeted as if the
season had changed. The combination of 3 S-level talents, Heart of Ice, Blessing of the Ice God, Frozen Heart, and 1 A-level talent, Ultimate Freeze, made the Snow Maiden doll's freezing power terrifyingly strong.
Dozens of ice sculptures instantly appeared on the ground.
The nine-tailed fox stared at the Snow Maiden
doll in shock, thinking she was incredibly powerful.
She had managed to control so many abyss bosses in one go, some even on the verge of being slain.
Without hesitation,
the nine-tailed fox took action, targeting the abyss bosses immune to freezing.
Although these bosses were immune to freezing, they still suffered significant damage. Charm.
Before the few unfrozen bosses could react, the nine-tailed fox quickly cast a control skill and simultaneously swung her tail to unleash Foxfire,
taking down several weaker abyss bosses.
Not far away, Bai Ishue and the others watched in stunned silence. This Snow Maiden doll was unbelievably strong. She had almost frozen all the abyss bosses at once, and the skill's range was absurdly large. Just as they were marveling, the slime began to act. The sky suddenly darkened, and a streak of fire illuminated the night sky. The flame resembled the life fire of this world. No, it was more like tiny sparks.
These sparks fell like raindrops,
causing the surrounding space to distort. Whether due to the temperature of the sparks or the space deliberately avoiding them was unclear. Is this the forbidden spell? It doesn't look particularly special, Lin Xiao thought as he watched the slowly descending sparks, his mind filled with questions. The abyssal eye captured. Relevant information: forbidden spell, world-ending source fire, a concentration of immense fire elemental power with explosive force capable of destroying everything. It was just a description, with no detailed explanation of the damage. Ding! The tiny spark landed with a crisp sound, and the next second, boom! The flames erupted instantly. When everyone saw the fire, it was as if their ears had lost all sound. 2 or 3 seconds later, the deafening boom reached them. Immediately after, raging flames burned fiercely. This was an unprecedentedly massive fire, seemingly capable of burning through the entire dungeon. The scorching waves of fire surged forward, instantly pushing everyone back hundreds of meters. This, Bai Yishue stared at the massive fire in front of her, the flames reflected in her pupils. Her face unable to hide her shock. Suddenly, her arm was yanked backward. Before she could react, Lin Xiao shouted at her, "Don't just stand there, run!" Bai Yishue snapped out of it, immediately realizing the flames were rushing toward her. The Snow Maiden doll stayed behind, continuously releasing ice and snow power to mitigate the residual damage from the flames. "This is getting out of hand," Lin Xiao muttered, sweating as he ran. He had the slime unleash its strongest forbidden spell, but he hadn't expected it to be this overwhelming. It felt like the entire area was about to melt. My God, what kind of magic is this? My butt is almost on fire. Wuxiang ran desperately, terrified the flames would catch up to him. A second's delay would mean being engulfed in flames. The nine-tailed fox carried Lin Xiao and Zhang Ningxno as they fled at high speed. Bai Yishue and Zhu Qiudai were wrapped in her tail, unable to sit steadily at all. Hey, give me a hand here. I only have 2 legs to run with, and you have 4, you're way faster. Whoa, the fire's catching up. Wuxiang felt a wave of heat behind him. Wuxia chilling icy. Wind swept through as the Snow Maiden doll threw out a blast of frost to quickly cool Wuxiang down, carrying him away at high speed. Phew, much cooler now, but why am I feeling so dizzy? After running a long distance, until the heat behind them was no longer as intense, Lin Xiao finally had the nine-tailed fox stop. Looking back, the lava inferno was still burning, and everyone still felt lingering fear in their hearts. If they hadn't run fast enough, they would have been reduced to ashes, mere dust in the magma. Do we still have a chance to make a move? Zhu Qiudai swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask. Given the current situation, the Abyss bosses were probably all dead by now. Successfully killed Remorseless Mad Owl, Abyss boss, EXP plus 300,000. Successfully killed Bewildering Demon Tree, Abyss boss, EXP plus 400,000. Successfully killed Demon Sky Ant, Abyss boss, EXP plus 30,000. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 34. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 35. A series of level up notifications flooded the screen, and Lin Xiao leveled up twice in a row. He counted the dead Abyss bosses. The power of the slime's forbidden spell was immense, but these Abyss bosses were no pushovers. Some had managed to survive. Not all of them are dead, about 4 or 5 are still alive, but they're badly injured, Lin Xiao replied to Zhu Qiudai. Wuxiang immediately exploded. You killed more than a dozen Abyss bosses in one go? Are you kidding me? Those were all experts above level 40. Lin Xiao scratched his head. They were all grouped together. If they had been scattered, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill them. Let's not talk about this now. Hurry and check if the sacrificial site has been destroyed, Lin Xiao urged. This is exactly what we should be talking about, Wuxiang said seriously. Bai Yishue also looked at Lin Xiao. She thought she had a general understanding of Lin Xiao's strength, but every time, she was shocked anew. Lin Xiao, honestly, you don't even need us. You could handle this alone. We're just extra baggage following you around. You don't need us to lure monsters, you don't need us for control, and you definitely don't need us for damage output. You just brought us along to be your audience, didn't you? I can't believe you're even better at showing off than Qin Xuan. I can't take it anymore. Wuxiang started complaining. Zhu Qiudai listened and thought it made sense. Everyone seemed like mere background characters. But he had to admit, the captain's strength was indeed impressive. Lin Xiao. He silently glanced at Wuxiang and said, "Give me back my equipment."
Boss, I was wrong, I spoke too much. Wuxiang immediately knelt down and admitted his mistake. Lin Xiao. Jiang Ning Xue. Bai A Xue. Zhu Qiudai. Your dignity is in pieces now. Everyone was speechless for a moment before Lin Xiao spoke. The situation at the sacrificial site is unclear. I brought you all along as a precaution. As for that fire just now, honestly, I didn't expect the slime's forbidden spell to be that powerful. If I had known earlier, I would have come alone. If you had known earlier, you wouldn't have brought us, right? Wuxiang interrupted. Lin Xiao gave him a look, and Wuxiang immediately shut up. Lin Xiao continued, if I had known earlier, I would have lured the abyss monsters here and dealt with them all at once. Bai Yixue asked curiously, you don't even know your own summoned beast skills? Lin Xiao scratched his head. The slime is a bit special. It has a lot of skills, and I haven't had time to study them all. Bai Yixue stared at Lin Xiao. Don't tell me they're all forbidden spells? Lin Xiao urged, hurry up and go in. The abyss monsters are about to arrive. Nansha City. Under an unfinished building. A flash of swordlight swept through, and the abyss demon's goat head was instantly sliced into thin pieces. It happened so fast that it didn't even have time to react before it died. Yao Tianyi sheathed his sword and coldly looked at the station commander. Your defense is way too lax, letting an abyss demon sneak in. The commander nervously replied, it's my negligence. I didn't expect the abyss demon could infiltrate. Yao Tianyi interrupted him, forget that. Where's Lin Xiao? The matter was resolved, and he didn't press further, someone else would handle such issues. Upon hearing that an abyss demon was discovered in Nansha City, he rushed over immediately, mainly out of concern for Lin Xiao. After confirming the demon's location, he decisively eliminated it. The commander, hearing the commotion, came over and, seeing the sword saint present, finally believed there was indeed an abyss demon. Hearing Yao Tianyi's question, the commander was puzzled. We don't have a soldier named Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had only recently arrived in Nansha City, so it was normal for the commander not to know. But without much thought, the commander quickly ordered, find Lin Xiao immediately. Tang Qi, in charge of logistics, raised his hand. To explain, Lin Xiao already asked about it. The commander angrily kicked him. Such an important matter, why didn't you report earlier? Do you want me to strip you of your position? The two were about to argue when Yao Tianyi quickly intervened. I just want to know where Lin Xiao went. Tang Qi shook his head. I don't know. The front line is tense, and there's trouble in the rear. As the captain of the Dragon Flame Abyss squad, I assigned him to investigate. I'll go find him now. I should be able to locate him. 20 minutes later, Tang Qi brought Zhao Lo and Gui Yu. I couldn't find Lin Xiao, but these two were with him earlier. They said Lin Xiao left a while ago, seemingly heading to a sacrificial site, Tang Qi said. What did you say? A scorched wasteland. The surrounding area no longer resembled a city, as if it had been hit by a nuclear bomb. Almost the same situation. Lin Xiao and his team returned here. Although the temperature was still high, with the help of the Snow Maiden doll, it wasn't as unbearable. Be careful, there's still a living abyss boss. Lin Xiao had just issued a warning when a fiery demon crawled out of the scorched earth, its body severely damaged. Nine-tailed fox. Lin Xiao was about to speak when Wu Xiang immediately interrupted. These remnants don't require the captain to act. Let us team members practice a bit. Let us gain some experience too, don't hog it all for yourself. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly, fine. The experience mainly counts toward me anyway. Wu Xiang and the others began clearing the remaining abyss bosses, while Lin Xiao quickly inquired about the sacrificial site from the Spider Prince. Master, the sacrificial site is almost destroyed. Lin Xiao fell silent, thinking about how powerful the forbidden spell was. If it hadn't been destroyed, the consequences would have been even worse. Is the mission considered complete? No, Master. The sacrificial site is gone, but the altar remains. That temple was merely a disguise to conceal the altar. Alright, tell me the location. I'll head there now. 5 minutes later. The remaining abyss bosses were all dealt with, and Lin Xiao, guided by the Spider Prince, headed toward the sacrificial altar. The deeper they went, the more unsettling it became. Upon reaching the sacrificial site, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. A massive pit filled with human corpses. Lin Xiao, are you sure this is the sacrificial site? It looks more like a mass grave, Zhu Qiudai said, her face pale. Bai Yixue and the others also looked grim. They knew abyss creatures were brutal, but they hadn't expected such horrific carnage.
Wu Xiang gritted his teeth. These beasts. Zhang Ningxno raised her staff but then lowered it, her eyes filled with sorrow.
If only I knew resurrection.
Everyone observed a minute of silence for the dead. After the silence, the Spider Prince appeared beside Lin Xiao. With the danger here cleared, he no longer needed to hide and observe.
Lin Xiao looked at the Spider Prince and asked in confusion, "Is this the altar you mentioned? It looks more like a giant pit."
The Spider Prince kicked away the dirt beneath his feet and explained, "Master, you're already standing on the edge of the altar."
Lin Xiao looked
down and realized the ground beneath him wasn't ordinary soil but the ruins of a building covered in thick dust. As he brushed away the dirt, the outline of the
altar gradually emerged. "Is this really an altar? Why does it look like a giant cauldron?" Bai Yixue frowned and said. Wu Xiang answered confidently, "No need to guess, it's definitely it."
Lin Xiao furrowed his brows, carefully examining the intricate patterns beneath his feet.
Although the abyssal eye provided no additional information, it might be due to the limited contact area.
Clear all this dirt and take a closer look at what this altar really is.
Record it as well, Lin Xiao instructed. Understood. Everyone began to get busy.
At that moment, the ground behind them suddenly shook violently.
The abyssal monsters and a few abyssal bosses that
had been sent away earlier had returned.
"They're back," Zhu Qiudai said nervously. Wu Xiang said confidently, "So what if they're back? Do you think they're stronger than our captain?"
True, Zhu Qiudai finally realized. With so many powerful abyssal bosses already defeated, these remaining monsters were hardly worth mentioning. Let the nine-tailed fox and snow maiden doll handle them. As for the slime, forget it. If I cast another forbidden spell this strong, I'll probably take the blame. For this place, Lin Xiao said. Before long, most of the dirt was cleared away, and the patterns on the altar gradually became visible.
The abyssal eye reacted, but it was different from before. Some patterns unknown. Analyzing, was it searching for something?
Lin Xiao was surprised. But upon further thought, it made sense. As this wasn't the only altar, there might be similar sacrificial sites elsewhere. For instance, the place Zhu Qiudai had discovered earlier.
Lin Xiao looked at Zhu Qiudai and asked, "Do you recognize these patterns? Could they be related to the sudden destruction of Red City? That city in the dungeon was once a city in the western region."
Zhu Qiudai told him that the city had been mysteriously destroyed and then vanished without a trace. Now, finding an altar here, and with the abyssal demons placing such importance on this location, there might be a connection. Zhu Qiudai stared at the patterns beneath his feet, showing a strange expression.
After thinking for a moment, he said, "This looks a bit like the wishing pool in the Temple of Red City.
I haven't seen it in person, but books describe it as very
effective. It was once very popular, with many influencers going there to check in," Wu Xiang interjected. "Effective? Could someone have wished for the city's destruction? And it actually happened?" Zhu Qiudai shook his head. "I think that's unlikely. Things wouldn't be that absurd."
"Probably not. But the abyssal demon's level of importance on this place is very strange.
That, I can't say for sure."
At that moment, the abyssal eye lit up again with information.
Evil God Altar, incomplete.
After sacrificing enough offerings, there is a chance to obtain residual power from the evil god.
The more sacrifices, the higher the success rate.
Lin Xiao stared
at the information in shock. An evil god altar? This was actually an evil god altar.
Mentioning the evil god, he felt somewhat connected.
His mount, the evil dragon, and the 4 pieces of equipment he wore were all related to the evil god.
But what concerned him more was the residual power of the evil god.
Could it be that the abyssal demons were after this power? Divine power. Even if it was just residual, it was still immensely strong. They absolutely couldn't let the abyssal demons succeed. No need to discuss these useless topics anymore. We need to figure out how to destroy the altar now, Bai Yixue said, putting away her bow. I just tested the altar's sturdiness. It's far stronger than I imagined. We can't break it with just the few of us. What about the people inside the altar? Even though they're
dead, at least let them rest in peace, Zhang Ningxue said, looking at the pile of corpses in front of her, feeling a wave of helplessness.
Let's find someone to help.
But with wars everywhere in the West, no one will act easily, Zhu Qiudai sighed.
Handling the corpses was important, but compared to the living, it seemed insignificant. Do you think this altar might suddenly activate?
Wu Xiang stared at the patterns beneath his feet and suddenly asked. As soon as he finished speaking,
The patterns emitted a blazing light. It's activated. Zhu Qiudai exclaimed.
Jiang Ningxue cursed angrily, you just had to jinx it.
I just said it casually, who would have thought it would actually activate?
Wu Xiang swore in his heart never to speak carelessly again.
Stop talking nonsense, run. Do you want to be a sacrifice? Bai Yixue shouted.
Jiang Ningxue and the others reacted quickly and hurriedly retreated from the altar. At this moment, Jiang Ningxue noticed Lin Xiao still standing on the altar, motionless, and urgently shouted, Lin Xiao, run!
In an instant, a dazzling light erupted, enveloping everyone. Time rewinds slightly. Lin Xiao
was shocked to discover that the altar beneath his feet was actually part of an evil god's altar, and a deep voice echoed in his mind.
Ah, my heart has finally returned to me. This time, I will leave none of them alive. As the voice fell, the altar immediately activated.
Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned,
then quickly realized it might be the voice of the evil god.
But at the same time, his mind was filled with questions.
The evil god isn't dead?
And this cursed heart
is actually the evil god's heart? Isn't this supposed to be the heart of the curse god? Wait, wasn't it said to belong to the curse god? Lin Xiao couldn't figure
it out, but he could feel the cursed heart replacing his own heart reacting. It seemed to want to escape from his chest. Lin Xiao hurriedly pressed his hand against it to prevent the heart from escaping, but the situation was difficult to control.
What the hell is going on? How can the cursed heart be connected to the evil god? This is too absurd.
While pressing his heart, Lin Xiao quickly retreated, trying to leave the area. But he found himself surrounded by a white mist, as if forcibly pulled into a different space.
No matter how he ran, he couldn't escape. Damn it, if this problem isn't solved, I'm done for.
At this moment, Lin Xiao could clearly feel his heart, as if it were held in his hand, every detail of its heartbeat so vivid.
If I don't think of something, I'm really going to die. Lin Xiao thought quickly.
Although he had the Earth Guardian set that could revive him, facing the power of a god, he didn't dare take the risk. The equipment's revival ability
might be ineffective.
He could only resist desperately. Blood seeped from his palm, flowing from his chest and heart. Lin Xiao took out the fate coin, the only solution
he could think of.
He had only encountered one god, and if she was truly watching him, she wouldn't stand idly by. If it was just his wishful thinking, then he could only resign himself to fate.
He tossed the coin into the air, and before it landed, he slapped it with his hand.
Heads. A special effect was triggered. You have gained a special effect, projection of the goddess of fate. The next moment, the space cracked open, and a figure stepped out, the goddess of fate. Seeing her appear, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He had gambled correctly, this eccentric being had indeed been secretly observing him. Before Lin Xiao could speak, the goddess of fate smiled and said, cheating is not allowed. Since you cheated, I came specifically to take back the coin.
This is your punishment. With that, she bent down and picked up the coin from the ground.
Lin Xiao was about to speak, but his throat was blocked by blood, and he spat out a mouthful of it.
The goddess of fate blew the dust and blood off the coin. All right, recovery complete. Goodbye. She stepped into the spatial rift.
Lin Xiao's eyes widened, wanting to speak, but all he could hear was the sound of gurgling.
The goddess of fate, half entering the rift, turned back to glance at him.
She seemed oblivious to his miserable state and continued to smile cheerfully. I didn't expect our next meeting to be here instead of the Divine Assembly. What a surprise.
You seem quite busy now, so I won't
disturb you. We'll meet again if there's a chance.
Bye-bye. She left, truly left, without hesitation.
Lin Xiao thought he had found hope, but she had only come to
reclaim the coin. Even though he had cheated, couldn't she at least help him a little?
His vision gradually blurred into a sea of red.
The massive blood loss was making it hard for him to hold on. The strength to resist the heart's escape grew weaker and weaker.
Just as he was in despair, a powerful force suddenly struck.
Boom!
Lin Xiao was violently thrown, landing heavily in the distance, unconscious.
Yao Tianyi flew on his sword, quickly arriving at the dungeon entrance. Is Lin Xiao crazy?
Doesn't he know how dangerous the sacrificial site is, yet he still dares to come?
Entering the dungeon, a group of abyssal monsters appeared in sight. With a single sword strike, instant kill. These low-level monsters couldn't withstand even one of his strikes.
Then, he saw a massive figure not far away.
The wild mechanical bull. It was Lin Xiao's summoned beast. Seeing the summoned beast still alive, Yao Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. the summoned beast being alive
meant Lin Xiao wasn't dead yet. But he was curious, why was the mechanical bull here instead of fighting alongside Lin Xiao?
Seeing the mechanical bull attracting the
attention of the abyssal monsters, he immediately understood. So, using the summoned beast to divert the enemy, this method isn't bad.
Yao Tianyi joined the battle, instantly wiping out the abyssal monsters and the abyssal boss. Take me to your master, Yao Tianyi ordered simply.
The mechanical bull hesitated for a moment, recognized him, nodded, and immediately rushed toward Lin Xiao's location.
Boom! In the distance, thunder roared, striking down wave after wave of abyssal monsters. The Goblin
King commanded his soldiers to fight while retreating.
Because the number of enemies was too great, a direct confrontation wasn't feasible. Yao Tianyi glanced
over and recognized the goblin as Lin Xiao's summoned beast, but he didn't have time to deal with it, focusing instead on finding Lin Xiao.
The wild mechanical bull suddenly changed direction, charging directly into the Goblin King's battlefield. Big Bull, you're finally here.
The Goblin King relaxed upon seeing the wild
mechanical bull appear.
Although he was confident, dealing with so many abyssal monsters was still a bit challenging. The next moment, a sword flashed before his eyes, and the abyssal monsters fell like wheat being harvested.
The Goblin King was too shocked to speak. Yao Tianyi spoke indifferently, aren't you worried about your master's safety at all? Or is he very safe right now?
The Goblin King saw Yao Tianyi and immediately put away his arrogance. After all, Yao Tianyi was Lin Xiao's teacher, with a strength so terrifying it inspired fear. The three of them quickly headed toward Lin Xiao's location.
Yao Tianyi saw scorched earth ahead and froze in place.
Not a blade of grass grew, and the area was covered in burn marks, as if the entire place had been overturned by a powerful force.
Yao Tianyi didn't have time
to think further and quickly began searching for Lin Xiao and the others.
Not just Lin Xiao, but also by Yi Xue and Zhang Ningxue.
The latter two were highly skilled individuals with great potential, yet they had followed Lin Xiao into such a dangerous place. Zhang Ningxue was understandable, as she was Lin Xiao's girlfriend. But by Yi Xue willingly coming along was truly surprising. Without needing to search deliberately, Yao Tianyi quickly found Zhang Ningxue and Bai Yixue lying on the ground, unconscious. Lin Xiao was also lying not far away. Seeing that they were all okay, Yao Tianyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. This brat, looks like he's been spoiled too much. When he wakes up, I must teach him a good lesson.
Unknown territory. Fate, you actually descended to the mortal realm in person. Are you looking to die?
The fire god stormed into the residence of the goddess of fate, furious. The goddess of fate played with a coin in her hand, smiling mischievously.
Oh my, you're always so mysterious.
I didn't expect to see you twice in such a short time.
What a rare occasion. Don't change the subject. Do you know how dangerous it is to descend to the mortal realm?
Although the temple isn't as powerful as it used to be, the remaining defense mechanisms are still enough to kill you. The fire god was serious, clearly genuinely angry. The goddess of fate suddenly appeared beside the fire god, smiling as she asked, "Oh my, are you worried
about me?"
The fire god glared at her. "This is a warning."
Ah, so fierce.
The goddess of fate shrank to the side, pretending to be aggrieved. "Is it because I told
Xiao Guang about the angel's whereabouts that you're angry?"
The god of fire snorted coldly. "It has nothing to do with that."
Do you still remember that human who beat me at the divine assembly? I gave him a reward.
But he actually used that reward to cheat, so I had to personally go and take it back.
Otherwise, why do you think I went so far?
The goddess of fate explained. The god of fire knew exactly who she was talking about, the newly found toy.
Even so, you could have just sent a projection. Why did you have to descend in person?
The god of fire couldn't understand why the goddess of fate would take such a big risk. Although they both belonged to the temple was no longer what it used to be, retaining only the most basic rules.
If violated, the consequences could range from punishment to death. Projections are too boring. Only descending in person is fun. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm leaving.
The god of fire didn't want to waste time with this crazy person. Talking more would only make her angrier. She couldn't figure out what the goddess of fate was up to. Lin Xiao suddenly woke up, reaching for his chest. His heartbeat was still there.
I'm alive.
Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. But he couldn't understand how he had survived.
In his memory,
a powerful force had struck him, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was here.
Did someone interrupt the sacrifice to the evil god? Who could it be? Who would come to save me now? Lin Xiao racked his brain but couldn't come up with an answer. Moreover, he looked at his clothes. They hadn't been changed. It was still the same set. He couldn't believe someone would go out of their way to put him in identical clothes. What exactly happened? Could it all have been an illusion? Lin Xiao was utterly puzzled. Eventually, he gave up thinking about it. Since he had been saved, he would ask about the situation later. At that moment, a nurse pushed the door open, saw Lin Xiao awake, paused for a moment, and then sat back down. You're awake. You've been asleep for 3 days. 3 days? That long? Lin Xiao was surprised and quickly asked, where am I now? What about Ning Shui and the others? This is the rear of Nansha City. Your companions seem to have all left. All left? Lin Xiao was taken aback. They were taken away by the Sword Saint. He rushed to Nansha City to handle an emergency. The abyssal demons launched an attack on the front lines, causing significant losses, and he hurried back. The Sword Saint teacher came personally? So that mysterious attack was the teacher's doing, and he was the one who saved me? That sounds reasonable. After all, the teacher's strength is indeed formidable. By the way, did the teacher leave any messages? And when he saved me, what was the situation like? For example, was I covered in blood or something? He remembered his clothes below the chest were soaked in blood. If he remembered correctly, the Sword Saint said that once everything is settled, he would hang you up and give you a good lesson for running off to such a dangerous place. Lin Xiao. The nurse continued, as for the details of the scene, I don't know. The Sword Saint didn't say. But you mentioned being covered in blood. It wasn't that serious. The way you look now is exactly how the Sword Saint brought you back. No bloodstains? Then what I saw before was all an illusion. If it really was an illusion, it was too realistic. Lin Xiao thought of the goddess of fate. If that was also an illusion, then she wasn't real either? He looked at his storage space, which contained many materials and tools, but the fate coin was missing. The goddess of fate had been here and taken the fate coin. So everything was real, but I don't know why the bloodstains on me disappeared, or perhaps Lin Xiao thought of a possibility but needed to verify it. By the way, can I be discharged now? As long as you feel fine, you can leave any time. Nansha City urgently needs a lot of manpower right now. You can go help. Yao Tianyi arrived and successfully resolved the crisis in Nansha City. Although there were still a few abyss monsters, they no longer posed any significant threat. As long as the abyss dungeon was cleared, the problem would be completely resolved. Lin Xiao left the medical room directly, took out his phone, and saw messages from Jiang Ningxue and the others. Jiang Ningxue, the Sword Saint Senior, said there are many soldiers and professionals on the front line who need treatment, so he asked me to go. I wanted to wait for you to wake up and go together, but he refused. So unreasonable. Hashtag, by Ishua, I underestimated you before. After the abyss disaster is over, I will definitely catch up to you, at least enough to see your back. Wuxiang, cough, cough. I wanted to return the equipment to you, but you were still unconscious, and leaving it there would definitely get it stolen. So, cough, I'll borrow it a bit longer. Thanks, Godfather. Shu Qiudai, wishing the captain a safe escape. Seeing these messages, Lin Xiao knew they were fine, and he felt slightly relieved. Time to verify my hypothesis. Lin Xiao set off, preparing to re-enter that dungeon. But first, he contacted the Lucky Sprite, as she hadn't returned yet. More accurately, she was still in battle. Is that dungeon really that difficult? Even Qin Xuan hasn't resolved it yet? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried and immediately contacted the Lucky Sprite. Hello, Master. They're coming over. There. Quick, breathe fire on them. Burn them. As soon as the call connected, the Lucky Sprite screamed. It seemed the battle was still ongoing, and the situation wasn't looking good. What's going on over there? The fight isn't over yet? Yeah, he found a special dungeon within the dungeon, and there are too many monsters. Here, more enemies are coming. Before she could finish speaking, another scream came from the Lucky Sprite. More enemies? Lin Xiao frowned. Master, let me tell you, the dragon this guy brought is so dumb. It's been wandering around this dungeon for ages and still can't find the way out. The Lucky Sprite lowered her voice, seemingly afraid of being overheard. Can't find the way out? A maze-type dungeon? Oh, he asked me to ask you if you could come help. He can't contact anyone else. Oh, he said this dungeon requires 2 people to get out. Lin Xiao agreed. A level 60 abyss dungeon, and Qin Chuan was already level 58. Although he hadn't completed his awakening, the difficulty shouldn't be too high, and clearing it should be manageable. Yet, he had been stuck for so long. There must be a particularly challenging problem. Without much preparation, Lin Xiao left Nansha City directly. However, he didn't head straight to Shanyuan City but first went to the dungeon where the evil god altar, partial, was discovered, intending to verify something. It wouldn't matter if he was a bit late, Qin Chuan's situation wouldn't escalate into a major problem. The dungeon hadn't been closed yet and was still accessible, but all the abyss monsters had been eliminated, and no ordinary monsters had appeared. Yet, Lin Xiao summoned the nine-tailed fox and quickly headed to the evil god altar with her. A scorched wasteland. The evil god altar was still there, but compared to before, it seemed to be missing something. Looking at the altar before him, Lin Xiao felt that something was off. Spirituality, these patterns seemed to have lost their vitality and turned into dead objects. Lin Xiao noticed the difference in the altar compared to before. Wait. He looked toward the pit, his expression turning serious. He had discovered another anomaly. The corpses. To be precise, the sacrificial offerings. They were all gone. Only an empty pit remained. Could the offerings have been taken away and properly buried? Impossible. 3 days isn't enough time to handle it so quickly and so cleanly. Lin Xiao stared at the dark pit, falling into deep thought. After 30 seconds, he took out his phone. Thinking further wouldn't help, it would be faster to ask Yao Tianyi directly. After all, he was the one who had saved him and would surely know the details. The call connected quickly. You brat finally woke up. Let me remind you, don't run around. Stay put in Nansha City, got it? Before Lin Xiao could speak, he was met with Yao Tianyi's scolding. Lin Xiao ignored his nagging, knowing that agreeing would only lead to more reprimands. It was better to directly ask the question he cared about, which could also shift the topic. Teacher, where did the sacrificial offerings on the evil god altar go? Yao Tianyi was about to continue lecturing but was interrupted by Lin Xiao. He replied, there are no offerings in the evil god's altar, nothing was left behind. What? Nothing? Lin Xiao's heart tightened. Could it be? Yes, just as you think. The evil god's altar has already been activated, and the offering was successfully sacrificed. The residual power of the evil god was likely taken by some demon. Most likely the mastermind behind this abyssal disaster. Not just here, but in the other places you told us about earlier, the sacrifices have also been completed. Only a large pit remains, along with those inactive special patterns. Yao Tianyi spoke with regret. The successful sacrifices meant countless lives were lost, leaving not even a trace of their bodies. He also suspected that the evil god's power might have been taken by Lin Xiao, but after examining Lin Xiao's body, he found nothing unusual. Thus, he was confident that the power had been stolen by the abyssal demon behind the scenes. After a few seconds of silence, Yao Tianyi spoke again, let me tell you, you better behave. I got it. Lin Xiao didn't let him continue lecturing and directly hung up the phone. The sacrifice was successful, and the evil god's residual power was taken. Could it be that this power is within me? Lin Xiao boldly speculated. When the altar was activated, the curse heart within him had reacted. But it wasn't the curse heart at all, it was the evil god's heart. Moreover, at the time of activation, he was the closest to the altar. If that's the case, would it show on my attribute panel? Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and opened his attribute panel. Lin Xiao class, Summoner Divinity, Evil God, 1%, Unusable, Summon Creatures, Death Knight, Slime. Goblin Chieftain, Spider Prince, Primal Mechanical Bull, Lucky Sprite, Snowmaiden Doll, Nine-Tailed Fox Level, 34, 75.9%, Constitution, 363559 Strength, 10542. Intelligence, 7876 Agility, 978 Magic, 6345 Spirit, 11367 Equipment, Evil Dragon Set, 4/5, Honor Set, 1/5, Earth Guardian Set, Blood Magic Staff, Dragon Flame. Emblem, Imperial Command Emblem, Dragon Slayer Emblem. Skills, Summon Follow, Abyssal Eye, Morale, Evil Dragon Physique. Passive, Talents, Golden Legend. Unique, Dark Oath, Price of Blood, Blood Frenzy and Used Talents, Overlord, Flame Extinction, Bountiful Harvest, Rock Body, Tidal Surge, Wind's Child, Immortal Seed.
Achievements: Summoner from Scratch, Abyssal Novice, Rookie Adventurer, Monster Slayer, Evil God's Gaze. Sure enough, the evil god's residual power is within me. Lin Xiao was shocked, though it was within his expectations. He was just curious since he had obtained the evil god's power, even if it was just a little. Why? Hadn't his body undergone any changes? Even his attributes hadn't significantly improved. Why is that? Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out. Since it was divine power, there should at least be some reaction, but there was none at all. However, he did gain an achievement. Evil God's Gaze gained the attention of the evil god. That's it? Just a simple sentence? How useless. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. Only 1%. Could it be that because it's too little, I can't feel any changes? But this is divine power, after all. Not even a bit of feedback, it's really too weak. After a moment of thought, Lin Xiao considered another possibility. If I collect more of the evil god's power, could I activate divinity? However, obtaining more of the evil god's power would not only be difficult but would also require sacrificing countless lives, which was clearly against humanity and morality. Looks like I can only think about it for now. Anyway, the abyssal demons are also searching for these things. Maybe I can snatch them from them in the future. Dungeon Red City Remnants is about to close. Please leave immediately, or you will be unable to exit. As Lin Xiao prepared to leave, a notification sounded in his ear. Without hesitation, he exited the dungeon and returned to Nansha City. The only purpose of returning to Nansha City was to use the teleportation array there to go to Shanyuan City. This could save a lot of time. You want to go to Shanyuan City? No. Tang Qi, who was in charge of logistics, quickly shook his head. The Sword Saints said you can only stay here and are not allowed to go anywhere. Lin Xiao, is the teacher really afraid of me running around? Besides, I have serious business to attend to saving my senior brother. Shanyuan City isn't a dangerous place. I came from there to help. The crisis in Nansha City has been resolved, so I should go back. Also, Nansha City doesn't have a teleportation array to Imperial Capital University. I can only return to school from Shanyuan City. Lin Xiao's reasoning was sound. Tang Qi thought about it and found it reasonable. Returning to school was indeed safer than staying here. However, he still said, I need to report this to my superiors first. Wait here for a moment. Last time, he failed to keep an eye on Lin Xiao and got scolded by the Sword Saint. He couldn't make the same mistake again. Alright, I'll wait here, Lin Xiao said indifferently. After all, he was just stating the facts. It didn't take long for Tang Qi to return. You can use the teleportation array to go back. I've also informed the people in Shanyuan City. Remember, even if you don't return to school, you can't leave Shanyuan City. Tang Qi seemed to have seen through Lin Xiao's thoughts and specifically reminded him. Lin Xiao, this feels like you're guarding against a thief, as if you're guarding against me. He was speechless. Was the teacher being overly cautious? No choice, it's the Sword Saint's order. We're just following it. Come on, I'll personally escort you to the teleportation array. Lin Xiao nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. Not leaving Shanyuan City was fine. After all, the level 60 dungeon was in Shanyuan City, so there was no need to go elsewhere. The teleportation array activated, and a flash of white light passed. When Lin Xiao regained his vision, he was already back in Shanyuan City. When he woke up, Shi Guangya was waiting for him. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. Shi Guanyao quickly walked over, laughing and patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder. He had heard about Lin Xiao's background and achievements from others, which shocked him even more than winning the special training room prize. Lin Xiao endured the pain and said nothing. Shi Guanyao continued, Are you planning to leave now? I can prepare the teleportation array for you right away. Nansha City had already informed him. Lin Xiao shook his head. Not leaving yet. I'll stay a bit longer and see if I can help. Ha, that's even better. But let me tell you first, you can't leave Shanyuan City. That's the rule set by the higher-ups, Shi Guangyo said seriously. Lin Xiao replied helplessly, a rookie always needs to fly under protection. First, Captain Shi. You agree, right? Shi Guanyao nodded in agreement. That's true, but it's an order. I have no choice but to follow it. Lin Xiao shrugged and turned to leave. By the way, there's an abyss dungeon in Shanyuan City. Don't go in recklessly, it's very dangerous, Shi Guanyao reminded him, worried he might sneak in.
Captain, sure, I'm not stupid. That's a level 60 dungeon. Do you think I can handle it easily? I'm not that foolish.
Sure, Guanyo thought for a moment and
agreed with him. Alright, call me if you need anything. Sure, Guanyo then left to attend to his duties.
However, he still assigned someone to keep an eye on Lin Xiao,
to prevent him from wandering off.
Seeing this, Lin Xiao was even more speechless.
Are the teachers being overly cautious? He couldn't understand. He had already survived multiple encounters with abyssal demons. How could he die so easily? How's the situation in Shanyuan City now?
Are there still abyssal monsters or wild
dungeons appearing? What about that level 60 abyss dungeon?
Lin Xiao asked casually. The person beside him replied, the situation has improved a lot.
Shanyuan City can now transport supplies normally.
As for the level 60 dungeon, there haven't been any abyssal monsters for a long time. I heard someone went in to clear it, but
for some reason, they haven't come out yet. It's been a while. Lin Xiao nodded. Alright, you can leave me here. Leave? The two were stunned for a moment and quickly understood. The captain said.
Before they could finish speaking, the nine-tailed fox suddenly appeared and cast a charm spell on them.
Their eyes became vacant, and they stood motionless. The control won't last long, they'll recover soon. After dealing with the two, Lin Xiao headed straight to the entrance of the level 60 dungeon. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xiao felt an invisible pressure. A level 60 dungeon. I probably can't even withstand a single strike from an abyss monster right now.
He could easily defeat level 40 abyss monsters, including abyss bosses, and even had a fighting chance against level 50 monsters.
But once it reached level 60, it was an insurmountable barrier.
But Qin Chuan should have already dealt with most of the dangers, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me to come here. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao entered the abyss dungeon with the nine-tailed fox. A flash of white light, and his vision returned. Lin Xiao found himself
standing on a rocky beach.
So this is the level 60 dungeon.
Where exactly is Qin Chuan? He looked around and immediately contacted the lucky sprite. Master, are you here? Just head straight to the dungeon boss, and you'll find the way. Wow, little dragon, you're hurt. Let me heal you.
That guy is so sneaky, attacking you by
surprise.
The battle over there was still ongoing, showing no signs of stopping. Lin Xiao didn't interfere and quickly made his way toward the dungeon boss.
On the
way, he glanced at the powerful talents he had accumulated. It had been a while since he upgraded or added new talents to his summoned beasts.
Now was the time to strengthen them.
The dungeon level was too high. If his summoned beasts were stronger, he would be safer.
He looked at the new talent he had obtained yesterday. Immortal Chi Seed converts one's spiritual energy into immortal Chi, enhancing skills. Immortal Chi. Is this preparing for cultivation? Lin Xiao didn't fully understand.
But as long as it made him stronger, it was a good talent. Talent Immortal Chi Seed activated successfully.
Nine-tailed fox evolved into nine-tailed celestial fox.
At the moment of evolution, Lin Xiao felt the nine-tailed fox's aura completely change. Noble and ethereal, like a celestial being banished to the mortal
realm. The nine-tailed celestial fox was still in its fox form, but if it transformed into human form, it would undoubtedly be even more stunning. There are still 6 talent points. I can upgrade 1 talent, but who should I give it to?
Lin Xiao looked at his summoned beasts, thought for a moment, and decided to give this upgrade opportunity to the Snow Maiden doll. The Snow Maiden doll had powerful area attacks and control skills. Even if she couldn't defeat the enemy, she could stall
them. He examined the Snow Maiden doll's talent, Ice God's Glance. Could this talent have something to do with a deity?
Lin Xiao recalled the achievement he had
recently obtained, Evil God's Glance. Never mind, let's upgrade it first. Consume Flame Extinction, Bountiful Harvest, Rock Body, Tidal Surge, and Child of Wind to upgrade the S-grade talent Ice God's Glance? Upgrade.
The 5 S-grade talents glowed brightly, slowly melting into a crimson flame that merged with the Snow Maiden doll's talent. These S-grade talents were incredibly precious. Having even one was already impressive, let alone Lin Xiao having several at his disposal for upgrades and fusion. If others knew he was using them so casually, they'd surely scold him for being wasteful.
Upgrade successful, obtain talent Ice God's Blessing, SSS grade. Ice God's Blessing, ice skill damage increased by 400%, range expanded by 200%, ice attribute resistance reduced by 80%, and damage spreads upon killing a target. That's insane. Lin Xiao looked at the talent and couldn't help but gasp.
Not only did it double the damage and skill range, but it also significantly reduced the enemy's ice attribute resistance by up to 80%.
This meant the damage could be even higher. Truly an SSS grade talent. Now the Snow Maiden doll's attack power is almost equivalent to a minor forbidden spell.
Forbidden spells are skills that mages can learn upon awakening at level 60. Although the slime can now cast forbidden spells, their power is still slightly lacking compared to true forbidden spells. Now, the Snow Maiden doll can also release forbidden spells, and she can cast several at once because she doesn't need to charge up or chant like the slime. As expected, anything related to the gods is never weak, even if it's just in name. The journey went smoothly, and the abyssal monsters in the dungeon were completely cleared out, leaving only scorched marks behind. These scorched marks were probably left by Qin Chuan's dragon. A dragon. If I get the chance, I want one too, Lin Xiao sighed. As a creature at the top of the food chain, who wouldn't
want to have one? Flying around on a dragon, just thinking about it is so cool.
No wonder Wuxian was envious.
Moments later, a portal appeared ahead, which seemed to
be the entrance to another dungeon discovered by Qin Chuan.
Why is there only one portal?
Lin Xiao was a bit surprised.
After defeating a boss, there is usually a portal to return. If there's a hidden dungeon, there would be an additional portal.
Just like the dark forest he had cleared before. But now there was only one portal. And since Qin Chuan was still in the dungeon, it meant this portal led to another dungeon. Back then, Qin Chuan thought a portal to return would appear after clearing the dungeon, but unexpectedly, it led to another dungeon. Lin Xiao could imagine Qin Chuan's shock at the time.
When he passed through the portal, he must have been completely bewildered. Let's go, be careful. The nine-tailed celestial fox nodded and led Lin Xiao into the next dungeon. A flash of white light, and when
Lin Xiao's vision returned, he found himself standing on the same rocky beach.
He was completely dumbfounded. How did he end up back here? And it was the very starting point.
He immediately recalled the rules of the evil dragon dungeon. After defeating a special boss, you would return to the initial entry point upon leaving. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Xiao started moving forward again. He returned to the boss's location in the dungeon, and the portal was still in the same place.
Unchanged. Let's go.
He stepped through the portal, and when his vision cleared, he found himself back on the rocky beach.
Is this the next dungeon? Or are we stuck in a loop? A big question mark appeared over Lin Xiao's head. This dungeon was too strange. He looked down at the celestial fox and asked, "Ninetails, what do you think?" The nine-tailed celestial fox thought for a moment and said, "It is strange, but I think we might have entered the next dungeon." Then, let's check it out. They set off again.
This time, the nine-tailed celestial fox moved much faster, also puzzled by the repeated entry into the same dungeon. They returned to the boss's location. The portal was still the same, in the exact same spot. After a brief pause, the nine-tailed celestial fox led Lin Xiao through the portal. Again, the world turned white, and when their vision returned, they were back on the rocky beach.
Lin Xiao? What on earth is going on?
They had returned here.
Again.
The environment was identical to when they first entered. With no reference points, Lin Xiao couldn't tell if this was a new dungeon or if they had returned
to the starting point.
Ninetails, dig a big pit nearby, and we'll go through again.
Understood. The nine-tailed celestial fox immediately understood Lin Xiao's intention.
Its tail shot out 27 arcs of light, striking the rocky beach and creating a large pit.
Let's go. They set off again. Passing through the portal, they once again appeared on the rocky beach. Lin Xiao and the nine-tailed celestial fox exchanged glances and were silent for a few seconds. The nine-tailed celestial fox spoke, "The pit you dug earlier is gone, so we should be in a new dungeon." Lin Xiao pondered, "It's possible, but it's also possible that the dungeon has reset." He recalled the previous situation. If the dungeon had reset, the pit dug by the nine-tailed celestial fox would naturally disappear. But if it had truly reset, there should be new monsters in the dungeon, yet there were none. If only we could find a portal to return from behind us, but for now, let's keep moving forward. Lin Xiao said to the nine-tailed fox. He began to vaguely understand why Qin Chuan had been unable to leave. They passed through the portal again, only to appear once more on the rocky beach. Lin Xiao didn't let the nine-tailed fox stop but continued forward. At the same time, he contacted the lucky sprite to inquire about the situation. "Master, this dungeon is really strange.
Every time you pass through the portal, you return to a place that looks the same, but it's actually not the same place. Master has already passed through the portal 15 times.
Lin Xiao quickly received an answer from the lucky sprite.
This dungeon looks identical, but it's not starting
over from the beginning. However, this replicated dungeon is so realistic that there's no variation at all. More importantly,
Lin Xiao squinted slightly, realizing he had overlooked a detail. He stared at the battle marks on the ground, carefully noting their shapes.
When he passed through the portal again and returned to
the same place, he compared the marks on the ground. The result shocked him.
Identical.
If it were truly a new dungeon, even if it were completely replicated, the battle marks left by Qin Xuan couldn't possibly be exactly the same.
But Qin Xuan couldn't discover this issue because he couldn't return after leaving. The only
reference he had was the dungeon environment, unlike Lin Xiao, who could see the battle marks left behind. Judging by Qin Xuan's situation, he should have already
broken out of this loop.
I don't know how he managed it, maybe it was through sheer strength. Lin Xiao passed through the portal 15 times in a row.
After the 16th
time, he appeared on the rocky beach again.
Lin Xiao? Wasn't there supposed to be a change after 15 times? Why hasn't it happened yet? His expression became serious. The nine-tailed fox stood nearby, not moving immediately but instead asking, "Master, should we continue?"
Lin Xiao stroked his chin.
"Let's go again, maybe. There will be new changes." The nine-tailed fox nodded.
When they reached the boss's location again, they indeed found a change. The portal had turned from 1 into 2. Master, the nine-tailed fox was stunned. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. He certainly didn't believe that one of the portals was the exit from the dungeon. Based on previous experience, these two portals were likely similar to before, just with a slight variation.
"Let's take the one on the right first," Lin Xiao said, pointing to the right portal. The nine-tailed fox didn't hesitate and rushed straight in. As before, after entering the portal, they returned to the rocky beach, but this time a portal appeared behind them, a portal to return.
"Just as I thought, this is a maze." This wasn't a maze within the dungeon, the entire dungeon itself
was a maze.
No wonder Qin Xuan hasn't come out yet, he must be trapped. Lin Xiao glanced at the portal behind him and immediately had the nine-tailed fox return. Sure enough, the pair returned to the original dungeon.
The marks on the ground were the best evidence. After 2 portals, will there be 3, 4?
Lin Xiao directly
asked the lucky sprite, wanting to confirm. There must be more.
Otherwise, with Qin Xuan's rapid progress, he couldn't have been blocked by just these 2 small portals. "Master, I'm currently in," the lucky sprite paused for a moment before continuing. "I don't know the exact location, but there are too many portals here
to count."
He really is directionally challenged. We've already gotten lost several times.
The last sentence was said in a lowered voice, afraid the other party might hear.
"By the way, Master, I'll tell you how to pass the second stage: left, right, left, right, right, left, right.
Walk this sequence 3 times to reach the next stage.
The next stage has 3 portals, which is even more complicated.
You'll have to rely on yourself to find me then."
Lin Xiao disconnected the contact. Qin Xuan had probably tried the correct route several times, but proceeding this way was too inefficient,
and it wasted too much time. Is there no simpler way?
Lin Xiao squinted slightly. Relying solely on guessing and luck is clearly unreasonable and abnormal.
Just like the Evil Dragon Dungeon or the Polar Day Dungeon.
There are certain techniques, but either no one has discovered them, or they are extremely difficult to uncover.
"Let's go in and take a look, find some clues,"
Lin Xiao said. Entering the dungeon again, the familiar scene, everything was the same, even the attack marks left by Qin Xuan remained untouched.
After a quick
glance around, Lin Xiao found nothing unusual and immediately summoned the slime.
"Use Eye of Omniscience."
The slime nodded and cast the forbidden spell again. Moments later, a goofy, adorable giant eye appeared high in the sky, overlooking everything and capturing all the scenery below.
Lin Xiao synchronized his perspective
with the slime, clearly observing the entire dungeon, which was shaped like a capital L. After scanning for a full 5 minutes, he found nothing unusual.
"Let's go to the next area." "Master, which way?"
"Go right first."
"Understood."
Passing through the portal on the right, Lin Xiao appeared again in a rocky beach area, identical
to the previous dungeon scene. From the high-altitude perspective, he once again took in the scenery. However, this time was different. What he saw was shaped like a capital T.
The terrain is different, but the scenery, the marks, even a stone on the ground are exactly the same.
"What's going on here?" Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. He immediately considered a possibility: duplication. The dungeon he had passed through was completely duplicated into the next dungeon. Fortune, did you encounter abyssal monsters in the next dungeon? Lin Xiao asked. If it was indeed duplication, he needed to determine the point at which the duplication occurred.
Wow, Master, you startled me, the fortune sprite exclaimed, startled by the sudden question.
After 2 seconds, it replied, yes, every time we enter a new dungeon.
There are monsters, but once we kill them, they're gone.
There aren't many monsters. Ah, but for some reason, there are a lot of monsters here. We've been stuck for a long time. Monsters appear?
This indicates that the duplication occurred in advance, directly copying the previous dungeon into the new one.
But why are even the battle marks identical?
Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out, there wasn't enough information. However, I have a quick way to verify this, Lin Xiao said, immediately summoning Snow Maiden Doll and the others. Numbers were his greatest advantage, and he planned to have Snow Maiden Doll and the others enter the dungeon
alone.
If it were a normal dungeon, this method wouldn't work, but since the dungeon was abyssalized, the restrictions were fewer.
Moreover, he wanted to see what would happen to the old dungeon after someone entered the new one.
Snow Maiden Doll and the others quickly took action, while the Goblin King used his chieftain talent to send goblin soldiers and shield bearers into different dungeons. The nine-tailed fox was also dispatched, leaving only the slime by Lin Xiao's side.
He needed the slime's abilities to observe.
As Snow Maiden Doll and the others entered, the scene before Lin Xiao changed. The original T-shaped terrain now had an O-shaped addition, and from the high-altitude perspective of the Eye of Omniscience, the two pieces were joined together, like puzzle fragments. The entire dungeon has been divided into dozens of fragments, Lin Xiao thought. As his summoned creatures entered more dungeons, the map before him gradually became more complete.
After
confirming his theory, new questions arose in Lin Xiao's mind. He could use a god's eye view to overlook the entire area and find the correct path, but he felt this wasn't the best solution, as it required too many people. Moreover, there were still 3 portals, 4 portals, and even countless portals, as the fortune sprite had
mentioned. At this rate, his summoned creatures wouldn't be enough. This isn't the way to solve the puzzle.
Lin Xiao muttered to himself.
Do I really have to proceed step by step, trial and error, to slowly get out of here?
At that moment, a curved black shadow appeared in Lin Xiao's vision, with the terrain resembling the
letter C. Is that a new dungeon map?
Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened as he quickly counted through the dungeon from the beginning. The position of the C-shaped shadow was exactly along the correct path the lucky sprite had told him.
There really are other clues hidden. A dungeon this strange couldn't possibly have no hints at all.
Lin Xiao immediately took action and soon arrived at the location of the final dungeon. The abyssal eye scanned the surroundings but found no hints.
Not a hidden dungeon? Or is it too far away? Lin Xiao frowned and had the slime use the eye of supervision again.
The silly, wide-eyed creature surveyed everything, and the C-shaped terrain shadow reappeared in his vision, not far from the dungeon.
So it really is in this direction?
Lin Xiao walked over, and shortly after, the
abyssal eye reacted.
Special area discovered, covered in green moss.
There really is something here.
Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he reached out to clear the green moss in front of him until he could pass through. The area was small, with dense vegetation blocking the view, but it couldn't escape the observation of the abyssal eye.
Once inside, Lin Xiao's attention was immediately drawn to a moss-covered bookshelf.
Besides that, there were several old wooden pieces of furniture, stools, tables, and a long-abandoned map. It was a map used for marking one's location during travel, somewhat blurry but still barely legible. Lin Xiao glanced at it and
noticed the text at the top of the map, "Welcome to Green City." Green City? Is this the name of the dungeon or the city?
Lin Xiao thought back to the previous dungeon, where he had discovered the ruins of an evil god, Red City.
Could there be a connection between the two?
Looking at the route map, Lin Xiao confirmed his current
location, a mountain path. Could Green City be a tourist destination?
This kind of map is clearly the type used for marking tourist spots.
And also, Lin Xiao traced his current position backward on the map and saw a marked scenic spot, Rocky Beach. The previous dungeon was located there. It's almost certain that this dungeon is likely a scenic spot in the west.
But this dungeon is enormous, practically a super large dungeon. Lin Xiao recalled his experience at Rocky Beach.
However, now
that he had the route map, leaving this place shouldn't be a problem. He immediately set off, following the path on the map, which matched exactly what the slime's eye of supervision had seen.
Follow this path all the way down, and I'll reach a new scenic spot, Flying Spring Waterfall. I should be able to leave the second level from there.
Lin Xiao proceeded according to the map's guidance. Soon, he found the path ahead blocked. Hesitating for a moment, he reached out and touched something slimy, green moss. These plants are covering the real path.
There's more than one exit here.
Lin Xiao continued forward and quickly found a new portal.
This one wasn't the usual double door type.
This was the real exit, sparing him from having to repeatedly trial and error like Qin Chuan.
That method, while feasible, was too time-consuming. If there were more portals, the number of attempts would multiply.
Passing through the portal, the sound of rushing water filled his ears.
As
his vision cleared, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. The waterfall, instead of flowing downward, defied gravity and surged upward into the sky, an incredibly
spectacular scene. Amazing, how is this even possible? Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. This phenomenon defying gravity was truly unbelievable. Hidden treasure. Chest discovered in Flying Spring Waterfall. Just as Lin Xiao was marveling, the Abyssal Eye reacted again. There's even a hidden treasure chest? Overjoyed, he immediately took action.
A free treasure chest was not to be missed.
Sure enough, Lin Xiao circled behind the waterfall and found an entrance to a cave. He quickly
entered with the nine-tailed fox to investigate.
Deep inside the cave, a golden, gleaming treasure chest awaited.
As expected, and there's no monster guarding
it.
Lin Xiao stepped forward and opened the chest.
Obtained, Treasure Map *1, Talent Divine Stone *1.
Lin Xiao was shocked. The treasure chest reward was
unexpectedly generous. There was even a Talent Divine Stone. What a pleasant surprise. The Talent Divine Stone could grant him an additional talent, and this item was rarer than epic level equipment.
Even though Lin Xiao could acquire one S-level talent every day, he was still thrilled to see the Talent Divine Stone.
His talents still needed upgrading.
With one S-level talent per day, it would take quite some time to upgrade all the summoned beasts' talents to the top-tier Radiant level.
If he could obtain a Talent Divine Stone, the time required for upgrading would be reduced by 1 day.
After all, the talent points consumed for upgrading were not dependent
on the level. Not bad. Lin Xiao contentedly put away the Talent Divine Stone and then looked at the treasure map. On it was written, "Congratulations on finding
the first treasure hidden in Green City.
Below is the location of the second treasure. Keep up the effort, there will be a super grand prize waiting for you when you find the final treasure." Super grand prize?
The previous treasure chest rewards were all Talent Divine Stones. Just how generous will this super grand prize be? Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel excited as he quickly checked the location of the second treasure chest. There were no textual instructions on the ground, only
a pattern indicating the treasure's location. It was the head of an eagle, with the treasure located at the eagle's eye. This, just an eagle head, no specific location. Where should I look?
Lin Xiao scratched his head, took out the route map, and searched for places where eagles might appear.
Soon, he locked onto a target, the zoo. There were definitely eagles in the zoo.
But the zoo was 3 scenic spots away from his current location, and getting there would take quite some time.
But will it really be in the zoo? This eagle head doesn't look like an animal, it seems more like the emblem of a building.
Lin Xiao stared at the eagle head on the
map and began to ponder. If it were an eagle in the zoo, how could the treasure chest be hidden in the eagle's eye? If defeating an eagle could drop a treasure chest,
then the first treasure chest wouldn't have been so easy to obtain.
Maybe there's an eagle sculpture in the zoo, he thought. He put away the treasure map. Regardless, he decided to check out the zoo first since it was on the way. No matter how the road ahead unfolded, following the route map was definitely the right choice.
After all, some paths couldn't be seen with the naked eye, only by walking up to them could one discover that they could continue forward. Lin Xiao circled to the
top of Flying Spring Waterfall.
In the air, a portal was suspended, and the spring water flowed upward, continuously being sent into the portal.
It can do that? Could there be something on the other side of the portal attracting the spring water? But it's separated by the portal.
Lin Xiao found it strange. This completely contradicted his understanding of dungeons. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to swim against the reverse flow of the spring water and head toward the portal. Passing through the portal, he entered the next scenic spot and, as expected, found himself in the water. Just as he was about to swim upward, he felt the water violently ripple. Looking to the side, he saw a group of crocodiles swimming toward him, their eyes fierce. Starving for a long time, they were as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline upon seeing prey.
Shallow water crocodile level 60. Seeing the
level of these crocodiles, Lin Xiao immediately ordered the nine-tailed celestial fox to escape quickly.
level 60 shallow water crocodiles, he estimated. He couldn't even break their defense. Moreover, their combat power in water could increase by another level.
The shallow water crocodiles swam extremely
fast, while the nine-tailed celestial fox was restricted in water and was caught up in the blink of an eye.
Doll, freeze them.
The Snow Maiden.
Doll quickly appeared, releasing icy power to instantly freeze the water area where the crocodiles were, blocking their path.
Bang! The ice layer was quickly shattered, and the shallow water crocodiles became even more ferocious.
But just as they charged forward 2 or 3 meters, they were frozen again.
By the Snow Maiden doll.
Lin Xiao's talent upgraded to Blessing of the Ice God, enhancing the Snow Maiden doll's icy power and bringing new changes. With the Snow Maiden doll holding them off, Lin Xiao quickly swam to the surface. Seeing the scene before him, he was stunned on the spot.
Emerging
from the water, Lin Xiao was completely dumbfounded. He had thought he had fallen into some lake or pool, but unexpectedly, there were people in front
of him.
Sir, how did you end up here?
When did you enter the seal pool? A host, shocked by Lin Xiao's sudden appearance, quickly reacted and said excitedly, "Everyone, look!
Our seal pool not only showcases seal dances but can now perform human transformations." The host handed over the microphone. But before Lin Xiao could speak, he said, "I hope everyone enjoys this surprise." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted
from the audience. "It can actually transform humans. This show is really interesting. Coming here to watch seal performances and getting to see magic too, totally worth it. Did this guy stay underwater the whole time?"
"Hurry up with the seal performance, I can't wait." Lin Xiao tactfully retreated but didn't leave. Instead, he hid backstage to observe. Backstage, he watched the movements of these people closely and found them very
strange.
Their entire bodies were green, resembling shadows, but each person's expressions were incredibly vivid, as if they were real humans.
Are they the shadows left behind by the people of Green City after death?
Lin Xiao wasn't sure, but this seemed highly likely.
Splash! Splash! Splash!
A seal jumped out of the water, and thunderous applause erupted from the audience.
It wasn't a crocodile, just an ordinary seal. There's definitely something wrong here. Lin Xiao didn't continue watching, feeling as though he had entered an unusual place. He took out the Green City route map and quickly confirmed his current location. The performance hall. This place not only featured seal performances but also various other animal shows. Now that I'm here, can I get out smoothly?
Lin Xiao immediately thought of this question. The map in his hand was only a general map of Green City, marking all the scenic spots, but now that he was inside the performance hall, the map was naturally useless. Not long after, Lin Xiao saw a security guard, also
a green shadow.
Before Lin Xiao could ask for directions, the security guard approached and said somewhat rudely, "Sir, pets are not allowed in the performance hall, and you haven't leashed yours."
"What if it bites someone?" He was referring to the nine-tailed celestial fox. Hearing this, the nine-tailed celestial fox immediately became angry. "Leash? Bite someone? You should be leashed. You're the one who bites people."
Seeing the nine-tailed celestial fox about to lose her temper, Lin Xiao quickly recalled her into the summoning space. The situation here was unclear, and rash actions could lead to big trouble, so he can only observe for now.
"Disappeared?
Where's your fox?" The security guard was astonished, as if witnessing a magic trick, when he saw the fox suddenly vanish.
"Sorry, I'm a member of the magic performance team this time."
"This fox is used to staying outside, and she's very obedient," Lin Xiao explained. The security guard suddenly understood, and although it was just a shadow, his expression was no different from a
real person. "I see. But it's better to keep it on a leash when you bring it out, as some guests might be scared." Lin Xiao nodded, understood. Then he asked, "This is my first time here, and I want to ask how to get out. A friend is delivering performance props, but I don't know the way." "I could tell you were an outsider at a glance. Your attire is different too," the security guard said with a smile. "Head outside and walk this way for 100
meters, then go east, walk to the end, and, never mind, I'll take you out myself to save you the trouble of getting lost and delaying the performance." The security guard cheerfully offered to guide Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao was delighted to hear this. "Really? Thank you so much. No problem, follow me.
And so, Lin Xiao got himself a free guide. Since they were no different from real people, he decided to probe the security guard for more information
About Green City and began asking tentatively. Green City is the largest amusement park in the West. You could play here for 3 days and nights and still not finish. There's so much fun to be had here. Are there any must-visit places? Of course, it's Green City's 3rd Street. It's incredibly lively. There, with combat performances, and you can even participate, it's like a real-life Mortal Kombat. I heard 3rd Street is Green City's gray area. Though it's a joke, many people go there. What's this drawing? Isn't that an eagle sculpture? Lin Xiao asked several questions, gradually learning more about Green City.
Finally, he showed the treasure map in his hand to the security guard, unexpectedly receiving useful information.
Where's that eagle sculpture? Lin Xiao asked urgently. It's in the rock climbing performance area.
There's a silver sculpture at the top as a reward, the security guard said.
He glanced at the words on the treasure map and laughed. Are you looking for treasure?
Lin Xiao laughed. Someone gave it to me.
I thought it was interesting, so I decided to give it a try. Ha ha ha, is it a little green-haired girl?
She's hidden quite a few treasures in Green
City and even drawn treasure maps to give to visitors.
I have one too, the security guard said with a laugh. He didn't take the treasure seriously,
thinking it was just a child's game. A little green-haired girl?
Lin Xiao paused for a moment, then smiled. Yes, she's very enthusiastic.
She gave
me a treasure map when I arrived here.
I've seen her a few times.
I heard she always lives in Green City and doesn't have many friends to play with. So she secretly makes treasure maps and gives them to visitors, letting everyone join her game. As he spoke, the security guard took out a treasure map from his pants pocket and handed it to Lin Xiao. Here, take this too. I work 9 to 6 and don't have time to look for treasure, so it's up to
you. Don't let her down. Lin Xiao looked at it.
The treasure map was made of the same material as the one in his hand, not a green shadow.
Thank you very much. Lin Xiao didn't refuse and took a look.
The content on it was similar to the one he had, with a clock tower drawn below and a treasure chest marked inside, pointing to the clock tower. The security guard leaned over to take a look and said, "Oh, the treasure is in Big Ben.
It should be on the top floor. Is Big Ben next to the performance hall?" Lin Xiao asked. "It can't be inside. If you walk out of the performance hall and look up, you'll see it.
It's one of Green City's iconic buildings," the security guard said, pointing to the door ahead.
"Push open the door, and you'll be outside. I have to return to my post and can't accompany you anymore." "All right, thank you."
Lin Xiao nodded and pushed the door open.
As soon as the door opened, the noise immediately poured in.
Lin Xiao looked at the scene outside the door, not feeling surprised but rather thinking it was quite normal.
Looks like it's not that easy to get out directly. He walked in, looked at the crowd enjoying themselves and the performances on stage, and found a place selling drinks to sit down. He directly asked the staff, "Hello, I'm lost. How do I get to the rock climbing performance area?" Since he couldn't leave for now,
he might as well find the treasure chest there first. The staff member was stunned for 2 seconds, then smiled. "Turn right when you go out, and you'll find the rock climbing area."
"Are you going rock climbing?"
Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Since I'm here, I want to give it a try. Then I suggest you have a special energy drink. It can help you reach the top."
"Special energy drink? It's not some kind of stimulant, is it? Wouldn't that be cheating?"
The staff member chuckled. "Of course not. Many people who come to climb drink it. It helps unleash your physical
potential."
Lin Xiao looked at his enthusiastic smile and shook his head. "No, thanks for showing me the way.
The things here didn't seem very trustworthy."
He pushed open another door and, unsurprisingly, found himself in another area, a circus performance.
It was the climax of the show, featuring a lion-eating act.
A clown was sticking his head into the lion's mouth, and the audience held their breath in tension. Lin Xiao glanced at it and found it
uninteresting. This kind of old trick was all rehearsed. The lion definitely wouldn't actually bite. Snap! The next second, the lion closed its mouth, biting off the clown's head.
Lin Xiao froze. The scene suddenly erupted in screams.
"Wow, it really ate someone." Amid the screams, the
headless clown stood up, and his head suddenly popped back into place. It turned out that at the moment the lion bit down, the clown had retracted his
head, fooling the audience. "That's actually pretty creative,"
Lin Xiao muttered to himself. When the lion bit down, he was genuinely startled.
"It Seemed traditional performances could no longer satisfy people's curiosity. He walked through the circus and arrived in front of an artificial mountain. Finally here.
The treasure chest should be around here. Lin Xiao found a staff member and expressed his interest in rock climbing. This was a physically
demanding activity, so there weren't many participants, though there were some professional climbers providing exciting performances for the audience. Young man, with such delicate skin, can you handle it?
A professional climber walked over and teased.
Lin Xiao glanced at him. Want to compete?
The climber was taken aback, then laughed. Ha, interesting.
Since you want to compete, I'll give you a minute. Nice to meet you, I'm Hu Wei.
Unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative to propose a challenge. No need, Lin Xiao shook his head.
No need?
Hu Wei approached and noticed that
Lin Xiao's safety harness wasn't even properly fastened. Is this your first time?
You can't even tie the harness properly, and you don't need my help.
It's my first time, Lin Xiao nodded. Let's start. Wait a moment.
Hu Wei gestured for him to hold on, his gaze shifting toward the exit as
if waiting for someone.
After a while, he checked his watch and said, "All right, let's begin."
Are you waiting for someone to watch your performance? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Hu Wei admitted, a girl named Xiao Mo. She occasionally comes to watch.
But it's past the time now, she's probably gone somewhere else.
Xiao Mo. The same girl the security guard mentioned? The one with green hair?
Lin Xiao probed.
Oh, you know her.
Yeah, I just saw her at
the circus. Hu Wei casually made up a reason, knowing Lin Xiao couldn't verify it.
That's her. Lately, she's been into the lion-eating performance.
Over there.
Hu Wei gripped a rock on the climbing wall with his fingers.
Since you don't need my help, let's start right away.
Lin Xiao also got ready. At the sound of a whistle, the two began climbing rapidly. For Hu Wei, the wall was like flat ground. In the blink of an eye, he was halfway up. Just as he was about to turn back and mock Lin Xiao, he was shocked to see Lin Xiao surpassing him at an incredible speed.
By the time he reacted, Lin
Xiao was already standing at the top.
This is a monster. Reaching the top effortlessly was no challenge for Lin Xiao. His physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people like Hu Wei.
There was no need to search further. Standing at the top, he could see the eagle sculpture marked on the treasure map. The treasure chest should be here. Lin Xiao walked over, knocked on the eagle sculpture, and found a door crudely carved into the
back of its head.
Opening the door, he found the treasure chest hidden in the eagle's eye. Lin Xiao opened the chest directly.
Acquired, treasure map.
*1, talent divine stone *1, professional skill scroll *1.
Another talent divine stone.
And this time, there's also a class skill scroll.
It grants a random skill for your class.
All of it is great stuff.
Not bad at all. Are all these talent divine stones placed here by little Mo?
Lin Xiao couldn't
help but wonder. How could a little girl have so many treasures?
Taking out the class skill scroll, Lin Xiao immediately used it.
Skill acquired. Summoned Beast Berserk.
Summoned Beast Berserk increases all summoned beast attributes by 10%.
Not bad.
Lin Xiao was quite satisfied with
this skill.
At this moment, Hu Wei finally climbed up, supporting his knees and gasping for breath.
He asked, "How did you climb so fast? Didn't you say this was your first time?" "It is my first time. Maybe I was just born strong." Hu Wei was speechless.
After greeting him, Lin Xiao left. He looked at the newly obtained treasure map.
Congratulations on finding the second treasure hidden in Green City.
Below is the location of the third treasure. Keep going, and a grand prize awaits you at the final treasure. The content was similar to before, only the numbers had changed. The treasure map depicted an inverted V shape, with the word ice scrawled in the center, representing an iceberg. At the peak of the mountain, a simple treasure chest
was drawn. The treasure chest is on the iceberg, but is there even an iceberg here?
Lin Xiao was puzzled, but considering how strange this place was,
it might actually exist.
Exiting the climbing gym, this time without needing to open a door, Lin Xiao walked directly onto the street and immediately saw the Big Ben the security guard had mentioned earlier.
It really is a landmark, instantly recognizable.
Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Xiao unintentionally caught a glimpse of a white silhouette.
A snow mountain. Found it. Now I don't have to wander around aimlessly like a headless chicken.
Deep within the southern abyss, a woman in a black robe stared at a transparent cube in her hand. Her face was obscured, but her elegant figure suggested she was quite beautiful. At that moment, a demon with devilish wings flew over, wearing a mask resembling a bird's skull.
Kneeling on one knee, it
respectfully said, "My lady, after several battles, those humans still can't comprehend our plans.
We can begin the operation now." The black-robed woman raised the transparent cube.
Light passed through it, emitting a dazzling glow. She spoke slowly. "I heard a shrine was destroyed, and several other
locations are under attack."
The bird-headed demon trembled all over, lowering its head as it said, "It happened too suddenly.
We didn't expect the
sword Saint to appear out of nowhere and directly slay the ram head. Yao Tianyi was too powerful, they were no match for him, even as abyssal demons.
I anticipated you would make mistakes. Losing a few shrines doesn't matter.
Go, prepare to activate the final shrine.
Let's hope the legendary evil god isn't a myth."
With that, the transparent cube in the black-robed woman's hand floated up, emitting a green light that flowed like liquid, forming
a portal. "Let's go. My lady, may I enter as well?"
The bird-headed demon was so excited it could hardly believe it.
It never expected the lady to bring it along. Without hesitation, the black-robed woman stepped into the portal. The bird-headed demon quickly followed, seizing this opportunity. If
it could win the lady's favor, it could become the strongest among the 12, now 11 of them. Passing through the portal, the two arrived
at a desolate ruin.
The bird-headed demon was about to ask where they were when it suddenly felt an intense sense of danger.
The next second, boom! It
was struck by a sudden attack, sent flying without even seeing the enemies move, and crashed hard into the distance, buried in the ruins.
"You're still so impulsive. Can't you control your temper?" The black-robed woman glanced at the figure that had appeared, reprimanding it without hesitation. It wasn't an ordinary person, it was a wolf.
A werewolf standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Its silver mane gleamed like bright moonlight, exuding coldness,
bloodlust, and mystery all at once.
The curved blade at its waist radiated a chilling aura, as if it had slain countless foes, with faint echoes of
the dead's wails lingering around it.
The bird-headed demon crawled out of the ruins. When it saw who had attacked it, it was utterly terrified, scrambling
to kneel before the figure. "War Chief, my lord.
In the abyss, strength is everything.
Strength determines rank. Who would have thought that those terrifying abyss demons would be so submissive in front of the strong?"
"This is common in the abyss, but it still shocks people,"
the werewolf known.
As the battle chief glanced at the chicken-headed demon and kicked him hard, sending him flying again, as if kicking away a piece of trash nearby.
"How's the situation?"
The gangster woman didn't care about the life or death of the chicken-headed demon. To her, abyss demons were no different from
abyss monsters, so she directly asked about the situation here.
"Almost done, but some rats have sneaked in." The battle chief's rough voice was as
loud as thunder as he looked up at the battle in front of him.
The woman in the black robe raised her eyes and saw Qin Chuan and Lin Xiao engaged in a
fierce fight.
When she noticed Lin Xiao, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a ripple flashed in her pupils.
He actually entered the true Green City. Big Ben.
Lin Xiao quickly arrived here, and the treasure chest was placed at the top of the clock tower.
"You're here to take the treasure chest. That Xiao Mo left here, right?" Quite thoughtful of her.
The old man guarding the clock led Lin Xiao up to the top of the tower, chatting as they
walked. "Yes." Lin Xiao nodded.
"She gave me a treasure map, and I thought it was interesting, so I came by to take a look."
"Haha, it is indeed interesting."
At first, many people came looking for it, but later fewer and fewer did. "I guess most of the treasure chests have been found," the old man said as he took out a key, inserted it into the padlock on the iron door, and twisted it a few times. With a click, the lock opened. Pushing open the iron door, the old man led Lin Xiao into the clock tower. Here, one could see a large number of gears and machinery in operation. The unique internal structure of the clock tower. "I'll take you there, I know where the treasure chest is."
The old man hung up the key and said.
Lin Xiao nodded and followed, asking casually, "Most of the treasure chests have been found, so did she stop placing them and continue
the game?" "That, I don't know."
The old man shook his head.
"Maybe there are still some left. I rarely leave here. The treasure chest is just ahead."
Lin Xiao looked ahead, where a treasure chest was neatly placed, with many precise components rotating behind it. This was the internal structure of the clock tower's clock.
Lin Xiao stepped forward, took the treasure chest, and opened it. Obtained, letter *1, talent divine stone *2.
Psychic bomb *3, consumable, 2 talent divine stones this time.
Speaking of which, Were talent divine stones common during her time? Why does every treasure chest have them? After storing the talent divine stones, Lin Xiao looked at another item in the treasure chest. Psychic bomb, upon
detonation, creates a 50 by 50 by 50 psychic space where the movement of creatures within the area is significantly slowed.
Duration, 30 seconds. This is a soft control skill, quite useful for restricting opponents.
Lin Xiao stored it and took out the letter from the treasure chest.
This time, it was no longer a treasure map. Congratulations on finding the hidden prize in the treasure chest.
Inside is my favorite toy, I hope
you like it too.
So it was a hidden prize, no wonder there were 2 talent divine stones.
This favorite toy, does it refer to the psychic bomb? This toy is indeed unique. Young man, come here.
Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave, the old man waved him over.
This is Xiao Mo's favorite place.
From here, you can see the entire Green City. She often sneaked here and stayed for a whole day. The old man stepped back a few steps,
giving the window to Lin Xiao.
Looking out through the window, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. The old man noticed Lin Xiao's expression and
smiled, saying, "How is it? Pretty breathtaking, right?" This is indeed breathtaking.
Lin Xiao gazed at Green City, with the distant snow-capped
mountains clearly visible, the bustling traffic below, and some performance halls. As for why only part of it was visible, it was because some areas were empty.
The emptiness wasn't due to a lack of buildings but rather pitch-black voids, as if someone had dug out a piece.
From above,
Green City looked like it had been dismantled and pieced together, sending chills down one's spine. This was the reason for Lin Xiao's shock.
By the way, do you know Xiao Mo? What kind of person is she?
Congratulations, your level has increased to 36. Lin Xiao rode the 9-tailed
celestial fox, flying toward the snowy mountain as the notification of his level up sounded.
The 9-tailed celestial fox gained a new talent,
Celestial Aura Seed, indirectly acquiring the ability to fly, making travel much more convenient. Overlooking Green City, it resembled fragmented pieces of a puzzle pieced together.
Lin Xiao recalled the words of the old man by the Big Ben.
What kind of person is Xiao Mo? I'm not too sure.
She seemed to appear in Green City out of nowhere. At first, she sneaked into the clock tower, and I scolded her.
But she didn't listen at all. Instead, she learned how to avoid me. Later, I got used to it.
I'm old and don't have the energy to argue with her, so I just let her
in.
After we got familiar, I asked her about her parents. At first, she wouldn't say anything, but later, I overheard her mention that her
parents had passed away.
Her parents loved bringing her to Green City to play, so even though she's all alone, she still comes here every day. Lin Xiao learned this from the old man. Although the information was limited, Lin Xiao could already piece together a rough idea.
Xiao Mo's parents
had died, and everyone in Green City was gone too.
She was the only one left alive.
No, perhaps she had also died but was resurrected for some
reason.
This was Lin Xiao's speculation, but it was likely true.
He reached the snowy mountain peak, where the treasure chest lay covered in ice and snow.
Lin Xiao looked back down the mountain and realized it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to reach the summit.
How could a little girl possibly climb up here on her own? Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out.
Xiao Mo was only 7 or 8 years old, her exact age was unclear, but she was only about as tall as his waist. He opened the treasure chest. Obtained, Super Treasure Map *1, Talent Divine Stone *1.
Shadow of Green City *1, Universal Skill, Super Treasure Map? Could it be the super grand prize Xiao Mo mentioned?
Lin Xiao looked at the treasure map in his hand, unable to suppress his anticipation, eager to see just how amazing this super grand prize was.
This is the last treasure chest. I hope you can find it.
Below was a short sentence accompanied by a hand-drawn map.
The map was filled with intersecting and overlapping
lines, making it impossible to discern the location.
What is this place? Lin Xiao frowned. There were no distinctive landmarks, not even a treasure chest icon. It seems obtaining the final super grand prize won't be easy. Lin Xiao decided to study the treasure map first, then turned
his attention to another reward from the chest.
Shadow of Green City allows you to reuse the last skill you used. Reuse the last skill? And it's a universal skill? Upon reading the skill description, Lin Xiao's first thought was, could he use it to summon again? If so, wouldn't that mean he could summon 2 identical summoned beasts? The thought excited him. Let's give it a try.
Lin Xiao immediately learned Shadow of Green City and then summoned the Snow Maiden doll. After the summoning, he noticed the skill had changed to Shadow of Green City, Summon, Snow Maiden doll. It really works. Lin Xiao excitedly summoned again. Another Snow Maiden doll appeared, surrounded by a green shadow. Although there were slight differences from the original, their appearances were nearly identical.
Snow Maiden doll?
Seeing her shadowy duplicate, the Snow Maiden doll was curious. This is my new skill, Lin Xiao explained. He immediately checked the detailed information of the Snow Maiden doll's shadow and discovered that its abilities were identical to the original. Even its talents were perfectly inherited, making it absurdly powerful. This skill is incredible, it can perfectly replicate.
Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel.
With this, his combat power was more than just doubled.
Now I'm even more curious about where that super grand prize is hidden.
But first, I need to figure out how to leave this place. Lin Xiao remembered he had come to help Qin Xuan and the others. But now, it seemed he was trapped as well, unable to find a way out.
Master,
there's a portal in the sky, the Snow Maiden doll suddenly pointed upward.
In the sky?
Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment.
He looked up and, sure
enough, there was a portal in the clouds.
He felt like complaining. Why was the dungeon portal so high up? You wouldn't even find it without climbing the snowy mountain. If you can't fly, wouldn't you be stuck here forever?
Lin Xiao put away the Snow Maiden doll and the Shadow of Green Capital, mounted the nine-tailed celestial fox, and flew into the portal in the sky.
With a shift in vision, after leaving the performance
hall, Lin Xiao found himself standing by a small path.
Where is this?
He quickly took out the green capital map and soon recognized his location.
He was on a path leading to the zoo.
I actually skipped a few attractions, but going to the zoo now is pointless, Lin Xiao had thought. The second treasure chest was hidden in the zoo, but unexpectedly, he found it in the performance hall. Next, I need to find Qin Xuan and that grand prize. After studying the map for a while, Lin Xiao contacted the lucky sprite again.
How's the situation on your side? As soon as the
connection was made, he heard the sounds of intense fighting on the other end.
Ah, Master, you're here? Things aren't looking good here.
Where
are you now? Is it the area with 4 portals or 5?
Lin Xiao glanced at the map. He was on the way to the zoo, but they probably wouldn't
understand that.
It seemed like he and Qin Xuan weren't even in the same place.
Just tell me any distinctive features of your location, and I'll try to get there. There are lots of abyssal monsters constantly rushing out here.
Lin Xiao sighed helplessly.
I mean features, like buildings or something. Oh, it's round, this is an arena. Is it a coliseum?
Lin Xiao looked at the destination marked on the map, which matched what the lucky sprite described.
It should be here. Master, hurry up. He looks like he can't hold on much longer, and that monster
is also seriously injured. Hearing the lucky sprite's words, Lin Xiao's eyes sharpened. It seemed Qin Xuan's situation was dire.
The grand
prize could wait for now, as there were no leads anyway.
Western War Zone.
One command after another was issued from here, reaching various
battlefields.
Each command determined the lives and deaths of thousands. There's more news about the evil god altars. The Third Army discovered a new altar. Quickly organize a team to eliminate the abyssal monsters and demons inside, then destroy the altar.
Yao Tianyi read the intelligence report and relayed it to Qin Shiran, the Western Army commander, who was studying a map. Where exactly is it located?
Here.
Yao Tianyi pointed to the eastern part of the map.
Qin Shiran picked up a pencil and circled a few points on the map. Since the discovery of the first sacrificial altar, we've already found 8 evil god altars and successfully destroyed them, but the cost has been high, Qin Shiran said gravely.
Indeed. Each altar is guarded by an abyssal demon. Defeating them is no easy task. Yao Tianyi was well aware of the abyssal demon's strength.
While he could instantly kill an abyssal demon, it wasn't so easy for others.
Most professionals would rather avoid encountering them. Qin Shiran said. Have you noticed that these abyssal demons seem to belong to a new force in the abyss? They don't serve the demon archdukes or demon lords. Yao Tianyi nodded.
I noticed they all wear bone masks shaped like different animals. Qin Shiran frowned and suddenly said, the abyss's goal this time seems to be seeking the power of the evil god. Although the evil god is just a legend, the altars we've found suggest it might actually exist. But if that's the case, why have the 2 demon archdukes chosen to guard the borders instead of taking action themselves? Although the demon archdukes are powerful,
the evil god is considered a god-level entity. They have no reason to back off. Yet, they've sent their armies to the borders to hold off the war gods. This new type of abyssal demon might belong to a new faction. Yao Tianyi, feeling confused, interrupted. Qin Shouran directly, just say what you mean. Stop beating around the bush, you're making my head spin. Qin Shouran shot him a glare and straightforwardly shared his hypothesis. I think there might be a new demon archduke emerging in the abyss. He needs immense power to solidify his territory, and the remnants of the evil god's power are his target. Yao Tianyi frowned. That's impossible. If a new demon archduke appeared, the other three wouldn't just sit idly by. The abyss was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, and the three demon archdukes had already divided most of the power among themselves. If someone came to seize their territory, they wouldn't let it slide easily. Even if your guess is correct and the three demon archdukes really don't interfere, then why would they send an army to help the new archduke seize the evil god's power? Could it be that they plan to share the power among the four of them after obtaining it? Such a thing is impossible in the abyss. Yao Tianyi sneered and shook his head. In the world of the abyss, the strong only acted in their own interest. How could they possibly share benefits with others? Qin Shouran was silent for a moment. He looked at Yao Tianyi and said slowly, what if there's an even stronger existence behind the demon archduke? The other three archdukes might not dare to defy his orders. Yao Tianyi froze, frowning as he asked, an existence stronger than the demon archdukes? It's just a hypothesis. The god of war has the same thought, but it hasn't been confirmed. However, looking at the current situation, this possibility seems quite high, Qin Shouran said gravely. If such a powerful existence truly existed, it might be on par with the god of war. After obtaining the evil god's power, it could even surpass the god of war and become a true deity. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, a deathly silence filling the air. At that moment, a messenger arrived with news, breaking the silence. Commander, the 7th Squad has been found. They've successfully exited the dungeon and are now resting at the camp. Qin Shouran was stunned and asked excitedly, they've been found? Who found them? His son was in the 7th Squad. They had lost contact after entering a dungeon several days ago, with no news for 7 or 8 days. Now that there was finally news, how could he not be excited? The messenger's expression was strange, hesitating to speak. Qin Shouran noticed his demeanor and immediately asked sternly, tell me the truth. Did they find their bodies? No, not a single member of the 7th Squad died, though they all sustained varying degrees of injuries. But the one who found them wasn't us. Who was it? A death knight. A death knight? Qin Shouran was taken aback. Yes, a death knight led them through the dungeon and even destroyed the altar hidden within it, the messenger reported truthfully. Qin Shouran was dumbfounded. At this moment, Yao Tianyi spoke up, that might be Lin Zhao's summoned creature, the Death Knight. I've seen it before. Lin Zhao's summoned creature? Qin Shouran was so shocked that he froze for a few seconds before asking. The 7th Squad entered a level 60 difficulty dungeon. How could his summoned creature appear there and even bring them out? Are you joking with me? He had, of course, heard of Lin Zhao's illustrious achievements. But this was a level 60 plus dungeon. No matter how strong his summoned creature was, it shouldn't be able to easily handle the monsters inside. His Death Knight seems to be able to grow stronger by killing enemies, and there's no upper limit. Qin Shouran was dumbfounded. That powerful? Of course, but it has a time limit, Yao Tianyi said, falling into deep thought. Still, I can't figure out how Lin Zhao, who's currently in Shanyuan City, managed to have his summoned creature travel so far. Could it be that his spirit attribute is exceptionally high, allowing him to control it remotely? Qin Shouran ignored Yao Tianyi's question and turned to the messenger. Where is that Death Knight now? After bringing the 7th Squad out, it re-entered the Abyss dungeon. Qin Shouran still wanted to meet that Death Knight. Lin Zhao is probably using the Death Knight to continuously farm experience. Normally, a summoner needs to enter a dungeon themselves, but now that the dungeons have become abyssal, a summoner can command their summoned creature to enter and kill monsters without going in themselves, provided their spirit attribute is strong enough, Yao Tianyi explained. In any case, we must find an opportunity to properly thank him. In Ludu. After learning Qin Chuan's location, Lin Zhao did not follow the road but chose a shortcut. After all, with the map in hand, the paths were clear at a glance, allowing him to reach the Colosseum as quickly as possible.
Looking at the map of Green City in his hand, the Colosseum was the endpoint of Green City, and Qin Xuan was there.
As long as he could get out.
From there, he could escape the instance. But the fact that he had been trapped for so long without escaping showed how dangerous that place was. Lin Xiao moved through the jungle, not daring to let the nine-tailed spirit fox fly too high, as there were many powerful flying abyssal
creatures in the sky.
Level 60 monsters were far beyond what he could handle at the moment, so he could only fly at low altitude, trying to avoid their line of sight as much as possible. Where there are abyssal creatures, it means Qin Xuan hasn't been there. I need to be careful, Lin
Xiao remained vigilant of his surroundings.
Although they were in the same instance, he was well aware that the situations he and Qin Xuan encountered were completely different.
A single misstep could cost him his life.
After crossing a small hill, Lin Xiao arrived at the entrance of a street. He had the nine-tailed spirit fox stop, sensing that something was off about the atmosphere here.
Darkness and chaos filled the air with an unsettling feeling.
The dim streetlights above flickered with the sound of electricity, as if they could go out at any moment.
The walls on
both sides of the street were covered with various graffiti, crooked gang symbols, ferocious monster drawings, and some incomprehensible vulgar
phrases.
There were even bloody handprints on the doors, looking terrifying, as if left as warning signs.
Something's wrong here. There's a heavy, killing intent. Lin Xiao frowned, becoming even more cautious.
There was no way around this place. To reach the Colosseum, he had to pass through here. Little Ninetails, be careful. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a wall was violently smashed through, debris and bricks
scattering everywhere, and a person was thrown far away.
Humph,
useless. Is this what they call a hall master?
From the dust, a figure emerged, and Lin Xiao finally saw clearly it was a girl. She was slender but exuded a fierce aura. Her short, ear-length hair was wild, and a row of earrings along her right ear glinted coldly, rebellious and untamed. Her slender, slightly upturned eyes carried a worldly and indifferent look.
The sharp eyeliner and dark eyeshadow added to her dangerous and alluring vibe.
She wore a black crop top, revealing a toned abdomen with a colorful
butterfly tattoo.
Its wings spread wide, seemingly expressing her yearning for freedom, yet she was bound by this chaotic world.
She paired it
with ripped jeans, a studded belt around her waist, and a chain hanging from one side, jingling softly with her movements.
A snake tattoo coiled
around her arm, its head slightly open, lifelike, and adding a wild edge, making it clear she was not someone to mess with.
Lin Xiao froze at the sight of her, blurting out her name, Xiao Mo.
Lin Xiao actually didn't know her, nor had he ever met her. He had only heard the name mentioned by people in the performance hall. But for some reason, the moment he saw her, he was certain that this girl in front of him was Xiao Mo. Hearing
someone call her name, the girl paused, looking up at Lin Xiao with defiant eyes and an arrogant tone. You know me?
Sort of, he replied. He had found the treasure chest she had hidden and knew a little about her background, so it barely counted as knowing her. But in Lin Xiao's
impression, Xiao Mo was a well-behaved girl.
The one he encountered now was a completely different person.
Let's not talk about that for now. I
need to deal with this guy first. Xiao Mo only glanced at Lin Xiao before walking toward the man she had just sent flying.
The clinking of her chain sounded like a countdown to his doom. Spare me, Sister Mo. Please spare me this time. I won't dare again, MMPH. Before the
man could finish, Xiao Mo had already grabbed his hair, lifting his head and slamming it hard against the ground.
What's the use of apologizing? Don't you know that in this third street, apologies are the most worthless nonsense? Ha! Bang! Bang! Bang!
Each strike caused the ground to crack, her strength growing with every blow. Only when the man lost consciousness did she toss him aside like garbage. After finishing, she turned to look at Lin Xiao.
Just now, you called my name, didn't you?
Remember this, you can only call me Sister Mo here, or you'll end up like
that useless guy just now, got it?
Her tone was arrogant and defiant, completely like a gang leader. Smelling the alcohol on her, Lin Xiao frowned. Although the Xiao Mo he remembered wasn't like this, there was no doubt that the person in front of him was indeed Xiao Mo. Lin Xiao stared
at her for a few seconds and said, I remember you weren't like this. I heard from others that you were a well-behaved and sensible child. Ha!
Xiao Mo looked at him with a you must be joking expression.
Is there something wrong with your brain? If there is, go get it treated. Don't waste time here.
Lin Xiao stared into her eyes and said calmly, it was the old man at Big Ben who told me.
You even left a treasure chest there, right? A hidden one. Xiao Mo was stunned. You really like sneaking up to the clock tower to enjoy the view, and every time, the old man guarding the tower would catch you."
Before he could finish, Xiao Mo grabbed his collar, her forehead almost touching his, and asked fiercely,
"How do you know that?
"Where did you hear it from?" The smell of alcohol was unbearable. Lin Xiao endured it, pushed her away, straightened his wrinkled clothes, and said, "I stopped by the performance hall and overheard a lot about you, including the treasure chest you hid."
"Stopped by. There," Xiao Mo muttered to herself.
The next second, her gaze turned sharp, and she angrily questioned, "Impossible, that place was destroyed
long ago.
What path did you take to get there?" Lin Xiao met her gaze and seemed to understand something.
He immediately asked, "You are a self-aware Xiao Mo, not an NPC generated in the game?"
Before she could answer, he had already seen the answer in her shocked eyes.
A shocking truth. Xiao Mo was actually alive. You really are an outsider.
How did you get here?
Tell me.
Xiao Mo stared intently at Lin Xiao, her gaze sharp and urgent, her tone carrying an undeniable command, demanding answers from him. Lin Xiao looked at the Xiao Mo in front of him but didn't
answer immediately.
He wasn't sure about her current situation, and the Abyssal Eye couldn't read any information about her.
All were question marks, nothing could be seen.
When he encountered the Abyssal Demon Selena before, he could at least read her name, but now, not even Xiao Mo's name could be found. Either Xiao Mo herself was extremely unusual, or her power was so strong that it rendered the Abyssal Eye
ineffective. Facing such an existence, even if he knew her, he couldn't easily reveal what he knew. Before asking others, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Lin Xiao's expression remained calm.
Although he didn't know her strength or identity, if she wanted to cause trouble, he had
ways to escape. Introduce myself? Xiao Mo impatiently sat on a pile of broken bricks. Don't you already know about me?
Why should I introduce
myself? It's too troublesome.
I only know a little, but what I've heard and what I see now are completely different.
I could say, or rather.
Lin Xiao looked at her, his expression becoming more serious. You're not Xiao Mo at all.
I'm not who? Then who are you? Xiao Mo retorted sharply.
Then, annoyed, she scratched her head and, unwilling to say more, directly said, "This place was actually created by me, including
everything you see now. Ask whatever you want to know. I'll tell you everything I know. This place was all created by Xiao Mo?"
Lin Xiao remained
outwardly calm, but inside, he was extremely shocked. She actually created the entire Green City instance?
Combining Xiao Mo's words, Lin Xiao
thought for a moment and asked, "Green City was destroyed. What we see now is something you rebuilt based on your memories?" Xiao Mo fell silent.
Her gaze complicated, as if recalling something from long ago. After a while, she hoarsely said, "Yes, Green City was destroyed a long time
ago." Who destroyed Green City? Xiao Mo looked up and stared at Lin Xiao with a strange expression, saying, "You don't know? You clearly carry his mark on you." His mark on me?
Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment before realizing who she was referring to.
You mean, the evil god? The only possibility was the evil dragon equipment. Yes, that damned guy.
Xiao Mo's eyes instantly filled with rage, as if she wanted to tear the
enemy apart.
Lin Xiao noticed the change in her expression and felt a vague unease. Every time he heard Xiao Mo mention something related to the evil god, his heart tightened. Xiao Mo gritted her teeth and continued, "He destroyed the entire Green City, no one escaped alive, not even me. I
became nothing but a speck of history.
Later, I rebuilt Green City from memory, which is the place you see now."
Alright, I've answered your question. Now it's your turn to answer mine.
Xiao Mo stared sharply at Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao had initially wanted to ask her, "Weren't you dead? How could you recreate Green City from memory?"
But seeing her gaze, he knew that if he wanted to learn more, he had to answer her question first.
The Green City you recreated is a replica.
Lin Xiao briefly explained the unique nature of this place and how he had entered it.
Xiao Mo
nodded as she listened, thinking silently without speaking. After Lin Xiao finished, she finally said, "I see, so the sanctuary has such powerful
abilities. You know the sanctuary?" Lin Xiao asked curiously. "I don't know it, I've just heard of it."
Xiao Mo stood up, patted the dust off her clothes, and prepared to leave. Lin Xiao quickly called out to her, "Wait, I have a friend trapped in the depths of the replica's Colosseum.
You must know about it, right? Since you created this replica, can you send me there directly?" There was still some distance to the Colosseum, and with the creator of the replica right in front of him, it shouldn't be too hard for her to send him there. Xiao Mo rolled her eyes at him.
I created the replica, but I'm not a god here, I can't do everything. She muttered under her breath, if I could do everything, I would have
left long ago.
Then she continued, I know about the friend you're talking about. He's caused quite a stir, I can even feel it.
But he's on the
other side. I might not be able to send you directly to him, but I can take you outside. From there, you can follow his trail to reach him. The monsters along the way have all been cleared by him, so there's no danger.
Outside. Lin Xiao blinked, finally understanding that the
outside Xiao Mo mentioned was the place he had entered earlier. One more question, Lin Xiao said again.
Ugh, you sure have a lot of questions.
If you weren't an outsider, I'd have punched you twice by now, Xiao Mo teased. Lin Xiao was speechless. Do you remember where the super grand
prize is hidden?
Lin Xiao asked. The location of the super treasure map was a complete mystery, and since the creator was right here, it was
faster to ask directly.
Lin Xiao noticed Xiao Mo's face flush slightly.
Was this embarrassment? Could it be that the super grand prize contained something she couldn't reveal?
He glanced at Xiao Mo and thought of the treasure chest she had hidden. It must have been something she stashed
away as a child.
Now that Xiao Mo was all grown up, she was probably recalling her childhood memories. Xiao Mo's expression returned to calm, and she said flatly, I forgot.
All right, as expected. It probably contains something inconvenient to talk about.
Suddenly, with a bang, the space around Lin Xiao shattered. Before he could react, Xiao Mo's voice echoed in his ears.
Don't panic. Didn't you want to go outside? I'm sending you out now.
Hearing this, Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief and stopped resisting, letting his body fall.
A strong sense of weightlessness
made him nauseous, and after the dizzying sensation passed, he opened his eyes to find himself back on the small path. In front of him, green light points appeared, forming a path to guide him. The super grand prize is in the Colosseum. Lin Xiao quickly started walking forward, and Xiao Mo's voice reached his ears, making him pause.
Thank you. Watching Lin Xiao leave, Xiao Mo turned and walked away, picking up a brick
from the ground and tossing it repeatedly in her hand.
An outsider. Maybe I really have a chance to leave this place. But why did I put that thing in there back then?
How foolish I was, she muttered to herself, criticizing her decision from back then as she walked deeper into 3rd Street. Soon, she let it go, though the memory still brought a tinge of embarrassment.
Let's settle things here quickly. Maybe I can still catch up to the things I wanted to do but didn't dare to back then. With Xiao Mo's guidance, Lin Xiao moved much faster, no longer needing to guess which portal was the right one. After passing through dozens of portals, a magnificent structure appeared before her. The enormous,
oval-shaped building resembled an ancient stone fortress, standing tall on the ground and exuding a sense of historical weight.
Its outer walls
were constructed from pale yellow giant stones, weathered and mottled, each block taller than an average adult, seamlessly arranged to support the
grandeur of the entire structure.
Before she even got close, Lin Xiao felt the ground shaking violently, a result of the battles taking place inside. The intensity of the tremors from such a distance hinted at how fierce the fights in the arena must be.
Without hesitation, Lin Xiao mounted the 9-tailed celestial fox and headed straight for the arena, quickly contacting the lucky sprite. The arena was a complex place, and Qin Chuan had been trapped there for a long time. If she rushed in recklessly, she might end up in trouble herself. It was safer to understand the situation first. I'm here. What's the situation on your side? Should I go in directly?
Lin Xiao asked.
Ah, master, you're finally here, the lucky sprite exclaimed excitedly. Hurry in.
It takes 2 people to clear this place. Over the past few days in the arena, Lin Xiao had truly
witnessed its brutality.
Swarms of dungeon monsters, corpses everywhere, and the ground soaked in blood.
The monsters almost completely covered
the ground, and the sky was filled with dragons and phoenixes in flight. Only a small area remained untouched by the monsters, where Qin Chuan's
dragon was circling.
Roar! Just as Lin Xiao was about to charge forward to meet up with Qin Chuan, a dragon's breath suddenly shot out, instantly incinerating the monsters ahead into ashes, clearing a path.
This dragon is incredible. It's already level 59?
Lin Xiao glanced at the
massive dragon in the sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure.
Before entering the dungeon, Qin Chuan's dragon had been level 57 or 58, but
now it was already level 59.
This also indicated that Qin Chuan's level should be about the same.
Once he maxed out his level 59 experience, he could awaken his class. After awakening, he would directly reach level 60. Lin Xiao spotted Qin Chuan not far away. He was trapped in a prison. Or more accurately, the waiting area of the arena.
Lin Xiao, you're here, Qin Chuan said, his tense expression finally easing a little upon
seeing her. Are you okay? Lin Xiao took out Remy's aid and tossed it over to help him recover his stamina. After such a long battle, Qin
Chuan's supplies were surely depleted. Qin Chuan froze for a moment, shocked by the potion's effects, and consumed it without hesitation.
What's the situation now? How can we get out of here? Lin Xiao quickly asked.
There had to be a special mechanism here, otherwise, Qin Chuan would have
left already. Why was he still trapped?
Before Qin Chuan could answer, the lucky sprite spoke up first. Master, do you see the door on the other
side? Someone has to guard this door, and someone has to stand on the other side. Then, you have to defeat the final monster that appears to leave.
Through the gaps between the monsters, Lin Xiao saw a room on the opposite side, similar to theirs. At this moment, Qin Chuan said, I
didn't expect this dungeon to be so unique. The other room also needs someone to guard it. Otherwise, the final stage of the arena won't open. If
no one is there, the monsters will keep spawning, creating an endless loop.
Defeating the final dungeon monster, actually, the boss, is the
only way to truly clear it, Qin Chuan explained.
Lin Xiao suddenly understood and asked, can summoned beasts go over instead? No, I've tried. It's completely useless.
The dragon tried too, but it didn't work, the lucky sprite quickly replied.
Lin Xiao nodded. Got it. Should we act now, or do you want to rest for a bit? You look pretty exhausted. Although Qin Chuan's health seemed fine, his mental state was clearly not.
It was understandable. After half a month of intense battles, it was impossible for him to be in good spirits.
No need. Let's clear the dungeon first, then rest. Qin Chuan shook his head. You should rest. We don't even know what the final boss looks like. How can you fight when you're this exhausted?
Lin Xiao persuaded. If it were a one-on-one fight, he could win, and whether Qin Chuan rested or not wouldn't matter. But this was a level 60 dungeon, and the final boss would definitely be level 60. Without a strong helper like Qin Chuan, it might be impossible to pass.
Qin
Chuan smiled bitterly, I want to rest too, but this room isn't always safe.
It will open in half an hour, and then we'll have to fight. I'll handle it. You?
Qin Chuan was surprised.
The monsters here may not be level 60, but they're all at least level 50.
You're only level 36.
How are you already level 36?
Qin Chuan was shocked, staring at Lin Xiao's level in disbelief.
He remembered when they met in Nansha City.
Lin Xiao was only around level 30.
How had he leveled up so quickly?
I killed a lot of abyss monsters, Lin Xiao said with a smile.
I can tell.
You've been working hard. Qin Chuan couldn't help but admire Lin Xiao, who seemed to be tirelessly improving himself.
Clang, clang, clang. The iron door suddenly shook and opened automatically. I'll handle it.
You should rest well and recover before we take on the final boss. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with these dungeon monsters, Lin Xiao said as he walked out. I'll have Crimson help you, Qin Chuan said. Knowing he wasn't in good condition but feeling uneasy about letting Lin Xiao face so many monsters alone, he decided to let his dragon assist.
Lin Xiao waved his hand, no need. Let your dragon rest with you. I can handle it alone. Handle it alone? Qin Chuan was dumbfounded. Could Lin Xiao really deal with level 50 monsters so easily now?
Oh, by the way, cover yourself with more blankets while you rest.
I don't want you to catch
a cold, Lin Xiao said as he left the resting room. The monsters that Crimson had just defeated reappeared. Seeing Lin Xiao, the monsters roared and charged at him. Facing the oncoming monsters, Lin Xiao showed no sign of panic and murmured softly, Doll. The Snow Maiden doll appeared instantly, and her powerful ice magic quickly enveloped the entire arena, freezing everything.
The summoning wasn't over yet. Lin Xiao
looked at the newly acquired skill, Shadow of the Green Capital.
Let's put on an ice show.
Another Snow Maiden doll was summoned, glowing green, like a shadow. She perfectly inherited all the abilities of the original Snow Maiden doll, including her talents. Yet another Snow Maiden doll appeared, surrounded by swirling cold air. A crystalline blue light burst from her body, her long dress fluttering in the wind, and an icy blue beam shot out. Wherever the beam touched, the air froze into ice, scattering frost flakes. The two Snow Maiden dolls attacked together, causing the arena's temperature to plummet further, and the ice layer on the ground thickened. The monsters that were about to break free from the ice were instantly enveloped in a thick layer of frost, falling into despair. The two snow maiden dolls floated in the air, their eyes glowing with icy blue light, like queens of ice and snow overlooking everything. Wow, how did another identical snow maiden appear? The lucky sprite exclaimed, staring at the two snow maiden dolls with excitement, as if discovering a new toy. The snow maiden doll also stared at her duplicate in confusion. Although they looked identical, the duplicate seemed a bit dull, as if not very intelligent. This was indeed the case. The snow maiden doll, copied by the shadow of the green capital skill, wasn't the original and had only inherited all her abilities, but not her wisdom. This. Qin Xuan was stunned by the world of ice and snow before him. Those were monsters above level 50, yet Lin Zhao's snow maiden dolls had managed to freeze them all. And he even had another snow maiden doll that was just as strong. Though the second one was a copy, the replication was astonishingly perfect. While Qin Xuan was still in shock, Lin Zhao reminded him, rest well. Once you've recovered, we'll take down the final dungeon boss together. Qin Xuan snapped out of it and smiled, alright, I'll rest for a while first. Seeing how strong Lin Zhao was, he felt a bit more at ease. Although dealing with dungeon monsters was challenging, controlling them seemed manageable. The snow maiden doll curiously looked at another version of herself, as if looking into a mirror, feeling particularly amazed. Master, what is going on here? How can there be another me? The lucky sprite asked like a curious child. Another lucky sprite? Lin Zhao was momentarily stunned, his face showing a complex expression. Summoning another lucky sprite was something he had never dared to imagine, because she was so unlucky she never rolled anything good with dice. If there were two of her, it would be a disaster. This is brought by the new skill, Lin Zhao explained briefly. Then he said to the snow maiden doll, keep them under control, don't let the monsters escape. No problem, master, the snow maiden doll nodded. As for the other snow maiden doll, it would simply follow the commands of the original. Lin Zhao had another task to attend to: the super grand prize hidden in the arena. Before leaving, for some reason, Xiao Mo had told him the location of the grand prize. Since the prize was hidden here, he had to find it. Ninetails, let's go, ascend to the sky. Lin Zhao immediately mounted the nine-tailed celestial fox, preparing to search for special patterns from above. Master, I'm coming too. The lucky sprite quickly followed. Lin Zhao glanced at her and said, do you want to rest first? After all, she and Qin Xuan had been fighting for a long time. No need, I'm not tired at all. The lucky sprite patted her chest in assurance. Alright, let's go together then. They quickly ascended, taking in the full view of the arena. The entire area had turned into a massive ice sculpture exhibition. They could see the snow maiden doll and the shadow of Green City continuously using freezing skills, immobilizing the monsters completely. Roar! A flying monster suddenly charged out, its sharp claws slashing toward Lin Zhao's throat like 5 swords. Before it could get close, a strong frost aura surged forth, instantly freezing it. With a boom, a massive block of ice crashed to the ground. Lin Zhao continued to ascend, his gaze scanning the thick layer of ice below. With the ability of the abyssal eye, he wasn't worried about the ice obstructing his search. Lin Zhao noticed a special mark on the front row of the spectator seats, which bore some resemblance to the pattern on the super treasure map. Approaching the seat, he examined the pattern on the backrest closely. It was indeed a part of the super treasure map. Only a small piece? Does this mean I have to piece together all the patterns to find the super grand prize? Lin Zhao pondered. After all, this dungeon was different from the usual ones. Conventional thinking wouldn't work here. If there are patterns on the seats. He looked at another row of seats, but there were no patterns, just ordinary chairs. Lin Zhao stared at the pattern and thought for a moment, then summoned the slime and said directly, use Eye of Supervision. The slime nodded, and a large eye appeared in midair, beginning to survey everything. Lin Zhao immediately synchronized his vision with the slime's, overlooking the entire arena. He was stunned. He saw the complete pattern from the super treasure map, and it was a pattern he had seen not long ago. It was the one from the Red City dungeon, the pattern of the evil god altar. And now, the pattern before him was much larger than the one in Red City. Could this be the largest of all the evil god altars? Cold sweat broke out on Lin Zhao's forehead. The evil god altar he had seen before was just a miniature version, but here, a single altar pattern was this massive. It was unimaginable how enormous the entire altar must be. Could the super grand prize Xiao Mo mentioned actually be the power of the evil god? Lin Zhao's heart trembled.
This prize was way too outrageous. No, if it really were the power of the evil god, she wouldn't need to be so secretive about it. But this super grand prize is clearly a difficult to discuss secret. Then why is the pattern of the evil god altar appearing here? Could it be that the evil god destroyed the entire green city, leaving behind some residual power, and someone is trying to gather this power? And that someone is Xiao Mo?
Lin Xiao frowned deeply, his mind swirling with various speculations, but he quickly
dismissed them.
For instance, the idea that Xiao Mo was the evil god, or that Xiao Mo wanted to use the power of the evil god to escape, and so
on.
Just as Lin Xiao's brain was running at high speed, he saw two figures beneath the Colosseum through the eye of supervision. One was cloaked in black, their face obscured, the other was a burly werewolf.
They are.
Lin Xiao froze.
He hadn't expected there to be other people inside the dungeon. Were they NPCs of the dungeon?
Just as Lin Xiao was puzzled, the black-robed woman suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through everything, directly locking onto Lin Xiao outside. The eye of supervision instantly shut down, and Lin Xiao felt as if he
had fallen into an icy abyss.
Cold sweat drenched his back, and his entire body turned cold. The slime in his arms also turned into a puddle of liquid, clearly terrified. That gaze was too terrifying. They aren't NPCs in the dungeon, they came from outside, the abyssal demons.
No, not abyssal demons, nor demon lords. He had seen both before, and their aura wasn't this overwhelming. That could only mean demon archdukes. The most powerful beings in the abyss. Inside the dungeon.
The warchief noticed the woman's unusual behavior and spoke in a thunderous, low voice.
What's wrong?
The black-robed woman withdrew her gaze and looked at the ritual being prepared. She said indifferently, he's already out, and
he has discovered us.
I'll crush his skull. The warchief's eyes were fierce, and the aura he emitted made the nearby chicken-headed demon tremble, even breathing cautiously, unsure if following along was the right decision.
There's no need, and you can't do it. Are you underestimating me?
The warchief leaned closer to the black-robed woman, glaring at her, his breath blowing against her cloak as if he would devour her.
The next second. If you want to waste time, go ahead. We've spent considerable effort and forces to divert those human powerhouses' attention. We can't let them discover our true purpose. Do you want all of this to be in vain?
The woman glanced at him coldly, showing no intention of backing
down.
The warchief stared at her for a moment, then turned his head away, speaking coldly, aren't you afraid he'll tell others about this? If the human powerhouses find this place, our plan will be ruined. So what if he tells? By the time they report it layer by layer and arrive,
we'll already have what we want.
The woman seemed unconcerned, as if Lin Xiao discovering their existence was actually helpful.
Unless he can
directly contact the highest level, he can only watch helplessly. Besides, having someone witness all of this is even better.
Once we succeed,
fear will spread across the entire world.
What did you say? You encountered a demon archduke?
The war god's shocked voice exploded in Lin Xiao's ears, prompting him to quickly move the communication stone away. Indeed, after realizing something was wrong, Lin Xiao immediately contacted his powerful backer, the war god. Ordinary communication couldn't connect to the outside world, but the token left by the war god was
unaffected by the dungeon and easily established a connection.
After contacting him, Lin Xiao relayed what he had discovered to the war god. After all, this was beyond his ability to handle.
Impossible.
The two demon archdukes of the abyss, along with their armies, are already pressing on the border.
One of them was injured by me earlier and absolutely cannot appear on the western battlefield. Moreover, there are no female demon archdukes in the abyss.
The war god's voice was heavy and serious, immediately finding Lin Xiao's account unreasonable. If a third demon archduke had truly appeared, it would mean the abyss's power had significantly increased.
The three demon archdukes jointly ruled the abyss and would
never allow a fourth to share their power. I don't know if she's a demon archduke, but I've seen abyssal demons and demon lords before.
The sense of oppression she gave me was even stronger than those two.
Selena and Cursefrost were abyssal demon level, and the dark abyssal archfiend was a demon lord. He had encountered them all. That was why he believed the other party was a demon archduke.
Moreover, I also discovered a massive
evil god altar, the most intact one among all the broken altars of the evil gods.
They want to steal the power of the evil god. Lin Xiao didn't
dwell on whether the god of war believed him or not and directly shared his findings.
What decisions to make next would be up to the god of war. After all, he currently lacked the strength to confront such a powerful enemy. It was likely that a mere breath from the opponent would knock him down. Evil god. The god of war fell silent for a moment and responded 3 seconds later. I'll have Yao Tianyi and the 2 military chiefs from the east and west head over to provide support. He didn't fully believe that a 4th demon archduke had appeared in the abyss, but, for safety's sake, he still sent 3 top-tier combatants to investigate. After all, the abyss's actions this time were indeed unusual. The domestic think tank had analyzed several possibilities, including the emergence of a 4th demon archduke in the abyss, though this possibility was considered unlikely. However, the Western military chief, Qin Shiran, had also proposed a similar viewpoint, which led to the decision to dispatch these 3 elite forces. Which dungeon are you in now? The god of war asked. I'm in a special dungeon in Shanyuan City. I don't know the dungeon's name, but based on clues, there's a city here called Green Capital, Lin Xiao replied. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, he heard the god of war suddenly take a sharp breath. You are in Green Capital? The god of war's tone carried a mix of doubt and gravity as he confirmed again. Yes, is there a problem? Lin Xiao sensed that something was off. This is troublesome. This dungeon is extremely tricky. I'll arrange for people to head over immediately. With that, the god of war cut off communication, leaving Lin Xiao no chance to ask further questions. Lin Xiao was full of confusion. From the god of war's serious tone, he knew this dungeon was no ordinary one. Even someone of the god of war's caliber found it daunting? But this was clearly just a level 60 dungeon. Forget it, this isn't something I can handle. I'll find the super grand prize Xiao Mo mentioned and get out of here quickly. When experts clash, ordinary people can only stay out of the way to avoid suffering. At this level of battle, he couldn't intervene at all. Once he cleared the dungeon, he'd leave immediately. He activated supervision again and began searching. Do I have to go inside? Or defeat the dungeon's final boss? Lin Xiao pondered. Entering inside was absolutely out of the question. It was a one-way trip, and he wouldn't even know how he died. The only remaining possibility was defeating the final boss. Please, don't make me go inside, Lin Xiao silently prayed. Returning to Qin Xuan's resting spot, he didn't wake him immediately but quietly kept watch. During this time, he occasionally sneaked glances inside, trying to understand their situation. But every time he peeked, the other side would meet his gaze. After several attempts, Lin Xiao simply stopped hiding and stared at them directly, trying to figure out what they were planning. What is that cube in her hand? Why can it activate the patterns on the altar? Doesn't it require a sacrifice? Lin Xiao muttered to himself. Watching them continuously activate the patterns on the altar, his sense of crisis grew stronger. What's wrong? Did something unexpected happen? Qin Xuan suddenly spoke, startling Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shook his head. Nothing. Let's get started. How do we leave this place? Qin Xuan gave him a suspicious look but didn't ask further. He explained, after defeating the monsters in the arena, the iron gate opposite will open. Then, 2 people need to press the stone spheres inside simultaneously, like this. Qin Xuan pointed to a round stone block on the wall. For some reason, it seems only humans can press this stone block. I had Crimson and your summoned beast try, but they couldn't press it. After hearing this, Lin Xiao felt that the way to leave wasn't too difficult, but it required 2 people working together. If there was only one person, they'd likely be trapped here forever. I understand. Let's begin. After defeating the monsters in the arena, the iron gate will automatically open. You go first. Once the gate opens, enter immediately, and then we'll turn the stone spheres together. We only have 3 seconds. Otherwise, we'll have to start over. Now that the monsters in the arena had been frozen by Lin Xiao, the initiative was in their hands, and time had become much more manageable. The iron gate only opened for 3 seconds, and within those 3 seconds, they had to reach it and turn the stone orb. Time was extremely tight. However, the monsters were all frozen by Lin Xiao's 2 snow maiden dolls, allowing them to prepare in advance. All right. Lin Xiao quickly crossed to the other side with the 9-tailed fox and the lucky sprite. The snow maiden dolls and the shadow of Green City continued to reinforce the freezing, waiting for Lin Xiao's command. When Lin Xiao reached the iron gate, he shouted to Qin Xuan. Once you're ready, I'll have the snow maiden dolls unfreeze them. Unfreeze them. Bang! A second after Qin Xuan responded, the snow maiden
dolls stopped freezing and instantly switched to breaking the ice, dealing massive damage to the frozen monsters.
As the ice breaking ended,
Lin Xiao saw a sudden flash of flame on the other side. The flame quickly turned into a blazing inferno, shooting straight into the sky.
Red Dragon, grant me the flames to judge all.
Burn away the sins of the world and bring forth rebirth.
Let the flames illuminate the earth. Qin Chuan
raised his longsword high and roared. The scorching flames erupted with a red glow. The red dragon in the sky transformed into a streak of red
light, merging into the sword.
The sword's radiance shone once more. The surrounding frost melted rapidly, releasing white steam with a sizzle.
Sound.
The unfrozen dungeon monsters immediately noticed Qin Chuan's movements.
Without a second of hesitation, they roared and charged at him in unison.
Although they could sense the overwhelming power of the flames, they showed no fear, as if driven by a single thought to kill anyone
who stepped into the arena.
Inside the dungeon, the woman was also drawn to the red light in the sky.
Humph! Qin Chuan let out a cold snort.
As the monsters lunged at him, he thrust his flame-engulfed longsword into the ground with force. A surge of energy erupted instantly, and a scorching red heat wave swept forward like a tidal wave. Everything it touched turned to ash.
In an instant, all the monsters in the arena were incinerated, even those that hadn't yet taken flight.
So powerful.
Lin Xiao held his breath.
It was the first time he had seen Qin Chuan display
such immense strength. Monsters below level 60 were all annihilated with a single strike. Truly impressive.
The portal has appeared, the lucky
sprite shouted, pointing to the sky.
She had witnessed Qin Chuan's monster-slaying feats countless times.
At first, she was amazed, but now she was used to it.
What truly shocked her were the portals continuously appearing in the sky. Lin Xiao looked up and saw one portal after another
appearing in midair, sending chills down his spine.
Were these the portals the lucky sprite had mentioned? Lin Xiao noticed something falling from the portals.
Clank, clank.
The sound of the iron gate opening came from behind. Lin Xiao stopped paying attention to the scene in the sky
and quickly entered the iron gate, finding the stone orb inside. The portals will release dungeon monsters in 3 seconds.
Lin Xiao, have you
found the stone orb? Qin Chuan asked urgently.
Found it, ready to start any time. Hearing the response, Qin Chuan was momentarily stunned.
He hadn't expected Lin Xiao to remain unfazed by the anomaly in the sky.
After a brief pause of less than half a second, Qin Chuan immediately said, "Count to 3, and we'll turn it together."
"All right."
Lin Xiao nodded and, following Qin Chuan's command, began turning the stone orb.
As the
stone orb rotated, the portals in the sky gradually disappeared, and the monsters falling into the arena were sent back to the other side.
Boom!
With one final tremor, the entire arena shook, as if some mechanical gear had returned to its place.
"Is that it?"
Lin Xiao stared at the stone orb on the wall, suddenly stunned. As the stone pillar reset, a special pattern appeared on the wall. It was the mark left by the super treasure
map.
Without resetting the stone orb, the pattern would have been completely unnoticeable, and its existence would have remained hidden.
Sure enough, only by defeating the final monsters in the dungeon can the super grand prize be found.
Lin Xiao grew excited.
This meant he wouldn't
have to enter the dungeon's interior and face those two powerful abyssal demons.
If the super grand prize had been on that side, he would have had to give up.
But fortunately, the prize wasn't there. Walking out of the iron gate, Lin Xiao immediately felt the atmosphere change. His chest felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on it. The sense of oppression was intense. Without pausing, he quickly joined up with Qin Chuan. After all, Qin Chuan was the main damage dealer of the team. "The final boss is here," Qin Chuan said solemnly, cautiously scanning the surroundings. His red dragon circled in the sky once again, ready to launch an attack at any moment.
Evade the gunfire coming from the right immediately. Suddenly, the abyssal eye issued a warning. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate.
Although he hadn't seen the shadow of the monster, he trusted the abyssal
eyes alert. In less than half a second, he dodged to the left.
But the opponent was faster.
Thud!
A long spear stabbed forward, aiming
directly at Lin Xiao's heart. Empire Command Badge activated. The damage was blocked by the equipment's effect.
Buzzed just as Lin Xiao was preparing to counterattack, Qin Chuan had already rushed in front of him, his longsword igniting in flames.
"A dungeon boss dares to ambush us? Flame Dragon Slash!"
The longsword drew a fiery red arc, followed by the monster's anguished scream as the invisible enemy revealed itself.
Lin Xiao
didn't get a clear look at the monster's appearance and quickly retreated, shouting, "Doll, attack!" The Snow Maiden doll immediately unleashed her frost powers, enveloping the area in a chilling aura. Following closely, the Shadow of Green City also released a similar freezing skill. The nine-tailed celestial fox hurled foxfire, enhanced by celestial energy, its power several times stronger than before. Boom! Ice and fire intertwined, transforming the arena into a battlefield of snow and flames. But Lin Xiao knew that such attacks were still insufficient to defeat the final boss. Crimson Breath. The red dragon circling in the sky immediately launched its attack, its terrifying dragon breath engulfing the opponent in an instant. At that moment, a sword shadow flashed, splitting the dragon breath in two. Shocked, Qin Xuan saw the sword slashing toward him. "It's not a spear, it's a sword?" Qin Xuan froze for a moment, unable to process how the opponent's weapon could transform, but quickly dodged. He finally got a clear look at the boss. Its body was composed of crystalline fragments glowing with a ghostly light, as if forcibly fused together by some mysterious power. Each crystal shard carried a sharp, cold gleam, with edges so defined they seemed capable of slicing through the air. Its head was a massive diamond-shaped crystal, faintly glowing within, as though it contained an endless storm. Its arms were thick and sturdy, with patterns on the crystals resembling ancient runes. Its legs were solid and powerful, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. From the gaps between the crystals on its body, wisps of cold mist occasionally emerged, exuding a bone-chilling sensation. The entire entity radiated a twisted and overwhelming aura from the abyss, as if it were a harbinger of destruction emerging from a forbidden land. In its hand, it gripped a black crystal longsword, its blade so sharp it inspired fear. The hilt was entwined with fine crystal tendrils, seemingly absorbing energy from its surroundings, while the blade occasionally sparkled with tiny flashes, as if thirsting for blood. Forbidden Crystal. Core, Boss, Level, 65 Quality. Legendary Lin Xiao immediately received the boss's information, his expression turning serious. It wasn't the boss's level or quality that concerned him. After all, a level 60 dungeon boss reaching level 65 wasn't unusual. What worried him was the boss's body structure, assembled from unknown crystals, with a distinct pattern visible inside, a mark from the altar of the evil god. A dungeon boss is actually connected to the evil god? Lin Xiao wondered. At this moment, Qin Xuan had already begun his attack. The long sword in his hand emitted a series of dragon roars as it fiercely slashed toward the monster in front of him. The sharp offensive came crashing down, and the forbidden crystal core's gaze sharpened as it reacted swiftly. Its legs suddenly exerted force, its body sinking like a crystalline mountain, standing firmly in place. The crystals on its body vibrated, seemingly gathering power. The crystal sword instantly crossed its chest, gripped tightly with both hands, its arms taut like rock. The sword's surface shimmered with light, reflecting off the crystals on its body, forming an indestructible crystalline barrier. When the attack struck the black crystal sword, a crisp clang echoed, like the clash of metal, accompanied by the ethereal resonance unique to crystal. The impact caused the monster's arms to slightly recoil, the sword bent under pressure, and fine cracks appeared on its body, quickly spreading. But in the next moment, a surge of immense power erupted, and the black crystal sword emitted an ethereal vibration, forcing Qin Xuan to retreat. He stepped back a few paces to steady himself, as the forbidden crystal core appeared before him, the sharp black crystal sword slashing directly at him. Briefly marveling at the opponent's speed, he didn't overthink it. His body reacted instinctively, a result of years of battle-hardened reflexes. His left hand shot out, transforming midair into a red dragon's claw, gripping the incoming black crystal sword. "Got you. Let's see how you block this time." A sharp glint flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes as his longsword swiftly slashed out. But at that moment, he noticed the forbidden crystal core's body beginning to writhe, as if some force was transferring to his left hand. Then Qin Xuan saw a pitch-black spear materialize in its hand, made of the exact same material as the black crystal sword. The forbidden crystal core raised the spear high, its cold gleam flickering in the dim light, as if it could tear through the sky. It thrust the spear forward with a sudden force, the tip slicing through the air with explosive bangs, trailing a black arc of light that seemed to pierce the surrounding space. Qin Xuan's gaze sharpened as he quickly spread his legs, his feet gripping the ground, lowering his center of gravity like a pine tree rooted firmly in the earth. He didn't dodge, prepared to face it head-on. Gripping his sword single-handedly, the muscles in his arm bulged instantly. veins protruding like coiled pythons.
The sword tip met the spearhead.
The blade trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, and if one listened
closely, it sounded like a dragon's roar. You want to compete in strength? Can you defeat the apex predator of the food chain? Qin Chuan struck.
With force, the sword tip clashing with the spearhead, producing a piercing resonance that was almost unbearable to the ears.
Sparks flew as the
Forbidden Crystal Core's spear was knocked off course, and Qin Chuan's sword swiftly aimed for its head. The blade pierced through its head, and the sound of fine cracks echoed in his ears. The Forbidden Crystal Core's body collapsed, and when Qin Chuan tried to pull out his sword, he found it firmly stuck.
He immediately became alert.
Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The Forbidden Crystal Core's body melted like slime, and the crystalline mucus lunged at Qin Chuan, seemingly trying to merge with him. Qin Chuan decisively abandoned his sword and bolted, but the crystalline mucus had already blocked his escape route.
Poof!
A faint, mocking laugh echoed, filled with scorn and disdain.
Even in the face
of danger, Qin Chuan remained calm, his expression unflinching. At that moment, Lin Zhao's voice came from the side, "Just smash it directly." Instantly, two powerful icy forces surged forth, freezing the crystalline mucus in place. Though he wasn't the Forbidden Crystal Core, Lin Zhao had
no problem providing support and assistance.
Got it. With no more concerns, Qin Chuan immediately abandoned defense and switched to an all-out
offensive. You want to merge? Who do you think you are?
A ruthless glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes as both his hands transformed into dragon claws, gripping the Forbidden Crystal Core's shoulders directly. Behind him, the phantom of a red dragon appeared, as if he had merged with the
dragon itself. Roar!
The red dragon suddenly bit down, shattering most of the opponent's body.
Its upper half was chewed in the dragon's mouth,
producing a sound like shattering glass. Witnessing this brutal scene, Lin Zhao was stunned.
He actually devoured the enemy. How ruthless! Qin Chuan had no intention of stopping there.
Although only half of the opponent's body remained, considering its unique nature, he had to
completely destroy it.
The red dragon bent down again, swallowing the remaining half of the Forbidden Crystal Core entirely, not even sparing the
scattered fragments.
After chewing and swallowing, Qin Chuan's body emitted a crimson glow, as if he was fully digesting it internally.
Congratulations! You have successfully slain the Forbidden Crystal Core, boss, EXP plus 200,000. Hearing the notification, Lin Zhao's eyes widened. Just one assist, and he earned 200,000 experience points. Absolutely absurd.
Seeing Qin Chuan's surprised expression, it was clear the experience exceeded even his expectations. However, Lin Zhao was more concerned about the rewards for killing the boss, especially the super grand prize.
Obtained.
Variant Crystal *2, Boss Treasure Chest, Forbidden Crystal Core Edition, *1, Abyss Treasure *2, Black Crystal Sword, Weapon, *1 Variant Crystal, can
transform into any type of crystal.
Besides the fixed treasure chest, the rewards also included materials and a level 60 legendary weapon. The rewards were quite decent, considering he only made one move, and the final boss was almost entirely slain by Qin Chuan.
Lin Zhao looked at Qin
Chuan and saw his face full of shock, clearly stunned by the rewards.
Such generous rewards?
You're so surprised? Lin Zhao asked curiously.
Qin Chuan nodded. Yeah, it's more than any dungeon rewards I've gotten before, and the experience is abundant too.
I'm now at level 59 with
full experience.
To level up to 60, he must complete the class awakening, otherwise, he would be stuck at level 59 forever.
Lin Zhao, what did you get? Qin Chuan asked.
Lin Zhao shrugged, materials and a level 60 warrior weapon. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan said without hesitation,
pick 2 more items from me. If it weren't for your help, I might never have gotten out of here. The dungeon's mechanism was special, even
with his strength, he couldn't escape, and the place was cut off from the outside world. If it hadn't been for Lin Zhao's lucky spirit following him, he wouldn't have been able to contact the outside at all.
Moreover, during the battle, the lucky spirit was quite helpful. Pick 2 items. At random? Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow, surprised by Qin Chuan's generosity.
I need summoner skills or summon beasts more.
The boss didn't
drop such rewards, but during the dungeon run, a summoner skill book did appear.
I was planning to give it to you anyway.
Saying this, Qin Chuan
took out a skill book.
Flower Fairy level, 55 quality, legendary level 55. Lin Zhao glanced at the learning level and felt slightly helpless. He was only level 36 now, quite a gap. Still, he accepted it, as a summoned beast that required level 55 to learn would undoubtedly be
strong, and its legendary quality was extremely rare. Take it. You're a summoner with weak self-defense abilities. At least with this, you can
save your life, Qin Xuan said, handing over an amulet, a silver necklace with a green transparent gemstone embedded in the center.
Amulet of
thought quality, legendary equipping condition, bound, non-transferable effect, creates a special thought force space within a 50-meter radius
of the wearer, reducing the speed of anyone entering to 0. Its bound equipment?
Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. It was the first time he'd seen such equipment. Not long ago, he had a consumable item with a similar effect to Thought's protection, a Thought Force Bomb.
The latter could
only be used once, while this amulet could be used repeatedly and had a stronger effect.
Reducing speed to 0 was practically the same as immobilizing someone. Good stuff.
Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and accepted it directly.
Qin Xuan also chose the Talent Divine Stone, as the other
items weren't suitable for Lin Xiao's class. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Abyss Dungeon, Despair Green City.
Special Dungeon.
Thought is about to open.
Do you choose to enter?
The prompt sounded, and 2 teleportation gates appeared simultaneously.
One was the exit
gate to leave the dungeon, and the other was the entrance gate to the next dungeon. The 2 were stunned and exchanged glances.
Are you going? Qin Xuan asked. Lin Xiao didn't answer immediately but looked down at his feet. A special dungeon. Could it be this one below? If it really was this special dungeon, it would be a death trap with no way back.
But his super grand prize hadn't been claimed yet.
Could it really be hidden below?
This was simply too frustrating. Lin Xiao felt troubled. Entering would be tantamount to suicide.
Speaking of which, where were the people sent by the war god? Why hadn't they shown up yet? Hurry up and save me.
Seeing Lin Xiao hesitate, Qin Xuan didn't force him to go together, and said, "You leave here first, I'll go in and take a look."
An unknown dungeon, unknown rewards.
The rewards from Despair Green City were already so generous. The accompanying special dungeon must be even more extraordinary. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't recommend you
go. If you get trapped too, then no one will be able to save you. Despair Green City is already so dangerous, this special instance must be
even more perilous." Qin Xuan did not deny Lin Xiao's words.
"You're right, but how can I easily give up when facing an unknown instance?"
Lin Xiao could see that Qin Xuan had made up his mind. Helpless, he explained the situation inside the instance to Qin Xuan.
After listening, Qin Xuan frowned deeply and confirmed again, "You're saying there's a demon in the special instance with the power of a demon archduke?"
"Yes, I used special methods to glimpse some of the situation inside." Lin Xiao nodded. Qin Xuan glanced at Lin Xiao, and from his expression, he could tell
he wasn't lying. There really was a demon archduke in the special instance. Rushing in recklessly is too dangerous. We should wait for the teachers to handle this. We'll wait here for them.
If we leave, the instance will close, and it will be hard to find them later.
Qin Xuan was confident in himself but not reckless.
Knowing the danger, he would never charge in blindly. Lin Xiao nodded, agreeing with Qin Xuan's plan. After all, the appearance of a demon archduke was no trivial matter. It must have a purpose.
The most likely reason was to steal the remnants of the evil god's power.
Just as Lin Xiao and Qin Xuan were preparing to wait, a rough, thunderous voice suddenly rang out.
"Just waiting here is too boring. Why not come down and play?"
The 2 were stunned and immediately became tense.
Where did that voice come from? Could it be from the portal?
Qin Xuan's expression changed as he quickly looked toward the portal leading to the special instance.
"No more waiting. Let's go."
Lin Xiao sensed something was wrong. The fact that they had used special means to enter meant, just as he was about to retreat with Qin Xuan,
a powerful suction force held them in place. "It's over." Qin Xuan also realized something was wrong.
He exerted all his strength, and a red
dragon's shadow appeared, attempting to break free from the suction.
But the opposing force was too strong, and he was as powerless as an ant
trying to shake a tree.
Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might.
He knew that once they entered, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Come in."
A furious roar came from the portal, and the force suddenly intensified. Lin Xiao and Qin Xuan trembled violently and were forcibly dragged in. As the world spun, Lin Xiao faintly heard a special notification sound in his ears. "Detected that you possess Xiaomo's super treasure map. You have obtained Xiaomo's super grand prize."
The intense pulling sensation disappeared.
After the spinning stopped, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes.
In his days, he inexplicably received Xiaomo's super grand prize during the time they entered the special instance.
As he got up, Lin Xiao hadn't even had time to check what the super grand prize was when he felt two gazes fall upon him, making him
instantly tense.
Beside him, Qin Chuan was already awake. He stood at the forefront, shielding Lin Xiao behind him.
With a long sword in hand, he pointed it forward angrily.
The crimson-red dragon burned with terrifying flames, ready to fight at any moment. Lin Xiao's gaze passed over Qin
Chuan and the red dragon, landing on a black-robed woman and a ferocious werewolf not far away. Xia Xinyun, Demon Archduke? War Chief, Demon Duke?
After reading the information on the two, Lin Xiao froze in place, unable to recover for a long time.
Lin Xiao, can you escape?
I can buy you some time, Qin Chuan whispered to the
dazed Lin Xiao. It was true. There really was a demon archduke in the special instance.
So powerful that his entire body trembled, making him want to flee.
This was an existence he couldn't defeat no matter what he tried. But he couldn't run.
Even though the opponent was strong, he was confident he could buy Lin Xiao enough time to escape, as long as Lin Xiao had the ability to do so. He believed that Lin Xiao always surprised him, and this
time would be no exception. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao.
Qin Chuan called out a few more times when he saw Lin Xiao unresponsive. Looking back, he found Lin Xiao standing there in a daze, his eyes vacant and completely bewildered.
Qin Chuan was not surprised. Yeah, who can stay calm in the face of a formidable enemy? Not wetting your pants is already impressive.
Lin Xiao said that the god of war has sent the teachers over.
Can I hold on until then?
Qin Chuan's fingers gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, turning pale from the pressure. He wasn't sure how long he could last, maybe just a few seconds, but no matter what, he would give it his all.
The woman in the black
robe looked at the two of them, her gaze lingering more on Lin Xiao. She smiled faintly. Don't be too nervous.
I won't kill you for now. I didn't expect an entrance to appear here after clearing the dungeon. If you leave quietly, I can pretend I saw nothing. But if you plan to wait here for reinforcements, then I can only keep you here. After all, the people coming this time are not weak, and I can't let them ruin my plans. Qin Chuan's face darkened, realizing the other party was plotting something secret. What exactly are you trying to do?
Even a demon archduke has come here personally, Qin Chuan asked coldly. The woman in the black robe didn't answer immediately. Her gaze shifted to the distance, where a figure was busy, not daring to pause for even a moment, operating something unknown.
Do you know about the evil god? Evil god?
I came here to obtain the power of the evil god to offer it to the Abyssal King.
You are just in time to witness it all.
As soon as she finished speaking, a dark beam of light suddenly shot up in the distance, flickering with an eerie green glow like the flames of a
decaying corpse, piercing the night sky. Then, another beam, and another.
They surged from the ground one after another, carrying the stench of decay and death, writhing and intertwining madly as if trying to tear the
entire sky apart.
In an instant, 13 beams of sinister light erupted from the ground, shooting straight into the heavens like blades of hell, shredding the night sky to pieces. Under the illumination of the beams, the earth trembled, dust flew, and it seemed as if ancient evil spirits awakened, roaring in fury, intent on extinguishing all life and hope in the world, leaving only endless darkness and despair. Qin Chuan stared in horror at the scene before him, his mind blank.
This is the evil god? This is the power of the evil god?
Lin Xiao was also shaken by the overwhelming power. When he came to his senses, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he fixed his gaze firmly on the woman in the black robe and the ferocious werewolf. He stepped forward.
Lin Xiao, what are you doing, you?
Qin Chuan hadn't finished speaking when Lin Xiao turned to look at him. That gaze left him stunned. It was a determination he had never seen before.
Are you really willing to let them take the power of the evil god?
Lin Xiao asked hoarsely.
Qin Chuan clenched his fists. Of course not, but the enemy
was too strong, so strong that even if they joined forces, they couldn't defeat them.
How will you know if you don't try?
Lin Xiao stepped forward resolutely. The battle leader saw Lin Xiao approaching, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he slowly drew the massive blade from his waist.
Ha ha ha.
His laughter was deafening, like thunder.
You think you'll just hide behind like a coward? Are you challenging me? I admire your courage.
But, clang, the massive blade sliced through the air, leaving a deep mark on the ground in front of Lin Xiao.
If you take one more step, this will be your grave.
Lin Xiao glanced at the mark and stepped forward without
hesitation. Die.
The battle leader had no intention of wasting words. In an instant, as Lin Zhao's left foot landed, a chilling aura surged toward him. The massive blade in the battle leader's hand, like an ancient beast, breaking free from its seal, carried an overwhelming force as it slashed down like Mount Tai. The blade was heavy and wide, its surface gleaming with a ghostly light, and its edge exuded a piercing coldness, as if it embodied endless resentment and killing intent. With just a slight swing, it could split the heavens, sever rivers and mountains, and crush stars. Its power was immense, causing the heavens and earth to change color and the winds and clouds to tremble. Facing this fatal strike, Lin Zhao showed no fear. There wasn't even a trace of terror on his face. Clang, a deafening sound like a great bell echoed, freezing the air. A death knight seemed to teleport out of the dark abyss, appearing ghost-like in front of Lin Zhao. He held a long spear, like a streak of light shooting straight into the sky, carrying the force of the wind, precisely blocking the massive blade capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks. The clash of spear and blade sent sparks flying, the impact like a raging tidal wave, forming a circular explosion centered on the undead warhorse. The ground cracked instantly, with rubble and sand scattering in all directions. The undead warhorse's hooves sank deep into the ground, and the Death Knight's gaze was profound, his hollow eyes burning with endless battle flames as he firmly withstood the earth-shattering strike. The spear hummed, exerting all its strength to protect the person behind him. In the vortex of this violent power, he stood like an indomitable statue of a war god. Though in peril, he did not retreat an inch. The warlord looked at the suddenly appearing Death Knight in astonishment. He had not expected his strike to be blocked. The Dark Oath. When the contractor is attacked, it automatically appears to block the blow. Lin Zhao had once used this ability to block a strike from the god of war. Facing the warlord's terrifying blow, it was naturally no exception. Seeing the Death Knight block his strike, the warlord was not angry but instead burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Let me see how many more strikes you can block. He could clearly tell that the Death Knight managed to block his strike due to its unique skill. But the next strike might not be so easy. At that moment, Lin Zhao pulled out a green bomb and threw it, psychic bomb. The bomb exploded mid-air, forming a special psychic field that enveloped the warlord. The great blade's movements instantly slowed, and all attack trajectories became clearly visible. What is this? Why am I moving as slow as a turtle? The warlord roared. His thoughts were unaffected, but his actions were significantly slowed. Humph, little tricks. Even if I stand here and let you strike, you can't hurt me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Death Knight's spear thrust forward, leaving a small hole in the warlord's body, with blood slowly seeping out. The warlord was shocked. A level 36 Death Knight could actually injure him and even pierce through his defense? Impossible. Minus 3.7 billion. Killing intent wave? No, it had already evolved into Death Ripple. A terrifying damage number appeared above the warlord's head, his eyes widening like copper bells. At the same time, the stats of the other Death Knights on the field became equally terrifying. Though their levels were lower than his, they could now break through his defenses. Lin Zhao still had 2 psychic bombs in hand, each lasting 30 seconds, enough to immobilize the warlord for up to a minute and a half. It might not reach the maximum duration, but it was enough for the Death Knights to finish him off. What powerful Death Knights! From a distance, Qin Xuan was stunned to see Lin Zhao's Death Knights injure the Demon Duke, unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Lin Zhao, not even level 40, could fight a level 70 or even 80 Demon Duke to such a miserable state. It was simply unbelievable. Damn it! The warlord's muscles suddenly swelled as he used brute force to break free from the strange restraint. This power made him move like a slow turtle. Initially, he didn't take it seriously, confident that his strength far surpassed his opponent's. But Lin Zhao's summoned creatures were too bizarre, possessing the ability to reduce health by percentage. If this continued, he would be drained to death by this strange ability, a humiliating death. The Death Knight continued its relentless attacks. Though the damage wasn't high, it still reached nearly 1 million. In just 2 seconds, Lin Zhao noticed that the warlord's movements had mostly recovered. Kid, die. Finally breaking free, the warlord raised his massive blade. Just as he was about to strike, a small green bomb suddenly appeared before him. Damn it! Boom! Another psychic bomb. The warlord's attack froze mid-air, his face twisted in rage, his eyes blazing as if he wanted to tear Lin Zhao to pieces. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down. Just as the warlord was about to use brute force to break free, he suddenly regained normal movement. The massive blade came crashing down.
Lin Zhao's pupils contracted as he quickly slid to dodge. The Death Knight couldn't react in time and was sent flying, its health instantly dropping to the brink. If you can't speak properly, then don't talk nonsense, you useless coward. Even Lin, a small fry under level 40 can beat you like this. Looks like I chose the wrong person back then.
The sharp voice of the black-robed woman pierced through the air like a knife, filled with contempt.
Roar!
The warchief stomped the ground fiercely,
causing the hard surface to crack like a spider web.
The veins on his neck bulged, resembling angry little snakes, as he let out a thunderous roar.
As the Abyss Demon Lord, he was supposed to be majestic and formidable, yet
now he was repeatedly defeated by a mere under-level 40 nobody and mocked as a useless coward by the woman.
This humiliation was unbearable for him.
Stop with the sarcastic remarks. The warchief's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse from shouting.
That kid has extraordinary skills and insidious tactics. If you're so capable, why don't you challenge him yourself?
Amid his furious rant, his body didn't pause for a moment.
He charged at Lin
Zhao with the intent to kill in one strike and prove his strength. As he sprinted forward, another green bomb appeared in front of him.
Damn it!
This curse carried all of the warchief's anger and frustration.
The Death
Knight reappeared, with the green shadow of war looming behind him, continuing his assault. Lin Zhao glanced at the black-robed woman in the distance, his emotions conflicted. If she intervened again, it would be difficult for him to restrain the werewolf in front of him and delay until Yao Tianyi and the others arrived. He could only hope she wouldn't interfere, but things didn't go as he wished.
Bang!
The warchief, who was leaping mid-air, suddenly crashed heavily to the ground as the effect of the psychic bomb was broken.
He stood up and laughed heartily. Kid, do you have more of these tricks? Bring them out. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Lin
Zhao's face instantly darkened, his eyes flashing with cold light as he stared intently at the ferocious attack coming his way. At the critical moment, he triggered the effect of the evil dragon equipment without hesitation. His body slid downward like black lightning, almost scraping the ground, narrowly dodging the warchief's fatal strike. However, before Lin Zhao could catch his breath, as he steadied himself not far away, a chilling and
bone-piercing aura crept up from behind like maggots clinging to his bones.
Lin Zhao immediately felt a chill down his spine, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on Qin Shiran's face turned ashen.
He understood that the Abyss's goal this time was to seize the remnants of the evil god's power.
Despite their destruction of the altar, the abyssal demons had still succeeded. Could it be that all the previous attacks were just bait, and the real
target was here? Now is not the time to discuss this. They probably haven't fully obtained the evil god's power yet. We still have a chance. You're right, seeing that tall, sinister figure and feeling the suffocating
aura of death, Qin Chuan walked up to Lin Zhao.
What do we do? It seems like we have no chance.
Qin Chuan gritted his teeth, his heart full of unwillingness.
Lin Zhao shook his head. No, we still have a chance. They haven't obtained the evil god's power yet.
Qin Chuan smiled bitterly. He was about to say, even if they haven't, just the two of us alone stand no chance. But seeing Lin Zhao's resolute gaze and recalling how he had faced the battle leader without flinching, he swallowed his words.
You're right. They haven't obtained the evil god's power yet. We still have a chance. Even if it costs us our lives, we can't let them succeed. Lin Zhao and Qin Chuan quickly pursued them. The black-robed woman noticed them but paid no attention. Her gaze was fixed on the figure exuding an aura of evil. She took out a special sphere from her bosom. Just one last step, and she could take the evil god's power away.
As she prepared to act, a deep voice echoed from the sky.
I never thought I'd see the light of day again. I thought I'd be trapped in this damned place forever. This voice caused a storm in the black-robed woman's heart. The evil god's power could speak? It was a conscious entity?
Before she could figure it out, her body suddenly stiffened, as if some malevolent creature had locked onto her, rendering her
immobile. This isn't the evil god's leftover power. This is the true evil god.
For the first time, terror appeared on the black-robed woman's face. This was completely beyond her expectations.
The evil god and the remnants
of its power were entirely different things. Not only her, but even Lin Zhao and the others were frozen in place by the evil god's gaze, unable to move.
Lin
Zhao, something's not right here, Qin Chuan stammered, his teeth chattering in fear. The proud red dragon was also suppressed by the evil god's gaze, crouching on the ground, trembling all over, unable to even attempt escape. Lin Zhao forced himself to stay calm, gritting his teeth as he said, this is the true evil god, not just leftover power.
He glanced at the evil god and, with the corner of his eye, noticed the black-robed woman's face was equally filled with shock. Clearly, even she hadn't anticipated this. Was it you who freed me from this damned place? The evil god's gaze was profound, as if it could see through everything, looking down on everyone present. Great evil god. It was us, using our lives as sacrifices, and our souls as the guide, that summoned you from the endless abyss and brought you back to this world. The chicken-headed demon knelt before the evil god's shadow in the air, prostrating himself completely, his entire body trembling violently with excitement. His face was filled with fervent devotion, as if it were ablaze. His eyes shone with madness, full of unwavering loyalty and worship for the evil god. To him, the evil god was the one true deity, the absolute being that controlled all fate. For the evil god, he was willing to give everything, even his own soul. As for his previous master, upon sensing the evil god's overwhelming power, he immediately chose betrayal without hesitation. I can feel your sincerity. You are fortunate to be the first to help me regain my strength. The chicken-headed demon's eyes were filled with fanaticism. He was about to express his gratitude, when he suddenly realized something and hurriedly spoke. No, evil god, without any movement, just a single glance, the chicken-headed demon turned into pure energy, flowing into the evil god's body. Quite ordinary, though there are a few decent ones. The evil god's gaze carried a hint of disdain, but having just revived, he didn't have the luxury to be picky about the quality of the energy. Restoring his strength was the priority. Now it's your turn. His gaze swept over the black-robed woman and the others, and when it landed on Lin Xiao, he let out a soft exclamation of surprise. You actually possess my power. Not bad at all. Unexpected gain. Lin Xiao felt immense pressure, as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him, ready to crush him into powder at any moment. The black-robed woman's gaze darkened as she prepared to strike. Even if she couldn't absorb the evil god's power, she would never let him recover. Just as the evil god was about to make his move, with a smack, a brick flew over and struck him. To the massive body of the evil god, the brick was like a pebble hitting a mammoth. Hey, fated one, you took my stuff and haven't opened it yet? A familiar voice rang out. Lin Xiao suddenly felt the pressure vanish, his body becoming much lighter. He looked in the direction of the voice. Xiao Mo? Xiao Mo stepped on the rubble, leaning slightly forward, playing with a brick in her hand, a wild smile on her face. The evil god's body froze, his gaze shifting to Xiao Mo, his voice turning low and terrifying. It's you! You're still alive. Fated one, if you don't open what I left behind, everything will be over. With that, Xiao Mo jumped down. Lin Xiao finally realized what Xiao Mo was referring to. The super prize. The super prize she had left behind. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately activated it. Acquired, Thought Beast, Summon, Residual Thought, Psychic Whip *1, exclusive weapon, at the moment of activation. A green orb of light flew out from Lin Xiao's body and landed on Xiao Mo. Her previously unruly demeanor began to change, transforming from the inside out into someone calm and mature. I'm not dead yet? If you're not dead, how could I be? Xiao Mo walked step by step toward the evil god. I sealed you here, knowing this day would come. I once prayed to the gods, asked for guidance from fate, foreseeing that a fated one would appear to help me completely destroy you. Xiao Mo's voice was firm and full of power. She wore a deep brown double-brimmed hat with intricate textures, and a loose snow-white robe draped over her broad, sturdy shoulders. The sleeves fluttered gently in the breeze. On her feet were a pair of black leather boots, their surface shiny, the material tough, and the stitching exquisite. The boots wrapped around her calves, highlighting the strong lines of her legs. Xiao Mo's entire aura had transformed, becoming more mature and composed, making Lin Xiao momentarily think she was a different person. I was a bit rebellious back then. I hope you don't have a bad impression of me, Xiao Mo said, touching the hat on her head. Lin Xiao shook his head lightly. No, it was pretty cool. Xiao Mo grinned smugly. Of course, it was cool. Save the chit-chat for later. Let me deal with the trouble from back then first. With that, Xiao Mo turned into a green light and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already standing in front of the evil god, the two facing off from a distance. You destroyed my homeland. Today, the old debts must be settled. Xiao Mo's eyes flashed with a cold light as she suddenly extended her palm upward, her fingers slightly spread. A shadow shot out from her palm like a spirit snake. It was a long whip. The whip was pitch black, exuding a cold, hard sheen,
with intricate patterns carved into it, resembling ancient runes, mysterious and profound. The whip was enveloped in a dense, vibrant green psychic energy, which seemed alive, writhing, and twisting like green silk dancing in the wind. It added an extraordinary aura and exuded a powerful sense of menace, as if it could tear through the air and strike the evil god's vital points at any moment.
Little brat. You couldn't kill me back then, and you won't be able to today. You're still alive? Perfect. I've just revived and urgently need energy replenishment. I'll start with you. As he finished speaking, the evil god's aura changed dramatically, as if the gates of hell had been flung open. An endless torrent of malevolent power surged out like a black flood. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. The weather shifted abruptly, and pitch-black clouds rapidly gathered and churned, covering half the sky. Within the clouds, eerie red lights flickered intermittently, like the sinister eyes of demons glaring down at the earth. Below, the ground trembled violently, unable to withstand the overwhelming evil power. Cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, the air was thick with the suffocating scent of decay and death. I couldn't kill you back then, but today is different. You've been sealed for so long, do you still have the strength you once had?
Xiao Mo's eyes were as sharp as torches, her gaze piercing through layers of darkness, fixed firmly on the evil god, filled with
determination and confidence.
Today was her day of revenge.
Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the heavens and earth. Xiao Mo's body trembled as the long-accumulated psychic energy within her erupted like a volcano. In an
instant, a brilliant light burst forth, tearing a crack through the doomsday-like black sky. The dazzling psychic radiance, like the first ray of dawn, shredded the darkness, scattering the evil aura wherever it reached. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. I deliberately preserved a significant amount of power, honing my skills in dungeons during my youth, all for this moment. Xiao Mo stood tall, her posture as upright as a pine tree, each word resonating with surging psychic energy, her voice echoing through the mountains and rivers. As her words fell, the pitch-black sky, symbolizing the evil god's supreme malevolent power, visibly shrank at an astonishing speed. 2/3 of the sky was already illuminated by Xiao Mo's righteous psychic energy. The evil god's face darkened, his gaze icy. He hadn't expected that the once insignificant girl had been so well prepared. Could she have foreseen this day? Suddenly, the evil god recalled Xiao Mo's earlier words. Fate helped you. Xiao Mo sneered, sealed for so long, you've really grown senile. Only now do you realize? Whoosh! The wind roared as the long whip in Xiao Mo's hand, like an enraged dragon, carried immense force, slicing through the air in a green arc and swiftly striking the evil god. The sharp sound of the whip cutting through the air was like ghostly wails, instantly tearing through the oppressive atmosphere and landing heavily on the evil god. Following that, a crisp snap echoed, like a thunderclap, deafeningly loud, and the evil god's form dimmed noticeably. Die! The evil god glared at Xiao Mo, releasing an invisible aura of death. But as the force approached Xiao Mo, it slowed down, eventually allowing her to evade it effortlessly. Xiao Mo raised her whip and struck again. Why are you staring so hard? If it hurts, just say so, there's no shame in it. The evil god's face flushed with anger, attempting to dodge the incoming whip, only to find his movements sluggish, unable to react in time. Snap! Another strike landed. After enduring 3 consecutive blows, the evil god finally realized something. Ha ha ha! The evil god laughed maniacally. You're using your power to counteract mine? Is this your method to destroy me? How naive! How long can you last? Long enough to completely obliterate me? I doubt it. He laughed wildly, having noticed that Xiao Mo's attacks were straightforward, direct, without any tricks. Xiao Mo remained unfazed, her expression calm. The power I've preserved is enough to destroy you. Is that so? The evil god's eyes shifted to Lin Xiao and the others, a cruel smile curling at his lips. But I still have supplies here. Becoming my food is your greatest honor. The evil god's gaze fell upon them. The woman in the black robe immediately coughed up blood, and the warrior's body was crushed under the pressure. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and stood firmly in front of the black-robed woman. Xiao Mo! Lin Xiao shouted anxiously. Buzz pale green psychic energy appeared, cutting off the evil god's attack and temporarily shielding them from harm. Sealed for so long, your brain has regressed too, Xiao Mo said with disdain in her eyes. Since I waited for the chosen ones, how could I not have a way to protect them? The evil god was not angered, his gaze mocking, as if ridiculing her foolishness.
Is that so? Then how many chosen ones have you waited for? Did the guidance of fate you sought even calculate the exact number? Impossible. Xiao Mo frowned, sensing something amiss. Did you know? The fated one you're waiting for is actually my fated one too. As soon as the words fell, the evil god locked his gaze on Lin Xiao with full force. His speed was so fast that even Xiao Mo couldn't react. Evil god's gaze. Splat.
Lin Xiao, still trying to figure out what it meant to be the evil god's fated one, lost consciousness completely. It wasn't that he fainted, he exploded into a mist of blood.
Dead on the spot.
Qin Xuan, who was closest to Lin Xiao, was splattered with blood all over, his expression blank, not even realizing that the blood on him belonged to Lin Xiao.
You!
Xiao Mo's heart skipped a beat, her eyes turning blood red as her emerald green hair whipped wildly in the air.
Ha ha ha, angry now? He had my power within him. You've always wanted to tear me to pieces, and now you're angry for his sake? But none of that matters. The key is that this bit of power is enough for me to completely destroy you.
Tell me, with your revelation of fate, did you foresee this?
Ha ha ha.
The evil god laughed, but his laughter abruptly stopped.
After killing Lin Xiao, the evil god's power within him did not return to its original owner. What's going on?
Why hasn't the power returned? The evil god exclaimed, panic flashing across his face for the first time.
In
the past, he wouldn't have cared about such a small amount of power. But now, it was different.
This power was enough to change the tide of battle and reverse his defeat.
Killing Lin Xiao should have naturally returned the
power to him.
That was how it was supposed to work. But after Lin Xiao's death, the power that should have belonged to him did not return. Staring at the pool of blood on the ground, the evil god roared, "You're not dead." Lin Xiao wasn't dead. If he were, the evil god's power within him would have returned to the evil god, but that wasn't the case. So, Lin Xiao must still be alive. The gap in their strength was so vast that the evil god couldn't comprehend how Lin Xiao had survived. Just as the evil god was in shock, a light suddenly shone from the spot where Lin Xiao had died.
In less than a second, he stood up again. Earth Guardian set activated. You have been resurrected. Life restored to 100%. Attributes increased by 100%.
A notification sounded in Lin Xiao's ears. He had indeed died, but he was instantly brought back to life. This was the resurrection effect of the earth.
Guardian set.
Lin Xiao looked at himself, now alive again, his heart still racing. Only after being resurrected did he realize that he had truly died just moments ago.
Lin Xiao, you.
Qin Xuan, covered in blood, looked at Lin Xiao in shock. Seeing Lin Xiao resurrected, he finally processed that the evil god had actually killed Lin Xiao earlier. Lin Xiao had no time to dwell on the fact that he had died or marvel at the power of the set. The evil god's furious roar echoed in his ears.
Resurrected? I don't believe you can do it again. In an instant, a black curtain enveloped the sky and earth. A dense, dark aura erupted from the evil god, spreading like thick ink, quickly engulfing the entire space and swallowing all light.
The space twisted, and Lin Xiao felt immense pressure closing in from all directions, as if it would crush him into pieces. The evil god knew Lin Xiao hadn't dodged the attack but had used some unknown method to come back to life. However, such resurrection methods were extremely rare. You won't get another chance.
Xiao Mo frowned deeply, her eyes burning with resolute fury.
Her slender yet powerful wrist snapped forward, and the whip in her hand, like a long dormant serpent, suddenly unleashed a fierce attack, whistling as it lashed toward the evil god.
The whip tore through the air with a
sharp, piercing sound, severing the evil god's invisible assault and interrupting his ferocious offensive. She was furious, truly enraged.
If not for Lin Xiao's resurrection ability, he would have been dead already. He was
her destined fated one. If he had died, she would have felt like a failure, unable to protect him.
Ah!
The evil god let out a heart-wrenching scream, his voice filled with agony, like a desperate wail from the depths
of hell.
It echoed through the chaotic space, causing ripples in the air. His dark aura was scattered and dimmed by the whip, fleeing wildly in all directions. The whip left deep scars on his body, like hideous ravines. That whip seemed to scatter even his soul. Earlier, he had played a small trick to distract Xiao Mo and swiftly killed Lin Xiao, using almost all his strength. As long as Lin Xiao died, his power could be restored.
However, Lin
Xiao's resurrection ability completely disrupted his plan. The massive body of the evil god trembled violently, gradually becoming transparent, accompanied by constant screams. The once fearsome evil god, who could make the world stand still with just a glance, now resembled a defeated dog fleeing in disgrace, being relentlessly whipped by Xiaomo, stumbling and swaying.
Ah! I'll fight to the death.
The exhausted evil god's eyes flashed with
madness.
He raised his head and roared furiously, pouring out his last strength.
His figure, like black lightning, charged toward Xiaomo.
In an instant, his dim and lifeless evil energy was infused with immense power, surging and twisting in the air, rapidly condensing into a ferocious black dragon that lunged at Xiaomo with bared fangs and claws.
Wherever it passed, the space was torn into black cracks, resembling gates to a bottomless abyss.
Seeing the scene before her, Xiaomo's heart tightened. She hadn't expected the nearly depleted evil god to still unleash such powerful energy. Before she could prepare to counter it, the dragon formed from the evil energy, slammed into her, and a powerful force instantly penetrated her entire body. She was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The evil god's sudden counterattack had inflicted significant injuries on her.
After successfully attacking, the evil god paused for a moment, then let out a piercing, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot.
I don't need to kill that human with the evil god's power to regain my strength.
I can directly absorb it from you.
Being sealed for so long has clouded my mind. This unexpected attack had stolen a portion of Xiaomo's
power, and the evil god himself had recovered some vitality.
Although the regained power wasn't much, he immediately thought of a way to turn the tables. Previously, he had been misled by the human with the evil god's
power, believing that only by reclaiming his strength could he win.
Now he realized it wasn't necessary. As long as he exhausted Xiaomo's power, he could still triumph. Xiaomo's gaze darkened, and she said in a low voice,
"You won't get the chance."
Hearing this, the evil god's lips curled into a mocking smile.
"Are you sure?"
In the next moment, the evil god's entire body surged with evil energy like black waves, rushing toward Lin Xiaowen.
The distance.
Xiaomo, seeing this, unhesitatingly swung her whip, fiercely interrupting the evil god's attack. At the instant she acted to block him, the evil god's long-hidden killing move quietly emerged. A dim light, as fast as lightning, struck toward Xiaomo's vital spot.
Xiaomo couldn't dodge in time and felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if bitten by a venomous snake.
The evil god once again devoured a portion of Xiaomo's power, his face showing an even more smug smile.
"You want to kill me and protect others at the same time. I wonder how long you can hold out." Xiaomo's expression turned grim.
She understood the evil god's plan but was powerless to
stop it. Let him kill Lin Xiao? Absolutely not. Even if Lin Xiao didn't possess the evil god's power, it was still out of the question.
Lin Xiao, witnessing this, felt a heavy weight in his heart. This was an unsolvable
conspiracy. If this cycle continued, Xiaomo was bound to lose. Realizing this, he knew he had to act.
He quickly summoned the lucky spirit and said solemnly, "The hope of turning the tide lies with you." Seeing her master's
serious expression, the lucky spirit became flustered.
Then, noticing the two powerful energy entities in the distance, she grew even more nervous.
"Master, you don't mean to send me, do you? How could I possibly defeat them?"
The lucky spirit shook her head like a rattle. She was well aware of the gap between herself and the opponents, a gap so vast that she couldn't even compare to one of their fingers. Lin Xiao wasted no words and said,
"Directly, roll the dice, my special one."
The lucky sprite froze for a moment, then quickly realized, holding a large die in its hands.
"I get it, Master, you want to roll a 6. A 6.
The only way Lin Xiao could think of to help Xiaomo was through the lucky sprite's gambler talent. As long as he could roll a 6, there might still be a sliver of hope. But this relied entirely on luck, and the probability was far lower than the apparent
1/6.
The higher the number on the die, the lower the chance of it appearing, which was why a 6 had almost never appeared during previous battles. The lucky sprite noticed Lin Xiao's concern and smiled mysteriously. "Hee, Master, actually, I have a way to guarantee a 100% chance of rolling a 6.
100% chance of rolling a 6?
Lin Xiao was stunned, looking at the lucky sprite in surprise. Being able to guarantee rolling the desired
number, how come I've never heard of this? The lucky sprite blinked and said, "That's because you've never used it."
Boom! A powerful energy wave erupted in the distance as two immense forces clashed violently, as if tearing
the heavens and earth apart. Lin Xiao saw Xiaomo injured again and hurriedly asked, "What method? Tell me quickly."
Although Xiaomo had been protecting him all along, he knew he was still teetering on the edge of life and death, at any moment vulnerable to being killed by the evil god's power. The evil god's covert threats forced Xiaomo to hold back, unable to fight with full strength, as she had to reserve energy to protect him. Because of this, she repeatedly fell into traps, gradually losing the upper hand.
Sacrifice. Master, don't you have a sacrifice skill?
Using the sacrifice skill can trigger my gambler talent, ensuring the desired number is rolled. The lucky sprite revealed the method to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao froze, not expecting that the way to guarantee rolling the desired number was through sacrifice. Seeing her master in a daze, the lucky sprite smiled and said, "I'm
your summoned beast.
Even if I'm sacrificed, I won't truly die, so you don't need to worry at all." This was the sole advantage of a summoner. Summoned beasts wouldn't truly die, they would simply return to the summoner's
space and enter a slumber state, able to be summoned again after some time.
Only when the summoner died would the summoned beasts and the summoning space completely disappear. Thus, at the moment Lin Xiao died, the Death Knight, Lucky Sprite, and Snow Maiden doll instantly realized their master was gone. They were shocked and panicked, not knowing what their master had gone through. Yet, just as life was about to end, they suddenly felt their master resurrect. When the Lucky Sprite was summoned again, she only needed one glance to understand what had happened. Sacrifice. Lin Xiao had learned this skill long ago, a skill that exchanged the life of a summoned beast
for immense power or triggered special effects.
He rarely used it because there was no need. The Death Knight and the others were absurdly strong, easily fighting above their level, making sacrifice unnecessary.
But now,
Lin Xiao had used it.
I understand. Lin Xiao nodded.
Although summoned beasts wouldn't truly die, using sacrifice was still cruel to them. But there was no time to dwell on this now. Lin Xiao immediately activated the skill, and a layer of white light enveloped the Lucky Sprite. In the next second, with a bang, she turned into powder.
A die fell to the ground.
Lucky Sprite sacrifice complete, effect triggered, predetermined die.
Lin
Xiao looked at the large die on the ground, and the relevant information immediately appeared before him. Predetermined die, mentally recite a number, and when the die is rolled, it will land on that number.
The effect is
100% beneficial to the user. Lin Xiao quickly grabbed the die, silently repeating 6 several times, then threw it with force. The die rolled a few times on the ground, and all 6 dots faced upward.
Gambler, talent. Triggered.
6. Effect obtained, attributes increased 6-fold, recovery speed increased 6-fold. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from Lin Xiao's body like a tidal wave, coursing through him rapidly. He was immersed in an unprecedented sense of strength, as if he were invincible. The resurrection brought a 6-fold increase in attributes under the dice's bonus, reaching an astonishing level, with health surpassing 1,000,000. In the distance, Xiao Mo was locked in a standoff with the evil god, her strength visibly waning. Although she was well prepared, the evil god was a cunning old fox and quickly found a way to restrain her.
Ha ha ha, the evil god laughed maniacally. How many more times can you protect him?
His eyes gleamed with ferocity, his face twisted and distorted, completely devoid of the embarrassment from his earlier mistake. That mistake had cost him dearly, but now he considered it a temporary setback, as victory was beginning to tilt in his favor. Xiao Mo's energy consumption was greater than his, and she still had to protect that man. By exploiting this, making her hesitant to attack with full force, and then seizing the opportunity to counterattack, he could turn the tables and completely devour them.
At this moment, Xiao Mo's face was grim, her mind racing with various solutions, but none could break the evil god's trap.
Suddenly, her body trembled, and her mind cleared. The mental energy surging from the dungeon poured into her body, rejuvenating her exhausted form.
This is... Xiao Mo was shocked. The mental energy from the dungeon was flowing into her body. The evil god's expression changed drastically. You can absorb the mental energy here?
He had been closely observing Xiao Mo's changes, and her sudden enhancement. And recovery sparked panic in his eyes, like the final straw that broke the camel's back. At this moment, both Xiao Mo and the evil god turned their gazes sharply toward Lin Xiao's position.
Lin Xiao? Is it you?
2 voices questioned, one surprised, the other filled with rage. The evil god hadn't expected that a mere insignificant figure who had stolen a trace of his weak power could possess such strength.
Courting death. The evil god immediately locked onto Lin Xiao.
Xiao Mo seized the opportunity to counterattack, her long whip snapping out fiercely, interrupting the evil god's assault.
Die. The evil god was utterly enraged, his dark aura surging like
black flames, his blood-red eyes burning with fury and murderous intent. His figure transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly targeting Lin Xiao in the distance.
He regretted it. He should have killed this ant-like human first.
Victory had seemed assured, but whatever Lin Xiao had done had shifted the scales again. Now, the evil god, blinded by rage, was dead. Her gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings to confirm that the evil god could no longer resurrect, and only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. After ensuring the evil god was completely dead, Xiaomo slowly put away her long whip and walked toward Lin Xiao's direction. Before Lin Xiao could express his gratitude, Xiaomo spoke first. "Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Without you, I probably wouldn't have survived today." Even Lin Xiao himself hadn't expected this place to be the evil god's seal. If Xiaomo hadn't appeared, he might have died here today. Even wearing the Earth Guardian set that allowed resurrection would have been useless. Xiaomo shook her head. "As long as you could make it here, I would definitely appear. I should thank you because you gave me the chance for revenge." Suddenly, Xiaomo seemed to remember something and abruptly looked behind her. The area was empty, and a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on her face. "Those two stowaways escaped. I didn't manage to catch them." She was naturally referring to the black-robed woman and Zhang Shou. Thinking about how the black-robed woman and Zhang Shou had used special means to enter here, Lin Xiao curiously asked, "If they had succeeded, what would have happened to you?" Xiaomo looked at the gradually disappearing dungeon and said calmly, "I would most likely have died directly because once the evil god breaks free from the seal, the first thing he would do is destroy this place. But fortunately, you came, fought your way here, and obtained the final treasure I left behind, which gave you the strength to battle the evil god." Battle the evil god. Lin Xiao glanced at Xiaomo and couldn't help but ask, "Are you also a god?" She must be. Otherwise, where would she get the power to fight the evil god? Xiaomo replied, "Half. You could call me Mind God." Mind God. Lin Xiao softly repeated the name. Thinking about the rewards he had obtained in the dungeon and the dungeon's name, all related to mind power, which was Xiaomo's ability. "Half? What does that mean? Are you only a demigod?" Lin Xiao sensed that Xiaomo hadn't fully become a god yet. Xiaomo nodded, "You could say that. I have only obtained a divine core but haven't acquired a divine throne, and the evil god is the same. Divine core, divine throne." These were new concepts Lin Xiao was encountering for the first time. He knew gods existed, but he had no idea how they were classified. Now, he was seeing a glimpse of it through Xiaomo. Xiaomo continued, "When you reach level 100, which is the human limit, you'll have the chance to enter a higher realm, the divine realm. It's very difficult. As far as I know, no one in our world has truly reached the divine level. Even she was only a demigod." Xiaomo looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Perhaps you have a chance." "Me? Yes, didn't you obtain a trace of the evil god's power? When you reach level 100, you can use this power to glimpse the divine core. Of course, you could also directly inherit the evil god's divine core, but I don't recommend it. The evil god is malevolent, and inheriting his divine core would influence you, gradually turning you evil." Lin Xiao listened to this knowledge, which should have been far beyond his scope, and after a moment of contemplation, couldn't help but ask, "Isn't the divine core fixed? For example, fire gods, water gods, and the like, can it evolve?" Xiaomo didn't keep him guessing. Although these concepts were still far from Lin Xiao's reach, she firmly believed he would eventually attain that realm. That's right. There's no such thing as absolute immutability in the world. The fixed divine cores you think of were merely created long ago. Divine cores can evolve. Although it's harder than inheriting one, the advantage is that it suits you better. When you reach the divine level and possess a divine core and divine throne, even if you die, your divine core won't disappear but will transform into its special entity. If someone destined finds it, they can inherit your divine core and divine throne. Whoosh! A sound of sliding sand and stones came from afar as most of the dungeon turned into light particles and disappeared, then transformed into strands of mind power that merged into Xiaomo's body. "Time is running out." Xiaomo glanced at the disappearing area, then turned to Lin Xiao. "I have a question for you. Please speak. How did you make it possible for me to reabsorb the power of the instance?" This instance was constructed from her power. It was like spilled water, impossible to retrieve. But what method did Lin Xiao use to allow her to reabsorb the instance's power, resulting in its collapse? "This is a talent skill of one of my summoned beasts. I did my best, but I didn't expect it to help you turn the situation around." To be honest, Lin Xiao was also surprised. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides was too vast. Even if the lucky spirit's talent played a role, the effect was very limited. It was precisely this limited effect, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, that helped Xiao Mo turn the situation
around. Such a talent exists? Your summoned beast is truly extraordinary. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something important and quickly asked, "This instance is disappearing. Will the instance outside also be affected?"
Yao Tianyi and the others were still on their way, but the instance here was vanishing. He was worried it might affect the instance outside, putting them in a difficult situation or worse.
It will. Xiao Mo nodded.
This instance was her creation, so she naturally understood who Lin Xiao was referring to. But you don't need to worry. I will ensure their safe departure from here, including you. Hearing this, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh
of relief. What about you? Aren't you leaving?
Lin Xiao noticed that Xiao Mo seemed intent on staying.
Since the evil god could leave, she should be able to as well.
But Xiao Mo clearly had no such intention.
I will stay. Even if I could leave, the outside world is still full of danger.
It's better to end everything here and avenge myself. Lin Xiao was very surprised.
After all, Xiao Mo was at the demigod level who could possibly kill her. But he quickly thought of a possibility. The temple.
Xiao Mo confirmed Lin Xiao's guess. The temple protects this world.
Any god-level existence will be directly eliminated. The evil god won't survive long even if he escapes.
As a demigod, he will be targeted by the temple.
If he continues his evil deeds, he will be destroyed.
So he must die by my hand, or all my efforts will be in vain.
Xiao Mo explained. This was the temple's protective mechanism, ensuring the world was free from god-level threats.
But it also made the emergence of god-level beings nearly impossible.
God-level beings will be eliminated.
Lin Xiao suddenly thought of the goddess of fate. When he used the fate coin to try to control his destiny, she appeared and snatched the coin away. At that time, there was also a clap of thunder, which should have been the temple's protective mechanism at work.
It's time to send you away. As the instance gradually disappeared, Xiao Mo prepared to send Lin Xiao out. All right. Goodbye.
Lin Xiao felt a blinding white light before his eyes, so intense that he could hardly keep them open,
and was then engulfed by the light.
Moments later, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the rooftop of a tall building.
Qin Xuan was lying on the ground, along with Yao Tianyi and two unfamiliar men.
Yao Tianyi immediately got up, his sword circling around him, quickly assuming a defensive stance and scanning the surroundings warily.
Qin Xiuran and Wu Jinghuan woke up a second later but also immediately entered defensive positions, displaying their strong vigilance. Soon, they realized they had somehow exited the instance and saw Lin Xiao not far away. Lin Xiao? You made it out? Yao Tianyi quickly confirmed, worried that something might have happened to his student. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded.
He was about to complain that Yao Tianyi had been too slow, but considering the battle that had taken place, their presence wouldn't have helped much.
Instead, it
would have distracted Xiao Mo, who would have had to protect them, given that it was a demigod-level fight.
So he ultimately decided not to complain. What exactly happened inside? Did those abyssal minions take the evil god's power? Qin Xiuran walked over and asked seriously.
Wu Jinghuan and Yao Tianyi also stared at Lin Xiao, eager to know what had transpired in the instance.
It wasn't the evil god's power, it was the evil god himself.
The three were stunned upon hearing this.
It's not the power of the evil god, but the evil god himself. What does that mean?
Lin Xiao didn't wait for them to ask and explained what had happened in the dungeon.
Although he left out some details, it didn't affect their understanding. Yao Tianyi and the other two were utterly shocked. They never expected that what was sealed in the dungeon wasn't the power of an evil god, but an actual evil god. This is terrifying.
If the evil god truly appears, it would definitely be a disaster. Qin Xiuran shuddered at the thought.
If the evil god emerged, the entire western region might be destroyed.
Fortunately, Lin Xiao had stopped this crisis. This matter is too important. I'll leave first, Qin Xiuran said as he left, intending to organize the information and report it.
You brat, didn't I tell you to stay in Shanyuan City and not run around?
And yet you dared to enter such a dangerous dungeon.
Are you tired of living? Yao Tianyi's face was stern, ready to settle the score.
Lin Xiao, seeing the newly awakened Qin Xuan, Lin Xiao quickly said, I went to such a dangerous place to save Qin Xuan.
Senior brother Qin, isn't that right? Ha?
Qin Xuan, still groggy from just waking up, didn't quite understand what Lin Xiao was saying, but hearing that it was to save him, he
nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right.
As the black-robed woman and the war leader left, the abyssal monsters and demons in the western region began retreating. The war would soon come to an end.
Under Yao Tianyi's
Strict supervision, Lin Xiao quickly returned to Imperial Capital University through a long-distance teleportation array. Clearly, everyone was afraid he'd run off and cause trouble again.
The war is over, and you're back so soon.
Grandpa Nyo, lying on a rattan chair in a particularly good mood, greeted Lin Xiao with a smile when he saw him.
The radio was broadcasting updates on the Western Front. With the abyssal demons gradually retreating,
the war was nearing its end, which made Grandpa Nyo feel especially relaxed.
You didn't go there just to do logistics, did you? How come you don't have a single scratch on you? Grandpa Nyo looked Lin Xiao up and down,
noticing how clean and tidy he was, and couldn't help but joke. After all, with Lin Xiao's level and strength, it was almost impossible for him to be sent to the front lines, and no one would let him go there.
At most, this trip was considered a training experience. I didn't go to the front lines.
I was responsible for clearing out the abyssal monsters in Shanyuan City, Lin Xiao replied. These abyssal monsters were no small matter.
Grandpa Nyo nodded. That's not bad either. It's a valuable training opportunity for you.
Wait a minute, your level. He was about to share his own experiences and glorious achievements when he suddenly noticed something unusual
about Lin Xiao's level. You, level 36?
His eyes widened like copper bells. If he remembered correctly, Lin Xiao was only level 30 when he set out.
After a stint in Western logistics, his level had skyrocketed to 36? That speed was faster than a rocket.
To be precise, almost level 37, Lin Xiao corrected.
Grandpa Nyo seemed to be hit hard and, in a fit of frustration, shooed Lin Xiao back to his dormitory.
Back in his room, Lin Xiao
began calculating his gains from this trip.
Although he didn't go to the front lines and only dealt with the abyssal monsters in the rear, the rewards were substantial.
His level had skyrocketed, and he had collected 70 to 80 treasure chests, leaving him with a bountiful haul.
Lin Xiao opened all the abyssal treasure chests in one go. He obtained over 800 enhancement stones, forging stones, and modification stones combined. There were more than 30 pieces of weapons and armor for different professions, including a legendary weapon. He also found over a dozen skill books for other professions, though none for summoners, which left him a bit disappointed. However, to his surprise, the treasure chests contained 5 talent divine stones. Talent divine stones were extremely rare and could grant an additional talent. For Lin Xiao, these stones were more like upgrade materials,
saving him a lot of time.
After all, he could only acquire one S-level talent per day. To upgrade all his existing talents to their peak state would still take quite some time. In addition to these, there were various other materials, so numerous that they were uncountable. They were enough to feed the slimes for a while, allowing them to improve significantly. Next, Lin Xiao took out a boss treasure chest, which was dropped by the final boss of Despair Green City. A level 60 boss treasure chest. Lin Xiao didn't open it together with the Abyss treasure chest, deliberately saving it for later. A level 60 boss treasure chest, I wonder what good stuff is inside. He was full of anticipation, rubbed his hands together, and with a thought, the treasure chest opened immediately. Obtained, mutated crystal *3, material, crystal flower *1, material, source of crystal core, summoned. Beast, condensed crystal liquid *3, consumable. All the items were materials related to crystals. But what surprised Lin Xiao was that he actually got a summoned beast from the treasure chest. This was the first time he had obtained a summoned beast from a treasure chest, instead of a skill book.
Could it be the summoned beast of the dungeon boss?
Lin Xiao excitedly took out the newly acquired source of crystal core. The source of crystal core was wrapped in a special cocoon-like layer, which was a soft silver-gray color, resembling fine silk gently brushed by moonlight. Its surface shimmered faintly, with a texture that was both delicate and resilient. Tiny gaps emitted a weak glow, like stars twinkling in the night sky, mysterious and unfathomable. Source of crystal core type, summoned beast contract level, level 1 description, a special lifeform that grows by devouring various crystals. It was a unique beast that wasn't obtained through summoner skill books. It required completing a contract before it could be summoned freely, making it exclusive to Lin Xiao. Of course, he could also discard it and let it grow on its own in the wild, but Lin Xiao would never do something so foolish. Without hesitation, he immediately completed the contract. The source of crystal core, like a newborn baby, had no resistance,
and the contract was completed smoothly.
At the moment the contract was finalized, a strange light flickered in the air, and the source of crystal core seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, lightly traversing the
void and slowly entering Lin Xiao's exclusive summoning space.
At the same time, the soft silver-gray cocoon layer quietly peeled away, transforming into specks of light that dissipated without a trace. At this moment, Lin Xiao finally saw the true form of the source of crystal core. A diamond-shaped crystal floated in the air, crystal clear, as if formed from the purest tears of the sky. A faint blue halo gently radiated from within, soft yet mysterious. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding light and shadows, faintly showing Lin Xiao's face. It wasn't an inanimate object but a being with self-awareness. What a strange summoned beast! Lin Xiao murmured softly. This kind of special summoned beast was something he had never seen before. If he hadn't known beforehand that it was a summoned beast, at first glance, he would have definitely thought it was a special crystal material. Source of crystal core race, crystal quality. Legendary level 1, 0%, constitution, 10,000 strength, 0 intelligence, 20 agility, 0 magic, 1,000 spirit, 0 talent, crystal absorption. Grade B, skills, none. Seeing the attributes of the source of crystal core, Lin Xiao frowned. Apart from its high health, the other attributes were quite ordinary, and even its talent was only grade B. It was weaker than he had expected. Crystal absorption, enhances itself by devouring crystals. Could it be because it hasn't grown up yet? Lin Xiao stroked his chin, staring at the talent of the source of crystal core, recalling the description before the contract. The formation of crystals takes a long time, especially rare ones. Perhaps this was the reason why the source of crystal core seemed weak now, but once it grew, it might undergo unexpected changes. Let's give you a name first. Your current name sounds a bit odd. You're so transparent, like a mirror. From now on, I'll call you Little Mirror. It's simple and easy to remember. What do you think? Little Mirror didn't respond, and Lin Xiao didn't wait for it to speak, directly deciding on the name. Lin Xiao took out a piece of mutated crystal he had just obtained, preparing to feed it to Little Mirror. Since it feeds on various crystals, this mutated crystal should definitely be edible. Little Mirror seemed to sense something, and began to tremble slightly. Lin Xiao slowly brought the mutated crystal closer to Little Mirror. Just as they were about to make contact, something strange happened. Within Little Mirror's transparent, diamond-shaped body, a surge of blue light began to ripple like waves. Immediately after, Lin Xiao felt the mutated crystal in his hand being pulled by a powerful suction force. He opened his fingers, letting the crystal fly out and get swallowed by Little Mirror. Little Mirror's surface flickered with light for a long time before gradually calming down, as if it was digesting the delicacy it had just consumed. Little Mirror, core of crystals, leveled up to level 5. Wow! It absorbed so much experience? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. A single crystal had boosted its level by 4. This leveling speed was much faster than grinding through dungeons. Encouraged, Lin Xiao fed all the crystals he had obtained from treasure chests to Little Mirror. Little Mirror continued to absorb them, its crystal-like body glowing with a deep blue light. Little Mirror, core of crystals, leveled up to level 9. Little Mirror, core of crystals, leveled up to level 15. Little Mirror, core of crystals, leveled up to level 20. By the time all the crystals had been absorbed, Little Mirror's level had skyrocketed to level 23. The speed of its growth was astonishing. However, Lin Xiao wasn't done yet. He began selecting various crystals and cores from the snacks dropped by slimes and fed them to Little Mirror again. These ordinary materials had a much weaker effect, requiring over a dozen pieces just to gain one level. They couldn't compare to the mutated crystals at all. Deep within the abyss, a massive, bottomless crevice split the canyon into 2 halves, forming an uncrossable chasm. On the other side, dense mist swirled, carrying a bone-chilling cold and the stench of decay, obscuring whatever horrors might lurk within. From a distance, the cold seemed to pierce straight from one's feet to the top of their head. At that moment, a green portal suddenly appeared within the mist. 2 figures rushed out in a panic, looking disheveled and battered. These 2 were none other than the black-robed woman and the battle chief. He set us up on purpose. That wasn't just a remnant of the evil god's power, it was the evil god himself. He wanted to kill us. The battle chief's face turned livid with rage, veins bulging on his neck as he roared so loudly that the ground trembled beneath him. After he finished venting his anger, the black-robed woman spoke calmly. He didn't deceive us. We managed to obtain the evil god's power. As she spoke, she retrieved a cube from her robes. The cube was originally supposed to be crystalline and pure like flawless crystal, but now it was shrouded in a layer of somber gray, emanating an aura of deathly stillness and an eerie chill that made one's spine tingle. Upon closer inspection, shadows seemed to flicker faintly within the cube, wisps of indistinct energy flowing inside. It exuded an indescribable malevolence, and anyone who looked at it would feel an inexplicable chill in their heart. Sealed within this spine-chilling cube was none other than the power of the evil god. The battle chief froze, his anger dissipating as he stared fiercely at the cube in the black-robed woman's hand. After 2 or 3 seconds, he finally asked, "You got it? When did you get it?" The black-robed woman tucked away the cube containing the evil god's power and explained, "I didn't need to do anything. Once the evil god's seal was broken, the cube absorbed the power on its own." The battle chief frowned and asked, wasn't he afraid we'd die at the hands of the evil god? After all, the evil god was a divine-level being. To someone like him, they were no more than insects. The black-robed woman elaborated further, "The king of the abyss must have already known that there's another god within this dungeon, a being opposed to the evil god. However, no records exist about this god, and its abilities are very strange." Boom! Suddenly, a ferocious red lightning bolt tore through the sky, instantly dyeing the entire canyon in a blood-red hue. The already sinister and terrifying canyon now seemed like a powder keg ignited, as the malevolent aura rapidly enveloped every corner. Moments later, the rubble at the bottom of the canyon was pulled up by a mysterious force, spinning and converging eerily in the air, gradually forming a winding path that led into the dense fog on the other side of the canyon. The woman in the black robe glanced at it and stepped directly onto the path made of rubble, heading toward the mist. As the view gradually cleared, a castle exuding an eerie aura slowly emerged. It was a demonic city that seemed to have risen from the depths of hell, filled with absurdity, grotesqueness, and terror, resembling a massive, twisted black monster. The castle was constructed from enormous black stones, its surface rough and uneven, as if clawed by a demon, emanating an ancient, decayed smell. The castle's gate was engraved with various ferocious demon figures, bearing fangs and claws with hideous expressions. Above the gate stood a massive demon head sculpture, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light, as if staring at anyone who approached, sending chills down their spine. This was the residence of the Abyss King, the City of the Abyss. "I've brought what you need." The woman in the black robe looked at the castle, raising the gray cube in her hand. Clack! The castle gate suddenly opened, and a force shot out from within, snatching the gray cube from her hand before the gate closed again. After a brief silence, a voice echoed from the castle. "Well done, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. From now on, you are the 4th archdemon of the Abyss. As long as you continue to serve me and bring back more divine power, I promise, no one in the Abyss will dare to provoke you." Lin Xiao fed all the crystals, crystal shards, and crystal cores he had to Xiao Jing, finally leveling it up to level 30, which was a decent performance. Even more exciting was that after devouring various crystals, Xiao Jing learned several new skills, such as Corrupt Light and Crystal Light, giving it a modest level of combat capability. "Once I find a suitable S-grade talent, I'll get one for you," Lin Xiao said. After satisfying Xiao Jing, he returned it to the summoning space and turned his attention to another newly acquired summoned beast, the Thought Beast. This was the reward he received from the super grand prize left by Xiao Mo. Considering Xiao Mo's strength and status, this summoned beast was unlikely to be weak. Lin Xiao immediately summoned the Thought Beast. Unlike Xiao Jing, which required a contract to be completed, the Thought Beast's contract was already established upon acquisition. When the Thought Beast appeared, Lin Xiao was stunned. It was a palm-sized green little figure with a round head and a body as thin as 3 fingers, looking incredibly adorable and silly. Its large, shiny eyes took up most of its head, sparkling with liveliness and curiosity, its gaze pure and innocent, making one want to pinch it gently. However, Lin Xiao felt it resembled a miniature, chibi version of Xiao Mo. He stared at the little green figure for a while before speaking. "Are you Xiao Mo?" The little green figure tilted its head, its big round eyes looking at Lin Xiao, seemingly not understanding his question. Lin Xiao extended his palm, and the little green figure hesitated for a moment before jumping onto it. Lin Xiao brought it closer to his face and poked it with his finger. Compared to it, his finger was like a giant's. The little green figure quickly used both hands to shield itself. Then, it grabbed Lin Xiao's finger and started swinging like it was on a swing, playing happily. This must be a Thought Beast condensed from Xiao Mo's power, Lin Xiao thought, recalling the defiant Xiao Mo he met in District 3. When he asked her about the super grand prize, she seemed a bit embarrassed. Clearly, she knew about the existence of this Thought Beast, and it might even represent her childhood form. Lin Xiao watched the little green figure swinging on his finger and felt his guess was correct, though there was no way to confirm it now. But there was no need to overthink it. Since it had become his summoned beast, it now belonged to him. Looking at the little green figure playing in his palm, Lin Xiao said, "From now on, I'll call you Xiao Mo, whether you are her or not." The little green figure swinging on his finger nodded upon hearing this. Seemingly very fond of the name. Xiaomores, psychic entity quality, epic level 1, 0%, constitution 10,000 strength, 0 intelligence, 1000 agility, 300 magic, 4000 spirit, 300 talent, telekinesis, skills, psychic manipulation, meditation, psychic wave, gaze, Lin Xiao. Checked Xiao Mo's stats. Its strength was almost 0, making it a pure magic-type summoned beast. But its quality had reached the epic level, making it his second epic summoned beast. The first was the Snow Maiden doll. "Alright, I think I also got a piece of equipment, and it's exclusive." Lin Xiao immediately took out the equipment, which turned out to be a whip. Looking at the whip in his hand, Lin Xiao's expression became somewhat complicated. During the dungeon run, Xiao Mo had used a weapon like this to fight the evil god, and it looked almost identical to the one in his hand now. If someone said they weren't the same person, anyone would have doubts. "Can you even hold this whip?" Lin Xiao handed the weapon to Xiao Mo. The whip was at least 20 to 30 times Xiao Mo's size, and with its chubby little hands, it seemed impossible for it to lift. The handle alone was bigger than its entire body. Lin Xiao was puzzled. Was this whip really meant for it? Or would it have to grow up to use it? Xiao Mo, who was swinging on a swing, saw the whip Lin Xiao handed over and ran over with a pitter-patter. Its little hand touched the whip with a slap. The several-meter-long whip instantly shrank, transforming in the blink of an eye into a size suitable for Xiao Mo to wield. Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "This thing can change size at will?" Xiao Mo swung the whip around, laughing joyfully like a child with a new toy. "Let's head back to the summoning space for now." After letting Xiao Mo play outside for a while, Lin Xiao recalled it and went to the bathroom to take a bath and relax. On the western battlefield, he had hardly had any proper rest. Now that the war was over, it was time to unwind. His body slowly sank into the bathtub, washing away his exhaustion. As the water temperature rose, steam gently filled the air, like a dreamy veil spreading throughout the bathroom, isolating him from the noise outside. He leaned against the edge of the tub, his gaze unconsciously fixed on the soft light on the ceiling, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused. Memories of warm moments with his parents surfaced in his mind, and a wave of longing surged in his heart. Could it really be her? Just then, the phone suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. He picked up the phone beside him and saw the caller ID, his heart tightening. It was Lin Yao calling. "Damn, I forgot to let her know I was safe." Lin Xiao quickly answered the call, speaking before the other person could. "I just got back and was about to call you. I didn't expect you to call first." What a coincidence. Lin Yao paused for a moment, clearly startled by his sudden words, but then scolded him, "You jerk." Lin Xiao lay leisurely in the bathtub and said calmly, "Your brother is amazing. I wouldn't die so easily. Besides, this time I was just handling logistics on the western battlefield, not on the front lines. There was no danger at all, so your worry was unnecessary." He knew what Lin Yao was worried about. Lin Yao huffed angrily, "Is logistics necessarily safe? If you were handling logistics, why didn't you call to let me know, making me worry about you the whole time?" Lin Xiao chuckled, "Of course it's safe. If something happened to logistics, the Western Front wouldn't hold. I was just too busy to call and let you know I was okay." "Humph." Lin Yao snorted coldly, but her tone was no longer as angry. Just as Lin Xiao was about to chat a bit more, the voice of the war god suddenly sounded in his ear. "Lin Xiao, are you free now? I have something to ask you." Lin Xiao wasn't surprised that the war god contacted him and had already guessed what he wanted to ask. "A superior is here. I'll hang up for now. Let's have a meal together at home when I have time." Lin Xiao was about to hang up the phone when Lin Yao stopped him. "Wait, I have good news to tell you." "Good news? What good news?" Lin Yao smiled smugly. "Humph, a record company is already preparing to sign me. I'll soon debut as a singer." Her words were full of pride and joy. "Who? Are they blind?" "No, their ears must be the problem." How could this pass? Lin Xiao couldn't figure out whether this was good news or bad news. But despite his inner complaints, he still congratulated her. "Well, congratulations to you." Then, his tone shifted as he reminded her, "You need to be careful. Don't get scammed.
Signing a contract doesn't necessarily mean you'll debut. They might just be casting a wide net to make money and trick you into paying a penalty fee. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to fool. Just wait for the news of my debut. After sharing the good news, Lin Yao hung up the phone. Lin Xiao fell silent. A singer, that was Lin Yao's profession. Could a profession change everything? Even if Lin Yao sang off-key and cracked her voice, could she slowly transform into a heavenly voice? He figured he should find time to go back and listen to her sing a song. Putting Lin Yao's matter aside, Lin Xiao contacted the war god, Nan Wansheng. Is there something on your end? I'm not in a hurry here, Nan Wansheng guessed Lin Xiao was busy after hearing his response and continued, it's about my sister. I let her know I'm safe, and the matter is resolved. I see. Nan Wansheng nodded and got straight to the point. I read the report submitted by Sharon and have a general understanding of what happened, but I want to hear the details from you about what occurred in the instance, as well as the evil god and that entity called Xiao Mo. Just as Lin Xiao had guessed, the war god sought him out regarding the evil god and Xiao Mo. No problem. Lin Xiao recounted the events, which were similar to what he had previously told Yao Tianyi and the others. After understanding the situation, Nan Wansheng asked a few more questions, such as what kind of deity Xiao Mo was and whether the demon archduke had gained the evil god's power. Lin Xiao didn't hold back, these weren't secrets to begin with, so he shared everything directly. The thought god, a deity that has never been recorded or heard of. The war god softly repeated the name, as he himself had never heard of it. Lin Xiao then told him about the demon archduke's whereabouts, though he wasn't entirely sure and could only speculate that they had used a special method to leave the instance. As for whether she had gained the evil god's power, he was even less certain. Your information is valuable. If there are any new developments, I'll ask you again, Nan Wansheng said. Just as the war god was about to end the communication, Lin Xiao stopped him. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao finally spoke, in the instance. I saw her. Saw her in the instance. Who? Nan Wansheng was stunned for a few seconds, his voice turning heavy. You saw your mother? At this moment, Nan Wansheng was also deeply shocked. Appearing in the instance meant that the evil god's seal was broken by her? If so, then perhaps the war in the West was also triggered by her. If that were true. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded after a moment of silence. The black robe had obscured her face, making it impossible to see clearly, but Lin Xiao had used the abyssal eye to read her information. Although he hadn't seen everything, just the name was enough. Lin Xiao hadn't expected to encounter his mother in such a way. Nan Wansheng also remained silent for a long time before asking, what do you plan to do? I don't know, Lin Xiao shook his head, but his gaze was resolute. But I will find a way to save her. Nan Wansheng fell silent. Could someone who had become an abyssal demon be turned back? From what he knew, there was no precedent. After a while, he slowly said, the last time I saw her, her strength wasn't this formidable. In just a few months, she's changed so much. I don't know what she's been through. The demon archduke is one of the top combat forces in the abyss. Saving her is unimaginably difficult. Also, Nan Wansheng's tone shifted, becoming stern. This time, the monster's siege caused a great disaster in the West, depleting its vitality. This debt will be attributed to her, and you need to be clear about that. Public and private matters were separate. Even though Xia Xingyun was once his most outstanding subordinate and her child was now the most promising genius he had his eye on, he would not show favoritism. I know. Nan Wansheng nodded, comforting him, I hope this won't affect you. Lin Xiao smiled, it won't. That's good. Nan Wansheng chatted a bit more before ending the call. Lin Xiao soaked in the bathtub for a while longer before getting up and leaving. His mother had finally been found. But he hadn't seen his father yet, and he didn't know how he was doing. Maybe. Don't overthink it. Not seeing him doesn't mean he's not alive. That's just how mother is. I'll ask her when I get the chance. I wonder if she still remembers me. Or maybe the person is just an abyssal demon wearing mother's skin. But if it were a demon, could it really take on mother's name? Lin Xiao wasn't sure. But next time they met, everything would become clear. As for his mother's safety, Lin Xiao wasn't worried. Even if the god of war wanted revenge, the archdemon was one of the top forces in the abyss, killing her was nearly impossible. I should deal with the problem in front of me first. The curse heart. It had to be resolved now, this hidden danger couldn't be delayed any longer. Originally, he had planned to seek the goddess of fate to deal with the heart issue when he reached level 30. Unexpectedly, the Western War had delayed him, but now was the right time. The solution lay in the upper levels of the Tower of Heaven, but with his current strength, it was clearly unreachable. I'll have to go find her again.
Lin Xiao sighed. That person had a terrible personality. Every time they met, it felt like she was hiding some malicious plan, always trying to make trouble for him. However, to meet the goddess of fate, he had to enter the Divine Assembly dungeon, and entering Divine Assembly required the Sanctuary Core.
Let's go to the Sanctuary dungeon to farm the core first.
Lin Xiao planned to have the Sanctuary send him into the dungeon, but seeing that it was already late outside, he decided to rest for the night and go in tomorrow.
The next day,
without much preparation, Lin Xiao directly called to enter the Sanctuary dungeon. He was already familiar with the process, quickly summoning Death Knights and other summoned creatures to start clearing monsters.
This was the obvious advantage of being a summoner. He didn't need to do anything himself, sipping cola while watching his summoned creatures fight.
About 2 hours later, he reached the 150th floor, where a sanctuary
core finally appeared.
Lin Xiao looked at the special crystal in his hand and muttered, "This thing seems to only appear on fixed floors."
He hadn't
gotten a sanctuary core throughout the entire journey, which meant it only dropped from specific monsters on specific floors.
Speaking of which, can Little Mirror eat this thing?
Lin Xiao stared at the dark sanctuary core in his hand, and a sudden idea popped into his mind.
These were crystal-like items. Little Mirror should be able to eat them, right? Moreover, this was a treasure of the sanctuary. Eating it might even
provide a lot of experience. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately summoned Little Mirror and handed the sanctuary core to it, but Little Mirror
showed no reaction. Looks like it can't eat it. Holding the sanctuary core, Lin Xiao directly exited the dungeon and went to find Grandpa Nyo.
He found Grandpa Nyo lying on a rattan chair, fanning himself.
Lin Xiao immediately walked over and said, "Grandpa Nyo, I want to enter Divine Assembly." Divine Assembly? You?
Before Grandpa Nyo could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Xiao take out the sanctuary core, and the rest of his words got stuck in his throat.
After a long while, he finally reacted and exclaimed in surprise, "You got another sanctuary core?" Grandpa Nyo stared at Lin Xiao like he was looking at a monster.
"You just came back from the western battlefield, and the monsters there weren't enough
for you to kill? Now you want to dive into the sanctuary's special dungeon for another fight?
You're going too hard. Do you not care about your
life?" Grandpa Nyo was utterly shocked and couldn't help but nag a bit.
In his eyes, Lin Xiao was a true workaholic.
Just off the battlefield,
and now diving straight into another dungeon. He had never seen anyone so relentless. Lin Xiao blinked and said, "No, I slept pretty well last
night." Grandpa Nyo immediately widened his eyes and roared like a bell. "Sleeping one night counts as rest?
If you don't rest for 3 or 4
days, don't even talk to me about resting." Lin Xiao,
I'm a summoner, I barely moved myself.
Your summoned creatures? Do you think they're machines? Even machines need to rest, Grandpa Nyo roared.
Seeing Lin Xiao pushing himself so hard, he was genuinely worried about Lin Xiao's health. Lin Xiao said, "On the western battlefield, I was always in the rear, rarely fighting, and I just want to enter Divine Arena, where there's
no need to fight at all. Just think of it as me going on vacation to relax." Grandpa Nyo was speechless after hearing this. It was the first time he'd heard someone describe entering a divine instance as a vacation. "Fine, I'll open the door for you." Grandpa Nyo finally relented.
After all, Lin Xiao had already obtained this sanctuary core. It wouldn't make sense to send him back to wait a few days before coming again.